The man had just gotten home from get-off work. He then went to the communal kitchen, made a bowl of clear soup noodles, and brought it back to his room. Just then, a weak voice came from the phone. This injury is nothing compared to the pain of being abandoned by the commander. Soo-Yun was taken aback. He picked up his phone and saw the message, Total Annihilation, on the screen. He opened the game's event level, which was called The One Who Remembers. Without thinking much, he finished the last bite of noodles. What a coincidence, he said. I'll toss in a coin and make a wish. Soo-Yun said, tossing a coin into the video. After cleaning up the dishes, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. Soo-Yun hummed a little tune as she rinsed her hair, when suddenly she felt an itch on her back, but the towel just wouldn't reach it. Just then, a pair of small hands took the towel from behind and began to wipe his back. Soo-Yun subconsciously said, "Oh, thank you." He froze, the words barely out of his mouth. How could there be a second person in the bathroom? The door was clearly locked from the inside, and he hadn't heard it open. Soo-Yun felt a chill run down her spine. How did you get in? The person behind him said coldly, When I'm scrubbing your back, all you should say is thank you. The other person chuckled and said, Tell me, should I put you in a formaldehyde jar, or just cut off your legs? Soo-Yun was instantly stunned. The next second, something cold and hard pressed against the back of his head. He immediately realized it was a gun. Farewell in another world, my dear, faithless man. The person behind him chuckled softly. Bang. Soo-Yun never understood what grudge he had against this woman until his death. Before losing consciousness, he felt dizzy and then collapsed in the bathroom. Sunlight fell on his face, and Soo-Yun suddenly opened his eyes to see Craven standing on top of him. He sat up in shock. Commander, I'm hungry, I want food, Craven said, clinging to his arm and acting cute. Soo-Yun glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. It seemed he had indeed gotten up late today, and the little ones were probably starving. Craven suddenly stared at the corner of his eye and asked softly, Commander, did I hurt you? Why are you crying? Soo-Yun wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and gently shook her head. You didn't hurt me. I just suddenly remembered something. Craven tilted his head. What is it? Soo-Yun whispered. It seems like this isn't the first time I've been a human. Craven asked in confusion. What? The so-called restaurant in the port area is actually just an old wooden table in the outer room of the communal kitchen. When Soo-Yun came out carrying the tray, Fox, Little Swan, Craven, Shiranui, and Big Fighting Dog were already sitting obediently. There was only a bowl of thin porridge, a small dish of pickled vegetables, a sandwich, and 5 empty plates on the tray. Who's serving the food today? Soo-Yun asked. Me. Fox immediately raised his hand, took the sandwich, and looked as serious as if he were on a mission. She cut it into 5 pieces, then pushed the slightly larger piece to the Little Swan. Little Swan, you worked hard yesterday. The large bulldog protested softly. I moved things too. Shiranui replied calmly. You moved your own pillow. Soo-Yun shared the sandwiches with them, while he himself only picked up the bowl of rice water-like porridge. Little Swan pushed the plate towards him. Commander, you eat mine. I'm not hungry. Soo-Yun smiled and pushed her away, ruffling her hair. You're growing. Eat more. Commander, porridge is fine. It's good for your stomach. The Little Swan pursed her lips and ate in small bites with her head down. Shiranui also quietly tore off a small corner of her sandwich and placed it next to Soo-Yun, then pretended that nothing had happened. Just then, my phone vibrated, and messages in the East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Association group chat were scrolling by rapidly. Someone posted Rodney's construction blueprints, and even pretended to sigh. It's off again, but I'll have to make do. The group chat was filled with groans of despair. Soo-Yun looked at the screen, and her heart, which had just begun to warm up, grew cold again. Just then, the most beautiful woman in the East China Sea suddenly sent a message. A maritime legend is moving towards the East China Sea. The group chat went silent for a moment, then exploded. When she said her name, Mogador, everyone went crazy. That's a legendary ship girl who single-handedly wiped out the Siren Vanguard fleet. Her combat power is recognized as top-notch, and even large ports couldn't entice her with exorbitant offers. Even more damning, the pretty girl also mentioned Soo-Yun. Mogador may very well pass through the waters off Weiyang Port. The group immediately started teasing him, saying he was a ship girl immune substance, and that any ship girl passing by would remember that the boiler was left running when she saw him. Soo-Yun's face flushed, and she forced a reply. That's called strategically accumulating goodwill, building up strength before unleashing it. You guys don't understand. He turned off the screen, but then received a private message notification. There's a blizzard tonight. Are you sure you don't need the donation? Su-yun replied. No need. Weiyang Port District has its own solutions. But he knew in his heart that the warehouse fuel was only enough for 3 days and the food was almost gone. He looked up and saw all 5 little ones staring at him. Fox, with its ears drooping, whispered, Commander, have we embarrassed you again? Nonsense. Su-yun immediately stood up. Weiyang Port area may be temporarily limited in size, but we are united, friendly, and have a great atmosphere. He squatted down in front of Foxy and said solemnly, Now I'm giving you an important task. Go to the watchtower and keep a close eye on the sea and the road. Report any impressive and beautiful older sisters you spot immediately. Understood. Fox's eyes lit up. He then instructed Little Swan to boil water, Craven to find hand warmers, Shiranui to light the stove, and Big Bulldog to tidy up the reception room. The small port area suddenly became bustling with activity. Su-yun also went into the warehouse and rummaged out some high-grade compressed fuel that he was reluctant to use, as well as a few pieces of milk candy that had been stored for a long time. That should be enough to entertain someone once, he muttered. When he climbed the watchtower, Foxy was staring at the coastal highway through binoculars. Just as Su-yun asked if there was any situation, Fox suddenly shouted, Commander, over there, there's someone. Su-yun immediately adjusted the binoculars. In the wind and snow, a person seemed to be walking towards the gray-white coastal highway. The person had long purple hair and was only wearing a thin dark purple coat. Su-yun's heart raced. He was almost certain that it was a ship girl. It was impossible for an ordinary person to walk alone on the coastal highway in this kind of weather. Could it be Mogador? Su-yun put down his binoculars. Foxy, you keep watching. I'll go prepare. But Foxy grabbed him. Commander, let me go this time. Fox directly points out your weakness. You stutter and sweat profusely every time you meet a powerful ship girl. Last time, the light cruiser sister, and the time before that, the transport ship sister, were both scared away by you. Su-yun blushed and could only nod in agreement. After saying that, she quickly climbed down the iron ladder, her red scarf swaying in the wind and snow like a cluster of dancing flames. On the other side, Mogador stopped and looked up at the leaden sky. Snowflakes landed on her eyelashes and quickly melted into water droplets. She murmured, What unpleasant weather. Winters without a commander are always especially cold. She saw a dock, warehouses, a watchtower, and several old houses ahead. It was a small port area. Mogador dislikes the port area, and he dislikes even more those invitations that are full of ulterior motives and enthusiasm. She turned and left the main road, taking a more secluded path beside it. But she hadn't gone far when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Wait, big sister, wait a minute. Mogador finally turned around. Foxy ran up to her, panting, his little face red from the cold, his red scarf trailing behind him. Mogador looked down at her, his tone indifferent. Little one, is something wrong? Foxy forced a smile. Sister, it's so cold outside. You must be freezing. My brother is so kind. He has hot tea and hand warmers at home. Sister, why don't you sit for a while and warm up before you go, okay? Mogador understood immediately. She patted Foxy's head and said, Thank you for your kindness. I'm on my way. With that, she turned to leave. But the next second, her clothes were grabbed tightly by the fox. The little girl's eyes reddened. Just for a moment. Really, if we can't get my sister, my brother will be very sad. After saying that, Foxy simply hugged her leg and refused to let go. Mogador had received many invitations, but she had never seen such an awkward yet desperate attempt to persuade someone to stay. After a few seconds of silence, Mogador finally spoke. All right, just 1 cup of tea. Foxy looked up abruptly, tears still glistening in his eyes, but his gaze suddenly brightened. She smiled again and pulled Mogador towards the port area. Great. Sister, this way. Mogador was led forward by her and saw the firelight shining through the window, casting a warm orange glow on the snow. In the reception room, the stove was burning brightly. Su-yun stared at the fire. The tea canister on the table had been opened, and the teacups were spotless. In order to receive the upcoming guests, he put on almost every conceivable aspect of the port area. Commander, Little Swan gently tugged at his sleeve. Your palms are sweaty, wipe them. Su-yun took the handkerchief and wiped her palms. I'm fine. Little Swan, if we succeed this time, our port area? He fell silent before he could finish speaking. The Weiyang Port area was desperately short of personnel. Even just one more ship girl would give them hope. Just then, her phone vibrated. Su-yun opened it and saw a photo sent by Jiang Shui. In the snow-covered parking lot, a truck was loaded with about a dozen barrels of blue oil, with the Maritime Safety Administration logo printed on them. In the corner of the photo, Jiang Shui, wearing a white cotton-padded jacket and a red scarf, makes a peace sign at the camera, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with a smile. Su-yun frowned and typed, "What is this?" Jiang Shui replied instantly, "Oil, can't you tell?" Su-yun asked, "Where are you taking all this oil?" Jiang Shui replied, "Guess." Su-yun's temple throbbed. "It's not for me, is it?" Jiang Shui laughed. "Haha, so what's in it for me to give you so much oil?" Su-yun replied, "I'll write you an IOU." Jiang Shui, "No need." Su-yun, suppressing his annoyance, asked, "Then what do you want?" Jiang Shui simply replied, "You'll know when we get there." Su-yun's heart tightened, and he abruptly looked out the window. The wind and snow had lessened somewhat, but the sky remained overcast. He immediately thought of a terrible possibility. He typed quickly, "You're not here to steal the ship, are you?" Jiang Shui sent a bright-eyed emoji. "Has Mogador already arrived at your place?" Su-yun's fingers froze, and she quickly replied, "No, not here yet. Don't come. We don't accept guests." Jiang Shui laughed even harder. "Don't be so formal, Lao Su. I just came to take a look and we'll be leaving soon." Su-yun's face darkened. The conditions in Weiyang Port were so good: spacious docks, ample warehouses, underfloor heating in winter and air conditioning in summer, and a different meal every day of the week. If Mogador truly saw the gap between the two sides, Su-yun knew the outcome without even thinking. "Commander?" Little Swan looked at him worriedly. Su-yun waved her hand. "It's nothing, but there might be some trouble coming." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps on snow came from outside. Fox's clear voice rang out. "Big sister, my brother's cooking is amazing. Last time he made fish cakes with the last bit of flour and canned fish, and we all fought over them." Another woman's voice rang out calmly. Sounds good." Su-yun immediately straightened up. The door was pushed open, and a cold wind carrying snow rushed into the room, causing the fire in the stove to flicker violently. Fox T jumped in first, followed by a tall woman who walked in. Snowflakes were on her dark purple coat, and ice crystals still clung to the ends of her hair. She looked up at Su-yun, her gaze lingering on his face. His purple eyes reflected the firelight, their emotions complex, a mixture of shock and doubt. Su-yun felt uneasy under her gaze, and all the welcoming words she had prepared were stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only squeeze out, "Be welcome. Please come in." Fox quickly pulled Su-yun to the corner and whispered, "I noticed that big sister seems to be very resistant to the identity of commander. So I said you are my brother." Su-yun quickly understood. Most of those legendary ship girls who wandered alone were wary of their commanders. It might be more appropriate to approach them under a different identity. He ruffled Hu Ti's hair. His younger sister was mischievous and hadn't explained herself clearly. "It's cold outside. Come in and sit down. The tea is freshly brewed." Mogador remained standing, her gaze following Su-yun's movements. Upon hearing the words "my younger sister," her delicate eyebrows twitched slightly. Mogador entered the room. Instead of sitting in the nice chair that Su-yun had specially pulled out, she chose an ordinary one next to her, sat up straight, and placed her hands folded on her knees. Su-yun quickly picked up the teapot on the stove and took out his treasured high-grade compressed fuel and a few milk candies. A faint sweet aroma mingled with the scent of milk rose up as he placed the hot tea in front of Mogador. "We're limited by circumstances, but this is homemade oil tea. I hope it suits your taste." Mogador glanced at him before picking up her teacup. She lowered her head and took a small sip, then suddenly stopped. She looked up at Su-yun, her voice much softer than before. "I haven't had such sweet tea in so long." Su-yun was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Hu Ti. Hu Ti also looked bewildered. This was just milk candy that expired faster with compressed fuel. Could it really taste that good? But Mogador's expression didn't seem fake. It even carried a hint of vulnerability. Su-yun said gently, "I'm glad you like it. It's snowing heavily outside. Let's warm up first." As he spoke, he handed over the rabbit-shaped hand warmer. Mogador took it and gently stroked the rabbit ears. "Thank you." The atmosphere eased slightly, and Su-yun sat down opposite her. It's not common to see someone walking alone on the coastal highway in such cold weather. "Are you a local? This area can be a bit unsettling at times. Siren scouts occasionally come close." Mogador stared intently at him, from head to toe, and then from toe to head, as if trying to see through some secret. Su-yun felt a chill run down her spine as she was stared at. Why wasn't she saying anything? And why was she just laughing? After a while, Mogador suddenly lowered his head and chuckled softly. "Heh. Fox shrank his neck and moved closer to Su-yun. When she looked up again, Mogador's eyes shone brightly, and her tone became sweet. Don't be afraid. She leaned forward slightly, staring into Su-yun's eyes, and said, word by word, because I'm a powerful ship girl. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat, and he could only feign surprise. Really? Before he could finish speaking, Mogador climbed onto the table. Fox was so shocked that his mouth gaped open, and Su-yun froze on the spot, only able to watch the purple figure rapidly approach. Mogador knelt on the table, leaned over the teacup and hand warmer, and cupped Su-yun's face in his hands. Her hands were still chilled by the wind and snow, and Su-yun was so close that he could see his own reflection in her eyes. She gently brushed her thumb across his cheek, her voice dangerously soft. Why are you pretending to be so surprised? Brother, isn't giving me this special oil tea that only ship girls can use to replenish their energy just to confirm my identity? Su-yun chuckled dryly. Just as he was wondering whether to admit it or explain, a muffled car engine sounded outside, followed by a short horn honking. Foxy was the first to run to the window. Commander, a big truck has driven into the port. It's loaded with oil tanks. Su-yun's heart tightened, and he blurted out, Jiang Shui is here so fast. He immediately stood up. I'll go out and see. Mogador watched his departing figure, clicked his tongue in displeasure, and muttered, what a nuisance. Su-yun looked out the window and immediately recognized the familiar medium-sized truck. The door opened, and Jiang Shui, wrapped in a white down jacket, jumped out. She rubbed her hands together, breathed on them, and then turned around to help a composed-looking woman out of the passenger seat. It was Arizona. Arizona wore a dark blue coat, her blonde hair tied in a neat ponytail. After getting out of the car, she glanced at the Weiyang Port area, her gaze sweeping over the rusty railings and peeling paint on the walls. The dormitory door opened, and the big bulldog poked its head out. After recognizing who it was, it came out and bowed respectfully. Good morning, Senior Jiang Shui, Senior Arizona. Big fighting dog. Jiang Shui's eyes lit up. She took a few steps forward and ruffled her head, making her beret ask you, how's the training going? Any progress? The big bulldog straightened his hat and pursed his lips. The training results lately have been so-so, failing to meet the passing standard. At this moment, Su-yun also came out of the house and immediately saw the neatly stacked blue oil drums on the truck. He roughly guessed Jiang Shui's purpose in coming, but still asked, why did you bring so much oil here? Are you moving? Jiang Shui turned to look at him, her smile widening. Why don't you guess? If you guess right, all of these are yours. Su-yun replied curtly. If you can't guess, just say so. Jiang Shui laughed so hard she almost fell over. What if I said this oil was a betrothal gift? Su-yun was taken aback. Jiang Shui cupped her hands around her heart and continued her act. I've come to propose marriage, Su-yun. Will you accept? At this moment, Mogador stepped forward. The slight gentleness that had just appeared on his face due to the oil tea vanished instantly upon hearing the words betrothal gifts and marriage proposal. Su-yun knew Jiang Shui always loved to joke. A betrothal gift? That's too stingy, Miss Jiang. If you want to marry me, you'll need at least 100 barrels. Jiang Shui's eyes widened. So, Su-yun, 100 barrels? Why don't you just rob the Maritime Administration? Her eyes lit up. She didn't have 100 buckets, but she could squeeze out 100 liters. How about 10 liters first, so I can have a taste? If you behave well, we can always add more. Su-yun was both amused and exasperated, so she retorted, fine, then you'd better prepare to marry into the Weiyang Port district. Room and board included, no salary, and you'll have to help take care of the kids. Jiang Shui chuckled and pointed at him with her hand. Rebel against the heavenly gang? Dream on. But no one noticed that Mogador was standing right behind Su-yun. The color drained from her face little by little. She watched Jiang Shui casually pat Su-yun's arm, and watched Su-yun give Jiang Shui a relaxed smile. That kind of unguarded smile he had never given her before. Mogador stared intently at Su-yun, only one thought in his mind. He had forgotten her. Mogador's emotions exploded completely. Su-yun had forgotten her entirely. 5 years of searching, countless days and nights of longing. He remembered none of it. Jiang Shui then noticed Mogador behind Su-yun and immediately greeted her with a smile. This must be Miss Mogador, right? I am Jiang Shui, the commander of Snowmoon Port. Mogador slowly raised her eyes, staring at Jiang Shui. Name, address, last words. Jiang Shui's smile instantly froze. Miss Mogador, you must be joking. Mogador made a fist with his right hand. The next second, a huge spear wrapped in dark purple light appeared out of thin air, its shaft connected to a chain, with a heavy anchor-shaped axe hanging at the end. She licked the cold gun barrel and said, "Say everything you want to say, or you'll never have the chance again." The yard fell silent instantly. The big fighting dog, the little swan, and the fox were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they all huddled together in a ball. Arizona immediately stepped in front of Jiang Shui. "Commander, retreat." Jiang Shui finally realized this was no joke. Mogador really wanted to kill her. Mogador murmured, "I've been searching for him for so long, crossing countless cities and hills, and only found him today. Yet you can actually bicker with him, chat with him, and joke around with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant chain axe shot out, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, heading straight for Jiang Shui. Arizona instantly deployed its ship rigging, forcefully blocking the attack. With a deafening roar, the shield and armor were struck hard by the giant axe. She groaned and flew backward, crashing into the wall. Her ship equipment shattered, and she lost consciousness. The shockwave ripped off the dormitory roof, scattering rubble and wood chips everywhere. The three little ones screamed and crouched down, covering their heads. Jiang Shui stared blankly at the unconscious Arizona, her last shred of confidence shattering completely. Mogador approached step by step, dragging his giant scythe. "You already have Shipgirls. Why are you still so intimate with my commander? What do you mean by betrothal gifts and marrying into the family?" She stopped in front of Jiang Shui, the tip of her scythe pointing at Jiang Shui's face. "I'm going to cut off this mouth you used to chat with the commander, soak it in the strongest liquor, and then drink it." Jiang Shui felt a chill run through her body. Mogador's laughter suddenly stopped. Maggots die. The giant scythe was raised high, and dark purple energy condensed. Jiang Shui closed her eyes in despair, but the excruciating pain did not occur. She opened her eyes in astonishment and saw Su Yun rushing in front of her at some point, pressing his face tightly against Mogador's. To be precise, it was his lips that collided with Mogador's. The kiss was clumsy and flustered, and he even bit Mogador's lower lip. But in that instant, the frenzied killing intent seemed to be abruptly severed. Mogador froze in midair, scythe in hand, his purple eyes blank. She looked at Su Yun's trembling eyelashes and saw the panic and pleading in his eyes. All her jealousy, anger, and murderous intent vanished as if extinguished by cold water. The giant scythe vanished in specks of light. She closed her eyes and raised her arms to wrap around Su Yun's neck. Su Yun felt a sense of relief, but dared not stop. While maintaining this awkward posture, he frantically gestured to Jiang Shui with his hands behind his back. "Run." Jiang Shui finally understood, but was too frightened to speak. Taking a breath, Su Yun turned her head, her face flushed red, and growled in a low voice, "Don't worry about me. I'll suffer this myself. You run." Looking at Su Yun's heroic expression as he faced his execution, and then at Mogador, who was lying in his arms with his eyes closed as if lost in a beautiful dream, Jiang Shui was overwhelmed by absurdity and lingering fear. She managed to squeeze out a hoarse sentence. "I can't thank you enough." Then she scrambled towards the broken wall, pulled the unconscious Arizona out of the rubble, gritted her teeth, and carried him to the truck. Jiang Shui shoved Arizona into the passenger seat, jumped in herself, and her hands trembled so much that she had to insert the key several times before it was in the right place. The engine roared, the truck suddenly turned around, and spewed mud and snow out of the Weiyang Port area. The courtyard fell silent again, with only the sound of wind and snow, and the three little ones crouching down, sobbing with their heads in their hands. Mogador's eyelashes trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Upon discovering that Jiang Shui had already run away, his gaze instantly turned cold. She released Su Yun, gently pushed him away, licked away the blood that had seeped from her lower lip, and stared at the road ahead, whispering, "Damn maggots, don't even think about it." Before she could finish speaking, Su Yun moved closer again and kissed her directly. Mogador froze. She closed her eyes again and wrapped her arms around Su Yun's waist. "Fine, I'll spare that woman's life this time. Anyway, she can't escape." Meanwhile, the screech of brakes echoed from the Snowmoon Port docks. Jiang Shui kicked open the car door and jumped out, her face pale, her hair disheveled, and her white down jacket covered in dust and snow. Furitaka, accompanied by several shipgirls, approached and saw Arizona, who was unconscious and whose ship equipment was wrecked, in the co-pilot's seat. "Commander, what happened to you?" "Some suspect that a Siren flagship has appeared in the coastal waters." Jiang Shui leaned against the car door, her hands still trembling, her voice hoarse. "That thing is much more terrifying than the Sirens." Thinking of Mogador's crazed eyes and her shouts of "My commander," Jiang Shui hurriedly said. Guiyang, don't ask questions yet. Take Arizona into the canal immediately and use the best rapid repair fluid. Guiyang immediately led his men to carry Arizona away. Jiang Shui stood for a few seconds before taking out her phone, opening the East China Sea Commander Mutual Aid Association, and starting to type with trembling fingers. The most beautiful woman in the East China Sea. You, the unlucky one from the East China Sea, surnamed Su. Explain yourself. What exactly is your relationship with Mogador? Why did she become quiet as soon as you kissed her? The message sent the message to an instant uproar in the group chat. East Coast Ship Salvage King. Old Su salvaged Mogador and kissed him. President of the Non-European Mutual Aid Association. Jiang Shui, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by dear? Martians smuggling to Africa. There are dogs smuggling themselves into Europe. That's AT0 zone. Su Yun had been coaxing and kissing Mogador for a full half hour before finally calming him down. Mogador blushed and whispered, Commander. Su Yun replied, Yes, I'm here. She smiled sweetly. I like you. Su Yun was momentarily speechless. Mogador's smile immediately froze, and a dangerous glint returned to his eyes. What do you mean? Su Yun lowered his head, leaned close to her cool ear, and whispered, word by word, I like you too. Mogador's tense body instantly softened, becoming even more docile than before. She buried her face in Su Yun's neck, took a deep breath, and let out a satisfied, silly laugh. Su Yun held her, his heart filled with mixed feelings. To be liked by such a powerful and beautiful ship girl was certainly a bit of a joy, but he felt mostly fear and absurdity. He had no doubt that if he hadn't kissed her in time, Mogador would have actually attacked her. Strictly speaking, Su Yun didn't transmigrate, but was reborn. He was originally a person of this world and had already lived for 26 years. He had dreamed of owning countless ships before, but who would take a dream seriously? It wasn't until he held Mogador today that he became more and more certain that something was wrong. She seemed to have inherited the favorability rating from the game, practically clinging to Su Yun, constantly calling out, Commander, Commander. Su Yun practically shuffled back to the reception room. Mogador wrapped his legs around Su Yun's waist, rubbing against his neck and chin, calling out, Commander. If a ship girl deliberately controls her weight, she can maintain a weight similar to that of an ordinary person. However, when Su Yun led her to the sofa, she was still quite tired and sat down with a thud. Mogador wrinkled his nose. Commander, you're hiding a dagger in your pocket? Su Yun coughed awkwardly. It's for self-defense. Don't ask any more questions. Mogador didn't press the matter, since an ordinary dagger couldn't harm her anyway. She was like a dust cover, firmly draped over Su Yun, refusing to budge. Foxy and Little Swan, along with several other ship girls, gathered around, exchanging glances with delight in their eyes. Although it's unclear why this powerful ship girl sticks to the commander the moment they meet, it's still a good thing. Just then, Su Yun's phone vibrated in his pocket. He struggled to pull the phone out from under Mogador, and when he opened it, he saw that the East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Association was in an uproar, with the screen filled with question marks. Su Yun couldn't help but smile. He immediately took a selfie with his phone, capturing the image of Mogador rubbing against his neck, and then casually sent it to the group chat. East China Sea Non-European. Family, what should I do if the cat I just picked up keeps ringing? The group fell silent instantly, followed by a string of ellipses filling the screen. Director of Donghai Nursing Home. Please put some effort into the Photoshop work. Everyone would believe a Photoshopped image of Hammond, but why Photoshop Mogador? Did the big ship sail today? Didn't Sister Jiang Shui just say that Brother Su kissed Mogador? The group chat was silent for a minute. Jiang Shui finally couldn't hold back and started yelling. The most beautiful woman in the East China Sea. Act your ass. I just joked around with Su Yun a few times, and she grabbed a knife and tried to attack me. The group finally started to waver. East Coast Ship Salvage King. As everyone knows, videos can't be photoshopped. Speaking of East China Sea's unlucky streaks, let's film a video of Mogador and see. Su Yun chuckled, and as soon as he opened the front camera and pressed the shutter button, Mogador became agitated again. Her face flushed slightly, and she murmured with dreamy eyes, the commander likes it. Then, she kissed Su Yun on the lips with a soft pop. As Mogador kissed her, he whispered, I like it, I like it, I like it. The little swans blushed with embarrassment, covered each other's eyes, but secretly opened their fingers. Su Yun was so overwhelmed by the kiss that she couldn't move. Her hand holding the phone trembled, and she accidentally clicked send. Soon, the video was uploaded to the group chat. The group chat exploded. Director of the East China Sea Retirement Home. Ha! I must be crazy to see a legendary ship girl hugging and kissing old Sue like that. Did you sail on a big ship today? To dare to be so intimate, your favorability rating must be over 100, right? I'm so envious. Just as Su Yun was about to laugh, Mogador kissed him again, so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Because there were 5 little ones nearby, all of them blushing furiously, Su Yun immediately waved her hand. Go, go. Go back to the dorm. Not suitable for children. Foxy protested. Wow. Commander, it was Foxy who helped you salvage the ship, and now you're kicking me out. Little Swan whispered to her. Foxy, let's go. The commander and Senior Mogador have adult matters to attend to. If we stay, he'll feel awkward. Shirenui said quietly. Commander, if I saw you, just pretend I was bitten by a mosquito. The big bulldog immediately grabbed her from behind and dragged her out. No, you have a physical body. You can't stay and be a third wheel. She then looked at Foxy. You should leave too. You don't want Senior Mogador to escape, do you? Upon hearing the word escape, Foxy immediately shrank back. Too many ship girls had been scared away by Su Yun in the past, and she was already traumatized by that word. Fox immediately changed his mind. Okay, let's go. Craven, Little Swan, Big Fighting Dog. Each of us will take an arm and a leg and carry Shirenui away. After the living room door closed, only Su Yun and Mogador remained in the room. Mogador cupped his face in his hands. Commander, now that everyone in the way is gone. Su Yun suddenly pushed her away. Wait. Just as a dangerous glint was about to appear in Mogador's eyes, she saw Su Yun walk to the door and peek out through the crack, meeting a pair of peeping eyes. He suddenly pulled open the door, and the 5 little ones, piled on top of each other, instantly lost their balance and fell to the ground in unison. Foxy was lying on top. If I said I forgot something, would the commander believe me? Su Yun said irritably. I knew you guys hadn't gone far. He picked up the 5 little ones one by one and threw them directly into the snow. They landed on their bottoms on the soft snow, yelping in pain. Su Yun, hands on hips, warned. If you dare peek again, I'll dock your rations. Foxy immediately wailed. No, Commander. We're already starving. Su Yun's heart softened. She sighed and patted her head. All right, you can't miss out on a meal. Go back first. I have something to talk to Mogador about. Foxy nodded obediently and led everyone away. When they reached the middle of the courtyard, Foxy said, Commander, I was just kidding. Foxy actually eats very well every day. Su Yun's eyes stung as she watched them walk away through the snow, her heart sinking. The Weiyang Port area had been operating at a loss for months. While other port areas had complete heating systems, they only had 3 second-hand electric heaters. To save money, the 5 little ones squeezed into one dormitory room. The warehouses and oil depots were so empty that even rats wouldn't come. The watchtowers were rusty, the harbor was frozen over, and the loudspeakers were broken, but they couldn't bear to replace them. Su Yun closed the door and returned to the sofa. Mogador noticed his melancholy, sat on his lap, and hooked his arm around his neck, asking, Commander, what are you thinking about? Su Yun thought for a moment, then explained the port's predicament. Mogador looked surprised. You mean, this port hasn't been able to find any ship girls and is even running a budget deficit? Su Yun scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, I've been trying my best to recruit, but unfortunately not many ship girls are willing to stay. Mogador tilted his head and looked at him, completely baffled. Clearly, Su Yun's soul power was terrifyingly strong, almost solidifying. In this world, there exists a special power called soul power. When warships from the old world sink or disintegrate, their hulls disappear, but their souls remain at sea, eventually transforming into ship girls. The more significant the warship's existence, the stronger the ship girls it transforms into. Only a very small number of humans can become commanders, and only after awakening their soul power can they communicate remotely with the ship girls and even share their vision. However, most commanders have weak spiritual power, only capable of basic communication at best. If ordinary commanders are likened to wolves, then slightly weaker ship girls are like tigers. Mogador was completely mesmerized by Su Yun's terrifying, almost tangible, soul power. At that moment, Su Yun's phone vibrated. He opened the East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Association and found that the group had already started discussing the progress of the sea area from Mogador. Some people said they had pushed to 3 to 4, while others were still stuck at 3 to 1. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Did you get a big ship today? Was a question posed to Jiang Shui, asking where she was on her current push. Jiang Shui replied, 3 to 2. She then sighed and said that she was still stuck at 1-4, lacking a main damage dealer in her team, and was probably the worst player in the group. She then realized what had happened and quickly brought up Su-yun. Sorry, brother Su. I forgot about you. Su-yun happened to see this and his lips twitched. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. Still calling yourself the East China Sea Unlucky One? You already have Mogador. You might as well change your name to East China Sea Lucky One. Su-yun typed back, I won't talk about it. I was just lucky, a stroke of luck. The group immediately burst into laughter, saying that a lucky kid had infiltrated their group. Mogador, with his arms around Su-yun's neck, also checked the messages and asked in confusion, Commander, you haven't even cleared 1-4 yet? Su-yun scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, none of the little guys are very good at fighting, so they rarely go out to fight. They say they're not good at it, but the reality is even worse. When Fox and her friends encounter even slightly larger fish, it's like they're undergoing a tribulation. Mogador finally stood up from Su-yun's arms. She reached out and conjured a spear and chain axe, which she gently slung over her shoulder. Let's go, Commander. Su-yun was taken aback. Where to? Mogador looked at him with a smile. It's time to strike. Su-yun immediately perked up and nodded. Great. With Mogador around, there was finally hope for Weiyang Port to move forward. But when the two arrived at the port, Mogador discovered that the problem was more serious than he had imagined. The issue now isn't whether we can pass 1-4 or even 1-1, but rather that the thick layer of ice outside the port is completely blocking our way out to sea. This winter is colder than usual, with large areas of thick ice forming on the sea. Although Shipgirls can summon ship equipment, transforming into giant ships is the true way to fight, and these ice layers not only affect their sorties, but also slow down their maneuverability. Looking at the ice, Mogador finally understood why Weiyang Port was so poor it was running a deficit. Commander, can our port afford an icebreaker? Su-yun coughed awkwardly. We're so poor we can't even afford a barrel of oil. Mogador nodded, took a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to him. Su-yun was stunned. How can I accept your money? You just got back, and I'm already making you spend money. I feel so bad. Mogador smiled gently. Commander, my money is your money. Aren't we family? She added with some regret that she had been living paycheck to paycheck for years and hadn't saved much money, only having a little pocket money left. Having said all that, Su-yun couldn't refuse any longer, since the Hong Kong region was currently in dire need of money. Su-yun accepted the bank card, saying, when the port makes a fortune, I'll repay you 100-fold. Mogador smiled slightly. Then we'll wait for the commander's good news. After settling Mogador into temporary accommodation, Su-yun moved the small heater from her own room there as well. He then went to the bank alone to withdraw money, but when he saw the balance, he was completely dumbfounded. $1 million? Su-yun stared at the screen, stunned for a long time. Was this really just pocket money? Su-yun originally thought that Mogador's bank card had at most a few thousand yuan, but when he checked the balance, he was stunned to find that there was so much money in it. Mogador kept insisting on coming along, but Su-yun refused. He had originally planned to use her allowance to buy a few bottles of good wine to visit the East Coast Ship Retrieval King. That woman was a notorious drunkard. As long as you offered her good wine and did her a favor, you could get her icebreaker from the port area to come to Weiyang Port to help break the ice. With so much money, Su-yun no longer needed to ask for favors. He could directly hire an ice-breaking fleet to clear the port and then take Mogador to advance through the maps. After leaving the bank, the cold wind blew against his face, making Su-yun pat his reddened cheeks. He quickly put on a mask and hat, leaving only his eyes exposed, and only then did he feel a little warmer. Happiness came so suddenly that he didn't even have time to plan it out. Just then, a panicked shout came from the street corner. Robbery! Stop him! Su-yun turned his head and saw a man wearing a baseball cap robbing an elderly woman buying groceries, and he was holding a knife. He immediately turned around, intending to get away from the scene. The shouts grew closer, and Su-yun turned around to see the robber rushing right in front of him. He instinctively stepped aside, and the robber darted past him. Su-yun had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a chill in his stomach. He looked down and saw that the pocket of his down jacket had been ripped open, and the cashmere inside was leaking out. Even worse, his bank card was gone from his pocket. Su-yun cursed. Damn it! He took off his cumbersome down jacket and handed it to the middle-aged woman who had caught up with him. Auntie, please hold this jacket for me. The woman was stunned and hadn't reacted when she heard Su-yun grit his teeth and say, if I don't beat this brat into submission today, he might as well have run away cleanly. The next second, Su-yun launched himself into the air and sped off like a gust of wind. The old lady stared in disbelief. This young man runs like a whirlwind. On the street, the robber ran ahead, and Su Yun chased after him. After running for 3 kilometers, the robber was on the verge of collapse. Brother, how come you have more stamina than me? Su Yun roared. Leave your life here. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The robber panicked even more upon hearing this. Shouldn't a normal person be demanding to leave the money behind? Only then did he realize that he seemed to have messed with a truly ruthless person this time. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, 2 girls were picking out earrings in a jewelry store. Xianghe hung a jade green earring on her ear, looked at herself in the mirror, and then turned to ask Zuikaku, Little sister, what do you think? Rueha grinned and gave a thumbs up. Beautiful. You look beautiful in anything, sister. Xianghe retorted playfully. You say I look beautiful no matter what I wear, so how can we compare? Rueha said confidently, but my sister is beautiful as she is. Even if she wears a straw hat, it can't hide her charm. The waitress next to her, after regaining her composure, nodded repeatedly. Your sister is absolutely right. For a beauty like you, any accessories are merely icing on the cake. Shikaku smiled gently at the compliment and ended up buying all the jewelry she had her eye on. By the time the 2 sisters left the store, Zuikaku was already carrying 3 gift boxes. Zuikaku couldn't help but complain. I have so much stuff. I want to put it all into my ship's equipment space. Xianghe glanced at the dense crowd on the street and decided to carry it for now. There were too many people here, and it would be troublesome if his identity was recognized. Just as the 2 were about to leave, a shout suddenly came from afar. Robbery. Zuikaku turned around and looked back. Robbers? She quickly looked away. Let's go, sister. It's none of our business. The commander said, when you see injustice, run away. Shikaka nodded. Okay. But the next second, another angry roar came from afar. Run my ass. Let's see where you can run to. The 2 sisters stopped at the same time. Shikaku widened her eyes slightly. That voice sounds a lot like that faithless man. The robber had just passed a telephone pole when Zuikaku, who was hiding behind it, casually stuck out a foot. The robber tripped and fell face first into the mud. Su Yun's eyes lit up, and he jumped up and slammed his 130-pound weight onto the robber with a loud bang. Su Yun grabbed him by the collar and started beating him. You dare to steal my stuff? I'll beat you to death. The robber was beaten black and blue and quickly begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. Here's your stuff back, okay. He shakily pulled out the bag he'd snatched. Su Yun took it and slapped him again. I want the bank card. The robber quickly pulled the card out of his pocket. Su Yun took the card and kicked him a few more times before she calmed down. You almost stole my life-saving money from the port area? Once he calmed down a bit, he turned around in confusion, wanting to see who had tripped the robber. A woman, bundled up tightly, stood beside a telephone pole. She wore sunglasses and had her arms crossed. I tripped that robber for you, she said. Shouldn't you thank me? Su Yun immediately replied gratefully. Of course. Let's exchange contact information. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. After the 2 added each other as friends, Rueha suddenly said, We're free right now. Su Yun was speechless for a moment. Rueha couldn't help but frown. Aren't you going to guess who I am? Su Yun looked her up and down, and suddenly felt uneasy. The other person clearly recognized him, but he couldn't remember at all. At that moment, Xianghe also walked over. She was also wearing sunglasses and a mask, but she recognized Su Yun at a glance. Even though he was wearing a hat and earmuffs, and his nose was red from the cold, she still recognized him as the commander. Shikaka's heart suddenly raced. Wasn't the commander missing? How had he been all these years? But what upset her even more was that Su Yun didn't seem to recognize them at all. Zuikaku's tone turned annoyed. Hey, you don't recognize us, do you? Su Yun's mind went blank, and he could only laugh and try to smooth things over. How could that be? It's cold outside. Let's go to my port area for hot pot first. Rueha became even more suspicious, so he simply took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of golden eyes. This is a hint. Did you recognize it? Su Yun's forehead was sweating. Zuikaku then removed Shikaku's sunglasses. And her? Do you know her? Su Yun remained silent. Zuikaku gritted her teeth and pulled down her own mask, then pulled down Shikaku's mask. Now we know each other, right? Just so you know, we're sisters. Su Yun suddenly realized. You're Jiang Shui's sisters, right? You've grown up so much in the blink of an eye. Rueha fell silent, her fists slowly clenching. Pray. Su Yun was stunned. What? Rueha said coldly. I pray that you can go to heaven after you die. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch. Su Yun was startled, thinking he was about to get beaten up. But the punch bypassed him and landed squarely on the face of the robber who was trying to ambush him from behind. The robber screamed as he was knocked flying and crashed into a fire hydrant, instantly losing consciousness. Zuikaku withdrew his fist and snorted heavily. Dare to annoy me? This is what you get. After saying that, she glanced at Su-yun. Su-yun instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this girl's fist was unusually hard. After calling the police and having the robber arrested, Su-yun, along with Xianghe and Rueha, found the elderly woman whose bag had been snatched and returned it to her. After checking her belongings, the woman excitedly grabbed his hand and thanked him repeatedly. Su-yun took his down jacket and put it on, then smiled and said, "You're welcome." Upholding justice is what a commander should do. Upon hearing that he was a commander, the woman immediately showed him great respect and said that she would definitely get her whole family to vote for him when the most popular commander was elected this year. Su-yun straightened up and earnestly announced his name. Su-yun, Weiyang Port District. Rueha, watching from the side, kept complaining. He used to run away faster than anyone else when he was in trouble. Why is he so enthusiastic now? Xianghe chuckled. The robbers also stole his things, so this is just a favor I did on the side. After saying goodbye to the older woman, Rueha put her hand on Su-yun's shoulder and said, "Hey, Mr. Su-yun, you still owe us sisters a meal." Su-yun smiled and said, "Of course, but I have important matters to attend to right now." He then explained that he needed to go to the dock to rent an icebreaker. The Weiyang Port District is facing a fiscal deficit and empty warehouses, with only 5 days left before the monthly performance report is due. The port is frozen over. If the ice isn't broken soon, even with Mogador, we won't be able to launch an attack and clear the map. Rueha was surprised. Aren't icebreakers standard equipment in the port area? Weiyang Port doesn't even have one. Su-yun coughed awkwardly. My family is poor, so we've always rented them. Shikaku spoke gently. In that case, Commander, please go ahead with your work. My sister and I will buy some groceries and come to your port for drinks this evening, shall we? Su-yun nodded quickly. Okay. Remember to get a receipt when you buy groceries, and I'll reimburse you later. Xianghe covered his mouth and chuckled. No need, we can afford it. After the three parted ways, Su-yun took a taxi to the pier. Rueha watched the car drive away and scoffed. He really didn't recognize us? Is he pretending to have amnesia? Shikaku shook his head. It doesn't seem fake. Zuikaku chuckled. Then let's just tell him tonight that we are his shipgirls. I wonder what his expression will be. He'll definitely be overjoyed to suddenly have such a beautiful older sister. Shikaku smiled gently. With a lively and adorable shipgirl like Zuikaku, he should be even happier. Zuikaku snorted. Men definitely prefer older sisters, I know. Shikaku chuckled, then suddenly asked, Zuikaku, do you have a ring? Zuikaku's lips twitched. I don't care. That guy only gives rings to shipgirls with oath-based outfits. So stingy. Xianghe's smile faded slightly. She had indeed made a vow to change her attire, but Su-yun had never given her a ring. Zuikaku realized she'd misspoke and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Anyway, it's because he's stingy. It has nothing to do with my sister. Shikaku forced a smile. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go buy groceries. Meanwhile, after haggling at the dock, Su-yun rented an icebreaker for 100,000 yuan, including labor and materials for 3 days, and agreed to start work immediately. At that moment, the group chat on the phone suddenly vibrated. Someone in the group sent a new rule. Without a capital ship, no one is allowed to launch a solo attack, and all small boats are prohibited from going to sea alone. Jiang Shui immediately gloated. Mentioning the East China Sea Africans, it's over. Mogador is a destroyer. No matter how strong it is, it can't go to sea alone. Su-yun's face darkened. I just spent 100,000 to rent an icebreaker. Isn't that all for nothing? Someone in the group said that the headquarters was just repeating the same old thing, that the waters were dangerous recently, and that small boats were not allowed to go out alone. Just then, Martian smuggling to Africa reminded him that Shikaku and Zuikaku seemed to be in Tokai City. The group chat instantly became lively. Everyone thought Su-yun had no chance of winning, and even egged him on to start a live stream. Some even suggested that one should kneel in respect upon meeting, lest Zuikaku punch one of them and send them to the hospital. Upon seeing the 4 characters Shokaku Zuikaku, Su-yun's mind exploded. The white-haired sisters, the elder gentle, the younger dashing, both with a touch of Sakura accent. Those 2 beautiful women just now, weren't they Shikaku and Zuikaku? He immediately typed in the group, I'll do a live stream when I retrieve the ship. The so-called construction doesn't guarantee the creation of Shipgirls. Most of the time, commanders pour resources in and only get warship parts, fuel engines, motors, or even a toilet seat. Essentially, construction is about summoning the souls of Shipgirls from the old world. Piecing together the complete souls of Shipgirls from the vast ocean is inherently extremely difficult. Furthermore, the forms of Shipgirls are not fixed. The same ship can have different appearances and forms depending on the historical period it is anchored to when it is summoned. For example, the battleship Kaga and the aircraft carrier Kaga are two completely different silhouettes. Among the new generation of lucky players, Aaron definitely ranks high. He's the top dog in the East China Sea region, and his group nickname is Martian Smuggling into Africa. In the group chat, someone boasted that the logistics team had acquired 100 mind cubes, but lacked oil. Someone lamented that they had smashed 200 mind cubes, but only got equipment, without even being able to build a repair ship. As the conversation went on, the topic turned to Mogador. Someone asked Aaron if he had already won her over. Aaron replied, "No." The other person breathed a sigh of relief and said that next time they met, he must invite Mogador to visit the port area. Aaron laughed. "Then you might not have a chance. Mogador has already been taken by one of our brothers from the East China Sea." The group chat exploded instantly. No one could believe it. That was the only Mogador in the world. Some suspected that Aaron wanted to hog the spoils, while others were curious about what the commander had done, since Shipgirls could tell at a glance whether a human was lying. Just then, someone shared a livestream. 100 ways to use the main gun. The non-European player from the East China Sea is live streaming his catching of Shikaku and Zuikaku, and now it's going viral in all the groups. The group chat immediately became lively, with some people joking that this newbie was too arrogant and didn't know his own limitations, and that he was just asking to become a laughingstock after failing. Someone even asked Aaron if he knew this East China Sea unlucky guy. Aaron saw the live stream and sat bolt upright. Holy crap! Why did Brother Sue start live streaming on a public platform? He quickly explained, "I know him. He's a senior in the commander circle. There aren't any large ships in the port area, and with the new regulations in place, that's why I suggested he try to salvage Shikaku and Zuikaku." Someone gloated. "Now I'm not the only one in the ICU." Aaron was covered in cold sweat and quickly switched back to the East China Sea Commander Mutual Aid Group, frantically tagging Su Yun. Martian smuggling to Africa. East China Sea African, Brother Sue. I told you to broadcast this in the group chat, not on a public platform. Now all the commander groups are forwarding it, and many people have seen it. The East China Sea group chat exploded. Jiang Shui posted a question mark, and the nursing home director exclaimed that old Sue was on fire. Jiang Shui retorted, "Flaming my ass. He's going to become a clown. Only has the big ship set sail today," was still cheering for Su Yun. At this moment, Su Yun had arrived near the supermarket and was preparing to go find Xianghe and Zuikaku. He watched as the number of viewers in the live stream on his phone skyrocketed, and comments flooded the screen one after another. "Brother Warrior. Failure is not terrible. Remember to pat Shikaku on the back. The last one who failed ended up in the ICU. Guess who it was?" Faced with a barrage of doubts, Su Yun covered his face and said, "Now, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm the king of ship salvage in the East China Sea. I'm not pretending anymore." The live stream was filled with 666, but Su Yun knew that these were just people watching the show and mocking her. He had already spotted Shokaku and Zuikaku in the fresh produce section, while he was still standing in the fruit and vegetable section, some distance away. He glanced at the vegetables beside him, then his gaze finally settled on the cauliflower. Su Yun picked out a few whole and pretty cauliflower florets, wrapped them simply in corn husks, and managed to cobble together a makeshift bouquet. The chat exploded instantly. "Cauliflower? Haha, don't be so mean. Cauliflower is still a flower. I'm going to write the word misery in the live stream." The East China Sea Commander's Mutual Aid Group was silent for a few seconds, then filled with question marks. The Lucky Guys group burst into laughter, all thinking Su Yun's actions were utterly outrageous. Jiang Shui also messaged him privately. "Turn off the live stream now. Stop trying to profit from it. I don't want people to think that the East China Sea Commander is a clown." Su Yun took a deep breath and said earnestly to the live stream audience, "Please believe me, I'm not doing this lightly. This is all after careful consideration." After saying that, he held the bouquet of cauliflower and walked step by step towards Shikaku and Zuikaku. On the other side, Shikaku and Zuikaku were debating what to eat for dinner. Finally, the two decided to buy hot pot ingredients. It was freezing cold, and it would be perfect to have something hot to eat back in the port area. The shopping cart was already overflowing with bags and packages. Reaching the fresh produce section, Zuikaku grabbed a king crab and asked with a smile, "Sister, let's buy a king crab to take home and nourish the commander." Shikaka looked at her teasingly. "So proactive? Who was it that said if you saw that guy, you had to teach him a lesson?" Zuikaku blushed and immediately retorted, "I bought this for myself. I haven't had king crab in a long time. That's all." Shikaka smiled even more gently. "So that's how it is." Zuikaku snorted. "Of course. I'm going to punch him again and let him know I'm not someone to be trifled with." Shikaka couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that you're hard to mess with. It's that you're hard to coax, right? You need at least a kiss." "Sister," Zuikaku called out, her face flushed. Shikaku's eyes reddened with laughter, but looking at the king crab in the tank, the feeling of being able to go home so soon was wonderful. Zuikaku also quieted down. They had been wandering for so long that they had almost forgotten what home felt like. Shikaku nodded gently. Rueha handed the king crab over to the boss to handle. But that guy was really something. Not only did he not come to welcome us back in a grand sedan chair, but he also made us buy groceries. Xianghe chuckled and teased. "The 8-bearer sedan chair is for welcoming the bride. Does Rueha want to be the bride?" Rueha crossed her arms and thought about it seriously. "If that guy appeared in front of me now, kneeling on one knee, holding flowers in his hands, and taking me back, then I might reluctantly agree." Zuikaku was startled. "Sister, did you call me?" Shikaku tilted her head in confusion. "I didn't." The next second, a familiar voice came from behind. "It's me." Rueha turned around and saw Su Yun kneeling on one knee in front of her, holding a bunch of cauliflower in her hands, but her eyes were unusually serious. He looked up at her and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, there wasn't enough time to prepare real flowers. But I sincerely invite you to come home with me. Zuikaku, would you like to be my ship girl?" Zuikaku froze on the spot, and Shikaku covered his red lips in surprise. Everyone in the live stream was laughing. Someone actually used cauliflower to salvage a boat. Rueha just stood there, stunned, without saying a word for a long time. Su Yun had her phone hanging around her neck, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered around her. Inside the warm room, Zuikaku had already removed her sunglasses and mask. A few strands of white bangs fell in front of her eyes, obscuring her somewhat dazed gaze. She only snapped out of her daze when the surrounding chatter grew louder. Looking at Su Yun kneeling on one knee, and at the bouquet of cauliflower in his hand, she suddenly felt a pang of sadness. The commander returned. He was holding a bouquet of cauliflower, wanting her to become his ship girl. But Zuikaku thought to herself, feeling wronged. What nonsense is he talking about? Isn't she already his ship girl? Rueha slowly reached out and took the cauliflower from Su Yun's hand. Then, as if drawn by something, she lowered her head and took a bite. The next second, her eyes welled up with tears, and she whispered, "How strange, it's just cauliflower. Why is it so sweet?" Su Yun stood up and saw the tears in her eyes. His heart softened instantly. He took his phone and placed it on the water tank next to him, then went over and hugged Rueha, whispering, "Because I sprinkled candy." Rueha didn't push him away. Instead, she reached out and grabbed his back, biting his shoulder. "You despicable man. You actually tried to tempt me with candy. Don't you know I love sweets the most?" She was very strong, biting him so hard that Su Yun gasped, but he still held back. "Let's go back to port, Rueha. Don't wander anymore. From now on, I'll take care of you." Rueha gave a soft and slowly loosened her grip on Su Yun's back. At the same time, the live stream chat was filled with question marks. "This works?" The group chat for lucky players was buzzing. Some said it was scripted, some said it was AI generated, and others marveled at the unique way to obtain each ship girl. Jiang Shui reminded him, "Don't forget, the biggest problem is the cash flow of Weiyang Port. No matter how powerful Rueha is, it will suffer significant losses when it launches an attack." The words had barely left his mouth when a notification popped up in the live stream. Ding! Martian smuggled himself to Africa and tipped 10 Rocket 1 tokens. The chat immediately exploded with comments. "The boss is confused." Aaron laughed in the group chat, saying that Su Yun started the live stream precisely to raise funds for the initial development. Jiang Shui remained silent for a long time before finally opening the Recharge app and making the donation as promised. Ding! The most beautiful woman in Donghai donated 10 Rocket 1s. The big shots in the European Emperor group finally realized that Su Yun, now that he had Mogador and Rueha, was most lacking in supplies. The next second, the live stream chat lit up with exaggerated special effects again. Ding! The English god of war gifted 100 rocket once. Chapter 18 is buy one get one free. The live stream chat exploded again, filled with question marks and 666. No one expected that a small port commander's ship salvaging live stream would attract so many important figures to watch. First, English war goddess, gifted 100 rocket once, leaving the chat stunned. Someone recognized her official verification and immediately exclaimed, "This is the royal war goddess." The group chat for the European emperor, a term referring to someone who is considered lucky in China, became lively. Someone asked her why she was so generous, and she simply replied, "The conflicts on the front lines are becoming more and more frequent, and there is a shortage of capable commanders. If this young man can grow up, he may be able to help in the future." Immediately afterward, Pacific Governor August also gifted 100 rocket once. Before the live stream viewers could even process this, Atlantic Marshal Ivy and Olivia from the Caledonian Sea also sent the same gift. The live chat was buzzing. Some were busy explaining who the big shot was, while others were just green with envy. The European Emperor group was still teasing Olivia, saying her fame had intimidated the audience into silence. Not long after, Marshal Ivan of the Arctic Ocean added 100 rockets. Everyone in the group turned to look at Li Shangyan, who hadn't made a move, assuming he was holding back his anger after being kicked into the hospital by Rueha. Li Shangyan angrily typed in the group chat, "What kind of person do you guys take me for? It's their skill that they managed to get it, but what am I doing here? The nurse was just removing my bandages." No sooner had he finished speaking than he gifted 100 rocket once. The live stream's popularity surged again, and the chat exploded with laughter. So the guy Rueha kicked into the ICU was really Li Shangyan. Li Shangyan, enraged, retorted directly in the live chat, "What do you know? The injuries I sustained while salvaging the ship, can you even call them injuries? That's the path I came from." The live stream chat immediately erupted in cheers. Compared to the other aloof big shots, Li Shangyan was clearly more down to earth, and people dared to joke around with him, making the atmosphere incredibly lively. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, Xianghe watched as Rueha and Siyun embraced, a smile in her eyes, and a flood of emotions welled up within her. She walked slowly over and stood beside them. Shikaku tilted her head slightly and asked gently and playfully, "Since you've already taken in my sister, Commander, would you mind taking me in as well?" The live stream went silent for a second, then question marks filled the screen. "No, it's buy one get one free." What an amazing ship salvage scene. Even the top commanders couldn't help but wonder. No one expected that Suyun not only managed to get Zuikaku, but Shikaku would also take the initiative to ask to join the Weiyang Port district together. Suyun simply grinned, hugging Rueha with one arm and gently embracing Xianghe with the other. "All right, Weiyang Port will always welcome you too." Zuikaku was probably shy from being watched by so many people and buried her face in Suyun's shoulder. Shikaku, on the other hand, was quite poised, gently embracing him and resting her chin on his shoulder. Suyun originally only wanted to earn a rocket from Jiang Shui, and had no idea how chaotic the live stream had become, let alone how much of a storm this live stream would cause in the entire commander community. Chapter 19, If I Knew Live Streaming Was This Profitable. After the live stream ended, Suyun looked at the donations in the background, and his eyes almost popped out. Duo Xiao? 640,000. Several big shots each gave him 100 rocket once, plus the donations from Jiang Shui and Aaron. He made a fortune from this. Even if he splits the profits 50/50ths with the platform, he'd still make 320,000. In a moment of impulsiveness, Suyun almost started thinking about streaming every day and writing scripts to act. Rueha immediately grabbed his collar and shouted, "No way, Commander! Wake up!" Suyun quickly coughed. "I was just kidding." Xianghe laughed and said she could act with him if he wanted. Suyun immediately became serious and said, "Even if live streaming brings in money quickly, I will never make money off you. You will always be my bottom line." Zuikaku got goosebumps listening to this and quickly interrupted the two, asking if he would still take them back to the port area. Suyun nodded and looked at the shopping cart again. "Have you bought everything?" Shikaku said he bought more because he was worried about the crowds in the port area. Suyun thought one cart was enough, but Rueha pointed into the distance. The cashier was frantically scanning barcodes. 3 carts had already been scanned, and there were 5 more to come. Suyun was dumbfounded. "Did you buy all of these?" Rueha shrugged. "I was planning to empty out the fresh produce section." Suyun felt a chill run down his spine, but still forced himself to say, "I'll pay for everything tonight." His hands trembled as the cashier announced 127,000. Shikaku leaned close to his ear and whispered, Don't worry, Commander. We sisters are back, so we won't have to be so strapped for cash anymore. From now on, I'll take care of you. Suyun put away the bills and coughed. It's all right. I can afford to support you. Chapter 20. Look, finally no one is laughing anymore. With a gentle wave of her hand, Zuikaku stored all the items from over a dozen shopping carts into her ship's storage space. Suyun watched in surprise, and Shikaka teased her with a few words of chuckles. Zuikaku immediately blushed. Sister, don't say such strange things. The three took a taxi back to the port area. On the way, the driver mentioned the massive explosion at Weiyang Port, saying it might have been a siren attack, and that a port area had been completely destroyed. He also advised them to stay away from the sea recently. Suyun simply said calmly, I'm going home. I am a commander. The driver, of course, didn't believe it. But when he saw Suyun actually walk into the Weiyang Port area, the cigarette in his hand trembled. Wow, he really is the commander? Shikaku and Zuikaku looked at the shabby port area and fell silent. The little foxes quickly gathered around, excitedly shouting that their commander was back. Suyun ruffled Fox's hair and asked if the icebreaker had arrived yet. Fox said work had already begun, and Sister Mogador was helping out. They could cleave the ice with a single axe swing. Zuikaku wanted to help, but Suyun told everyone to clear the snow off the roof and the road first. So the group started shoveling snow, and Fox and the big fighting dog started making a ruckus. Craven, Shiranui, and Little Swan were also caught up in it, and the snowball fight became a complete mess. As dusk approached, Suyun called Rueha to the kitchen to prepare a hot pot. Xiangha stayed behind to finish up, returning to the living room to warm herself by the fire an hour later. As the room grew warm, she thought of Rueha's heartache, especially what happened last year during the Qingming festival. At that time, a port was attacked by sirens, and paper money was scattered everywhere, with cries echoing all around. Zuikaku, however, turned back in the grieving crowd, cupped her flushed face, and said, Look, sister, finally no one is laughing anymore. Compared to them, we are so fortunate, Shikaka thought, a chill creeping into her heart. The next second, Mogador's cold voice suddenly came from behind her. Yes, where are the maggots? Shikaku suddenly turned around and saw Mogador's huge axe, gleaming coldly, being swung towards her. Chapter 21. The fight has begun. In the kitchen, Zuikaku helped out while constantly asking, Commander, how do we prepare the tomatoes? Suyun, washing the vegetables, replied, Score a cross on them, soak them in hot water, peel and cut them into chunks, sprinkle some powdered sugar on them. The little ones love sweets. Not long after, Rueha asked again how to get the tofu, whether the potatoes needed to be peeled, and how to prepare the shrimp. Suyun finally went over and took off her apron. I'll do it by myself. You go put the things in the refrigerator and don't get in the way. Zuikaku pouted, looking aggrieved. The commander thinks I'm troublesome. Suyun sighed. It's not that I dislike you. It's just that there aren't many items, and I can finish them myself faster. Zuikaku's eyes darted around, and she suddenly asked, Does the commander prefer shipgirls who can cook, or shipgirls who can't cook? Suyun thought for a moment. It would be better if someone could cook, then there would be someone to help in the kitchen. Zuikaku immediately pressed on. So that means the Eastern Empire shipgirls are better than the Royal Navy shipgirls? Suyun said helplessly, I didn't say that. The royal family also has culinary experts like Belfast, Victory, and Sheffield, and there are also people in Dongwon who can't cook, like Jian. Zuikaku became serious. Commander, I'm stronger than Jian. Suyun rolled her eyes. If you're talking about blowing up the kitchen, then you're definitely better than her. Rueha chuckled, a slightly silly laugh. Suyun looked at her and suddenly realized that she just wanted to spend more time with him, even if it was just chatting about everyday things. So he changed his mind and said, All right, you can stay. If you don't understand, just ask. This is my kitchen. I know where every onion is. Zuikaku immediately saluted. Yes, sir. The two continued working on the ingredients side by side. Zuikaku clumsily tried to chop vegetables, while Suyun casually demonstrated her knife skills, drawing praise from her repeatedly. Just as Suyun was about to say something modest, an explosion suddenly rang out in the port area. Bang! Suyun was so startled that her hand trembled, and her fingertip cut open. What the hell? The sirens have attacked. Zuikaku instantly switched to battle mode, grabbed her sword, and charged out. I'll go check. Commander, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Suyun thought for a moment and quickly followed. When they arrived outside the living room, all 5 little ones were hiding by the door, none of them daring to go in. Upon seeing Suyun, they immediately swarmed around her, chattering all at once. "Commander, they're fighting." It was Shikaku who attacked first. No, it was Mogador who attacked from behind. "Stop them quickly. The house is going to be demolished." Suyun's expression was strange. Why would Mogador fight with Shikaku? Zuikaku peeked out and saw Shikaku and Mogador locked in close combat. He was instantly enraged. "How dare you hurt my sister? You'd better give me your life." As soon as she finished speaking, she joined the fray, instantly turning the situation into a 2-on-1 fight. Suyun was completely overwhelmed and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop it! No more fighting." But the three Shipgirls were so engrossed in their fight that no one paid any attention. Mogador swung her weapon, and both cranes dodged simultaneously, shattering the vases and water glasses in the living room. Suyun gasped in heartache. "That was an antique that Xiao Xiao gave me." Zuikaku gripped the sword with both hands and shouted. The cranes struggle. The next second, the famous painting on the wall was split in two. Suyun covered her face and wailed. "That's a famous painting that I went through so much trouble to get." After dodging the flying axe, Shikaku casually grabbed a corporate figurine and hurled it at the attacker. Suyun nearly flew away. "That's a limited edition figurine I queued for 2 days to buy back in my student days." He finally lost his temper, took a deep breath, and roared, "Stop it, all of you." In an instant, a massive surge of soul power spread out from Weiyang Port district, sweeping across the surroundings like a giant wave. In the East China Sea, between areas 3 and 4, Aaron was leading his fleet in a fierce battle, which was on the verge of collapse. He smiled bitterly and prepared to retreat, but suddenly felt an astonishing pressure on his soul. Nelson's expression changed instantly, and he crouched down with his arms crossed. Aaron also felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fell into the sea. Such intense rage. Whose soul power is this? Fortunately, the force wasn't targeting them. Instead, it seemed to freeze the Siren base at the end of level 3 to 4. Aaron immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "All forces attack." At the same time, the entire port area of the East China Sea was in an uproar. Chapter 22 The development of the port area is urgent. Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador knelt before Suyun, admitting their mistake. Suyun, holding the broken vase, the famous painting, and the limited edition corporate figurines, was panting with anger. Who started it? Shikaku immediately pointed at Mogador. "I was just sitting there warming myself by the fire when she suddenly attacked me from behind. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably would have been beheaded." Suyun glared at Mogador. "Why did you attack?" Mogador reluctantly whispered, "I work hard outside, and when I come home, I see my husband has brought another woman back." Shikaku clicked its tongue quietly. Suyun rubbed his forehead. "Mogador, she's also one of my Shipgirls. Don't you know her?" Mogador nodded. "I know her." Suyun asked, "Who is she?" Mogador replied, "A maggot." Shikaku's smile remained unchanged, but his tone turned cold. "Who are you calling a maggot?" Seeing that the atmosphere was turning sour again, Suyun quickly grabbed Mogador's shoulder and said seriously, "The port area does not belong to any one person, but to all of us." He talked on and on for half an hour, until his throat was dry, before finally stopping. "Do you understand now?" Mogador stared at him intently. "The way the commander seriously reprimands me is truly captivating." Suyun was speechless, knowing that the past half hour had been a waste of time. He could only say seriously, "It seems you have a serious problem. Come to my room tonight. I must give you a good talking to." Mogador lowered his head. "Please punish me as you see fit." Shikaku and Zuikaku exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat conflicted. Suyun noticed Shikaku's mood and said, "Shikaku, Zuikaku, come find me after dinner." Although they didn't understand what he wanted to do, they nodded in agreement. Just then, Suyun's phone vibrated. The East China Sea Commander Mutual Aid Group was flooded with messages. East Coast Ship Salvage King. All crew members, level 1 alert. High-level sirens have invaded. Suyun's expression changed, and she immediately shouted, "Shokaku, Zuikaku, Mogador, Interport area at level 1 alert. A high-ranking siren individual has appeared." The three Shipgirls' expressions turned solemn, and they instantly summoned their ship equipment. Rueha immediately said, "My sister and I will go to defend the port." Mogador also chimed in, "I'll stay in the port to protect the commander." Suyun nodded and then shouted to the 5 little ones in the yard, telling them to go to the anti-aircraft tower to stand guard. The 5 children immediately stopped playing and ran towards different gun emplacements. Suyun, meanwhile, hid in an air raid shelter, opened the East China Sea Navy's private channel, and soon heard the urgent exchanges between commanders from various port areas. The ship-salvaging king of the East Coast reminded everyone that the opponent appeared out of nowhere in the East China Sea and was able to bypass the Farsi defense line, so it was very likely a powerful being. Jiang Shui also said in a deep voice that there were no records of high-level sirens breaking through in the Farsi port area today. Li Xiaoxiao said worriedly, "Does this mean that the enemy can bypass the long-range radar and head straight for the coastal port area? Does that mean that the safe sea area is no longer safe?" The channel fell silent instantly. Su Yun was completely confused and couldn't help but ask, "Was there a high-level energy fluctuation just now? How come I didn't feel it?" The director of the Donghai nursing home analyzed that it was probably because the overall energy level of the Weiyang Port area was too weak, so it couldn't be detected. Su Yun turned to Mogador and asked, "Did you sense any high-level sirens just now?" Mogador tilted her head and replied, "No. Where would any high-level sirens come from?" She felt that the only frightening fluctuation she had just experienced was the commander's anger. At this moment, Aaron spoke up, saying that he was currently working on level 3 to 4, and that he had only managed to clear it thanks to the sole fluctuation that had stunned the boss. The crowd grew even more solemn, believing that the high-level sirens had arrived and disappeared so suddenly, and that the East Sea was likely to be in turmoil. Other ports could at least sense the danger, but Weiyang Port couldn't even detect the enemy's presence. Su Yun's expression was grave as he bit his nails and whispered, "Either develop technology or recruit shipgirls." He looked up toward the port area, his heart growing heavier. The development of the port area is of utmost urgency. Chapter 23, A Warm Dinner. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief after it was confirmed to be a false alarm. The director of the Donghai nursing home had already reported the abnormal soul power to headquarters, and headquarters had also sent people to Donghai to investigate. But after checking and checking, they still found nothing. Since no results could be found, Su Yun had no choice but to put it aside for the time being. At this point, eating was the most important thing. Dinner was a lavish hot pot meal, far exceeding the 5 little ones' expectations. There was a king crab the size of half a body, beef and lamb rolls piled up like icebergs, along with Coke, Sprite, and Fanta, which made Fox's eyes light up. The large bulldog gently tugged at Su Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Commander, is the port area going to be disbanded tomorrow?" Su Yun was both amused and exasperated, and rubbed her head. "No, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, and not ever again. Weiyang Port District will never be disbanded." Little Swan asked worriedly, "Commander, did you take out a loan? I heard that loans have a lot of interest to pay. You didn't mortgage the port, did you?" Su Yun smiled helplessly. "How could that be? Just eat in peace. Our port area will get better and better in the future, and we'll make sure you're well fed every meal." The little ones were finally relieved. At first, they ate very cautiously, putting the meat rolls and meatballs into the pot little by little, as if afraid that there would be none left after this meal. Xianghe noticed their awkwardness, so she took the initiative to take care of the dining table. She cooked a dish and served it to each person, quickly filling everyone's small bowls to the brim. With Shikaku leading the way, the little guys finally started eating freely. The big bulldog was panting from the heat of the meatballs. The little swan blushed as it took the crab leg that Zuikaku had prepared, and the fox stuffed the undercooked tripe back into the pot, which earned it a harsh scolding from Craven. Shiranui even stuck her chopsticks upright in the rice and clasped her hands together. Su Yun immediately gave her a sharp rap on the head. "You're not allowed to stick your chopsticks up like that. It's like burning incense. It's very unlucky." Despite the many laugh-out-loud moments, the dinner felt exceptionally warm on this winter night. Steam rose from the copper pot, reflecting the satisfied smiles on everyone's faces, making even the shabby reception room feel like home. After the banquet, Su Yun called Xianghe and Rueha to the reception room alone, asked them to wait a moment, and then turned around and went back to her room. Zuikaku muttered under her breath, "Commander is being so mysterious. Is there something you can't just say directly?" Shikaku thought for a moment and said gently, "Perhaps it's because of some important decision." Zuikaku suddenly laughed. "You're not planning to give your sister a ring, are you?" Shikaku smiled and said, "Even if we're going to send it, we should give it to Zuikaku first. After all, you've been waiting for a long time." Zuikaku immediately shrugged. "Even if he gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. A mere vow ring, and he thinks he can bind my free soul? Don't even think about it." Su Yun had just returned when he heard this, and his steps faltered slightly. Shikaku saw him, smiled, and said, "Commander, you're back." Su Yun walked up to the two of them, remained silent for a moment, and finally took out the vow ring box from his pocket. He looked at Xianghe seriously and said, Xianghe, this ring should have been given to you long ago. Now that I'm giving it to you again, are you still willing to accept it? Shikaku was stunned, and so was Zuikaku. A thin mist quickly clouded their gentle eyes, and surprise and emotion slowly rose to their faces. After a moment, Shikaku chuckled softly. When proposing to a girl, you should at least kneel on one knee, present the ring with both hands, and solemnly say, I love you. Will you marry me? That's how you make it formal. Su Yun immediately understood, knelt down on one knee, opened the ring box, and presented it with both hands. Xianghe, I love you. Marry me. Shikaku smiled and asked softly, what do you like about me? Su Yun answered honestly, your face, your legs, and the foredeck. Zuikaku couldn't help but complain. Isn't this just lust at first sight? Shikaku wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled. How honest you are, Commander. But whatever you say, I'll like it. Her face flushed. She handed the ring back to Su Yun, her voice as gentle as if it could melt a snowy night. Now, please put it on my finger yourself. Commander, from this day forward, we will never be apart. Su Yun gently took her hand and put the vow ring on her finger. No one noticed the mysterious smile that crept across Xianghe's lips. Chapter 24: The Vow of Two Cranes. After putting on the vow ring, Shikaku admired it repeatedly by the light of the room, her eyes filled with undisguised delight. Seeing her sister completely absorbed in it, Zuikaku immediately glared at Su Yun with displeasure. Hey, you surnamed Su. Su Yun looked up. What? Rueha pointed to himself and asked, where's mine? Su Yun feigned surprise. Didn't you say you didn't want it? How could a small vow ring bind your proud soul? Rueha scratched her head in anger. You're such an idiot. She turned to leave, but Su Yun grabbed her wrist. Rueha's heart skipped a beat, and she turned back, feigning impatience. Why are you stopping me? Su Yun grinned. Could you help me take out the trash when I go out? Rueha fell silent for a moment, then almost exploded. You surnamed Su. Su Yun then coughed. Just kidding. He took out another vow ring that he had prepared beforehand from his pocket and said seriously, even if you don't care, I still prepared one for you. Zuikaku snatched it away, but his face turned red. Su Yun asked with a smile, why do you want it again now? Rueha lightly punched him. Go to hell. But after looking at the ring in the box and remaining silent for a moment, she handed the ring back to Su Yun. She turned her face away, stretched out her left hand, her ears turning red all the way to her neck. Put it on for me. Su Yun stopped teasing her, took the ring, knelt down on one knee, and gently kissed her ring finger first. Rueha hurriedly withdrew her hand, her face flushed red. Who told you to kiss me like that? Su Yun drawled. Kissing the ring finger means. Rueha's heart raced, and she pressed. What does it mean? Su Yun laughed and said, so, you decide for yourself. Rueha was both embarrassed and annoyed, and couldn't help but punch him twice on the shoulder. You're so mean. You always deliberately tease me. Su Yun then became serious and stopped joking. He carefully put the ring on Rueha's finger and gently kissed it. It means that I'm willing to listen to all your arrogance and stubbornness. Rueha remained silent for a long time, finally blushing and muttering softly. It's cheesy, and who wants you to hear it? Su Yun looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh, but her heart softened. These two vow rings were his long overdue compensation. In his previous life, he had wanted to put the rings on Shuanghe's finger, but he never had the chance. He never expected that he would actually be able to do it again. There's a long-standing rumor among commanders that Shipgirls become stronger after making an oath. Su Yun used to dismiss it as pure superstition, but now, after awakening his memories, he understands that it might simply be due to his affection level exceeding its limit. As night deepened, Su Yun suddenly remembered that someone was waiting for him. Mogador. That afternoon he had said he would give her a good talking to tonight. Knowing her personality, even if he didn't bring it up, she would most likely come over on her own. As he passed by his room, he indeed saw a figure sitting by the bed. Su Yun glanced at the time. It was only 8:30 p.m. He chuckled to himself, thinking, they've really arrived early. Pushing open the door, he went around the corner and saw a woman sitting on the bed, her head covered with a red veil, motionless. The ceremony was truly elaborate. Su Yun chuckled. She was certainly well prepared. He bent down, placed one hand on her leg, and chuckled softly. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. But the next second, the red veil was slowly lifted, revealing not Mogador. Shikaku's cheeks flushed, her eyes softened as if they could melt, and her voice carried a hint of sweetness. Of course, Commander. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 25 The First Signs of a Yandere. Su-yun was stunned. Why was Shikaku in his room? Where was Mogador? He then realized that it was only 8:30 p.m., and Mogador probably hadn't left yet. Before he could react, Shikaku suddenly pounced on him and pinned him to the floor. Su-yun was startled. Shikaku, what are you doing? Shikaku took out a thick hemp rope from her ship's equipment space, an unnatural blush rising on her face. The flickering lights in the room made her smile appear even more sickly. She leaned close to Su-yun's ear and whispered, Commander, I've already switched your room number with another empty room. Su-yun was taken aback. Shikaku continued with a smile. Mogador is not familiar with the port area, so he will definitely think that the room with the signed Commander's bedroom is your room. Her tone softened further. I even replaced the pillow with the one that smelled like you. Right now, she should be hugging that pillow, waiting patiently for you to come back to your room, right? Su-yun was speechless for a moment. Seong-hee's initiative made him feel a strong love, but within that love, there was also a dangerous possessiveness. He whispered, Shokaku, is this a Yandere? As soon as he finished speaking, Su-yun wrapped his arms around her and took the initiative. The light bulb finally went out, leaving only the moonlight streaming in from the window. Seong-hee gazed at him, his eyes burning with a dark red light. She gently opened her arms, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. That's it, Commander. Take from me. Take as much as you want. It's best if we never separate. The next morning, Su-yun encountered a new problem. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the icebreaker fleet had been working for an hour as agreed, and Captain Zhang was waiting for him to go to the site to discuss the navigation issue. But Xianghe hugged him from behind and threw his clothes aside. Don't go. Shikaku carried him back to the bed and said softly, Stay with me for 3 more minutes. Su-yun smiled wryly. You've been saying that since 7 o'clock. Shikaku nestled in his arms. Really, just the last 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Su-yun spoke again. Xianghe, I really should go to work. Shikaku, however, still held him. Wait 3 more minutes, Commander. After several repetitions, Su-yun finally became serious. Xianghe. Shikaku looked up. What? Su-yun thought for a moment and said, I need to go to the restroom. Shikaku tilted his head and looked at him, his eyes somewhat vacant. Commander, you're not thinking of finding an excuse to escape, are you? Su-yun said seriously. How could that be? I really just went to the toilet. Shikaku grabbed his hand and led him directly into the bathroom in the bedroom, big or small. Su-yun's lips twitched, finally realizing something was wrong. Whether it's the big one or the small one, you should all leave first, right? Shikaku said matter-of-factly. What's wrong with watching it? I already watched it last night. Su-yun felt a chill run down her spine. This isn't a question of whether you want to see it or not. You should get out. Shikaku closed the door behind him and shut his eyes. Then I won't look. I'll just stand here. Su-yun couldn't help but raise her voice. Get out of here quickly. Shikaku said, feeling wronged. But I get anxious when I can't see the commander. Su-yun fell silent. He suddenly realized that Xianghe was more clingy and more dangerous than he had imagined. After a long struggle, Xianghe finally backed down. Then let's hold hands. Leave the door a crack, and I'll wait for you outside. Su-yun resolutely refused. No way. Taking advantage of the crack in the door, he pushed Xianghe out of the bathroom, quickly closed the door, and leaned against it to let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't actually need to go to the restroom. He just wanted an excuse to leave. But he hadn't expected that Shikaku would follow him even into the restroom. The next second, Shikaku's blurry figure appeared on the frosted glass, and her voice drifted over. Commander, do you hate me? Su-yun sat on the toilet, trying to appear calm. No. Shikaku asked softly. Then why did you push me out? We're husband and wife. Husband and wife shouldn't have any secrets from each other. Only by being together all the time can we be considered a true couple. She called out repeatedly. Commander, open the door and let me in. A chill instantly ran down Su-yun's back. He finally realized that Shikaku seemed to have really turned into a Yandere. Chapter 26 Escape from the Pipeline. If things continue like this, Su-yun will definitely be stuck with Seong-hee even after he gets out. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's just that the ice breaking at the port has already begun, and the entire port area is waiting for him to arrange the routes. He can't stay trapped in his bedroom forever. Su-yun decided to reason with her one last time. Xianghe, the icebreaker needs to plan its route after entering the port, and I need to go there. Will you come with me? This time, he specifically brought Xianghe along. thinking that she would surely agree. There was a moment of silence outside the door, then Xianghe softly replied, "No. With Zuikaku here, it's alright if you don't go. Zuikaku will handle it." Su Yun sighed, realizing she had to find another solution. He asked Xianghe, which way should the icebreaker take its first route? Should it head east from Pier 3, skimming the shallows, or cut into the deep water and enter the center line of the channel? There was a long silence outside before a voice came from outside. "I don't know." Su Yun continued. "The shallow waters have thin ice but hidden reefs, while the deep waters are safer but the ice is 3 times thicker. If the route is wrong, the ship will get stuck halfway and the entire port supply line will be cut off. And this nautical chart is something only he has seen." He finished explaining his reasoning and asked her if she understood. There was a long silence outside the door before a voice finally answered, "Yes." Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, but Xianghe then said softly, "Then stay with me for 3 more minutes, okay?" Su Yun was utterly speechless. Reasoning with him was useless. He looked up at the bathroom ventilation duct and made a snap decision. Since he couldn't get out through the door, he had no choice but to go through the duct. Shikaku waited outside for a long time, but heard no sound. She tentatively called out, "Commander? Commander?" Still, there was no response. She whispered, "Why are you ignoring me? Are you tired of me?" Xianghe pushed open the door and went inside, but the bathroom was empty. She looked at the open ventilation duct, and the light in her eyes dimmed little by little. Gone again, just like many years ago, vanished in the blink of an eye. She stepped onto the sink, leaned out into the dark pipes, and a dangerous smile curled at the corner of her lips. "I'll catch you, Commander. Then I'll lock you up in a place with no exit." On the other side, Su Yun, covered in dust, emerged from the ventilation duct and bumped into Fox T, who was building a snowman. Fox T looked surprised. "Commander, are you playing hide-and-seek? It's filthy here." Su Yun grabbed a handful of snow to wash her hands, shivering from the cold. "Fox T, get me a down jacket." Fox T nodded and quickly ran back with the jacket, along with the big fighting dog. Fox asked curiously, "Why did you crawl out of here in your pajamas, Commander?" Su Yun replied helplessly, "I'm still a child at heart and a bit playful." Fox reminded him seriously, "But you can't get your clothes dirty." After getting dressed, Su Yun immediately headed to the port. The icebreaker had already started working, and fortunately, Captain Zhang was an acquaintance who had been to Weiyang Port many times to break ice and was familiar with the basic operations. Su Yun and Lao Zhang were studying the route on the nautical chart, planning how the icebreaker would advance. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mogador walking from the port area, his face full of resentment. Mogador asked softly, "Commander, where did you go last night? I waited for you all night." Su Yun coughed and said, "I was too tired last night and slept in the side room. I didn't notice." "Sorry." Mogador nodded, accepting the explanation, and then asked expectantly, "Then tonight?" Su Yun was about to agree when the image of Shikaku suddenly flashed through her mind. Just then, another white figure emerged from the port area in the distance. Su Yun squinted and saw it was Shikaku. She approached step by step, seemingly carrying something in her hand. Su Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. "Holy crap. Knife." Chapter 27. "You're quite the escape artist, Commander." Mogador noticed Su Yun's gaze, turned around, and saw Xianghe walking towards him with a smile, his hands behind his back. Instinctively, Mogador immediately sensed danger, his weapon instantly appearing in his hand as he warily asked, "Shokaku, what are you doing?" Shikaku cupped his face in his hands, his eyes gentle, but his cheeks were flushed unnaturally. "Oh dear, Mogador, why are you suddenly carrying a weapon?" "I'm just here to do my part for the port." She smiled gently. "We're all colleagues. How could I possibly hurt you?" Mogador frowned. That made sense, but for a fleeting moment, she had genuinely sensed danger emanating from Shikaku. Looking closer, Shikaku remained gentle and dignified, as if nothing had happened. Mogador had no choice but to put away his weapon. "Sorry, I overreacted." Shikaku's smile remained unchanged. "It's good that you understand." She walked to Su Yun's side and glanced at him. Su Yun met her gaze, and a low voice sounded in his ear. "You're quite good at escaping, Commander." A chill ran through Su Yun. Xianghe continued softly, "Next time, I won't let you escape so easily." Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Mogador shook his shoulder. "Commander? Why are you spacing out? Are you cold?" He snapped back to reality, and when he looked at Shikaku again, all that remained on her face was worry. "Commander, it's cold outside. If you're tired, go back inside and rest. Leave the rest to me and Mogador." Su Yun rubbed his temples, wondering if he was hallucinating from the cold. He rubbed his hands together and breathed on them to warm them up. I'm fine. Once the waterway is cleared, we can officially start mapping. There are still 4 days until the reporting date. Hopefully, we can bring back more spoils. Shikaku smiled, his eyes crinkling. Commander, rest assured, with the 5th Carrier Division here, the port will definitely recover. Over the next 2 days, the icebreaker's work went smoothly, and even when it encountered difficult ice blocks, Mogador easily resolved them. Suyun had been avoiding Xianghe for the past 2 days. His intuition told him that if he were to be alone in a room with Xianghe again, something terrible might happen. He hasn't provoked Mogador for the time being. In comparison, Zuikaku is the easiest ship girl to get along with. Although she's tsundere, she's not clingy like Shikaku and Mogador. So after work, Suyun often went to Rueha to play chess. In the living room, Zuikaku made a brilliant move and smiled triumphantly. General, Commander, I've won this time. Suyun looked at the chessboard and said with a smile, Really? Take another look. Rueha was taken aback, only to see Suyun sacrifice a pawn to save the king, managing to break free from a seemingly hopeless situation. Unconvinced, she launched a series of checkmates, but Suyun repeatedly sacrificed pieces to defuse the situation. After Zuikaku had captured most of his pieces, she triumphantly clenched her paw and declared, I'm going to devour the commander completely. Taking advantage of the moment, Suyun moved the last chariot and laughed. Too bad, you don't have a chance. Without pawns on the Chu River, kings cannot meet. Zuikaku stared at the chessboard for a long time, then finally let his hands fall limply. I lost. I guess I still can't beat the commander. She rested her chin on her hand and suddenly asked, But commander, why haven't I seen you go to see my sister these past 2 days? Why have you been spending all your time with me? Suyun recalled Shikaku's dangerous smile and coughed. Your sister is busy breaking the ice during the day and needs to rest at night. Since you're the only one with nothing to do, of course I can only come to you. Rueha chuckled awkwardly. The main problem is that we have enough people to break the ice, so I wouldn't be able to help even if I went. As the two were chatting, the large bulldog suddenly rushed in, panting, and said, Commander, the port channel has been completely cleared. We can launch attack 1-to-1 now. Suyun was surprised. So fast. He followed the bulldog to the port, and seeing the finally clear shipping lanes, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, Mogador appeared, hugged him tightly, and whispered sweetly in his ear, Commander, the ice has been broken. Aren't you capable, Mogador? Suyun gave a thumbs up. Of course, you are now the #1 vanguard of Weiyang Port. Mogador grinned contentedly. So what's the reward? Looking at her expectant eyes, Suyun knew exactly what reward she wanted. Chapter 28, East China Sea, War, God Suyun. Commander. Shikaku interrupted Suyun's thoughts with a hint of displeasure. She looked at Suyun and said, It wasn't just Mogador who contributed. You know, I did too. Don't forget about me. Suyun nodded quickly. Of course. Xianghe asked expectantly. Then what do you plan to reward me with? Suyun was about to speak when a sense of crisis inexplicably rose in her heart, and she swallowed her words back. He said mysteriously, That's a secret. I'll tell you after we've conquered this area. Then he looked at everyone, and his tone suddenly became more serious. Breaking the ice is only the first step. If Weiyang Port wants to be well fed and clothed, it must go out to sea. Suyun became more and more excited as she spoke. Only when we are strong will we no longer have to be subservient to others. Set sail, shipgirls. Fire shells at the Sirens and announce to the entire ocean that Weiyang Port will rise again. Fox, Great Fighting Dog, Little Swan, Craven, and Shirenui were instantly ignited, shouting excitedly. Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, the first sea was nothing to them. There are 3 days left until the day of achievement. Suyun arranged for Shikaku to be the flagship, Zuikaku to be the main force, and Mogador to be the vanguard. The remaining 2 positions would be filled by drawing lots from the 5 little guys in rotation. The first sea area is divided into 1-to-1 to 1-to-4. Real-world operations are not like games. Oil, shells, and ship equipment wear and tear all cost money. Suyun originally estimated that reaching 1-to-3 in 3 days would be perfect. But the day before the day of merit, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked at the spoils that almost filled the port. The next day, Merit Day arrived, and all the major ports had to hand over their spoils in exchange for supplies and merits. Suyun, dressed in a white naval uniform, arrived at the naval headquarters lobby with Zuikaku, who was bundled up tightly. As soon as he entered, he saw one man and four women chatting in a corner. One of the young men immediately waved. "Brother Su, long time no see." Su-yun walked over and said with a smile, "Yes, it's been 3 months since I last came here, hasn't it?" This year's cold wave came early, and Weiyang Port district had long since stopped its operations, so naturally there were no spoils to be handed over. Several headquarters staff members passed by and whispered among themselves after seeing Su-yun. A newcomer asked curiously who he was, and a veteran employee lowered his voice and said, "He's the most ruthless man in the East China Sea, known as the god of war of the East China Sea, Su-yun." The newcomer was stunned. "But isn't Weiyang Port district very weak? It doesn't even have any big ships, only a few small shipgirls. How can it be called the East China Sea war god?" The veteran employee shook his head. "There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames." He said the shipgirls in Weiyang Port were indeed weak, but Su-yun himself was truly ruthless. While others relied on shipgirls for attacks, when he was so poor he had no other choice, he actually sailed a yacht, grabbed a machine gun, and personally went to fight the Sirens. The newcomer was dumbfounded. So all those spoils of war in Weiyang Port were brought back by him himself. The veteran employee nodded. "That's why people are capable of anything when they're pushed to the limit." These words weren't spoken loudly, but the commanders all had excellent hearing and heard almost everything. Su-yun could only smile wryly. If the port hadn't been so poor that it couldn't even afford to eat, he wouldn't have taken such a big risk. On the sofa, a woman with long, golden waves crossed her legs and laughed. "When it comes to boldness, you're the one who's the bravest. You single-handedly launched a night raid on the Siren transport ship, and you actually succeeded. You're even more of a ship girl than a ship girl." Her name is Lily, and her online name is East Coast Ship Salvage King. Su-yun helplessly spread his hands. "It's mainly because I was lucky. I only encountered battle-damaged ships. I don't know where these stragglers came from." Aaron stroked his chin and said, "I heard that there's been a golden flash in the East China Sea at night recently, suspected to be a powerful ship girl. Judging from satellite images, it looks a lot like the rumored Bismarck." Chapter 29. Same name, different. Bismarck. Upon hearing this name, all 5 commanders present, including Su-yun, perked up. That was a god-level ship girl, powerful and famous. Whoever managed to acquire one could turn the entire port upside down. Lily was the first to get excited. "We're both blondes, isn't this fate?" Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. "There are even more black-haired ship girls, so wouldn't I be destined to be with all of them?" Lily grinned. "What do you know? I'm a half-iron blood. I'll definitely have more to talk about." Jiang Shui rested her chin on her hand, only then remembering that she did indeed have iron blood, but she had an Eastern Huang face and blonde hair. Jiang Shui then asked, "How much spoils did you bring this time?" Aaron smiled confidently. "Last time, thanks to that unknown force, I was able to advance all the way after passing 3 to 4, and now I'm at 4 to 3. Jiang Shui was startled and bit her nails, saying, "So fast? I'm still at 3 to 2. Looks like I need to speed up my progress." Lily waved her hand helplessly. "I'm still at 3 to 1. And Xiaohong pushed up her small round glasses. "I haven't made much progress. I'm still stuck at 2 to 4. The youngest member, Li Xiaoxiao, smiled shyly. "I'm still in 1 to 4. Jiang Shui patted her shoulder. "It's okay, Xiaoxiao, you'll definitely be able to get a big ship in the future and make it to 2 to 1. Li Xiaoxiao nodded, but her gaze couldn't help but drift towards Su-yun. Before, with Su-yun as a benchmark, she wasn't worried. But now that even the unluckiest person in the East China Sea had landed a big ship, she felt the pressure. "Where's Brother Su? Where did he move him?" Before Su-yun could speak, Jiang Shui came to his rescue. The ice layer at Weiyang Port is so thick that even with Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador, they couldn't launch an attack immediately. It's normal that they didn't bring any spoils. Aaron nodded in agreement. Brother Su has only been with them for a few days. It's already quite an achievement that he was able to break the ice. And Xiaohong looked at Su-yun and asked, "Now that you're here, you should have already started clearing the stages, right? Have you cleared 1 to 1? Su-yun grinned. "I got lucky." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes. "With those guys around, it's not just luck, it's a complete rout." She looked at the Ruiha behind Su-yun, her eyes full of envy. "A level 100 ship, it's really enviable." Su-yun muttered under her breath, "It's not that low." At this moment, a staff member came over and said respectfully, "Commanders, everything is ready inside. Please follow me." Aaron nodded, turned around and smiled. "Let's go, bounty hunters, it's time to collect your rewards." Each commander only brought 1 ship girl, making it easier to carry spoils using the ship's equipment space. Su Yun then realized that the ship girls in this world were very different from many of those he remembered. Jiang Shue's secretary's ship, Arizona, wasn't the one with long, straight black hair he remembered. Instead, she had long, gray hair, the ends of which always looked like they were wet with seawater. Her anchor point was Arizona, sunk in Pearl Harbor, her ship's rigging half solid, half illusory. Normally, a ship girl with such a defect would hardly be valued. But Jiang Shue never looked down on her and insisted on raising her to be the secretary ship of Weiyang Port. Lily's ship girl is York, with long golden waves and an inherently humorous personality. Her anchor point is the moment she was sunk by Italian frogmen, so she always has a sense of, it doesn't matter if I fail humor. Li Xiaoxiao's ship girl is Feng Feng, a timid woman with brown hair who keeps tugging at her clothes. As a pioneer among first-generation ocean-going destroyers, she is not remembered by many. Ni Xiaohong's ship girl is Z30, who is less than 1.5 meters tall, but looks mature. Her anchor point is on the eve of the Battle of North Cape. What Su Yun cared about most was Shinano, who was by Aaron's side. That wasn't the aircraft carrier Shinano, but Shinano in battleship form, with blue hair and cold eyes, exuding an astonishingly powerful aura. She merely glanced back at Su Yun, and he felt an immense pressure. Zuikaku lowered his voice. Commander, this Shinano is very strong. Su Yun nodded slightly. Before you appeared, she was always the strongest ship girl in the East China Sea. Zuikaku smiled and said, it doesn't matter who comes in first. Having been in our port for so long, I've long since lost my competitive spirit. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Even Rui has said so. Just how powerful was the former Weiyang Port district? Meanwhile, Shinano withdrew her gaze, a bead of cold sweat beading on her forehead. Aaron noticed her unusual expression and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Shinano was silent for a moment, then gently shook his head. It's nothing. But she knew in her heart that the oppressive power emanating from Su Yun was so strong that she couldn't ignore it. Being too perceptive isn't always a good thing. Is Chapter 30 the maximum? As soon as Su Yun and his group entered the office area, several Freedom Ship girls ran away as if they had seen a ghost. The staff awkwardly explained, sorry, they're all a bit afraid of Mr. Su Yun. Su Yun rubbed his nose, recalling his embarrassing past of trying to woo ship girls with flowers in hand. Jiang Shue laughed out loud. The ship girl insulator. Here we go again. Ni Xiaohong pushed up her glasses. She's not an insulator anymore. Zuikaku didn't run away, did she? Zuikaku snorted proudly. I won't run away. The group arrived at the merit verification warehouse. A staff member explained that simply placing the commander card on the machine would display recent merits and progress in the sea area. Ni Xiaohong was the first to step forward, and her screen quickly lit up. Ni Xiaohong, Lieutenant, Sea Area 2 to 4, accumulated merit points, 12480. Jiang Shue clicked her tongue in amazement, saying she had stockpiled quite a bit. Ni Xiaohong explained with a smile that it was all inventory from the warehouse, which she was using to exchange for supplies. Next up was Lily. She casually slapped her card down. The screen showed Sea Area 3 to 1, with 7,180 merit points accumulated. Lily grinned. That's enough for 2 months' worth of drinks. Jiang Shue rolled her eyes at her. That's all you've got. When it was Li Xiaoxiao's turn, she was visibly nervous. The screen displayed Sea Area 1 to 4, with a cumulative merit of 1050 points. The girl slumped her shoulders and whispered, only a little over 1,000. Jiang Shue rubbed her head, comforting her that it was already quite good. Jiang Shue then stepped forward. As soon as the machine beeped, the screen displayed, Captain, Sea Area 3 to 2, accumulated merit points 15,820. Lily's eyes widened on the spot. 15,000? What kind of medicine did you secretly take? Jiang Shue calmly tossed her hair. No medicine, I just played for a month. Finally, it was Aaron's turn. He calmly placed the commander card on the machine, which beeped continuously, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly before finally settling on. Major, Sea Area 4 to 2, accumulated merit points 32470. The warehouse was silent for 3 seconds. Lily's voice cracked. 32,000? Jiang Shue bit her nails. A major has 30,000 merits? Is your liver made of iron? Aaron waved his hand modestly, saying that it was only Shinano who was good at fighting. Aaron retrieved his card and turned to Su Yun. Brother Su, it's your turn. All eyes immediately focused on him. Jiang Shue, already prepared for the spectacle, remarked, the ice-breaking ceremony just ended. A few hundred merit points would be good enough. Su Yun smiled and stepped forward. Rueha followed behind him, a slight smile on her lips. The commander card was placed on the sensor area, the screen lit up, and everyone was about to make a joke, but the next second they were all stunned. Name, Su Yun. Rank, Sergeant. See Area Conquest Progress, 4-4. Accumulated merits, 35,000. The air seemed to be sucked out. Jiang Shui froze, her mouth agape, while Lily's words, "It's all right," stuck in her throat. The staff repeatedly confirmed, their voices even changing. Non-commissioned officer rank, 4-4C area, 35,000 merits? Lily was the first to explode. Su Yun, are you cheating? Didn't the ice in your port just break? Jiang Shui cursed directly. Damn it. I thought I could show off today, but you're just waiting here. And Xiaohong tried to remain calm. 35,000 is the maximum that a sergeant-level officer can display, right? The staff then realized that the quota for non-commissioned officers had been reached and that they needed to upgrade their rank first. Su Yun nodded, his tone calm. Oh, then please upgrade me. After the staff performed the operation, Su Yun's commander card became slightly warm and the screen refreshed. Everyone held their breath. The next moment, a message popped up. Su Yun, Second Lieutenant, see Area Conquest Progress 5-4, accumulated merit 50,000. 50,000, a neat stack of 50,000. The warehouse was deathly silent. Jiang Shui's expression completely shattered. 50,000? Didn't you just have 35,000? Lily clutched her chest. You're telling me this is a lieutenant? Battleship Shinano finally spoke softly. 5-4 has surpassed me. Zuikaku, standing behind Su Yun, couldn't help but chuckle. Su Yun glanced back at her, as if to say, showing off is really satisfying. The staff members' hands were trembling. Mr. Su Yun, how did you accumulate these merits? Su Yun thought seriously for a moment. Just normally clearing stages, normally playing, I didn't accumulate them in any special way. Jiang Shui's voice was shrill. You call 50,000 normal? And Xiaohong looked at Rueha. How many ships do you have in your port area that can be deployed? Rueha counted carefully. Me, my sister, and Mogador, a total of 3 ships. 3 ships, 5 days, 5-4, 50,000 merits. Lily silently put her commander card back into her pocket, deciding never to take it out again today. Li Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her hand timidly. The display limit for that sergeant is 4-4 and 35,000 merits. Could the limit for a second lieutenant be 5-4 and 50,000 merits? After he finished speaking, the room fell silent once again. Chapter 31 My Father, the Inspector General. The hall was quiet for a while before Lily couldn't help but look at Ni Xiaohong and ask, Sister Hong, what is the highest merit accolade for a second lieutenant? Ni Xiaohong covered her head, her expression blank. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Aaron looked at the staff member. Has it reached the limit? We'll know if we upgrade it again, right? Can you help my brother Sue upgrade his ID? The staff member looked troubled. Promotion from second lieutenant to first lieutenant requires multiple levels of approval, and the process will take at least 1 or 2 days. 1 or 2 days? Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to support the table. Is this the efficiency of your resources bureau? The staff member shrank back, intimidated by her imposing manner. Jiang Shui said coldly, we'll wait here today. Sign what needs to be signed, approve what needs to be approved. If anyone's blocking the process, tell me their name, and I'll have my dad call. The staff member cautiously asked, who is your father? Jiang Shui replied calmly, the Inspector General of the East China Sea Governor's Office. The staff member's expression changed instantly. Lily leaned close to Su Yun's ear and whispered, her father is in charge of all the officials in Dongguan. Even the people in the governor's mansion have to avoid him. Su Yun's lips twitched. He knew Jiang Shui had an unusual background, but he hadn't expected her to be this powerful. The staff member quickly bowed, said, please wait a moment, and turned to run away. Jiang Shui crossed her arms and snorted coldly. These people just like to treat people differently based on who they're dealing with. Last time I applied for an oil depot expansion project, they held me up for a week. Later, I told them I was the daughter of the Inspector General, and it was all done in an hour. After saying that, she hugged Arizona again and said, as expected, Shipgirls are the best. My dear Arizona, love you. Arizona's face remained cold, her expression unchanged, though she subtly rubbed the hem of her clothes with her fingers, clearly enjoying Jiang Shui's closeness. Aaron smiled helplessly. The commander's battlefield has 2 parts, one at sea and one in human society. Many shipgirls don't understand human relationships and can't distinguish the malice behind hypocrisy. That's when the commander has to step in. He looked at Li Xiaoxiao and said, "You still have a lot to learn from Brother Su in this regard." Li Xiaoxiao asked curiously, "What did Brother Su do?" Su Yun calmly said, "It's nothing. I just helped a brat's mother educate her child." Aaron laughed out loud when he thought of the scene. That time we were taking the subway after we finished shopping for supplies, and some brat recognized the big bulldog as a ship girl and even called her a child without a mother. Brother Su kicked the guy from one car to another, and I've called him brother ever since. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. Brother Su is so strong. He Lily asked in confusion. Shouldn't you be criticizing him for hitting ordinary people? Li Xiaoxiao then realized. Oh right, isn't it said that shipgirls can't attack ordinary people? Jiang Shui waved her hand. It means the shipgirls can't fight, but it doesn't mean the commander can't fight. How well the shipgirls can live in society depends entirely on how tough the commander is on the outside. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated and said, Sister Jiang Shui, why do I feel like you're a bit annoying? Su Yun complained. It's not just a feeling. She can create her own race. She never considers herself a human being. Jiang Shui raised her hand to pinch him, but suddenly felt a warning gaze from the side. He was staring intently at her, as if he would draw his sword the next second if she dared to make a move. Jiang Shui reluctantly withdrew her hand, muttering under her breath. Do we have to worry about this? Is Rue's favorability rating really that high? Su Yun crossed his arms and spoke like a seasoned veteran in the workplace. Xiao, remember this. You can be gentle in the port, but you must be tough on outsiders. If anyone dares to wrong your ship girl, punch them back. If you seem easy to bully, everyone else will come and bully you. Li Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, then nodded seriously. I understand. From now on, if anyone dares to bully Feng, I'll punch them flat. Jiang Shui patted her shoulder with satisfaction and pointed to Su Yun. Go find him if you want to fight. Then she pointed to herself. If you have connections, come find me. We, the commanders of the East China Sea, are one family. No one can be bullied. Li Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sister Jiang Shui. At this moment, Lily also came over, putting on a pitiful expression. Sister Jiang Shui, I'm weak too. I need a bra too. Jiang Shui punched him, yelling, Get lost. You're the one who should be protecting me. Everyone burst into laughter. Ni Xiaohong looked in the direction the staff member had left and suddenly asked in confusion, But she's been gone for so long. Why hasn't she come back yet? Jiang Shui scoffed. You'd better not cause me any trouble, or I won't be so easy to talk to. Chapter 32 Marry me, and everything will be fine. What? Second lieutenant promoted to first lieutenant? Today. In the secretary's office, Ajax sat amidst a mountain of documents. Upon hearing the news, he crossed his arms and snorted in dissatisfaction. Those commanders again? Do they think they're emperors? We have rules and regulations for doing things. How can we do whatever we want? Go back and tell them that it takes at least 3 days for each department to sign off and approve. It can't be done in 1 day. But, the female staff member hesitated. The other party has quite a powerful background. Ajax chuckled, casually crossing his legs, which were clad in black stockings. So what if she's big? Do you think I'm afraid of her? The staff member cautiously said. Her father is the chief inspector of the Jiang governor's office, a position many ranks higher than yours. Ajax fell silent. Since the dissolution of the old port area, Ajax has been living a nomadic life, sleeping under the open sky and traveling everywhere. Her life was originally very carefree until 3 years ago when she went to the Caledonian Sea and witnessed the inaction of the local government and the Sirens invasion. She witnessed firsthand what hell on earth was like and experienced the suffering of humanity. From that moment on, she finally decided to stop wasting her life, passed the civil service exam, and joined the Navy. Ajax is very smart. As one of the few ship girl civil servants, her talent was quickly recognized by her superiors, and in the 25-year popularity ranking of ship girls in the eastern region, Ajax squeezed into the top 10. She was the core of the entire Donghai City Naval Department, the minister's most capable assistant, and admired by countless people. Ajax slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Don't even mention the Inspector General. Ajax raised an eyebrow. Even if it were the King of Heaven himself, he'd still have to follow the rules. Let's go? I'll go and meet them myself. Seeing Ajax's imposing presence, the staff members' eyes lit up. Yes, I'll show you the way. Shortly after, the staff brought Ajax over. Su Yun and the others waited for a long time, and when the staff finally returned, they all got up from the sofa. It's them. Secretary Ajax. The female staff member pointed at Su Yun and Jiang Shui, feeling extremely aggrieved. They're the ones who want to get their lieutenant credentials processed within a day. I already told them it's a complicated process and can't be done in a day, but this woman said her father is the inspector general and insisted that I do it. Jiang Shui frowned slightly, secretly displeased. She thought the man was there to get a certificate, but it turned out he was there to call for help. Jiang Shui was slightly surprised when she heard the name, Ajax. Is she the ship girl who graced the cover of Tian Shu magazine? The so-called Tian Shu magazine is a magazine and newspaper that reports on the top ship girls. Most of the ship girls that can be listed are powerful ship girls from the governor's office. Just a glimpse of them is enough to make countless commanders go wild. This is troublesome. Lily lowered her voice and said to Li Xiaoxiao beside her. This is a ship girl who only cares about reason and not people, and she is also very strong. I'm afraid she won't be intimidated. Li Xiaoxiao understood this as well, and sensing the tense atmosphere, she quietly swallowed. Xiaohong and Aaron frowned slightly, pondering how to subtly resolve the conflict if Ajax refused to budge later. When Zuikaku saw Ajax, his face showed surprise, but instead of being worried, he laughed out loud. Ajax was stunned the moment he saw Su Yun. She stared intently at Su Yun's face, her eyebrows furrowed, as if trying to discern something. Su Yun said calmly, Miss Ajax, we are not being unreasonable on purpose. It's just that the rank of lieutenant is too low for me right now, and my resources are easily overloaded. So we just want to expand the capacity to facilitate the allocation of resources in the future. Oh, Ajax replied with a curt, oh. The female staff member was secretly pleased. Lord Ajax doesn't care about those ridiculous reasons. If things aren't done according to the rules and regulations, Lord Ajax won't agree. In the entire East China Sea Naval Department, no one hates privileged queue-jumping more than Lord Ajax. Ajax crossed her arms, and despite being a head shorter than Su Yun, she curled her lips into a playful smile. You don't recognize me? Su Yun frowned secretly. Is this a provocation? I don't come to the East China Sea Naval Headquarters very often, Su Yun said casually. Huh. Ajax chuckled softly and asked, what's your name? Su Yun, Su as in Su Sure, and Yun as in Cloud. Why haven't I seen your name mentioned in the commander resource allocation over the past few months? Ajax asked. I didn't come for the past few months. Why aren't you coming? As the commander, aren't you in a hurry to allocate resources to your own port? Su Yun remained silent for a moment. The female staff member explained in a low voice to Ajax. Ajax suddenly realized, his expression becoming extremely strange. Because the port area is too weak, there are no merits to exchange? She glanced at Zuikaku following behind Su Yun and asked, how is this possible? Isn't she a very strong ship girl? Su Yun coughed and said, I only recently acquired this information. Speaking of which, is there any need to report our situation in the port area to you? Ajax nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. However, as you know, Dongwang has very strict requirements for the rank of lieutenant and above. It's not something that can be done just like that. It requires layers of approval and verification before a higher rank can be issued. Jiang Shui crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction, I think it's because your department is poorly managed and has layers of approvals that are causing delays. Ajax chuckled. It seems this commander has some prejudice against our Navy department. Each stamp is in the hands of different managers, and with the added step of review and confirmation, it's naturally much slower. Just when Su Yun thought Ajax was about to bring up their usual convoluted arguments, she suddenly changed the subject. However, Ajax said, arms crossed, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I can handle all the insignia for upgrading ranks. Su Yun and Jiang Shui exchanged a glance, understanding the unspoken meaning in Ajax's words. Can you help me get all the stamps? Su Yun asked tentatively. Ajax nodded. Okay. What are the conditions? Simple. Ajax snapped his fingers. Marry me. As long as it's not difficult, we can wait. What did you say? Su Yun's eyes widened halfway through her sentence, as if she had misheard. Not only him, but everyone present displayed a variety of fascinating expressions. Didn't you hear me? Then I'll say it again. Ajax stared straight at Su Yun. I said, marry me, bring me home, and I'll stamp all the stamps you need. Ajax chuckled softly, murmuring the long-forgotten nickname in a voice only he could hear, Little Piglet. Chapter 33, I accept your confession. Li Xiaoxiao's mouth opened into a big O shape. Lily's lips twitched slightly. Jiang Shui's expression was strange. Xiaohong rubbed her ears, thinking she had misheard. I must be dreaming to see such an outrageous scene. Aaron was stunned. After a long while, he finally reacted, and after a long pause, he lowered his voice and asked Su Yun, "Brother Su, do you have any leverage over Ajax?" Su Yun remained silent. Does he seem like that kind of person? After a brief moment of thought, Su Yun understood the reason. This Ajax seems to be one of his shipgirls. Feeling the envious and strange looks from Jiang Shui and the others, Su Yun felt refreshed. I've gotten myself into trouble again. Seeing the enjoyment on Su Yun's face, Ajax felt dissatisfied, crossed his arms, and let out a soft snort. Does this guy enjoy being confessed to in public by me? TSK. Ajax's inner demons were biting their thumbnails in dissatisfaction. This guy left without permission for so long, leaving me to wander around. Now that we've met again, if I keep clinging to him, wouldn't I look very embarrassed? Ajax gave a haughty snort. On the condition that you have the ability. Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out Ajax was just joking. The female staff member breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could the party secretary possibly throw himself at a commander? Su Yun was completely baffled. Is this really his own Ajax? Aaron nudged Su Yun's waist and whispered, based on my years of experience in retrieving shipgirls, Ajax is giving you a chance to get her. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yun also calmed down. Judging from Ajax's attitude, Aaron seems to be right. But Ajax turned a blind eye. What? You don't want to? Su Yun's expression was strange. He thought for a moment and said, wait a moment, I need to get something. After saying that, she walked towards Zuikaku, whose ship equipment space was the perfect portable warehouse. Sure, I'll wait for you. Ajax chuckled. Did they go to pick up the flowers? That shows some sincerity. Su Yun and Rueha were talking, and Rueha's expression turned strange. Is this really necessary, Commander? Su Yun nodded and said seriously, yes. Take it out. Fine, Zuikaku said helplessly. When Su Yun walked over again, Ajax curled his lips into a playful smile. Let me see what kind of flowers you'll present when you're farming for shipgirls, little piglet. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Yun knelt on one knee, took out the oath ring box, opened it, and presented the oath ring to Ajax. Ajax, marry me. Uft. Jiang Shui almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoever's a good Samaritan who salvages a boat will kneel down and propose. Jiang Shui complained. Everyone was stunned, including Ajax. The female staff member's lips twitched slightly. I've seen nonsense, but I've never seen anything this absurd. The flowers the party secretary threw away could fill a whole heavy truck. How many commanders have been turned away before even meeting the party secretary? Offering a ring right off the bat is bound to get him kicked away by the party secretary as a lecher. Almost everyone thinks that way. Su Yun was too anxious. He was lucky to escape being kicked away. However, Ajax's pretty face instantly turned red, and she stammered, Get married? This. She frantically waved her arms and legs, stumbling and rushing out. Everyone was stunned. How could Ajax react so violently? She was just like a little girl who was suddenly confessed to and didn't know what to do. Lily was dumbfounded. This fucking works. Aaron was stunned for a moment before saying, Brother Su, do you have a system? Can you adjust the affection levels of shipgirls at will? Li Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and smiled. It seems that Brother Su really can't be called the unlucky one of the East China Sea anymore. He should be called the lucky one of the East China Sea. Everyone was talking at once, and Su Yun stood up and scratched his head. If we were to name the person here who least wants Ajax to be bailed out, it would definitely be this female staff member. Ajax is a key leader in the Donghai City Naval Department. If she were suddenly rescued, the director would definitely be furious. Who said our party secretary agreed? The female staff member argued. She just ran away. She didn't accept it. What are you all laughing at? Jiang Shui and the others exchanged glances. Isn't this result obvious enough? The flowers that the Ajax secretary lost are more than the bullets you've spent, the female staff member continued. Trying to save the Ajax secretary? Dream on. You'll soon realize how foolish your reckless actions have been. A short time later, Ajax returned. The female staff member was overjoyed. Secretary, you're back. Quickly tell them you weren't rescued. Ajax ignored her. Holding the seal in her hand, she approached Su Yun, her eyes sparkling with love. Cupping her face in her hands, she said with adoration, Such a generous gift. How could I possibly accept it so easily? I brought the Navy Ministry's seal. You can stamp it however you like. I only have one request. Ajax blushed and said shyly, Could you please put this ring on my finger yourself? Female staff member. Li Xiaoxiao and the others looked at each other, and they all saw disbelief in each other's eyes. How high must the favorability rating be, 100? Li Xiaoxiao asked. Lily's expression was strange. I'm afraid it's more than that. To be so infatuated, it's probably because he gave her 200 after the ring. Jiang Shui's lips twitched slightly. Does he have some kind of cheat code? The kind where just making eye contact with a ship girl increases her affection level. Aaron suddenly realized. A beautiful woman with captivating eyes. I played this kind of game on my old computer when I was a kid. Now that explains it. Su Yun heard the whispers behind him, and his lips twitched slightly. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't have been unlucky for so many years. He knelt down on one knee again, took Ajax's left hand, and slipped the oath ring onto her ring finger. In his previous life, he was reluctant to buy many of these things, but in this life, compared to artillery shells and oil, the oath ring is actually the cheapest thing. Because there is something more precious than a ring in this world: love. Ajax. Su Yun gripped her hand tightly, speaking each word clearly. I don't know any tricks of the trade when it comes to salvaging ships, and I haven't prepared any romantic flowers. But I have prepared this ring for a long time. I just don't know when I will be able to give it to you. He looked up and gazed at her intently. If you're willing, from now on, I'll appease all your arrogance. I'll bear all your grievances. I'll fight back for all your resentment. You can do your job at the Navy Department if you want, or go home if you don't. From today onwards, you don't have to bear it all alone anymore. Ajax stared at him blankly. A gentle, yet domineering approach. This was the kind of confession she used to hate the most. But, if Su Yun said it, she would actually feel very happy. Ajax smiled. I accept your confession. Chapter 34. We're rich now. Li Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, goosebumps rising all over her body. So cheesy. Learn from this. And Ai Xiaohong pushed up her glasses. We commanders are supposed to learn how to win a girl's heart. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pointing to herself. I'm a girl. Do I have to learn too? Yes. Of course I want it. Jiang Shui said earnestly, with the tone of someone who had been there before. Female commanders are the most ruthless when it comes to conquering ship girls. Your sister Lily is a famous sea queen. Otherwise, do you think she got her nickname of ship-saving queen of the East Coast? Lily grinned and blew Li Xiaoxiao a kiss. If you don't know how to collect ship girls, you can come to me, and I'll teach you step by step. Li Xiaoxiao grunted. Forget it, I don't need it. Ajax accepted Su Yun's confession, and the latter stood up as well. Ajax said seriously, Commander, don't worry. I'll get the promotion paperwork done for you within an hour. Su Yun smiled and said, Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ajax skipped away, leaving the female staff member standing there, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Is everything all right now? Su Yun asked with a smile. The female staff member finally realized what was happening and ran out, shouting as she ran. Oh no. Oh no. The party secretary has been rescued. Ajax holds a high position in the East China Sea Naval Department. Now that she's gone with you, things are bound to get out of hand here. Aaron stood next to Su Yun, arms crossed, and said, Are you ready to face the director? He's a ruthless one. Su Yun spread her hands. What can he do to me? Can't he bite me? That shouldn't be the case. After all, the director is a woman. Aaron recalled, but she's not at the Navy Department for long periods of time. I've visited many times, but I've never seen her. She's away on business trips most of the time. So you're saying he's a hands-off manager? Su Yun asked. Yes, that's why Ajax is so important to the Admiralty, Aaron said, waving his hand helplessly. It doesn't matter, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Su Yun shrugged. I refuse to believe that she can do anything to our port area. The news of Ajax being rescued spread throughout the entire Admiralty in an instant, causing an uproar and with all departments discussing the matter. Ajax and Su Yun, the parties involved, returned to Weiyang Port after redeeming their merits. He had originally estimated that it would take at least 3 months for the economy to recover after the waterway was opened, but now, with the help of Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador, they have obtained a large amount of supplies in the first month. As a result, the port area's renovation plan will have to be brought forward. The first thing Su Yun did after returning to port was to gather all the ship girls in the office. Huh? Who are you? 5 little guys, including Foxy, surrounded Ajax. Why did you come to our port area? Ajax laughed and said, Because, from now on, this is also my port. Fox and the others were shocked. The commander's ship girl installation is no longer effective. I'm having such a lucky streak in love lately. It must be that Shiranui's method worked. Yay, the port area has become stronger again. Truly worthy of being called commander. The little ones chattered away. Mogador and Shikaku were slightly surprised, but quickly recovered. I've gathered you all here today to discuss the renovation of the port area, Su Yun said solemnly. We've exchanged a lot of supplies this time, enough to completely renovate the port area inside and out, replace some of the old and dilapidated equipment, and most importantly, I plan to install underfloor heating in every corner of the port area. Fox asked cautiously, Commander, how much money do we have? Su Yun grinned and held up 5 fingers. 50 million. Fox's eyes widened. So many. Yeah, Fox, we're millionaires now. Su Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. From tonight onwards, we can live a life where we eat one bowl of instant noodles and then throw away another. Ha ha. The 5 little ones were extremely excited and cheered with joy. Yay, I want to eat Master Kong Tang. That's so expensive. I've never been able to bring myself to buy it. Craven cheered. I want to buy Kinder Surprise eggs. I've only ever seen them on TV before, and I've never bought them before. I want to eat Dove chocolate. Commander, is that okay? Little Swan asked hopefully, nestled against Su Yun's lap. Buy whatever you want to eat. From now on, we'll have meat every meal in our port area, and snacks every day. Su Yun was in a great mood, and he agreed to everything the little ones wanted to say. Ajax watched quietly from the sidelines, puzzled and speechless to see that the commander and the little ones were making such small wishes. Are they kidding? At least wish for some luxury cars and cruise ships. What the heck are these snacks? Shokaku pursed his red lips and explained. Because this port area was a desolate and barren place before we came back. Ajax glanced outside at the rusty watchtower, the broken tiled walls, and the drafty windows. It's still depressed now. Shikaku smiled and said, It's all right. This place will be rebuilt soon. Ajax nodded. That's true. With powerful shipgirls like Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador around, it's only a matter of time before Weiyang Port district escapes poverty and becomes prosperous. In the East China Sea region, who else can so easily push their way to the 5 to 4 sea area like they have? Even Eren couldn't do that. Ajax pondered. While the more challenging the sea area, the more abundant the resources you can obtain, that also means you already possess abilities beyond your current stage. As the secretary of the Donghai City Naval Department, Ajax was well aware of the deployment logic of the current maritime jurisdiction. From 1-1 to 6-4, these are safe sea areas for lower-level commanders to train and are considered a newbie protection period. Shipgirls will almost never encounter life-threatening dangers when they sortie here. Even if they are accidentally hit by the Sirens and severely damaged, headquarters will send shipgirls to provide timely support and protect the safety of newcomers. Once you have enough strength to face the Sirens alone, headquarters will assign you to be stationed on an island in the far sea. That is the truly brutal naval battlefield. Shipgirls will not be protected by headquarters when they go into battle. If they encounter an accident, they will really die? Ajax remembered Nai Xiaohong, the middle-aged commander who had accompanied Su Yun today. She was once a commander in the far seas, but in a certain battle, almost all of the shipgirls in the port were wiped out, which dealt her a heavy blow. She was depressed for a long time, and finally abandoned her Medal of Honor, taking the remaining shipgirls to the East China Sea to retire. Ajax let out a soft sigh. Su Yun asked curiously, What's wrong, Ajax? Is something bothering you? Commander, Ajax said seriously, I have something to discuss with you. Su Yun asked, What is it? That means you only need to fight up to 6-4 at most. Absolutely do not go to 7-1. Su Yun was taken aback, then asked, Can you explain? Ajax recounted the dangers of the far seas in detail. After listening, Su Yun stroked his chin and pondered. I understand. Don't worry, I have no plans to conquer more distant sea areas right now. The development of the port area is like riding a bicycle. Only when the wheels are turning will the journey become easier and more stable. Ajax nodded. I'm glad you understand. Let's take it one step at a time. First, let's renovate the port area. Next month, we'll farm 5-4 more often. We won't go to the 6 sea area for now. We'll consider the next step after we've saved up enough money. Ajax smiled and said, It's good that you understand. Chapter 35 Ghost Ship. Within the European Emperor Group. Loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Unknown image. English War God. What kind of photo is this? He clicked on it and took a look. It was a large fleet of warships, barely visible, and a vast amount of wreckage floating on the sea. English War God. What is this? The Siren's new warship. A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. It's not a siren, nor a giant shipgirl, nor a human warship. English War God. What are you talking about? It's not a siren, not a shipgirl, and not a warship. Then what is it? A ghost. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. You guessed right. It really is a ghost. English war god. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. According to reports from the scene, these warships appear and disappear intermittently. Their whereabouts are uncertain, and they can even pass through warships and glaciers, as if they have no physical form. Wishing for a repair ship. May it be a mirage. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. If it were just a regular mirage, I wouldn't have posted it. Wishing for a repair ship. What's that? A loyal fan of the Yamato party. At first, the fleet patrolling this area thought it was just a mirage, but when they got closer, they found the deck empty and there was no one there. The investigation team entered the cabin to investigate, but they all lost contact. English war god. Is there an ambush on the ship? A loyal fan of the Yamato party. More importantly, these warships suddenly launched an attack, and 90% of the survey fleet sank. Only one ship managed to escape and bring back this photo. English war god. 100 ways to use the main gun. What are you guys talking about? What photos did Lowly post this time? Let me see. Oh, it's this one. I didn't expect it to appear on your site as well. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Do you know what this is? 100 ways to use the main gun, of course. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Aren't you going to explain? 100 ways to use the main gun. There's not much to explain. Just shoot when you encounter it. Make sure to wipe it out completely. If you don't kill it, it will kill you. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. So this is your doing again? 100 ways to use the main gun. I can't help it if that's how you think. Technology always has to advance. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. How can you say something so indifferent? Do you know how many people died in this survey fleet? What do you consider human lives to be? 100 ways to use the main gun. What does it matter to me if your men die? A loyal fan of the Yamato party. You bastard. Did the oil market crash today? Speaking of loyal fans of the Yamato party, I have some bad news for you. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. What? Has the oil market exploded today? According to my investigation, there are now quite a few monsters like these entering Asian waters. They are elusive, and many medium and large ports have not discovered them. If they appear in ordinary waters, it's fine, but if they appear in safe waters, it could be a disaster for those newcomers. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Even the Shipgirls at headquarters can't handle these monsters? Did the oil tanks explode today? I can't handle it. To take down these monsters, you'd need at least awakened Shipgirls. Do you think any of those new recruits have awakened Shipgirls under their command? A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Tisk. Dreaming of becoming a Shipgirl. Conquest 11-1. There really is one. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Who? Dreaming of becoming a Shipgirl. Conquest 11-1. That guy who got Mogador and Shikaku Zuikaku. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Oh, you mean him? I investigated later. He's a low-ranking commander who has served for 5 years. Besides these 3 Shipgirls, there are only 5 weak little guys in the port. His soul power must be very weak. Even with these 3 Shipgirls around, he definitely can't unleash the Shipgirl's full potential. Dreaming of becoming a Shipgirl. Conquest 11-1. I see. Then there's only one left. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Who? Dreaming of becoming a Shipgirl. Conquest 11-1. Bismarck. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Is Bismarck also in the East China Sea? Dreaming of becoming a Shipgirl. Conquest 11-1. Yes, if I'm lucky, Bismarck will take care of it. But if I'm unlucky and run into a newbie. Loyal fan of the Yamato party. It seems necessary to let the commanders in the East China Sea region hide for a while. Speaking of Martians smuggling into Africa, Aaron, go through the chat history yourself. Until these ghost ships are dealt with, no port in the East China Sea is allowed to launch an attack. Martians smuggling themselves into Africa. Received. Here, put everything in the yard. Yes, just put it here. Shikaku, check the list. Mogador, help carry the things. In the Weiyang Port area, large trucks carrying goods entered the port area, including brand new furniture and equipment, which were placed in the yard one box after another. Shipgirls are incredibly strong. Just how strong? Zuikaku carried a double-door refrigerator and unloaded it from a truck all by herself. Commander, where should we put the refrigerator? Zuikaku asked. Suyun pointed to the kitchen. Kitchen. Okay. Zuikaku nodded. Then, to the astonishment of a group of burly men, he carried the large refrigerator into the kitchen. The burly men exchanged glances, all speechless with astonishment. Wow, these are Shipgirls. They're really strong. It feels like I could break a steel bar with one punch. You need to bench press at least 400 pounds. No less, starting at 1,000 Gene. The moving work was proceeding in an orderly manner. Soo-yun also contacted renovation workers, planning to completely renovate the port area in the next few days. Doo-doo. His phone suddenly vibrated. When I took it out, I saw it was a message from Aaron. East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Group. Martians smuggling into Africa. Speaking of all members, things are not peaceful in the East China Sea recently. Everyone should not launch any attacks rashly. If you encounter a ghost ship that appears and disappears, do not approach it. Leave immediately and report to headquarters. Did any big ships sail today? Ghost ships? What are they like? Are there really ghosts on board? Martians smuggling into Africa. Uncertain, but what is certain is that this ghost ship is extremely dangerous, and even the escort ship girls at headquarters may not be its match. The most beautiful girl in the East China Sea. The escort ship girls at headquarters are all level 100 ship girls, and even they can't handle it? Doesn't that mean that the strength of these ghost ships is at least at the dangerous sea area level? Martians smuggling themselves into Africa. That seems to be the case at the moment. Director of Donghai Nursing Home. Since the higher-ups have said so, everyone should stay home during this period to avoid any danger. East China Sea unlucky. Okay, speaking of which, where is he Lily? While everyone was wondering what was going on, he Lily sent a message. Soo-yun's phone suddenly emitted a red alert signal. Immediately following was he Lily's plea for help. He Lily, SOS. SOS. I'm in danger. My coordinates are 30 degree 15.4 foot in, 122 degree 30.7 e. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. This was followed by a photo from the scene. The footage was taken on a survival ship. The massive York, now sunk, lay on the sea, its fate unknown. On the distant sea, rows of eerie blue-black warships sailed side by side, exuding an oppressive aura. Soo-yun's heart sank when she saw this scene. Chapter 36 is about Soo-yun. I'm the closest, I'll go there right away. After leaving this message in the group, Jiang Shui remained silent. Aaron quickly typed, Sister Shui, don't go. It's dangerous there. But the message went unanswered, and Jiang Shui had already lost contact. Soo-yun eyed Aaron. What exactly are those warships? Aaron sent a string of ellipses, clearly also having a headache. I don't know either. But the messages in the Big Boss group say that these things are not ordinary sirens. Their form is unknown, they are extremely troublesome, and they are definitely not something we can deal with. Soo-yun stared at the screen, her brows furrowed. He stood up, walked to Xianghe's side, and handed her the photos that he Lily had risked her life to take. Have you ever seen this before? Xianghe took the phone and looked at it carefully. Isn't this a human warship? No. They are attacking he Lily. Shikaku's expression changed slightly. A new type of siren? Can you handle it? Shikaku nodded seriously. Okay. Soo-yun no longer hesitated. He clapped his hands, signaling all the workers who had come to the port area for renovations and moving goods to stop what they were doing. Excuse me, everyone, there's an urgent matter at the port, so I'll stop here for today. You'll still get your wages, please go home now. Although the craftsmen were puzzled, they didn't ask any further questions and packed up their tools to leave one after another. Soo-yun turned around and glanced at the ship girls standing to the side. Mogador, Shokaku, Zuikaku, come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, the three ship girls stepped forward at the same time. Commander. Mogador spoke first, his eyes sparkling. Sit on my lap. I'll protect you. Shikaku retorted gently. The Vanguard ship is too dangerous, and it's too risky for the commander to follow you. It's safer for you to sit on my lap. Zuikaku retorted. My sister is the flagship, and Mogador is the Vanguard. If we're talking about safety, sitting in the middle would be the most suitable, wouldn't it? The three of them argued back and forth, getting into a heated debate. When they came to their senses, Soo-yun had already boarded the yacht docked in the harbor. He twisted the throttle, and the engine emitted a deep roar. Stop arguing. I'll go by myself on the yacht. He glanced back at the three people who were still standing there, and said decisively, It's an emergency, let's go. The three ship girls exchanged a glance, stopped arguing, and jumped into the sea together, their ship equipment instantly unfolding on their bodies. Four figures broke through the waves and sped off towards the coordinates. Jiang Shui's fleet sailed at full speed. The sea breeze stung her face like a knife, but she paid it no heed. On the distant horizon, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing, as if something was burning. Faster, she said through gritted teeth to the ship girls around her. Arizona remained silent, only accelerating quietly. Yubari, Akatsuki, and Hibiki followed closely behind. Furitaka stood beside Jiang Shui, her hand already on the ship's rigging. As they approached the target coordinates, everyone gasped in shock. The sea was littered with wreckage. Debris from warships lay scattered everywhere, some still burning. The seawater was stained a dark red, a horrifying sight illuminated by the flames. Thick smoke blotted out the sun, and the air was thick with the stench of burning and gunpowder. In the distance, a row of huge, dark blue-black ships could be seen faintly. Jiang Shui clenched her fists. "Hang in there, Lily." She took a deep breath and quickly gave the order. "Arizona, Yubari, Akatsuki, Hibiki, you guys go deal with those ghost ships and draw their fire. Guiyang, come with me to find Lily." Clear. The small boat was lowered into the sea. Jiang Shui jumped on. Guiyang started the engine, and the boat cut through the waves. The devastation on the sea was even more horrifying than what could be seen from afar. They sailed past a capsized, giant ship-like vessel, the wreckage of a shipgirl, its rigging completely destroyed and smoke still rising from its deck. Jiang Shui dared not think about who it was. Her gaze swept over every piece of wreckage and every floating object, her heart pounding faster and faster. "Over there," Guiyang suddenly shouted, "there's a lifeboat." An orange lifeboat bobbed on the waves, and a figure lay motionless on board. Jiang Shui's heart was in her throat. The small boat approached, and she leaned out to see the face clearly. Lily was soaking wet. Her face was deathly pale, her lips were purple, and her eyes were tightly closed. Jiang Shui reached out to check her breath. It was very faint, but there was still one. "She's still alive. Quick, get her out of the water." The two of them worked together to drag Lily onto the boat. Jiang Shui slapped her face. "Lily, wake up." No response. Guiyang pinched her philtrum and pressed hard. Lily choked on a mouthful of seawater and opened her eyes while coughing violently. The moment she opened her eyes, she grabbed Jiang Shui's hand as if it were a lifeline. "Where's Yoya?" His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Jiang Shui froze. She slowly turned her head and looked at the sea not far away. There, a colossal ship lay capsized. The deck faced downwards, the hull above the water. Countless fatal wounds marred the hull, still emitting smoke. Fragments of hull equipment floated on the surface, along with other things she couldn't name. "That's York, Lily's secretary ship. The ship girl Lily brought from Dongwang to Iron Blood, and then back to Dongwang. York, the one Lily leans on when she drinks, carries her home when she's drunk, and cleans up her messes when she gets into trouble." Lily followed her gaze. I was stunned. Then, she struggled to her feet and staggered to the side of the boat. Clinging tightly to the gunwale, she stared at the wreckage. Tears silently streamed down my face. Jiang Shui opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that any words would be pale and powerless. She could only reach out and press down on Lily's shoulder. Lily finally burst into tears. It was she took the last bullet for me with her body. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have had a chance to get on a lifeboat. York shed. She couldn't continue. Jiang Shui's eyes also reddened. She pulled Lily into her arms and hugged her tightly. In the distance, the sound of cannons still boomed. Boom! A loud bang brought Jiang Shui back to reality. She suddenly looked up at the main battlefield. Hibiki was hit by a single shot. The ship exploded, and he was thrown out, falling onto the sea and never moving again. Big break. Jiang Shui's pupils contracted. Sound. Before she could react, another volley of shots rang out. Akatsuki was hit. Yubari was hit. They retreated desperately, but the ghost ship's gunfire seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing them. Arizona stood alone at the forefront, using her ship to shield the others. Her rigging was damaged in several places, but she did not retreat an inch. Jiang Shui grabbed the communicator, her voice trembling. "Everyone listen up. Abandon combat. Retreat immediately. This is an order." The ship girls began to retreat, but the ghost ship didn't give them a chance. The artillery fire locked onto the retreat route. A salvo. The Furitaka's hull has been hit. The shockwave from the explosion capsized the small boat. Jiang Shui, Lily, and Guiyang all fell into the sea. The seawater was icy cold, and it poured into my mouth and nose. Jiang Shui struggled desperately and grabbed a floating lifebuoy. She looked back for Lily, who was not far away, but remained motionless, letting the seawater engulf her. Jiang Shui swam over and grabbed her. "Lily, wake up." Lily's eyes were vacant. "York is dead. What's the point of my life?" Jiang Shui slapped her across the face. Smack. The crisp sound drowned out the distant artillery fire. Lily was stunned by the beating, and tears mixed with seawater streamed down her face. "You fucking wake up." Jiang Shui roared, her voice cracking. York risked her life to save you. Is this how you repay her? He Lily opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Jiang Shui pulled her to the edge of the lifebuoy, supporting her with one hand while paddling with the other. She turned to look at the main battlefield. Akatsuki was heavily damaged by artillery fire. Yubari was heavily damaged by concentrated fire. Finally, Arizona held off the ghost ship alone. A shell hit the bridge. Her body swayed and slowly fell to the ground. Big break. Jiang Shui's tears finally welled up. Arizona. Seawater continued to pour into his mouth, and his strength was waning. She looked up at the ghost ships. Huge, dark blue silhouettes loomed over her, their rows of cannons like the eyes of death. A sense of fear surged up from the soles of my feet and spread throughout my entire body. Today, I might die here. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the sky. 2 carrier-based aircraft swooped down. Drop bombs on the ghost ship. Boom, boom, boom. The ghost ship's formation was disrupted by the bombing, and the pursuit was temporarily halted. Jiang Shui was stunned. The sound of a yacht's motor could be heard in the distance. A black dot broke through the waves, getting closer and closer. It's Su Yun. Chapter 37 Bismarck. He drove his yacht at full speed, followed by Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador. The yacht stopped beside Jiang Shui. Su Yun leaned out and grabbed Jiang Shui's hand. His hands were warm, and his strength was steady. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You're safe now. Jiang Shui's eyes welled up with tears, which mingled with the seawater and streamed down her face. Su Yun forcefully pulled her and he Lily onto the yacht. Su Yun put the 2 down and looked back at the ghost ship in the distance. The massive ships, each 500 or 600 meters long, lined up in a row, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. He whispered, "Wow, it's huge." He Lily lay weakly on the boat and asked, "How did you get here?" Su Yun didn't even turn her head. "I saw you asking for help in the group, so I came." He Lily remained silent, and tears streamed down her face again. Su Yun said, "Now is not the time to cry." He paused. "Your ship girl is still fighting desperately, and so is my ship girl. If you really feel sorry for York, then live on and live well for her." He Lily bit her lip and didn't say anything. Jiang Shui grabbed Su Yun's hand. "Arizona and the others are still over there." Su Yun nodded. "I know." He gave orders to Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador. "You go deal with those ghost ships and hold them off. I'm going to get them out." Shikaku exclaimed in alarm, "Commander, this is too dangerous." Su Yun said, "I know, but they are still alive, and I can't just stand by and watch them die." Zuikaku gritted his teeth. What a madman. But the 3 ship girls still obeyed and went. Shokaku and Zuikaku launched their carrier-based aircraft to conduct an air raid on the ghost ship. Mogador charged ahead, his axe of judgment, slashing at the nearest ghost ship. However, the axe blade pierced straight through the hull. It felt like hitting the air. There was no sense of reality at all. Mogador's pupils contracted, he braked suddenly, and retreated to create distance. The ghost ship reacted and unleashed a salvo. Mogador dodged in a zigzag pattern on the sea, shells exploding around him and sending up towering columns of water. She met up with Shikaku and Zuikaku, her expression grave. "My attack penetrated it. They have no physical form." Shikaku frowned. "No physical form? How is that possible?" Zuikaku said, "But their shells are real. What the hell is this?" The 3 dodged and observed at the same time. They discovered that the ghost ship's hull appeared and disappeared intermittently. Sometimes it was ethereal, sometimes solid. When it was ethereal, attacks were completely ineffective. When it was solid, its armor was extremely high, far exceeding that of ordinary sirens. But it can only be fired when the mixture has solidified. Shikaku said, "The moment they solidify is the time when we can attack." Zuikaku gritted his teeth. "But that window is too short, and there are too many of them." The battle reached a stalemate. On the other side, Su Yun piloted his yacht through the gunfire. Objective, to salvage Arizona, Yubari, Akatsuki, and Hibiki. Shells kept falling around us, and the waves they created almost capsized the yacht. Su Yun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused. Hard to left. Avoid the shells on the right. Sprint at full speed. Through the blast zone. Emergency stop. Drift. Skip around the wreckage. He was unaware that his actions were being transmitted in real time to the European Emperor Group via satellite. A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Holy crap. Is this guy a professional yachtsman? He's willing to risk his life like this? English god of war. He has skill, courage, and loyalty. He dared to risk his life to save his comrades in such a dangerous situation, He's a promising talent. Wishing for a repair ship. A normal commander would never risk going to the front lines, let alone risk his life to rescue a dying ship girl. Clearly, this guy is not normal. Did the oil market crash today? The tactics used are questionable, too risky. But the spirit of fighting to the death for one's comrades deserves praise. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl. Conquest 11-1. Have the escort ship girls from the East China Sea arrived yet? If this continues, they will only face certain death. 100 ways to use the main gun. It will take at least another 20 minutes. This is their first time facing the abyss, and we don't know if they can hold out. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl. Conquest 11-1. Abyss Corpse? This was definitely your doing. Explain yourself. What exactly is this thing? 100 ways to use the main gun. The birth of the abyss is none of my business. But I can tell you that the so-called abyss remains are the product of negative emotions after the death of old world warships. Perhaps it was the crew members who died with the warship, or perhaps it was the warship itself, that were awakened in this world by someone who used forbidden magic. Call them abyss remains or ghost ships as you like, it's up to you. English war god. In other words, their birth is due to the lingering souls of the dead floating on the sea. 100 ways to use the main gun. That's one way to understand it. Did the oil market crash today? Since they are spirits of the dead, does that mean they will be suppressed by soul power? 100 ways to use the main gun, maybe? I haven't tried it. Did the oil market crash today? But the situation on the ground is critical. How could these few greenhorns possibly suppress the abyss with their soul power? 100 ways to use the main gun. Perhaps someone can do it. In the satellite footage, Su-Yun finally retrieved the last dying ship girl, Yubari. He dragged Yubari onto the yacht and placed him with the other wounded. The yacht was packed with people: Jiang Shui, He Lily, Arizona, Yubari, Shao, and Xiang. The yacht, which was originally nimble, is now drafting heavily, and its speed has decreased significantly. Su-Yun looked up. A cold sweat broke out instantly. A wrecked battleship was aiming its broadside guns at him. The moment he was locked on, Su-Yun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He floored the accelerator, his adrenaline surging. But the yacht was too heavy and couldn't go fast at all. To make matters worse, the engine suddenly made a strange noise and then stalled. Su-Yun's heart sank. It's over. The Abyss battleship opened fire. A massive cannonball hurtled in. Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador all turned around at the same time, shouting in terror. Commander! Su-Yun's face turned deathly pale, and he could only watch helplessly as the shells magnified in his pupils. His survival instinct made him want to jump into the sea, but his body felt like it was nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move. The shells were getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. Just then, transform into a giant ship. A majestic and cold voice boomed in my ears. The next second, a huge steel ship appeared out of thin air, positioned between Su-Yun and the cannonball. The shell struck the ship and exploded with a deafening roar. Su-Yun instinctively closed his eyes, but the shockwave made it impossible for him to open them. When he opened his eyes again, a massive battleship stood in front of them, blocking all the gunfire. The sea breeze howled. The red cloak fluttered in the wind. Waves crashed against the ship's hull, splashing water that grazed a person's face. She stood at the stern of the yacht, her back to the gunfire, looking down at Su-Yun. Something long suppressed surged within those blue pupils. His posture was arrogant, like a god looking down on all living beings. Time seemed to slow down. Bismarck-class battleship, Bismarck Zwei. Bismarck spoke calmly, her voice carrying an air of authority and unapproachable coldness. Here, to protect you. Chapter 38: Seeking the Dragon of Destruction. Bismarck. Su-Yun, Jiang Shui, and He Lily all widened their eyes at the same time. This name, this figure, this sense of oppression, there's no mistake about it. A legendary ship girl suddenly appeared, using her body to block that fatal cannonball. Jiang Shui opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that she couldn't even make a sound. He Lily lay on the yacht, her swollen eyes reflecting the red cloak, forgetting even to cry. Su-Yun stared at her blankly, her mind completely empty. Meanwhile, the group chat for the lucky winners exploded with excitement. A loyal fan of the Yamato party. Bismarck has arrived, and it's over. English war god. Speaking of the 100 uses of a main gun, can Bismarck Zwei's black hole cannon be effective? 100 uses of the main gun. Logically speaking, it works. Wishing for a repair ship. It seems the crisis is over. Has the oil market exploded today? Gentlemen, It's time to check the waters under our jurisdiction. If even a safe sea area like the East China Sea can produce such a monster, there must be an overflow in other sea areas. August's words silenced everyone in the group. A moment later, the profile pictures went dark one by one. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl, Conquest 11-1. I'll stop talking now. I'll go issue a search warrant and see if there are any such monsters in the Atlantic. English War God. I also need to arrange the search operation. I need to alert all commanders. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Wishing for a repair ship. Okay, I'm off too. The group chat quieted down, with only 2 profile pictures still lit up. A loyal supporter of the Yamato Party. Aren't you going to deploy patrols in the Caledonian Sea? 100 ways to use the main gun. It doesn't matter. A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Is that so? It really is none of my business. 100 ways to use the main gun. I just want to see how the Bismarck's Vi fights. A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Coincidentally, that's what I thought too. 100 ways to use the main gun. Su Yun is on your side. Why don't you consider recruiting him? A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Don't worry, he's still a greenhorn and can't handle the pressure of high-risk waters. Asia's premier port. Li Shangyan sat in his office, the screen displaying satellite images. He looked at He Lily, who was lying on the yacht, her face as pale as paper, and slowly lit a cigarette. I took a deep breath, and the smoke slowly rose in the dimly lit office. He exhaled a smoke ring and watched it dissipate into the air. They must understand that once they leave the cradle of safe waters, death is within reach. The roar of artillery fire still echoed over the East China Sea. But the moment Bismarck's Vi appeared, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. Her ship rigging, if it could still be called ship rigging, had completely transcended the conventional. It wasn't a combination of turrets, armor, and a bridge. It was a ferocious black and red dragon. A colossal dragon coiled behind her, its massive body nearly obscuring half the sky, its scales a tapestry of steel and flame, shimmering with a dark red glow. Its eyes were 2 burning abysses, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Guluing. The name flashed through Su Yun's mind. Bismarck's Vi glanced back at them indifferently. There was no extra emotion in his gaze, only confirmation that they were still alive. Then she turned around and raised her hand. The giant dragon behind them moved in response. Roar. A deafening roar tore through the sea and sky. The next second, Gerald opened his huge mouth and spewed out an astonishing black and red dragon breath. The dragon's breath swept across the sea, distorting and warping the air in its path. Shells from the Abyss ship struck the dragon's breath like pebbles thrown into lava, instantly vanishing without a trace. The dragon's breath pierced straight through a wrecked warship. Boom! The enormous explosion made Su Yun's eardrums ache. The giant ship, 500 or 600 meters long, was pierced through the middle, its hull broke apart, and it slowly sank into the sea. Jiang Shui's eyes widened, and she rubbed them vigorously. Is this still a ship girl? How did it turn into supernatural power? Su Yun nodded silently. He had only one thought in his mind. Legendary ship girls, each one with more overpowered equipment than the last. These weren't just ship girls, they were dragon tamers. The Abyss ships were stunned by the sudden attack. The next second, they all turned their bows and aimed all their main guns at the Bismarck's Vi. More than a dozen giant ships, with hundreds of main cannons, simultaneously began charging. An eerie blue light emanated from the muzzles, and the sea trembled. Let your deaths light up the fireworks of my return to port. Bismarck's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. She stepped off the yacht and onto the sea. The seawater solidified beneath her feet, like an invisible pane of glass. She walked forward step by step, her steps elegant and composed, as if she were not on a battlefield, but strolling in her own backyard. The Abyss ships fired a salvo. Hundreds of blue beams tore through the sea and hurtled toward Bismarck's Vi. She didn't even turn around. He simply raised his hand again and waved it gently. Zhirluang soared into the air, the breath of crimson annihilation. The dragon's roar and the cannon fire from the Abyss clashed in midair. The next second, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Jerian's dragon breath pierced through all of Abyssal Fleet's cannonballs with ease, like tearing paper. The black and red torrent crashed unstoppably into the Abyssal Fleet. Bang! In just a moment, all the Abyss ships exploded simultaneously. Su Yun squinted as he watched the colossal ships disintegrate, crumble, and turn to ashes in the dragon's breath. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sea. The shockwaves whipped up giant waves, causing the yacht to rock violently. He clung tightly to the gunwale to avoid falling. After the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, only pieces of floating debris remained on the sea surface. Mogador's eyes lit up, and he instinctively rushed over to grab the spoils. Don't go. Bismarck Zwei's voice was like a bucket of cold water, leaving her standing still. Mogador turned around and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Bismarck Zwei did not explain, but simply pointed to the wreckage. Everyone followed her gaze. Wisps of grayish-black mist rose from the wrecked hull. The mist twisted and struggled, and the shapes of human faces could be vaguely discerned. They emitted silent roars, circled the sea surface a few times, and finally dissipated into the air. Xianghe shivered, goosebumps rising on his arms. What is that? It's a lingering regret, Bismarck Zwei said slowly. This is a remnant of the abyss, not very strong. As long as we pay attention to the timing of their hollowification, we can defeat them. Residual level? Rueha frowned. I've never seen anything like this before. What kind of level is residual level? What's going on here? Bismarck Zwei did not answer immediately. She turned around and looked at Su Yun on the yacht. Complex emotions surged within his purple pupils. There was the joy of a long-awaited reunion, the longing that had been suppressed for too long, and something even Su Yun couldn't understand. She looked away and slowly shook her head. I don't know much about the specifics either. She walked towards the yacht, approaching it step by step on the sea. She stopped in front of Su Yun. The sea breeze lifted her red cloak and a few strands of silver hair. She took off her navy cap, held it in both hands, and bowed deeply to Su Yun. Bismarck Zwei, requesting to return to port. Her voice was calm, but if you listened carefully, you could detect a very slight tremor at the end of her voice. I will be your right-hand man, helping you to create an unlimited future in this world. Jiang Shue's mouth dropped open. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Su Yun and Bismarck, as if she were looking at something incredible. She had just heard the phrase, coming to protect you. Now she was witnessing Bismarck voluntarily, requesting to return to port. Returning to port? Why return to Hong Kong? Was Bismarck originally Su Yun's shipgirl? But he's clearly incredibly unlucky. How could he possibly have ever had a shipgirl like Bismarck? Su Yun was also taken aback. He looked at the legendary shipgirl in front of him, who had her head down, at her slightly trembling shoulders, and at her fingers tightly gripping her naval cap. At that moment, he suddenly understood something. He stood up and extended his hand. Welcome back to port, Bismarck Zwei. Thank you for your hard work. Bismarck Zwei raised his head. Her face remained expressionless, still bearing that cold and dignified air. But Su Yun noticed that the corner of her mouth seemed to twitch slightly. She reached out and took Su Yun's hand. That hand was very cold, as if it had just been pulled out of ice water. But the fingertips were slightly warm. Her voice was very soft. It was so soft that only Su Yun could hear it. Jiang Shui watched this scene from the side, her expression growing increasingly complicated. This guy? Could he be some hidden big shot? Chapter 39 Abyss remains. With Bismarck Zwei's powerful return, the crisis in the East Blue was finally resolved. But there was no time to rejoice at her return. The next morning, the sound of Suona horns rang out in Donghai City. The white silk blended seamlessly with the winter snow, and the paper money falling from the sky resembled a snowfall falling backwards. Reeds stretched from the main gate of Dongshin Port District all the way to the morning hall, layer upon layer, seemingly without end. Su Yun, dressed in a black suit with a white flower pinned to her chest, stood outside the morning hall. Aaron, Jiang Shui, and Ai Xiaohong, and Li Xiaoxiao all came. Everyone was dressed in formal attire, had removed their navy caps, and bowed their heads in silent tribute to the name on the memorial tablet. Lily knelt beside the coffin. She carefully held a piece of wreckage, the last intact fragment of the York. She placed it in the coffin, beside the person whose eyes were forever closed. Her hands were trembling. My lips are trembling. My whole body was shaking. York. She called out the name, her voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Then, she couldn't hold back any longer. She knelt beside the coffin, clutching the cold wooden plank, and wept bitterly. York. Heart-wrenching cries echoed through the morning hall. Su Yun turned her head away, unable to bear to look. Jiang Shui bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She remembered yesterday, when Lily had laughed and said, Sister Jiang Shui, I'm weak too, I need a bra too. York had been standing behind her then, smiling helplessly. York is no longer here. And Ai Xiaohong took off her glasses and wiped her eyes. She was the oldest commander here and had seen too many life and death situations. But every time, it was just as painful as the first time. Li Xiaoxiao lowered her head, tears streaming silently down her face. Feng Feng stood beside her, gently tugging at her sleeve, wanting to comfort her, but unsure how to begin. Aaron took a deep breath and looked up at the snowflakes falling outside the morning hall. The Swana is still playing. The mournful melody, mixed with the sound of the wind, spread throughout the entire port area. Snowflakes fell on the reef, layer upon layer, quickly covering the white flowers in pure white. At that moment, everyone realized one thing. Even in safe waters like the East China Sea, death is not so far away. It was already evening when I returned from Dongshan Port District. York's death was a huge blow to He Lily. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she clung to the coffin, refusing to leave. In the end, Gu Ying in Arizona had to forcibly take her away before she was allowed to rest. The cleanup work in Dongshan Port District was done jointly by Su Yun and his team. The funeral, the wreaths, notifying other commanders, and receiving those who come to pay their respects. These things all need to be done by someone. Given He Lily's condition, she can't be relied upon at all. By the time everything was finished, it was already dark. Su Yun returned to Weiyang Port and summoned all the shipgirls to the reception room. Shokaku, Zuikaku, Mogador, Ajax, and the 5 little ones were all seated around the table. Bismarck Zwei sat opposite Su Yun, his back ramrod straight, like an iceberg. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Having just witnessed a life-or-death separation, no one had the will to speak. The 5 little ones were unusually quiet, sitting obediently in their chairs, not daring to breathe. The light fell on Su Yun's face, revealing his slightly tired expression. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Bismarck, he spoke, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet reception room. Can you tell me what those monsters are? Bismarck Zwei nodded. This is a creature called the Abyssal Corpse. Her voice was calm, without any emotional fluctuation, as if she were stating a perfectly ordinary fact. They are born from the negative emotions of the old world. The emotions at the time of death are different, and the resulting remains will also differ. Su Yun frowned. He suddenly remembered a line from Bismarck Zwei in the game. I remember, wasn't there a line like this in your script? He recalled, trying to reconstruct that passage. I once fell into hell because of the power of greed. Even when I finally realized my mistake, it was too late. I never thought I could be reborn in this way. Fox, who was lying behind the sofa, tilted his head and asked curiously, what lines? Su Yun coughed, about to explain. The commander is saying what I said during the day. Bismarck Zwei's voice rang out first. She looked at Su Yun, something flashing in her purple eyes. It seems the commander remembers it very well. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. He realized that Bismarck was helping him out of a predicament. She didn't want the little ones to know too much about their past lives. Oh, I see. I knew it, Fox said, realizing the truth, and didn't press the matter further. Su Yun glanced at Bismarck, who still had that indifferent look, but Su Yun felt that the curve of her lips seemed a little softer than before. Let's get back to the main topic, Bismarck Zwei said seriously. Let me first talk about what I've learned about the Abyss over the years. Su Yun nodded. As I just mentioned, the reason why the Abyss skeletons were born is because of the lingering resentment of the sea spirits who died in the old world. Originally, these souls drifted on the sea and did not affect the real world. But for some reason, these souls began to materialize and became the Abyss skeletons we know today. Then what exactly caused these abyssal remains to become physical? Su Yun pressed. Bismarck Zwei remained silent for a moment. She looked at Su Yun with a complicated expression. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she ultimately kept them closed. In that one glance, Su Yun understood. She hesitated. There are things she can't say, or can't say now. Is that even a question? Zuikaku's indignant voice broke the silence. It must be because of those sirens. They love messing around with supernatural powers. Humph. She crossed her arms, looking annoyed. It seems I've been too lenient with my attacks. Next time I encounter the sirens, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Su Yun glanced at Zuikaku, then at Bismarck. Bismarck remained expressionless, but Su Yun noticed that she tapped her knee twice with her fingers. That was her habitual gesture when she was thinking. What is she thinking? Chapter 40 Remnants, Form, Thoughts, and Obsessions. The remains of the Abyss are also divided into different levels. Bismarck Zwei's voice echoed in the drawing room, drawing everyone's attention back to the main topic. A remnant of a low-level abyss. A semi-transparent phantom, which can occasionally become ethereal. It takes the form of a medium-sized abyssal skeleton. It is grayish-white and resembles a weapon-like beast. It can actively become ethereal, making it even more troublesome. The advanced abyssal remains are a concern. They pose a great threat, and while they are insane, they also possess a certain level of thinking ability and can devise tactics. The special class Abyssal Corpse is the Executor. Extremely insane and obsessive, it will stop at nothing to achieve its goals. Not to mention Shipgirls in the East China Sea. Even special Shipgirls in high-risk sea areas must avoid its sharp edge when facing the Executor class Abyssal Corpse. Disorder, form, thought, obsession. Xianghe frowned slightly, her delicate hand pinching her chin as she repeatedly chewed on those words. These abyssal remains are creatures I've never heard of before. It's practically the opposite of Shipgirls, Zuikaku casually remarked. You've hit the nail on the head. Suyin nodded. Isn't this the opposite of Shipgirls? What level of abyssal remains did we encounter today? Mogador asked. Crippled, Bismarck Zwei replied. Mogador rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. A few remnants are already this difficult to deal with. If they encounter even higher level abyssal remains, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Bismarck Zwei slowly shook his head. The reason you find the abyssal corpses difficult to deal with is simply because you don't understand their mechanics and are prone to firing blanks. Once you can seize the opportunity when they become ethereal, they will be much easier to deal with. That makes sense. Mogador nodded, recalling the battle that had taken place during the day. She did miss at first, but she got much better after figuring out the pattern. That evening, a temporary storage room was set up for Bismarck Zwei. It was called a storage room, but it was really just a place to store things that weren't used often. After cleaning it up, it was barely habitable. Su Yun brought a mattress from the warehouse and laid it on the floor, which became their temporary bedroom. Bismarck Zwei stood at the doorway, looking at the small room of less than 10 square meters, and remained silent. Some of the paint on the walls was peeling off. The windows had old-fashioned wooden frames that didn't close properly, letting in a draft of cold air. The mattress was so thin you could feel the floor underneath. The only piece of furniture was a chair with a missing leg, leaning against the corner. She remained silent for a long time. Commander, are we in the port area really that poor? Suyin coughed awkwardly. Our port area is still under development. The equipment you want will be available in the future. Bismarck Zwei looked at him. His purple eyes revealed no emotion. I see. I fell asleep late at night. Perhaps because he had recently experienced a life-or-death battle, Su Yun slept particularly soundly. Xianghe knocked on the door, worried about his mental state, and offered to stay with him that night. Su Yun refused. He was too tired and just wanted to get a good night's sleep alone. Shikaka stood outside the door, silent for a long time. All right, Commander, get some rest. The footsteps faded into the distance. Su Yun turned over and drifted off to sleep. In a daze, he returned to his past life. You really killed him? Yes. That heartless man you just called me. That's the truth. Well, why are you sighing? Why don't I sigh? I've made up my mind. I understand, but that's all the talk. His soul still resides in his body and can hear our conversation. All right. Then came a long silence. The voice that had asked the question then asked, what about the cleanup? Do you remain silent when faced with difficult questions? I will atone for my sins. I will spend my whole life atoning for my sins. The dream ended abruptly here. Suyin opened her eyes groggily, feeling a tightness in her chest that made it hard to breathe. A soft, voluptuous body pressed against him. The room was dimly lit, so he couldn't see what it was. He rubbed his eyes and looked down. It turns out to be Mogador. Her long purple hair cascaded down his chest as she nestled against him like a languid cat. Her cheek was pressed against his neck, her breathing even and deep. In a daze, Suyin only felt something soft and fluffy in her arms. This supersized pillow was really comfortable. He subconsciously reached out, hooked her armpits and lifted her up, shifting to a more comfortable position, and fell asleep again. Commander, it's dawn. Shikaku's sweet voice came from the doorway. A beautiful day begins with the port area's reconstruction work. She pushed open the door and looked in with a big smile. Then I saw what was happening on the bed. Mogador nestled against Suyun. Suyun held Mogador in her arms. The two were fast asleep. Shikaku's smile froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. She slowly pulled a recorder out from behind her back. That was her musical instrument, and also her weapon. She had her head down, her bangs covering her eyes, and was muttering something to herself. He clearly didn't want me to serve him in bed last night, but he secretly called Mogador over. Even though Shikaku was the one who confessed first. Shokaku is clearly the one who loves the commander the most. Mingming. Hearing the noise, Suyun became slightly more awake. He opened his eyes and saw Shikaku standing at the door with a clarinet in hand, his body emanating a visible black aura. Holy crap. He sat up abruptly. But Mogador clung to his chest like a marshmallow, impossible to shake off. Commander, Mogador looked up at him, his purple bangs blurring his eyes, and a glistening drop of liquid on his lips. You said a lot of strange things last night. She reached out and gently traced her fingertips across Su-yun's chin. It makes people's hearts itch, Can we continue tonight? Su-yun's expression turned strange and ugly. Last night. He slept like a log last night, even though he didn't do anything. Could it be that Mogador was asleep while he was doing so? Damn it. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? They didn't experience anything, and instead upset Shikaku. Commander. Shikaku's voice came through, tinged with sobs. Su-yun looked up and saw her covering her face, looking at him with disappointment and tears streaming down her face. Do you really hate Shikaku that much? Her little pearls fell one by one, hitting the floor and striking Su-yun's heart. Su-yun had a headache. It would have been better if Shikaku had blamed him. But the moment that little tear fell, his guilt overwhelmed him instantly. Shokaku, listen to me. It's not what you think. I understand. Shikaku sobbed and wiped away her tears, saying in a soft voice. It's because Shikaku is too clingy, which makes the commander unhappy. That's why the commander rejected Shikaku and went to find Mogador instead. Shokaku understands. Shokaku will never cling to the commander again. Even if Shikaku really likes the commander, she will only watch from afar to avoid upsetting the commander. Su-yun, Mogador muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. Using tears as a weapon is so cunning. This trick really worked. Su-yun's heart softened little by little as Xianghe's tears flowed. He got up and went to Xianghe's side, still in his pajamas, took her hand, and quickly comforted her. I've never disliked you, Shikaku. I was just too tired last night. You can stick to me whenever you want. I absolutely won't refuse you. Really? Shikaku wiped away her tears and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Of course it's true. Su-yun said seriously. You're my wife. How could I possibly push you away? That's good. Xianghe smiled, hooked his arm around his neck, and gave him a big hug. We are a loving couple, and we should stay together forever. She hugged Su-yun, resting her chin on his shoulder. Su-yun couldn't see her face. Naturally, no one saw the smile that curled at the corner of her mouth. We must always be together, Commander. Just then, the door was pushed open again. I arranged for a renovation team to renovate the port area. But since you've been resting, I haven't let them start work. Bismarck's vice stood in the doorway, looking into the room expressionlessly. Mogador, disheveled, lies on the bed. Xianghe and Su-yun were hugging each other at the entrance. She remained calm, as if she hadn't seen anything. Now that you're awake, I'll have them get to work. Oh, okay. Su-yun's head was still foggy after waking up. Well, in that case, I'll have them build a statue of you on the central fountain in the port area first. Okay. Su-yun nodded. Then he realized what was happening. Etc. What did you say? What statue? Chapter 41 Statue. What statue? Su-yun sensed something was wrong and snatched the construction drawings from Bismarck's vice hands. He glanced down at it. That one glance almost sent him flying. He had assumed it was a statue in the pose of the Statue of Liberty, but it turned out to be Yu Lian, the little hero who extinguished the fuse. Su-yun was furious. How could such an indecent object appear in the very center of the port area? Bismarck's vice said seriously, Commander, rest assured. All the designers who came today are women. Is that what I meant? Su-yun roared. What does this have to do with whether the construction team is male or female? Besides, wouldn't it be a bigger problem if it were female? Bismarck's vice pondered and analyzed. I thought the commander would mind if men saw this picture. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. Su-yun grabbed Bismarck's vice by the collar and questioned him. Who did you show this picture to? Bismarck's vice said, Construction hasn't started yet. I'm the only one who's seen it so far. That's good. Su-yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized something. Etc. How did you know about this shape? Bismarck's vice said seriously. I came here last night to make it look realistic. He paused for a moment. By the way, I arrived early, before Mogador's night raid. Su-yun. He looked at Bismarck's calm face, then at Mogador who was secretly laughing on the bed, and then at Shikaku beside him, who was smiling meaningfully. Silence fell. I am, after all, a commander. How can there be no privacy at all? Today, Su-yun shouted to the entire Hong Kong district. I hereby promulgate the first law in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. No one is allowed to enter my bedroom without my permission. The reconstruction of the port area has begun. The renovation was jointly handled by Su-yun and Bismarck's vice. To his surprise, Bismarck Zwei was highly skilled. She has a unique understanding of every material, steel grades, wood moisture content, environmental protection levels of paint. She can name them all with ease. When she coordinates with the construction team, even the experienced workers are left speechless by her expertise. With her around, Soo-yoon could worry less about the renovation work. The premises. She should stop coming up with such outlandish ideas. Soo-yoon looked at the latest version of the design in his hand and fell into deep thought. The statue in the central fountain has been replaced with his. That's fine. The problem is that Bismarck Zwei styled him as wearing a bathrobe, with one hand on his hip and the other holding a bar of soap. It was euphemistically called, symbolizing the commander's determination to shed his past and lead the port area to a new life. Soo-yoon tore up this version of the design drawing as well. Ajax did not return to Hong Kong directly. Her rank in the Navy Department was high, so she couldn't just leave. She needed to coordinate with her department, submit her resignation, and complete various formalities. Therefore, she was still at the Navy Department during this time, doing the final finishing touches. Soo-yoon occasionally received messages from her. I signed 17 documents today. My hands are sore. The bureau chief invited me to dinner and said he would throw me a farewell party. The female staff member cried and said she didn't want me to leave. I comforted her all afternoon. The last one is, wait for me to come back. Soon. Soo-yoon smiled as she read the message. The video of Soo-yoon's battle with Yuan Hai was forwarded by several marshals to all the commanders of the Seven Oceans. The purpose is to send a warning to the whole world. The abyss was born. Danger is imminent. But the commanders of the Seven Oceans did not seem to be looking at Yuan Hai. This video has gone viral across all major commander forums. The keywords Yuan Hai, Soo-yoon, Bismarck, and Weiyang dominated the top 10 trending searches. Shocking. The Iron Chancellor Bismarck actually made a move on a rookie commander. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral collapse? A new European dog has appeared in the East China Sea. Chiefs of the African tribes. It's time to poison our spears. Mogador, Shikaku, Zuikaku, Ajax, Bismarck. These powerful shipgirls have all pledged allegiance to the same person? What is the abyss remains? Click here for details on the veteran commander's path to victory. Bismarck. My Bismarck. WQAQ. How did you get rescued? In discussions about this video, Yuan Hai received the least amount of attention. Almost everyone is focused on the fact that Soo-yoon rescued Bismarck. It's as if the abyss doesn't exist unless we talk about it. This phenomenon was also discussed in the East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Group. Soo-yoon added notes to the group members, and their chat IDs would no longer be displayed as nicknames. Li Xiao Xiao. I feel like everyone doesn't care about Yuan Hai at all, but they do care about Bismarck being rescued by Soo-go. Aaron, I asked in other groups. In the eyes of the vast majority of commanders, this abyss remains is just a new type of siren. Jiang Shui, humph. Arrogance will ruin them sooner or later. Ni Xiaohong. Sigh. I just hope their carelessness won't lead to more casualties. The moment the word casualties was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Lily's profile picture is still grayed out. She still hasn't gone online today. Soo-yoon. It's been several days. Has Lily still not gotten over it? Jiang Shui. York was her initial ship and also her secretary's ship. Now that York is gone, it's normal that she can't get over it for a while. Aaron. The crisis in the East China Sea has been temporarily resolved. I'm going to continue pushing through the maps and try my best to reach 7-1. Jiang Shui. 7-1? You don't mean you're planning to move to the open sea, do you? Aaron. Yes. The Marshal hopes that I can grow to the point where I have enough strength to protect Asia. I can't just stay in the coastal waters and wait to die. I have the battleship Shinano, after all, and I definitely need to set sail for more distant seas. Jiang Shui. Okay, what about Soo-yoon? Soo-yoon. I'm not in a hurry. Although we have so many powerful shipgirls in a short period of time, you also know that Weiyang Port was on the verge of bankruptcy a month ago. You can't get fat in one bite. I have to digest it first. Jiang Shui. That's true. Aaron, I'm going to finish this now, everyone. I'm going to go clear the stages. Soo-yoon. Okay. Goodbye. After closing the chat group, Soo-yoon stroked his chin and began to ponder. He had never thought of going to the distant sea before. He just wanted to live a simple life in his own little corner of the world and raise his kids to adulthood. But now that he had witnessed the Abyss Corps firsthand and experienced that feeling of powerlessness, he couldn't help but begin to think. Should I lead my shipgirls to the front lines? Just then, Bismarck Zwei walked over. Soo-yoon shared his thoughts with her. Bismarck remained silent for a moment after hearing this. The commander is worried about whether he should sacrifice for the collective now that he has power? Suyin thought about it carefully for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Not entirely. Protecting the community is one aspect, but seeking the truth is another. He rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed. I don't know why, but I always have a premonition. There were never any abyssal remains in this world before. But ever since I had that strange dream, they have. He looked up at Bismarck Zwei. Do you think this abyss remains is related to me? Bismarck was taken aback. A dream? What kind of dream? Suyin carefully considered her words before slowly speaking. Bismarck, do you believe in reincarnation? Chapter 42 Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Bismarck was stunned. She stared into Su Yun's eyes, and when their eyes met, she realized that he didn't seem to be lying. After hesitating for a long time, she carefully spoke. I believe, but not completely. Why do you believe? And why don't you believe? Su Yun pressed. The Shipgirls themselves are life forms born from the souls of warships in the old world. Therefore, each Shipgirl has her own past life. However, the past and present lives of human society are too vague and mostly just folk tales. Therefore, I cannot be sure whether this is true or not. Bismarck slowly shook his head and said, I will not blindly draw conclusions about the question of whether there are past and present lives. Let's leave it as a question mark for now. That's a very cautious answer. I've always told myself to avoid judging things I don't understand. That's true. Suyin smiled. The reconstruction of the port area is progressing smoothly. Dongwang infrastructure's speed is astonishing. In just half a month, the Weiyang Port area has been completely transformed. The main gate of the new port area has been replaced with a dark gray alloy frame, inlaid with the 4 large gold-plated characters, Weiyang Port area. 2 rows of holly bushes are planted on both sides of the gate. The entrance path is paved with imitation stone bricks, and there are newly installed streetlights on both sides, with bronze lampposts and frosted glass lampshades. In the center of the square is a white marble fountain with clear water and a bottom paved with pebbles. In the center of the fountain stands a statue of a seagull with outstretched wings, water flowing down from the gaps in its wings. The fountain is surrounded by a flower bed with LED strips embedded along the edge. The dormitory building's exterior walls were repainted a beige color, and the windows were replaced with double-glazed windows with dark brown frames. New flower racks were installed outside each window. Glazed tiles were added to the roof, which shimmered with a light ranging from deep blue to dark red when sunlight shone on them. The newly built cafeteria has blue brick walls, a red tile roof, and floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside, there are lightwood tables and chairs. A small sign at the entrance reads, Today's Menu. The warehouse has been fitted with electric roller shutters, and the exterior walls have been insulated. The training field fence has been replaced, the ground has been covered with non-slip matting, and nighttime lighting has been installed. Unopened training equipment is piled up in the corner. The ship's equipment maintenance area has a small shed with a steel structure and transparent roof, inside which are maintenance workbenches and various tools. A water pipe and a high-pressure water gun are connected to it. In the distance, there is a small garden with a cobblestone path, a wooden bench, and several newly transplanted osmanthus trees. There is a small log pavilion in the middle of the garden. Su Yun applauded the transformation, praising it highly. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's transformed from an abandoned port area into a luxurious port area in an instant. Those in the know will recognize this as a port area, but those who don't might mistake it for a mini forbidden city. Ha ha. Su Yun was in a great mood. Let's see who dares to say our Weiyang Port district is shabby again. Commander. Shikaku walked over with the financial report, his face full of worry. The port is out of money, and the ship-girl dormitory building hasn't been built yet. Su Yun's smile froze on her face as she stared intently at Xiang He. No money left? Didn't you have 50 million? It's all gone in less than a month. We used the best building materials, hired the best design team, and invested in a government project. The design fee alone cost 3 million yuan. What? Su Yun was so frightened she lost her mind. Is it really necessary to spend so much money just to design a port area? Bismarck Zwei happened to walk over from the side and overheard Su Yun and Shikaku's discussion. He said seriously, Of course it's necessary. We are the strongest port in the world, so naturally we should invite the best design team to design our home. Bismarck Zwei took out a document from her ship's equipment and said, This is a new design sketch. I named it the Weiyang Building. The prototype is the Reichstag building in Berlin in the Old World, designed by Paul Vallet and later remodeled by Norman Foster. The top is a transparent glass dome, symbolizing transparency and openness. We can build a smaller version in the center of the port area, with a council chamber below and an observation deck above. The dome will be a steel-framed glass structure, allowing natural light during the day and lighting at night, so that it can be seen from the entire port area. She paused, then added, after German reunification, the glass dome of the Reichstag became a symbol of democracy and freedom. Our Weiyang Port area also needs such a symbol to represent our determination and future. Suyun's lips twitched. How much will this cost approximately? Bismarck had already calculated. The original German renovation project cost tens of millions of marks. If we build a smaller version and use domestically produced materials, it will probably cost. She held up 3 fingers. Only 30 million is needed. Suyun almost lost her balance. This is just the dome itself, Bismarck's Vi continued. The base below needs to be modeled after a classical colonnade, with 12 Doric columns, each 8 meters high, made of granite. Then, a statue of a commander will be placed at the top of the dome to symbolize the triumph of our port. Suyun, leaning on the table, commander statue. Yes, like the one on the Brandenburg Gate. Bismarck's Vi said seriously, a 4-horse chariot, a statue of the commander, about 5 meters tall, cast in bronze and gilded. The budget will probably be increased by another 5 million. Suyun's vision went black again and again. He kept talking about millions and tens of millions, which gave him the illusion that money wasn't money. His hands were trembling as he took the design draft and glanced at it. Fortunately, this is only in the sketch stage. With that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm out of money in my account. Construction hasn't even started yet, has it? Bismarck smiled and said, Commander, you don't need to worry about money. Suyun felt relieved, but before he could speak, Bismarck spoke again. I have already taken out a loan of 50 million yuan in the name of Weiyang Port area. After learning my identity, the government readily allocated 50 million yuan for the construction of Weiyang Port area. Suyun fainted. Shikaka grabbed Suyun and shouted, The commander has fainted. Protect him. Protect him. For a shipgirl of Bismarck's Vi's caliber, money is merely a means to an end. When Suyun woke up again, the first thing she saw was Mogador's face. She was wearing a nurse's uniform and holding an injection, seemingly preparing to give Suyun an injection in the buttocks. Holy crap! Upon seeing the needle, Suyun instantly sprang into action. Commander? You're awake. Mogador said with a smile, resting his chin on his hand. I was just about to give you a sedative injection, but I didn't expect you to wake up on your own. Suyun's lips twitched slightly. I just fainted. Is it really necessary to give me a shot? Of course I want to. Mogador climbed onto the bed, straddled Suyun, and cupped his face in his hands. The commander doesn't look well. His brows are all furrowed, like he's worried about something. A shot will do the trick. Suyun rubbed his temples. How could he not be worried? He had finally become rich, but after renovating the port area, he was back to square one overnight. Oh no, this is no longer the pre-liberation era. We even owe 50 million in foreign debt. What about Bismarck? He asked. He's kneeling outside the door. Mogador put away his needles and said, He's holding a leather whip. He'll whip himself when the commander wakes up as an apology. Suyun. He patted Mogador's bottom, gesturing for her to move off him. I'll go take a look. Oh, Commander. Mogador said shyly, blushing. Take my picture again tonight. Chapter 43. Shut up. Don't switch channels. What a seductive vixen. However, Suyun didn't have that thought right now. 50 million felt like a mountain weighing on his mind. Once outside, Bismarck remained kneeling for a long time. As a shipgirl, I failed to notice the situation in the port, which burdened the commander and caused him to faint. Bismarck deserves to die? Please, Commander, whip Bismarck severely. Bismarck knelt down and presented a long whip. Suyun held the long whip, his lips twitched, and then he tossed the whip aside. Bismarck's eyes dimmed. Commander, have you become so disappointed in me that you won't even punish me? No, it's just that upon closer reflection, I might be making a mountain out of a molehill. Suyun rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. Although 30 million sounds like an astronomical figure at first glance, things are different now. In the past, Weiyang Port District had no strength and couldn't even earn a barrel of oil. But now that I have you guys, we can easily sweep through 6-4. With such a team, are we still afraid of not being able to repay the 30 million debt? Bismarck looked up and listened to Suyun continue. You're right. I'm just used to being poor and haven't changed my mindset yet. Great people don't sweat the small stuff. The days of living on instant noodles are over. What awaits us now is the road to becoming a top-tier port. Suyun clenched his fist and said. Bismarck was lost in thought for a moment, then smiled, stood up, and gave Su Yun a standard military salute. "Commander, rest assured. With me here, we will surely make Weiyang Port shine brightly in the future." Su Yun nodded with relief. "I believe you." "Commander, don't believe her." Mogador hugged Su Yun from behind and said, "She said she'll make the port prosperous in the future, but what if it doesn't? Won't she just abandon us and leave? This is all a verbal trap." Bismarck blushed. She didn't think that much about it. Two soft mounds pressed against his back, coupled with Mogador's teasing, made Su Yun's mind wander. He coughed, bent over, and said seriously, "The construction of the Weiyang building will be put on hold for now. We should focus on launching attacks and bringing back as many spoils as possible. The day to exchange merits is coming soon, so we can't be careless." Bismarck nodded solemnly. "Yes." Doo-doo. Su Yun's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw a friend request. "A loyal fan of the Yamato Party requests to add you as a friend." Su Yun felt that the ID looked familiar, but couldn't remember who it belonged to. He accepted the friend request. "Su Yun, who is it?" "A loyal fan of the Yamato Party, Li Shangyan." Su Yun, "Oh, I won't buy insurance, I won't invest, and I won't buy movies." "A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. You haven't heard of me?" Su Yun, "Do you know who I am?" "Daiwa Party loyal fan." Su Yun, "I know you. You've been raking in the profits from Xiangrui Shuanghe, Ajax, and Bismarck lately. You're a big name in Asia now." Su Yun, "You've investigated me so thoroughly? What exactly do you want?" "A loyal fan of the Yamato Party. I am the governor of Asia, and I formally invite you to a banquet for commanders of the rank of Director General to be held in Kyoto next month." Su Yun, puffed. "Even the governor of Asia is here, and you still say you're not a liar? If you're the governor of Asia, then I'm the governor of the entire earth." Su Yun, "I've reported you. You're a liar. Get lost." After saying that, Su Yun deleted the loyal fan of the Yamato Party and casually reported it. Mogador laughed when he saw Su Yun and asked curiously, "Commander, who is it?" "A fraudster. He doesn't even bother to make up a title. He's even the governor of Asia." Su Yun laughed. "What kind of title is that low? I would have believed him if he said he was a marshal, let alone the governor of Asia." Doo-doo. Aaron sent a message. "Aaron, the marshal said he wanted to add you. Did you receive the message?" Upon seeing this, Su Yun was immediately invigorated and filled with awe. Marshal? Could he be the highest-ranking commander in the Eastern Empire? Su Yun, "No." Aaron, "Oh, well, we'll have to wait a bit longer. I just wanted to remind you that the marshal likes to jokingly call himself the governor of Asia, and his ID is loyal fan of the Yamato Party. Be careful if you run into him, and don't offend the marshal." Su Yun. Bismarck's Vi looked at Su Yun's astonished expression, puzzled. "Commander, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so wide?" Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as he said, "I think I scolded the marshal and even reported him." Bismarck and Mogador both remained silent for a few seconds. Bismarck said solemnly, "Are we finally going to war with the marshal's mansion? It hasn't developed to that point yet, has it? Those who achieve great things will eventually become kings." Bismarck said earnestly, "One day we will replace the marshal's mansion and become the #1 power in the world. Isn't this a bit of a leap? We just escaped poverty, didn't we? Put away that sudden burst of ambition you've been building. Victory will ultimately belong to Germany." "Shut up, Bismarck. Don't switch channels." Su Yun shouted, covering Bismarck's mouth. Caledonian Sea. This is the most chaotic sea area among the 7 oceans, with pirates running rampant, people living in misery, and all sorts of unconventional technologies emerging, beset by internal and external troubles. The commanders stationed here were in dire straits. They not only had to deal with the Sirens at sea, but also had to be constantly on guard against pirates raiding their base, and now another Abyss Corps had arrived. In the sea, a pirate ship hijacked a cargo ship in the local port area. This transport fleet had recently suffered a major battle with the Sirens and was severely weakened. The pirate captain, seeing the few remaining Shipgirls on board, laughed loudly. "Huh, I never thought my brothers would be so lucky today. We've stumbled upon a battle-damaged big fish. If you know what's good for you, hand over your supplies. My broadside cannons are itching for fire." The red-haired commander of this port area personally took to the bow of the transport ship, gritting his teeth and looking grim. "Want to steal supplies? Let's see if you have the ability." The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. Just then, a ship's horn sounded from afar. The pirate captain and the red-haired commander looked over and saw an angel banner. Their expressions changed drastically. "It's Olivia." The pirate captain's expression changed. Before long, Olivia arrived with her fleet. Her fleet sailed between the two fleets, glancing at them out of the corner of her eye. Could you move aside? You're blocking the way. The red-haired commander and the pirate captain's expressions changed as they both directed their respective fleets to retreat. When Olivia sailed to the center of the two fleets, she raised her hand and ordered the fleets to simultaneously deploy their broadside cannons. Robbery, Olivia said sternly. Hand over everything. The pirate captain and the red-haired commander both changed their expressions. The pirate captain gritted his teeth. I guess I'm just unlucky. After saying that, he handed over all the supplies. The red-haired commander gave a bitter smile. We're both commanders, do I have to pay too? Of course, Olivia said. Either you keep the money, or you keep your life. The choice is yours. The red-haired commander gritted his teeth and began handing over the supplies. Once most of the supplies had been handed over, the pirate captain immediately ordered the fleet to turn around. Brothers, let's retreat. After the pirate ship sailed about 3 nautical miles, Olivia waved her hand. Fire. Chapter 44 Love Nest. Bang bang bang. With a burst of cannon fire, the pirate ship was blown to pieces. I was just kidding, Olivia said, looking at the pirate captain who had fallen into the sea amidst the firelight. I'll kill him even if you pay me. She glanced back at the red-haired commander. You should jump into the sea with the ship girls yourself. The red-haired commander gritted his teeth and had his ship girl carry him away from the scene. Olivia watched them leave. This time, there was no sneak attack. A gray figure suddenly appeared beside Olivia. Olivia glanced back at her. Oh, you're actually back. I thought you were going to stay in the East China Sea for a while. The gray-clad figure said calmly. I will not stay anywhere. Wherever there is war, there I will be. Olivia crossed her arms. What if the war never ends? Then I will fight forever, until the moment I perish, the gray figure said calmly. Olivia pondered. If someone else had said that, she would have just laughed it off, but she was different. Olivia knew very well that she would do what she said she would do. A pistol was pressed against her forehead. Olivia's ship girls all went on high alert. If I want to kill you, none of your subordinates can stop me, the gray figure said, glancing at Olivia, the ship girl. Olivia raised her hands. You turned back just to kill me? Why? Is it to pave the way for him? The gray-clad figure said calmly. You are a dangerous person and could potentially harm him. Hee, Olivia chuckled softly. You overestimate me. Even if I were to launch an attack on the Atlantic, I wouldn't dare to attack the East China Sea. Even without you, there's Bismarck. I'm not stupid. I know my own limitations. The gray-clad figure put away the gun in his hand. I hope you will keep your word. Olivia chuckled softly twice more. She crossed her arms and traced her fingers across her red lips. Speaking of which, last time one of your old colleagues passed by, I saw that she looked distraught and pitiful, so I told her that the person had returned. Judging by the time, he should be arriving in the East China Sea soon, right? The gray figure narrowed its eyes. An old colleague? Who? Olivia spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. Akaji. Commander. As the winter snow began to melt, the temperature plummeted. Mogador, under the pretext of sticking together for mutual support, ambushed Su Yun from behind while he was supervising the construction. It's so cold, let me hug you and rub against you to warm up, she said, nuzzling Su Yun's cheek, her voice as sweet as honey. Su Yun was supervising the workers with design drawings when she was suddenly hugged and quickly broke free. Stop fooling around. There are outsiders here. Aren't you ashamed? Mogador chuckled, not annoyed at all, and just stood there watching him. The project is progressing smoothly. Construction in the port area is 70% complete, and at this rate, it should be fully completed before spring. Shokaku made lunch. Mogador leaned close to Su Yun's ear, his warm breath tickling his ear. Commander, you must be tired this morning, right? Why don't you go and eat something? Only after being reminded did Su Yun realize that she was hungry. Then I'll go eat first. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Okay, Mogador replied sweetly. Su Yun handed her the construction drawings and turned to walk towards the cafeteria. Once he was out of sight, Mogador's smile vanished instantly. She wouldn't even give a smile to a stranger. She took out another set of construction drawings from her ship equipment space. It was almost identical to the original, except that there was an additional basement below the ship girls' dormitory. Mogador looked at the blueprints and chuckled to himself. Poor Shikaku, Bismarck. Once I've built my secret love nest with the commander, let's see what you can do against me. She looked up, her gaze sweeping across the construction site, landing on the nearest worker. You come here. She beckoned with her finger. The worker wore a yellow hard hat, a face mask, heavy work clothes, and rain boots. He was completely covered up, with only his eyes showing. The worker walked up to Mogador and asked in a hoarse voice, "What is it?" Mogador handed over the blueprints. "Work according to these blueprints. Build a hidden basement beneath the Shipgirls' dormitories. No one except me is allowed to know about this, understand?" The worker glanced down at the blueprints and nodded. "I see." Mogador looked him up and down, then suddenly frowned. "You seem to be working very hard, but I always feel you're a bit too thin." The worker replied in a muffled voice, "My family was poor when I was a child, and I didn't get enough nutrition, so I became a bit thin." "I see." Mogador nodded. She didn't care about humans other than Su-Yun. She just felt something was off and asked casually, "Work hard and don't even think about slacking off. If I find even the slightest mistake, I won't let you off the hook," she said sternly. "Do you hear me?" "I heard you," the worker replied sullenly. Mogador nodded in satisfaction, then turned and skipped off to find Su-Yun. After she walked away, the worker slowly raised his head. A pair of beautiful eyes with red eyeshadow peeked out from under the yellow helmet. She looked down at the design drawing in her hand, a strange smile slowly curving her lips. "Hee the basement?" she murmured to herself. "That suits me perfectly. Even if you don't give me these blueprints, I will still build a love nest that belongs only to me and the commander in some corner of this port." Marine mapping and port construction are proceeding simultaneously. To pay off their debts, Bismarck, Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador took turns launching attacks every day. They went out to sea to fight during the day and returned to rest at night, working nonstop like a perpetual motion machine. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't even had a chance to be affectionate. At most, we'll hug and kiss when handing over work, but that's all." After a while, Su-Yun also became a little thirsty. But there's nothing we can do. A debt of 50 million hangs like a sword of Damocles overhead. And then there's the shadow of Yuan Hai. Without effort, Weiyang Port could collapse at any moment. At the end of this month, Su-Yun took Bismarck's Vi to the Navy headquarters to report his achievements. All the commanders of the East China Sea were present. Apart from He Lily, the commanders were powerless to help her with her current situation. Jiang Shui sighed. "I went to see her in Dongxin Port District. She's been locking herself in her room lately, not even opening the curtains. I'm worried she'll develop mental health issues if this continues." Everyone fell silent. York was He Lily's secretary ship and also her initial ship. The death of such a crucial ship girl would be devastating for anyone. "I'll try to talk to her again today," sighed Anai Xiaohong, the eldest of the group. "I've experienced a similar tragedy myself, so perhaps I can offer her some advice." Everyone nodded. In her youth, Anai Xiaohong was a commander in a high-risk sea area. However, in a major disaster, her port was almost completely destroyed, leaving only a few weak ship girls. After that, she took the little ones back to Donghai to retire, which is why she calls herself the director of the nursing home. Perhaps spurred by York's death, Aaron's progress in clearing stages is very fast, and he has already reached 5-2. In this merit exchange, Su-Yun still has the highest score. He converted all his spoils into cash and won a huge sum of 50 million. Then he turned around and used all of his earnings for the month to pay off his debts. Before he could even catch his breath, he turned around and discovered that Bismarck's Vi had taken out another loan of 50 million. Su-Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. There was no way around it. Port reconstruction was a money-burning undertaking. Bismarck's requirements for construction materials were incredibly high. Every building was modeled after famous landmarks from around the world. How could it not be incredibly expensive? Su-Yun could only suppress the tears of blood in his heart and let Bismarck do as he pleased. "It's okay, there will be bread and milk." Looking at the skyrocketing numbers in his account, he could only console himself with this thought. Chapter 45 Akaji. 10 more days passed. The day for project delivery has arrived. The construction team leader came to the commander's office to find Su-Yun and asked him to come to the site for inspection. The main gate of the new port area has been replaced with a dark gray alloy frame, inlaid with the 4 gold-plated characters, Weiyang Port area. Holly bushes are planted on both sides of the gate, lush and vibrant. The entrance path was paved with imitation stone bricks, gray and white, smooth and even. On both sides were bronze streetlights. It wasn't evening yet, so I wondered what it would look like when lit up. In the center of the square stands a white marble fountain with a pebble-strewn bottom and crystal-clear water. A seagull statue, its wings outstretched as if about to take flight, stands in the center of the fountain. Water flows through the gaps in its wings and falls into the pool, splashing up tiny droplets. The fountain is surrounded by flower beds, the soil of which has been freshly turned over, waiting to be planted with flowers in the spring. The dormitory building's exterior walls are painted a beige color, gleaming softly in the sunlight. The windows have been replaced with double-glazed glass with dark brown frames. Each window has a flower stand outside, empty, waiting for its owner to arrange it. The roof is covered with glazed tiles, which, when exposed to sunlight, shimmer with a warm, flowing light that transitions from deep blue to dark red, like the afterglow on the sea at dusk. The newly built cafeteria has blue brick walls, a red tile roof, and floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Through the glass, you can see the brand-new, light-colored wooden tables and chairs inside. A small sign at the entrance reads, "Today's menu," but it's still empty, waiting for someone to fill it out. The warehouse has been fitted with electric roller shutters, and the exterior walls have been insulated. The training ground was covered with non-slip flooring and equipped with nighttime lighting. A small shed with a transparent steel roof has been built in the ship's equipment maintenance area, housing maintenance workbenches and various tools. A high-pressure water gun has also been installed nearby. In the distance, there's a small garden with a cobblestone path, wooden benches, and several newly transplanted osmanthus trees. In the middle of the garden stands a small log pavilion. The Weiyang building stands in the very center of the port area. The main building is 8 stories high, with a gray-white granite exterior, giving it a solemn and stable appearance. At the base are 12 Doric columns, each 8 meters high, lined up in a row to support the weight of the entire building. The most eye-catching feature is the huge glass dome on the roof, a steel-frame structure that is transparent and bright. Sunlight streams through the dome into the interior, bathing the entire floor in natural light. At the top of the dome stands a statue of Su-yun, cast in bronze and gilded, which glitters in the sunlight. Su-yun nodded repeatedly. Spring is just around the corner. This port area is exactly what he wants. It seems the money wasn't wasted. Oh, right, the construction foreman suddenly said. Miss Mogador also asked us to build a special room. Commander, would you like to take a look? Su-yun nodded curiously. Please lead the way. No trouble at all. The captain smiled and turned to walk ahead. They arrived at the central fountain. The captain crouched down and pressed a button in an inconspicuous spot. A stone slab at the base of the fountain slowly moved away, revealing a downward staircase. Su-yun was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood. This is one of Mogador's little pleasures. But why build it here? He always found it a bit strange. Please follow me. The captain didn't explain and walked straight down the stairs. Su-yun followed behind. The staircase leading to the basement was long, with fluorescent lights on both sides of the walls, casting a dim glow, like a futuristic underground fortress. As Su-yun walked, he thought, with a little modification, this place might become a decent underground safe haven. After walking for a long time, we finally arrived at the end. A large, technologically advanced metal door stood in front of me. The captain pushed open the door and stepped aside. Please come in, Commander. Su-yun stepped inside. Snap. All the lights turned on instantly. He stood there, stunned. Right in the center is a huge heart-shaped bed with pink sheets and fluffy pillows that look so soft you could sink into them. To the right is a transparent shower room with a glass partition and a gleaming shower head. On the left are 3 large refrigerators and a complete set of kitchen equipment, including a countertop, induction cooker, and range hood. A huge movie screen hangs directly opposite, and a projector is embedded in the ceiling. Su-yun's lips twitched. Mogador's preparations are truly thorough. So, do you like it? The captain's voice came from behind, sounding a bit muffled. Su-yun turned around and saw the captain still standing at the door. He coughed once. All right, we've seen enough. It's time for us to go out. This was a little romantic thing between him and his ship girl, and he always felt a little uncomfortable when outsiders saw it. Don't rush. The captain suddenly smiled. She raised her hand. The metal door behind them closed silently with a dull click. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat. It's not because the door is closed. It was because of the captain's voice. Things have changed. It turned into a woman's voice. A sweet, lingering voice, like a candy stuck in your throat. You? The team leader took off his yellow safety helmet. A pair of fluffy fox ears peeked out from under the hat's shadow. She took off her mask. She revealed a pair of beautiful eyes, playful, yet full of love, adorned with red eyeshadow. Su-yun's eyes slowly widened. In an instant, the captain removed all his disguise, revealing his true appearance. That face, that smile, the name that would make him famous resounded in his mind. Akagi. This is the love nest I built for us with my own hands, Commander. Akagi bit her finger, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with love. She walked towards him step by step. The high heels pattered on the floor, one step at a time, like stepping on the tip of his heart. A fox's nose is very sensitive. She stopped in front of him, tilted her head back, and stared into his eyes. Do you know how suffocating it has been for Akagi for the past month? Being able to smell the commander's scent every day, but not being able to acknowledge him? Her voice grew softer and softer, like sugar melting. I have. She reached out, grabbed his collar, and pulled him towards her. I couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 46. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The good news is that it's my own ship girl, and it's the extremely powerful aircraft carrier Akagi. The bad news is, she seems to be going a little crazy. Her clothes transformed into a black and red kimono, just like a Kamen Rider transformation, which was originally part of her ship equipment. In the instant Su-yun was pulled over. Sizzle. Perhaps because Akagi was too excited, she tore Su-yun's clothes to shreds. Holy crap. Su-yun's expression changed drastically. She couldn't control her strength. The power furnace is running at full power. What about the mental unit? Hurry up and get it working. Save it. Get Akagi back to consciousness quickly. Shipgirls are the human form of warships. They may appear to be delicate young girls, but their true form is actually a giant steel structure hundreds of meters long. If shipgirls were to enter the arena, their equal opponent wouldn't be Tyson, but Taro. The original Ultraman weighed 35,000 tons, while the Akagi weighed 36,500 tons. In their daily lives, the shipgirls operate in a conservation mode, just like ordinary human girls. However, if they were to unleash their full power, even Superman would get slapped twice if he came. Akagi cupped her cheeks, gazing at Su-yun's strong and muscular body, a result of years of training, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. Wow, amazing. Whether it's the scent, the figure, or the face, Commander is totally in Akagi's prime. Hee hee. Akagi wiped the drool from the corner of her lips, her brain releasing dopamine like crazy. Her rationality was being gradually eroded by excitement, and she walked step by step towards Su-yun. Commander, Akagi cupped her face, blissfully lost in thought, and said, It's Akagi. It's your most favorite ship girl. Nobody except Kaga knows there's a basement built here. Let's make a little fox together here today. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Su-yun's forehead. Chi-Ching probably didn't realize that the ground shook as he walked over. The ground beneath her feet was cracking, the basement was trembling, and the entire port area was shaking. On the ground. What happened? What happened? Fox T ran out of the house in shock. What? An earthquake? Have the Sirens attacked? At the port, Bismarck, who was inspecting supplies, felt the tremor and her eyebrows furrowed. Could this tremor mean that some ship girls have transformed into giant ships in the port? But who would do something so foolish? In the basement, Su-yun was certain that if Akagi, in his current state, were to sit down, he would become Su-yun.zip. Wait a minute. Akagi, calm down. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Let's talk this out. Your mental state is very strange right now. Turn off the power reactor. Activate the mind unit. Control the ship girl form. But Akagi wouldn't listen at all. She was acutely aware that this was the closest she had ever come to the commander in her life. The future was unpredictable, and no one knew if this was her only chance in this lifetime. Commander, don't resist. Akagi stretched out her hands and walked over step by step. Akagi will be very gentle, just for a little while, just a little while, in this love nest that belongs to us, to give birth to little foxes and explore the secrets of procreation. Akagi lunged at him. Seeing this, Su-yun made a decision instantly. He also rushed towards Chi-Ching. Akagi was overjoyed, and the joy on his face deepened. I knew it. This is a two-way journey, Commander. Just as they were about to embrace, Su-yun slid in. He slipped under Akagi's skirt and arrived at the gate. Akagi missed her target and was slightly taken aback. She glanced back and saw Su-yun struggling to open the door. Instead of being angry, she laughed out loud. Uffed. Commander, this is the love nest I built with my own hands. The key to get out is in my hands. You can't open this door. Just accept your fate. After several attempts, Su-yun decided to give up once he confirmed that the door was truly impossible to open. Hey, Akagi, let's talk this out. Can you hold back a bit and activate your mental units? Akagi covered her red lips in shock, only then realizing her lapse in composure. I'm very sorry, Commander. Akagi gave a standard salute, bowed deeply, and withdrew her power, becoming no different from an ordinary girl. Then he ripped off his coat and pounced on her. But Akagi couldn't hold back anymore. Su-yun resigned herself to her fate. Sorry, that's life sometimes. Since we can't refuse it, we might as well learn to accept it. Anyway, Akagi has controlled the power, so at least he won't crush us into pieces with a single Akagi slam. Just as Akagi embraced Su-yun, preparing to take the next step, a white figure appeared in the room without warning, holding a stick. Bang! Akagi was knocked unconscious. Su-yun was astonished to see the construction team's deputy captain suddenly appear and embrace the limp Akagi. Who are you? The vice captain took off his yellow helmet and mask, transforming himself into Kaga. Kaga said calmly. Su-yun's expression was strange. So, 2 Shipgirls have infiltrated my port construction team over the past month? I'm so sorry, Commander. My sister acted too rashly and disturbed you. Are you alright? Kaga's voice remained calm, but one could sense her concern in her words. It's nothing. Su-yun shook his head, muttering regretfully. Wasn't it a little too timely for them to come out? Kaga didn't hear it. It's good that you're alright. Kaga nodded. I was just thinking about the commander's safety. My sister is lovesick and it's easy for her to get too excited after being apart for so long and accidentally hurt the commander. After all, the commander is made of flesh and blood, so it's best to be careful. Su-yun held Akagi in his arms, feeling very gratified that Kaga could be so rational. Then Kaga took off his coat. Since my sister is unconscious, it's a pity she's out. This basement was specially built for the commander. Since we're already here, let's make use of it. Su-yun was taken aback. How do I use it? Of course, I'll do what a wedding ship should do. Kaga ran her fingers across her red lips and smiled slightly. It was only then that Su-yun noticed that Kaga's complexion was abnormally rosy. He felt like he'd seen this state in someone before. Oh right, it's Mogador. Is Kaga the kind of ship girl who would make such an expression? My sister and I are the same, Commander. For the past month or so, I've been working in this port every day, but I still haven't been able to get close to you. I've been unable to bear it any longer. Seeing you and Mogador being so affectionate every day, I've imagined this scene 1,000 times in my mind. Before Su-yun could even be shocked, Kaga's power reactor was already running at high speed. Her brain was releasing dopamine like crazy, causing Kaga's power plant to run at full speed, making her no better off than Akagi had been. Well, the 2 sisters are exactly the same. Just as Su-yun was pondering how he could hold Akagi and hide in this cramped space, an explosion came from behind him the next second. Bang! The immense impact sent Su-yun flying, but thankfully the unconscious Akagi served as a cushion, otherwise he would have suffered a concussion. They actually dared to ambush my commander in my port. Mogador held the scythe of judgment, her purple bangs falling in front of her eyes, half concealing her cold eyes. Unforgivable. Chapter 47 Aaron. There must be a mastermind secretly helping us. Without almost any hesitation, Mogador swung his sword down. Even though they had already realized that their opponent was Kaga, Kaga skillfully dodged the attacks and became serious. She seemed to have no intention of explaining, choosing instead to confront the issue directly. Bang bang bang. The 2 Shipgirls got into a fierce fight in the cramped basement. Mogador is very angry. The basement was designed by Mogador herself, but now it almost became someone else's wedding dress, and her home was almost stolen. How could she tolerate this? Kaga wasn't one to beg for mercy. If Mogador wanted to fight, then so be it. She had never been afraid of anyone. Su-yun was the only one who suffered. Akagi was still unconscious, and the space was cramped, so the fight between the 2 Shipgirls would inevitably affect him. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. You'll kill someone. Su-yun shouted. But it was to no avail. The 2 got into a fight. With no other option, Su-yun had to carry Princess Chi-chung and try to escape first. He had barely charged out when the ground cracked open behind him, and Kaga and Mogador burst from the ground, leaping high into the air and engaging in fierce combat. Su-yun held Chi-chung and found a safe place to watch over her, his lips twitching slightly. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. We have to find a way to teach these Shipgirls a lesson. Bang! Kaga was sent flying by Mogador's scythe, crashing into and shattering the seagull statue in the center of the garden. Holy crap! Su-yun's heart was bleeding. This fountain was so hard to build. Kaga retaliated, pulling out his miniature ship equipment. Su-yun's eyes widened. She stretched out her hand and shouted, Kaga, no. Kaga launched its carrier-based aircraft and bombed Mogador. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the newly renovated flower bed was blasted into fresh soil. Su-yun's tense and uneasy heart was relieved a little. She patted her chest and said, thank goodness. The garden didn't cost much. As long as the Weiyang building wasn't blown up, it's fine. Tisk. Mogador clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. She raised the spear high, seemingly gathering her strength. Slaying evil in battle. Su-yun realized something and shouted in alarm. Don't get agitated. Mogador, don't get agitated. Calm down. The Axe of Judgment. Mogador unleashed a full-force attack. He threw out the Axe of Judgment. Kaga dodged with a backbend. She hit very well, but she couldn't escape the sight of the Weiyang building behind her. Just as Su-yun's heart was about to sink to the bottom, a black and red dragon breath came from the side, clashing fiercely with the Axe of Judgment, less than half a meter away from the Weiyang building. Boom, boom, boom. Two astonishing energies collided. When, ultimately, the Axe of Judgment was deflected away. It was noon, and today was the construction team's inspection day. The workers found an open space next to the Weiyang building and sat down to eat their boxed lunches. Seeing such an intense battle of supernatural forces, the workers were all stunned, not even noticing that their chopsticks had fallen into their lunch boxes. Is this a movie shoot? This was filmed on location. Filming my ass. These are two Shipgirls fighting. They almost demolished the building we just built. Oh, thank goodness it was just a little short, otherwise this whole month of work would have been for nothing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen Shipgirls in battle. These aren't just warships, they're practically superheroes. The workers cheered and applauded for the exciting battle. Su-yun put down Chi-chung, walked to the front of the Weiyang building, reached out, and stroked the Doric columns. Seeing the smooth surface, he breathed a sigh of relief. He borrowed 50 million to build this. It would be terrible if it were destroyed because of this. Click, 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 click. Cracks appeared on the pillar. Su-yun's face stiffened. Commander, be careful. Bismarck quickly grabbed Su-yun and retreated hastily. Immediately afterwards, the first pillar shattered. Then came the second one, and the third one. The front door lost its support and soon collapsed. The workers' cheers came to an abrupt halt. This triggered a chain reaction. The dome shattered, and many pillars collapsed. Rumble, rumble. The Weiyang building collapsed. Su-yun, Mogador, Bismarck Zwei, Kaga, workers. Silence. A long silence. Aside from the sound of the building collapsing and the dust filling the air, no one made any further response. Several little guys, including the fox-headed big fighting dog, came over, along with Shikaku and Zuikaku. The large bulldog pointed at the collapsed ruins and asked, "What is this?" Fox had already recognized the place as the Weiyang building. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, he quickly tugged at the big bulldog's clothes and whispered, "This is the Weiyang building. Don't ask anymore." "Shoo, Weiyang building? How is that possible? Our Weiyang building didn't collapse like that," Big Fighting Dog said seriously. Fox didn't know how to explain it to the big dog. What about Akaji? Akaji had actually been awake for a while. Kaga's sneak attack only temporarily rendered her unable to move. The reason she had been pretending not to be awake was because she felt the commander holding her and was afraid that waking up would ruin the atmosphere. But now she's too scared to wake up. She lay on the ground with her eyes slightly open, and even from a distance, she could feel the suppressed anger emanating from Su-yun. Article 2 of the Weiyang Port Rules. Su-yun suppressed her voice, gritted her teeth, and shouted to the sky. All port Shipgirls. Ship-based combat is absolutely forbidden within the port. The sound was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire Weiyang Port area. In his extreme anger, Su-yun unconsciously emitted soul fluctuations. This time, the energy it emitted was several times stronger than the last time. On the 5 to 4C area, Aaron was in dire straits. His entire fleet was badly damaged, and even the battleship Shinano was severely wounded. That's not the worst part. The worst part is that abyssal skeletons have appeared in the 5 to 4C area, and there are a huge number of them. Dozens of abyssal ships surrounded Aaron and his fleet, leaving them with no chance of escape. He looked at the badly damaged Shinano and gave a bitter smile. We were too eager for quick success. I'm sorry, Shinano. It's my fault that you've been harmed. Don't blame yourself, Commander. Battleship Shinano stood protectively in front of Aaron, her eyes burning with a fighting spirit to fight to the death. Even if I perish, I will stay here and fight my way for the commander. Aaron's lips moved, a strong sense of grief welling up inside him. It was all my rash decisions that harmed them. In a time like this, who would come to save you? Buzz. A powerful ripple of energy swept over, and in that instant, all the sea creatures were frozen in place, their pupils contracting and unable to move. This is the energy fluctuation of that high-level siren from last time. Battleship Shinano exclaimed in shock. Aaron also instantly got goosebumps. He couldn't even imagine how strong the other party was with such powerful soul force. Suddenly, he realized what was happening. They're immobilized. Shinano, now's the time. The battleship Shinano instantly understood and seized this only opportunity to blow up the abyss corpse blocking its way. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Eren made a decisive decision. Now, run. The battleship Shinano led the fleet to escape. After escaping to a sufficiently safe place, Eren and Shinano finally breathed a sigh of relief. That energy fluctuation just now? Battleship Shinano asked hesitantly. It is indeed in the East China Sea, but they haven't attacked us. On the contrary, they've helped us several times. Eren stroked his chin and calmly analyzed. Shinano, do you think we've received help from a powerful figure? Chapter 48, I don't even want to show my face anymore. The essence of deliciousness is simply wiping the wok with a piece of bread. The combination of oil and carbohydrates, along with the lingering flavors of stir-fried meat and green peppers, makes it the most perfect dipping sauce in the world. Slurp. Su Yun devoured the steamed bun that had been wiped clean from the bottom of the pot, then laughed. Ha ha ha. If we eat like this frugally for 100 or 200 days, we'll eventually make up for this 100 million loss. Ha ha ha. At the dining table in the restaurant, the Shipgirls fell silent, trembling with fear. The commander was furious. The Weiyang building, which had cost a fortune to build, had been reduced to ruins before it could even be inspected. Kaga and Mogador had signs around their necks that read, I am guilty. Akagi escaped unscathed because she fainted early, but she still got a lot of scolding. However, because of this incident, Akagi became much more restrained. She probably felt that she was involved in this matter. Su Yun brought over the cooked dishes. 3 dishes and a soup, but they are cooked in a large pot, enough for 12 people. As for Kaga and Mogador, Su Yun placed 2 bowls of porridge in front of them. It's already a big favor that they were allowed to sit at the table. Mogador and Kaga didn't dare to say a word, silently accepted the porridge, and drank it with their heads down, just like 2 children who had done something wrong and obediently accepted their punishment. Su Yun tossed 2 packets of pickled vegetables to them. Eat up, Kaga Mogador. Su Yun stared at them expressionlessly. After you've eaten, remember to clean up the mess. You 2 are Shipgirls. You can handle this even without bulldozers, right? Kaga and Mogador nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. Although Su Yun appeared expressionless, all the Shipgirls present knew that the commander was in an extremely bad mood. The total cost of the Weiyang building reached 100 million yuan, and there is still a loan of 50 million yuan that has not been paid off. Such an astronomical figure is simply a disaster for the Weiyang Port area, which was still eating pickled vegetables and steamed buns just 2 months ago. The atmosphere at the meal was quiet and eerie. The little ones sensed something was wrong and buried their heads in the food in their bowls. After an afternoon, all the reprimands had been given, and Su Yun's anger had subsided considerably. Life goes on, and we can't stop living just because the building collapsed. He got up and went to the TV cabinet next to him, took out the long-unused remote control, and turned on the TV that hadn't been turned on for a long time. I rarely turn on the TV anymore since mobile phones became widespread. He doesn't like watching TV either. He only turns it on to add some sound and ease the awkward atmosphere during meals. As soon as I turned on the TV, the military channel appeared. Su Yun sat down. Akagi, quick-witted, guessed that the commander had turned on the TV to ease the atmosphere, and her mind raced. The commander seems to have calmed down a bit. We can find an opportunity to break the ice, Akagi thought to herself. She reached out her chopsticks and added meat and vegetables to Su Yun's bowl, her eyebrows curving into a smile, conveying a certain ingratiating message. Su Yun was taken aback, raised his eyebrows and looked over, seeing the faint smile on Chi Cheng's face, and understood. He ate the dishes that Akagi had added and said, Thank you. You're welcome, Akagi chuckled. Akagi's cooking skills have improved quite a bit over the years. Tomorrow, I'll show off my skills to the commander. Okay. Su Yun nodded. Then you'll be in charge of breakfast tomorrow? No problem. Finally, someone spoke, and Kaga, Mogador, and the 5 little ones all breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere at the dining table returned to normal, as if the Cold War had never existed. The television was showing footage of naval battles in the Asian region. Recently, a large number of unidentified wrecks have appeared in the safe waters, causing great damage to passing ships and caravans. Next, we will show the footage on site, the host said to the camera. These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The scene shifts to several merchant ships engulfed in flames, and a reporter then interviews a crew member who narrowly escaped death and looks disheveled. Didn't you say this area was safe? We've all paid our taxes. Now even safe waters aren't safe anymore. How can we trust you Navy people? Damn it. Give us our money back. The crew member shouted angrily at the camera. The scene shifts back to the expert interview room, where a reporter and an expert are seated. When interviewed by reporters, the question was, "What are your thoughts on this suddenly discovered remains?" Expert Fan spread his hands, looking helpless. "You tell me, how many commanders-in-chief have been replaced in this naval department? Has anything been changed? It's just a change in name only." Nansu has his reasons for saying, "What kind of team did I lead back then? I led the overclocking fleet. Who are the people patrolling the East China Sea? You want me to evaluate them? What's the current level of the East China Sea patrol? There are only a few ships. People like Song Qingxi are acting as commanders. Can she be one? No. She doesn't have the ability, you know? If we go any further, we'll sink merchant ships. After that, we'll sink fishing boats, then yachts, and then there'll be nothing left to sink." The reporter tried to interject. On the other hand, the East China Sea was the first region to be attacked by the skeletal remains, and also the first to prepare for it. Expert Fan clasped his hands together, his expression one of deep anguish. "Oh dear. Thank goodness. I've already said that your defense system isn't even properly built. Can you guarantee to me that it can hold up during crucial times like this year or next year? Be practical. I advise you to first understand the characteristics of the Abyss skeleton and the countermeasures. Su Yun is quite good at fighting the Abyss skeleton. Instead of consulting him, you're doing this expert interview thing here. Tell me how you explain that." I've completely lost all sense of shame. The scene then switched again, this time focusing on the Commander-in-Chief of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet. The Commander-in-Chief of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet is named Song Qingxi. Despite the doubts raised by experts and the public, there is no sign of wavering on her face. "Next, we will work closely with the local port authorities in the East China Sea to ensure meticulous coordination in our protective measures." Facing the reporter's question, Song Qingxi stated solemnly, "We will be extremely vigilant and handle this matter seriously. We will absolutely not allow the abyssal remains to continue to proliferate and threaten the safety of the people." That concludes the interview. Su Yun held his chopsticks in his mouth, seemingly lost in thought. It seems that the attack on the East China Sea by the Abyss skeletons is not an isolated case. Bismarck Zwei analyzed, "This is also a good opportunity for us. We were originally unknown in this safe sea area, but now with the threat of the Abyss, we can develop rapidly. Yes, I estimate it won't be long before the Navy comes knocking. We'll talk to them then." Su Yun nodded. He took out his phone again and opened the Commander Forum. This is a forum for commanders from all over the world to discuss. After a few days, the discussion about the Abyss remains skyrocketed. Now, there are no more posts showing off the ship in the top 10 discussion threads. "Help! The Abyss has attacked my port. My Nevada has sunk. What the hell is this Abyss corpse? How to effectively target the Abyssal corpse. Abyssal Remains Handbook. Click the link." The discussion threads are mostly filled with content like this. We have entered the stage of fighting against the Abyss skeletons. Whether it is a safe sea area, an ordinary sea area, a dangerous sea area, or a high-risk sea area, all of them have been thrown into chaos by the Abyss skeletons. The once dominant word Siren has now been pushed down. Compared to Yuan Hai, the Siren is still too gentle. Doo-doo. A message came from the East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Group. Chapter 49, Where did all these monster shipgirls come from? Aaron, I just got back from 5 to 4. I survived by the skin of my teeth. You almost didn't get to see me. Jiang Shui, what's going on? Did we run into Yuan Hai again? Aaron, yes, I was prepared to die with them. But thankfully that expert saved me. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. And I Xiaohong, a master? Aaron, yes, the same soul fluctuations as last time. If he hadn't used his soul shockwave to intimidate those abyssal remains, Shinano would probably be. Li Xiao. I also felt that fluctuation, and I even activated the port's emergency defense. I didn't expect it was to save you. Su Yun, that mysterious high-ranking siren has returned. Jiang Shui, yes, and this time it's even stronger than last time, especially when Su Yun is mentioned. Don't tell me you didn't feel it again. Su Yun was stunned. Everyone is in the East China Sea, so why am I the only one who can't feel it? Am I really that weak? Aaron, no matter who the other person is, the only thing I'm sure of is that he really saved my life, and Shinana's life this time. Aaron, even if the other party is indeed a high-ranking siren, I will repay this favor in the future. And I Xiaohong, good child, but now is not the time for you to repay your kindness. The Abyss crisis has expanded further. Now it's not just the East China Sea, but the entire Asia has been invaded by the Abyss. Many ports have been affected, and even ordinary ships have been attacked. Jiang Shui, I saw it too. This is a difficult situation. Even we ourselves are no match for Yuan Hai. How are we going to explain this to the people? Su Yun, it's all right. I'll take action. Jiang Shui, speaking of Su Yun, then it's all up to you. Su Yun, aren't you even going to be a little more tactful? Jiang Shui, even Aaron couldn't handle those abyssal corpses. Now you're the only fighting force left in the entire East China Sea. If you don't step up, who will? I've always thought you were capable since we were kids. Su Yun, 666, you didn't say that 2 months ago. Jiang Shui, times have changed. You should change your group ID too. Are you the unlucky one in the East China Sea? Then what are we? After thinking for a moment, Su Yun changed the group ID to East Sea Emperor. Li Xiaoxiao, puffed. Su Ji, have you ever watched Museum? Su Yun, I watched it, but I didn't finish it. Li Xiaoxiao, isn't this the ID of the horse racing girl? Su Yun, I know, it was intentional. I also know that Jiang Shui, that big mouth, is definitely preparing to type out her rant. Jiang Shui, you figured it out. Just as Su Yun was about to continue typing a reply, he suddenly received a message from Ajax. Ajax, Commander, several leaders from the Admiralty want to meet with you commanders, presumably regarding the Abyss outbreak. Su Yun replied, okay, please schedule a time for me, preferably in the afternoon. I'm free for the next few days. Ajax, okay. Su Yun then sent the message to the group. Jiang Shui, we arranged a meeting, but what good would it do? We can't do anything about these abyssal remains. Su Yun, no matter what, everyone has to be there, and we have to get the attitude right first. Aaron, speaking of which, Sister Lily everyone fell silent. 2 months have passed since Yerk's death. Lily still hasn't been able to get over it. The once sunny, mixed-race girl with long, golden waves has been locking herself away in the port area, refusing to see anyone. And Xiaohong, I will go to see Lily again. As for whether she will go when we meet, that's up to her. Everyone replied with an A private chat window then popped up. Aaron, speaking of Su Yun, by the way, brother Su, haven't you been added to the Marshal's roster yet? Upon seeing this, Su Yun felt ashamed. Ever since he insulted the Marshal and deleted him from his friend list, he has been trying to add him as a friend, but he can't seem to get the friend to add him no matter what he tries. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. He was scolded without his knowledge. He is a Marshal, after all. He can't be so petty, can he? Su Yun typed back. Not yet. You've probably forgotten. Aaron, oh, I didn't see the Marshal mention this in the European Emperor group either. I'll remind him later. Su Yun, okay. Achoo. On an island in a high-risk sea area, Li Shangyan sneezed. He rubbed his nose and continued fishing on the cliff edge. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone cursing at me? It's definitely because you've done so many bad things that people are criticizing you. The ship girl next to him retorted. Li Shangyan thought carefully about his past years in power, then asked, which one are you talking about? The ship girl choked and retorted, have you done too many bad things to count? Li Shangyan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Hey, as a marshal, sacrificing pawns to save the king is sometimes unavoidable. Look at the people now. Aren't they living peacefully? What I did wasn't a bad thing. It was a brave man cutting off his own arm. The ship girl rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you find another promising talent last time? How is he? Li Shangyan got angry whenever Su Yun was mentioned. I, the great general, personally added him as a friend. Not only did this guy not appreciate it, he also cursed at me. Before I could even say anything back, he deleted me. I'm so angry. Doo-doo. A message came through my phone. It was sent by Aaron. Aaron, Marshal, didn't you say last time that you wanted to add Brother Su as a friend? I just asked him, and it seems you've forgotten about it. Li Shangyan coughed awkwardly and typed back. Yeah, I've been too busy lately and forgot about it. Let's talk about it after I'm done with this. Aaron. Oh, okay. Marshal, you're very busy. Please take care of yourself. Li Shangyan. Okay. The ship girl glanced at his phone's chat history and said calmly. What? You're afraid to admit you were insulted? Li Shangyan shoved his phone into his pocket, muttering. I'm a marshal. They should at least give me some face, right? If other people knew I was scolded by a junior, how embarrassing would that be? Being too proud will only lead to suffering. The ship girl stood up and didn't linger. That newbie didn't even scold you properly. If I were him, I'd curse your ancestors for 8 generations first. Li Shangyan yawned, completely unconcerned. He never took the insults directed at his own ship girls to heart. Suddenly, the sound of a ship's horn came from afar. It appears to be a merchant ship. Li Shangyan let out a soft exclamation, stood up, picked up his binoculars and peered out. He was greatly surprised when he confirmed that it was a merchant ship. They actually dare to take this route? Are they crazy? Worth money over their lives? Don't they know how dangerous this route is? It's a route where almost everyone dies. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of sirens mixed with abyssal remains surrounded him. Oh, they're really surrounded. They're practically asking for death. Oh well, since we've run into them, let's save their lives. Just as Li Shangyan was preparing to return to port to mobilize the fleet, a large number of explosions suddenly occurred on the sea. Li Shangyan was taken aback, his expression instantly turning serious as he turned and picked up the binoculars to look. On that merchant ship, 6 shipgirls stepped forward. This is... Li Shangyan felt a surge of energy as he sensed the powerful soul of the shipgirl. Shipgirls who have undergone a second awakening? And there are 6 of them at the same time? Li Shangyan murmured in shock. No wonder this merchant ship is so bold as to take this cargo route. The situation instantly became one-sided, and even in this high-risk sea area, the 6 escort shipgirls on the merchant ship were still invincible. Before long, the Sirens and the abyssal skeletons that had surrounded them were all wiped out. Seeing this result, Li Shangyan's expression was strange. Where on earth did all these monster shipgirls come from? Chapter 50 Royal Maid Team. 3 days later, the merchant ship docked, and 6 graceful figures disembarked with the fleet. The crew cheered and applauded for these shipgirls. Only those who had experienced it firsthand knew how dangerous the journey had been. Thank you so much, shipgirl. The captain removed his captain's hat and bowed deeply to Belfast. If it weren't for you shipgirls, we wouldn't have been able to traverse so many seas so quickly, to transport such an important shipment all the way from Sakura Empire to Eastern Empire. The captain spoke seriously, then took out a black card from his pocket and handed it over. As we agreed beforehand, we will offer 40% of the profits from this shipment as payment for this escort mission. Please accept this as a token of our appreciation. Belfast accepted the gift, smiled, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Captain. Now that the mission has been successfully completed, we will not linger any longer. We wish you a pleasant journey ahead. After saying that, Belfast turned and left, with her 5 maids following neatly behind her. As they watched Belfast sail away, the captain and his crew looked on with envy. Such beautiful, powerful, gentle, and capable shipgirls. I wonder which lucky person will become their commander in the future. It's so enviable, the captain exclaimed. The deputy standing next to him said, as far as I know, they only take on big escort contracts. Over the years, they must be incredibly wealthy. If they showed us their bank account balances, they'd probably be richer than some other ports. The captain nodded and grunted. We made 40 million from just this one deal. I can't even imagine how rich they really are. After chatting for a few minutes, the captain and first mate began unloading the cargo. Belfast, who had already walked a distance away, hailed 2 DD rides by the roadside. She then let Sirius, Dido, and herself ride in one, and let Gloucester, Scala, and Sheffield ride in the other. Before long, the 2 cars arrived at their destination at the same time, the gate of the Navy Department in Donghai City. Although they are essentially maids, none of Belfast and the others were maid outfits. For them, wearing a maid outfit means they need to perform maid duties. However, the person who would have given them the job of maids has not yet appeared, so all 6 of them are dressed casually. Even so, the gathering of the 6 of them always attracted envious glances from passers-by. Are they shipgirls or humans? They're so beautiful. Gathered at the entrance of the naval headquarters, they are most likely shipgirls, and that head of white hair doesn't look like it's dyed. I wonder which commander is so lucky to be their commander. Sheffield glanced coldly at the person who spoke, and his sharp gaze instantly startled the other person into looking away. There are so many noisy crickets. It would be great if we could just shoot them all out. No, Sheffield, Dido exclaimed quickly. We can't just attack ordinary people. Otherwise, if others find out who we are, it will cause trouble for the commander. I was just kidding, Sheffield said calmly, his expression blank. This little thing isn't worth me starting a serious cleaning. Don't worry about this little thing. We have more important things to do. As soon as Belfast spoke, everyone fell silent. Belfast took out her phone, which displayed her work report. In today's date column, it clearly stated, commissioned by the Admiralty to clean up the wreckage, reward 3 million. Recently, the sea monsters have been rampant in various sea areas, and the East China Sea has been severely affected. The Navy has posted a commission for the cleanup of these suddenly disturbing sea monsters. Anyone who can do so will receive a corresponding reward. Belfast said to Gloucester, We'll split into 2 groups to maximize our gains. I'll take Sirius and Dido, and I'll leave Sheffield and Scylla to you. Gloucester hummed in agreement and nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on Sheffield and Scylla. Speaking of which, we've saved up quite a bit of money, haven't we? Scylla cupped her face and smiled. If we used all that money to build a port, we could probably build a medium to large port, right? But we haven't touched a single penny. Headmate, are you really sure the commander will come back? Belfast nodded firmly. I firmly believe that the commander will return one day. Before he returns, we, as maids, need to solve all the troubles we may encounter in the future. Money is the most omnipotent thing. As long as our savings are thick enough, most problems can be solved. All the Shipgirls nodded, and then, led by Belfast, they entered the Navy Department. No sooner had they left than a black Volkswagen pulled up in the parking lot in front of the Maritime Bureau. Commander, please wait a moment. Bismarck's Vi got out of the driver's seat, quickly walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door for Su-yun. Bismarck, there's really no need to go to such lengths, Su-yun said helplessly as he got out of the car. I was once a leader myself, and I know that to demonstrate a leader's status, one needs the support of those around them. When outsiders see how much I respect the commander, even those of high status will not dare to look down on the commander because of his past poor performance, Bismarck replied calmly. Su-yun thought about it and realized that this made sense, so she stopped arguing about it. He glanced at the door through which Belfast and the others had just entered. He had seen them from the passenger seat just as the vehicle was about to stop. Su-yun had even bet with Bismarck's Vi that those people were Shipgirls. He had intended to say hello after getting out of the car, but he didn't expect them to leave so quickly. Shaking his head regretfully, Su-yun took out his phone and exchanged information with his companions. Before long, Aaron, Ni Xiaohong, Jiang Shui, and Li Xiaoxiao arrived. Lily still didn't come. Ni Xiaohong said regretfully. She still hasn't been able to get over it. It seems that York's death has hit her harder than we expected. Everyone fell silent. But that's reality. Many ports around the world are facing similar situations, so we need to resolve the abyss crisis as soon as possible. Old Sue, carry us. We're just here to make up the numbers. Jiang Shui helplessly spread her hands and said, we newbies from the East China Sea can't handle those abyssal remains. This time, we're counting on you. Su-yun nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chapter 51. Why not let old Sue salvage the ship? What did you say? Sheffield put one foot on the coffee table and glared at the commander of the East China Sea Patrol fleet with displeasure. Let us temporarily team up with the local port area and take orders from other commanders. Upon hearing this request, Sheffield, who was known for his cold demeanor, became even colder. That's not what you said before we came. How dare you play us for fools? Song Qingzi was covered in sweat. The task of clearing out the abyss remains was originally going well, but who knew that as soon as she mentioned that the Shipgirls and commanders should unite, these Shipgirls suddenly changed their attitude completely, like cats with their fur standing on end. Even the seemingly gentle and kind white-haired Shipgirl at the head of the group had her smile faded. Song Dynasty Celadon doesn't understand. Shouldn't Shipgirls team up with their commanders? Everyone, please calm down. Song Qingzi quickly reassured them. As far as I know, these abyssal remains can become ethereal, even invisible, without the help of soul power. If the battle remains at the physical level, we are very likely to encounter risks, which is something neither of us wants to see. Besides, facing 6 intensely imposing gazes, Song Qingzi felt immense pressure. She swallowed hard and continued. I don't mean for you to become the Shipgirls of the local commanders. This is just a temporary collaboration, nothing more. Once the mission is over, you can go your own way, and they can go theirs. You don't need to worry about getting entangled with them. I will warn these commanders not to flirt with you, and will do my best not to cause you any trouble. Belfast, abandoning her usual gentleness, became extremely cold. Commander Song, I have made myself very clear. Contacting the commander is a red line for us, let alone taking orders from others. We can accept the commission, but the combat command will be handled by Gloucester and me. Since you are unwilling, there is no need to continue this cooperation. Song Qingzi bit her fingernail. What if I said I was willing to increase the reward for this commission by another 1 million to 4 million? This is a matter of principle, not money, Belfast said expressionlessly. Song Qingzi said with a heavy heart, 6 million. How about that? You can each split 1 million afterward. Is that all right? They've provoked us time and time again. Sheffield pulled up his trouser leg, took out the dagger hanging on his calf, and stuck it into the table with a clang. I've already said this has nothing to do with money. If you can't understand human language, I can explain it to you in other ways. Song Qingxi's expression changed. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated these ship girl mercenaries. In her mind, it was only natural for ship girls and commanders to cooperate. Moreover, these men were renowned in the mercenary world, and perhaps this cooperation could become a good thing for the port area, adding strength to the maritime military forces in the East China Sea. But she was very wrong. Although they are mercenaries, these ship girls have a bottom line. They will never come into contact with their commanders. From the moment she entered the room, Song Qingxi felt a strong sense of distance from these ship girls. She wanted to shake hands to show friendliness, but they only nodded slightly. Are there really 6 ship girls with such high levels of mental fastidiousness? Or perhaps they don't have a mental fastidiousness, but simply dislike people? Song Qingxi had heard from others that some ship girls would come to hate humans after experiencing the darkness of human society. Perhaps they are the kind of ship girls that are annoying. Commander. An officer walked up to Song Qingxi and whispered in her ear, "The commanders have arrived." Song Qingxi nodded. She said to Belfast and the others, "Could you please wait a moment? Several commanders from the East China Sea have arrived. I'd like to discuss this with them first, and then I'll come and talk to you." Belfast gave a faint and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Commander Song. Please consider our request." Song Qingxi nodded slightly. "I will." After saying that, he went to the outer hall. Only after Song Qingxi left did Daiduo dare to speak. "Should we cancel this job for the head maid?" Sirius nodded and said, "They seem determined to have us cooperate with the local commander. Such disobedience to our master is unforgivable." Belfast crossed his arms, pinched his chin, and said thoughtfully, "Let's talk about it when she gets back. It's not easy for her to come all the way to the East China Sea. If we don't get this commission, we'll have nothing to do for the rest of the month." Sheffield said calmly, "We've already saved up so much money. Taking a month off won't hurt, will it?" Scylla then spoke up. "It's always better to make more money. Last night, I even dreamt that the commander was crying and complaining to me that the port was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat, and they couldn't even afford cornbread with pickled vegetables." At this point, Scylla couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a smile, as if she were imagining some interesting scene. Just think about it. If the current commander were to fall on hard times, and we were to become so wealthy, wouldn't he have no choice but to come crawling to us, begging for some pocket money? Scylla's words sparked a flurry of thoughts among the ship girls. Cough, cough. Gloucester's cough interrupted Scylla's reverie. "Our purpose in making money is to prepare for the future, so as not to put the commander in a difficult position." Belfast said calmly, "Regardless of what the future holds, we need to negotiate right now." She carefully continued, "If Commander Song remains stubborn, then we will have no choice but to abandon this commission." As soon as Song Qingxi appeared in the hall, all the commanders stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Commander." Su Yun and the others greeted in unison. Song Qingxi nodded and said, "Please be seated, everyone." Su Yun and the others took their seats. "You are among the first to be attacked by the Abyss Remains, and you should know that the Abyss Remains have recently become rampant, making the seas extremely dangerous. Ordinary naval forces are no match for the Abyss Remains, and a large number of merchant ships have been attacked. If these Abyss Remains are not dealt with, the Navy's credibility among the people will further decline," Song Qingxi said. Su Yun and the others exchanged glances, not surprised by this. Jiang Shui said hesitantly, "But Commander, you should also know that among the commanders, we are all considered newbies. We don't have any good ways to deal with Yuan Hai. Last time, we were able to escape from Yuan Hai's clutches thanks to Su Yun and Bismarck." Song Qingxi nodded and said, "As the commander of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet, I naturally have some understanding of your ports and your respective ship girls." At this point, Song Qingxi gave Su Yun a deep look, as well as Bismarck standing meticulously behind him. Frankly, Bismarck standing here looks more like a commander than she does as commander. Her aura is just too strong. Therefore, in order to enable everyone to successfully defeat the Abyss, I have specially invited 6 ship girls who are renowned in the mercenary world to assist you." Su Yun and the others immediately became extremely alert. The ship girls who can become mercenaries are all freelance ship girls, and they're quite strong. If we could take this opportunity to develop some feelings for each other. Seemingly having guessed their thoughts, Song Qingxi spoke again, though with some hesitation. "That was my original thought, but I just chatted with a few ship girls inside and found that they were very resistant to cooperating with the commander." Song Qingxi gave a helpless, bitter smile. "This plan may have to be scrapped because of this." Everyone fell silent. It's common for mercenary ship girls to be unwilling to cooperate with their commanders. It's not uncommon for free-spirited ship girls to be unwilling to be bound by port restrictions. So what does the commander plan to do now? N.I. Xiaohong asked. Song Qingxi glanced at Su Yun and said, as far as I know, the only port in the East China Sea currently capable of responding to the Abyss Corps is Weiyang Port, right? Su Yun gave a soft and replied, for now, yes. But Weiyang Port District has only recently risen to prominence, and in terms of combat experience, it is probably not as good as these 6 experienced ship girls. Song Qingxi hesitated and said, if I had to choose between the two of you, frankly, I would prefer that the other 6 stay. Everyone understood. Jiang Shui chuckled and joked. In that case, why don't we let Lao Su go salvage the ships? He's been very popular with women lately. Maybe he can snatch all 6 ship girls away in one go. Su Yun rolled her eyes. You really think highly of me. Song Qingxi shook her head. No, they are already unwilling to contact the commander. If you rashly salvage the ship, it will only leave a bad impression of Donghai in their minds. That makes sense, Jiang Shui nodded. That's how it is. Song Qingxi stood up. Thank you all for making this trip. We won't need your help this time in the battle against the Abyss. All the commanders stood up. It's okay, just think of it as a vacation at home. Su Yun smiled. After a few more casual words, Song Qingxi saw Su Yun and the others off from the Navy Department. Behind the wall of the hall, Sheffield, who had come to eavesdrop, snorted softly upon learning the result. At least you know what's good for you. Chapter 52, He Lily's Request. When Su Yun returned from the Navy Department, it started snowing lightly again. Su Yun reached out, cupped the snowflakes in her hands, tilted her head back, and gazed at the dark blue sky. The leaden gray clouds gathered together, giving people a sense of oppression. Su Yun looked at the snowflakes that melted in her hand in an instant and couldn't help but sigh. It's really cold today. In previous years, we rarely saw snow, but this year it's been snowing heavily one after another. Bismarck then extended her hand, her cold eyes sweeping over the melting snow in her palm, and hummed in agreement. Compared to previous years, this year's weather is indeed very unusual. Perhaps the Sirens are conducting some kind of positional experiment again. Maybe. Su Yun's understanding of high-level Sirens was still based on the game from his previous life. In this life, he had only seen mass-produced Siren warships, which were just some small fry. Although he often saw posts on the Commander Forum about high-tier Sirens being able to cut through waves, he had never actually seen it with his own eyes. When we returned to Weiyang Port, a thin layer of snow had already accumulated. Although the port area was ransacked by Kaga and Mogador, the main gate remained undamaged and still looked very impressive from the outside. Just as Su Yun was lamenting that the most valuable thing in Weiyang Port area might only be this gate, he suddenly noticed a person standing at the main gate of his port area. He squinted and leaned closer to take a look. With long, wavy blonde hair, wearing a beige trench coat, and sporting large dark circles under her eyes, it was clear she hadn't had a proper rest in a long time. It's He Lily. Su Yun was taken aback. I haven't seen her for the past 2 months, and she didn't even go to the meeting with the commander. Why is she coming to my port now? Noticing Su Yun's arrival, He Lily raised her head, and Su Yun saw the haggard look on her face. Su Yun, she began slowly, her voice hoarse. Su Yun snapped out of her daze and quickly said, let's go inside. It's warm inside. He Lily nodded. Upon entering the port area, He Lily saw the mess inside Weiyang Port, and a look of astonishment appeared on her haggard face. Su Yun coughed and explained, the ship girls at home were being naughty and got carried away. Don't worry about them. He Lily remained silent for a long time, and after a while, she hummed in agreement. She seemed to have become quiet and reserved. The He Lily of the past was sunny, cheerful, confident, and generous, a stark contrast to her current self. Su Yun sighed inwardly. The secretary's ship died. No one would feel comfortable in that situation. Just as Su Yun stepped into the reception room, about to call out to Xiang He to make tea, a spring breeze swept by, and several foxtails brushed against Su Yun's chin. Welcome home, Commander. If you had come back any later, this disobedient 5th Carrier Division Junior would have had to be taught a lesson. Shikaku followed closely behind, hooking her arm around Su Yun's, and said defiantly, Commander Senpai cheated. It was supposed to be a target shooting competition, but she secretly turned on the sights. That's outrageous. Giggle giggle. Akagi laughed so hard her body trembled. I only agreed to have a shooting contest with you. I never said I wouldn't use the scope. Shikaku was furious, gritting his teeth. If we were shooting normally, I would definitely be better than you. Ahem. Su-yun coughed, putting away his playful mood, and said seriously, Akaji Shokaku, stop fooling around. We have guests. After Su-yun's reminder, the two realized that the distraught Lily was following behind them. They understood, nodded slightly, and stopped joking around. Senior. Lily repeated the two words Xianghe had spoken. There are few people who can be called senior by Shikaku, who is from the 5th Carrier Division. He has black hair, fox ears, and a playful voice. Although Lily had never met Akaji, she had seen photos of Akaji taken at great risk by other commanders on the Commander Forum. There is only one ship girl named Akaji in this world. Su-yun? You. Lily was stunned. Su-yun coughed and invited Lily to sit down. Please have a seat, Shikaku. Go and pour me a cup of hot tea. Okay. Xianghe nodded and turned to get the flower teapot. Lily. She remained silent for a long time. After sitting down, I held a cup of hot tea in my hands. The warmth went down into my stomach, and the chill was dispelled quite a bit. I didn't expect even Chi-Ching to submit to you. Lily said after a long silence. Just lucky, it was fate. Su-yun waved his hand. This time he was much more low-key. Normally, he would definitely put on a big show. But Lily is in a bad mental state right now. Her secretaryship just passed away not long ago. If I show off again, wouldn't I be rubbing salt into her wounds? Fate, huh? Lily chuckled self-deprecatingly. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat. It seems that Lily has not yet emerged from the shadow of York's death. You just came back from the commander's place, didn't you? Lily suddenly asked. Su-yun nodded, yes. But then he said helplessly. However, the commander found a few mercenary ship girls. Our local ports in the East China Sea are not competitive, and the other side is unwilling to cooperate with the ports. In the end, the commander chose them. So you're saying you won't be participating in this counterattack against Yuanhai? Lily asked through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly. Yes. Su-yun nodded. I heard the mercenary ship girls who came this time are very strong, and the abyss is mysterious and unpredictable. There's really no need for us to take this risk. Lily, what are you doing? Su-yun was startled. Lily knelt down in front of him with a thud, her face full of grief and tears welling up in her eyes. Su-yun, in the past 2 months, countless times when I closed my eyes, I could see York die in front of me, his body sinking into the sea. Her voice was hoarse, yet it carried a cathartic shout. Su-yun fell silent. The ship girls fell silent. I really regret why we launched that attack that day, why we didn't order the fleet to retreat immediately after seeing those abyssal corpses, but instead led them to charge forward. Lily burst into tears, each tear falling onto the floor, leaving a pool of tears. In the past, I often said that I wanted to be the most dashing commander in the East China Sea, and that I wanted to collect a lot of ship girls. I even changed my group chat name to East Coast Ship Collecting King. But I was just joking. I only wanted York, that's all. Su-yun. I want revenge on Su-yun, Lily said, her voice choked with sobs. I'm sworn enemies with those abyssal corpses. Su-yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Lily grabbed Su-yun's hand and pleaded, but I can't do anything by myself. Aaron can't deal with those abyssal corpses either. Right now, in the entire East China Sea region, only you can deal with those abyssal corpses. Su-yun, please take me to the sea. I will personally kill those abyssal corpses to avenge York. Chapter 53. Follow me, let's go to war. Su-yun had originally prepared to stay in the port area and not go out for a while. The abyss is unpredictable, and although he believes in the strength of his ship girls, what if something goes wrong? Even someone as powerful as Mogador suffered a setback in his first encounter with the abyss. Since the Navy has invited several powerful mercenary ship girls, I might as well stay at home and not take the risk. But Lily's appearance changed his mind. The ship girls remained silent, and none of them offered any advice. If it were Bismarck's Vi in normal times, he would probably be discussing countermeasures with Su-yun at this point, right? In the evening, Su-yun stood by the window, watching the fine snow falling outside, for a long, long time. Akaji and Bismarck stood behind him. This is his bedroom. As for why these two ship girls are here, we need to rewind 10 minutes. Akaji plotted a night raid, but Bismarck's Vi anticipated her scheme and waited in Su-yun's bedroom beforehand. Akaji wanted to act cute and plead with Su-yun, but when she saw the commander standing by the window with a melancholy look in his eyes, she instantly suppressed her playful thoughts and became quiet and serious. Bismarck followed closely behind, resulting in the scene of the two women standing as punishment in his bedroom. Bismarck. Only one desk lamp was on in the room, and Su Yun's cold and serious face was reflected in the window. Tell me, should we disobey the commander's orders, act alone, and fight against the abyss? Bismarck's Vi stroked her chin, pondering, and said, Commander, do you want to quell this anger? Lily and I are colleagues, friends, and more importantly, she has been kind to me. Su Yun lowered her eyes and said, back when I was so poor in Weiyang Port that I couldn't even afford to eat, I would always take something to her to pawn for some money. Sometimes it was an old pot, sometimes it was an old TV, all old and secondhand goods, but she would always give me the highest market price. I knew she was helping me, and we both knew it without saying a word. Bismarck, stroking his chin, asked, does the Admiralty have any documents restricting port area operations regarding this matter? Yes, the order has been issued. In order to allow the mercenary ship girls to act without any worries, the port areas in the East China Sea need to give way to them, and they are not allowed to go to sea during this period. Bismarck pondered for a moment and analyzed. Commander, I understand your dilemma. In the army, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Lily's revenge has no clear target. The remains of those who killed York have long since sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even if you take her out to sea, it will only be a temporary release of her emotions. After a pause, Bismarck's Vi continued. Even if it wasn't us who killed the abyssal skeletons this time, but rather those mercenary ship girls, the result would be the same. Those abyssal skeletons would still die. The only difference is who killed them and whether Lily was involved. Considering everything, if we disobey orders and force an attack, the gains won't be high. If you feel guilty towards her and want to help her, we can approach it from other angles, such as providing supplies or security. Su Yun did not answer, but continued to look out the window, remaining silent for a long time. Akaji crossed his arms and shook his head with a tisk-tisk sound. Bismarck, what you said is very good, but don't say it again next time. Bismarck lowered his head in shame. I made this judgment based on the development of the port area. When the commander asked us that question, he already had the answer in his heart, didn't he? Akaji crossed her arms and said calmly, the commander isn't the kind of person who swallows his anger after being wronged. Since Lily wants revenge, then let's help her get revenge. The abyss invades the East Sea, then let's fight. Only when you have a clear mind can you sleep well, right? Su Yun smiled slightly and turned around. Those who truly understand me are my most sincere friends. Akaji chuckled. Of course. The commander just wants our support. As the commander's ship girl, Akaji will naturally stand by the commander without hesitation. Even if the whole world is against the commander, Akaji will fight alongside the commander to conquer the world. Su Yun smiled. He looked at Bismarck and said, that's it, Bismarck. I'm going to disobey the orders from my superiors to stay at the garrison and lead the troops into battle. Bismarck Zwei instantly knelt on one knee, placed her right hand on her chest, and bowed in salute. Bismarck-class battleship. Bismarck, I am ready to serve the commander. Where the commander's sword points, my cannons will follow. All right. In that case, let's prepare the fleet. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. I'll drive to Dongshan Port to pick up Lily. You all call on all the ship girls who can fight. At daybreak, we'll fight the abyss. Bismarck and Akaji nodded solemnly in unison. Yes. In the middle of the night, Lily lay in bed, curled up in a ball, hugging a dolphin doll about half the size of a person, her fingers clenched tightly. The dolphin doll was a birthday gift from York to her. She thought it was just an ordinary gift, but now it has become her only memory of York. Lily hugged the doll tightly, burying her head in it. Mr. Su Yun, this is our commander's bedroom. You can't just barge in. Suddenly, the panicked voices of their own ship girl came from outside. Lily was startled, sat up, and saw that her bedroom door had been violently pushed open. Lily, get up. It's 5 a.m. What are you sleeping for? Su Yun's sudden appearance left Lily stunned. You? What do you mean, what about me? Put on your armor, grab your heavy machine gun, and get on your yacht. Come with me to the East China Sea. Fully armed, Su Yun tugged at his leather gloves and said, to avenge York. Naval Department, East China Sea Patrol Division. As we agreed beforehand, I have issued the documents to ensure that all commanders on the mainland remain in the port area and will not hold you back. Commander Song Qingzi of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet said solemnly, but the abyssal corpses that have appeared this time pose a great threat. Not only the East China Sea, but all the sea areas of the seven oceans have been attacked by the abyssal corpses. Among them are some extremely powerful abyssal corpses, which even the special class ship girls are no match for. I know that you are all very strong, but when it comes to war, you can never be too cautious. Belfast nodded slightly. Commander Song, please rest assured. We are all seasoned veterans and know the dangers of the sea. We will not let our guard down. Song Qingzi hummed in agreement. As dawn broke in the east, the sea was bathed in the red glow of the afterglow. The horns of naval warships sounded in the harbor as a large naval force boarded the ships. Commander, the photographer is ready too, a staff member said as he approached Song Qingzi. Song Qingzi hummed in agreement. She addressed Belfast and the others, saying, I ask for your understanding once again. Recently, there has been a lot of criticism against me from the outside world, and I need this victory to enhance my political record. Belfast nodded and gave a soft hum. Song Qingzi mentioned this matter when she discussed it with them yesterday. Song Qingzi had only recently taken office as commander and was facing a lot of criticism. This was her first action since taking office, and she not only had to win, but she had to win spectacularly. Song Qingzi will lead a naval fleet to provide flank support, and the accompanying photographer will document the entire operation. If we win, this victory will make headlines in the East China Sea region tomorrow. If we lose, then we'll delete the recording. Now that everything is ready, then, Song Qingzi solemnly said, please follow me, everyone, to conquer the East Sea. Chapter 54 What is meant by the God of War of the East Sea? Su Yun. The salty sea breeze pattered against her face. Lily sat on the back of the jet ski, her arms around Su Yun's waist, but her eyes were fixed on the two modified machine guns on either side, and she was feeling uneasy. How come this guy has something like this hidden in his port area? Where did you get all this equipment? Su Yun, fully equipped on the motorboat, his face completely covered, wearing a military-grade crash helmet, and his eye shield coated with anti-fog wax, answered Lily's question without turning his head. I modified it myself. Before Mogador came, I relied on this equipment for my attacks. Don't be fooled by the fact that this motorboat only has 2 machine guns. They use the best armor-piercing rounds, which can easily penetrate the armor of a Siren destroyer. Lily was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She had heard about Su Yun's solo efforts, but hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was another. You're really daring, she thought. Feeling the jet ski speeding towards nearly 200 miles per hour, the sound of crashing waves filling her ears, a thrill spreading through her. She didn't dislike the feeling. On the contrary, she was somewhat excited. Hey, what do you mean I'm bold? If I weren't desperate for money, who would dare to go out alone? The wind and waves were so loud that Su Yun practically shouted at the top of his lungs, give me 10 billion, and I can even take down the purifier. The shipgirls accompanying Su Yun on this expedition are Bismarck Zwei, Shokaku, Zuikaku, Akagi, Kaga, and Mogador. The situation was urgent, and Ajax was still at the Admiralty, so Su Yun didn't call her. Bismarck Zwei caught up, her expression serious. Commander, radar has detected enemies ahead, possibly abyssal remains. You and Commander he should stop here. We'll go and engage them. Su Yun nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Bismarck Zwei responded. We will surely bring victory to the commander. After saying that, she led Akagi and the others forward, their ship equipment deployed, and the giant ship transformation was activated. Su Yun turned to Lily in the back seat and asked, you know how to use a machine gun, right? Lily nodded. Of course, I studied at the Naval Academy. All right, then pick up the side machine guns and fire at those abyssal corpses. Su Yun said solemnly. But I must warn you. Aim carefully and don't hit my ship girls. Although these machine guns can't do anything to them when they've become giant ships, if you do hit them, I'll still settle the score with you. Lily became serious and said solemnly, don't worry. I might miss the targets at the shooting range, but can I aim accurately at this hundreds of meters long abyss? Okay, it's up to you. Lily responded, gripped the fixed machine gun on the right side of the motorboat with both hands, took a deep breath, and aimed the scope at Yuan Hai. The main purpose of this operation is to help Lily get revenge. Bismarck and the others would assist from the side, and Lily would make way for a firing line. Aim and fire. Bang 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 bang. Bullets poured out of the machine gun like a torrential rain. All the commanders were outstanding graduates of the Naval Academy and were proficient in using most modern weapons. The machine gun recoil was considerable, but it was nothing to Su Yun, a veteran motorboat pilot. Ding 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 ding. Armor-piercing bullets left a row of bullet holes in Yuan Hai's body. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Su Yun, the machine gun isn't powerful enough. Lily said anxiously. Use this. Su Yun took out a rocket launcher from his suitcase and slung it over his shoulder. Lily's eyes widened. You have all of this? Wait, you're not planning to launch rockets while riding a motorboat, are you? It's okay. I turned on the automatic cruise control. It won't flip over, Su-Yun said confidently. Lily's expression changed repeatedly. She suddenly understood why Su-Yun was called the god of war of the East Sea. This kind of crazy energy is truly unmatched by ordinary people. But she snatched the rocket launcher from Su-Yun's hand. Su-Yun was taken aback. Are you sure you can do it? Who are you underestimating? Lily aimed at Yuan high. I got a perfect score on this practical course. Bang! The rocket roared out, trailing a fiery tail, and struck Yuan high squarely. Break! The abyss exploded and caught fire, the shockwave creating surging waves that continuously pounded against the motorboat. Su-Yun gripped the handle and sped along on the waves. An unprecedented sense of excitement and the exhilarating feeling of revenge filled Lily's heart. She suddenly realized that this exciting feeling was something she had never experienced in her previous 24 years of life. Awesome! Lily couldn't help but burst into laughter. Are there any more shells? Su-Yun, let's drive all those abyssal corpses out. Leave no one alive. Okay, Su-Yun agreed readily. Bang bang bang. One after another, the wrecked ships sank under the bombardment of Belfast and his men. On the largest warship, the camera was focused on Song Ching-tse, who waved her hand and shouted the order. Launch. Bang bang bang. The main guns fired in unison, and shells hit their targets one after another, sinking the wrecked ships one after another. The operation went exceptionally smoothly. If today's footage were edited into a video, Song Ching-tse's military and political status would likely rise even higher. She checked the video on the photographer's camera and nodded in satisfaction. Photographer, do you think I should tilt my head up at a 45-degree angle and raise it with one hand? That would look more imposing. The photographer gave a thumbs up. The commander is so dashing. He looks handsome no matter what pose he strikes. We could take a picture like this for the cover. It would definitely garner a lot of support votes from districts and counties for the commander. Song Ching-tse nodded. I think so too. So she started thinking about posing for photos again. What she didn't know was that a mole had infiltrated her own warship. So-called partisan strife involves planting moles in the opposing camp to secretly film and record their embarrassing moments, which are then released during elections to lower their vote count. Mu Chi was a subordinate of Nan Su, the former commander of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet. His mission today was to accompany Song Ching-tse on the expedition. If Song Celadon wins by a large margin, then nothing will happen, but if Song Celadon suffers a great defeat, these videos will be used by Nan Su to make a big fuss. Mu Chi had a miniature pinhole camera hidden in his chest, unnoticed by anyone. Through these cameras, the battle footage was transmitted in real time to Nan Su, who was far away in Donghai City. Nan Su watched as Song Ching-tse made such a smooth progress, biting her nails hard. Where did this guy hire so many freakish shipgirls? At this rate, will I ever have a chance to become the commander? Just as I was thinking, suddenly. Snap! A bolt from the blue. A thick bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the sea, instantly illuminating everyone's faces. Chapter 55, Form Level. Oh no. Protect the commander. The moment the bolt from the blue struck, the shipgirls were instantly thrown into a panic. Being struck by such a huge bolt of lightning on the sea would surely result in instant electrocution and death, right? Lily was terrified, her face turning deathly pale. But Su-Yun remained unaffected. The instant he realized that he and Lily might be electrocuted, Su-Yun made a decisive move, twisted the throttle to the floor, and the motorboat shot forward, leaping up and splashing through the waves. Waves crashed behind us as the speedboat briefly lifted off the surface of the sea. But that's still not enough. At best, they can only buy themselves a tiny bit of time to survive. I need someone to save me. Bismarck, Su-Yun called out solemnly. Bismarck Zwei reacted extremely quickly, charging forward on his griffin without regard for anything else. A giant dragon soared through the air, tearing through the sea breeze. She instantly caught Su-Yun and Lily, holding them securely in her arms, and quickly asked, Commander, are you all right? Su-Yun didn't reply, her eyes fixed on the sea. The motorboat, which he had modified for 5 million, was smoking and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. No, Su-Yun cried out in despair. I spent 5 million to modify this motorboat. The sound echoed across the sea, as mournful as if a loved one had died. Bismarck Zwei breathed a sigh of relief. He's shouting so energetically. It seems the commander is all right. Damn it. Holy crap. Su-Yun gritted his teeth. How could there be a bolt from the blue in broad daylight? It sank my jet ski. Damn it. Lily, nestled in Bismarck's arms, hadn't fully recovered from the shock when she heard Su-Yun's loud, forceful cursing. Her lips twitched. This person has a really big heart. Bismarck Zwei, however, looked out at the distant sea, pinched his chin, and became serious. No, Commander, this lightning bolt is no ordinary lightning bolt. Su Yun frowned. This isn't ordinary lightning. Could it be man-made? Based on my travels in recent years, this lightning bolt should be caused by a fragment of abyssal remains evolving into a tangible form. Evolution. Su Yun was taken aback. Bismarck Zwei nodded seriously, yes. The form-level abyss remains are grayish-white, comparable to wild beasts, and can actively become ethereal, making them even more troublesome. Their mobility and firepower have increased several levels, making them impossible for ordinary shipgirls to deal with. More importantly, the resentment of the dead on them is stronger, and getting close will affect you. Su Yun's expression turned serious. Akaji and his group also sailed over at this time. Commander. The shipgirls anxiously surrounded them. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Did you get an electric shock anywhere? Akaji leaned in and started touching Su Yun all over, checking him over from head to toe. His hands were anything but still. Su Yun slapped her hand away, glanced at Lily beside her, coughed, and said seriously, there are other people here. Touching people like this is ridiculous. Akaji blinked, thoughtfully analyzing the meaning of the sentence. Does that mean you can touch things however you want when no one is around? A meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Su Yun ignored her and turned to ask Bismarck, can you deal with these form-level abyssal remains? Bismarck Zwei analyzed. As long as they don't get close, it shouldn't be a problem. The combat power of the form-level abyss corpses is roughly equivalent to a level 100 Siren fleet. But they can actively become ethereal, so we need to be careful not to miss our shots and get caught off guard by a counterattack. Since they can actively become ethereal, what should we do? Zuikaku asked, puzzled. They are single-threaded creatures. Their internal programs can only allow them to do one thing at a time. Once they are in a virtual state, they cannot fire, and once they fire, they cannot be in a virtual state. The shipgirls suddenly realized. Sounds like you're not too difficult to deal with. Kaga crossed his arms and said indifferently. Su Yun stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the distant sea. Bismarck, why would there be abyssal corpses evolving out of nowhere? Could there be a battle taking place up ahead? Bismarck Zwei nodded. You might be right. This is exactly what I'm about to say. When the abyss senses a desperate situation, the flagship in the fleet will evolve. She paused, gazing intently into the distance. It's probably Commander Song and those mercenary shipgirls, right? I didn't expect that the shipgirls that Commander Song brought could force Yuan Hai into such a desperate situation. It seems that their strength is extraordinary. She withdrew her gaze and said seriously to Su Yun, Commander, it's dangerous ahead. My suggestion is to retreat first. It's too risky for you and Commander Lily to stay here. Since those mercenary shipgirls are quite strong, we don't need to take any more risks. Besides, she lowered her head and lowered her voice. We went to sea against orders this time. It would be best if we could avoid Commander Song and her group. Bismarck's words were not without merit. Su Yun was silent for a few seconds, then turned to look at Lily. Their eyes met. Lily's eyes gradually hardened from initial confusion to determination. She bit her lower lip, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Su Yun, lend me a yacht equipped with machine guns. I'll go myself. Go by yourself? Su Yun rolled her eyes. Are you going to your death? Lily was stunned. Su Yun ignored her, looked up ahead, and shouted loudly. Full speed ahead. Fight against the form-level abyss. Bismarck Zwei did not hesitate for a moment and solemnly replied, yes. Lily's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She moved her lips, wanting to say something, but found her throat felt like it was blocked. A warm current surged in her heart, so hot it made her want to cry. Thank you, Su Yun. Her voice trembled. You're willing to go to such lengths for me. Hey, we're all from the same sea area. Why are you thanking me? Su Yun waved his hand. When our port area was so poor we couldn't even afford food, didn't you help me? Since I've decided to help you, I'll help you to the end. Lily's lips moved, but the words of gratitude stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. She raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye and forcefully hummed in agreement. Song Qingzi rubbed her eyes. The lightning was as powerful as a top-tier flashbang, and her eyes were red. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying on the side of the ship, and when she saw the huge gray-white abyss that appeared in the center of the abyss, her mouth was agape enough to fit an egg. What is that thing? Not only her, but everyone, including Belfast and other shipgirls, was seeing a class abyss for the first time. Head maid, Gloucester said hesitantly. It seems the abyss has evolved? Belfast nodded solemnly. Everyone be careful. The enemy may have developed abilities we don't know about. Sheffield, come back. Before he could finish speaking, Sheffield had already rushed out. I don't care what color you've turned, she said coldly, her tone still sharp. You're just a bigger pest. But just as they got close, Sheffield's pupils suddenly contracted. A strong aura of death emanated from the grayish-white corpse. In that instant, she seemed to see. On the massive deck, countless crew members waved and cried for help. Their faces went from rosy to swollen, their skin festering and decaying until they became unrecognizable drowned corpses. Their hands were still waving, their mouths were still opening and closing, but no sound came out. What is this? Sheffield's face turned deathly pale. A death replay? Bang! The grayish-white skeleton raised its main cannon and aimed it at her. Sheffield had no time to dodge and was sent flying horizontally, like a kite with a broken string, drawing an arc on the sea. Sheffield, Belfast's voice ripped through the sea breeze. Moochie stood on the deck, staring blankly at the scene. The boss's voice, trembling with excitement, came through the earphones. Quick, record it now. I want all the representatives to see how Song Chingtsi was defeated. Moochie snapped out of his daze and frantically adjusted the camera, aiming it at Sheffield, who was flying sideways. Just as Belfast and the others were about to rush forward to rescue the people, the next instant, a barrage of artillery fire from the form-level abyss was unleashed. Layer upon layer of spray rose up, like a towering water prison, trapping them firmly. Sheffield, Belfast shouted, his pupils dilating. Thump! Sheffield fell into an embrace. Sheffield, who was about to lose consciousness, opened her eyes and saw a face that she knew all too well. Bismarck Zwei. Looks like we arrived just in time and managed to save her. Su Yun's voice rang out from the side. Commander? Sheffield's heart skipped a beat. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Su Yun. Su Yun took her hand and said seriously, All right, Miss Shipgirl, you should rest now. Leave the rest to us. Chapter 56 I have a plan. You? Sheffield wanted to shout Su Yun's name. But her consciousness became blurred, her mental units were damaged, her small hands drooped, and she fainted. She's passed out? Looks like she's suffered quite a bit of trauma, Su Yun said in surprise. A glance at the distant fleet of warships reveals that the mercenary fleet is locked in combat with the Abyss fleet. The form, Class Abyss Corps is 1.5 times larger than other, residual, Class Abyss Corpses. It unleashes a barrage of firepower like a madman, and its speed is extremely fast. Su Yun was extremely surprised. He finally understood what Bismarck meant by beast. Judging by appearance, the speed of this form, Class Wreck, should be around 34 knots. This has completely exceeded the limits that battleships can possess, and is approaching the level of light cruisers. The size of a battleship, the speed of a light cruiser, my goodness, does this make sense? Su Yun exclaimed in surprise. The Abyss is a ghost ship. It looks huge, but it's all bark and no bite. It's much lighter than a solid warship of the same type, Bismarck Zwei replied. I see, Su Yun said, suddenly understanding. He crossed his arms and stroked his chin, saying, It looks dangerous. Lily, take the sniper rifle and snipe. Don't get too close. Leave this kind of monster to Bismarck and the others. We can participate by sniping a couple of times. Lily nodded regretfully. She too had sensed the power of the form-level Abyss remains. Bismarck, Akagi, Shikaku, and Mogador, the four of you, go forth. Su Yun said solemnly. Kaga and Zuikaku, stay here to protect us. Akagi pouted her red lips and said coquettishly, I want to stay and protect the commander too. Good boy, Akagi, carry out the order. Su Yun whispered in Akagi's ear, when you return victorious, I'll give you a surprise. Chi-Ching was overjoyed and immediately became motivated. What are you saying? Commander, even without any surprises, Akagi will definitely carry out your orders diligently. Akagi said in a charming voice, drawing out the last syllable. For Shipgirls carried out the sortie order and faced the class wreckage head-on. Watching their receding figures, Su Yun picked up his binoculars and stared in amazement at the grayish-white level abyssal remains. Human exploration of this ocean is less than 10% complete. Sizzle. Sizzle. A signal came from the walkie-talkie on his chest. This is Song Chingtsi, commander of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet. Please respond. Please respond. Su Yun remained silent for a while. Lily also calmed down, her heart pounding. Disobeying orders and running into superiors here. What's the difference between this and sneaking out to surf the internet and bumping into your homeroom teacher? Su Yun braced himself and picked up the walkie-talkie, replying, "This is the first fleet of Weiyang Port. I am Commander Su Yun. Not long ago, our port's radar detected abnormal energy fluctuations in this area, so we have come here to provide support." There was a 3-second pause on the other end of the walkie-talkie before the voice said, "Thank you for your support, Commander Su Yun. Come aboard my warship, and we'll discuss this in detail." After hanging up the walkie-talkie, Su Yun said to Kaga and Zuikaku, "Let's go, board the ship." He Lily tugged at his sleeve, bit her lower lip, and said remorsefully, "I'm sorry, Su Yun, you only stood up for me. Whatever the punishment may be, I will take it all on myself." Su Yun smiled and said, "For you, I would dare to disobey not only the commander's punishment, but also the marshal's orders." He Lily, who played Su Yun, was deeply moved, her eyes as clear as autumn water. Zuikaku and Kaga exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. It's one thing for Shipgirls to fall for it, but now even other commanders are falling for it? This is not good. There will be more and more competitors in the future. Although neither of them spoke, they both understood each other's expressions. On the cruiser, Mu Chi stood by the window, pointing the miniature camera on his chest at the naval battlefield. After the level Abyss Corps joined the battle, the situation was instantly reversed. With Belfast and other Shipgirls tied down, the East China Sea Patrol fleet is in disarray. At this rate, defeat is only a matter of time. In an underground control room somewhere in the East China Sea, Nansu, the former commander of the East China Sea Patrol fleet, saw this scene and excitedly slapped the table in admiration. Such an ugly defeat in your first battle in office. Song Qingzi, let's see what you're going to do next. Nanshu watched the East China Sea Patrol fleet sinking one after another on the screen in the control room, her excitement twisting in her head. "Commander, we've already lost 5 aircraft carriers and 5 battleships. The loss of frigates is even higher, exceeding double digits. This is a major loss." In the control room, Nansu's henchman read out these numbers. Although Nanshu's faction had been replaced by a new commander, they still coveted the position. Therefore, Nanshu's former subordinates continued to address her as commander. "A huge loss, he. If such a loss report is submitted to the Supervisory Council, Song Qingzi will definitely be charged with mismanagement, right?" Nansu's lips curled into a strange smile. In the last party vote in the Navy Department, Song Qingzi only won by 1 vote. If I forward this video, the situation will definitely turn in my favor. "Commander, I have a plan," his henchman suddenly exclaimed. "Oh, what's your plan?" After careful consideration, Deng Yu said, "Song Qingzi's expedition has already ended in failure. Right now, the fishermen are very resentful of Yuan Hai. If they see that Song Qingzi can't even deal with 1 Yuan Hai, they will definitely start to miss the commander, right?" Nansu thought it made a lot of sense and nodded. "That's right. There's no harm without comparison. Seeing how useless Song Qingzi is, they will definitely think of me, their former commander." The henchman said, "So why don't we just do a live broadcast? Let's show the footage of Song Qingzi's defeat. That way we're sure to get the fishermen's votes." Nansu's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. Let's do a live stream. Let all the people who support Song Qingzi see what kind of person they voted for." The thought of Song Qingzi being verbally attacked by the residents of Donghai in the next few days made Nanshu feel a sense of relief. "Trying to take the commander's position from me? Go to hell. Ha ha ha." Somewhere in Asia, Li Shangyin is still fishing on the edge of a cliff. He yawned boredly, holding a fishing rod in one hand and scrolling through short videos on his phone with the other. Give the brothers a lighter to bite. Let's go? Just do it. Slide away. My sword and shield. BB Lab. My sword and shield. BB Lab. Slide away again. Hey. Daoma, hey. Daoma. Twisted Waist Beauty? Li Shangyin stared at it for a long time. He scrolled down further and landed on an official title. Its official title is East China Sea Patrol Headquarters. The message reads, "Commander Song Qingzi of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet is currently expelling the wrecked creatures, restoring peace to the East China Sea for the benefit of the people." Li Shangyin scratched his belly, his expression strange. The East China Sea Patrol Fleet is live-streaming the attack on the Abyss? Is the live-streaming industry this crazy now? They're even live-streaming this kind of thing. He clicked into the live stream and found that there were over 100,000 viewers online. But soon he realized something was wrong and squinted. In the footage, one after another, warships of the East China Sea Patrol Fleet were sunk, flames soared into the sky, and smoke filled the air. This isn't expelling the Abyss corpses. This is clearly being expelled by the Abyss corpses. These idiots. Li Shangyan laughed in anger. What brilliant mind came up with this live stream? They're still broadcasting after he's been beaten like this? Don't they care about public trust? Chapter 57 The Power of the Soul, Heaven and Earth Unfold. Netizen A. Military live broadcast? Let me see what's going on. Is this a real war? Shouldn't it be an exercise? Netizen B. Why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? Netizen C. It's not just a feeling, it's a feeling of being suppressed. Another battleship was blown up? Is this some kind of movie? Netizen D. Holy crap, they dare to stream themselves playing like that? 6666. Nan Su watched the constant flashing of doubts on the live stream screen, a strange smile curling at the corner of her lips. Commander, I have a plan too, another henchman said. You have a plan too? Tell me. The henchman said, there's a lot of skepticism among the public right now. Their emotions are easily swayed. Let's hire an online army to stir up trouble regarding Song Dynasty Celadon, and its reputation will be completely ruined. Excellent plan. Nansu clapped her hands. Execute it immediately. Yes. A moment later, the chat in the live stream became. Netizen E. Just a passerby. I feel that Song Dynasty Celadon is inferior to Nanshu porcelain. Just a passerby. I feel that Song Dynasty Celadon is inferior to Nanshu porcelain. Netizen F. What a genius commander. To lose so many warships at once. He's truly a genius commander. Netizen G. Song Qingzi. Step down. Song Qingzi. Step down. The live stream was flooded with comments criticizing Song Qingzi, with many netizens pointing fingers at her. Her real-time support rate dropped from 51% to 43%, while Nansu's support rate rose. Meanwhile, Song Qingzi, far away in the East China Sea, was unaware of this anomaly. Su Yun led He Lily onto the warship, walked towards Song Qingzi, and gave a standard military salute. Greetings, sir, the two said simultaneously. Song Qingzi hummed in agreement. She glanced at Su Yun and Sheffield, who had fainted in his arms, and was about to speak. Su Yun, you. This has nothing to do with Su Yun. Blame me if you must. He Lily stepped forward and blocked Su Yun's path, saying, Su Yun disobeyed orders and brought me to Donghai to avenge me. If I hadn't gone to find Su Yun, he wouldn't be here. Song Qingzi was taken aback and looked He Lily up and down. Who are you? Song Qingzi had only recently taken office and didn't know much about the commanders in the East China Sea. He Lily hadn't gone to the Maritime Bureau last time, so this was the first time Song Qingzi had met her. I am He Lily, the commander of Dongshan Port District. He Lily said, patting her chest. Last time, on this very sea, my secretary's ship, York, was killed by the abyss. I couldn't sleep all night, and it was for revenge that I asked Su Yun to come this time. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Why are you in such a hurry to self-destruct? Commander Song is in crisis right now. Why not just find a satellite to detect the danger and use that as a reason to come to his aid? Song Qingzi wasn't angry. Just as Su Yun had predicted, she was overjoyed to receive support. I see, I understand now. Song Qingzi nodded slightly. We'll talk about disobeying orders later, Commander Su. Your shipgirls arrived just in time to provide support. She looked at the shipgirls who were fighting against the form, class abyssal skeletons not far away, and said seriously, the abyssal skeletons are unpredictable. No one expected that they would actually complete a self-evolution in the battle. If your shipgirl can make a great contribution this time, the matter of disobeying orders will be forgiven. Not only that, I will also reward you handsomely. Su Yun glanced at Song Qingzi with some surprise. If it were Nan Su, she would probably be accusing him of disobeying orders by now, right? It seems that the new commander is more humane than the previous commander. Boom. Crash. The battle at sea continues. Bismarck, Inakaji, Shikaku, Mogador, Belfast, and the others were utterly astonished to see Bismarck and his men suddenly arrive to provide support amidst the chaos of battle. How did these people end up together? A thought that made Belfast's heart race crossed her mind. Does the fact that these people are all together mean the commander has returned? We'll discuss the details later. Bismarck said sternly, the commander has appointed me as the flagship for this operation. Follow my orders and form an encirclement around the form. Class Abyss remains. Do not approach. Clear out the remnant. Class Abyss remains first, and then we'll finish it off together. Upon hearing the word commander, Belfast and the others' pupils dilated instantly, and they nodded in unison. Yes. Bang 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 boom boom boom. With the addition of shipgirls like Bismarck, the situation was reversed once again. Su-Yun picked up his binoculars and saw many East China Sea Patrol warships conducting guerrilla warfare on the outskirts. He said seriously to Song Qingzi, "Commander Song, ordinary people operating warships are unlikely to be effective in this level of combat. My suggestion is to retreat immediately and hand the battlefield over to Bismarck and the others, to avoid greater casualties." Song Qingzi pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. What Su-Yun said made no sense, but, "Are you sure your Shipgirls can handle this?" Song Qingzi asked anxiously. Su-Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are no stronger Shipgirls in this world." Seeing Su-Yun's confidence, Song Qingzi nodded after a moment's thought, picked up the walkie-talkie, and ordered the captains of all the warships. "All personnel return to base. Hand over the battlefield to the Shipgirls." I repeat that again. All personnel return to base. Hand over the battlefield to the Shipgirls. All human warships began to turn around and return to port. The live stream room of the East China Sea Patrol headquarters was filled with mocking comments. Netizen H. 666. They ran away. Netizen I told you she couldn't handle this command. Go to the Western Paradise and invite Nansu. With the combined efforts of Bismarck and others, the remaining, remnant, level abyssal remains on the outer perimeter have been almost completely cleared out. Just as the 9 Shipgirls were preparing to join forces to bombard the leader of the form, Class Abyss Corps, the sky suddenly darkened. The clouds grew thicker, making the air feel oppressive. Click! Another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was as powerful as a god. Su-Yun and the others quickly covered their eyes, covered their heads, and squatted down. After the lightning subsided, a second form, Class Abyss Corps, was born from the Abyss Corps cluster. Song Qingzi and the others all turned extremely pale, their fingers trembling. Another one? Su-Yun's expression was solemn. It seems that the addition of Shipgirls like Bismarck made Abyss feel even more desperate, thus giving birth to a new form, class. What a terrifying monster. He lily swallowed. She suddenly realized how foolish her decision to personally lead the campaign against the Abyss to avenge Yerk was. 5 lightning rods stand atop this newly formed shape, Class Wreck. Sizzle. Lightning flashed inside the lightning rod. Bismarck's Vi reacted most quickly and immediately realized what it was about to do. It's going to attract lightning. Everyone, scatter. The Shipgirls immediately scattered. Click. A charged bolt of lightning struck Mogador. Mogador reacted swiftly, taking a step back to dodge the lightning. The lightning struck a small island behind her. Break. Rumble. The island was instantly blasted into a huge crater. Large areas of rock walls collapsed. It was horrifying. A barrage of question marks flashed across the livestream screen. Netizen A. Netizen B. Netizen C. Netizen D. Holy crap. How is this Abyss Corps so strong? Netizen E. We misunderstood Commander Song. It turns out she was facing such a terrifying new type of monster. Netizen F. Is there no hope left for humanity? On the East China Sea Patrol ship, Song Qingzi and the others got up from behind the cover, and their expressions changed slightly when they saw the astonishing destructive power. This power has already surpassed that of battleship shells, hasn't it? He Lily exclaimed in disbelief. The enemy has actually evolved to this level, while our technology is still stuck on traditional warships. Song Qingzi smiled bitterly. Run, Su-Yun, call your Shipgirls and run together. It seems that if we want to deal with these abyssal corpses, we'll at least have to ask the Shipgirls in the Colonel's mansion to help. Su-Yun braced himself against the cover and stood up. He shook his head. The flash of lightning had blurred his vision for a moment. Commander Song, this isn't over yet. Commander Song was taken aback. You have another plan? I haven't used my soul power yet. Su-Yun narrowed his eyes and became serious. In the past, the 5 little ones at home were too weak, and I never had the chance to use my soul power, for fear of burdening their Shipgirl souls. Now, I finally have the opportunity. He Lily remembered it too. Having known him for so long, she had never seen Su-Yun use his soul power to amplify his Shipgirl. Depending on the strength of the commander's soul power, the Shipgirl's abilities will be amplified to varying degrees. Ordinary commanders provide around 20% boost to Shipgirls, while commanders in the East China Sea are mostly newbies and generally provide around 10% boost, with Aaron providing 18%. What about Su-Yun? A 5% increase would be pretty good, right? He Lily thought this way. Su-Yun unleashed his soul power. The next second, the world unfolded like a chessboard in the minds of Bismarck's Vi and other Shipgirls. He Lily plopped down on the deck with a thud, her pupils contracting. She seemed to see a prehistoric behemoth, the Crimson Godzilla, standing in front of her. At that moment, she suddenly understood something. It turns out that Su Yun was the high-ranking Siren who twice brought alarms to the East China Sea. Chapter 58 Monster Commander. Just how strong can a person's soul power be? The ocean is like a giant chessboard, and his soul power transforms into a gigantic hand that can destroy everything in an instant. Countless memories and souls flashed past behind Su Yun, so many that he Lily couldn't count them all. For the first time in her life, he Lily felt fear of the spiritual power of others. She plopped down on the ground, staring at Su Yun's soul, her red lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Monster. These two words appeared in he Lily's mind. She swallowed hard. Is this level of soul truly something that humans can possess? She suddenly understood why those ship girls who had been scared away from the Weiyang Port area in the past had all been like this. When a soul contract is made, the commander will unleash their own soul. Imagine you open the door expecting to see a cozy little house, but instead you see a red lotus Godzilla breathing on you at the door. Would you still be able to remain calm? In an instant, the waves surged and the warship rocked. When Song Qingzi saw he Lily fall to the floor with a thud, she thought she had lost her balance and quickly helped her up. The waves are getting bigger and bigger. It's not safe on the deck. Come on, let's go inside. Song Qingzi shouted as she pulled he Lily into the dock. Only commanders possess soul power. Ordinary humans like Song Qingzi cannot sense its existence. In other words, apart from he Lily and Su Yun's shipgirl, no one present could sense Su Yun's soul power. Somewhere in the East China Sea, the clear sky suddenly became overcast, and the waves surged higher and higher. Olivia was enjoying the salty sea breeze blowing in her face as she sailed on a warship emblazoned with the angel flag, when suddenly the ship rocked violently, and the waves crashed against it like raging torrents. Olivia stumbled, took a few steps back in surprise, and then steadied herself. "Oh my!" Olivia exclaimed in surprise, covering her red lips as she stared into the distance. "This soul power is truly astounding. No wonder you're my master. You almost scared the soul out of me." The gray ship girl stood ramrod straight, her long silver-white hair whipping wildly in the wind and waves. She slightly raised her head, her pale eyes beneath her military cap filled with melancholy. "That's for sure. Wherever he is, that's paradise." His voice was soft, with an imperceptible hint of pride. Olivia grabbed the mast and steadied herself. "If we go any further, he'll notice us. A warship coming from such a dangerous area is bound to attract attention, right? Then let's stop here and watch from a distance," the gray ship girl said calmly, without the appearance of mind, class, and execution. "Class abyssal remains, there is no need for us to take action. As for the mere form, class, the outcome of this battle will be determined the moment he unfolds his soul." The gray ship girl lowered her officer's cap and said, "When the power is strong enough, even a flurry of punches can take down a form class." Live broadcast from the East China Sea Patrol Headquarters. When the second shape, Class Abyss Corpse, was born, mountains collapsed and tsunamis formed on the sea surface, and tornadoes raged, resembling a scene of the end of the world. Those who know will understand that this is a naval battle, but those who don't might think the end of the world is coming. The comments in the live stream initially turned from disdain to concern. How is this Abyss Corpse so strong? Holy crap! We underestimated these monsters. They're not something ordinary people can handle. The East Sea are all greenhorns. How can they possibly defeat these monsters? It's no use asking Nanshu now. Quickly go to the Yellow Sea region and ask for the ship girls from Weiyang Port. Mu Chi, who was filming, was also startled by the terrifying, form-level abyssal skeleton. Standing on the deck amidst the raging wind and rain, feeling the surging waves, he felt a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. It felt as if it would be swallowed up by the sea at any moment. He swallowed hard and began to back away. At the same time, a white figure went against everyone else's pace and walked towards the bow of the ship. Mu Chi was startled. The pinhole camera on his chest had captured him. Su Yun stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a faint blue light. Rain fell on him, but it did not soak an inch of his clothes. Who is this? Moving forward at this time is practically suicide. This guy's name is Su Yun, and he's the commander of the Weiyang Port area? Weiyang Port District? Is that the old, dilapidated port district? I thought a hero had arrived, but it turns out he's just a third-rate commander. What is he going to do? What? Is he crazy? What's he doing standing on the mast? Is he going to jump into the sea? At that moment, Su Yun was unaware that his actions were being captured on camera by Mu Qi and broadcast live to the people of Donghai City. In a dangerous sea area somewhere in Asia, Li Shangyan frowned as he saw Su Yun standing in such a dangerous position in such turbulent conditions. Does he really think he can become a hero by throwing his life away for nothing? But then he couldn't speak anymore. Su Yun managed to remain perfectly still while gripping the boat pole with only one hand. At this moment, sharp-eyed viewers realized that the raindrops did not actually fall on Su Yun, but were blocked by a thin layer of mysterious power. It's soul power. He's using soul power. Standing in such a dangerous position to better distribute power? Holy crap, that's incredibly brave. On the battlefield, Bismarck and the others suddenly narrowed their eyes. Mogador hugged himself, his cheeks flushed and his breathing trembling. This is it. This feeling is amazing. So amazing. It's like I've gained 10,000 times the power. I only have one feeling right now. Mogador holds the axe of judgment in one hand. I can do anything. With a single axe stroke, the sea was split in two. A massive underwater canyon was carved out. Holy crap! Li Shangyan's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice that the fishing rod in his hand had fallen as he stood up. Is this even a ship girl? At the same time, a series of question marks flashed in the live stream. This is still a ship girl? This is a cultivator. Bismarck also took a deep breath. As long as the commander is here, I can control the outcome of the game. Bismarck waved his hand. The figure behind him instantly swelled dozens of times. The black and red steel dragon, which was just moments ago tiny compared to the form, level abyss remains, suddenly became a size larger than the form, level abyss remains. The breath of crimson darkness and annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. With a deafening roar, the black and red dragon breath instantly pierced through the form, level abyss. On the command ship, everyone was stunned into silence. A giant axe that cleaved the sea into deep ravines, a black dragon over 200 feet long, and a grotto skeleton capable of attracting lightning attacks. Is this still the world they know? Lily finally realized that something was wrong. If these top-tier ship girls are recognizing Su Yun as their master one after another because of his charm, then what's with his monstrous soul power? Su Yun is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Wanna know? I'll tell you. A sudden voice rang out behind Lily. She turned around and saw a woman smiling at her. Lily's pupils contracted. As a commander, it was impossible for her not to recognize this face. Olivia, the most wanted criminal in the Seven Oceans. Chapter 59 Belfast, nice to meet you. Lily took a half step back with a serious expression and asked tentatively in disbelief. Olivia. Bingo. You got it right. Olivia snapped her fingers and winked at her. Upon hearing this name, Song Qingzi and the others' expressions changed drastically. Olivia's name was well known. They had all heard of her. In an instant, an officer drew a pistol from his waist. But before he could make a move, a white-haired woman suddenly appeared and snapped all the weapons in half with lightning speed. Behave yourself. The white-haired woman snapped the pistol in half as easily as squeezing tofu, stuck out her tongue, and sneered. This time it's the gun that's broken. Next time, it'll be your neck. The officer swallowed hard, no longer daring to resist. Song Qingzi said with a serious expression, Why aren't you staying in the Calais Sea? What are you doing in our East China Sea? Olivia ignored her. She walked straight toward Lily. She was almost a head taller than Lily. She leaned down and whispered a breath in Lily's ear. What a pitiful creature, but it's okay. Come to me and I can give you everything you want. Lily was stunned. Is Olivia trying to woo her? With York dead, you, as the commander, will no longer be competitive and will only fall further and further behind others. You will never be able to catch up with Su Yun again, and you will be far behind him. Olivia's voice was like a demon from hell, making Lily's heart itch. But it doesn't matter. Come to me, and you can live a second life. Why should I believe you? Lily asked warily. Do you see her? Olivia pointed to the white-haired woman following behind her. Lily glanced at it and hummed in agreement. She wasn't born a ship girl. She's a new ship girl who was modified by me. Lily's pupils contracted. You're experimenting on living people? What does it matter? We succeeded anyway, didn't we? Olivia casually crossed her arms. As long as you're equipped with ship gear and your blood and bones are rebuilt, anyone can become a ship girl. This is the second great evolution since humans evolved from apes. I shouldn't be written into the wanted list, but into the history books. Lily was tempted. Becoming a ship girl is incredibly tempting for her. Will you come with me and start a new life, or go back to your old port district and continue being the local tyrant of your own little corner? Olivia tilted her head. The choice is yours. Lily remained silent for a very long time. Finally, she took a deep breath. Finally, may I write one more letter to leave behind? Bang bang bang. The moment Su Yun's soul power intervened, the evenly matched situation was instantly shattered. The difficulty in dealing with Yuan Hai lies in the strange resentment emanating from his body. But the moment Su Yun unleashed his soul power, the strange resentment on Yuan Hai, a level being, vanished without a trace. Without the interference of resentment, the Shipgirls found it much easier to clean up these abyssal remains. Before long, all the remains were cleared away. After the entire abyss sank, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a few rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the sea. Mu Qi stood on the deck, speechless with awe at the spectacular battle. It wasn't until the sunlight fell on his face that he snapped out of his daze and realized he was still filming. All 10 shipgirls returned to port and landed on the deck of the command ship. Song Qingzi stepped forward. Su Yun, she called out. Su Yun turned around. Song Qingzi extended her hand. Thank you for your contributions to the East China Sea. I don't even want to know what the outcome would have been without your support this time. Su Yun smiled and shook her hand in return. As a member of the East China Sea, this is what I should do. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, falling on the puddles-filled deck. The two men shook hands and smiled, a moment captured precisely by a pinhole camera. This is practically like the scene of the winning team awarding MVP. Nan Su, who was far away in a command post in the East China Sea, was furious. She had to admit that the scene of the two shaking hands under the clearing sun was quite epic. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did Su Yun suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wasn't he a useless piece of trash when I was in charge? How did a guy who couldn't even afford the heating bill for winter become so powerful? Where did things go wrong? His henchman glanced at the data and swallowed hard. Commander C, this is bad. Song Qingxi's real-time approval rating has risen. It has exceeded 64%. 64%? Upon hearing this figure, Nansu was so angry, she almost vomited blood. I should have known better than to do a live stream. Damn it. Who came up with this crazy idea? On the deck, Belfast and the other ship girls slowly walked towards Su Yun. They stopped in front of Su Yun, staring at him in a daze. Knowing Belfast and the others' fastidiousness, Song Qingxi quickly whispered to Su Yun. Don't try to rescue them. I'm begging you. These ship girls hate having contact with the commander. Su Yun remained silent and did not answer. The ship girls, including Bismarck Zwei, remained silent, none of them offering any advice. The atmosphere was quiet for a few seconds. Song Qingxi suddenly felt a headache coming on. These ship girls are all known for their extreme fastidiousness, and they've agreed beforehand not to let the East China Sea commander interfere. Is this a prelude to settling scores later? Miss Belfast, Song Qingxi coughed and stepped forward to explain. Listen to me. Su Yun's support this time was very timely. Without him, we would most likely have been in a tough fight. Although this is not in accordance with our prior agreement, I hope you can understand. If you really mind, I can compensate you for part of the breach of contract. Belfast remained silent. She just stared straight at Su Yun. I finally met the commander. This scene left her in a daze for a long time. She had imagined many scenarios of meeting the commander, but when it actually happened, she felt somewhat at a loss. Su Yun felt uneasy under her gaze. But he also understood something from Belfast's eyes. She is a ship girl. Belfast. Su Yun took a deep breath and said seriously, I admit that I disobeyed the commander's orders and insisted on launching an attack, which is why I met you here. He paused, then said, I heard you've been working as mercenaries all over the world and are homeless. If you don't mind, my house has been expanded quite a bit recently. Why don't you come home with me? Song Qingxi's heart skipped a beat, and she wished she could curse Su Yun's ancestors for 18 generations. This is a ship girl with extremely high moral standards. Her biggest taboo is contact with the commander. To be coveted by the commander. Now Su Yun is trying to rescue them right in front of them. Isn't that just suicide? Belfast's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. She smiled gently, her eyes crinkling, and bowed, lifting her skirt. Then, Mr. Su Yun, please take good care of the second Edinburgh-class ship, Belfast. Song Qingxi's mouth was open in an O shape. Chapter 60 It's not like that in Jie La Gomu Li. Something's not right. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. How come Belfast, who swore to never contact the commander yesterday, agreed to meet Su Yun's invitation today? Song Qingxi recalled a comic she had read, in which the male protagonist would use some kind of hypnotic tool to hypnotize the female protagonist in order to achieve his own goals. Unlike ordinary humans, the commanders possess a special kind of soul power. Song Qingxi didn't understand anything about soul power, but she subconsciously felt that Su Yun had hypnotized Belfast through soul power. Otherwise, how do you explain the complete 180-degree change in her attitude? Su Yun. Song Qingxi pulled Su Yun aside and said in a serious, low voice, "I have to warn you." Su Yun was puzzled. "What are you warning me about?" "Retrieving shipgirls through illegal channels is illegal." "What do you mean?" Su Yun was completely baffled. "What did I do?" "I mean, you have to invite me seriously." Song Qingxi was extremely conflicted. What was this guy pretending to be stupid for? Did he really want her to be upfront about it? Su Yun still didn't understand and spread her hands. "I was seriously inviting you. Did my tone sound insincere?" "No, that's not right. That's not how it works." Song Qingxi exclaimed anxiously. "Why did you just let her into your port? That's not how it works in Ga La Gomuli. You should chat with Belfast more. Increase her favorability. Give her gifts occasionally, and then interact with her on a special holiday. Finally, confess to her during some mysterious event in her heart. Only then will she agree to enter your port. Why did you just let her into the port right away? That's not how it works in Ga La Gomuli at all." She grabbed Su Yun by the collar and said, "Tell me, did you hypnotize her with your soul power? Let her go right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking you to a military court." Su Yun's expression was strange, and he gave a wry smile. "Is it really that hard to accept that you can get a ship girl with just one sentence?" Belfast was originally her own ship girl. However, it's impossible for Su Yun to be honest. He'll never be honest in this lifetime. It feels so good to be a lucky dog, and the unlucky people talk so nicely to him. Su Yun wants to be a lucky dog for life. "This is a huge misunderstanding, Commander Song." Su Yun tossed his head, brushed his hair aside, and said seriously, "I didn't hypnotize Belfast. Perhaps it was just fate." Song Dynasty Celadon. Song Qingxi's childhood dream was to become a commander and make friends with shipgirls, but she failed the soul power test and later joined the Navy. Therefore, although she was not the commander, she was well aware of just how difficult it was to win over a shipgirl. Seeing Su Yun's smug expression, Song Qingxi felt an itch to touch him for some reason. She often saw people joking about lucky and unlucky players on the commander forum, and even saw unlucky players jokingly saying they would use a poisoned spear to stab those damn lucky dogs to death. She used to treat these posts as jokes, but now she really had the urge to stab Su Yun to death with a spear. After confirming that Su Yun didn't seem to be lying, the two walked back. Sirius, who had been eagerly waiting, stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest, and looked at Su Yun excitedly. "My proud master, Sirius also wants to join your port and create great things with you." Song Qingxi, ? "Me too." Dido's voice was timid, but she bravely stepped forward and raised her hand like a good child. "I want to go to Weiyang Port District too." Song Qingxi. Scylla stepped forward and bowed slightly. "It's been a long time since we last met. Please allow me to greet you." Scylla, the Dido-class light cruiser, is ready to share her master's burdens. Song Dynasty Celadon. Gloucester stepped forward, lifted her skirt, and gave an elegant bow. "It is my honor to contribute to my master on the battlefield. From now on, please allow Gloucester and everyone else to take care of your daily life." Song Qingxi, ? Make up the difference. Song Qingxi held her head in her hands. She finally realized what was happening. These maids seemed to have originally been Su Yun's shipgirls. Wrongly, I've stumbled upon the Imperial Palace. Song Qingxi's gaze towards Su Yun changed. "They're all your shipgirls? Who are you?" "Me?" Su Yun gazed at the sky with melancholy. "I'm just an ordinary commander." Song Qingxi, ? She now has a real urge to kill Su Yun. Chapter 61. If the commander would be willing to act cute. The battle against the abyssal corpses in the East China Sea has finally come to an end, and the scattered abyssal corpses in the East China Sea region have all been driven out by Su Yun. I don't know if it's because Bismarck and the others went too far, but none of the abyssal corpses dropped any equipment after they died. In the past, when fighting the Sirens, we could even salvage a few cannons from the hulls of defeated Sirens. Yes, a large portion of the weapons and equipment currently circulating in the naval market are salvaged from Sirens. The good news is that these corpses left behind a large amount of oil after they died, which looked almost like corpse oil. Ugh, how disgusting. It's like rotten corpse oil that's been sitting around for ages. Zuikaku pinched her nose, nearly fainting from the stench of the oil left behind by these corpses. The smell is just like rotten eggs mixed with rotten garlic. Bismarck Zwei frowned and said, the sulfur content is not low, it's heavy crude oil. Su Yun crossed his arms, pinched his chin, and pondered seriously. If we build a small oil refining facility outside the port area to process this heavy crude oil, we should be able to sell it for a good price, right? After thinking for a moment, Bismarck nodded. It should be possible. The core equipment only requires a small-scale atmospheric distillation unit with a daily processing capacity of 50 tons. The price isn't high. 800,000 will suffice. Building an oil storage tank area will cost about 600,000. Bismarck was calculating intently. Su Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fortunately, it doesn't sound like a lot. After Bismarck Zwei finished her calculations, she said seriously, I estimate that it will only cost around 12 million. Please approve the budget, Commander, and I will start preparations as soon as I get back. Su Yun's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground, but luckily Belfast caught her in time. I just said it casually, Bismarck, we can just buy oil from abroad. There's no need to build our own refining facilities. Su Yun's mouth was trembling as he spoke. He hadn't even paid back the previous 50 million, and Bismarck was already asking for another 12 million. Even if you sold him, you wouldn't get that much money. Commander, having our own oil refining facility is absolutely necessary. Bismarck Zwei said seriously. Now that we have confirmed that the dead abyss can produce oil, the source problem has been solved. Buying from abroad can only meet the immediate needs, but it cannot solve the long-term problem. We have a lot of shipgirls in our port. To be honest, I would prefer to build a large-scale oil refining facility directly. However, considering the current economic problems in our port, we only need to build a small facility for daily use. Bismarck Zwei grabbed Su Yun's shoulder and said seriously, Commander, let me borrow another 12 million. Once this facility is operational, the returns will definitely be well worth it. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. He naturally understood the principles Bismarck was talking about, but the problem was, Master, Belfast suddenly asked, are things rather tight for us in the port area right now? We weren't actually short of money. Su Yun got angry just thinking about it. She glared at Kaga and Mogador. As a result, some shipgirls destroyed my base, and I not only lost all the money I had earned, but also all the loans I had taken out. Kaga and Mogador both looked towards the sea. This sea is truly a vast ocean. Belfast vaguely understood something. She took out a black card from her ship's storage space. Since that's the case, why don't we? Scylla snatched the black card from Belfast's hand. Holding the black card between her index and middle fingers, she smirked and gently shook it. So, Commander, you're really in need of money right now, aren't you? Su Yun nodded. That's true. Hee. This card contains the money we've saved up over the years as mercenaries, a total of 300 million. Su Yun's eyes instantly turned into yen shapes, filled with immense joy. Is this really true? As maids, we would never lie to our masters. If you need it, we will give you the money in full. Scylla chuckled, lightly waving the black card in her hand. However, you'll need to show some sincerity first. Su Yun understood. Scylla is trying to negotiate. Speak, what are your conditions? Su Yun patted his chest and said, I'll agree to anything you say. Forget about master and mistress. From today onwards you are my master. I'll even make you lick my feet. Scylla was slightly taken aback, not expecting the commander to agree so readily before she had even spoken, and chuckled. Hee, you're so cute. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for the commander. I just want you to understand that this money comes from us. Scylla scratched her face and chuckled softly. If you could act a little more dependent, the money would flow into your account, hee. Rely? Su Yun pondered the meaning of those words. Does this mean I should act cute and coquettish? Here? Right now? Absurd. How could I, the mighty commander, act so coquettishly towards a maid in public? Scylla covered her red lips in astonishment. Oh dear, I think I remembered wrong. It should be 500 million in cash. Su Yun suddenly hugged Scylla's maid's skirt and white stockings. Mommy, save me. Akaji bit her nails, her pretty face so dark it seemed to drip water, and gritted her teeth. Just a richer pest. Scylla was thoroughly enjoying herself, a blush of pleasure spreading across her cheeks. She stroked Su Yun's head, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Without Scylla, Master can't do anything? Hee. It's all right, Commander. Relying on Scylla is perfectly fine. Scylla will solve all your problems. Sirius snatched the black card from Scylla's hand and helped Su Yun up. Please rise, my proud master. Sirius said very seriously. Your knees are worth 10,000 taels of gold. You must not kneel before a maid. It would be an insult to your honor. Sirius waved the black card in his hand and said, If you want it, I'll give it to you. I can handle a mere Scylla. Scylla was displeased and gave a soft snort. Sirius bowed deeply and presented the black card with both hands. This money was originally saved up by the head, made with our foresight. If it can help the commander solve his problems, we will be very happy. Su Yun was deeply moved. What a wonderful maid. She asks for nothing in return, yet she gives you money and gifts. Just as Su Yun was about to take it, Belfast naturally accepted the black card. She bowed and said, Let Belfast manage this money from now on. After we return to port, Belfast will approve a sum of money for Miss Bismarck to build oil refining facilities and then repay the loans in the port area. Su Yun was taken aback and withdrew her hand, which had been hovering in the air. Then I'll leave it to you. Whether it was a misperception or not, Su Yun had a feeling that Belfast had sidelined his cash flow. You're probably overthinking it. She's a perfect head maid. What ulterior motives could she possibly be hiding? Su Yun. A call rang out from the side. It's Song Qingxi who's here. Su Yun was just about to talk to her about these heavy crude oils. Commander Song, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Su Yun revealed that he wanted to take these heavy crude oils back to refine them. Song Qingxi nodded after hearing this. Of course you can. You are the MVPs of this battle, so these heavy crude oils should rightfully belong to you. It was only during the post-battle preparations that Song Qingxi learned that someone had started a live broadcast during the battle, and the entire battle was being broadcast live to the entire East China Sea region. Upon hearing the news, Song Qingxi was terrified and immediately ordered Mu Qi to be arrested and the hidden camera on his body to be confiscated. After learning more about the situation, she was relieved to see that her approval rating had actually increased instead of decreased. When she came to find Su Yun, this was the first thing she wanted to talk about. He quickly opened his phone, clicked on the trending topics, and found that his name was among the top trending searches. Newbie Su Yun? No, he's pro Su Yun. Unveiling the rise of a rookie commander. Who dares to stand against me with sword drawn? Only General Su. Su Yun's expression turned strange after hearing this. How did I end up being live-streamed again without my knowledge? This incident has a significant impact, not only on party elections, but also on the morale of the people of Donghai. Song Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, although the enemy evolved in the face of battle, which caused trouble, we still won in the end. If we had lost this battle, I dare not imagine how much social chaos it would have caused. Su Yun nodded. That's true. Maritime safety is an old problem. The Sirens alone have caused immense suffering to coastal cities, not to mention the arrival of the Abyss now. I'll have the fleet salvage and barrel this heavy crude oil later and deliver it to your port. There's also something else, Song Qingxi said hesitantly. Su Yun asked curiously, What is it? Commander He Lily, she. Song Qingxi said carefully, She's gone. Su Yun was taken aback. Then his eyes widened, and he roared, She's gone? When did she leave? Just now. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Chapter 62, Execution. Song Qingxi was startled by Su Yun's loud shout. She instinctively shrank back, wiped the spittle from her face, and quickly said, Don't get agitated. She's just gone, not dead. Su Yun. He thought Lily had suddenly. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Su Yun reacted, her brows furrowing. There's the sea all around here. Where could she go? Is it possible that a celestial being will suddenly appear and take her away? It really is a celestial being descending from the heavens. When Song Qingxi recalled the scene of Olivia taking He Lily away, a complex look of confusion flashed across her face. While you were fighting outside, someone suddenly broke into the dock. Who? Olivia. Su Yun was taken aback. This name is absolutely legendary. The most vicious and ruthless man of our time, devoid of any morality or humanity, he conducts experiments on living subjects and is wanted by all 7 seas. However, due to his large and powerful following, he became the leader of the Caledonian Sea after arriving there, even more piracy-like than the local pirates. But, why did she take Lily away? Su Yun frowned. They have absolutely no connection. Why would she cross such a vast ocean to come all the way to the East China Sea just to capture someone? Song Qingxi took a letter out of her pocket and handed it to him. Su Yun took it, opened it, and read it carefully. After a long pause, he fell silent. He carefully folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and let out a long sigh. Is body modification really possible? It should be possible. Song Qingxi shuddered as she recalled the white-haired woman who appeared with Olivia. There was a white-haired woman with her. Although she was still some distance from being a ship girl, She was already completely beyond the realm of humanity. Suyun didn't speak. He remembered those crossover characters. If they also exist in this world, it means that humans can indeed modify Shipgirls. Unfortunately, he has never heard of any collaboration characters so far, and doesn't know if they are simply keeping a low profile or if they truly don't exist. She said she hopes the Shipgirls from the Weiyang Port district government will be assigned to the East China Sea Patrol Department, giving them their freedom. Song Qingxi crossed her arms. Is that all right? Suyun nodded. As long as the contract is terminated, there will be no problem. In Weiyang Port, most of the Shipgirls have a friendly or unfamiliar relationship with Lily, which is equivalent to a normal superior-subordinate relationship. Without the constraints of a contract, they can integrate well into society. Then there's no problem. Song Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief. The photographer came over to take a solo photo of Song Qingxi, capturing her victory. Song Qingxi perked up immediately, realizing this photo would be a key factor in winning votes, and promptly struck her signature hand-raising pose against the sea breeze. Suyun leaned against the railing, the sea breeze blowing his bangs. He took out his phone. The group message count was already 99 plus. After a quick glance, Aaron, Jiang Shui, and the others had basically watched the entire live stream. Jiang Shui, speaking of Suyun, isn't this over yet? Is he dead? If he's dead, give me a shout. Suyun's lips twitched slightly as she typed a reply. Suyun, will it turn into a ghost? Jiang Shui, oh, you're still alive. Li Xiao, speaking of Suyun, Brother Su, you've really blown us away this time. The whole of Donghai is talking about you. You're practically becoming Donghai's national idol. Suyun, keep a low profile. I'll go back, tidy myself up, wash my face, and then I'll prepare for my idol debut. Li Xiao, ha ha ha. Aaron, speaking of Suyun, Brother Su, the marshal was very satisfied with your performance this time, so he decided to make an exception and send our East China Sea commander to Jiangdu to attend the Navy's annual celebration. Suyun was stunned. The Navy's annual celebration is a prestigious naval awards ceremony held every year. Commanders invited to attend receive at least one nomination award in recognition of their outstanding contributions over the past year. However, this event is not open to just anyone. One must have made substantial contributions to the Eastern Empire to be eligible. In previous years, those who were invited were at least commanders stationed in ordinary sea areas or above. The East China Sea is a safe sea area with a weak enemy force, and no one has ever been able to participate in a celebration of this level before. Jiang Shui, our East China Sea has finally achieved a great success, and even our chickens and dogs have benefited from it. In the past, who would have dared to dream of participating in the Navy's celebration one day? Li Xiao, exactly. This trip will broaden my horizons. Ni Xiaohong, I haven't attended a naval celebration in a long time. I miss it a bit. Aaron, did Sister Hong participate before? Ni Xiaohong, yes. Li Xiao, wow. I didn't expect Aunt Hong to be a hidden master. Ni Xiaohong, ha ha, your Aunt Hong was really strong back in the day. The group chat erupted in laughter. Aaron, speaking of which, that high-level energy fluctuation appeared again just now. Suyun's expression turned strange. It's happened again? I was right in the center of the battlefield. How come I didn't feel it? Jiang Shui, it should be the form, level abyss corpse, right? There's nothing else with that level of terrifying destructive power. Li Xiao, the classification of abyssal remains has now been released. Remnant form, thought, obsession, this form. Level abyssal remains is already this monstrous. I can't even imagine how monstrous the thought and obsession levels are. Aaron, I didn't expect that form, level abyss remains had been hidden for so long. Luckily, Brother Su unleashed his power, otherwise, as the forum said, we would have had to ask the Yellow Sea for help. Commanders graduating from the East China Sea will enter the nearby Yellow Sea region, where there are sea areas from 7 to 1 to 9 to 4, where resources are more abundant and the enemy is more difficult to deal with. Aaron, with Su Ji's current port strength, he is already capable of moving to the Yellow Sea. Suyun typed back, no rush. Staying in the East China Sea is fine. We'll talk about the Yellow Sea later. Aaron, well, the Yellow Sea isn't far from us anyway. We can go there anytime. It's just that the voyage takes a bit longer. Buzz. The ship's horn sounded as it docked. As they chatted, the warship docked, and before they knew it, they were back on land. Suyun stretched out a big yawn, took one last look at the sea, and disembarked with the Shipgirls. Belfast and the others followed him toward the Weiyang Port area. The royal maids were slightly surprised to see the grandly decorated gate. Oh dear, I heard from the master that life in the port area was rather frugal. Belfast thought the port area would be smaller. I didn't expect it to be built so grandly. Su-Yun's lips twitched slightly, and she muttered to herself. All that's left is the grand entrance. As soon as he finished speaking, Akaji instantly bristled. Her pupils narrowed. She shielded Su-Yun with her entire body. Commander, be careful. An anomalous entity has appeared. Before the words were even finished, everyone noticed the gray figure that blended almost seamlessly into its surroundings. At this moment, Akaji Kaga, Shikaku Zuikaku, Mogador, Bismarck Zwei, and the entire Royal Maid squad instantly went on high alert. Their miniature ship equipment was deployed in unison. Bismarck Zwei immediately summoned Griffin, his expression more solemn than ever before. Sirens, she asked tentatively. In the season when the winter snow melts, the world is covered in a light gray-white. The gray figure stood in front of the gate of Weiyang Port District, looking up and staring blankly at the 4 large characters, Weiyang Port District, on the gate plaque. Upon hearing Bismarck's voice, she slowly turned her head and looked back. A half-face mask covered the upper half of her face, and her long silver hair danced in the wind. The lower half of her face, which was exposed, had a numb expression and empty eyes, until her gaze passed through the group of shipgirls and landed on Su-Yun. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in those empty eyes. I was right, she murmured, repeatedly chewing over those words. I'm right, I'm right, I'm right. The sounds grew faster and more frantic. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was shrill, tinged with an indescribable sorrow. At that moment, all the shipgirls felt an immense despair emanating from her. An uncontrollable sense of tragic grandeur welled up in their hearts, threatening to overwhelm their reason. Bismarck Zwei's pupils contracted as he noticed his mental cube trembling. This feeling. Her voice was deep, emphasizing each word. Is it attachment? Chapter 63, The Maid Service. Residual, form, thought, obsession. This is the hierarchy of the abyssal remains. Abyssal remains are products of negative emotions. The stronger the abyssal remains, the deeper their negative emotions and the more insane their obsessions. The mere second-level form was enough to influence Sheffield's actions. Now, the sudden appearance of the execution level seemed to have chilled the entire world. Su-Yun's expression turned grave, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I never expected that even the highest level abyss corpse would have the ability to transform into human form. As expected of a warship spirit from the old world, she truly is the opposite of a ship girl. Bismarck gave Xi a deep look. If you insist on fighting us here, Bismarck took a deep breath, made a death wish, and stepped forward. Even if it means burning myself to ashes and falling back into hell, I will take you with me. Xi's laughter abruptly stopped. She calmed down, seemingly pondering the truth of Bismarck's words. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Bismarck. Then his gaze slowly swept over Mogador, Akaji Kaga, Shikaku Zuikaku, and the Royal Maid team. After pondering for a long time, she looked away from her confused eyes, melted into the winter snow, and disappeared without a trace. After she disappeared, all the ship girls breathed a sigh of relief, the pressure on their shoulders disappearing. What a terrifying guy. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zuikaku's forehead. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that if she really makes a move here, we might be in trouble. It might be like this if the commander weren't here, but if the commander activates the amplification, we might not be no match for her, Mogador said. Su-Yun's expression was strange. She comes and goes as she pleases. What is she trying to do? What is she muttering to herself? What does I am right mean? Is she making a bet with someone? Forget it. Since she's run away, let's not chase after her, lest we fall into the enemy's trap. Su-Yun's voice was serious. However, we need to strengthen security patrols in the port area. Enemies spawning right at our doorstep like this must never happen again. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Yes, the ship girls responded. Shall we go? Belfast, let me show you around our port area, Su-Yun said with a smile. Belfast smiled gently, a warmth filling her heart. Upon entering the port area, one is greeted by a scene of devastation and collapsed ruins. The royal maids had strange expressions on their faces. Commander, have you always lived in such a messy place? Dido asked cautiously. Su-Yun coughed, glanced at Mogador and Kaga, and the two ship girls consciously took out I am guilty signs from their ship equipment space and fled to the ruins of Weiyang building to continue the cleanup work. Belfast, quick-witted, immediately understood. It seems that the reconstruction of the port area is urgent. Yes, everyone is tired today. Let's rest well first, and we'll go to the early market early tomorrow morning. Su-yun said to the shipgirls, let's buy the basic living supplies first, and then go and ask for a few bulldozers and road rollers to clean up the road. Zuikaku raised his hand and said, aren't we going to continue punishing Mogador and Kaga? The punishment that is due should still be given, but it cannot affect the progress of the port reconstruction. Akaji, what are you smirking about? Speaking of which, you are also partly to blame for this. Go and dig some dirt, Su-yun said, and when he saw Akaji suddenly smirking, he frowned and said. Akaji was thinking that everyone was tired tonight and no one was on night shift, which was a good opportunity for her to launch a night raid. Upon hearing this, she immediately perked up, dared not talk back, and responded. The commander becomes quite terrifying when money is involved. That night, the snoring was deafening. After a long day of work, Su-yun was completely exhausted. Late at night, Akaji sneaked up to the wall of Su-yun's bedroom again, but was blocked by Belfast. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Su-yun heard several soft calls. Commander? Commander. The voice was very soft and gentle. Opening my blurry eyes, my vision cleared, and Belfast's delicate little face came into view. She smoothed her hair behind her ear with one hand, while the other side of her long hair fell naturally without hitting Su-yun's face. Time to get up, Commander. Belfast has been investigated last night. The morning gathering starts at 7 a.m. If we drive there now, we can still get some fresh sesame pastries. We have a lot of items to purchase, so we need to act before the crowds get too big. Su-yun rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, propped herself up to sit up, leaned against the headboard, and hung her head, still not fully awake. Belfast clapped her hands gently. The royal maids entered the room in an orderly fashion. Sirius brought over a basin of warm water, Scylla brought a hot towel, Gloucester brought face wash, Sheffield brought toner, and Dido brought a toothbrush and toothpaste. Belfast gestured for Sirius to place warm water on the table, then took a hot towel from Scylla's hand, soaked it, wrung it out, took off his shoes, and knelt on the bed next to Su-yun. Master, please tilt your head back slightly. Su-yun was still half asleep when she subconsciously tilted her head back. Belfast put a waterproof scarf on Su-yun to prevent water from seeping into her clothes during the subsequent service. She carefully wiped Su-yun's face, gently rubbing her eye sockets, nose, chin, and even the back of her ears. Then he took the facial cleanser from Gloucester's hand, squeezed a little onto the back of his hand, and applied it evenly to Su-yun's face. Then, as if wiping away foam with a razor, he carefully wiped the foam off Su-yun's face. His movements were very gentle throughout. Then, she took the toner from Sheffield and gently patted it onto Su-yun's face, allowing it to penetrate every pore as much as possible to moisturize her skin. Finally, she took out her toothbrush and squeezed on the toothpaste. Master, please open your mouth. Su-yun closed her eyes and subconsciously opened her mouth. Sirius also took off his shoes and got onto the bed, kneeling on the other side, holding a small basin with only a shallow layer of water in it, which was suspended in front of Su-yun for him to spit out the toothpaste water. Master, please vomit, Belfast said. Su-yun made a series of gurgling sounds in her mouth, then spat the toothpaste water into the basin in Sirius's hand. After washing up, the maids stood in a row by the bed, waiting for the head maid's next instructions. Su-yun crawled back into bed. It's so cold outside, it's definitely warmer inside. Belfast saw him lie down again and whispered in his ear, Is Master going to take a nap? Su-yun mumbled a confused hum. Belfast nodded, got out of bed, hooked on her shoes, and bowed slightly. The prime time for the morning market is 7 or 8 a.m. It takes us 20 minutes to drive there. You can sleep for another 20 minutes. We will come to wake you up in 20 minutes. Okay, Su-yunming murmured. After saying that, he left with a group of maids. The room fell silent. A moment later, Su-yun suddenly sat up and touched the wetness on her face. Wrong. Chapter 64 Meticulous Care. He thought he was dreaming, but it turned out to be real. The dampness on my face didn't lie. The maids really had come in just now. Su-yun's expression was strange. Is this what royal maid service is like? It really is. It's so pleasant that it makes you want to be lazy. After putting on her clothes and shoes, Su-yun changed into casual clothes and went out. Outside, Sirius stood ramrod straight, waiting patiently for a long time. Good morning, my proud master, Sirius said with a slight bow. Where's Belfast? Su-yun asked. The head maid felt that the weather was a bit cold and was worried that her master would catch a cold while outside, so she drove to the nearest supermarket to buy hand warmers. I see. Today's temperature is 6 or 7 degrees Celsius, which is quite cold for the East China Sea region. The head maid also said that if you have already gotten up and feel hungry, Sirius will take you to the kitchen for a simple meal to tide you over. Sirius said respectfully, but you can't eat too much. The head maid instructed that the main course for breakfast is sesame oil pastry and beef patties from the west of the city. Soo-yun's expression turned strange. How does Belfast know if someone likes freshly baked sesame shortbread and beef patties? Freshly baked sesame oil pastries and beef patties are crispy and hot. Holding a steaming hot pastry in your hands on a late winter morning will surely boost your happiness level. However, the western part of the city is quite far from Weiyang Port, and it's too much trouble to drive there just to have breakfast, so Soo-yun rarely goes there. Following Sirius into the kitchen, just as they sat down, Sheffield brought over a steaming bowl of steamed eggs, made several slits with a spoon, drizzled soy sauce over it, and moved it in front of Soo-yun. "Eat, master," Sheffield said calmly. "This is my first official meeting with my master. It's been a while since we last met, and you've fallen on hard times. When I woke up and saw the port area, I thought I had entered that junkyard." "Soo-yun, it doesn't matter. Now that I'm back, I'll take responsibility for cleaning. The garden is messy, but I can tidy it up. With me here, the garden will shine again." Soo-yun nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Stare." Sheffield continued to stare intently at Soo-yun. Soo-yun felt uneasy under his gaze and asked, "What's wrong? Are words of gratitude so scarce?" "Well, that's to be expected. After all, as a maid, one is born to be bossed around by one's master." Sheffield is complaining, but her eyes remained fixed on Soo-yun. Soo-yun wasn't stupid. He knew what Sheffield wanted. "You've worked hard, Sheffield." Soo-yun looked at her earnestly, took her hand, and said sincerely, "I don't know what I would have done without you." His tone was very sincere, but there was also a hint of acting in it. Sheffield figured it out, but she didn't mind. "Well," Sheffield closed his eyes, his face slightly flushed. "If you know how to be grateful, then your master is not beyond redemption. Eat up, this was made especially for you." Soo-yun enjoyed the steamed egg, and her satiety level increased by 1. Belfast returned shortly afterward. Not finding Soo-yun in the bedroom, she went straight to the kitchen, only to see Soo-yun cooking porridge. "Good morning, Belfast," Soo-yun said while cooking corn porridge. Belfast walked over straight and bowed slightly. "Good morning, master." She tilted her head and asked curiously, "Is it that the breakfast Sheffield makes doesn't suit your taste?" "No, she did a great job," Soo-yun replied. "Then why are you in Belfast?" Soo-yun asked hesitantly. Glancing at the corn porridge Soo-yun was stirring. "I've eaten, but the little guys in the port area haven't eaten yet," Soo-yun replied. "We're heading to the morning market soon, so we need to leave some breakfast for them." "I see," Belfast said, suddenly understanding. She bowed slightly and apologized profusely, saying, "Master cares about the entire Hong Kong region, but Belfast only took care of Master and failed to consider Master's concerns. Please punish me, Master." "Punishment? No need, no need. Let's make some corn porridge for the little ones to tide them over. We'll bring them something else when we get back from the morning market." "Good." When the time came to depart, Soo-yun stared wide-eyed at the Ferrari that had suddenly appeared in her yard. "Whose luxury car is this? Where's my used Volkswagen?" Belfast said, "I noticed last night that your car didn't have heated seats, and with the cold weather, it would be easy to catch a cold, so I went to the dealership and bought a new car outright." Soo-yun's expression was strange. Belfast is treating him like a hothouse flower. But Ferrari? Soo-yun's heart was pounding. Having been poor for half his life, this was the first time he had ever seen a luxury car of this caliber. Belfast noticed Soo-yun's excitement, took out the car keys, and presented them with both hands, saying, "If the master likes it, then let the master drive it." Soo-yun glanced at the keys, took them from Belfast, and couldn't help but laugh. "I'll give it a try." Ha ha. Belfast bought more than one car. There was also a minivan that could accommodate other maids. The Royal Maid Squad mobilized all members for this early morning gathering, a display of unity that stood in stark contrast to the other shipgirls in the port. "Commander, it's time to get up. If you sleep any longer, the sun will be shining on your butt." Early in the morning, Akaji came to Soo-yun's room to find Soo-yun. Upon seeing that the room was empty, Akaji tilted her head in surprise. "Huh? Where's the commander? He's up really early today." She went to the restaurant to find Soo-yun, only to find Bismarck's Vi sitting with Shikaku Zuikaku having breakfast. "Bismarck, have you seen the commander?" Akaji asked. "I got up early to go to the early market. Bismarck replied casually. What? I missed it. Akaji was extremely disappointed. She sat down next to Bismarck, when Shikaku suddenly spoke. The maids have all gone too, only we are left. Bismarck said calmly, they are quite well prepared. Usually, the commander would sleep until he was no longer sleepy before getting up, but today he was dragged out of bed early. Zuikaku, biting her spoon, said, what a strong sense of unity. The ship girls remained silent. No one spoke again. Everyone vaguely sensed that the maid team was too strong in this version. I'm going to wash the dishes. Unable to bear the strange atmosphere, Zuikaku got up and left. Chiching seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 65, Frederick the Great and the Great Phoenix. It feels like it's missing something. Let's redo it. This time? Not handsome enough. Commander, you should be the most handsome man in the world. Make another one. Not grand enough. Not upright enough. No, that still won't do. The shoulders need to be broader. It needs to show a man's spirit. By the time he made his 20th sugar figurine, the master craftsman was already covered in sweat. He is a renowned craftsman in the western part of the city, famous online for his incredibly lifelike sugar figurines. Every sugar figurine he creates is praised by his customers. He himself is widely regarded as a master. But today, he encountered a difficult customer. She could provide neither a photograph nor a portrait, but based solely on her verbal description, the master craftsman sculpted a handsome man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a refined and elegant appearance, and a graceful and refined demeanor. The master craftsman can only sculpt according to his own ideal image of a handsome man. No matter how handsome the sugar figurines he made were, this customer was never satisfied. If it weren't for the fact that she gave so much money, the old master would have thought she was there to cause trouble. Another new product has been created. Dafeng leaned closer to examine the sugar figurine's face closely, one hand on her hip, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Not handsome enough. Can't you be even more handsome? The master craftsman smiled wryly. Young lady, you don't even have a photo, just some vague descriptions. How am I supposed to know what to sculpt? This is already more handsome than a male celebrity. How much more handsome can it get? Just as Dafeng was about to retort, a deep, soft voice came from beside her. How about this? Frederick the Great walked slowly over, stopped beside the shop, and spoke in a gentle tone. Just sculpt the body, leaving the face blank. The most important part is up to Dafeng to imagine. Dafeng thought about it, and felt that this was the only way, so she nodded. Oh well. The sugar figurine maker breathed a sigh of relief. The result this time was indeed much better. Although it was faceless, as Dafeng stared at the sugar figurine, Suyun's face automatically appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but giggle. The commander who turned into a sugar figurine smells even more delicious now. Frederick the Great chuckled softly, but did not reply. Dafeng hesitated to eat the sugar figurine, holding it in her hand and staring at it absent-mindedly, occasionally letting out a silly laugh, as if she was thinking about something. Frederick the Great walked ahead of her, clearing a path for her. There are many people at the early market, and if someone like Dafeng walks without looking where they're going, it's easy for them to bump into someone. Great Phoenix. Frederick the Great walked ahead, glanced at the breakfast shops on both sides of the road, and asked, what would you like to eat? That's naturally the commander. Taiho was lost in thought, her attention completely focused on the sugar figurine in her hand. I mean, breakfast, Frederick the Great said calmly. Commander's red lips. Taiho thought for a moment, biting her lip, her voice growing increasingly faint. Or more accurately, saliva? Suddenly, as if conjuring up some image, she covered her flushed face and screamed. Hey Commander, how could you just pin Taiho down on the bed like that? No, I mean hot food that can fill your stomach, Frederick the Great said patiently. It can fill my stomach? Dafeng looked down at the lower half of the sugar figurine, rested a finger on her chin, and said coyly, can this really fill my stomach? It seems Dafeng needs to lower her appetite a bit. Frederick the Great turned around, extended his hand, and gently tapped the Great Phoenix on the head with a chop. You know what I'm talking about. Her tone was indifferent, but without blame. Dafeng chuckled, finally snapping out of her daze. She looked around and found a nicely decorated breakfast shop, pointing it out. How about that one? Let's go to the second floor, and we can also enjoy the view. Frederick the Great glanced in the direction of her gaze and nodded. Good. The two ship girls ordered some soy milk and noodles on the first floor, went up to the second floor, and found a quiet corner to sit down. Commander. Dafeng was very fond of that sugar figurine. She leaned closer and gently kissed the sugar figurine on the cheek. Chirp. He gave her another kiss. I'm addicted. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Commander's little mouth is so sweet. Of course, since it's a sugar figurine, it's bound to be sweet. Frederick the Great rested his chin on his hand, looked at her infatuated expression, and smiled gently. She glanced out the window. It was during the snow-melting season, and some snow still remained on the eaves, in the flower beds, and along the roadsides. Spring is almost here again. Frederick the Great was filled with emotion. I wonder how many more days I'll have to wait before I can see him again. Whoosh! A commotion arose from the street below. Frederick the Great looked down and saw two luxurious carriages slowly driving by, one after the other. Such vehicles are not commonly seen in the early morning market. She glanced at it indifferently and then looked away. There weren't many things that could pique her interest. Even the most expensive luxury car could only make her lift her eyelids. Su-Yun felt dopamine being released wildly in her brain. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by onlookers when driving a luxury car? Easy to install. I love it. Belfast sat in the passenger seat, holding a mobile phone for navigation. Master, the nearest parking lot is 2 kilometers away. It's an underground parking lot in a shopping mall. No rush, no rush. Su-Yun couldn't suppress a smile. Let's go for a couple more laps. Belfast understood and replied gently. Okay. Once Su-Yun had finished loading up, he parked the car in the garage. Luxury cars and maids. Passers-by couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Whose young master is this? Out on a stroll? He led Belfast and the others into a KFC. A hamburger, a Coke, popcorn chicken, and an egg tart, please. The waiter pointed to the sign behind him. Sir, we have set meals here. I know. Su-Yun pulled her sunglasses down further, revealing half her face. I only want this much. The waiter paused for 2 seconds, then did as instructed. He continued strolling through the morning market with his maids. 2 bowls of old Beijing doji, please. Bring 1 bowl and pour the other out. Give me a scallion pancake, plus 10 pork tenderloins and 10 sausages. What? You can't make it? If you don't want to, plenty of others will. Make the pancake bigger. Give me a bowl of noodles. Adding Australian lobster is too expensive. Let's add crayfish instead. After enjoying the morning market, Su-Yun and her maids chose a place to sit down and have breakfast. He shook the Coke in his hand, his eyes melancholy. Belfast. Belfast stood behind him and said respectfully, I am here, master. Su-Yun continued to lament. Money really is the root of all evil. I feel like I've already been corrupted by money. After saying that, he gulped down 2 mouthfuls of cola. Belfast. Scylla. Sheffield. Dido. Gloucester. Sirius. Chapter 66. Diphone. Please call me the Emperor of the East Sea. I buy breakfast in the East Market, clothes in the West Market, furniture in the South Market, and building materials in the North Market. This is Su-Yun's plan for today. Eating breakfast was just a side effect for him. His real goal today was to find a reliable construction team. He didn't expect to rebuild the Weiyang building, but at least to renovate the port area. After hearing his idea, Belfast bowed slightly. Master, Belfast has already arranged these trivial matters, so you don't need to worry about them yourself. You should rest well during this rare morning tea time. She clapped her hands gently. The maids immediately stood in a row. Gloucester. Belfast looked at Gloucester. Go to the West Market and buy clothes for the spring season. Not just for the commander, but for everyone in the port. Especially for the 5 children, buy them nice clothes, but also warm ones. Gross nodded. Yes. Scylla. Belfast turned to Scala. Go to the South City to buy furniture. The refrigerator and the TV, get the best of everything. Also, contact the heating company. Even though winter is only a few days away, the heating must be put on. Scylla nodded. Yes. Sheffield. Belfast looked at Sheffield. Go to North City and contact renovation companies. Use the best building materials. Don't be stingy with money, but don't get ripped off either. With your expertise, you should be able to distinguish the market prices of various building materials. Sheffield nodded respectfully with a calm expression. Rest assured, I will complete the task perfectly and will not waste a single penny. Belfast nodded slightly. Finally, she looked at Dido. Dido, give the commander a shoulder massage. Dido hummed in agreement, and, before Su-Yun could react, stood behind him, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. A soft, tingling sensation came from my shoulder, and a faint fragrance wafted from behind me. Su-Yun took a bite of the jujube cake, and was surprised by the efficiency of the maid team. After eating the jujube flesh, there was nowhere to spit out the jujube pits. Sirius immediately presented it to him with both hands. Please spit it into Sirius's hand, my proud master. Su-Yun. He spat the date pit into the plastic bag he was carrying. There's no need to go to such lengths. Master, life is short, Belfast said gently from the side. You don't have to worry about everything. You can choose a more effortless way to enjoy life. For example, you can spit the date pit into Sirius's hand, and then you don't have to turn around to find the trash can. You can open your mouth and say ah, and a drink will be served to you. You don't have to change your clothes yourself. You can just stand there, and we will change your clothes for you. It doesn't sound like serving a master, it sounds like serving an emperor. Su-yin took a sip of cola. No need. I have hands and feet. I haven't reached that point yet. Belfast bowed slightly, head bowed. Yes. She is a very obedient, but also very opinionated maid. She arranges everything clearly and listens to everything she is told. Su-yin stood up, twisted her waist left and right to loosen her muscles. Now that you've arranged all of this, let's go to one last place. Belfast asked, does Master want to buy something? Could Dido go? No. Su-yin interrupted her, mysteriously holding up a finger. This is something Dido can't handle alone. I have to go myself. Belfast nodded respectfully. Yes. Leading the maids through a maze of turns and bends, Su-yin arrived at a secluded alley. At the end of the alley, there is a small, old, rundown tavern. Su-yin pushed open the door and went straight to the bar. 1 cocktail, 3 whiskeys, 6 vodkas, he told the bartender. Mix them all together. Belfast frowned slightly. She couldn't help but take a half step forward. Master, drinking baijiu in the morning is bad for your stomach. Besides, the drinks you ordered are all high in alcohol, and mixing them together. Su-yin turned around and put her index finger to her lips. Sure, it's all right. Just follow me. The bartender glanced at him and asked calmly, how much is the moon worth? Su-yin leaned against the bar, answering lazily. Of course, it's 6 pence. The bartender glanced at the 3 maids behind him and lowered his voice. Please follow me. Su-yin waved to the bewildered Belfast and the others. Let's go. The bartender pushed open the door to the kitchen, which turned out to be not an ordinary kitchen, but a dark passageway leading downwards. Delving into it, one's perspective suddenly opens up. A vast underground arms market. The store is filled with a dazzling array of high-tech weapons, including pistols with reverse aiming, 6-barreled Gatling guns, and modified high-speed motorboats. This is a secret research base of the East China Sea Navy Department, Su-yin explained as they walked. It's built underground to prevent a situation where we'd have nowhere to go if the surface were attacked by the Sirens. The 3 Belfast members suddenly realized what was happening. After winding through several turns, Su-yin arrived at a house shaped like a wrench. Pushing open the door, he found the inside a chaotic mess of wires, gears, and parts scattered all over the floor, leaving almost no room to step. He painstakingly found his way through and stepped into the inner room. Inside the room, a mechanic wearing a welding mask was modifying a motorboat. Hey, old Zhang. Su-yin slapped him on the shoulder. Busy, huh? Old Zhang jumped in fright, nearly stabbing his leg with the welding torch. He abruptly pulled down his mask, staring at Su-yin with lingering shock. Can't you see I'm welding? You scared the hell out of me. Su-yin grinned. Stop pretending. You must have already noticed I was here. You just didn't want to receive me. Old Zhang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Last time, the materials for my motorboat alone cost 4,900,000. I was hoping to make a fortune, but you, kid, stole 5 million from me, leaving me with only a small fee. Su-yin scratched his head and chuckled. That motorboat. Oh, it sank. So I came to find you again. Old Zhang instantly became alert and took 3 steps back. You're not trying to rip me off again by offering a low price, are you? I'm warning you. Even if you try to use your commander status to pressure me, I won't budge. You have to let me make at least 10%. Otherwise, you won't get a single screw here. Su-yin was a notorious poor commander and a haggling maniac in the surrounding area. No boss was unafraid of him. Old Zhang thought Su-yin would try to get close to him and negotiate a lower price as usual. But to his surprise, Su-yin laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Things are different now. I have plenty of money. I'm here today to discuss a big business deal with you. Old Zhang stared at him suspiciously, his eyes clearly saying, I don't believe you. Pay back the money I owed you last time, and then I'll consider whether or not to trust you. Su-yin coughed awkwardly and secretly glanced at the 3 maids behind him. My shipgirl is still here. Give me some face. Shipgirls. Old Zhang only then noticed the 3 maids following behind Su-yin, his eyes widening in surprise. You, the unlucky guy from the East China Sea, actually managed to get shipgirls? Su-yin clicked his tongue twice and held up one finger, waving it. Times have changed. Please call me. He straightened his chest. The European Emperor of the East Sea. Chapter 67. You just wait. Ever since she secretly sent her subordinates to do a live stream, which unexpectedly boosted Song Qingxi's popularity, Nansu realized one thing. Only Shipgirls can fight against Shipgirls. If Song Qingxi can hire foreign mercenaries as helpers, why can't she do the same? We must get our revenge on that guy surnamed Song. Of course, there's also Su Yun, who suddenly rose to prominence for reasons unknown. Nansu's eyes narrowed as she thought of Su Yun. He acted like a saint while he was in power, but suddenly became a monster as soon as he stepped down. That kid's really cunning. To this end, she investigated a large number of mercenary ship girls roaming near the East China Sea, looking for a strong one who could rival the Royal Maid Squad. And indeed, she found 2 people while searching. However, most ship girls don't like to get involved in factional disputes. Therefore, Nanshu needs to fabricate a suitable reason to get these 2 mercenaries to join her. As you both know, a new monster called the Abyss Skeleton has recently appeared. Inside the breakfast shop, Nansu sat opposite Frederick the Great and Defoe, her expression sincere. Our East Sea's defenses are relatively weak, and we are afraid we cannot hold the line on our own. Therefore, I am willing to pay a high price to hire you 2 to go on an expedition and assist us in resisting the Abyss Skeleton. Defoe seemed not to hear, her mind completely focused on that Su Yun sugar figurine. She stared sadly at the sugar figurine, melting bit by bit. Sigh, it's melted away, it just couldn't be kept in the end? Wah, my dear. If I had known it would melt so quickly, I shouldn't have licked it so hard. Nansu's heart skipped a beat when she saw this scene. Her mind worked incredibly fast, and she immediately realized that this ship girl had someone she liked. With such a resentful tone, could it be that you've been abandoned or lost? Frederick the Great sat upright, his gaze deep, as if he could see right through Nanshu's heart. As far as I know, you have already stepped down from your position as commander of the East China Sea Patrol, haven't you? Nansu coughed and said, Indeed, but that doesn't stop me from still caring about the safety of the fishermen in the East China Sea. Frederick the Great's voice was calm. You caused a great disaster due to your misjudgment, losing to Commander Song by less than 3% in the last commander election. Now you've come to us, but your real purpose is probably not to expel you on high, but for your own political achievements, isn't it? How come this ship girl is so perceptive? Nansu muttered to herself. No matter what you think of me, whether it's for political achievements or genuinely for the fishermen, at least I sincerely want to contribute to the East China Sea. Nansu put on a pitiful expression. I'll provide the money, and you'll provide the labor. This protects the safety of the people and also helps me garner votes in the next election. It's a win-win-win situation, isn't it? Frederick the Great chuckled. I thought your excellency would continue to pretend. You're a smart ship girl, there's no point in pretending in front of you. Nanshu shrugged helplessly. Instead of doing that, it's better to just be honest. That's quite straightforward. Frederick the Great nodded slightly. So what price are you willing to offer? Nanshu held up 5 fingers. 5 million. How about that? That's the highest price on the mercenary market. I only offered this price because I see you 2 are quite capable. Okay, Frederick the Great nodded. But I need you to prepay 40%. 40%. Nansu's eyes widened. That much? You are not sincere. Frederick the Great stared straight at her, his tone as calm as if he were talking about the weather. You have had the air of lying about you from the very beginning. Nanshu bit her nails. She doesn't have much savings right now. The asking price is 5 million, but she doesn't have that much cash on hand. She plans to make up the difference once she returns to her position as commander. She glanced at Defoe, who was still feeling disappointed as the sugar figurine melted. Suddenly, an idea came to me. What if I told you that after I regain command, I could use the official website to help Ms. Taiho find the person she's looking for? Upon hearing this, both Frederick the Great and Taiho were greatly invigorated. Seeing that things were looking promising, Nanshu struck while the iron was hot. You 2 are looking for someone, aren't you? Searching on your own is like looking for a needle in a haystack. We live in the age of big data. Everyone's information is backed up in the military database. If I can regain my command, I guarantee I'll help you find that person. This offer is indeed very tempting. No, it's more accurate to say it's too tempting. Frederick the Great frowned slightly. According to you, it would be the same if I went directly to Commander Song for cooperation. No, it's different. Nansu shook her finger. Unless there is a major case, even the commander cannot arbitrarily investigate the people's files. Then why do you dare? As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, and I just take a peek, who will know? Nansu lowered her voice. Song Qingzi wouldn't go to such lengths for you. Frederick the Great remained silent for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Taiho. Then he let out a soft sigh. I hope you really have the ability to help us find him. Nansu smiled. That's natural. Song Dynasty Celadon, Su Yun. You just wait and see. I've found someone to help me. The East China Sea's lucky emperor? Old Zhang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and took off his goggles. I don't care about your stuff. Let's settle the bill first. This stubborn person really doesn't give any face at all. Just as Su Yun was about to speak, Belfast stepped forward and handed over the bank card in his hand. The balance here should be enough to pay the commander's outstanding bills. Old Zhang took it suspiciously and swiped it on the machine. Numbers popped up on the screen. 1, 10, 100, 500 million. Old Zhang's mouth was agape, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Su Yun grinned. How about that? Is that enough? Enough. Enough. More than enough. Old Zhang's eyes lit up, and he beamed with joy. Don't even mention buying a jet ski. You could buy my whole shop. That's good. Su Yun patted his shoulder. Come on, let's talk about the modifications. The two huddled together and started comparing the blueprints. Add more thrusters. It needs to be fast, but also stable. Don't equip either side with heavy machine guns this time. Equip them with 2 sniper rifles, the kind that can fire armor-piercing rounds. Put 2 torpedo launchers at the bottom and a howitzer at the front. The 3 maids stood quietly to the side, listening to Su Yun make demands of old Zhang. No wonder the commander came in person. It turns out he was here to work on naval equipment. But Dido frowned as she listened, then leaned close to Belfast's ear and whispered, the headmaid commander is doing something very dangerous. What if he were to drive something like that into the sea? Belfast remained calm, lowered his head, winked at her, and gently shushed her. Do not contradict any decisions your master makes. As a maid, your only duty is to obey your master. Dido nodded regretfully. All right then. She was still worried, afraid that Su Yun might have an accident while driving that motorboat one day. Belfast spoke softly to Dido and Sirius. Change happens gradually. The master's mindset hasn't yet shifted from the hardships he endured. Once he realizes that he no longer needs to worry about anything, we naturally won't have to worry about his safety. Dido and Sirius exchanged a glance and nodded. Chapter 68, Su Xiaoqi. Ever since he scrapped a modified yacht and a modified motorboat, Su Yun had been thinking about how to make up for that regret. Or perhaps it should be said that this is his sense of security. Although there are now many powerful shipgirls in the port, it doesn't stop him from wanting to go out on his own. He was truly afraid that this was just a fleeting dream, and when he woke up, he would be all alone again. Old Zhang is a well-known mechanic in the Navy. With him handling things, Su Yun felt at ease. After leaving Old Zhang's place, Su Yun led 3 maids out of the tavern. I arranged to pick up the goods with Lao Zhang in half a month, which would be the time when he returned from attending the naval celebration. 4 cups of coffee were served at Star Park Cafe. With nothing else to do, I can leisurely enjoy life. Glug glug. Perhaps it was because of the cold weather. Su Yun felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach. I'm going to the restroom. You guys wait for me here. He stood up. Sirius immediately followed. I'll go with Master. No need. I can find a public toilet myself. You guys wait here. I'll be right back. After saying that, he quickly left. Sirius turned back worriedly. Headmaid, do we have to listen to the commander on this too? Belfast hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Let's give the master some private space. Too much interference might cause resistance. Sirius could only say, oh, splash. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief as she emerged from the mall's public restroom. I feel comfortable now. This shopping mall is huge. It took me ages to find a restroom. I had just washed my hands and stepped outside when a loud shout suddenly exploded in my ears. Don't run. Stop right there. Su Yun was taken aback and glanced to the side as a little white-haired girl was running towards them desperately. Big brother, run, the little girl shouted in a panic. Su Yun looked around to make sure no one was around, then pointed to himself. Should I run away too? Before he could react, the little girl grabbed his hand as she passed by and ran off with him. Holy crap. Wait a minute. Who are you? What do you have to do with me? Su Yun was completely bewildered as he was dragged along at breakneck speed. After several twists and turns, the little girl pulled him into a corner. 4 young thugs with brightly colored hair chased after them, but after searching around and finding nothing, they left cursing and swearing. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, she found Su Yun bending over, staring intently at her. Who are you? What's your name? Why are they chasing you? Su Yun scrutinized her. The little girl took a half step back and gave a dry laugh. My name is Su Xiaoqi. Su Xiaoqi. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, glanced at her long silver-white hair, and became even more puzzled. Are you human? Forehead. What does you mean? Of course. Su Xiaoqi smiled brightly. Eccentric. That's so weird. Su Yun picked her up, lifted her high, and examined her closely. Su Xiaoqi blushed. Big brother, what are you doing? The smell of lies. Su Yun squinted. Su Xiaoqi scratched her cheek and turned her head away. You brat. Su Yun muttered, putting her down. I don't care who you are. Anyway, this has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait. Big brother. Su Xiaoqi grabbed his leg and wouldn't let go no matter what. She looked up, her big, watery eyes pleading. I'm lost from my mom and dad. Can you help me find them? Su Yun initially wanted to refuse. But that look in his eyes makes it hard to be cruel. Finding the person shouldn't take much time. Alright then. Yay. Let's go, big brother. Let's go to the candy store first. Su Xiaoqi cheered. Su Yun, ? Should we look for someone, or go find the candy? It's from the demon orb, isn't it? The candy store actually had freshly baked marshmallows. Su Xiaoqi bought two, one for herself and one for Su Yun. She paid for it herself. I misunderstood her. It should be the spirit pearl. Looks like mom and dad aren't here, Su Xiaoqi said while eating a cotton candy. There's a toy store on the second floor. Let's go look for them over by the trampoline area. Su Yun followed them up to the second floor. Su Xiaoqi bought 2 trampoline tickets and dragged him into the inflatable trampoline park. They were jumping and hopping around for a while. It didn't look like they were looking for someone at all. They were clearly just having fun. Ha isn't here either. Su Xiaoqi jumped up, her face flushed, quite happy. Let's look around the bubble tea shop area next. There are a lot of people there. Su Yun followed them. He took the initiative to buy 2 cups of milk tea, and he and Su Xiaoqi found a corner to sit down, drinking while looking for someone. It doesn't seem to be here either, Su Xiaoqi said regretfully, kicking her legs as she sat in the chair. He said he was sorry, but his expression and actions clearly showed that he was a little happy. Is this child really looking for someone? Su Yun found it increasingly strange. This nonchalant attitude made it seem as if he were being teased. Big brother, Su Xiaoqi asked with a smile, resting her chin on her hand and biting on a straw. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Yun took a sip of milk tea. I have a wife. Wow. I didn't expect my big brother to get married so young. Su Xiaoqi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Su Yun doesn't just have one wife, he has hundreds. But he didn't mention that he was the commander. Big brother, you must treat your wife well, Su Xiaoqi said, resting his chin on his hand with a bright smile. That girl who likes you must be truly in love, so you mustn't let her down. Su Yun felt that something was off. Is this something an 8 or 9-year-old girl could say? Why were those people chasing you just now? He changed the subject. This is because. Su Xiaoqi hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Found you. A loud shout rang out. It's those same group of blonde-haired punks again, showing up at our door once more. I didn't see it clearly the first time I was dragged away, but now that I look closely, there's a bright shoe print on the face of the blonde-haired leader. Brothers, grab her. Don't let her get away. The blonde-haired man shouted, pointing at Su Xiaoqi. Su Yun didn't know the cause and effect, but he knew that Su Xiaoqi absolutely could not fall into the hands of these thugs. He pulled Su Xiaoqi into his arms, rolled to the side, and climbed out of the window. Su Xiaoqi was stunned. She let him hold her like that, and ran wildly. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Su Yun rushed out of the mall and ran straight into a sparsely populated alley. The blonde-haired men were overjoyed at the sight. This kid ran off to a deserted place? It's like he's looking for shit in a toilet with a light on. Once they reached a secluded spot, Su Yun finally stopped. Several blonde-haired men caught up with them, panting heavily. Run? Why did you stop running? The blonde-haired leader panted heavily. There's no need to run anymore. Su Yun clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. Why do you think I'd run to a deserted place? He grinned. Of course, it's to avoid being caught on camera. The group of blonde-haired men were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're just one person, there are 4 of us. You want to fight? 4 against 1. The advantage is in our hands. 10 minutes later. Stop hitting us. Stop hitting us. We know we were wrong. The leader, with his bruised and swollen face, begged for mercy repeatedly. You're smart to know what's good for you. Su Yun released his hand. The group of blonde-haired men tumbled and crawled away. As they reached the alley entrance, the leader, a blonde-haired man, turned around and shouted, You've messed with me. You're finished. My dad is Li Gang. Su Yun took a step forward, as if to give chase. The thugs vanished in an instant. Suyun stopped. The gang. He recalled it. The deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a native of Nanshu. I had wanted to give him a gift in Weiyang Port district before, but he refused. He turned around and ruffled Su Xiaoqi's hair. Okay, it's all right now. The bad guys are gone. Su Xiaoqi gave a heavy hum. Speaking of which, Suyun asked curiously, why are they pursuing you? Su Xiaoqi blinked her big, watery eyes. They were smoking in the no-smoking area. I went over and delivered a heroic flying kick, landing a kick in the face on each of them. Suyun. So that's how those shoe prints came about. He gave a thumbs up. Well done. You've got a bit of my style back in the day. Chapter 69 Commander. I have another plan. Commander. Belfast's anxious calls came from outside the alley. Where are you? Suyun responded loudly. I'm here. He lowered his head and said to Su Xiaoqi, my ship girl has arrived. Are you coming with me? Huh. Where is she? Upon closer inspection, Su Xiaoqi was nowhere to be seen. The alley was deserted and dead-end. There wasn't a single white hair, let alone the little white-haired girl. But this is a dead end. Where can she run to? Commander. Upon hearing Suyun's voice, Belfast rushed over anxiously with Sirius and Dido. As soon as they met, she hugged Suyun tightly. Please don't disappear without a word again. Belfast held him tightly, her voice trembling slightly like a doting mother. Disappearance is truly terrifying. Suyun stayed quietly, enjoying Belfast's embrace. It smells delicious. Oh, it's nothing. He patted her back nonchalantly and said with a smile, I was just strolling around. How could I get lost? Belfast looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. After a long pause, he lowered his head and softly hummed in agreement. That way, the commander can't be kept in check. He has hands and feet. He can come and go as he pleases. If I can't find him again after we part ways next time. Speaking of which, have you seen a little girl? Suyun asked. Belfast snapped out of her reverie. Who is this little loli you're talking about? A little girl with white hair. She looks a bit like a ship girl, about this tall. Suyun gestured. She was just here. You came in from the entrance. Didn't you see her? Belfast shook her head. No. That's really strange. Suyun muttered with a strange expression. Did I see a ghost? What the hell? Belfast asked, puzzled. Never mind. It's nothing. Suyun shook her head. If you can't figure something out, then don't think about it anymore. Belfast gave a soft her heart finally settling down. She took a step back, regaining her usual elegance and composure. Commander, would you like to continue shopping or head back home? Let's wander around a bit more, Suyun said. It's not easy to come all the way to the west of the city, so let's buy some more food to take back. We just need to get back to port around 9 o'clock, and the little ones will wake up around that time too. Okay. Belfast nodded slightly. Suyun led the ship girls away from the alley. What he didn't know was, after he left, 3 figures stood silently at the high end of the alley. A gentle breeze stirred the gray-haired ship girl's long hair, and the bangs under her naval cap fluttered softly, blurring her melancholy eyes. Is such a brief meeting really enough? Olivia, standing behind the gray ship girl, asked. It will be difficult to find another opportunity without other ship girls present next time. The gray-haired ship girl lowered her head, pressed down her military cap, and softly hummed in agreement. That's good enough. It's already quite good, isn't it? Oh dear, this is truly. Olivia didn't know how to comment, so she could only sigh deeply and shake her head. The bond between the ship and its owner is truly unbreakable. Behind Olivia stood a girl with long, golden waves. It was Lily. Her heart was pounding. Since joining Olivia's group, she had been constantly by her side. These days, she had witnessed many things she had never seen or even imagined before, which were severely impacting her worldview. And all these bizarre events ultimately point to the same person. Suyun. Old Su. Oh, old Su. Lily murmured to herself. Who exactly are you? Why do you have so much power? Suddenly, the gray ship girl raised her head sharply and looked towards the distant Pacific Ocean. Here we go again. Olivia crossed her arms, her voice grave. Is it execution? Yes. The gray ship girl nodded slightly. To think they'd settled down here, Olivia murmured. Looks like someone else is going to be in trouble. I wonder who the unlucky one will be this time. On the other side, after receiving assistance from Frederick the Great and Taiho, Nanshu returned to the tavern that housed the underground research base. She led the 2 ship girls into the main control area and took their seats in the reception room. She personally brewed 2 cups of tea, and just as she sat down to discuss cooperation, her henchman approached and whispered in her ear. Commander, Suyun was here just now. Nan Su frowned slightly. What's he doing here? They went to old Zhang's machine shop. I've already sent someone to inquire. They went to buy a modified motorboat, Daniel whispered. Buying a vehicle? It's probably because the old vehicle broke down. That's not surprising. Then Su said dismissively. If it were just about buying a vehicle, that would be fine. But the street surveillance cameras captured Su Yun beating up Li Wan. Fighting in public? No, it was in an alley, a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. But the outside cameras captured him and Li Wan going in together. Li Wan came out with a bruised and swollen face. I went to question Li Wan and found out that he had been beaten by Su Yun. Oh, it's just a fight between young people. What's there to report? Nan Su waved her hand. Commander, I have a plan. Dang, you said solemnly. You have another plan? Nanshu looked at him suspiciously. This guy suggested she start a live stream last time, but it ended up making Su Yun and Song Qingxi even more famous. What's he up to this time? But she decided to listen first. What plan? Tell me. The henchman glanced at Frederick the Great and Taiho and said with difficulty, Let's talk in private, Commander. Nanshu nodded, stood up, and gave Frederick the Great and Taiho an apologetic smile. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I have some matters to discuss with my subordinates, and we'll be right back. Frederick the Great gave a soft hum. Dafeng sat to the side, resting her chin on her hand in boredom. There weren't many things that could pique her interest. If life without a commander weren't so boring, she wouldn't have come. She stretched lazily, leaned back on the sofa, and yawned listlessly. Great Empress, it's so stuffy here. Let's finish this quickly and leave. It's so uncomfortable staying here. Frederick the Great glanced sideways at her attire. Who told you to wear so many layers? You're all wrapped up like a dumpling, and you even have a trench coat on top of that. Of course, Taiho covered her chest with both hands. Although she was dressed thickly, her impressive figure was still undeniable. Taiho's body is only for the commander to see. Chapter 70, You've really put me in a terrible situation. My shoulders feel so numb and tingly. I wish the commander could come and massage them for me. Taiho complained as she rubbed her shoulders. Frederick the Great's voice was deep and gentle. Didn't I buy you a massage gun? Go back and get that and massage it. If you can't reach your lower back, I'll help you. No, I want to save up all the fatigue I've accumulated so far, and have the commander use it on me later. Defoe, as if conjuring up some image, cupped her face in her hands like a bouquet of flowers, swayed her hips, and exclaimed excitedly. My body has been so tired for so long. Just thinking about it makes Taiho's power reactor feel hot. Frederick the Great chuckled softly. After we are reunited, my child will definitely treat you well, Taiho. Then I'll have to ask you, Great Empress, to put in a good word for me with the commander, Taiho said, clinging to Frederick the Great in a spoiled manner. Frederick the Great was very receptive to this and smiled gently. All right. Defoe chuckled twice. Frederick the Great enjoys high prestige among the Shipgirls. With her involved, even the commander will show her some respect. As the saying goes, win over your mother-in-law, and happiness will last forever. If Frederick the Great has agreed, why should the commander disagree? This is all thanks to my brilliant strategy, Taiho. What plan? Explain it in detail. Once they found a secluded corner, Nanshu asked her henchman this question. Commander, please hear me out, the henchman said in a low voice. We can make a big fuss about this and have Li Wen cause trouble for Su Yun again. Su Yun and Song Qingxi are now in cahoots. If something happens to Su Yun, Song Qingxi's reputation will also be affected. Nan Su frowned. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use such underhanded methods? Besides, Su Yun now has quite a few powerful shipgirls around him. If things really get complicated, we won't have the upper hand. So-called factional strife is nothing more than sweeping the snow from your own doorstep, while simultaneously throwing dirty water at the neighbors, the party member said earnestly. Besides, didn't you bring back these two mercenary shipgirls? I've checked them out. They're both top-tier shipgirls. The one in black is called Frederick the Great, a decisive battle plan class shipgirl. Even if Su Yun's shipgirls are strong, could they be stronger than a decisive battle plan class shipgirl? Then Su thought it made sense. 2. A moment later, Nanshu returned to the reception room. She interlaced her fingers, resting them on her knees, her expression serious. Gentlemen, I need your help with a small favor. Frederick the Great asked softly, What favor? It's like this. We have a commander here who is of bad character. He beat up the son of one of my subordinates, which has had a terrible impact. Nan Su looked righteous, like Bao Zheng, the upright judge who seeks justice for the people. I cannot stand idly by and do nothing about such injustice. Frederick the Great said calmly, The squabbles of the common people are none of our business. The woman spoke sweetly, But Frederick the Great still sensed a lie. Of course, such a small matter doesn't require your help, Nansu quickly added. But that commander has several powerful shipgirls under his command. We're planning to settle accounts with him, but we're afraid of being attacked by his shipgirls. You two just need to come with us. If his shipgirls are about to attack, you can protect me. Frederick the Great frowned slightly, stroking his chin in thought. After a long pause, she nodded slightly. Sure, but I have conditions. Speaking. If, once we arrive at the scene, I find that what you say is inconsistent with the facts, Dephone and I will absolutely not take action, Frederick the Great said calmly. Of course, Nansu smiled. Su-yun, you're definitely not going to get away with this. Achoo. Su-yun sneezed without warning and rubbed her nose. It must be Jiang Shui scolding me. Seeing this, Belfast took out a yellow robe from the ship's equipment space and draped it over his shoulders. It's getting cold. Commander, please put on another layer. Su-yun looked down at the yellow robe he was wearing and suddenly stood up. Belfa, what do you mean by this? Belfast, not quite following his train of thought, hesitated and asked, What's wrong, Commander? Is there a problem? You. Su-yun sighed deeply, tugging at his yellow robe. You've really brought me great suffering. Belfast, who doesn't use internet slang, didn't get Su-yun's joke. She asked seriously, Commander, do you want to be emperor? If so, wait until our port is stronger before raising an army. Shoo. Su-yun quickly shushed him, looked around, and lowered his voice. Don't talk about this in public. Be careful that outsiders don't find out. Belfast immediately fell silent, her pretty face serious as she nodded. I understand. Having bought almost everything they needed at the morning market, the group returned to the underground parking garage to prepare to drive home. Su-yun remained seated in the driver's seat. He wanted to enjoy this luxury car even more. After seeing the commander off to the car, Belfast whispered to Sirius. Pass it on. The commander wants to be emperor. Sirius paused for a moment, then nodded seriously. I understand. They arrived in 2 cars, but now Su-yun and Belfast are in one, while Sirius and Dido can only drive the second car. Sirius sat in the passenger seat, looking at Dido in the driver's seat with a serious expression. Dido, we may have to start an uprising. Dido looked completely bewildered. Huh? Are they going to attack the marshal's mansion? Yes, commander wants to be emperor. Sirius's tone left no room for argument. Dido paused for 2 seconds, then clenched her little fist and encouraged herself. I understand. Dido will definitely help the commander fulfill this wish. At that moment, in the car ahead, Su-yun was playing music and humming a tune, completely unaware that one of her jokes had been taken seriously by the shipgirls. Chapter 71. Are you bullying my child? As I was driving home on the national highway, several people suddenly jumped out and blocked my way. Su-yun slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched as they scraped across the ground. His eyes widened. No, there really are people cosplaying as speed bumps on the national highway. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have run them over. Thinking of the almost disastrous consequences, Su-yun instantly flew into a rage. Worst case scenario, going to jail, being sentenced, and having no one to take care of the shipgirls at home. Secondly, in an attempt to avoid a collision, the car overturned, and the person was seriously injured and hospitalized. Even in the best case scenario, it's still a staged accident, a messy entanglement, and an attempt to extort money. We've finally managed to get by, and the port area has finally started to look bright. How can we let these people who stage accidents ruin it? These blonde-haired bastards are really something. Su-yun gritted his teeth. On the street, Li Wan and several of his henchmen had been waiting for a long time. Not long ago, Nansu, the former commander of the East China Sea Patrol Navy, personally approached him and gave him a secret mission. They're looking for trouble with Su-yun. Li Wan didn't know what the purpose of this task was, but since the higher-ups had mentioned it, they must have their reasons. So he led his men to ambush Su-yun on his way back to Hong Kong, waiting to block her path and provoke her. To be honest, Li Wan was a little scared after being beaten up by Su-yun in the alley. But then I realized there was no surveillance footage that time. Now that we're under surveillance, would Su-yun dare to make a move? As far as he knew, those who could become commanders had ridiculously high moral standards. They were practically saints. That guy will definitely try to reason with me, right? When it comes to verbal sparring, Li Wan is a master. Once he gets his opponent to his level, he can crush them with his vast knowledge of profanity. Seeing Su-yun get out of the car, Li Wan tossed his blonde hair aside, raised his chin, and said provocatively, So, you're the one called Su-yun? He realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking. Su-yun came with a fierce momentum, showing no intention of negotiating whatsoever. He went from walking to running, and then sprinted towards us. Li Wen and his 3 companions trembled in fright. Wait, what are you doing? Su Yun leaped and launched a flying kick. Crow takes off like an airplane. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Li Wen's face, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away and leaving a second shoe print on his face. Dare to mess with my porcelain? Su Yun glared at his remaining 3 henchmen. The 3 underlings trembled and huddled together. Su Yun turned around and delivered another sweeping kick. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Bang bang bang. With 3 kicks, the 3 henchmen were also sent flying. Li Wen scrambled to his feet, covering his face and shouting, "No, that's not how it works. You're a commander. How could you attack right away?" Su Yun laughed in exasperation. Then what should I do? You should swallow this insult and come over here to reason with us. No matter how much we curse you, you have to hold it in and let us mock you mercilessly. Li Wen said righteously. Su Yun laughed. So these people thought he was an easy target? You were the ones who blocked my way by pretending to be a speed bump, and now you want to reason with me? He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and approached step by step. My logic is simple. Rather than letting you get run over by cars, I'd rather each of you take a punch. Suffering a little pain is worse than being crushed to pieces. Since schools didn't teach this principle, then I'll teach it to you. Su Yun grinned, a smile that seemed more terrifying than a devil to Li Wen and the other 3. You dare to stop cars on the national highway. What else wouldn't you dare to do? Li Wen and the other 3 huddled together, trembling. Is this guy really the commander? What commander is this ruthless? Su Yun grabbed Li Wen and started whipping him mercilessly. Let you cosplay as a speed bump. You'll see, you only ever try to extort commanders. I'll make you dye your hair blonde. And get a tattoo. Stop. Su Yun. A loud shout rang out from the side. Su Yun turned his head and saw a group of people walking out of the roadside bushes. The leader was Nan Su, followed by 2 adjutants, one of whom was holding a video camera. Su Yun laughed. It turns out they came prepared. Nan Su said sternly. Su Yun, you've gone too far. Li Wen is still a child. How could you hit him so hard? He's only 8 years old, the adjutant exclaimed indignantly. Even his father has never hit him like that. Su Yun, ? He pointed at the tall, blonde-haired guy. You call this 8 years old? Li Wen ran to the left adjutant with a long face and grabbed his leg, crying, Uncle, help me. This kid beat me up so badly. The adjutant patted his head and said seriously, Don't worry, with your uncle here today, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. Belfast got out of the car with Sirius and Dido and walked behind Su Yun. She appeared calm, but the anger in her eyes was almost palpable. The other party started this staged accident by blocking the road. If my commander hadn't stopped in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Compared to being smashed to pieces, this little bit of physical pain is already merciful. She paused, glancing in the direction of the bushes. You guys have been crouching in the bushes for so long. It seems you planned this all along. Since you can't communicate with us in human language, you can try to reason with us in other ways. Belfast summoned his miniature ship equipment, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. By the way, my specialty is quad 152 millimeters. The dark muzzle of the cannon was pointed at the left adjutant and Li Wen. The 2 men shivered simultaneously and fell silent instantly. Don't be afraid. Nanshu stepped forward. So what if they're shipgirls? We have those too. She looked at Su Yun and said sternly, Su Yun, tell your shipgirls to put down their weapons, or don't blame me for being impolite. Su Yun crossed his arms and shook his head with a tisk-tisk sound. Nanshu, you've already stepped down, yet you still harbor wicked intentions, resorting to such despicable means. Indeed, you are unworthy to be the East China Sea Patrol commander. Although Song Qingzi is inexperienced, she is far superior to you in terms of character. Methods don't matter. Who becomes commander is what matters. Nan Su sneered. Su Yun, I advise you to be sensible. The shipgirls I brought this time are far superior to the maids under your command. Threatening me, Su Yun pulled out a signal flare from his waist. Do you think there's no one left in Weiyang Port? He covered his ear with one hand and pulled the trigger with the other. Bang! A green flare rose into the sky, trailing a plume of flame. A single arrow pierces the clouds, and 1,000 armies rush to meet it. In the port area, Bismarck Zwei, who was leisurely enjoying morning tea, suddenly looked up. It's the commander's support signal. Before the words were even finished, Akagi and Mogador had already transformed into 2 afterimages and shot off. On the national highway, Nan Su watched the signal flare being fired, then casually crossed her arms and smiled. You think your shipgirls can beat the two I brought? She waved her hand. Frederick the Great. Tai-ho, it's your turn to act. Su-yun was shocked when he heard those two names. However, after Nansu finished speaking, there was no sound behind her. Frederick the Great? The Great Phoenix. She turned around suspiciously. He found all his men lying on the ground. Bang! Defong stomped on the camera and smashed it, then kicked the adjutant in the face. How dare you? How dare you lie to me? Defong gritted her teeth, her eyes almost spitting fire. Behind Frederick the Great, a massive black, two-headed ship-mounted dragon soared into the sky. An energy field rose beneath her feet, causing her long black hair to flutter wildly in the wind. I see. Frederick the Great tilted his head slightly, his voice low and sinister. The person you're targeting is my child? She slowly raised her right hand. So, you must be prepared to go to hell, right? Chapter 72 turned into a hard-boiled egg. Nansu was stunned. This isn't what we agreed on. You were paid. How could you betray me and attack those who opposed me? Etc. Nansu finally realized what was happening. Your child? Her eyes widened. Where are the children? Aren't we all adults here? The only minor is Li Wan, but he's already been beaten to the ground by Defong. Could it be that? Nansu's face grew increasingly grim as she thought about it. Could the child Frederick the Great was referring to be? Nansu stiffly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Su-yun's face, her expression extremely unpleasant. No way. Could this so-called child be an affectionate term? Su-yun laughed. So the shipgirls that Nanshu was talking about supporting her were Frederick the Great and Tai-ho? What else is there to say? Su-yun hatched a wicked plan. Mother Emperor. He walked past Nanshu, hugged Frederick the Great around the waist, and pointed at Nanshu, saying, She has tried to frame me time and time again. Now Su-yun understands why his and Song Qingxi's expedition was broadcast live. So that mole was Nansu's subordinate. That makes sense. Upon hearing this, Frederick the Great instantly flew into a rage. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it, and just by standing there, one could feel a terrifying aura. Nansu's heart leaped into her throat. She forced a laugh and took 2 steps back. Great Emperor, if I said this was just a misunderstanding, would you believe me? A misunderstanding? Frederick the Great's shipgirl spirit was burning fiercely. When her soul reached its peak of rage, her long black hair actually floated up, and then danced wildly. Su-yun wisely took 2 steps back. How terrifying. Even Su-yun was startled. Frederick the Great was truly terrifying when he got angry. You said before you came that you were specifically targeting a commander of questionable character. It turns out you were referring to my child. Frederick the Great slowly raised his hand. The ship-mounted black dragon aimed at her, opened its mouth, and the pitch-black cannon barrel in the dragon's mouth was less than a meter away from Nansu. Repent, Frederick the Great said with a grim face. Regret your foolishness for the rest of your life. Just as Frederick the Great was about to fire his cannons, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly came from the distant sea. This energy fluctuation was extremely large. It spread out like ripples. Upon sensing this energy, all the shipgirls' pretty faces changed, and they instantly deployed their ship equipment. Frederick the Great was also disturbed and paused slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The shot missed, sweeping everything away. Nansu's expression changed drastically. She suddenly squatted down. The adjutant and Li Wan, among others, had just stood up, clutching their chests and grimacing, feeling as if their calves had been broken by Defeng's kick. Whoosh! The flames streaked across their heads. Nansu, who had escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation on the top of her head. Isn't it snowing season now? I wasn't wearing a hat, so how come my head is so warm? She looked up and saw her hair was on fire. Panicked, she screamed, Fire! 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 Not only her, but also Li Wan, the adjutant, and others had their hair burned off completely, and their bodies were also on fire. There was a river on one side of the national highway. In their panic, everyone jumped into the river, one after another, like ducks falling into the water. The water was deep and cold, and it was late winter. After a group of people jumped in, they were freezing. The fire on their bodies was extinguished, but they were still terribly cold. They splashed around on the water, shouting for help. Su-yun walked to the riverbank, looked at Nansu in the water, and shook his head, clicking his tongue as he watched her struggling and calling for help with her adjutant. Nanshu, Nanshu, can't you just stay put after you've abdicated? Why do you have to resort to such despicable tactics? He saw a long wooden stick at his feet, picked it up, and smashed it down with the stick. Clang! This blow slammed the struggling Nanshu into the water. Su-yun said in surprise, Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Commander Nan. I was trying to save you, but I accidentally hit you. Are you alright? Nanshu struggled with gurgling sounds, which Su Yun couldn't understand. She might be swearing or calling for help. She finally managed to grab the stick from Su Yun's hand, and a moment later, the adjutant on the left also grabbed it. Hurry up and pull us up, Nansu said, wiping the stinky water off her face. Su Yun squatted by the river, took out her phone to film, and said with a smile, "No rush. Come on, read a passage with me first, and I'll record a video." Read along with you? Why should I read along with you? Who knows what you want me to read? I'm the commander, Nansu said unwillingly. Su Yun released the wooden stick abruptly. Never mind then, I didn't see anything. I'm going home. Read it. Read it. Nansu pleaded hastily. Su Yun, I beg you. Please pull us up. I promise I'll never bother you again. That's more like it. Remember, you're the one who's fallen into the water now, not me. Su Yun smiled and picked up the stick again. Nansu gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could tear Su Yun to pieces. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Su Yun must be trying to seize this opportunity to make me recite some humiliating things, right? Keep him going. Calm him down first. Saving his life is the priority. Su Yun turned on the camera and slowly began. Come on, Commander Nan, read after me. Nansu lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Fine. Whatever was said, as long as you don't admit it afterward, that's fine. Su Yun slowly began to speak. I swear to dedicate myself to the Navy and defend my country. Nansu was stunned. Is this the oath taken when enlisting in the Navy? Su Yun continued in a loud voice, fearless of sacrifice, willing to dedicate ourselves, unite with our comrades, and be loyal to each other. Do not deceive in secret, and do not harm our colleagues. Be honest and upright, and do not seek personal gain. Be conscientious in our duties and live up to the people's expectations. Nansu fell silent. There was a very long silence. Read it, Su Yun urged. You're not cold, but I am. Hurry up and finish reading. I need to go back to port to warm up. Nansu took a deep breath. I solemnly swear to dedicate myself to the Navy and defend my country. She said, word by word, not afraid of sacrifice, willing to dedicate oneself. We are united as comrades, sharing weal and woe. Do not deceive in secret, and do not harm your colleagues. Honest and upright, and never seeking personal gain. Dedicated to their duties and living up to the people's expectations. Su Yun pressed the pause button. All right. He pulled Nansu and the adjutant up. Seeing her choking on water, Su Yun squatted down beside her, straightened the commander's badge on her chest, and said, Nanshu, you're no longer the commander. But have you taken off this uniform? Nansu trembled all over. Su Yun turned around and dusted off his hands. I'm leaving. I'm going home. Belfast and the others nodded slightly. Watching his departing figure, Nansu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Is this the commander? Her heart trembled with every word Su Yun spoke. No wonder she has won the favor of so many shipgirls. She sighed deeply, her heart filled with complex emotions. That commander, came the cautious voice of the adjutant beside him. Nanshu got angry as soon as she heard that voice. She knew it. None of this guy's tricks ever worked. Your eyebrows and hair have been burned off, the adjutant said cautiously. Nansu was taken aback. She suddenly touched her eyebrows and hair. No wonder I felt a chill on the top of my head since just now. Damn it, she was about to shout. But seeing that Su Yun hadn't gone far, she had to lower her voice and whisper, Damn Su Yun. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one whose eyebrows were burned off. The adjutant was unaware that he too had turned into a hard-boiled egg. Chapter 73, Are You Hated by Your Child? At the end of the Commander National Highway, Akagi and Mogador rushed towards them like madmen. Are you alright? Are you injured anywhere? Who hurt you? Akagi and Mogador touched Su Yun all over, looking terrified. Well, it's all over now. I thought it was going to be a tough battle, but I didn't expect them to have Frederick the Great and Taiho as their helpers, Su Yun said with a smile. Frederick the Great and Taiho lowered their heads in shame. I'm so sorry, Commander. Taiho really didn't expect this person to be so cunning. Dafeng clung to Su Yun's arm, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, her voice both alluring and pathetic. Please punish Dafeng severely. No matter how you vent your anger on Dafeng will have no complaints. Su Yun coughed. As expected of Taiho, her voice is so alluring. I'm so sorry, my child. Frederick the Great held Su Yun's head and said, I almost hurt you. It smells wonderful. Unlike the fragrance of Belfast, the fragrance of Frederick the Great is more like a subtle, delicate scent. Bismarck Zwei also walked over at this moment, her face serious. Commander, since no one hurt you, what was that huge energy fluctuation just now? Energy fluctuations? Suyin was taken aback. Another energy fluctuation? Could it be that high-level Siren fusion hidden in the East China Sea again? What a generous gift of crab. How come everyone else can feel this energy, but I can't? Suyin was unaware that he was the one who emitted the energy fluctuations the first 3 times, but this time, it was someone else. This energy fluctuation was very strong, extremely strong. But for Suyin, who possessed almost limitless soul power, it was still just a drop in the ocean. Anyway, I'm glad you're alright. Bismarck had already gotten the answer from Suyun's face. Shall we go back to the manor first? It's cold outside. Be careful the commander doesn't catch a cold, Belfast suggested. The Shipgirls nodded, got into 2 separate vehicles, and headed back home. Clang clang. Upon returning to the port area, Suyun had Dido call all the little ones to the canteen and placed a series of delicacies, such as beef patties, sesame oil pastries, and jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, on the table. Little Swan, Big Fighting Dog, Fox Spirit, Shiranui, Craven, Suyun shouted solemnly. Here, the 5 little ones stood in a row, raising their luggage in unison and standing ramrod straight. These are the spoils your commander brought back for you today. Are you satisfied? Suyin asked seriously. Satisfied, the 5 little ones exclaimed in unison. Among them, the fox's voice was the loudest and the most imposing. The little swan was a little shy, but it also shouted along. Shiranui's voice was soft and low. Anyone who didn't know better would think she had just woken up, but in fact, she had always been like that. Craven seemed quite pleased, beaming with joy. She was happy about the expansion of the port area. The big bulldog's voice was muffled, and her expression remained somewhat blank. Then, listen to my command. Suyin gestured. 3, 2, 1, let's eat. The 5 little ones sat down in their chairs and began to wolf down their food. Big Bulldog loves hand-pulled pancakes. This is for Big Bulldog. This one is crispy, for Foxy. This one is for Little Swan. This one is for... Craven picked up the breakfast and skillfully distributed it, placing it one by one in front of the others. No need to divide it anymore, Craven. Foxy interrupted. She rested her hands on the table, her eyes scanning the huge pile of breakfast, her eyes sparkling as she happily counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are so many of each. We each have one. After saying that, he turned back to look at Suyun and said happily, Isn't that right, Commander? Suyun felt a lump in her throat and nodded gently. Belfast and the others didn't know what Craven was doing, but he did. In the past, whenever Suyun brought back a large bag of food, the little ones would divide it equally among themselves according to their preferences and the amount of food. Because the portions were often insufficient, resulting in periods of hunger and overeating, after discussing it with the children, they unanimously decided to prioritize the distribution based on their preferences. Some people will always go hungry, but at least this way they can eat what they like. Bismarck, Suyun suddenly said with emotion. Bismarck stepped forward and said solemnly, I'm here. Do you think that small oil refinery will be profitable once it's built? Bismarck Zwei estimated in her mind and said, We don't have many Shipgirls in our port right now. After deducting daily consumption, we should still have some left, which is more than enough to sell. But when we have more Shipgirls in our port in the future, we will need a larger oil refinery. All right, I'll leave this to you. You'd better do a good job. Suyin said seriously. Save money where you can, spend money where you should, don't be greedy for cheap things and buy inferior products, and don't waste a single penny. Bismarck replied solemnly, Of course. Please rest assured, Commander. The morning's interlude finally came to an end. Suyun gathered all the Shipgirls together, but due to a lack of benches and a small table, they had to bring a sofa and coffee table from the living room. Fortunately, the Shipgirls are strong enough that moving these things is no different for them than a human moving a stool. Speaking of which, the great emperor just now, was it Makoto? Suyun suddenly said. Frederick the Great sat to Suyun's left, and none of the Shipgirls objected to her position. Frederick the Great cupped Suyun's face in his hands, his expression sorrowful. My child, are you still angry with me for what I just did? No, why do you ask that? Suyun asked, puzzled. Suyun was quite unaccustomed to having her face cupped so closely. I felt like I was being treated like a child. Then why do you call me the Great? Frederick the Great lowered his beautiful eyes and sighed softly. Suyun was taken aback. If not the Great Emperor, then what should he call him? Because of my momentary mistake, you won't even call me Mom anymore? Suyun suddenly realized. So that's what it was for. He certainly knew that Frederick the Great was a mother figure. I did shout that just now, but I was just making a joke. Jokes aside, reality is reality. Frederick the Great looked very young, about the same age as me. Su Yun is an adult, after all. He felt ashamed to seriously call a young woman mom, in public. Su Yun twitched the corner of his mouth and said, let's talk about that soul fluctuation from earlier, shall we? Alas, Frederick the Great sighed sadly and closed his beautiful eyes. Am I disliked by my child? Her beautiful eyes lowered. I'm such a bad mother. We finally reunited, but my child won't even call me mom. Mother. Just uttering those two words felt like Su Yun had used up all his strength. Frederick the Great was taken aback, then smiled and pulled Su Yun into his arms. My good child. Frederick the Great held Su Yun in his arms and whispered softly in his ear, go ahead and act all cute with me. In my eyes, you will always be a child. Anyone who dares to laugh at you, I will make sure they never have another chance to speak. None of the ship girls objected. In terms of status, power, and identity, Frederick the Great was qualified to say this. Chapter 74: The Great Sneak Attack Operation. After lunch, the sun was shining brightly, making it the perfect time to take a nap. Su Yun put down her chopsticks, stood up, and stretched. I've been so busy these past few days, it's rare to have a day off. The sun is shining nicely. I'm going to take a nap, Su Yun said with a yawn. Sheffield said expressionlessly, you're going to sleep right after eating, Commander? Before he could finish speaking, Belfast covered Sheffield's mouth. Su Yun didn't hear clearly. Sheffield, what did you say? Su Yun asked. It's nothing, Sheffield said calmly. She glanced at Belfast, then immediately looked away. Belfast bowed and said, since the commander is tired, why don't you go back to your room and rest? You can leave the rest to Belfast. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first. You can wash the dishes. As she spoke, Su Yun yawned and went back into the house. Chi-Ching put down her chopsticks and said elegantly, I've finished eating too. I haven't watered the flowers in the room yet. I'll go back and water them. Kaga also stood up and said, me too. Taiho stood up right after her and said, I need to tidy up the room that the commander prepared for me, so I'll take my leave now. Mogador quickly finished shoveling the rice out of his bowl, put down his chopsticks, and said, I'll go ahead and go to the toilet. After saying that, the ship girls went in different directions. Bismarck's took out his phone and browsed the official websites of various construction companies, comparing prices. Shikaku and Zuikaku exchanged a glance, then got up, bowed, and left. Frederick the Great sat motionless in his chair, calm and composed. Sirius, Dido, Scylla, Sheffield, Gloucester, Belfast ordered. It's time for the cat and mouse game. During the commander's afternoon nap, we absolutely cannot let any ship girl sneak in. Yes, the royal maids replied in unison. The 5 little ones looked at each other. They didn't understand what was happening, but I could vaguely sense the smell of war. Ventilation duct leading directly to the bathroom. Shokaku squeezed into the pipe and moved forward little by little. The commander's bedroom is in this direction, right? The dormitory's pipes are interconnected, making it easy to mistake one for another if you're not careful. Shikaku climbed it once before, so she has more experience climbing pipes than other ship girls. She quickly spotted the exit, a smile playing on her lips. Hee, Commander, Shikaku's here. But when she landed, she discovered that this was not the commander's room, but the room next door. A pistol was pressed against the back of her head. You're under arrest, Shikaku. The charge is attacking the commander, Sheffield said calmly, pointing a gun at Shikaku. Shikaku. On the other side, Mogador climbed up the big tree outside the window onto the balcony. I was the first ship girl to arrive at this port, and no one knows better than me how to infiltrate the commander's room. Mogador chuckled softly. Commander Mogador is here to keep you company while you take your afternoon nap. But when she jumped onto the balcony, she found that it had been sealed off. What's going on? Mogador asked in astonishment. Miss Mogador, Skulla's voice rang out from behind. Mogador turned around and saw Scylla had also climbed up the big tree, standing in the branches, smiling at her. The cold air hasn't dissipated yet. Why are you opening the balcony door to the commander's bedroom? Aren't you afraid the commander will catch a cold from the cold wind? Scylla smiled and said, the farce is over. It's time for you to step down. Mogador. Meanwhile, Akagi opened a secret passage in another room. She and Kaga disguised themselves as a construction team and participated in the entire reconstruction of the port area. Apart from her and Kaga, no one knew that there was actually a secret passage outside the commander's room. From the outside, it was almost impossible to tell that there was a narrow secret passage leading to his room. Even Su Yun himself was unaware that there was such a passage leading to his room. Foolish folks. Even if they racked their brains, they would never have guessed that there was a secret passage hidden here. Akaji brought a smile to the victor's face. With their brains, they're probably still climbing onto the balcony right now, aren't they? I've already observed that the balcony has been blocked off by the maids. Even if they climb up, they can't get in. She walked into the secret passage. But once inside, they were dumbfounded. When did this pile of junk appear here? Akaji exclaimed in astonishment. Miss Akaji, what are you doing in the storeroom? Sirius's voice sounded from behind Akaji. Akaji's face turned extremely pale. Storage room. How did the secret passage I painstakingly built turn into a storage room? We discovered this secret passage while cleaning the master's room today. We thought it was a storage room, didn't we? Sirius asked. TCH. Akaji bit her fingernails. It failed. On the other side, at the main entrance. Defeng held the wire, bent over, aimed it at the door lock, and carefully tried to press the keyhole. Do it like this, then like this, and then like this again. Defeng fiddled with it for a long time, but there was still no response. Strange, Defeng muttered to herself. With my lockpicking skills honed over many years, I shouldn't be unable to open it. This looks like an ordinary lock, so why is it so difficult to open? Please give up, Miss Taiho. It was Dido's voice behind her, which startled Defeng. She made a dry, forced laugh, leaning against the wall, and said, Oh, it's Dido. I just came here for a stroll. I absolutely have no intention of ambushing the commander. Dido looked at her suspiciously, then nodded. Oh, I see. Defeng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this naive child has no doubts about himself. Dido smiled and said, By the way, the headmaid asked me to tell you that this door lock is specially made to prevent theft. Even the most skilled locksmith cannot open it. After saying that, Dido left. Dafeng was left alone, biting her nails. So that's how it is. Damn it, I never knew the maids had this trick up their sleeve. Zuikaku and Kago were wandering downstairs, observing Su Yun's bedroom on the second floor. Just as they were pondering how to get in, Gloucester suddenly appeared. What are you two observing so suspiciously? Rueha immediately looked down at the cracks in the bricks on the ground. Count the ants. Kaga looked up at the sky. Count the clouds. I see. Gross nodded and said, The headmaid asked me to keep an eye on you too. The commander is taking a nap and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Zuikaku. Kaga. Okay, they both said in unison. On the rooftop. Suyun didn't take a nap in her room. Instead, she moved a deck chair to the rooftop, found a shady spot, and put on sunglasses for a nap. Belfast sat respectfully to the side, quietly waiting for Su Yun to wake up. After Su Yun woke up, he stretched. Commander, are you awake? Su Yun gave a lazy hum. Belfast began. There's something I'd like to confirm with you. What's up? Regarding, Belfast hesitated, the matter of serving you in bed. Chapter 75 The Headmaid's Little Thoughts. Gentlemen, I have already discussed the matter of sleeping together with the commander. Belfast gathered all the ship girls together, except for the 5 little ones. The meeting room was completely silent. Mogador, Akaji, Taiho, and Shikaku's breathing unconsciously shifted to manual mode, their chests rising and falling visibly erratic. Belfast's gaze swept over the group of ship girls, and the scene of her discussing this topic with the commander at noon flashed through her mind. Restrained, smirking, reserved, respectful. The Su Yun who was usually generous and resolute was completely different from the other person. Belfast concluded the reasons were too little experience and not enough freedom. As far as she knew, the commander had only slept with Shikaku once, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was still a virgin. He was completely reserved when it came to serving someone in bed. So she suggested, change the ship girl every day. Su Yun refused. The reason given is that the port area is in a period of development, and excessive indulgence can lead to memory decline, impaired judgment, and difficulty concentrating. This would be detrimental to managing the overall situation and would negatively impact the port area's development. He has his own long-term plans. Settling in the East China Sea is true, but it doesn't mean he'll stay there for the rest of his life. The world is so big, and Weiyang Port will one day have to venture into dangerous, even high-risk, waters. After weighing the two options, it was decided that the emperor would serve him in bed once every 3 days, so that he could cultivate his character. Belfast agreed. This is not the outcome Belfast wanted. She wouldn't argue with the commander's decision. The commander's decisions were always correct. But she knew better than Su Yun that the ship girls were all like wolves and tigers, and that they wouldn't give up easily when it came to them. The commander has given the order. Belfast snapped out of her thoughts and said calmly, "From now on, you may receive one ship girl to serve you in bed every Monday and Thursday." The instant the words fell, "Only 2 people a week." Defong slammed her hand on the table and stood up, the force of which almost overturned the conference table. "With so many of us, when will we ever get our turn?" "Exactly." Mogador stood up immediately, his tail bristling. "I protest. I don't accept this. I'm going to see the commander." Belfast glanced at her. "The order of serving the Emperor will be based on the order of their return to port. Mogador, you are the first." Mogador paused for a second. Then she slowly sat back down, cupped her face in her hands, and twisted her body like a pretzel. "I think this allocation is quite reasonable." Akaji bit her nails and gave her a disdainful look. "TCH," she muttered under her breath. "With Kaga and I returning to port so late, wouldn't that mean?" She was restless, her eyes darting around, clearly contemplating whether or not to rebel. Was this the child's decision? A deep, gentle voice rang out. Frederick the Great asked softly, his gaze falling on Belfast. Belfast nodded slightly. "Yes. Then I support my child." Frederick the Great raised his hand. She looked around, her tone still gentle, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Who's in favor? Who's opposed?" Silence reigned. Shikaku followed suit, raising his hand, and also pulling Zuikaku's hand up with him. In order, they are the second and third. Bismarck Zwei also raised his hand. She is fourth, which is quite high up in the rankings. Akaji bit her nails, still struggling with her decision. Kaga tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sister, we're not at the back. We're fifth and sixth." Akaji was taken aback before she realized what was happening. "That's right, the maid squad is behind us. The ones really at the back are Taiho and Taichi." After weighing the options, she also raised her hand. The entire maid squad raised their hands. Their mission was to unconditionally trust their master. Defeng's expression grew increasingly grim. She clutched her hair, slumped weakly onto the table, as if all her strength had been drained away. "How so?" Belfast glanced at the entire stadium. "With more than half the votes cast, the minority shall obey the majority. Since none of you have any objections, this resolution is passed." She made the final decision. The meeting ended, and the ship girls left one after another. "Miss Mogador, please wait." Belfast called out to her. Mogador stopped and turned around, still wearing that smug, silly grin on his face. "Is there something you need, Belfast?" "Tonight is Miss Mogador's first night with the Emperor," Belfast smiled. "She must have been looking forward to it for a long time, hasn't she?" Mogador smiled, a rare hint of emotion in his expression. "Yes, we've waited so long for this day." Excitement was understandable, but melancholy was also inevitable. "I'm so excited that my dream will finally come true tonight. The sad thing is that we've waited too long for this day." "Yes," Belfast sighed softly and shook her head, "but it's a pity." Mogador was taken aback. "What's a pity?" She vaguely sensed that Belfast's words had a hidden meaning. "Unfortunately, after tonight, it will probably be Miss Mogador's turn again." Mogador frowned. "Why do you say that?" "Because," Belfast looked at her, her tone calm to the point of cruelty, "that Miss Mogador isn't the only ship girl who has been waiting for this day." She paused. "Every ship girl in Weiyang Port is waiting. Those who have already returned to port, and those who haven't, are waiting. There are only 2 spots available each week. After tonight, the next time it will be Miss Mogador's turn is in the 8th week, which is 2 months from now." Mogador's smile froze. "And if other ship girls return along the way, it will be postponed again," Belfast continued. "There are hundreds of ship girls in the port, and no one knows when it will be Miss Mogador's turn next." Mogador clenched his fist tighter and tighter. "Doesn't that mean," her voice trembled slightly, "that tonight might be my only chance to share a bed with the commander?" Belfast nodded regretfully. "That's possible." Mogador lowered his head, his mood visibly somber. How could this happen?" Therefore, Belfast stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Miss Mogador, you must cherish this opportunity." Mogador looked up, his eyes blank. "You're a lucky ship girl, ranked first in the order," Belfast said softly. "Commander must have been accumulating fatigue for a long time, right?" Mogador didn't understand, tilting his head. "What do you mean?" So, Belfast whispered in her ear, his voice as soft as a feather. "With such a full arsenal, surely we could manage 7 or 8 more, right?" She stepped back and added with a smile. "Haven't you heard of the 7 times a night man?" Mogador was stunned. Then, her whole face turned bright red. She seemed to be conjuring up some image in her mind, and covered her face with her hands, letting out silly laughter through her fingers. Belfast, you've touched my heart. She looked up, and her eyes had changed. As a pioneer, I really need to let the commander experience that feeling of ecstasy. Belfast smiled, took a half step back, and bowed slightly. Then I wish Miss Mogador a wonderful evening. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Mogador standing there alone, immersed in some indescribable fantasy. Restraint? Self-discipline? Fat control? Diligence? No. These are all poisons, Commander. Belfast walked down the corridor, lost in thought. Your strong legs will take you to countless dangerous places. Your calloused hands can wield dangerous heavy weapons. Your indomitable spirit will lead you to the perilous sea. 7 times a night isn't much better than 7 times a week. She pushed open the kitchen door. On the wall was a nutritional diet plan drawn up by Scylla, neatly written in beautiful handwriting. Belfast walked over, tore it off, and tossed it into the trash can. Then take out paper and pen and write down another nutrition list. A closer look reveals that it is high in oil, sugar, and calories. But they were all delicious. It's time for afternoon tea. Belfast began preparations. Cut the buttercream crepe cake into neat triangular pieces. The caramel macchiato features finely whipped milk foam and a thick layer of caramel sauce on top. She placed the pastries on a tray, picked it up, and took a deep sniff of the sweet aroma. The corners of her lips turned up slightly. This month's goals. She murmured to herself. Let's let the commander gain 10 pounds first. Chapter 76. I'll stab you to death, you European dog. East China Sea Commanders Mutual Aid Group. Jiang Shui. Speaking of Su Yun. Wait, what? You're a monster. Are you even human? Do you have some kind of hypnosis app? Holy crap. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Jiang Shui suddenly went crazy in the group chat, spamming Su Yun with tags. Jiang Shui. Mention Su Yun. Damn it. I'll stab you to death. Stab you to death. Stab you to death. Stab you to death. Ah. Damn it. I can't accept this. Jiang Shui. Awa. Su Yun lay on a deck chair in the shaded area of the rooftop, next to a small round table brought by Belfast, on which sat a buttercream mille-feuille cake and a caramel macchiato. His phone kept vibrating in his pocket. He took it out and saw that the screen was full of Jiang Shui's messages. What's wrong? Su Yun pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead. Li Xiao. Sister Jiang Shui, what's wrong? Ni Xiaohong. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Did Su Yun offend you? Aaron. Could it be that Brother Su is salvaging another ship? Ha. Jiang Shui. Speaking of Aaron. You guessed it. Aaron. Hey Suji, you've been getting a lot of attention lately. Which ship girl did you snag this time? Jiang Shui. Not any one of them. Aaron. What do you mean? Jiang Shui. Not just one. It's an entire fleet. Su Yunquan got it all. Aaron, who was riding his bicycle in the gym in his own port area, saw the message, slipped, and fell off his bike with a thud. Aaron, are you alright? The ship girl next to him quickly came over to help him up. No, I'm fine, Aaron said, rubbing his head that had hit the floor. He stared at his phone screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This news was so shocking that he couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Shui had made a mistake in her inquiries. Li Xiao/shocked. Huh, a whole group? Is this really true, Brother Su? Mentioning Su Yun. Su Yun lay on the recliner, a slight smile playing on her lips. He knew it was time to show off again. Su Yun. Sigh. I didn't mean to tell you. I was afraid it would upset you, but I didn't expect you to find out anyway. Ni Xiaohong. You're quite the ladies' man. Tell me, which fleet are you from? A Z-class destroyer. Su Yun. No. Ni Xiaohong. Chongying Kindergarten. Su Yun. No, not exactly. Ni Xiaohong. Which one is that? Ni Xiaohong suddenly realized what was happening, and her fingers were trembling. Ni Xiaohong. You're not going to tell me it's that Royal Maid squad, are you? Su Yun. Yes. Li Xiao. Aaron. Ni Xiaohong. The group chat was silent for a full 3 seconds. Li Xiao. I'm going to sharpen my spear. Aaron. I went too. Ni Xiaohong. Sharpen it a bit, so that the knife goes in white and comes out red. Su Yun. Ahem. Everyone, take it easy. I'm just a little bit luckier. Stop sharpening that spear all the time. It looks so scary. Jiang Shui. If I hadn't been chatting with Commander Song just now, I wouldn't have known that the Royal Maid team went with you. How long are you planning to keep this a secret? Su Yun. Ahem. Actually, I didn't intend to hide it. It's just that there's been a lot of things to do since I got back, and I just finished dealing with them. Jiang Shui. You're just trying to make money. Why keep it a secret? You deserve to die. Su Yun. Isn't this because I'm afraid of hurting your young hearts? Jiang Shui. What kind of people do you take us for? If you want to show off, then show off. We're not petty. Li Xiaoxiao, exactly. We're not petty. Su Yun. Are you sure you want me to show off my boat? Jiang Shui. Go ahead and sunbathe. No one's stopping you. I'd also like to see what Belfast and the others look like. Su Yun. Okay. Su Yun picked up the walkie-talkie and summoned the Royal Maid team, Frederick the Great, and Tai-ho. Commander, what are your orders? Belfast walked over and asked respectfully. Come on, let's take a family photo together. Su Yun waved with a smile. The Shipgirls immediately surrounded him, crowding around him and squeezing into the same shot. Come on, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click. A selfie family photo of 9 people is frozen on the screen. Su Yun clicked upload. Jiang Shui. Let me see. Jiang Shui. It has to be the Shipgirls. They're all so beautiful and charming. Li Xiaoxiao, huh? Isn't this Royal Maid team supposed to have 6 people? Who are the ones in black and red? Su Yun, oh them? They're Frederick the Great and Tai-ho. We just caught them this morning. Jiang Shui, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. This is Frederick the Great and Tai-ho. How can you talk about it so casually? Su Yun, / Little Bear shrugs. I already said I was afraid that showing off the boat would upset you guys, but you guys insisted that I post it. Jiang Shui, from now on, you are prohibited from posting pictures of your boat in this group. Su Yun calmly took a sip of her caramel macchiato. Far from being angry, she hummed a song softly and swung her legs back and forth on the recliner. The Shipgirls could all tell that the commander was in a good mood today. Jiang Shui sent over a dozen angry emojis before finally calming down. Jiang Shui. I was so angry, I almost forgot about the important matter. Jiang Shui. I've heard about your expedition from Commander Song. Sigh. Lily ultimately chose a different path. Su Yun's smile faded. Yesterday was rushed, and he hadn't figured out how to tell them about He Lily. Speaking of which, Song Qingxi should have brought all the Shipgirls from He Lily's port to headquarters today. I hope they'll be doing well there. Aaron, Li Xiaoxiao, and Ni Xiaohong were unaware of this. Jiang Shui explained it again, and the group fell silent. Li Xiaoxiao. It feels like Sister Lily has embarked on an extraordinary path. Aaron. Provided that Olivia shows mercy and spares her life. Otherwise, the group chat fell silent again. Olivia's infamous reputation was legendary. No one could guarantee He Lily's safety from now on. Aaron. I hope He Lily is safe and sound, Sai. Ni Xiaohong. Speaking of which, there is another big event that may be about to happen recently. Su Yun. What is it? Ni Xiaohong. Do you still remember the curse of the governor's mansion? After Ni Xiaohong's reminder, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Su Yun. You mean the curse that causes the governor's mansion to be destroyed every 30 years? The highest position in any country is marshal, while the highest position in the world is governor-general. The governor-general oversees the various marshals, who in turn govern their respective countries. Many people wanted to be marshals, but almost none wanted to be governors. The reason is simple. The governor needs to be stationed in the most dangerous sea area, the heart of the Pacific Ocean. There, they were practically facing the Sirens, not to mention the abyss skeletons now lurking in the shadows. There is an even more terrifying thing about the governor's mansion. Every 30 years, the governor's mansion is completely destroyed by a mysterious force. This is an almost unsolvable curse. To date, no governor has escaped this cycle. What's even more terrifying is that so many governors-general have died, and to this day, the reason for the demise of the governor-general's office is still unclear. Ni Xiaohong. Soon, the 30-year period will be over again. This governor is very strong. I wonder if he can break out of this cycle. Aaron. If even Governor August cannot escape this curse, then there is truly no one in this world who can fight against it. Su Yun, who knows? Anyway, it has nothing to do with us junior commanders. That night, the moonlight was bright and clear. Tonight's dinner was very high in calories, and after eating, Su Yun did dozens of push-ups in her bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. They're here. Su Yun opened the door. Mogador stood outside the door. She arrived much earlier than the appointed time, wearing a semi-transparent purple gauze dress. The fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, revealed glimpses of her alluring curves. Commander He. As soon as she opened the door, she threw herself into Su Yun's arms, her purple eyes sparkling with hearts, her voice sickeningly sweet. Mogador has come to keep you company. Chapter 77. The commander can't hold on anymore. That night, they were deeply in love. Commander Mogador hooked his arm around Su Yun's neck and whispered in his ear, one more time. Okay, Su-Yun agreed readily. 10 minutes later. One more time. Good. 10 minutes later. Let's do it again, Commander. Good. The captain seemed a little tired. 20 minutes have passed this time. Let's try again. You can definitely do it again, right? Good. Captain Su-Yun felt a bit of pain in his back, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Just one more time, please. Kiss. Good. Su-Yun really couldn't take it anymore this time. I can't go on anymore, Mogador. This is the end. Commander, Mogador whispered in his ear, her red lips pursed, her fingers tracing across his chest. You're not impotent, are you? Su-Yun's eyelids twitched. Again. This night was tender and long. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Belfast knocked on the door right on time. There was no response from inside for a long time. Commander, excuse me. Belfast bowed slightly to the door, took out his key, opened the door, and tiptoed inside. Clothes were scattered on the floor, stretching from the doorway all the way to the bed. On the bed, two people were sleeping soundly, embracing each other. A faint smile appeared on Belfast's lips. She immediately understood how intense the battle had been the previous night. Then, please continue to rest, Commander, she said softly, then quietly slipped out and closed the door behind her. After a long, long time, Su-Yun woke up groggily from the bed. Mogador was still lying beside him, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. He glanced down at his pajamas, which were 2 sizes too big, the result of Mogador's insistence on squeezing him last night. These clothes are unwearable. Belfast needs to get a new one. With that thought in mind, he got out of bed and walked to the window. Pulled back the curtains. The blinding sunlight shone directly in, stinging his eyes. Wow, this moon is huge. Su-Yun squinted and remarked. The sun is so strong. It must be at least 10 o'clock, right? He picked up the phone on the table and glanced at it. Then his eyes widened instantly. 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Mogador was awakened by his exclamation, sat up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Good morning, Commander. It's already afternoon, Su-Yun said expressionlessly. Huh. Mogador tilted his head. If I sleep a little longer, won't I be able to eat dinner? Su-Yun rolled her eyes. If you keep sleeping, you'll wake up next time, and it'll be time for a midnight snack. What time did you finish your final push last night? 3 o'clock? 4 o'clock? He couldn't remember. I only vaguely remember that I finally fell asleep after hearing birds chirping outside the window. To put it more bluntly, I've endured it all. Su-Yun pulled the clothes out of the closet and quickly put them on. Oh no, the construction crew is coming today. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. Mogador looked at the empty doorway and muttered a complaint. They ran off so fast, they didn't even bother to give a good morning kiss before leaving. Su-Yun buttoned up his commander's uniform as he ran. After passing through the garden, we arrived at the former site of Weiyang building. Several large trucks were parked on the open ground, and workers were unloading cement. Bismarck stood to the side, holding blueprints in his hand, supervising the construction with a serious expression. Bismarck. Su-Yun walked over quickly and glanced at the trucks carrying cement. Has construction started? Has the project been confirmed? Yes, Commander, Bismarck's vice said seriously. Belfast said you were overworked last night and needed plenty of rest, so she didn't consult you about these minor matters. Su-Yun's expression was strange. A small matter? This is a huge deal. Wake me up next time, Su-Yun instructed. Bismarck's vice nodded solemnly. Yes. Let me see the blueprints. Bismarck handed over the blueprints. Su-Yun took it, glanced at the construction drawings, and frowned slightly. Where's the cost estimate? Here it is. Bismarck handed over another piece of paper. Su-Yun looked at it carefully and nodded. Well, the price list is barely reasonable. The unit price of steel bars and cement can actually be negotiated down a bit more. Since we're buying in bulk, ask him for a 20% discount. There are so many construction companies in Donghai, we won't have trouble finding projects. Bismarck's vice paused for a moment, then nodded seriously. I will keep that in mind and ask them for a discount next time. Su-Yun returned the blueprints to her and walked to the pile of cement bags on the side. He squatted down and stared at the label on the cement bag for a few seconds. This cement doesn't seem to be the correct product. He stood up and dusted off his hands. The foreman was rubbing his hands together as he walked over, his face beaming. Commander Su, you've arrived. Su-Yun didn't say anything, but slammed the contract onto the cement bag with a snap. The sound was crisp and clear. Is this 325 grade cement? Su-Yun's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck like a nail. Does the contract say 325? Open your eyes and look carefully. The contractor was stunned by the slap. He never expected that a commander could distinguish between 325 and 425 at a glance. And aren't commanders supposed to be good-tempered and easy to talk to? Why did this person start attacking right away? Oh, Commander Su, please listen to me. The foreman quickly said with a smile. This grade of cement is actually perfectly adequate. That grade is too high and is more prone to cracking. Enough my ass. Su Yun's spittle flew directly onto the contractor's face. The two types of cement are one grade different after they solidify. The contract clearly states 425, so you have to use 425 for me. He kicked the cement bag. Take all of these away. Replace them with 425s. The foreman opened his mouth. Su Yun didn't give him a chance to speak at all. You're not going to do it? There are plenty of people in Donghai who can do it. I'm telling you right now, if this batch of cement isn't replaced, the project won't start. The foreman grunted, realizing that Su Yun was completely different from the commander he had imagined. Okay. He nodded with difficulty. Chapter 78. You're still too young. Next, Su Yun began to inspect the construction site. He walked to the sand pile, grabbed a handful of sand, and rubbed it in his hands. Is this pure sand? Why is there yellow mud mixed in? He glanced sideways at the foreman. Do you think I'm blind? The contractor chuckled dryly, before he could explain. Su Yun threw the sand on the ground. Pick out all the yellow mud from the sand. Don't leave a single grain. The contractor's face turned green. How the hell are we supposed to pick through this? A truckload of sand, and we have to manually scoop out the yellow mud? Before he could even speak, Su Yun had already walked to the pile of steel bars. He squatted down, casually pulled out a piece of rebar, weighed it in his hand, and then bent it. Is this the national standard? The foreman leaned over. Absolutely, it meets the national standard HRB 400. Bullshit. Su Yun slammed the steel bar on the ground. This is substandard, low-quality stuff from a small factory. It looks similar on the surface, but its strength is far inferior. Are you trying to fool us? The foreman opened his mouth. If you can do it, great. If not, I'll replace you right now. Su Yun dusted off his hands, his tone as calm as if he were just saying the weather was nice today. Capable. The foreman's palms started to sweat. Su Yun glared at him and continued her examination. He walked to the edge of the foundation pit and looked down. The blueprints require an excavation depth of 1.5 meters. He turned to the foreman, a half smile on his face. If you only dig 1.2 or 1.3 meters and then demand the end, don't blame me for being ruthless. The foreman wiped his sweat. Su Yun walked around the construction site and pointed out a bunch of problems. With each one he picked, his voice rose 8 octaves, leaving the foreman stunned. The contractor's forehead was constantly covered in cold sweat. He finally realized that this commander was not only not easy to mess with, but also a ruthless one. With so many problems, how can I trust you with the project? Su Yun shook his head, his tone regretful as if he were genuinely considering the other party's interests. Forget it, go back to where you came from. I think I should just re-tender and find a reliable company. Upon hearing this, the contractor immediately became anxious. Commander Su. Oh no. Brother Su. Master Su. He grabbed Su Yun's sleeve. It's my fault. I shouldn't have tried to pass off inferior goods as superior ones and take advantage of others. Please forgive us this time. If we lose such a big project, our boss will kill me. Su Yun looked down at the sleeve that he was holding. The foreman quickly let go. Su Yun slowly adjusted his cuffs before speaking. Then tell me, how can I trust you now? The foreman's eyes darted around, and he gritted his teeth as he pulled a thick envelope from his briefcase, presenting it to Su Yun with both hands. Do you think this shows sincerity? Su Yun glanced down at the envelope. He didn't take it, but simply reached out and gently pressed the envelope, then weighed it in his hand. 32,600? He asked casually. The contractor was stunned. Why is this kid so sensitive about money? How could he tell how many bills were in such a thick wad of cash just by touching it? The contractor hadn't expected Su Yun to so blatantly expose his bribery and forced himself to say, Yes. Take it back, I don't accept this kind of thing. Su Yun threw the money into the contractor's briefcase. The contractor was dumbfounded. Su Yun looked at him and said sternly, You remember this. Not a single grain of sand is allowed to be embezzled while working on my construction site. You'll earn every penny you're entitled to. But if you dare to do anything under the cover of darkness. He paused. I also have some understanding of other principles. The foreman nodded repeatedly. Yes. He was truly afraid of Su Yun now. Also, Su Yun pointed to the boundary line of the construction site. Your activities are limited to this small area. You are absolutely not allowed to trespass into my port area. He squinted and lowered his voice. This is a military stronghold, containing the most advanced scientific research weapons of our Eastern Empire. If you dare to peek in there carelessly, I'll arrest you for espionage. The foreman nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Su Yun then gave a soft and turned to leave with Bismarck. Chapter 79 Who? The Royal Arkansas? Walking along the path back to the garden, Su Yun said to Bismarck. Bismarck, remember this. We are the clients. We are the ones paying the money. Don't be polite to the vendors, or they will just think you are easy to manipulate. He paused. Especially for expensive materials like copper wire, we must supervise them carefully. Some people are really capable of stealing. Bismarck walked silently beside him. She saw so much today. Those contracts, drawings, and quotations that seemed normal to her were riddled with flaws in the commander's eyes. Those suppliers she thought she could trust were like mice before a cat in front of the commander. She suddenly realized that she still had a lot to learn. I've learned a lot, Commander. She stopped and bowed deeply to Su Yun. Next time, I will never allow any shoddy workmanship to happen again. Su Yun hummed in agreement. He recalled the sudden collapse of the Weiyang building. Back then, he kept wondering if the construction team had cut corners since it collapsed so easily. Upon closer inspection today, it's clear there's a trick to it. Bismarck is an excellent ship girl, that's for sure. But she still has a lot to learn when it comes to dealing with people. The easier you are to talk to, the more some people will think you're easy to bully. Su Yun looked at her seriously and said, Next time, if you can't scare them with your words, just take out the main cannon and fire a shot. Then they'll calm down. Bismarck nodded. Don't worry, Commander. Even without ship equipment, I can still instill fear in them. She paused, then suddenly asked, Commander, was the money in that envelope really 32,600? How did you know without even opening it? Su Yun's lips curled slightly. Do you have any coins? 1 cent, 5 cents, or $1 are all fine. Bismarck paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes. I'll close my eyes, and you can pick one at random and throw it on the ground. After Su Yun finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Bismarck hesitated for a moment, then took a coin out of his pocket and gently tossed it onto the floor tiles. Despair. A crisp, short, and sharp sound rang out. Su Yun closed her eyes, her smile deepening. 5 cents. Steel core plated with copper. The sound is crisp, sharp, and short-lived, like the crisp sound of a keychain falling to the ground. Bismarck raised an eyebrow. Questioning me? Su Yun said with her eyes still closed. Let's do it again. Bismarck lost another one. When? The sound was muffled, with a metallic echo. 1 coin. Steel core plated with nickel, dull, heavy, and resonant. Su Yun opened his eyes, looked at the coin on the ground, and smiled. A dime is even simpler, made of aluminum alloy, thin and light, almost silent when dropped, like the light sound of a fingernail tapping on a table. Bismarck remained silent for a few seconds. I'm not surprised that the commander can distinguish between a 1 yuan coin, she said slowly. But it is surprising that he can even distinguish between a 5 mao coin and a 1 mao coin. Su Yun's smile faded slightly. He lowered his head, looked at the coins on the ground, and remained silent for a moment. Then he sighed, raised his head, and looked into the distance. You've never experienced the days of carrying a big bag of 1-cent coins to the market to buy vegetables. His voice was very soft. Otherwise you would have found out. Bismarck was stunned. She looked at Su Yun's profile, noticing the fleeting glimpse in his eyes. Suddenly, she understood everything. She stepped forward, opened her arms, and embraced Su Yun. Su Yun was startled as a soft, warm touch and a faint fragrance enveloped him at the same time. Those days are over, Commander. Bismarck's voice rang in his ear, as gentle as a March breeze. From now on, I will take care of you. Su Yun gave a muffled hum. If he hadn't been a good swimmer and had a large lung capacity, he probably would have suffocated from that warm embrace. Chapter 80 is about Royal Arkansas not wanting anyone to know that he's a Lilican. In the following days, the port area focused steadily on 3 areas: building reconstruction, refinery construction, and resource acquisition. With the addition of the maid team, Su Yun no longer needed to worry about the trivial matters of daily life. He was finally able to devote more energy to his work. It's called a job, but there's really nothing much to do. In the past, his main job was figuring out how to take down the Sirens with a modified motorboat. Now, the Shipgirls are all incredibly powerful, and his going to sea has become a burden. Every now and then, some abyssal remains would emerge from the East Sea, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, and no one knew where these things came from. The second person to serve the emperor was Shokaku. Perhaps it was the longing that made her ill. After a night, Su Yun felt completely drained again. Sometimes, getting too carried away isn't a good thing. The next day, he overslept again. His head was fuzzy, as if he had been given 3 pounds of erguo, a type of Chinese liquor. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt like he was eating increasingly greasy food these past few days. Hamburgers, fried chicken, egg tarts, cakes, they were served in rotation. Su Yun didn't think much of it. The head chef was from the Royal Maid Squad. They were royal shipgirls, and that's how Western cuisine is. A week later, he had gained 3 pounds. But he didn't care at all. The Dongwon Navy's anniversary celebration is just around the corner. Su Yun took Rueha, Belfast, and Sirius with him to Jiangdu. I originally wanted to bring Bismarck, but the oil refinery couldn't be left unattended, so I had to leave her behind. As for the other shipgirls, they either hug and cuddle inappropriately, or their relationship is not suitable. He couldn't even imagine what it would be like to take Frederick the Great to a celebration and have him call out Mama in front of so many commanders. Steal the silver laughing illusion. Jiang Shui, in particular, could laugh at him about this for the rest of her life. Such nicknames are fine to use in private. To bring them into public? He'd never say them out loud, not even if you killed him. After sailing for most of the day, the yacht finally arrived in Jiangdu City in the Yellow Sea region in the afternoon. The Yellow Sea is an ordinary sea area, with defense lines from 7 to 1 to 9 to 4 stationed there. When Aaron graduates from East China Sea, he will move here. As for Su Yun, he has no plans to do so for the time being. After disembarking from the yacht, Su Yun stood at the Jiangdu dock, opened his arms, and took a deep breath. As far as the eye can see, there is only prosperity. Jiangdu is the city with the largest economy in Dongwon, and is also jokingly called the capital of shipgirls. There are plenty of high-paying jobs suitable for free-spirited shipgirls here. The salaries are high and there is little interaction with humans, so a large number of free-spirited shipgirls gather here. He glanced to the side. That huge egg-shaped building is the Jiangdu Supercomputing Center, where various cutting-edge researches on the Mind Cube are being conducted. Further over there, towering buildings such as the Jiangdu Maritime Court, the Airspace Administration, the Maritime Administration, and the Precision Manufacturing Center rise from the ground, forming the backbone of the city. Wow, this place is so bustling. It was Rueha's first time in Jiangdu, and he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the towering buildings. It's the economic center of Dongwon, so of course it's bustling, Su Yun replied casually. He glanced at the sky. The naval celebration doesn't start until tonight. Shall we wander around the city first? It's been a long time since I've been here. The 3 shipgirls nodded in agreement. Su Yun. A familiar voice came from behind me. Su Yun turned around and saw Jiang Shui leading Arizona this way. Huh? You guys are here so early too. He was a little surprised. Right now in the East China Sea, anyone except you has to fill out a report and wait for the escort shipgirls to inspect the wreckage before they can launch an attack. Jiang Shui shrugged helplessly. It's so troublesome. I'm too lazy to wait, so I'll just come over earlier. Her gaze fell on Belfast and Sirius, her eyes filled with envy. These two must be Belfast and Sirius, right? Greetings, Miss Jiang Shui. The 2 maids bowed slightly. Greetings. Jiang Shui nodded. Then she looked at Su Yun with a sour expression, her tone as sarcastic as if she had been soaking lemons for 3 days. That's great. All the powerful shipgirls are coming to you. Su Yun waved her hand, her nose practically pointing to the sky. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. That's just how it is when you're handsome. Jiang Shui. This guy is acting innocent after getting a good deal. He deserves a beating. Thump. A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the port. Su Yun and Jiang Shui were both startled. The lighthouse alarm wailed, but the fishermen on the dock only glanced up before lowering their heads to continue working, as if they were already used to it. What's going on? Zuikaka tensed up instantly. The abyssal corpses have attacked? Or are they sirens? They quickly understood. A giant shipgirl is forcibly entering the port. The harbor waters are too shallow to support a warship of this size. Forcing its way in would only result in it running aground. Su Yun glanced at the warship and patted Rueha on the shoulder. Don't panic, that's the shipgirl of the ape schemer, Ayumi. Rueha was taken aback. Ape man? Ancient people. Well, how should I put it? Su Yun scratched his head. Yuan Murin is his name. His surname is Yuan, and his given name is Murin. He's the commander of Weiyang Port District, and he has a rather rough personality. Ai-ing is his shipgirl. Aiya was the 3rd ship of the Amaji class, but in the old world, it didn't even have a keel laid. It only existed on paper. This shipgirl didn't exist in the game in my previous life, but the strategist forcibly summoned her. This means that as long as the soul of the ship girl exists, even if Su Yun has never seen a ship girl before, she can still be born. I see. Zuikiko nodded. A cold voice came over the port's loudspeaker. Commander Ape, please come to the Jiangdu Maritime Management Bureau immediately upon hearing this announcement. To reiterate, please come to the Jiangdu Maritime Management Bureau immediately upon hearing this announcement. Su Yun spread her hands. This isn't the first time this guy has done this. He's probably going to get punished again. Zuikiko asked curiously. Isn't it dangerous to dock like this? Doesn't he know that? Who knows? Su Yun shook his head. I had this problem when I came to Jiangdu a few years ago, and I still have it now. It seems I can't change it. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Jiang Shui said, arms crossed. The previous management team was too lenient, and since Yuan Murin was a key player in Huanhai, they would only say a few words to him out of politeness. But things are different now. She paused. The Jiangdu Supercomputing Center, the Maritime Court, and the Airspace and Maritime Administration have all recently received several very powerful ship girls. Even Ape Murin's beloved Eagle is no match for them. Oh, Su Yun became interested. Ai Ing is the ace of Huahua Mountain Port District. What kind of expert could keep her in check? The one who spoke just now, if I remember correctly, Jiang Shui pondered, should be the newly appointed president of the Maritime Court. She looked at Su Yun. Royal Arkansas. Su Yun was taken aback. The image of a perverted lolicon instantly flashed into my mind. Who? The Royal Arkansas. Su Yun's mind conjured up an image of a perverted lolicon who only had eyes for the destroyer, SHHH. He shook his head, forcefully banishing that image from his mind. What kind of ship girl is this Royal Arkansas? He asked with a strange expression. Each ship girl is born at a different anchor point, and therefore her final appearance is also different. Although the president of this maritime court is also called Royal Arkansas, he may not necessarily be the one I know. I heard she's a very serious, meticulous, and rigorous ship girl. Jiang Shui recalled the rumors. And what is her attitude towards destroyers? Su Yun asked. Jiang Shui was taken aback, not understanding the purpose of the question. Of course I'm kind and approachable. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I mean, Su Yun carefully chose his words. She doesn't seem to have any particular ideas about destroyers, does she? What special idea? Jiang Shui was even more confused. It's, Su Yun paused, the lolicon attribute. When he said this, his expression didn't look like he was joking at all. Jiang Shui looked at him strangely, as if she were looking at a mental patient. Why would you think that the president of a maritime court is a lolicon? Is that reasonable? Su Yun grunted and nodded. That's true. A ship girl who can sit in this position must be upright, selfless, and as fair as a scale. Jiang Shui waved her hand. There is absolutely no way she could have any personal desires. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated in the voting stage. How could she have climbed to such a high position? Do you think factional struggles are a joke? Think about Commander Song and Nan Su. They fought a bloody battle for the commander position. Su Yun thought about it, and felt that Jiang Shui's words made sense. You're right. It seems this Royal Arkansas really isn't the one I knew. I was just overthinking things. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Now I've developed a bad habit. Whenever I see a powerful freedom ship girl, I think she's mine. Su Yun, this can't go on. Luckily, I asked one more question, otherwise it would be embarrassing to make a fool of myself later. Let's go, Jiang Shui said. Let's try some local snacks in Jiangdu first. Afterwards, I need to go home, and you can come with me. Su Yun's expression changed slightly. Jiang Shui's father was the chief inspector of the Jiang governor's office, overseeing so many officials in the Navy. He always felt a strange pressure when facing that person. What? Chickened out. Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow. Su Yun coughed lightly. I won't go to your house. It's Rueha's first time in Jiangdu, so I'll take her around and let her experience the charm of Jiangdu. All right, since you've put it that way, Jiang Shui shrugged, not pressing the matter further. After seeing Jiang Shui off, Su Yun took out her phone and started navigating to Jiangdu's specialty snack shops. Zuikiko leaned closer and asked, Commander, are you really not going to go check out that Royal Arkansas? What are you looking at? Su Yun said without looking up. Our Royal Arkansas can become the president of the Maritime Court. Even if she were to take office, she would be arrested the very next day for the Lolita accusation. Rueha thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he stopped asking questions. Su Yun and his three companions hailed a taxi and quickly disappeared around the street corner. They had barely left when a short-haired ship girl with a dark military uniform and slanted bangs walked over from the other side of the port, her face serious. If Su Yun were still here, he would definitely widen his eyes and exclaim, "Royal Arkansas. It really is you. It's a pity he's gone." The moment the Royal Arkansas appeared, the port seemed to be put on pause. Immediately afterwards, cheers erupted. "It's the Chief Justice of the Maritime Court, Lord Royal Arkansas. How can a ship girl be so cool? My Lord Royal Arkansas, your concubine wishes to bear your children." The scene was like a major celebrity making a scene in the street. Royal Arkansas was followed by two younger generations, Hercules and Enthusiast. Of course, this god of sports is not the same as that god of sports, and this enthusiasm is not the same as that enthusiasm. They share the same name, but their anchor points are different, and their appearances and temperaments are also slightly different. The two followed quietly behind, without saying a word. Royal Arkansas kept a straight face, ignoring the cheers around him, his gaze fixed on a burly figure in front of him who was trying to sneak away. Ape plots against man. He had just ordered his eagle to force its way to port, causing a loud crash, and was now trying to slip away into the crowd. You crashed into the port and think you can just run away? You treat the laws of Jiangdu like they don't exist. The Royal Ark's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced the ears of the ape man like a nail. The ape man paused, then turned around with a sheepish grin. "Oh my, isn't this Lady Royal Arkansas? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's been so long. I wonder how your health is." "Don't give me that." Royal Arkansas narrowed his eyes, a sharp light shining through them. "You have violated the Jiangdu Sea Area Management Regulations multiple times. Now come with me." She tilted her head slightly. "A god of sports. So passionate." "Here." The two younger men replied in unison. "Arrest Yuan Murin and lock him in the interrogation room." "Please wait a moment, Dean." A figure blocked the way for the ape man. With long, silver-white hair, a tall figure, and a cherry blossom-style robe, she is AIing. "It was my operational error. The docking is my fault." She looked directly at the Royal Arkansas. "If you want to punish someone, punish me too." "Oh." Royal Arkansas responded indifferently. "Very well, arrest the eagle as well. Lock it up for half a day as a warning to others." The god of athletic and the enthusiast exchanged a glance and stepped forward to do as he was told. AIing opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Before he could finish speaking, Royal Ark's gaze fell upon him. That gaze was devoid of any emotion, yet as heavy as a mountain. "Want to resist?" 3 words, light and airy, but a cold sweat instantly broke out on Ai Ying's back. Ape and Eagle exchanged a glance and could only nod reluctantly. The newly appointed dean is incredibly intimidating. Where did these amazing shipgirls come from? Ape strategist muttered to himself. He recalled the one-on-one battle between Eagle and Royal Arkansas in the last exercise, where his proudest shipgirl couldn't even last 10 rounds against the opponent. This kind of combat power shouldn't be unknown. Could he be some peerless master who has cultivated to the maximum level in some deep mountain forest? While Yuan Morin was lost in thought, he was taken away. Once the two had disappeared from sight, Royal Arkansas crossed his arms and bit his nails in dissatisfaction. "TSK. It's all that bastard's fault. He ruined my trip to the Airspace Administration today." She was furious. "I'm furious." No one knew that this upright and selfless president of the Maritime Court was actually a complete lolicon. The image of Raffia wearing white stockings, slacking off and fast asleep at her workstation flashed through her mind, and Royal Ark's heart softened instantly. She took a deep breath, suppressing the smile that was about to spill from the corners of her mouth. Quickly finish today's work, then use an inspection as an excuse to go to the Airspace Administration to find those destroyer girls. Thinking of this, an unnatural blush appeared on her face, and a suspicious liquid almost dripped from the corner of her mouth. But soon, she noticed the admiring gazes directed at her from all around. She coughed twice, straightened her face, put her hands behind her back, and walked away with serious steps. You must never let anyone know. The fact that the president of the Maritime Court is a lolicon is a fact. Chapter 81, Prince Eugen, and Blucher. In the heart of Jiangdu's most bustling commercial district stands the Sake Shopping Mall, the largest shopping mall in Dongguan. Every brick and tile here exudes luxury. A bottle of water that costs 1.5 yuan outside can be priced at tens of thousands inside. A casual piece of clothing starts at 5 figures. On the street, Su Yun and Rui, he sat at a small outdoor table with 4 bowls of noodles in front of them. Belfast and Sirius stood respectfully behind them. Su Yun invited them to sit down and eat together, but the 2 maids just shook their heads. It is a great taboo for a maid to sit at the same table as her master. Belfast bowed slightly, her tone sincere. As a maid, One must always remember one's duty. Belfast appreciates your kindness, but please do not force us. Suyin opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she swallowed it back. Okay. He picked up his bowl and slurped up the noodles with Rueha. Zuikika pointed with her chopsticks at the towering building not far away. Commander, what is that place? Suyin glanced at it, then gulped down a long noodle. Sake shopping mall. The things inside are ridiculously expensive, we're not going. Oh, okay. Zuikika nodded and continued eating his noodles. Belfast looked in that direction for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Master, are you planning to wear this to the naval ceremony tonight? Suyin cleaned the bottom of the bowl and wiped her mouth. Yes. Belfast's gaze fell on his casual clothes, and she said carefully, Excuse my bluntness, Commander, but your clothes do detract from your demeanor. Suyin looked down at herself. This is one of the most presentable items in his wardrobe. He spent 300 yuan on these leather shoes alone, and he was so heartbroken when he bought them that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Really, he wasn't quite sure. Yes, Belfast's tone became serious. This outfit is fine for casual everyday wear, but it would look inappropriate for an occasion like a naval celebration. She paused, but still uttered the word. Cheap. Cheap. Suyin muttered to herself. It's very expensive. Since you're here anyway, I suggest we go to the Seco department store and pick out a suitable dress for you. Belfast bowed slightly. Suyin bit her chopsticks, caught in a dilemma. The items inside cost tens of thousands of dollars. How could he afford them? Commander, you don't need to worry about money. Belfast seemed to see through his thoughts. After deducting the construction of the Weiyang building and the small oil refinery, we still have a surplus of 400 million. That's more than enough to buy you a well-fitting suit. Suyin was still hesitating. Zuikika chimed in. Yes. Commander, everyone attending the naval celebration tonight is either rich or powerful. It's our first time going. We can't afford to lose face. Suyin was somewhat persuaded and sighed. All right then, let's go take a look. Belfast smiled slightly. Good. Sake Shopping Mall, 5th floor. At the entrance of a shop called Hipper Preferred, Prince Eugen sat listlessly on a high stool, fiddling with a detachable light blue manicure. She examined herself against the light for a moment, then shook her head. It felt so. She casually tore it off and replaced it with a light red one. If a professional nail technician were present at this moment, seeing someone treating such beautiful hands so roughly, they would surely be heartbroken and cry out that it was a terrible waste. But Eugen didn't care. She was a ship girl. Her nails wouldn't be damaged by a small scratch. She tried several more, but still couldn't find one she was satisfied with. Until I picked up the last piece of starry sky powder. This was her favorite color. She carefully put on the first lens and held her hand up to the light. The tiny sparkles, like shattered diamonds, refracted the light, creating a dazzling display. This is good. She smiled contentedly and was about to put on the second lens. Hey Eugen, gotcha. A figure pounced on her from behind and suddenly hooked its arm around her neck. Clatter. The manicure fell to the ground with a thud, bounced on the floor, and shattered in two. Eugen's face instantly darkened. Blucher peeked out from behind her, saw the shards on the ground, and curiously picked them up. Huh? Eugen, is this the new beggar's armor? How come a piece is broken? Eugen turned his head and looked at her expressionlessly. It was originally a complete piece. Blucher froze. She looked down at the two fragments in her hand, then at Eugen's expressionless face, and gave an awkward smile. Haha, is that so? I thought it was a new Chanel design, haha. Eugen snatched the broken armor from her hand and asked coldly, What are you doing? Blucher rubbed his hands together and smiled ingratiatingly. I was so bored, I came to play with you. Has the new batch of goods been inventoried? I've almost finished counting. Blucher tapped his two index fingers together, his eyes starting to wander. Almost. Eugen narrowed his eyes. So it's not over yet. Blucher shrank back. Have you finished the inventory statistics? Have you prepared this month's financial report? Have you calculated the sales volume for each item? Have you selected the hottest items on the market right now? Eugen bombarded him with a barrage of questions, and Blucher lowered his head further and further. No. You dare to walk out of the accounting office without finishing anything? Eugen smiled slightly, a hint of danger in her smile. My dear sister, have you forgotten that our account lost 2 million last month because of your mistake? Blucher deflated like a punctured balloon, completely slumped down. I understand, I'll go back to work now. She walked back with her head drooping and looking listless. Eugen watched her retreating figure and sighed softly. A few years ago, she, Admiral Hipper, and Blucher pooled their money to open this women's clothing store in the Secretary Mall, which caters exclusively to Shipgirls. This is the capital of Shipgirls, with countless free Shipgirls residing here. There is never a shortage of customers, and business was booming. But times change too fast. With the rise of online shopping in recent years, even Shipgirls have learned to shop online. Fewer and fewer people are coming to physical stores. Their shop happens to be located in the best area of Jiangdu, the Sake Shopping Mall, where the rent is shockingly high. For several months in a row, the accounts were in the red. To make matters worse, last month Blucher fell into a Ponzi scheme and was swindled out of $2 million. Eugen nearly fainted on the spot. Forced by circumstances, they had no choice but to reform the system, which was originally only open to Shipgirls, and now it is open to all. We've acquired a new batch of clothing and jewelry for human wear, and are attempting to diversify our business. Although the effect was mediocre, it did slow down the depletion of the treasury somewhat. Eugen was deep in thought when a voice suddenly reached his ears. Princess Eugen. Chapter 82, Blucher. Online rumors say Su Yun possesses sorcery. She glanced to the side and saw a woman in a suit and tie. The person in charge of Sake Shopping Mall, Manager Li, is Li Wan. Manager Li? Prince Eugen's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained expressionless. What brings you here? Li Wan pulled a document out of her briefcase and looked down at the numbers on it. You're already 14 days behind on your rent this month. According to regulations, if it's more than 15 days overdue, we'll take back the right to use the shop. She looked up at Eugen. So, have you prepared the money? Prince Eugen's smile froze slightly. So it was for this very reason. Well, she said, a rare hint of embarrassment on her face, her fingers unconsciously twirling the ends of her hair. Li Wan immediately noticed her predicament and closed the file. It seems you're not ready. In that case, according to the contract, we will reclaim the right to use this shop. Please move your belongings out within the next 2 days, and the next tenant will be ready to move in. Prince Eugen bit his lip, unusually lowering his stance. Could you grant us another month? We're sure we'll make money this month, and we'll make it up next month. Li Wan shook her head. Princess Eugen, you are a ship girl, and I believe that if you have the money, you would not intentionally default on your debt. Her tone was businesslike, leaving no room for negotiation. But Sake Shopping Mall has always treated everyone equally. This is a prime location, and every day you delay payment is a huge loss for us. Prince Eugen bit his nails, his mind racing. What if I use my equipment as collateral? Li Wan sighed regretfully. Then I'll be frank. We've already found a buyer, and they're willing to pay 20% more in rent. Even if you're willing to use your equipment as collateral, we'll consider the other party. Prince Eugen remained silent. 20%. This shows they're determined to get rid of them. As she racked her brains trying to figure out how to break the deadlock, Li Wan suddenly clutched her lower abdomen and frowned. Sorry, my stomach suddenly feels a little upset. I'm going to the restroom first. She put the documents on the table. Leave the documents here for now. We'll continue our conversation when I get back. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Prince Eugen looked at the document and muttered to himself. A 20% increase in rent means our competitors are really rich. Are we really going to have to give up the shop? 2 people wearing baseball caps walked over from a short distance away. These 2 men were none other than Nanshu and his left adjutant, who had been blasted into the river by Frederick the Great a few days earlier. The 2 walked side by side, with Nansu occasionally tugging at her hat, her face full of disgust. This lousy hat is so uncomfortable to wear, she muttered in a low voice. It's all your fault for giving such a terrible idea. If you hadn't insisted on provoking Su Yun, would we be in this situation now? The adjutant smiled wryly. This isn't my fault, Commander. If I had known earlier that Frederick the Great was also one of Su Yun's men, I would never have led them to cause trouble for Su Yun. Tisk. Nansu clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Now look what's happened. He's lost his hair, and his face is completely ruined. I don't know what kind of luck Su Yun had to get so many ship girls all at once. The adjutant leaned closer and lowered his voice. Commander, do you think Su Yun might have practiced some kind of sorcery? Nansu rolled her eyes. Sorcery? I think you're the one who's practiced sorcery. Otherwise, how could you come up with such a terrible idea? Ahem, let's leave that matter behind. The adjutant rubbed his nose. Let's talk about the present. Don't you think Su Yun is really strange? He started analyzing it, counting on his fingers. Ever since Su Yun became commander, every time he encounters a ship girl, he scares them away. Apart from the 5 little ones, Big Bulldog, who aren't afraid of him, almost no ship girl would be willing to share a room with him, right? Nansu thought for a moment and nodded. And then what? But ever since that heavy snow, Su Yun's life has completely changed. The adjutant got more and more excited as he spoke. Those ship girls who used to avoid him like the plague are now flocking to him one after another. Mogador, Shikaku, Zuikaku, Akagi, Kaga, Bismarck, and even ship girls of Frederick the Great are actively trying to get close to him. He crossed his arms, his face grave. If this isn't sorcery, then I really can't understand why he's so popular with the top-tier ship girls. Nansu frowned when he said that. Don't just analyze, just say what you think. The left adjutant lowered his voice. He can win the hearts of ship girls just by making eye contact with them. Do you think he might have some kind of system? Those eyes are like electric eyes, able to capture ship girls just by looking into them. Huh. Nansu looked at her with a "you're kidding me" expression. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? I know, it sounds pretty outrageous. The left adjutant chuckled. But I didn't make this up. There's a post on the commander's forum analyzing this, saying that Su Yun got some kind of electric eye system that can retrieve ships just by making eye contact. Of course, I know it's nonsense, but I just suddenly remembered it and wanted to mention it. Nanshu waved her hand. All right, stop with the nonsense. We're here to get down to business. She looked up at the shops in front of her. I recently secured funding for a hot pot restaurant. It's in a great location, so I took over a shop and came to check out the environment. The adjutant nodded, took out a document from his briefcase, and flipped through it. According to my investigation, the shop you took over is currently run by 3 ship girls. He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. Commander. I have another plan. Nansu's eyelids twitched. You have another plan? She was no longer very trusting of this quack strategist, but after hesitating for a moment, she decided to listen anyway. Tell me about it. The left adjutant lowered his voice. As far as I know, you also possess soul power, right? Nansu nodded. That's true to some extent. Her soul power wasn't high. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a commander, but a general. I'll say it again. The only thing that can deal with ship girls is ship girls. The left adjutant said with a serious expression. The ship girls in this shop are all top-tier ship girls. If we can recruit them, they will definitely be a great help. Nansu frowned. But my soul power is too weak. I can't even contract a novice ship girl. How could I possibly contract a top-tier ship girl? There are many ways to form a contract, and soul power is just one of them. The left adjutant narrowed his eyes. If soul power doesn't work, don't we still have money? A paper contract is still a contract. You mean bribing them to work for us? Nansu suddenly realized. But how is that any different from hiring Frederick the Great last time? There's a big difference. The adjutant shook his head. This time we're recruiting long-term workers, not short-term mercenaries. His gaze was intense. Since we can't afford to offend Su Yun, let's just avoid him. Let's take these 3 ship girls and try to take back the commander's position from other angles. Nansu pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Well, it's not impossible. She looked up at the signboard of a shop not far away. Let's go see if they're willing. Okay, the adjutant replied, following behind her. Chapter 83 is going to be interesting. Soon, Nansu and his adjutant found the hipper preferred store. Upon seeing the ship girl sitting at the entrance, Nanshu immediately recognized her as the shop owner. She exchanged a glance with the adjutant on the left. The adjutant on the left clenched his fist and gave her a good luck gesture. Nansu cleared her throat, put on a standard social smile, and stepped forward. Excuse me, are you Princess Yujin? Prince Yujin was staring blankly at the rental contract when he heard the sound, looked up, and saw a woman wearing a baseball cap standing in front of him. Who are you? Let me introduce myself first. Nansu placed his hands on his chest with a respectful attitude. I am Nansu, the former commander of the East China Sea Patrol Department. Oh, Prince Yujin replied casually, I don't know him. Nansu choked for a moment. Although she has now stepped down, she had been in the position of commander for so long. How could she have no recollection of it at all? Hee, it's all right. It doesn't matter if you don't know them. Nansu chuckled awkwardly, trying to save face. After all, you've always been in the Yellow Sea region, so it's normal that you don't know any famous people from the East China Sea. So, Prince Yujin asked, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. What brings you here? Yes, Miss Yujin, Nanshu said, straightening her expression. I'm the one who took over this shop. Prince Yujin frowned slightly. It's you? Yes. Nansu nodded. I recently opened a franchise for a hot pot restaurant, which is my private property. Oh. Prince Yujin gave a curt reply. That's none of my business. His tone already betrayed obvious impatience. Nansu quickly waved her hand. Please don't misunderstand. I didn't come to see you to show off. Quite the opposite. She paused, then adopted a sincere expression. After hearing that this is your shop, I changed my mind. I can continue to entrust this shop to you for management, and all the operating profits will be yours. Prince Eugen raised an eyebrow. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So what are your conditions? Nanshu placed her hands in front of her chest, adopting a very humble posture. I want to build a deep friendship with you, just like making friends. Friends. Prince Eugen chuckled, his tone tinged with sarcasm. I never make friends with any human. Nansu was taken aback and quickly explained. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to make friends with you. I absolutely have no ulterior motives. What you think is none of my business, and it's none of my concern, Prince Eugen said in a cold tone. Tomorrow is the last day of the overdue period. My contract with the mall is for 1 year, and until I completely default, this is still my shop. She raised her chin, her attitude firm. Nansu scratched her head. Why are these Shipgirls so difficult to deal with? She coughed lightly and changed her angle. Actually, Miss Eugen, there's more than one way to solve a problem. She lowered her voice. To be honest, I also have soul power. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the temperature around her drop a few degrees. Prince Eugen's gaze was even colder than before. Nansu's heart skipped a beat. Did I say something wrong again? But she still forced herself to continue. I know you're a powerful, free-spirited ship girl, and I don't aspire to be your commander. It's just that I lack strong ship girls among my subordinates. If you're willing to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with me. Click. A crisp metallic clang. Nanshu's words came to an abrupt end. The cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against her forehead. She was completely stunned. All the commanders who tried to save me. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Prince Eugen's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Nansu trembled, her voice shaking. What is it? I shot them one by one, leaving them half dead and barely clinging to life before they were wheeled into the ICU. Prince Eugen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Nansu felt as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and the hairs on her body stood on end. She truly sensed killing intent emanating from one of the ship girls. Aren't ship girls supposed to be forbidden from attacking humans? The adjutant was so frightened that his breath caught in his throat, and he froze on the spot. Princess Eugen. Miss Nanshu. Manager Lee's voice suddenly broke in. She had returned some time earlier and rushed over to mediate. Please calm down. Do not fight here. Prince Eugen glanced at her before sheathing his gun and letting out a soft snort. She crossed her arms and said coldly to Manager Lee. Tomorrow. If I can't pay the rent by tomorrow, you can do whatever you want with the shop. But today. She squinted. This place will still be called Hipper's Choice. No one can drive us away. Manager Lee nodded repeatedly, then pulled Nansu aside. Please don't take it to heart, she advised in a low voice. Prince Eugen has never been very friendly to humans. He's like that to everyone. It's not just you. Is this true for all humans? Nansu asked with a strange expression. Could it be social stress trauma? Manager Lee nodded hesitantly. Perhaps so. Anyway, Prince Eugen has always hated dealing with humans, and this shop is only open to ship girls. Nanshu suddenly realized. It's not surprising that ship girls who have experienced the ups and downs of human society suffer from social stress trauma, which is also the reason why most ship girls are unwilling to join human companies. Just then, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Oh, isn't this Commander Nanshu? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you in Jiangdu. Nansu's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head stiffly. Really? Suyin was looking at her with a smile on her face. Suyin noticed the baseball cap on her head and asked curiously. Oh my, Commander Nansu, why are you suddenly wearing a hat? Nansu's face darkened. It's none of your business. Fine, I was just asking casually. Suyin shrugged. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. He glanced at Belfast and noticed that her gaze was fixed on the store's sales assistant. He glanced at the sales assistant, their eyes met, and he saw a beautiful face. Wow, she's a real beauty. No wonder she can work as a sales assistant. He looked up again and glanced at the shop name. Hipper Preferred, a very down-to-earth name. Suyin glanced inside and saw that it was full of women's clothing. He shook his head regretfully. Looks like it's another women's clothing store. Let's go, Belfast. It seems we won't be able to find anything suitable here today. He expressed regret, but his tone carried a hint of smugness. Now I have a legitimate reason not to spend money here. No sooner had the words been spoken than a voice came from inside the store. We recently received a new batch of men's clothing. Prince Eugen stared straight at him and said, you can come in and try. Su-yun, ? Belfast smiled and stepped aside. Come in and have a look, Commander. She winked playfully, then added with a half smile. Who knows, There might even be some unexpected gains. Su Yun muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. The best unexpected bonus should be the clearance sale at 10% off. He forced himself to go inside. Belfast, Sirius, and Zuikaku exchanged a glance, then tacitly chose to remain silent and follow. Nansu was taken aback. Wasn't this store supposed to be open only to shipgirls? Wasn't it said that Prince Eugen was always unfriendly to humans? Why did they suddenly invite Su Yun into the store? It's probably for business purposes, right? After all, they're going out of business tomorrow, so every customer they can hold on to is a good one. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Prince Eugen hates humans so much. Su Yun is definitely going to suffer. She perked up and winked at the adjutant on the left. Let's go in and take a look too. She lowered her voice, a smile playing on her lips. This is going to be interesting. The adjutant understood immediately and took out his phone. Record Su Yun making a fool of himself later. That makes sense. Nansu's eyes lit up. Ha, this is going to be interesting. The two exchanged a smile and quickly followed. Chapter 84. It's good that you're back. The identity of Su Yun, a human, a commander, and a man, is practically like dancing on Prince Eugen's minefield. The adjutant had already taken out his phone, the camera subtly aimed at Su Yun's back, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Commander, this is going to be interesting. I saw it. Nansu also curled her lips, and just imagining Su Yun being kicked out of the door by Prince Eugen made her hum softly. How long has it been since she saw Su Yun get his comeuppance? She still vividly remembered how Frederick the Great had scared her into the river, and how Su Yun had given her a good whack. Now that she finally had the chance, she was determined to enjoy the spectacle and then unleash a torrent of mockery. Please follow me, distinguished guest. Prince Eugen walked ahead, a faint smile playing on his lips. This is the regular VIP area. Your status is distinguished, and these clothes are not worthy of your elegance. Ahead is our SVIP area, which is specially designed for distinguished guests like yourself. Su Yun pretended to be nonchalant and gave a casual, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at the price tags. A wool coat costs 2,000. A trendy denim outfit costs 4,000. A pair of pearl-embellished high heels, 10,000. Su Yun felt her heart wasn't feeling well. He can accept spending 10,000 on bullets, shells, and oil, but he cannot accept spending 10,000 on just one pair of shoes. Moreover, the further you go in, the more outrageous the prices become. As far as the eye can see, the most expensive one has already soared to 50,000. As expected of a luxury store exclusively for shipgirls, the prices are outrageously high. In today's society, the salary cap for shipgirls is undoubtedly the highest. The compensation for escorting ships is usually in the tens of thousands. Even if they work in the general public, their salary will not be less than tens of thousands. This is society's protection for shipgirls. In this world where the seas are full of enemies, every shipgirl is an extremely valuable asset. Therefore, almost every shipgirl is a little rich. Su Yun's pace slowed down. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't move them. Ouch, my stomach hurts. He suddenly clutched his stomach. I'm going to the toilet. Belfast, you guys come with me. After saying that, he turned around and tried to run away. But as soon as he took half a step, his wrist was grabbed. Commander, do you need to use the restroom? Prince Eugen looked at him with a smile. Perfect timing. We have a restroom specifically for our guests. I'll show you the way. Su Yun. I followed him in, gritting my teeth. 10 minutes later, Su Yun sat on the toilet seat, lost in thought. Normally, he would have made a clean getaway long ago. But just now Nansu followed us in, and the adjutant on the left was holding up his phone. Tisk. He bit his nails. Isn't this just plain embarrassing to see me make a fool of myself? He gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe it today. I'm determined to save face. Outside the restroom. After sending Su Yun inside, the four shipgirls gathered together. It's been a long time, Prince Eugen. Zuikaku greeted him familiarly. His tone as natural as if he were talking about the weather. I never expected you to have a shop here. Yes, it's been several years since we last met, hasn't it? Prince Eugen's voice was filled with emotion as she looked toward the restroom with curiosity. I never expected to run into you all here today, let alone see the commander. She paused, then asked, how did you find him? The commander has been serving as commander in the East China Sea all along, but he's been keeping an extremely low profile, so we haven't noticed. Zuikaku waved his hand. Too low-key. Prince Eugen frowned slightly. Never noticed? She became serious. Could you explain in more detail? Rueha briefly recounted recent events. After hearing this, Prince Eugen murmured meaningfully. Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye? Zuikaku tilted his head. What's the secret? Belfast suddenly spoke up. No matter what, it's good that the commander is back. Prince Eugen remained silent for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. Yes, it's good that you're back. A hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Belfast knew what she was going to say. Zuikaku was a blabbermouth. Some things weren't the right thing to do yet. What brings Manager Lee here just now? Sirius, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. We overheard something about rent from afar. Prince Eugen gave a wry smile. Brick-and-mortar stores are tough to run, and our accounts are losing money one after another. The rent here is expensive, and we can't afford to pay it anymore. She shrugged. Tomorrow is the last day of the overdue payment. I guess the shop will have to close down after today. But then she smiled casually. But it doesn't matter. Now that the commander is back, I'll go with you. We don't need this shop anymore, but we'll pack all these things up and take them back as gifts for the sisters. Belfast and Sirius exchanged a glance. If Miss Eugen needs funds, we happen to have money on hand and can assist you. Prince Eugen waved his hand and smiled indifferently. No need. We used to keep this shop open because we had nowhere else to go, so we treated it as our home. But now that the commander is back, we can go back to our real home. She raised her eyebrows and eyes. After all, the harbor is where a ship girl truly belongs, isn't it? The three ship girls nodded in deep agreement. Belfast's cell phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. She clicked on it and saw that it was a private message from Su Yun. Su Yun, has Nansu left yet? Belfast glanced at Nansu and the adjutant beside her, who were pretending to look at the merchandise, but their attention was entirely on her. Belfast, not yet. Su Yun, Nansu knows I used to be dirt poor, even haggling over prices when buying groceries. She's staying here because she wants to see me make a fool of myself. Belfast, so, does the master want to flaunt his wealth and shock Nanshu? Su Yun, that's what I think too. We'll save face today, even if it means sacrificing our dignity. Belfast, okay. Su Yun, but the prices here are too inflated. We can't just waste our money and be ripped off. Belfast, what are the commander's plans? Su Yun, here's what you do. Secretly slip this ship girl 200 yuan and have her put on a show. Later, when I say which item I want to buy, she'll say it's already been reserved and there's no stock. In the end, she'll pretend to buy two expensive items. Chapter 85. We're not short of money. When Belfast saw this message, even someone as serious as her couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Commander is really. She shook her head gently, her eyes filled with a hint of doting. Prince Eugen leaned closer curiously. What did the commander say? Zuikaku and Sirius also gathered around. The four ship girls huddled together to read Su Yun's message, then burst into laughter. The commander hasn't recognized Prince Eugen yet, Sirius chuckled. They're really stingy to the bone. Rueha shook his head. 200 yuan isn't enough. This is the Sake department store. You should at least give 400, right? The ship girls' earning and spending power is several times that of ordinary people, so the things here are indeed very expensive for humans. Prince Eugen nodded, speaking up for Su Yun. Even if a ship girl does nothing, as long as she is registered, she will receive at least 20,000 yen in basic social security every month. This is the basic guarantee that society provides for ship girls. Among these ship girls, the emergence of even one powerful one can provide multiple layers of protection for the entire city. Fishermen who frequently go to sea feel this most deeply. Without ship girls protecting maritime safety, they wouldn't even be able to save their lives, let alone go to sea. Therefore, the fishermen have repeatedly joined forces to request that the minimum allowance for the ship girls be raised to 50,000 per month. After all, while 20,000 can provide basic living necessities, it cannot provide weapons. Bullets and shells are not cheap. Would you like to play along with the commander in this charade, Princess Eugen? Belfast looked up, leaving the choice to her. Although it was the commander's request, she wouldn't make the decision for Eugen. Act, of course we have to act. Prince Eugen curled her lips into a smile. How can a ship girl not protect the commander's face? Belfast nodded slightly and lowered his head to type. Belfast. Commander, this ship girl has agreed. Su Yun, that's good. Belfast. However, she said that 200 was not enough and that more money was needed. Su Yun, how much more? Belfast. She didn't say. She said she'd tell us after the play was over. Su Yun, a pedantic fellow. Ship girls generally don't raise prices arbitrarily. Their character is trustworthy. The sound of flushing water came from the bathroom. Su Yun coughed twice, straightened his collar, and strode out, his entire demeanor completely different. Hey, Su Yun, you actually came out. Nansu said sarcastically. I thought you climbed out of the bathroom window and ran away. Su-Yun glanced at her. Why should I run? What's there to run for? He did consider running away just now. If you don't run away, can you afford it? Nansu spread her hands. Let me be blunt. With the conditions in your port area, you even have to borrow a barrel of oil. Clothes here cost several $1,000s apiece. Can you afford that? Su-Yun glanced at her sideways. That's all ancient history. The days when Weiyang Port couldn't afford oil are over. Now our port is incredibly wealthy. Really? Nansu chuckled, casually picking up a men's suit jacket. Oh, I think this one would suit you quite well. It should look good on you. Let me see the price. 50,000. Sorry Su-Yun, I overpaid. There's one over there for 5,000. I wonder if you can afford it. Only 50,000. Su-Yun scoffed. If I really wanted to buy one, surely I could afford a suit? I just don't want to waste that money. He snatched the suit from Prince Eugen and said, Here, waiter, pack this up. Nansu was taken aback. So generous? Not even a little bargaining? Is this still the same Su-Yun who haggles over the price of even a clove of garlic? Prince Eugen walked over, glanced at the suit in Su-Yun's hand, and said respectfully, I'm very sorry, sir. This suit is not for sale. It's for display only. Oh, is that so? Su-Yun shook her head regretfully, putting the suit back with a sigh. That's such a pity. You know, I'm not short of money. Nansu's expression was strange. It was not for sale. This kid escaped a disaster. Su-Yun glanced around the store and calmly pointed to another item. I didn't expect your little shop to have chiton pieces. Every chiton item is handcrafted by top artisans in the Sardinian Empire, taking at least 200 hours to make. It's passable for tonight's occasion. He nodded. This is it. Wrap it up. Nansu listened, completely stunned. This kid actually knows about luxury goods? Prince Eugen spoke again respectfully. I'm very sorry, sir. This haute couture suit is a one-of-a-kind piece and has already been reserved. TSK, this one's already reserved? Su-Yun clicked her tongue regretfully. All right then. He then looked at another item. A Burberry suit? Classic British plaid, not bad. How much is it for only 20,000? He frowned, his tone somewhat reluctant. A bit low, but it'll do. Pack it up. Nansu's expression grew increasingly strange. What does only 20,000 mean? Did Su-Yun really say that? Prince Eugen bowed for the third time. I apologize again, sir. This item has also been reserved. It's a one-of-a-kind piece, and we don't have it in stock. Sigh. Su-Yun sighed, looking dejected. How come your shop doesn't have anything? Everything is a one-of-a-kind item that's already been reserved. How am I supposed to choose? He waved his hand, looking helpless. Then just recommend a few things to me. Prince Eugen nodded in agreement. We have Younger and Birchbird here, and they are priced at around 5,000. Su-Yun's eyes flickered as he frantically sent out signals. Do you have any suits around 5,000? Prince Eugen blinked. Yes, there is, isn't there? What do you mean by have? Su-Yun winked. If we have it, we have it. If we don't, we don't. Tell the truth. We're not short of money. Prince Eugen suddenly realized and immediately changed his tune. Then there isn't. Really? Su-Yun shook her head regretfully. That's such a shame. I wanted to buy a suit from you, but you didn't have anything. I have money but can't spend it. It's so frustrating. Prince Eugen blinked his eyes, cooperating flawlessly. Zuikiko buried his head behind Belfast, his shoulders shaking violently. Belfast maintained her polite smile, elegant and composed. Sirius looked at Su-Yun with an expression of adoration. Spending so little to create a truly impressive and realistic effect. No wonder you're my proud owner. Nanshu found something increasingly off. Why doesn't Su-Yun have anything he wants? Does he run a physical store mean he's not doing business anymore? She looked Su-Yun up and down suspiciously. You didn't conspire with the shop assistant to put on an act, did you? She questioned directly. How could it be that if you wanted that item, it wouldn't be available? Don't accuse me of something wrong. Su-Yun spread his hands. It's just that this store doesn't have enough men's clothing, and none of them fit me. I bet you just can't afford it. You're putting on an act. Nansu stepped forward. If you're so capable, buy me one and see what happens. You poor wretch. Prince Eugen frowned slightly. She turned to Su-Yun, her tone respectful. If this gentleman doesn't mind, we have another suit here that would suit you perfectly. Su-Yun hesitated. What brand is it? Prince Eugen smiled slightly. Chiton K50. Su-Yun's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 86. What are you doing barging in here? Nanshu couldn't help but giggle. Chiton K50? That's a top-of-the-line luxury suit worth 128,000. She laughed so hard, she almost fell over, pointing at Su-Yun. Only the very rich and powerful can afford something like that. Su-Yun, aren't you rich? Buy one for me to see. Su Yun fell silent. Broken. Why did this waiter suddenly turn against us? Am I really going to spend 128,000 yuan today? Just for a suit? He suddenly realized that sometimes his pride wasn't that valuable. Please wait a moment, we'll pack it for you right away. Prince Yujin bowed slightly, and before Su Yun could react, he had already smoothly taken down the exorbitantly priced suit, carefully folded it, and put it into the gift box. Belfast smiled and handed over the bank card. Swipe this card. Okay. Prince Yujin took the card and swiped it lightly on the machine. Drop. Payment successful. Nansu was stunned. She was clutching a suit jacket button in her hand, momentarily distracted, and pulled too hard. Clatter. The button was forcibly ripped off. Su Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Belfast. My loyal subject. How could you make such a decision on your own? Sir, your suit has been packed. Prince Yujin smiled and handed over the gift box. This suit suits your temperament perfectly and suits you very well. Then she turned to Nansu and the adjutant, her smile instantly turning cold. As for you two, all you do is fan the flames from the sidelines, without spending a single penny. She looked at them coldly. Could it be that you don't have the money to buy anything and came here specifically to cause trouble? Nanshi was stunned. She never expected that Su Yun would actually buy the suit. Su Yun accepted the gift box, her heart bleeding. But he still managed to force a nonchalant smile. See? You see. He waved the box in his hand. It's just a suit. I bought it without hesitation. Nansu and the adjutant exchanged a glance, their faces turning ashen. They turned to leave. Wait a moment. Prince Yujin's voice came from behind, unhurried, yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Nansu paused, then turned around. Do what? Prince Yujin picked up the suit with the button torn off and showed it to her. Compensation. Compensation. Nansu frowned. I only touched it. No. Prince Yujin stepped closer and held the button in his palm. You've broken it. Nanshu looked down and realized that she had a button in her hand without her noticing. Her lips twitched. This was completely unconscious. I was too shocked just now, and I just exerted force on my hand. How much compensation do you want? She asked through gritted teeth. Prince Yujin smiled slightly. It's not expensive. It's only 188,000. Nansu's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? Prince Yujin calmly took the price tag from the counter and gently placed it in front of her. Sake Department Store is honest and fair to all, young and old. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Lee what the wholesale price of this garment was. Nansu's face turned completely dark. Su Yun, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, spoke up at the opportune moment. Oh, Commander Nan, what a coincidence. He shrugged and gave an innocent smile. I just bought a chiton jacket for 128,000. Yours is 60,000 more expensive than mine. He stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. Why don't you pay first? I'll wait for you over there. Nansu, her face dark and her teeth clenched, pulled out her bank card from her bag. Smack. Slap it on the counter. Brush. Prince Yujin took the card and gracefully manipulated it. This little bit of money is nothing to me. Nansu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Su Yun gave a thumbs up. Commander Nan is so rich. I admire you. Anyway, I wouldn't be willing to spend 188,000 yuan on a bad piece of clothing. Nanshu took the packed clothes from Prince Yujin and turned to leave. Su Yun watched her departing figure and felt much better. Fortunately, I wasn't the only one who spent money. Before long, Nanshu returned. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. One isn't enough? Nanshu, her face dark, extended her hand to Prince Yujin. Bill. Prince Yujin smiled and handed her the invoice. Nansu took it, glared at Su Yun, and left angrily. This time, he's really gone. Su Yun's smile gradually faded. He picked up the exorbitantly priced suit, walked up to Prince Yujin, and said earnestly, Miss Shipgirl, can I return this outfit? I've never touched it. I've never even worn it. Prince Yujin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Why don't you go to the fitting room and try it on? Su Yun smiled bitterly. Forget it. To be honest, this outfit is way too expensive. My Shipgirl made an impulsive purchase just now. Please, have mercy and give me a refund. I see. Prince Yujin said, arms crossed, biting his finger, his eyes playful. But clothes that have already been shipped can't be returned. Su Yun. Shift. 128,000. How many bullets could that buy? How many artillery shells? How many tanks of fuel? His heart was roaring. However, Prince Yujin changed the subject. There are always exceptions. The flame of hope in Su Yun's heart suddenly ignited. How so? Prince Yujin tilted his head and looked at him with a smile. I see you have an extraordinary appearance. If you could wear this suit and let me take a picture for our store's promotion, I can give you the suit for free. She winked. Consider it payment in the form of portrait rights. Su Yun was stunned. My face is worth so much now? He then thought back to how he had led his shipgirls to dominate the East China Sea a few days ago, enjoying great prestige. It was normal to have fans. I never expected that even the shipgirls in the Yellow Sea region would be my fans. That works too. His pin-up emotions instantly eased considerably. Then please come into the dressing room, Prince Eugen said with a smile, leading the way. I look forward to seeing you looking handsome. Su Yun was taken to the locker room. Belfast watched his figure disappear behind the door and whispered to Prince Eugen. Should we tell the commander the truth after he comes out? Prince Eugen nodded slightly. However, we'll have to wait a little longer. She smiled at the three Belfast members, her eyebrows curving upwards. I'm going to the inner room to get something. Please wait a moment. The three Belfast members nodded. Rueha smiled and said, I didn't expect to run into our people here. We have a large number of shipgirls in our port, spread across the 7 seas, Belfast said. It's not surprising to encounter them in a bustling place like Jiangdu. Perhaps there are other sisters here as well. The three did not know. After Prince Eugen left, he did not go directly to the inner room. She took a detour and quietly returned. Then, she gently pushed open the locker room door. Inside the changing room, Su Yun had just taken off his coat and was about to put on that exorbitantly priced suit. A soft creak came from the door behind me. The sound of a key turning. Su Yun's eyes instantly sharpened. Intruder? He turned around abruptly and threw a punch. Smack! The fist was caught firmly. It was Prince Eugen. Su Yun was taken aback. It's you? What are you doing barging in here? Prince Eugen raised his index finger and placed it against his lips. Shoo! She stepped forward, gently covered Su Yun's mouth, wrapped her other arm around his waist, and pulled him into her embrace. Belfa and the others are still outside, she whispered in Su Yun's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Don't let them hear us, Commander. Su Yun's pupils contracted slightly. Who exactly are you? Prince Eugen released his grip, took a half-step back, and looked at him with a slight smile. Then, she spoke slowly, word by word. The third ship of the Hipper class. She paused, her smile deepening. Eugen Prince. Chapter 87 Eugen's Compensation. Su Yun was taken aback. So it was Prince Eugen? No wonder he looked so familiar. I never expected her to be one of my ship girls. So all that was just a joke? Before he could speak, Prince Eugen suddenly stepped forward and forced him against the wall. Commander. She stared straight at him, a hint of resentment in her eyes. You still haven't recognized me? Su Yun grunted. Another ship girl with maxed out affection level. When pressed like this, a wave of guilt washed over me. Seeing that he did not answer, Prince Eugen did not press him further, but instead changed the subject. Commander, how are you going to make it up to me? And you haven't given me the tip yet, have you? Does her asking this mean she already has the answer in her heart? What kind of compensation do you want? Su Yun asked tentatively. Prince Eugen closed his eyes. Love me. She opened her eyes and stared intently at him. Right here, right now? With such a beautiful and fragrant woman in my arms, how could I possibly refuse her? Even though it's crazy. But Su Yun gradually became more proficient. Outside the changing room, the three people in Belfast waited for a long time. There seems to be a sound inside. Zuikaku pricked up his ears and tilted his head in confusion. Belfast listened carefully, and suddenly her face flushed slightly. What a cunning ship girl, she murmured to herself. What? Zuikaku didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Belfast shook her head. She would support the commander as long as he was willing. Her philosophy on governing Hong Kong is subtly changing. In the past, she believed that nothing could be accomplished without rules. Now, however, she hopes that more and more ship girls will step forward to serve their commanders anytime, anywhere. There's nothing wrong with extravagance and decadence, is there? It's better than going to war in a modified motorboat. If she were to be killed by a stray shell one day, she'd have nowhere to turn for help. A long time passed. Su Yun finally came out of the locker room. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Wearing this expensive suit, he looked much more handsome. Zuikaku clapped her hands and exclaimed with a smile. Commander is so handsome. Su Yun's face flushed slightly, whether from excitement or exhaustion. She coughed lightly and said, Of course. Prince Eugen also came out from the inner room. Her face was even redder than Su Yun's, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. Huh? Prince Eugen, why are you panting like that? Zuikaku asked, puzzled. Prince Eugen hesitated for a moment, then gestured and said, Well, this journey is much longer than you imagine. I see. Zuikaku nodded, accepting the explanation. Prince Yujin looked at Su Yun, a smile playing on his lips. Commander, you're so handsome. Su Yun smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. The two exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without a word. It's the commander. A surprised voice came from the inner room. Blucher rushed out, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Yun. Great! My most beloved commander is back. She lunged forward and landed directly on Su Yun. Wah, commander, hug me. Su Yun was knocked back half a step by her and quickly regained her balance. Wah, commander, Blucher misses you so much. She buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled. You have no idea how miserable I've been without you all these years, Wah. Su Yun's heart softened, and she gently patted her head. Thank you for your hard work, Blucher. I'm glad you know, sob sob sob. Blucher snuggled against him. Suddenly, her little nose twitched. Smell. Smell. Huh? Commander. She looked up at him, puzzled. Why do you smell like Yujin? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Zuikaku then walked over with a smile and patted Prince Yujin on the shoulder. Judging from your shocked expression, Commander, you probably don't know this, do you? She said with a smile. The saleswoman is actually Prince Yujin. She grabbed Prince Yujin's shoulders and pushed him in front of her. Look closely. She's the third ship of the Hipper class, Prince Yujin. Prince Yujin and Su Yun exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's meaning. Everything is understood without words. Oh, it's Yujin. Su Yun feigned sudden realization. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. Now that it's Yujin, it's no surprise. You only recognized me now? Princess Yujin chuckled, covering her red lips. Commander, you'd better make it up to me. Of course, of course. Su Yun grinned. Of course we'll compensate you. Zuikaku whispered in Prince Yujin's ear. But you'll be at the very back of the line. Only 2 shipgirls get a chance to get close to the commander each week now. And tonight, it's my turn. You'll have to wait behind Taiho. Prince Yujin gave Su Yun a meaningful look. Is that so? That's such a pity. Su Yun coughed lightly. All right, now that we've found Yujin and Blucher, let's go have a reunion dinner together? Yay! Blucher cheered and hugged Su Yun's arm. Let's have a reunion dinner with the commander. Just then, Nansu returned with her adjutant. Seeing Blucher holding Su Yun so intimately, the shock in her eyes was even greater than before. This guy really does know magic. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Only a few minutes have passed, and another ship girl is throwing herself at me? After a moment of silence, the adjutant spoke softly. I knew he was a monster. Prince Yujin noticed them and walked over with a smile. You too, what brings you back again? She tilted her head, a half-smile on her face. What? Are you here to cause trouble for my commander again? Your commander? Nanshi was taken aback. You even acknowledge him now? Chapter 88, He Must Be a Demon. Magician. The adjutant bit his fingernails, staring intently in Su Yun's direction. He must be a sorcerer. Nansu did not refute. She is probably the one who feels this most deeply. How can this poor commander get a ship girl in 10 seconds? What exactly happened? Su Yun noticed that they had turned back and raised an eyebrow. Nansu didn't say anything, but walked straight to the rest area and picked up the bag she had left behind. Get the things. After saying that, he turned and left, walking even faster than when he came. Su Yun watched her departing figure and shook his head regretfully. He's really vengeful. He turned his gaze back to Prince Yujin. Speaking of which, are you planning to come back to the port with me, or stay here? Of course, I'm going back to the port with the commander. Blucher grabbed Su Yun's arm, practically clinging to him. Home is where the commander is. It's so boring here. Su Yun was swayed by her hug, nodded with a smile, and then looked at Prince Yujin. What about Yujin? The erotic scene from the locker room just now involuntarily flashed through my mind. Prince Yujin crossed his arms and pondered for a moment. If possible, I would like to rest here for another month, she explained. My sister went out to accept bounties and shouldn't be back for a few more days. Prince Yujin and Blucher's sister was Admiral Hipper. Speaking of which, this store is called Hipper's Choice, but I've never seen Hipper here. Zuikaka looked around. Yes, Prince Yujin nodded. Because the shop is about to go out of business. Recently, the Jiangdu Maritime Administration issued a bounty for the remains of the abyss, so my sister went to take on the bounties to earn money and supplement the family income. Su Yun understood. Prince Yujin sighed softly. What's wrong? Su Yun noticed her troubled expression. What happened? You must have heard it just now, Prince Yujin said with a wry smile. Tomorrow is the last day of overdue payment for our store. I really wanted to wait here for my sister for a few more days and clear out some of the stock. But now I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for her to come back. Can't we pay the rent today? Belfast asked. It's a pity, Prince Eugen shook his head. That woman just asked for 20% more rent, and the mall is no longer willing to renew our lease. She paused, her tone tinged with helplessness. Of course, if we can convince them. Was that woman in the suit the owner of this place? Suyin asked. She's just a manager, working for someone else, Prince Eugen pondered. The real boss is someone else. It's unlikely we can persuade Manager Lee. She's very rigid and only follows orders from above. Perhaps we could find the mall owner. Suyin understood. Then try to get in touch? Do you have the boss's contact information? Prince Eugen shook his head regretfully. No. Wouldn't that leave us with no way to start? No, it's not entirely hopeless, Prince Eugen explained. As far as I know, this Sec Mall is just one of many businesses owned by that behind-the-scenes boss. She's also the sponsor of tonight's naval celebration. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be attending tonight's event. She looked at Su Yun. Commander, you mentioned some event tonight, right? It must be the Navy Festival, right? That's true. Su Yun nodded. In that case, you might be able to meet the mastermind behind this tonight. Prince Eugen grasped Su Yun's hand, his eyes filled with hope. Whether Hipper can survive until tomorrow depends on you, Commander. Su Yun was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. All right, leave this to me. As evening approached, Su Yun changed into that expensive suit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse, and Su Yun looked much more handsome in a formal suit. The commander is so handsome. Blucher praised without reservation. He's simply the most handsome man in the world. Su Yun took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, and raised an eyebrow. Shoo, keep it down. Blucher chuckled, amused by his pretentious manner. According to the rules, each commander can only bring one ship girl into the venue, Belfast suddenly said. I suppose they're worried that there won't be enough seats in the hall if there are too many people. Commanders who can attend naval celebrations are the backbone of the Navy, and their ports house at least a dozen, and sometimes even hundreds, of ship girls. That's what a truly large port is like. I heard that someone once brought over 100 ship girls from their port to freeload at a dinner party, clearing out all the food and leaving everyone else hungry all night. Belfast asked respectfully. So, Commander, who would you like to take with you? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun instantly felt 5 burning gazes fall on him. Belfast, I guess. Su Yun said under the watchful eyes of the other 4 ship girls. The ship girls understood and had no objections. If it were someone else, they might have some complaints. But in Belfast, others would take it for granted. Remember to come back soon, Zuikaku reminded him. I'll be waiting for you at home. Su Yun nodded, then realized what Rueha was talking about, and her expression turned slightly strange. Tonight it's Zuikaku's turn to serve me in bed, but I already used up all my ammunition during the day. Princess Eugen is so alluring, it's not easy to satisfy her. But Zuikaku has waited so long, she absolutely cannot be disappointed. Even if it means kicking, I'll make sure Zuikaku is satisfied tonight. Ahem. He coughed lightly, quickly pulling his thoughts back. You're thinking too much. Let's get down to business first. There is a large open-air stadium in the center of Jiangdu City, which is where the naval celebration will be held tonight. Outstanding commanders from all over the Eastern Empire gather here to exchange their experiences as commanders. A DD car pulled up on the side of the road outside the stadium. Belfast got out first and opened the door for Su Yun. Su Yun got out of the car and straightened his suit collar. He had even gotten his hair done specially for tonight's grand event. A large sign reading Naval Annual Celebration stood at the entrance. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Only commanders who have gained social recognition are allowed to attend the Navy's annual celebration. For him, who had served as a low-ranking commander for many years, this was undoubtedly an honor. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped onto a higher level of stairs. I'm no longer a newbie, Su Yun thought to himself. Car after car pulled up along the roadside as guests arrived one after another. Some were dressed in white commanders' uniforms, while others were in civilian clothes. Su Yun saw many ship girls following the commander inside. I don't recognize any of them. Chapter 89, St. Louis, Naval Celebration. The birth of a ship girl depends on the anchor point at which she is summoned. Therefore, even ships with the same name can look very different. It's almost impossible to judge a ship girl's identity based solely on her appearance, unless she's an extremely famous ship girl. Only Su Yun's ship girls are based on her previous game character designs, but they have been transformed from 2D to real-life figures. While the ship girls with distinctive features are easy to identify, those without any features are really hard to recognize. Brother Su? What a coincidence, you just arrived too. Li Xiaoxiao's voice sounded from behind. Su Yun turned around, and saw Li Xiaoxiao standing not far away with Feng Feng. He nodded. Yes, I just arrived. I just arrived too. Li Xiaoxiao walked over, scratching her head. This is my first time attending a celebration of this level. I'm quite nervous. Don't be afraid. What's there to be nervous about? Su Yin said calmly. Just face it with a normal mindset. We're all commanders, they're not going to eat you up. Li Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, that's true. Belfast pursed her red lips and couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder who was so nervous before coming that they even went to the hair salon to get their hair done. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Just as Su Yun and Li Xiaoxiao were about to go in, they were suddenly stopped by someone. This man was broad-shouldered and burly, standing at a full 1.9 meters tall, with a square face, a thick beard, and a very muscular build. Commander Ape? Su Yun recognized him at a glance. Yes, it's me. The ape-man replied in a muffled voice, arms crossed. Su Yun glanced at the tall, white-haired ship girl Ai Ying, the third ship of the Amaji class, who was standing next to him. What's the matter? Is this your first time attending a naval celebration? The strategist asked seriously. Su Yun nodded. That's right. Then you'd better be careful. The ape-man glanced around warily, leaned close to Su Yun's ear, and whispered, Don't think the naval celebration is some grand party. In reality, it's a den of cannibals. Su Yun was taken aback. He and Li Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. What do you mean? Su Yun asked in surprise. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Every year around this time, the marshal tries to lure all the commanders here for a grand human flesh feast party. If you're unlucky enough to be chosen, you're in big trouble. As Yuan Murin recalled last year's feast, he couldn't help but hug his arms and tremble. You have no idea how miserable those chosen last year were. They were tied to crosses, their cries for help going unanswered. Li Xiaoxiao stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. No way. This is a top-level event. How could something so terrible happen? Little girl, don't think I'm lying to you. The ape strategist said with a serious face. There are veterans everywhere here. If you don't believe me, go ask the other commanders. Wasn't someone tied to a cross last year and eaten by others? Li Xiaoxiao grunted. She looked left and right, found a pale-faced commander who seemed gentle and refined, and timidly spoke. Hello, I am the commander from the East China Sea. I would like to ask you something. The pale-faced commander smiled and said, A newbie from the East China Sea? So what's up? Is it true that someone was eaten during the naval celebration, as a senior just mentioned? Li Xiaoxiao asked cautiously, carefully choosing her words. The pale-faced commander grinned, his resentment almost overflowing. Oh, you mean this? That's true. That's exactly why I came here tonight. Li Xiaoxiao trembled. She quickly returned to Su Yun's side. How about it? Ape strategist put his hands on his hips. I didn't lie to you, did I? Li Xiaoxiao nodded, her face pale. Su Yun's expression was strange. Why does this sound so mysterious? But you two can rest assured. Ape strategist crossed his arms. Since you two are still newbies and this is your first time attending the Navy Festival, I can take care of you and make sure you won't be tied up and eaten tonight. He looked at Su Yun. Especially you, Su Yun. Do you know what nickname they've given you in this circle? What nickname? Su Yun asked curiously. Su Yao. Yuan Murin said, enunciating each word clearly. I mean, you can bewitch shipgirls, like a siren who can bewitch people. The siren I'm talking about here is the sea monster from mythology, not the warship siren. Don't misunderstand. Su Yun responded with an, oh. If you don't want to cook tonight, you'd better stay by my side and behave yourself. The ape strategist pointed at himself, grinning. I, the ape strategist, have your back. Su Yun remained silent. This sounds increasingly far-fetched. Belfast instantly switched to a serious expression. Commander, with me here, even if it means going against the entire Navy, I will not let you suffer the slightest harm. No, Belfast, don't get agitated. Su Yun gave ape strategist a strange look, already having a rough idea of what was going on. I think I might know what's going on. Li Xiaoxiao was still completely confused. The ape-man smiled mysteriously. Shall we go? Seeing is believing. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yun and Li Xiaoxiao followed the ape-like man inside. The venue was temporarily converted from a stadium. It was more like a concert than a celebration. There were so many people invited that the invitations covered the entire naval community, including not only commanders, but also many naval officers. If nothing unexpected happens, Song Qingxi should be there too. But Su Yun didn't see her, so she's probably somewhere else. He took out his phone and opened the East China Sea Commander Mutual Aid Group. Su Yun, I've arrived. I'm with Xiao Xiao. What about you guys? She mentioned Aaron, Jiang Shui, and Ni Xiaoong. Aaron, I've arrived too. I'm here in Ximen. Where are you guys? Su Yun, we came in from the east gate. Jiang Shui, there are so many people here, it's not easy to bump into each other. Let's see what's on later. And I Xiaohong. Hee, don't be scared by this program later. Jiang Shui, it's just a show, what's so scary about it? Are they going to have a group striptease? Li Xiaoxiao gripped Su Yun's arm, feeling uneasy. Brother Su, do you think they're really going to eat people later? Su Yun shook her head. Won't. He paused, then said calmly. However, it's true that some people will suffer. Chapter 90, The Rich Woman of the Eastern Empire. The ape-man smiled mysteriously. You're pretty smart, kid. Looks like you already guessed it. After browsing the commander forums all day, I can probably guess what's going on. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. But will this really happen tonight? Li Xiaoxiao was completely confused. What kind of riddle are they speaking of? The naval ceremony opened as scheduled. Staff guided the commanders to their seats. Su Yun and Li Xiaoxiao were assigned to the East China Sea Commander area, where they successfully met Jiang Shui and the others. Sister Jiang Shui. Li Xiaoxiao rushed over and hugged Jiang Shui as soon as they met. It was so scary. They were saying that they were going to eat people here tonight. Jiang Shui was stunned. Eating people? Aaron was also taken aback. No way. How could such a grand celebration be possible? And I Xiaohong knew perfectly well what was going on, crossed her legs, and said calmly, just wait and see. You'll find out in time. Everyone was completely baffled. Su Yun sat down, and Belfast followed suit and sat down beside him. The celebration began with a standard ceremony. A male and a female host read the opening remarks, welcoming the officials from various sea regions. When he had finished reading, the male host said, Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the chairman of tonight's host, the SAIC Group. Belfast whispered to Su Yun, Commander, it's a shareholder of the SAC Mall. Su Yun hummed in agreement. He hadn't forgotten about Prince Eugen's shop. He'd find an opportunity to discuss renewing the lease with the owner after the celebration. Soon, an elegant figure walked onto the stage in high heels. She had beautiful blue hair and wore a white dress with a train that trailed on the ground. Su Yun felt that this person looked familiar. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. The commanders stirred, and countless whispers arose. It's Aunt Saint. She's beautiful, powerful, and rich. Whoever manages to win her over is incredibly lucky. Wah, I dream of being Aunt Saint's commander, but she's not interested in commanders at all. Auntie Saint, please take me in. Su Yun was stunned. Could this nickname be? Hello everyone. St. Louis stood on the platform, picked up the microphone, and said, I am St. Louis, the chairman of the SAC Group, the organizer of this naval celebration. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Cheers erupted from the commanders below the stage. Su Yun was stunned. Li Xiaoxiao looked at St. Louis on the stage with envy. Wow, what beautiful Shipgirl sisters. I wonder if there are any commanders here. It's St. Louis. Jiang Shui leaned back in her chair and sighed. She's a famous rich woman in Dongwang, with a fortune of over 100 million. She's always been single and has never dated a commander. I don't know if she plans to live a lonely life or if her standards are too high and she just can't find the right person. Aaron laughed and said, Such a wealthy ship girl doesn't need to bother the commander, does she? That's true. Jiang Shui nodded. The group exchanged a few words, their conversation filled with longing for St. Louis. Belfa, Su Yun said with a strange expression, lowering his voice. Could it be that the shareholders of the SAIC Group are actually? Belfast nodded slightly. That's right. She is our port ship girl, St. Louis. Su Yun. He wants to write a book. The book is titled, About the Fact That My Ship Girl is Actually a Rich Woman from the Eastern Empire. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into St. Louis here. Jiangdu truly lives up to its reputation as the capital of ship girls. I encountered 3 of my own ship girls on my very first day here. If I dig around a bit, I might find even more. St. Louis read a standard congratulatory speech on stage, which was roughly about how he thanked everyone present for their contributions to Dongwang over the past year on behalf of the SAC Group. Thank you very much, Mississippi St. Louis, for your congratulatory remarks. Now, let's welcome the highest-ranking commander of the Eastern Empire, Marshal Li Shangyan. He will announce the commanders who have received various honors and awards, the host said into the microphone. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in plain clothes and looking somewhat disheveled, walked onto the stage. He was wearing slippers and a battleship-themed outfit, with a small arrow pointing at the battleship next to him, bearing the word Yamato. Su Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this the Marshal of the Eastern Empire? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some beggar walking up from the street. Now, let's announce the nominees for Commander of the Year. The crowd fell silent. High-risk waters, the Red Sea, Tang Kaiwei. A burst of enthusiastic applause rang out, and Su Yun and the others joined in. Looking ahead, they saw a woman among the Red Sea region commanders in the front row stand up and bow to the surroundings. High-risk sea area, the Dead Sea, Meiluo Shuang. Another round of enthusiastic applause rang out, and a woman with short, black hair stood up and bowed to the surroundings. High-risk sea area, Songhai Kinglaner. A blue-haired girl stood up and bowed. High-risk sea area, Blood Sea Yujianshi. A slender woman with long, straight black hair stood up and bowed. Dangerous waters, the South China Sea, Du Shenge. A woman with a princess-cut hairstyle and wearing a long black dress stood up and bowed. On the stage, Li Shangyan announced, "Congratulations to these 5 commanders for being nominated for Commander of the Year. Now, I will announce who will be last year's Commander of the Year." There was a lot of discussion in the audience. I think it's Yujianshi, right? Although both are high-risk sea areas, the Blood Sea is on the front line after all. Tang Kaiwei would also be suitable. Honghai is also on the front lines, and everyone has witnessed her achievements this year. Mei Luoshuang is also an option. Everyone knows how dangerous the Dead Sea is. To be able to build a port there and survive is definitely impressive. Su Yun listened to the surrounding discussions, seemingly lost in thought. These names are household names in the commander's circle. They are all top-notch figures who, in the past, would have been unattainable for Su Yun. But he is not the same person he was before. By this time next year, he might be nominated for the Best Commander Award. Li Shangyan shouted, "The Best Commander of the Year is Nanhai Dushinga." Su Yun was taken aback. The audience started discussing it enthusiastically. What do you mean by Du Shenge? Is this a sham? Commanders of high-risk sea areas were all rejected. It's getting dark. It was indeed dark. Du Shenge went on stage and accepted the award for Best Commander of the Year. The other commanders looked at each other in surprise, but in the end they still gave her a polite round of applause. Li Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and asked Su Yun, "Brother Su, do you think anyone from our Donghai will go on stage to receive an award?" "Probably not." Su Yun thought for a moment and said, "We're already lucky to be able to attend this naval celebration. How could we possibly have any prizes to receive?" He looked towards St. Louis, where she was standing backstage, visible from Su Yun's angle. "I need to find an opportunity to meet her." Chapter 91, The Person Buried in My Heart. The host on stage continued to announce the awards. Best Marine Protector of the Year Award. Donghuang's Most Touching Person of the Year. Best Pioneer of the Year Award. Best Maritime Consultant of the Year Award. Year. 2 hours passed in a row, from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, during which awards were presented to commanders or sergeants from various sea areas. Although it was called a naval celebration, it was more like a grand awards ceremony. I heard there will be a grand banquet after the awards ceremony, but I wonder what we'll eat for dinner. Su Yun touched her stomach. He came on an empty stomach, so he could have a big feast tonight. This is a star-studded naval event. The banquet will definitely be of the highest standard. Next, I will announce the nominees for the Best Newcomer Award, the host said into the microphone, holding a prepared statement and addressing the assembled naval officers in the audience. Dangerous waters, South China Sea, Jiangchun. Ordinary Sea Area, Yellow Sea, 8-man. Ordinary Sea Area, North Sea, Mu Beichun. As well as. At this point, the host paused and glanced at the audience. Many people noticed that something was wrong. Keeping you in suspense? Could it be an extraordinary newcomer? Safe waters, East China Sea, Aaron. Safe waters, East China Sea, Siyun. A gasp of surprise came from the audience. East Sea? Isn't that the starting area? What's going on this year? Can newbies from the beginner village participate in the competition? They haven't even crossed the 6-4 mark yet, and they're already participating in the selection? Doesn't that break the rules? The audience erupted in skepticism. Su Yun and Aaron were also taken aback. They thought they had just come to join in the fun and get a free meal, but they didn't expect to be nominated. Huh? Su Yun only has merits in these 2 months, yet he was nominated. Zhang Shui was extremely surprised. Perhaps development potential was also taken into account as an indicator. Although you two are still in the East China Sea, your shipgirls are extraordinary. And I Xiaohong spoke calmly. Aaron's initial ship is the battleship Shinano, which has enormous development potential, while Su Yun. She paused for a moment, then said with a slight twitch of her lips, Su Yao. Well, your name is now a household name on the commander's forum. Su Yun's expression was strange. He had thought he had nothing to do tonight. He glanced at the Shinano battleship following Aaron. For some reason, This ship girl never liked to talk, especially in front of him. If it weren't for Belfast and the others constantly getting close to him, Soo-yun would have thought that his ship girl immunity was still intact. Little did he know how much pressure he was unknowingly putting on the battleship Shinano. The battleship Shinano noticed Soo-yun's gaze and looked back, but Soo-yun had already looked away. After contracting with so many ship girls, I thought his soul power would become gentler, but I didn't expect the oppressive feeling to still be so strong. Battleship Shinano muttered softly. She looked around. If you look closely, you'll see that many of the powerful ship girls present are sitting on pins and needles, while the weaker ship girls look relaxed. They probably don't even know who the source of this fear is. They might feel palpitations, but the detection radar tells them it's safe, so they just think their sixth sense is wrong. The battleship Shinano was like that at first too. She would feel inexplicably uneasy when she was in the same space as Soo-yun, and she thought it was because she hadn't slept well. After spending time together and trying things out repeatedly, she finally realized that the source of her oppressive feeling was Soo-yun. Backstage, St. Louis sat in front of the vanity mirror, casually crossing her legs, her slender hands resting on the armrests, her beautiful eyes closed, accepting the makeup artist's touch-up. To be fair, St. Louis is naturally beautiful as a ship girl, with a smooth and delicate face. Even without makeup, she is enough to charm countless men. But as the saying goes, you should wear the right clothes for the right occasion. So even a great beauty like St. Louis needs some makeup and styling to make an appearance. The host's voice was loud enough to be heard clearly even backstage. All right. After applying a final touch of lipstick to St. Louis, the makeup artist looked at St. Louis's makeup with satisfaction and nodded. Perfect. So beautiful. The fill light shone on St. Louis's face, making his already rosy lips appear even more translucent, like a bright red cherry. A few strands of long hair, curled with a curling iron, fell naturally from her forehead. Her eyelashes were curled, and she looked soft and beautiful. St. Louis turned her face to the left and right, and the mirror reflected her three-dimensional features and distinct angles. She gave a soft hum and opened the drawer behind the makeup mirror, where a large number of expensive luxury items were neatly arranged. St. Louis's long, slender fingers traced the necklaces, and he picked one up, asking the makeup artist, "What do you think of wearing this tonight?" The makeup artist chuckled and said, "Our boss is naturally beautiful. She looks good in anything. After the makeup is touched up, she'll stun everyone when she comes out again." St. Louis smiled. For her, tonight's grand ceremony was just a formality. But for the many commanders who came here, it was a good opportunity to catch a glimpse of Mississippi St. Louis. As the owner of the SAC group, St. Louis is the best face of the company, and she will greet every gaze with the most perfect demeanor. Well, thinking of this, St. Louis sighed softly. So many commanders come here. But where is her commander? "Boss, what's wrong? Why are you sighing like that?" the makeup artist asked curiously. St. Louis shook his head. "It's nothing, just a little melancholy." The makeup artist nodded. It's normal for a boss to have a few minor annoyances, given how busy they are with work. Speaking of which, the makeup artist said, peeking through the backstage curtain and seeing the sea of commanders below the stage, "Boss, you're a ship girl too. Have you ever thought about finding a commander for the rest of your life? Isn't it said that the sea is a ship girl's true home?" St. Louis smiled. "I never imagined that my fate with the sea in this life would be over, and that I would never again seek out a commander." The makeup artist simply said, "Oh," and wisely kept quiet. She sensed a hint of melancholy in his voice. Perhaps the boss also had his own sorrows. "In this life, the next life, and the life after that, I will never look for the commander again," St. Louis said, her eyebrows slightly lowered, her eyes filled with sorrow. "You were born before I was born, and I was born after you had passed away." St. Louis's sorrow went unheard, her anguish uncomprehended. Everyone knows that St. Louis is incredibly wealthy, a decisive and capable businesswoman. But no one knew that deep in this strong woman's heart, there had always been a hidden scar. Uncover that scar, and you'll find someone you'll never see again. A person who has captivated St. Louis for countless days and nights. He is. The host on stage read aloud. "Ordinary Sea Area, East China Sea, Siyun." Right. That's the name. Soo-yun. St. Louis was taken aback. The jade necklace she was holding fell to the floor and shattered. The sound of the jade necklace shattering instantly drew everyone's attention. The makeup artist gasped, her red lips parting in astonishment and her eyes widening. "This is a jade necklace worth millions. How could it just break like that?" "Who?" St. Louis's pupils contracted, and he murmured absently. Who? What? Who? The makeup artist asked, looking puzzled. Whose name did the host just call out? St. Louis asked blankly. The makeup artist thought back and said, Jiang Chun from the South China Sea? No, it's not him, it's the next one. The ape man of the Yellow Sea? That gorilla? No, that's not it. It's something else. Mu Beichen from Beihai? He is indeed a promising young talent. Boss, do you perhaps have a crush on him? The makeup artist asked curiously. No, it's not him. It's the next one, the next one. St. Louis exclaimed excitedly, standing up. The next makeup artist looked at the other staff members present, completely bewildered. It seems like they just read out the names of two newcomers. The prop master brought over a fill light and reminded them. They seemed to be from the East China Sea, one named Aaron and the other named Su Yun. Su Yun. St. Louis repeated the name. Yes, a newcomer award nominee, and from the East China Sea at that. He's probably just here to make a brief appearance, right? The prop master said casually. The East China Sea is a truly safe sea area. How capable could a commander from there be? He hasn't even left the beginner's area yet. Just being able to attend tonight's naval celebration is already a great honor. The prop master said this. St. Louis didn't listen. She walked to the backstage entrance and looked out over the audience. Her gaze swept over the rows of people whose eyebrows were tightly furrowed. No, there were so many people, thousands of them, that it looked like a dark mass, and you couldn't find anyone at all. Who will present the Best Newcomer Award? St. Louis asked, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. It looks like Inspector Jiang, the makeup artist said. As soon as they finished speaking, Jiang Shui's father, Jiang Heading, walked over in formal attire. I think I heard someone calling my name. St. Louis turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a white inspector's uniform. She said earnestly, Can I do you a favor? Jiang Heading was taken aback, then nodded slightly. Tell me first. On stage, when the male host announced the 5 nominees for Best Newcomer, Su Yun and Aaron both became extremely focused. By the way, is there any reward for the winner of the Best Newcomer Award? Su Yun asked. When you exchange merits for oil and ammunition, you can get a 30% discount and be exempt from customs duties for the next year. Aaron recalled, last year's Best Newcomer Award went to Jiang Chun, and the marshal even gave him a fully modified yacht. I thought he wouldn't be nominated again this year, but I didn't expect him to be nominated again. Su Yun's eyes lit up. A 30% discount on weapons, a year's worth of customs duties waived, and a fully modified yacht. What an amazing reward. But judging from this year's Best Newcomer Award should go to either Yuan Murin or Mu Beichen. And Ai Xiaohong sat in her chair, crossed her legs, and said, Jiang Chun won this award last year, so he probably won't win it again this year. Next in line will be Yuan Murin and Mu Beichen. Ape Strategist's seat was right next to Su Yun's. Hearing Ai Xiaohong say this, he grinned and chuckled. Senior, you flatter me. Being nominated this year is already very good. I don't expect to win an award. Ai Xiaohong smiled and said, Although you are broad-shouldered and burly, you speak quite eloquently. Now, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Jiang Heading, the Inspector General of the Jiang Governor's Office, to present the award for our Best Newcomer of the Year. The female host announced loudly, holding the microphone. A burst of applause erupted from the audience. Jiang Heading, whom I had imagined, did not appear on stage. Instead, a beautiful figure in blue appeared. The commanders below the stage were all taken aback when they saw St. Louis take the stage again. Li Shangyan, who was backstage reciting his closing remarks, let out a soft exclamation when he saw St. Louis suddenly appear on stage. Huh? Aunt Sheng? What's she doing on stage at this time? Where's Lao Jiang? The unexpected situation caught the hosts off guard, but both hosts demonstrated excellent professionalism and remained calm. Mississippi St. Louis? Is there some blessing you forgot to say to everyone? The male host immediately interjected to save the day. St. Louis held the microphone and smiled slightly at the audience. The camera focused on her face, and St. Louis's smile appeared on the big screen. That smile with curved eyebrows had stirred the hearts of countless commanders. St. Louis chuckled. Hee, when I was backstage just now, I told Inspector Jiang that I really admire this year's newcomers and asked if I could read out the Best Newcomer Award. He agreed, so I came up here. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in uproar. Why would Aunt Saint, who has never shown any interest in the commander, use the word admire to describe the commander? In other situations, these two words would just be considered polite formalities, but it's different now. St. Louis is a ship girl, and the person she admires is the commander. When a ship girl uses the word admiration to describe a commander on such a grand occasion, one can imagine the implications. Holy crap, Could it be that Aunt Saint has fallen for him? Jiang Shui lowered her voice and said to Su Yun, "This award was originally to be presented by my father, but she snatched it away. Could it be that she has her eye on someone else?" Su Yun's expression turned strange. With such a grand scene, could it be that St. Louis is going to take the stage again for his own sake? Oh, the male host's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, but he maintained a calm and composed smile on his face and asked, "To be appreciated by a ship girl like Aunt Saint, you must be a very powerful commander. Now I'm really curious about one thing. Who will win this year's Best Newcomer Award?" The female host chuckled and chimed in. "He must be an exceptionally talented young man. Otherwise Aunt Saint wouldn't have made a special trip up on stage." In that instant, all the commanders present became extremely alert. I was much more attentive than when I heard the announcement of the Commander of the Year award. The Dead Sea Spectators seating area. Upon seeing this, Mei Luoxuan crossed her legs, and her eyes under her side-swept bangs became serious and focused. "If I can get Aunt Saint's help, I will gain both wealth and strength, and I will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the Dead Sea." Red Sea stance. Tang Kaiwei bit her nails, her face full of resentment. "I've begged Aunt Saint for so long, and she hasn't even glanced at me. Could it be that she's fallen for some newcomer? No way. I don't believe it. How could a ship girl as powerful and wealthy as Aunt Saint possibly assist a newcomer?" South China Sea spectator seating area. Du Xin's heart rate quickened. She stared intently at St. Louis, analyzing her facial expressions to determine if it was just a passing fancy. Commander Du Xinga's personal ship girl hesitated before asking, "Do you think Mississippi St. Louis might?" "Impossible," Du Xin muttered to herself, her voice weak. "I heard that Aunt Saint is a top-tier ship girl who has undergone a second awakening. How could a max-level ship girl lower herself to take a newbie as her commander? With Aunt Saint's qualifications, even if she were to choose, she would definitely pick from among me, Mei Luoxuan, Tang Kaiwei, and Yuner, Song Lan'er, and Yu Jianxi. How could she possibly take on a newcomer? This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening." Du Xin repeatedly denied her absurd idea. Commander." Du Xin's ship girl expression turned strange. "We know Jiang Chun, Yuan Murin, and Mu Beichen very well, but we don't know much about the other two." Chapter 92. Could it be that Aunt Saint is tempted? "You mean Aaron and Su Yin?" Du Xin frowned, crossed her arms, and fell into deep thought. "I've heard of Aaron. He's a supernova who built the battleship Shinano from the initial ship. The Marshal has high hopes for him. But where did this Su Yin come from?" Du Xin is stationed in one of the most dangerous areas in the Dongwang Sea, the Dead Sea. Her daily routine consisted entirely of finding ways to acquire resources, launching attacks, and surviving in the Dead Sea, almost completely cut off from the internet. So she had no idea who Su Yun was. Hearing Du Xin's question, the person next to her spoke up to explain. "Su Yun is a prodigy. He's risen to prominence like crazy in the last 2 months. The first ship girl he got 2 months ago was Mogador, then Shikaku and Zuikaku, and finally even Bismarck acknowledged him as her master." Du Xin and her ship girl stood there, stunned. Bismarck. The image of the handsome blonde ship girl who saved her life in the Dead Sea 4 months ago flashed through her mind. Du Xin's expression was extremely strange. That's a genuine, max-level legendary sea creature. You can't even find it in safe waters like the East China Sea, let alone high-risk areas like the Dead Sea. Are you kidding me? Du Xin's lips twitched slightly, his voice filled with undisguised envy and shock. So many top-tier ship girls have all become ship girls for a rookie commander? Has the world gone mad? Or have I gone mad? As St. Louis took the stage, the commanders below began to brainstorm, and soon the name Su Yun became the subject of much discussion. Is Su Yun the Su Yao from the forum? I heard he can use sorcery, has a pair of electric eyes, and can hypnotize ship girls. I wonder if it's true or not. It's just hype. How could such a thing possibly happen? It's all just hearsay. Meanwhile, another group of commanders who didn't use the internet much had a different attitude towards this name. Who is Su Yun? You managed to snag Mogador, Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Bismarck in just 2 months? Ha ha ha. Sister, don't make me laugh. Do you believe this, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? In the audience section of Shanghai, Song Lan'er couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the news. The commander beside her was solemnly explaining to her the glorious achievements Su Yun had made over the past 2 months, while Song Lan'er couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. To be honest, I'm a newbie. I don't even have the most basic ability to distinguish right from wrong. Song Lan'er casually crossed her legs and crossed her arms, looking like a senior. Let me explain this to you. For a commander to establish a soul contract with a ship girl, it's not as simple as just shaking hands. It depends on the commander's soul capacity and the strength of the ship girl's soul. Song Lanner waved her hand and said, "Take Aaron as an example. His soul power is quite good, probably as big as 10 football fields. However, the initial ship girl's soul of the battleship Shinano is much larger than that of ordinary ship girls. Therefore, after he built the battleship Shinano, his soul capacity was almost exhausted, so it was difficult for him to build other ship girls." The commanders around Song Lanner nodded. Everyone here is a seasoned commander, so of course they all know this. A commander's soul capacity is not fixed. It gradually expands as they grow, allowing them to form soul contracts with more and more powerful ship girls. For example, the soul power of commanders in ordinary sea areas can be capped at around level 100 ship girls. Song Lanner continued to explain, commanders who guard dangerous sea areas are stronger and can contract with ship girls that have been awakened once. That is, those above level 100 and below level 120. Commanders in high-risk sea areas are extremely rare. Only we can withstand the ship girl soul of a level 125 ship girl. That is, a ship girl that has been awakened twice. Song Lanner crossed her arms and scoffed at the rumors. Su Yun is just a newcomer. How could his soul possibly withstand 4 level 125 special-grade ship girls? 2 of them are maritime legends. How is that possible? Even a fool could see that this is just a rumor. The commanders suddenly realized. Yes, how could such an obvious rumor spread so widely? It seems he's just another genius who's been hyped up. After saying this, Song Lanner tugged at her down jacket. She didn't know if it was because of the weather, but ever since she entered the venue, she had felt cold and her heart was inexplicably terrified. It's probably because it's been a long time since I've attended such a large-scale event, so I'm a little nervous. Song Lanner thought to herself. Yu Jianxi from the Blood Sea region shared the same attitude as Song Lanner. Although there was a lot of discussion about Su Yun around her, she also believed that it was just a rumor. On stage, amidst the murmurs of the audience, St. Louis maintained his smile and said to the 2 hosts, "Could you please invite these 5 newcomers to the stage before I announce this year's Best Newcomer Award? Let everyone get to know these 5 promising talents." The female host grunted in surprise, while the male host beamed and said, "Of course. Let the newcomers come up on stage to get acquainted with everyone and become familiar faces." The male host shouted, "Now, let's give a round of applause to Jiang Chun from the South China Sea region." A spotlight focused on a certain spot in the audience seating area of the South China Sea, where a young man stood up very nervously and stepped onto the stage amidst applause. Next up, from the Yellow Sea region, the Ape Man. The male host continued to shout loudly. The spotlight focused on the actor, who grinned at the camera and stepped onto the stage. Next up, from the Beihai region, Mu Beichun. A fair-skinned young man greeted the crowd with a smile before stepping onto the stage. Next up, from the East China Sea region, Aaron. Chapter 93, It Really Is Him. The light shone on Aaron's face. He scratched his cheek and said to Su Yun, "Brother Su, I'm going up first." Su Yun nodded. Aaron walked onto the stage nervously, his heart pounding in his chest. The host drawled out the word last one. The entire room fell silent. St. Louis held his breath, his eyes fixed on the audience, searching for the spotlight. Could it be someone with the same name? Could it just be a coincidence? Is this Su Yun really the Su Yun I've been longing for? "Su Yun," the host shouted. The lights focused on Su Yun. His face appeared on the big screen. St. Louis paused slightly. So far away, almost in the corner of the stands. She turned around abruptly and looked at the big screen. When St. Louis saw that somewhat shy and reserved face, his eyes welled up with tears. It was him. It really is him. I didn't admit I was wrong. Is that Su Yao? He looks quite ordinary. Be careful. Girls, don't make eye contact with him. He can hypnotize you. Superstition. The big shot just debunked it. There's no such thing as a hypnotic electric eye. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Yun stepped onto the stage of the naval celebration. Li Shangyan, who was backstage, had been observing everything. When he saw Su Yun, he stroked his chin and crossed his arms. Finally met this kid. He looks a bit better in person than on camera, but he's not exactly a heartthrob. How did Shikaku and Zuikaku fall for him? Li Shangyan was extremely frustrated. He still remembered being kicked into the ICU by Zuikaku. Compared to his appearance, shouldn't we care more about his soul power? A deep voice sounded behind Li Shangyan. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shangyan was startled and turned around in surprise, only to see an old man with a white beard standing behind him. Governor General? When did you arrive in Dongwon? August stroked his beard and chuckled kindly. Isn't this about to meet the king of hell? I'm just visiting you in Dongwon before I die. Li Shangyin was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said seriously, how could that be? Governor, you are joking. Your fleet is the best in the world. Only you dare to be stationed in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Even the Sirens can't do anything to you. Who in this world can harm you? August shook his head regretfully. Little Li, you still underestimated those Sirens. Before he finished speaking, Li Shangyin sensed something different. Could it be that there is a Siren fleet that is even more powerful than yours? Li Shangyin asked, his brows furrowed. August shook his head, his eyes deep, and said nothing more. He paused for a long time before slowly saying, on this cursed day, I plan to live stream in the European Emperor Group. Li Shangyin was shocked. August continued. Every 30 years, the governor's office would perish precisely on schedule. People say it's a curse on the governor's office, a revenge of the Sirens. I didn't believe it, so I worked hard and finally became governor, all to uncover the mystery of the governor's office's demise. August said deeply, 30 years ago, society didn't have the conditions we have now. Now that the live streaming industry is booming, I, an old man, also plan to become a live streamer at the end of my life. Li Shangyin, I have already gone to see Robles. If I die this time, the governorship will be passed to him. He is a serious and meticulous man. With him taking over as governor, I can feel much more at ease. August patted Li Shangyin on the shoulder and said, you are an excellent marshal. With you, Dongwon can enjoy favorable weather and abundant harvests. However, Li, you are still lacking the most crucial thing to become the governor. Which point? Li Shangyin asked. August did not answer. His eyes were deep set, and he didn't say those words aloud. Li Shangyin remained silent. The governor is unwilling to speak. It seems I'll have to figure it out myself. At the same time, the host's voice rang out on stage. Now, please have our rookies line up. Next, Mississippi St. Louis will announce tonight's Rookie of the Month. The male host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Jiang Chun, Yuan Murin, Mu Beichen, Aaron, and Su Yun stood in a row. At this moment, St. Louis was only 2 meters away from Su Yun. She stared blankly at Su Yun, their eyes meeting for a long, long time. Mississippi St. Louis? Mississippi St. Louis. The female presenter's voice woke St. Louis. St. Louis came to his senses. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. What is Aunt Saint spacing out about? What are you thinking about? You've been standing there without moving. Mississippi St. Louis, please read out the name of this year's Rookie of the Year, the female host said, holding the microphone. St. Louis took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Good. Her mind was racing. Her desire to reunite with Su Yun was almost overflowing. But even on such a grand stage, she still had important matters to attend to. I hereby declare that this year's Rookie of the Year is, St. Louis drawled out. The lights on set dimmed, and then 5 beams of light shone back and forth on Su Yun and his group of 5. St. Louis's beautiful eyes were lowered. How long has it been since I last saw the commander? Since then, I haven't seen him or heard his voice again, have I? Commander, oh commander. Do you know that I created this business empire in anticipation of your return? Do you know that I've been working myself to the bone to try and distract myself from missing you? Do you know how much effort I put into burying my longing for you? The audience held their breath. Chapter 94. Criteria for choosing a partner? Supplement to yesterday's post. Yellow Sea Man. St. Louis read it aloud. This result is not surprising. The Yellow Sea region is an important hinterland of Dongwon, and the fact that the Yuanmo man became the main force in this sea area naturally shows that they had some skills. Sparse applause rang out from the audience. It's already quite good that Su Yun and Aaron were nominated this year, considering they both come from safe waters, and Su Yun's achievements only lasted for the last 2 months. By this time next year, the two will undoubtedly receive another Best Rookie nomination, with one of them likely to win the Best Newcomer award. Let's congratulate Huanghai region, Yuan Morin, for winning this year's Best Newcomer award, the male host shouted, raising the atmosphere to another level. The applause was very enthusiastic. After the applause subsided, the female host suddenly picked up the microphone and asked with a smile, Mississippi St. Louis just said she greatly admires this year's newcomers. Could it be Yuan Morin? The atmosphere at the scene instantly became eerily quiet. The male host's lips twitched slightly. Why does my partner always bring up the most sensitive topics? If Aunt Saint were to extend an olive branch on the spot, wouldn't all the commanders in the audience go crazy? St. Louis shook his head under the tense gaze of the ape man. No, it wasn't him. The female host nodded. It seems a pity that no one has been able to catch Miss St. Louis's eye this year. I've heard that commanders often send gifts to your residence. but you have turned them all away. The female host smiled and said, Mississippi St. Louis, may I ask a question on behalf of the commanders present? St. Louis smiled and said, go ahead and ask. The female host asked mysteriously, I wonder what criteria Mississippi St. Louis, who is beautiful, kind-hearted, rich, and incredibly wealthy, has for choosing a commander? The atmosphere in the venue was once again brought to a climax. Every commander was eagerly awaiting St. Louis's reply, especially high-ranking commanders like Mei Luoshuang, who had been longing for St. Louis's response for some time. Selection criteria? St. Louis smiled. She looked at Su Yun. This time, the camera was pointed at her. The large screen showed her and Su Yun looking at each other. St. Louis's beautiful eyes were misty, filled with endless tenderness and longing. The commander in the audience, who was familiar with Su Yun's actions over the past 2 months, felt a chill run down his spine. You made eye contact? Could he really know hypnosis? I heard he can adjust the affection levels of Shipgirls. He's a monster. I don't believe it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Mei Luoshuang and the others all felt a jolt in their hearts. Aunt Saint's gaze. Mei Luoshuang opened her red lips in surprise. As a woman herself, how could she not understand the emotions in St. Louis's eyes? It was clearly the tenderness that only appears when seeing someone you deeply love. No, that can't be, right? Tang Saiwei's lips twitched slightly. Could it be? Du Shinj fell silent, gripping the armrest tightly and watching the stage nervously. Song Lan'er bit her fingernails. If St. Louis really had feelings for Su Yun, then it would undoubtedly be a slap in her face. On the stage, St. Louis gazed tenderly at Su Yun and spoke softly. The commander I admire must have an indomitable soul, an unwavering bottom line, boundless tolerance and cherishing for his family, courage, intelligence, a slight love of money, and a tendency to be affectionate in private, but always putting on a serious face in front of others. Standing next to Su Yun, Aaron became increasingly alarmed as he listened. Among the people present, if others didn't know Su Yun, how could he not know him? But does she act cute in private? He looked at Su Yun's profile. Would someone who dares to launch a solo attack on a Siren transport ship in a yacht also act coquettishly? The audience below the stage were all puzzled. Who exactly are they talking about? St. Louis continued. He's 1.76 meters tall, has an oval face, and is wearing a black suit, and St. Louis noticed that Su Yun's collar had somehow turned upside down, walked over, straightened it for him, and smiled with a raised eyebrow. There's also a collar that's not properly straightened. Whoa! The entire audience erupted in uproar. If the previous sentences were metaphors, this last sentence is practically an explicit statement. You are the commander I have been waiting for. St. Louis reached out her hand, as if a princess had finally met her king. Now, may I have your hand? St. Louis's beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she tilted her head and smiled. Will you take me back to your port? Aaron, ? Mei Luoshuang, ? Tang Kaiwei, ? Dushinga, ? Song Lan'er, ? Yu Jinshi, ? The commanders below the stage, ? Li Shangyan backstage, ? The 2 hosts, ? The other 3 rookies on stage, ? Beautiful. Jiang Shui clapped her hands, then laughed in exasperation. That old Su is cheating again, damn it. Show me the cheat code with the adjusted sensitivity. There was a full 60 seconds of silence. No one spoke. Chapter 95. You are the one I've been waiting for. Until someone finally couldn't take it anymore and ripped off their coat. Underneath, they were wearing a grass skirt. The African American rises, the oil king rises. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The commanders ripped off their jackets. Children of African tribes, someone shouted, stepping onto a chair. The feast has begun. As soon as the words were spoken, countless commanders screamed like monkeys and began to dance a strange dance. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. Get out of here, you're so lucky, come in quickly. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, and the golden ship will be built next time. I am not because I am. I do not wait because I am not. I am not entirely European. The scene suddenly became chaotic, like monkeys from Mount Amei crashing a large-scale celebration. Su Yun was startled. Why did she suddenly start doing a striptease? Has she gone crazy? Commander. Belfast dashed through the chaotic crowd and appeared beside Su Yun in a flash, his expression serious. Are you all right? Su Yun shook her head. I'm fine. The audience was in complete chaos. The seats automatically lowered, creating a large open space, which seemed to be a pre-planned feature. Several campfires were lit, and the commanders, dressed in grass skirts, formed a circle, facing the center, with each person's toes aligned with the grout lines on the floor tiles, hands raised above their heads with fingers spread, and bodies swaying from side to side. What's going on all of a sudden? Aaron asked, his mouth agape in shock. Su-yun had an expression that said, I knew it. This is what they call a cannibalistic ritual. At this moment, the ape-man also came over. Seeing Aaron's expression of having seen a ghost, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, look at you, you must be terrified. Aaron swallowed hard. It's hard not to be terrified, isn't it? The difference between a solemn celebration and a primitive grass skirt dance is less than 5 minutes. Who can adjust to this huge gap immediately? Brother Su, Li Xiaoxiao, and the others came looking for them. What's going on? Can someone explain this to me? Why did they suddenly start dancing? Jiang Shui complained. St. Louis smiled and said, This is the dance of shedding the African and entering Europe. A dance to shed the African and embrace the European? Jiang Shui asked curiously. Yes. St. Louis nodded. Almost every commander dreams of escaping the ranks of the unlucky, but there are too few lucky ones and too many unlucky ones. Over time, the resentment of the unlucky ones has grown bigger and bigger. So, many years ago, when a celebration was about to end, Marshal Li Shanyan suggested that everyone wear grass skirts and dance a dance to escape the ranks of the unlucky and enter the ranks of the unlucky to wash away the bad luck of the coming year. Jiang Shui. Her lips twitched slightly. This is truly outrageous. The marshal is right, and so are these people. Luck is such a mysterious thing. How could someone really become lucky just by dancing once? And these people are really something, actually cooperating with us. It's useful, St. Louis said seriously. Every year at the end of the festival, a dance king is chosen, and the commanders nominated for Best of the Year this year are all dance kings from the past few years. Jiang Shui. Li Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. There's such a saying? Great. I'll go try it too. After saying that, Li Xiaoxiao rushed into the crowd and jumped up, just like everyone else. Jiang Shui sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. Feudal superstition. And I Xiaohong smiled and said, The threat at sea has been getting bigger and bigger in recent years, and the commanders have been living a very repressed life. It's rare to have such a celebration where they can freely express themselves without being laughed at. Many people will let loose and have fun. For some, calling it a dance of leaving Africa and joining Europe is just something to do for fun. All right, Jiang Shui nodded helplessly. Suddenly remembering something, she asked with a strange expression, What does cannibalism mean? Absorb the European energy, the ape strategist explained from the side. Every year we select the luckiest person, tie her to a cross, and the rest of us unlucky people gather around and suck her up. After saying that, Yuan Murin and Jiang Shui both looked at Su Yun. Ape sneered. Originally, Du Xin should have been chosen as the winner of this year's lucky star, but now that someone has angered the public, the winner will most likely be replaced. Su Yun's expression changed. Not good. Catch that European dog, someone shouted, pointing at Su Yun. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone responded, and the unlucky ones rushed forward. What the hell? Su Yun chuckled wryly, looking at the group of commanders in grass skirts charging towards him. Aren't they just letting themselves go a bit too far? Don't worry, Commander. St. Louis pulled Su Yun into a tight embrace, breathing into his ear. Your Aunt Saint will protect you. Stay safe in my arms until dawn. Chapter 96 The Dance of Escaping Africa and Entering Europe. In the end, Su Yun escaped under the cover of St. Louis. Instead, Aaron was bound and tied to a cross. Damn it, Aaron cried, on the verge of tears. Wasn't there supposed to be a newcomer to protect me? How did I end up hanging up like this? He could only watch helplessly as a group of unlucky people surrounded him, dancing their getting rid of bad luck and into good luck dance. This is not modern civilization. This is clearly primitive society. What left Aaron speechless was that he saw a familiar figure in the crowd of dancers. Su Yun. He smeared camouflage patterns on his face and actually came back, and he's dancing with the others again? Damn it, Aaron scoffed. Have some shame, Su. You're the one who should be stuck in this position. Why was Su Yun able to guess from the beginning what Yuan Murin meant by cannibalism? The answer is simple. No one here knows how to do it better than him. After 5 years of hardship, Su Yun learned various methods of gathering fortune. For him, the dance of escaping Africa and entering Europe was a piece of cake. In addition, Su Yun himself was a master of physical skills, and the dance moves he modified drew applause and cheers from the audience. In the distance, Belfast and St. Louis stand side by side. Seeing their commander, who had just escaped capture, return to dancing with his face painted in camouflage, the two shipgirls were both amused and exasperated. Has the commander forgotten that he was the one tied to the cross? St. Louis said with a helpless smile. Belfast smiled and said, perhaps in the commander's heart, he has never been a lucky person. He's just unlucky? St. Louis thought of the impressive lineup in his own port. In the past, she had no concept of these things, but after these years of experience in society, she now knows very well just how powerful her own port area is. Any shipgirl in our port could easily support an entire port. If his luck is considered bad, then there are no more unlucky people in the world, St. Louis said speechlessly. Belfast smiled. Commander, your life these past few years hasn't been as good as you think. Belfast recounted Su Yun's experiences over the years to St. Louis in detail. St. Louis's expression turned strange upon hearing this. You mean the commander has been operating a small port in the East China Sea all this time, and has never left the East China Sea in all these years? Belfast nodded. Yes. St. Louis frowned slightly and pondered for a long time. Is this right? Belfast, don't you think this is a bit? He didn't finish his sentence. But Belfast understood what St. Louis was trying to say. Shoo, keep your guesses to yourself. Don't say them out loud. Belfast shushed. St. Louis nodded. She remained silent for a long time. I don't know who created this miracle. Perhaps it's her. Belfast's beautiful eyes lowered. St. Louis remained silent. Anyway, it's good that the commander is back. Belfast nodded slightly. The two looked again and saw a priest wearing a ghost mask who had become the focus of the crowd with his perfect shamanistic dance moves, and had become this year's dance king. People of African tribes, I have a secret method to escape Africa and enter Europe. It can transform you completely. Good luck will follow you in the coming year, the ghost priest shouted. Those who were unlucky cheered like monkeys. Join Europe. Join Europe. Join Europe. The ghost father came before Aaron and led a group of unlucky people to kneel on one knee with their hands on the ground. Then, the ghost father slowly rose to his feet. Break through the chaos. With each inch he stood up, he shouted break. 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 Everyone followed suit. Break. 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 After standing up straight, the ghost priest stretched his arms forward, palms facing up, as if holding something. He slowly leaned back, pulling his hands towards his chest, while chanting, Eno, come, come, come. The group continued learning. Come, come, come. Finally, the ghost priest clenched his fists and slammed them against his chest, shouting, Enter, 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 enter. The group continued learning. Enter, enter, enter. The ghost priest led the chant, Follow me. Good fortune comes from the east, bad luck goes to the west. Absorb the good fortune of heaven and earth. Gather the essence of all things. Inhale once to the soul. Inhale twice to the bones. Inhale 3 times to my heart. The crowd shouted in unison. Good fortune comes from the east. Bad luck goes to the west. Absorb the good fortune of heaven and earth. Gather the essence of all things. Inhale once to the soul. Inhale twice to the bones. Inhale 3 times to the heart. The ghost priest brought over a chair and a red rope, tying one end to the cross and the other end to the chair. Then, he brought an incense burner from somewhere and placed it in front of the cross. Aaron, bound to the cross, complained, What are they doing now? Offering me incense? That's useless. Next, it will be our European blessing ritual. The ghost godfather solemnly and loudly proclaimed, Please, Your Majesty, take a seat. Aaron, so this red string is sucking away my good luck? Du Shenge, who did not dance with the ghost priest, also complained, This year's steps are even more fancy than in previous years. None of the commanders in the high-risk sea area participated. They were all truly lucky and didn't need to go through the dance of the non-European, a Chinese idiom referring to the extreme luck of those who are unlucky in love. Tang Kaiwei twirled a strand of hair by her ear and said, It gets more and more boring every year. I'd rather go eat at a buffet than waste this time. The others also nodded. Someone in the audience asked, Does sitting on it make you a lucky person? You must not question it. You are questioning the will of heaven. The ghost father replied sternly. The ghost father slowly said, Once upon a time, there was a commander who had extremely bad luck. After serving for 5 years, there were only 5 weaklings in the port who couldn't even beat one-on-one. He wanted to launch an attack, but he didn't even have the money to break the ice in the port. His family was in debt, and the debt accumulated day by day, making him suffer terribly. Everyone listened quietly. But later, He not only danced the dance of escaping poverty and entering Europe, he also sat on the throne of the European emperor. From then on, good luck followed one after another. He rose to prominence. Those powerful special-class ship girls who were previously unattainable are now vying to be his ships, the ghost father said in a loud voice. Everyone was curious. Who exactly is the person you are referring to? That's him. Just as the ghost father was about to speak, a gust of wind blew off his mask, revealing his true face beneath. Su Yun. Buffed. St. Louis chuckled, pursing her red lips. Where did the commander get that demon mask? I thought the demon father was someone the marshal had arranged. Belfast smiled too. Seeing the commander having so much fun warmed her heart. The scene was silent for a few seconds. Su Yun touched the mask on his face, then picked it up, put it back on, and slipped away as if nothing had happened. Aaron, bound to the cross, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. The crowd remained silent, exchanging glances. Then they charged forward like madmen. This European emperor's chair is mine. No, I am the new heir to the title of European emperor. Meanwhile, Du Shinj and the others, who had remained bystanders throughout, remained expressionless. Boring. Childish. This is boring. I'm going to the restroom. What a coincidence, I'm going too. The group of people left in different directions. A moment later, their figures appeared in the crowd vying for the throne of the European emperor. Chapter 97, He's the one who told me to put this on the sun. Su Yun escaped backstage and breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the crowd scrambling for the throne of the European emperor. Thankfully, no one chased after them. The moment the mask fell off, he thought he was going to be caught and tied to a cross like Aaron. Good lad. A hand patted him on the shoulder. Su Yun was startled and turned around to see a familiar face. It's Li Shangyan. Li Shangyan glared and said, You really know how to cause trouble. What have you turned a bonfire party into? Look at what the commanders are fighting over that chair. Su Yun spread her palms and said innocently, This is not my fault. You are the one to blame. Li Shangyan choked, then raised his eyebrows and said, You're blaming me now? Yes, think about it. The original naval celebration was grand and dignified. Who had the brilliant idea years ago to change the second half into a bonfire party? If you hadn't strengthened the status of the unlucky and lucky in the commander's mind, how could the unlucky be so resentful and so eager to become lucky? Su Yun waved his hand. Your sudden inspiration solidified the negative image of non-Europeans in people's minds, further fueling the resentment of commanders who were already deeply unhappy. You had the commanders dance the dance of non-Europeans joining in, and everyone followed suit. This year, I was merely leading everyone in this dance, yet you accuse me of creating chaos. That's clearly wrong. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Will the one who started this have no descendants? Li Shangyan was speechless. Su Yun added, You started the fire, and now it's burning brightly, but you're blaming me for adding fuel to the fire? He shrugged, looking completely innocent. Marshal, isn't this inappropriate? Li Shangyan's lips twitched, and his eyes twitched. Good lad, I knew you were strong in combat, but I didn't know you were also so eloquent. Su Yun grinned and said modestly, Marshal, you flatter me. I didn't praise you. Li Shangyan snorted coldly. A deep laugh rang out behind Li Shangyan. Su Yun perked up as soon as he heard the voice. You can tell it's the laughter of a rich person just by listening to it. An elderly man with white hair slowly walked over, stroking his beard and saying, You are both wise and brave, and quite popular with the Shipgirls. I thought you were just a lucky kid, but after meeting you today, I find you quite interesting. August said slowly to Li Shangyan, Little Li, such talent cannot be buried. I see that he has purple aura on his head and extraordinary luck. Let's invite him into the European Emperor group. Li Shangyan was extremely astonished. Is this appropriate? We haven't even tested this kid's soul yet. What if he's just having a lucky break? Wouldn't that lower the bar for our entire group of lucky people? No need to test anymore. August looked intently at Su Yun. His gaze was profound, as if it pierced through Su Yun and saw the torrent of time behind him. To be honest, August couldn't see through Su Yun's soul power. The state of Su Yun's soul power was different from that of everyone August had ever seen. It doesn't seem to be the soul of any one person. It's like an epic of time, a collection of countless people coming together. August didn't understand why he had this thought, but he was certain that Su Yun's soul was no less powerful than Li Shangyan's. They might even be at the same level as you, or even higher. August himself was startled when the thought came to him. He shook his head, dismissing the idea. How could a young man in his 20s possibly be stronger than the soul of a governor who has been refined over 70 years? The European Emperor Group? Suyun exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that Aaron had mentioned that he had joined a group for lucky players. Could it be that this lucky tycoon group is? Kid, take out your phone. Li Shangyan glared at Suyun and said. He seemed to be recalling the time when Suyun scolded him and deleted him from her friend list. Suyun gave an awkward smile. Ever since he learned that the swindler was Li Shangyan, he knew this day would come. Subscribed. The Emperor of the East Sea has joined the group chat. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl, conquer 12-3, huh? A newbie. English war god. Again, people from Dongwon? I mean, aren't there a lot of people from Dongwon? Did they mention the oil price crash today? Aren't you going to do anything about it? Did the oil market crash today? August, this is what I had Shally bring in. Is there a problem? English war god. Awesome. I have nothing to say. Wishing for a repair ship. Another one from Dongwon? What tier? What shipgirls does it have? Which sea area is the commander from? Seeing this, Suyun typed. Lieutenant, how many shipgirls are there? The East China Sea gatekeepers. Wishing for a repair ship. Question mark. Wishing for a repair ship. Lieutenant? East China Sea. Are you kidding me? Don't pull all sorts of small fry into this group. One Aaron is one thing, but now another newbie? Isn't this lowering the standard of our lucky group? Did oil stocks explode today? I think this kid already has the basic qualifications to join the European Champions group. Wishing for a repair ship. Laughable. Is he as lucky as me? Has he ever seen the Admiral Nakhimov? Suyun felt that the name was both unfamiliar and familiar. Suyun. Wow, you're awesome. 666. This is the first time I've heard of this ship girl's name. May I take a look? Wishing for a repair ship. Heh. I'll show you what I'm made of today. A moment later, a group photo was posted in the group chat. The background is a glacier. The photo shows a man and a woman. The man is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a military uniform. He is probably wishing for a repair ship. The ship girl has silver hair with red and blue highlights, heterochromatic eyes, a tall figure, and wears a white military uniform. Is this the Admiral Nakhimov? Suyun tried hard to recall the game from her previous life. Seemingly noticing Suyun's confusion, August chuckled and explained. The Admiral Nakhimov was one of the strongest warships of the Northern Union in the Old World. It entered service in 1983, but was refitted and reborn more than a decade later, and was known as the returning carrier killer. Suyun finally remembered. There is also an Admiral Nakhimov in the game, but he is completely different from the Admiral Nakhimov, who grants a repair ship. In the game, Admiral Nakhimov is a decisive battle-class aircraft carrier, while his Admiral Nakhimov is a nuclear-powered missile cruiser. Suyun was unaware that Admiral Nakhimov in Azalane was a blueprint ship that only existed on paper, later created by Wargaming Studio. The nuclear-powered missile cruiser Admiral Nakhimov actually existed in the Old World. Although both names are derived in honor of Admiral Nakhimov, they are fundamentally different. Wishing for a repair ship. And you? New guy. Wishing for a repair ship. Don't blame me for being blunt. The Lucky Ones group doesn't accept any lousy or worthless people. Everyone here except you and Aaron is either a marshal or an admiral, right? If you have any self-awareness, you'll leave the group. Let me sun my boat. I've never heard of such a request in my life. Suyun looked at Li Shangyan and August and helplessly spread his hands. My two bosses, he insisted that I air out the boat. It wasn't me who insisted on doing it. August chuckled, stroking his beard, and said, let him bask in the sun. Let him bask in the sun, and make sure he's completely shut up, haha. Li Shangyan crossed his arms, and the thought of Suyun's proud creations, Mogador, Shikoku, Zuikaku, and Bismarck's making him want to laugh at the lack of reaction from everyone. This kid must think he can get them to get sunburned like this, right? Admittedly, these 4 ship girls are very strong. But showing off one marshal isn't enough. You should know that those who can get into this group are all incredibly lucky, 1 in a million. Suyun opened her phone's photo album, found an intimate photo of herself and Frederick the Great, and clicked send. Suyun. The first one is Frederick the Great. Li Shangyan. Question mark. August. Wishing for a repair ship. Question mark. Chapter 98. These days, it's really hard to be an honest person. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl, conquest 12-1. Excuse me, we were in battle just now. What kind of picture is this? Dreaming of becoming a ship girl, conquering 12-1. Question mark. Dreaming of becoming a ship girl, conquest 12-1. Frederick the Great? Suyun continued sending photos. Suyun. pictures of Defoe. Su Yun, picture of Prince Eugen. Su Yun, images of Blucher. Su Yun, Gloucester pictures. Su Yun, Sheffield pictures. Su Yun, Silla images. Su Yun, pictures of Dido. Su Yun, image of Sirius. Su Yun, pictures of Chicheng. Su Yun, picture of Kaga. Su Yun, Belfast pictures. He posted 11 intimate photos with his ship girl on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean somewhere. Ivy rubbed her dry eyes. Please bring me the eye drops. Her flagship ship girl felt the surrounding sea breeze and thought it was the wind hurting the commander's eyes. After bringing some medicine, she asked, Commander, is it because of the sea breeze? Should we go into the dock and rest for a while? No, it wasn't the sea breeze. Ivy put in some eye drops and blinked. Some European fans were showing off their boats in the group chat, and it made me jealous. Flagship, huh? Among the rising stars of recent years, there should be no one more capable than our own commander, right? After 5 years at sea, he has fought his way from safe waters to dangerous waters, and now he is only one step away from high-risk waters. In terms of soul power talent, Ivy is simply a once-in-a-century genius in the Atlantic. I heard that a new genius named Aaron has emerged in the Eastern Empire in the past 2 years, but compared to Ivy, he is nothing. Who could possibly be envious of such a talented and promising young player? In one of the royal ports, Robles stared at the dozen or so intimate photos of Su Yun and the ship girls on his phone screen, remaining silent for a long, long time. He had long been prepared for Su Yun to post a photo of herself with Mogador, Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Bismarck. But to his utter surprise, even after posting 12 photos, he still hadn't managed to send any to the 4 ship girls. How long has it been since Bismarck swore allegiance to him? Robles' lips twitched slightly. Akagi and Kaga? Frederick the Great? Royal Maid? Hyperclass ship girl? He shook his head silently and took a deep drag on his cigar. Were they aliens? On the Arctic Ocean. This place is freezing cold, covered in ice and snow year-round. A port that can operate in this sea area must possess extraordinary capabilities. Marshal Ivan of the Arctic Ocean had assumed that Su Yun would post a photo with Bismarck, but the moment the words Frederick the Great appeared, he admitted that he had miscalculated. He bit his nails hard, feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought that it had only been a short time since Bismarck had acknowledged him as his master. This is a photoshopped image, isn't it? He muttered to himself. In the group photo, all the ship girls showed affection towards Su Yun. Akagi and Taiho, in particular, practically clung to him. Let alone ship girls. Even if you were to win over a human girl, it would be impossible to raise such a high level of affection in such a short time, right? Ivan thought about it, and it made more and more sense, so he started typing. Wishing for a repair ship. Photoshopped. Absolutely photoshopped. You little brat. How dare you Photoshop an image to fool this marshal? Su Yun was just about to post the photos of Bismarck in chronological order when she saw this message, and she felt utterly innocent. Su Yun, I'm innocent, boss. These were all taken by the ship girls who insisted on me taking them. I didn't Photoshop them. Ivan was so angry he almost fainted. Look at that. Is this something a human being would say? He laughed in exasperation and typed a reply. Wishing for a repair ship. The ship girls kept pestering me to take pictures of them. What a load of bull. Wishing for a repair ship. It's only been a few days? How could the ship girl's affection level have increased so quickly? Wishing for a repair ship. Which ship girl isn't treated like a stranger when she first enters the port? Wishing for a repair ship. Akagi and Taiho are practically hanging on you, and you still say it's not photoshopped. After Ivan's reminder, everyone in the group realized what was going on. Yes. Isn't love something that develops gradually? These 12 group photos are increasingly intimate. If they aren't photoshopped, how can that be explained? Sigh. Su Yun shook her head helplessly. These days, it's really hard to be an honest person. Nobody believes you when you tell the truth. Li Shangyan and August exchanged a glance. If they hadn't witnessed St. Louis suddenly acknowledging Su Yun as his master, they would never have believed it. Just then, St. Louis and Belfast walked over. Commander, you've been sighing all this time. Is something bothering you? St. Louis asked with concern, smiling slightly. What's troubling you? Feel free to tell me. I'll do my best to help. With St. Louis's immense wealth, it could indeed fulfill all of Su Yun's current desires. Su Yun thought for a moment, then reached out and grabbed St. Louis's wrist. Li Shangyan and August both felt a jolt in their hearts at the same time. St. Louis did not resist, like an obedient doll, letting Su Yun pull him to her side. Li Shangyan and August exchanged a glance. No resistance? Normally, Apart from makeup artists, no one else would be allowed to touch St. Louis, let alone get close to him. They would be warned. Su-Yun pulled the person to his side, and Aunt Xing didn't resist at all. The two men's expressions turned strange. Does this kid really have a cheat code for adjusting affinity? Li Shanyan leaned close to August's ear and asked in a low voice. August glanced at him, expressionless. If I ever hear such foolish speculation coming from the mouth of a marshal like you again, you'll be sent to guard the Pacific. Li Shanyan gave an awkward smile and wisely shut his mouth. Aunt Saint, come on, let's take a picture together. Su-Yun pulled St. Louis to her side. Come on, 1, 2, 3 cheese. Click. A new photograph has been created. St. Louis blinked curiously. Commander, why do we suddenly need to take pictures? While selecting a photo, Su-Yun replied, someone insisted that I show off my boat, so I'm fulfilling his wish. Upon hearing this, St. Louis smiled wryly. She was happy to have something for the commander to boast about. If that's the case. She reached out and gently pressed down on Su-Yun's hand, which was about to send the photos. Shall we take another one, Commander? A warm breath brushed past her ear, and Su-Yun felt a tingling sensation. She nodded. He raised his phone again, turned on the front-facing camera, and pointed it at the two of them. Click. The image freezes on the moment when St. Louis kisses Su-Yun's cheek. Su-Yun was stunned. Li Shanyan and August exchanged a glance. There was a long silence. August finally spoke slowly. Maybe this kid really does have a cheat code to adjust the Shipgirls' affection levels. Chapter 99. You dare mess with Olivia? You're finished. Li Shanyan. I wasn't allowed to say that a moment ago, but then you said it right away. Is this appropriate? He dared not speak out, fearing that if he opened his mouth, August would whip him like a top. According to the hierarchy of age and status, Li Shanyan respected the elderly and cared for the young. Su-Yun clicked to send the photo. Su-Yun, pictures of St. Louis. Wishing for a repair ship? ? Ivan's fingers trembled as he looked at the photo. St. Louis may not be a top figure in the shipgirl community, but she is an absolute authority in the financial world. She ranks high on the global rich list and is among the top 3 most popular shipgirls among commanders. Su-Yun then sent Bismarck Zwei, Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Mogador. He hummed a little tune, thinking, Bismarck must be able to get their sunburnt, right? That's not actually the case. People in the European Emperor group already knew about his relationship with Bismarck, so this photo didn't cause much of a stir. The crowd remained silent for a long time. August remained silent for a long time. He coughed and started typing. Did the oil market crash today? Does anyone have any objections now? The group was completely silent. This seems to tacitly acknowledge Su-Yun's eligibility to join the European Kings group. Did the oil market crash today? Since no one objects, I hereby officially announce that Dong Hai-seun has officially become a member of my European Emperor group. If Aaron were here, he would definitely send 2 emojis to cheer for Su-Yun. But he is still bound to the cross. When they come down later, let alone cheer for Su-Yun, it would be considered a sign of loyalty if they didn't come over and kick Su-Yun. 100 ways to use the main gun. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. When Li Shanyan saw this ID, his eyes narrowed. He simply couldn't understand why the governor would bring Olivia, such a vicious criminal, into this group chat. Wouldn't that lower the overall standard of the entire European Emperor group? In contrast, several marshals were not invited to join the group. Not only Li Shanyan, but the others in the group also couldn't figure out the Augustasian standards. Su-Yun asked Li Shanyan curiously, speaking of which, Marshal, you haven't introduced me to everyone in the group yet. As, wishing for a repair ship, just mentioned, those who can join this group are either marshals or generals. Considering Li Shanyan's own identity, Su-Yun could guess some of the reasons. Ahem. Li Shanyan cleared his throat and said seriously, this is Governor Augustus, the world's strongest commander who has single-handedly guarded the heart of the Pacific for decades. Su-Yun responded with an oh. Then his eyes widened in surprise. The governor? No wonder he can make such a standard rich man's laugh. It turns out he's the governor. August chuckled and stroked his white beard. Having been shocked by Su-Yun for so long, August finally got to be shocked this time, and he felt refreshed. Finally, I showed it off. Although it was my identity that I showed off, not the ship girl. Li Shanyan continued. I wish for a repair ship, which would be the Arctic Ocean Marshal, Ivan. Su-Yun silently made a note of it. The English god of war is the Royal Marshal, Robles. She dreams of becoming a ship girl and is the newly appointed Marshal of the Atlantic. Although her strength has not yet reached the top level, she is improving rapidly and is a rising star with more potential than Du Shenj and the others. At this point, Li Shangyan paused and pointed to the last two people in the group chat. You definitely recognize the Martian who smuggled himself into Africa. It's Aaron. As for this last one, he paused. It's Olivia. Su Yun's spirits lifted. Olivia? The person who took He Lily away? After so much time has passed, we have finally found a clue about He Lily. He typed immediately. Su Yun. Speaking of the 100 uses of the main gun, is it that you took He Lily away? 100 ways to use the main gun. I don't understand, Smita. Su Yun. Don't play dumb with me. You took her away while I was fighting you on high last time. Don't think I didn't know. 100 ways to use the main gun. What? That's huge. Su Yun. Question mark. Su Yun. Playing dumb? I'm warning you. If you dare to lay a finger on He Lily, I'll make you regret it. Li Shangyan was secretly alarmed. How dare this kid talk to Olivia like that? Are you out of your mind? It's common knowledge that Olivia doesn't play by the rules, and no one can figure out what she's thinking. 1 second you might be happily chatting and eating beef noodles with her in a small restaurant, and the next second she might pull out a gun, say, I don't eat beef, and shoot you right in the forehead. 100 ways to use the main gun. Yoshi, I got it. Just when Li Shangyan and the others thought Su Yun was going to be in trouble, Olivia unexpectedly backed down. 100 ways to use the main gun. Don't worry, I won't mistreat her. She's safe with me. Su Yun, I hope you keep your word. After sending this message, Su Yun let out a cold snort. Then, holding his phone, he stood there silently for a long while, belatedly realizing that a layer of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. Wait, who was I just warning? Li Shangyan patted him on the shoulder and looked at him meaningfully. Kid, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such courage. You're the first person to dare talk to Olivia like that. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. She won't come to Donghai to take revenge on me, will she? It's hard to say. Li Shangyan shook his head, arms crossed. He recalled, you know about the incident 5 years ago when a commander from Free Iris was criticizing Olivia on the commander forum? Su Yun nodded. This was a shocking massacre in Hong Kong that annihilated an entire family at the time. How could he not know about it? That commander died a horrible death back then. The entire port was wiped out. Even the egg yolks in the hen house were shaken apart. Li Shangyan patted Su Yun's shoulder heavily. Even I, the marshal, didn't dare to mess with that madman, but you did. I have to admit now, you are indeed more courageous than I am, the marshal. Su Yun. My back was covered in cold sweat. Oh no. The port area is barely started, and we've already messed with such a powerful figure. What are we going to do now? Caledonian Sea. After replying to the message, Olivia handed her phone to the gray ship girl next to her. Look carefully, I didn't scare him. He's the one who scared me. She raised her hands, making a pleading gesture. So, could you please put away the ship equipment first? After scrolling through the chat history, the gray ship girl saw the part where Su Yun showed off his ship and shocked Ivan. A subtle smile appeared on her lips. She returned the phone to Olivia and put away the ship's equipment. At the same time, all the fully armed cyborgs in the room breathed a sigh of relief. He Lily was among them. Her body is now equipped with an exoskeleton and has a mind cube implanted inside her. However, her current state cannot be described using the term ship girl. If I had to choose a word, machine girl might be more appropriate. Spiral, Olivia began. He Lily snapped out of her daze and replied, Here. This is the new name Olivia gave her, symbolizing the start of a brand new life. There is a mission in Dongwang that requires you to go there. He Lily was taken aback. Let me go back to Dongwang. Yes, you're more familiar with Dongwang, so you're the most suitable person to go, Olivia said slowly. This is a secret mission, so don't let anyone recognize you, understand? He Lily's expression hardened, and she solemnly replied, Yes. Chapter 100 I bet my darling is on that cruise ship. After the revelry, the naval celebration finally entered its final stage. Aaron was finally released. Just as he was about to angrily confront Su Yun pushed over a food cart filled with the delicacies he had carefully selected. Yuji, you're down. Su Yun looked delighted and hooked her arm around his neck, leading him towards the food cart. Come on, come on. I've carefully selected some delicious food for you. These are all limited editions. I specially saved one of each for you. I was just waiting for you, the lucky one, to come down and enjoy them together. Aaron glared at him, annoyed. Since he's already called brother ya, what else is there to say? He wasn't a petty person, and after being coaxed like that, his anger subsided considerably. Su Yun ate while packing up the leftovers. Every time he tasted something delicious, he would ask Belfast to bring out an empty lunchbox to fill it with. St. Louis clapped his hands, signaling for 2 glasses of fine red wine. Just as he was about to invite Su Yun to taste the wine, he saw Su Yun eating and packing up some leftovers, and asked curiously, "Commander, what are you doing?" Su Yun gave a thumbs up. Truly worthy of a naval celebration. This chef's skills are amazing. Let's pack some back for the others to try. St. Louis smiled and said, "I see. Since the commander is pleased, I'll arrange for a team of state banquet-level chefs to accompany us back to port." "I'm so sorry," Su Yun said, but there was no shame on her face. St. Louis smiled and handed him his glass of red wine. "What's there to be embarrassed about? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours." She leaned closer, and a fragrant breeze wafted over as she spoke. "Not only my money, but also my person belongs to you." Her voice was seductive, making Su Yun's heart itch. "Ahem," Belfast coughed. "Commander, Zuikaku is still waiting for you." Su Yun came to her senses. St. Louis asked curiously, "Why bring up Zuikaku all of a sudden?" Belfast explained the bedchamber schedule. After listening, St. Louis remained silent for a long time. "Who am I after in line?" she asked. "Blucher," Belfast said calmly. "How long later is that?" 2 months later. St. Louis. Su Yun is enjoying a king crab. St. Louis leaned closer, standing in front of him, and gently blew a breath. "Commander, if I bring money back to port, could I skip the queue?" Su Yun was suddenly startled. Bringing capital? Coming from St. Louis, those words carry immense weight. However, he is not such a person without any principles. He calmly wiped his mouth. "St. Louis, rules are rules. Some rules, once established, cannot be broken casually. If everyone paid their way in like you, who would listen to my rules in the future? Wouldn't the port be in chaos?" Belfast felt a warm glow inside. As expected of my master, he has such integrity. "What if I said," St. Louis began slowly, "that I could build a super large oil refinery for the commander?" Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. "Not just oil refineries. I can provide the commander with a complete set of automated production equipment for port resources, including steel mills, weapons factories, and research bases." Su Yun coughed and said, "Auntie Sheng, you must understand that the rules cannot be broken." "Of course, I have no intention of breaking the rules," St. Louis said with a smile. "My colleagues can't wait idly. I respect every ship girl. However, the secretary-ship position seems to be vacant, doesn't it? I have quite a few connections in the Eastern Empire. If I were to become the secretary-ship, it would surely bring prosperity to the port." Su Yun felt that what she said made sense. "All right, then as you said, you'll take on the role of secretary-ship for now." St. Louis chuckled and hugged Su Yun's neck. "Thank you, Commander." Belfast fell silent. She suddenly realized something. The competition is getting fiercer. After the naval celebration, Su Yun took St. Louis back to the residence of Prince Eugen and Blucher. When they learned that the chairman of the SAC group was St. Louis, both Prince Eugen and Blucher had very strange expressions. "So this mall has always been yours?" Prince Eugen raised an eyebrow. "Yes," St. Louis smiled, his eyebrows curving upwards. "I never imagined you'd be living and running a shop here all this time." Prince Eugen's lips twitched. "What a small world. But, St. Louis, over here." She explained the problems that Hipper Preferred Store is currently facing. After listening, St. Louis nodded. "In that case, you can continue to operate this store. The rent will be waived from now on." Prince Eugen nodded in agreement. "All right, but we won't stay here forever. We'll stay here for another month at most, and then move back to the port when my sister comes back. We'll also clear out the stock in the warehouse at low prices while we're here, and take the rest back as gifts for the sisters." St. Louis nodded. "Okay." The group chatted amongst themselves. Having been separated for so long, they always had so much to say after their reunion. They chatted until 1 a.m., when Rueha became a little unhappy. She sat down next to Su Yun, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Commander, it's very late. You've had a long day. You should rest." The shipgirls knew perfectly well what was going on. Tonight it's Rueha's turn, and she's been waiting for it. Su Yun understood and coughed lightly. "In that case, I'll go back to my room with Zuikaku to rest first." Prince Eugen gave him a deep look. "Okay." Su Yun led Rueha away from the living room and back to their room. The shipgirls fell silent instantly, none of them uttering a word. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. They understood each other implicitly and pricked up their ears, as if sensing something. A moment later, a series of enchanting sounds came from inside the room. The 5 shipgirls sat together in a deafening silence. "This tea is good," St. Louis said suddenly, seemingly out of the blue. "Indeed," Prince Eugen replied. They listened for an unknown amount of time that night. The following day, they set off for Hong Kong. St. Louis chartered a luxury cruise ship to make the return journey more comfortable. Suyin felt like his back was about to break, and he had been resting ever since he boarded the cruise ship. These shipgirls were all incredibly crazy, and he could hardly get out of bed the next morning every time. In the afternoon, he finally felt a little better in his back and went up to the deck. As he watched Jiangdu recede into the distance, he asked Belfast, "Do you think Jiangdu will still have any shipgirls from our port?" Belfast replied respectfully, "Very likely. There are many shipgirls left in Jiangdu. If we dig deeper, we should be able to find quite a few." "How do we find it?" "That's the problem." Suyin crossed her arms. "Perhaps Mississippi St. Louis can help with this. She has extensive connections in Jiangdu, and with careful investigation, she should be able to find her." Suyin nodded. "That's true." The cruise ship continued its journey into the East China Sea, passing by Haijiu, a city on the sea. On the beach, Cheshire sat in a deck chair, holding a coconut, drinking coconut juice, and idly swinging his legs. Seeing a cruise ship sail by in the distance, she immediately perked up. "Garden, Garden." Cheshire pointed to the cruise ship and said to Garden, who was wearing sunglasses and sunbathing beside him, "I bet your darling is on that cruise ship, you believe me?" Chapter 101, Garden/New Jersey. How could it be such a coincidence? The garden lies beneath the coconut trees, wearing sunglasses, lazily basking in the sunlight. Upon hearing Cheshire's words, she pushed her sunglasses up further. "You always say that," Garden said speechlessly. "You're never right. This time we're sure to win." Cheshire stood up, placed his right hand on his brow, and stood on tiptoe, gazing at the distant sea. "I think I need to investigate." "Garden, are you really not going?" I've already investigated 40 cruise ships this month alone, and every time I've come up empty-handed," Garden muttered lazily as she rolled over. "This time will probably be the same as before. It's a waste of time. I might as well soak up some sun. What's that saying again? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." Cheshire thought for a moment, then crossed her arms and hummed, "Really not going? If I find my darling, I won't share him with you. I'll just take him and run away with him." The garden remained still. "I really went alone," Cheshire whispered in her ear. Just imagine how heartbroken the commander would be if he were on that ship and knew his favorite garden hadn't come to pick him up. The garden fell silent for a moment. She supported herself with her arms and slowly sat up. Okay. She stretched. "Although I don't think Honey would happen to be on that ship, just in case, I'd better go check it out." With a wave of her hand, her bikini transformed into casual wear, just like a Kamen Rider transformation. "Let's go get checked out quickly. After the checkup, I want to continue basking in the warm sun." "Okay." Cheshire nodded and waved her hand, instantly transforming her bikini into casual clothes. These clothes are part of the shipgirl's uniform and can be changed at any time. Just as the two were about to set off, the walkie-talkie on the beach table suddenly crackled with static. Zzz. Garden picked up the walkie-talkie. "Ladies, we have guests." The housekeeper's voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Garden glanced at the cruise ship sailing away and said into the walkie-talkie, "See you next time. Cheshire and I have something to do." The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie hesitated for a moment. "But this guest is of exceptionally high status. How prestigious can it be?" Garden raised an eyebrow. "He claimed to be the governor of the world, whose name was August." The garden and Cheshire exchanged a glance. "Governor of the world, August? This name is truly legendary. It seems like a very important person has arrived." Cheshire blinked. Garden thought for a moment. Let's go and meet the world governor first? A visit from someone of that caliber must mean something important." Cheshire's eyes widened. "Aren't we going to investigate that ship first? We've investigated over 1,000 ships and never seen the commander. It'll probably be the same this time." Garden waved his hand. "Even if we go, it'll be a waste of time." "Well, that makes sense." Cheshire thought it made sense too. She gazed at the cruise ship sailing further and further away, and her sixth sense told her that Su Yun was really on board this time. Is this another illusion? She wondered, unsure. The first time, she chose not to board the ship. On the cruise ship, Su Yun lay on a beach chair on the deck, wearing beach shorts, with a few slices of cucumber stuck to her face. As soon as he opened his mouth, Sirius brought over the juice and gently placed the straw into his mouth. Glug glug. Belfast came to his other side, knelt down beside him, took out the moisturizing lotion, poured it into her palm, and applied it evenly to his body. The hand slowly moved across his skin, from his neck down to his toes. It's itchy and very silky smooth. That feels so good. Sirius. Belfast opens. Use your forward deck to apply sunscreen to the commander. Sirius nodded. Yes. She leaned close to Su Yun's ear and whispered, Please turn over. My proud master. Sirius is here to apply sunscreen for you. Su Yun. He suddenly stood up. In every sense of the word. How can that be? Su Yun refused, feigning reluctance. It is a maid's duty, master, Belfast said respectfully. Serving the master is a maid's duty. She blinked and asked, Or would you prefer me to apply it for you? A hint of disappointment flashed in Sirius's beautiful eyes. Su Yun's heart softened. If we refuse, wouldn't we be hurting Sirius's feelings? Even the emperor wouldn't be this extravagant, would he? What if someone sees us? This was his last act of defiance. Please rest assured, Commander. St. Louis walked over wearing a bikini and lazily sat on another beach chair, her long right leg crossed over her left, the soft flesh between her thighs pressing against each other. There will be no one here except us. She placed her hands on the armrests and smiled. Besides, there are no surveillance cameras on the deck. Even if you were to lose your temper here and do something to Sirius, only Belfast, Zuikaku, and I would know. Zuikaku lay to one side, wearing sunglasses, sunbathing, and drinking juice. Hearing this, she took off her sunglasses and exclaimed curiously, Is there something else about me? No, she was joking, Su Yun said. Whether it was a misperception or not, Su Yun felt that there was a hint of expectation in Sirius's eyes. Well, I'm mainly worried about being seen. Since no outsiders will be coming, it doesn't matter. He turned around and leaned on the chair. He wasn't as extravagant as St. Louis described. Sirius understood and applied sunscreen to the heavy foredeck, gently rubbing it on his back. Su Yun's mind wandered. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. No one spoke. Until, bang, the cruise ship jolted violently, as if it had hit something. Su Yun was startled and quickly got up to help Sirius put on his ship's rigging. Prince Eugen and Blucher were still making final preparations at Hippertsburg and did not return to port with them this time. The captain's voice, tinged with guilt, came through the walkie-talkie he carried with him in St. Louis. I'm very sorry, boss. We've hit a reef and the cabin is taking on water. St. Louis was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Understood. Prepare the lifeboats and get all crew members off the ship safely. Yes. The call ended. She looked at Su Yun helplessly. It's a pity, Commander. As you heard, we may be forced to disembark. Su Yun nodded. Running aground and taking on water would be a huge disaster for ordinary people, but it's nothing to Shipgirls. They are capable of walking on the sea, and even if the crew encounters danger, they can transform into giant ships and take them away. There is a lifeboat option available now, but St. Louis does not intend to use it. Firstly, the cost of transforming into a giant ship is too high, and secondly, she only accepts commanders who carry her. More than a dozen lifeboats were launched into the sea, and the crew members boarded them one after another. The luxury cruise ship sank slowly to the bottom of the sea, just like the Titanic. Even though it wasn't his own boat, Su Yun still felt incredibly distressed looking at it. St. Louis shrugged indifferently. There's no other way. We'll have to go to Haijo City to buy another one. His tone was as casual as if he were talking about buying eggs. Su Yun, is this the richest woman in Dongwon? That's incredibly impressive. But why did things go wrong? St. Louis frowned, somewhat puzzled. She knew the captain well. He was experienced at sea and shouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. Chapter 102 Cheshire's Distress. You want to hire us as your bodyguards? In the lobby of a villa in Haijo City, Garden stood with her arms crossed, legs crossed, and eyebrows slightly raised. Did I hear that right? You're the world governor. Your fleet is invincible. Even high-ranking Sirens can't handle you. With that kind of power, you still need bodyguards? August nodded and let out a long sigh. You two must have heard of the governor's mansion's curse, right? The Garden and Cheshire exchanged a glance. The governor's calamity that happens every 30 years, of course I've heard of it. I'm not afraid you two will laugh at me for saying this, August said with a wry smile. Perhaps it's just that the older I get, the more afraid I become of death. Although I don't think there's anything that can threaten me. What if there really is something in this world that even my fleet can't handle? The Garden and Cheshire exchanged another glance. I can't do anything about it. Cheshire spread his hands. In my life, Cheshire has only protected his own commanders. Everyone else is none of my business. August was taken aback, looking at her with a strange expression. You have a commander? According to his investigation, these two legendary shipgirls living in Haijo City should be free shipgirls. There's already a commander? Yes, it's been there for a very, very, very long time. Cheshire spread her palms. So, there's nothing we can do. August let out a long sigh. Oh well. The land of Dongwang is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Unexpectedly, a commander who owns Cheshire is living in seclusion in Haijiu City. So, does that mean the garden is also? He turned his gaze to the garden. Me too. Garden nodded. I'm the same commander as the one in Cheshire. To be your bodyguard would be tantamount to betraying the commander. We absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing. August stroked his beard, slightly shocked. The loyalty is so high that it seems the bond between that commander and these two shipgirls is not something that developed overnight. Now it was his turn to be curious. How could such a commander never show his face? Shouldn't he be able to easily advance into dangerous waters with just two shipgirls, Garden and Cheshire? He seems to be a reclusive master. In that case, I shall take my leave. August rose regretfully. I'm sorry to have disturbed you both. Garden and Cheshire nodded in unison and rose to see him off. They bought this small villa with their combined savings. The two shipgirls were already tired of the fighting and killing at sea and just wanted to live in peace and quiet. After August left, Cheshire covered his chest with his hand, feeling as if the mind cube was pounding and the power unit was running intensely. Garden, she said uneasily. I don't know why, but my heart has been beating so fast since just now. Do you think the commander might really be on that cruise ship, and we just missed him this time? Garden's lips curled into a slight smirk. Impossible. Strangely enough, ever since she made this decision, she has been restless. It feels like I've really missed out on something. Why don't we go take a look now? Cheshire blinked her big eyes. It hasn't been long. That cruise ship can't have gone far. Garden nodded. Okay. The two set off immediately, heading straight into the sea and sailing at high speed. When they found the cruise ship, all they saw was wreckage. What is this? Both the Garden and Cheshire were stunned. The cruise ship was destroyed in just a short time? An investigation at the site revealed that the ship sank after hitting an underwater reef, which caused the hull to break apart. The people on that ship that ran aground and sank were really unlucky. They even encountered such a low probability event, she muttered to herself. Cheshire plunged into the water with a splash and swam towards the seabed. Hey, you're a heavy cruiser, not a submarine. Garden shouted from the sea. Non-submarine ship girls can navigate freely on the surface of the water, but they cannot breathe freely underwater. If you dive for too long, it can not only damage your bodily functions, but you may also sink to the bottom of the sea forever. She knew Cheshire was worried that the commander was really on the ship. Concern made her confused. With a determined look, she plunged into the sea with a splash. After a long search, the two ship girls suddenly burst out of the water, breathing in the fresh air. There's no one here. The dock is empty. Garden wiped the seawater off her face. Judging from this, they must have fled ahead of time. Cheshire absent-mindedly hummed in response. Garden couldn't bear it, so she patted her on the back. Don't worry, Cheshire. The commander shouldn't be on this ship. Even if he is, he'll be safe and sound. Cheshire responded dejectedly, looking extremely disappointed. The Garden felt utterly helpless. Why didn't they come to check every ship on a regular day? It's all that August's fault. If he hadn't suddenly come over, she and the Garden would have arrived long ago. Let's go back to the villa first, Cheshire. It'll be all right. Garden continued to reassure her. Cheshire gave a disappointed Perhaps because it was wet, its cat ears drooped down, hanging limply on either side of its head. Chapter 103 is sold out. Haijiu City is the largest cruise ship city. My goodness. Lightning at sea. SD 1388. Suyun's hands were trembling as he looked at the yacht on the display stand. It takes less than 3 seconds to glide from a standstill. It boasts a speed exceeding 70 knots, is powered by 4 diesel engines, and can withstand winds up to force 8. And it's even allowed to be modified? He swallowed hard. He originally came to St. Louis to buy a cruise ship, but he never expected that this cruise ship city would actually have the single soldier combat yacht he had always dreamed of. And it wasn't just one. Is that the Taitsong 1250, known as the speeding ship? Super Devora Mk3? How much is it? 28 million. Suyun, like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden, would occasionally let out a gasp of surprise. So expensive, so powerful, so cool. Haijiu City truly lives up to its reputation as a maritime metropolis. You absolutely can't see a maritime vehicle trading city of this scale in other cities. His eyes couldn't take it all in, and he exclaimed in surprise one after another. Seeing his eyes light up, St. Louis couldn't help but laugh and say, Commander, which one have you taken a fancy to? I'll buy it for you. Suyun suddenly hugged St. Louis's white knee-high boots with a thud. Auntie, he exclaimed, hugging her leg and nuzzling against her. You're practically my own auntie. St. Louis couldn't help but let out a soft, pleased hum. For the first time, she realized how great it was to be rich. Anti-Saint. Su-Yun pointed at the Super Devora Mk3 and exclaimed excitedly, I want this. St. Louis was infected by his excitement and found him adorable. Purchase. He readily agreed. Could you add another 40mm Bofors cannon? Su-Yun looked at her expectantly. Purchase. Still as generous as ever. Thank you, Aunt Saint. No need to thank me, Commander. St. Louis leaned close to his ear and whispered, Is this all you need? What about Sea Lightning and Sea Gallop? I can buy anything you want, Commander. Su-Yun's heart pounded. Perhaps I should have a cup of bull penis tea tonight. I wonder if I could skip the line for such a gift. St. Louis asked, his breath sweet as orchids. The inner voice in Su-Yun's mind, yearning for vehicles and upholding the rules of the port, was locked in a fierce battle. St. Louis noticed his wavering and couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Money makes the world go round, and even commanders are no exception. Belfast sighed softly. The commander still couldn't resist the temptation of money. As Su-Yun hesitated, an elderly man with white hair was discussing something with the owner of the cruise ship city ahead. Buy all the weapons here, the white-haired old man said calmly, as if he were discussing the weather rather than a major business deal. It was none other than August. Huh? All of them? This is it. The boss's face showed 7 parts shock, 3 parts disbelief, and 90 parts ecstasy. Are you sure? He asked cautiously. If it were anyone else, he would have taken it as a joke and had his bodyguards kick them out long ago. But the person in front of us is no ordinary person. The most distinguished person in the world, the head of all commanders, the governor, Lord August. Money is just a string of numbers to him. His monthly reports of achievements were astronomical figures. Maintaining safe waters has always been a losing proposition, and August has always been the one to fill that void. Moreover, he doesn't just subsidize a single safe sea area. He provides protection subsidies for all safe sea areas worldwide. Despite spending so much money, his wealth is still comparable to that of a country. This is the governor's power. August hummed in agreement. For him, with his death approaching, leaving behind more wealth would be meaningless. No one knew what the unknown disaster that destroyed the governor's mansion was. He only wanted to accumulate as much power as possible. Good. The boss was so excited that he nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. I'll pack up all the weapons here right now. How will I get them to your port? The port of Augusta is located in the Pacific Ocean, and the route passes through a large area of dangerous and high-risk waters that cannot be traversed by manpower. Let my ship girl handle the loading. She has a lot of space in her ship equipment, so with a few trips, she can move all the weapons. Okay, the boss nodded. Having said that, Auguste left leisurely. This cruise ship city is only land in the middle, with the sea on both sides. This is a weapons city built on the sea, covering a vast area. On the other hand, Su-Yun had already begun to waver. St. Louis decided to add fuel to the fire by bringing him to the boss. She generously said, Boss, pack up the Super Devora Mk3, Taitsong 1250, and SD 1388, all in one go. His tone was as relaxed as if he were buying bread at a bakery. I want them all, she said, a slight smile playing on her lips. She was waiting for Su-Yun's reaction. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Su-Yun's conflicted heart finally stopped wavering. My beautiful ship girl is giving me a gift, and I can even get intimate with her. Isn't this a double blessing? What am I hesitating about? If I refuse, wouldn't I be getting a free ride and then complaining? The boss was still lost in his fantasy of getting rich overnight when he suddenly heard St. Louis say this, and his expression turned to astonishment. He recognized her face and gasped. You are Mississippi St. Louis, the big boss of the SAC group? In the upper echelons of society, everyone knows the name St. Louis. St. Louis nodded with a smile. It's me. Ah, this. To everyone's surprise, the boss looked troubled. I'm very sorry, Mr. St. Louis. All of these items you requested have been sold. St. Louis's smile froze on his face. Belfast smiled and said, It seems Miss St. Louis's plan to cut in line has failed. St. Louis. Chapter 10 For it's really hard to be an honest person. St. Louis was furious. I finally had a chance to shine in front of the commander, but someone else just snatched it away like that? Compared to St. Louis's annoyance, Su-Yun's attention was on something else entirely. Bought them all? Who's so rich? Su-Yun was extremely astonished. No. What's wrong with this world? Am I the only poor person? These maritime vehicles, worth tens of millions, were just packaged up like that? The boss's eyes darted around, unsure whether he should speak. August is the governor. What if this matter is a naval secret? Wouldn't it ruin his boss's plans by directly revealing the buyer's name? Oh, it's Xiaosu. August, who had just left, heard a noise behind him, turned back, and saw Su Yun, which surprised him greatly. He. In your Eastern Huang language, this is what they call fate brings people together even from 1,000 miles away, or enemies are bound to meet. August chuckled, stroking his white beard. Su Yun remained silent for a moment. Are you provoking me? He carefully examined August's expression, making sure he wasn't joking and there was no hint of provocation, before asking, Your Excellency, who taught you that? Little Li, is there a problem? August noticed something was wrong from Su Yun's expression, and his own expression turned strange. Isn't it supposed to mean that we are very destined to be together? That's a good description, but don't do it again next time, Su Yun said speechlessly. The cruise ship owner smirked and whispered an explanation in August's ear. August stroked his beard, remained silent for a long time, and the smile on his face froze. Next time, I'm going to break that bastard's legs, August said after a long silence. Su Yun didn't dwell on the topic any further, but instead asked, Governor, have you bought all these yachts and cruise ships here? August nodded slightly and sighed. Yes, as you know, my time is probably coming soon. I came to Haizhou City this time to accumulate some strength. Su Yun suddenly realized. Yes, the curse of the governor's mansion. No wonder August wanted to acquire naval weapons. Given such a curse, no amount of preparation is too much. I came here this time hoping to invite the 2 ship girls who are living in seclusion in Haizhou City to come out of seclusion. August said with a sigh, these 2 ship girls are both true top-class ship girls with great strength. One of them is the 2nd ship of the Iowa class, which is famous all over the world. If I can have their help, even if more high-level sirens come, I will have a better chance of winning. Is this the 2nd ship of the Iowa class destroyers? Su Yun's spirits lifted. If he remembers correctly, the 2nd ship of the Iowa class should be the Garden? Whether in the Old World or the New World, the Yamato class and Iowa class are the 2 most renowned fleets. The Yamato class battleships consisted of Yamato, 1st ship, Musashi, 2nd ship, Shinano, 3rd ship, 111, 4th ship, and Izumo, one of the Yamato class design proposals, which was later considered the ultimate design. The Iowa class battleships were Iowa, 1st ship, Garden, 2nd ship, Missouri, 3rd ship, and Wisconsin, 4th ship. They're all incredibly strong. In the games Su Yun played in his previous life, Musashi, Shinano, and Garden were all implemented in the game, and they all appeared as legendary sea creatures with terrifyingly high strength. I can't even imagine how strong the other characters who haven't appeared yet are. However, this world can anchor the souls of all ship girls, so maybe in the future he will be able to build Yamato or Iowa. Su Yun's expression turned strange. He lowered his voice and asked Belfast in a low voice, This garden isn't our port's garden, is it? That's for sure, Master. Belfast replied respectfully. The more powerful a warship is, the closer it is to being unique. There can't possibly be a 2nd ship girl of Garden's caliber in this world. Su Yun responded with an oh, her heart pounding in her chest. 2 more powerful ship girls have been found. I wonder where Weiyang Port District ranks in the world given its current strength. To be honest, he had never seen a high-level port make a move before, and he didn't know what the governor's ship girls were like. August looked at Su Yun and suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, the commanders in the circle all call you Su Yao now. If you come with me, would they be willing to be my bodyguards? That's impossible, Your Excellency. Su Yun spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. August nodded. He also knew that the so-called Su Yao was just a nickname. If there really was a cheat that could adjust the affection of ship girls, wouldn't that be no different from cheating? Just as August thought so, Su Yun changed the subject. Even if you take me with you, the result will only be that they come back to my port with me. Su Yun looked innocent and was very sincere, as if he were saying something that was bound to happen. They will never be your bodyguards. August glared and bristled. This kid is getting more and more arrogant. Good lad. You've got some big bragging going on and on. Su Yun spread his hands. The governor doesn't believe me. August laughed in exasperation. I don't believe a damn thing. If you manage to take the garden in Cheshire today, this old man will wash his hair upside down. Su Yun quickly said, That won't do. You're so old. If you die suddenly from a head injury from doing a headstand while washing your brain, wouldn't I be a sinner for all eternity? August, ? This kid's really putting on an act. How about this? Su Yun's eyes darted around, and he said with a smile, How about we make a bet? What bet? August asked. Su Yun pointed to the yachts at sea and said, If Garden and Cheshire really come with me today, You can give me the Super Devora Mk3, Taitsong 1250, and SD 1388 yachts. Oh, by the way, I also want to modify them. Add a few machine guns and torpedo launchers. You don't mind, do you? You little rascal, you've certainly made a detailed wish. August laughed in exasperation, waving his hand dismissively. No problem. Since you want it, here you go. It's just some trinkets. I can have as many of these as I want. Su Yun quickly smiled and clasped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Governor. But let me make this clear first. August glared at him and said, There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you lose, you'll have to show some sincerity. Don't worry, Su Yun said calmly. If I lose, I will personally lead all the Shipgirls from Weiyang Port to the governor's mansion to protect you. Belfast's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, No, Commander. It's too dangerous there. You can't go. It's all right, Belfast. Su Yun turned back and grinned at Belfast. I can't lose. Belfast pursed her lower lip. Even though we Shipgirls are here, why does the commander still refuse to give up the idea of personally leading the troops in a battle? The ocean is so dangerous. What if you get bumped or knocked over? Why can't we just stay at home obediently? August shook his head after hearing this, rejecting Su Yun's suggestion. You cannot come to the governor's mansion on this cursed day. Su Yun scratched his head. Are you afraid I'll hold you back? That's irrelevant. August shook his head and said, Not just you, but also Little Lee Robles, Ivan, and Ivy. None of you are allowed to come. Su Yun understood and vaguely guessed August's thoughts. This battle belongs solely to the governor, August said calmly. No one is allowed to interfere, and no one is exempt. Su Yun understood and nodded silently, unable to help but admire the governor. This is a cycle of death that no one has ever been able to escape, yet August still chooses to face it alone with unwavering resolve. Perhaps in his heart, it was worth it to use his own life to unravel the mystery of the governor's death for the world. No need for punishment. If you can really do it, you can take any of the equipment here. But if you can't, August glared at Su Yun. Keep your mouth shut. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Su Yun sighed helplessly. That's how the world is. Even though I've been telling the truth all along, nobody believes me. It's so hard to be an honest person. Chapter 105, If Only the Commander Were a Cripple. As the saying goes, too much rigidity leads to breakage. Su Yun has been too popular among commanders lately. He's bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Auguste could use this opportunity to dampen his arrogance and make him restrain himself. He took Su Yun on a second visit to the seaside villa in Cheshire and Gardens. The doorbell rang again, and the housekeeper came out. Governor, what brings you here? She saw August return with 1 man and 4 women, and was quite curious. The 4 women were incredibly beautiful, with skin so smooth it seemed like it could be broken with a touch. They were clearly Shipgirls. I've come to visit you 2 Shipgirls again, August said with a smile, stroking his beard. Please inform them that it's August here for another visit. Also, he glanced at Su Yun beside him. They also brought another commander named Su Yun. The housekeeper glanced at Su Yun, her face showing reluctance. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. The 2 young ladies are not in the villa. They have gone out. Out and about. August stroked his beard regretfully. What bad luck. When will they be back? I don't know. It could be an hour, or it could be 2 hours. I see, August sighed. Su Yun asked from the side. Can we go inside the villa to wait? August raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. Is it really appropriate for us guests to wait in someone else's house when the host isn't home? Su Yun knew that Garden and Cheshire were both his Shipgirls, so it would be better to wait at their villas. The housekeeper hesitated. Excuse my boldness, but may I ask if this gentleman is the commander? Su Yun nodded. Exactly. I'm sorry. The housekeeper shook her head. Our villa refuses entry to commanders. The last time the governor visited was an exception. St. Louis seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He stepped forward, crossed his arms, and said casually, Do you remember me? The housekeeper was slightly startled when she saw her. St. Louis was blocked by Zuikaku, so she didn't notice. You are Mississippi St. Louis? I'm so sorry for not welcoming you properly. I didn't expect you to come today. St. Louis had visited the Gardens in Cheshire. The housekeeper only knew that the 3 were friends, but did not know that they shared the same commander. Let us go inside and wait, St. Louis said, glancing at Su Yun and chuckling. Don't worry about Cheshire and the Garden Regency. If they do, just say I told you to do it. Besides, I'm sure if you hadn't let us in today, the Garden Regency and Cheshire would have been the ones to blame us. After a moment's thought, the housekeeper decided to give St. Louis some face. All right then, everyone, Please follow me. She opened the gate and led everyone into the villa. The entire city of Haizhou is a huge island at sea, and half of this villa is built on the sea. As everyone sat on the sofa in the living room, Su Yun noticed a private harbor outside the window and couldn't resist the urge to visit. When he left Cruise City, August had already allowed him to pack up and take the 3 yachts with him, and they are now stored in the ship's equipment space of Belfast, Sirius, and Zuikaku. The weather is perfect today, with the sea and sky blending seamlessly into one, making it the perfect time to go out to sea. Belfast noticed Su Yun's growing ambition. Commander, is there anything you need? Su Yun expressed her idea of going on a sea trip. Belfast fell silent. Another trip to the sea? That was her biggest worry. With the commander's reckless driving style, if he were to accidentally. Since the commander wants to play, then let's go have some fun? St. Louis smiled. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her expression as gentle as a loving elder looking at a child. Don't go too far, just play around in this area. Su Yun scratched her cheek. This tone sounds like an elder coaxing a child. Yes, Aunt Sheng is also an aunt, and indeed an elder. He had Zuikaku take SD-1388 out of the ship's equipment compartment and board the yacht. Seeing that his attempts to dissuade her were futile, Belfast had no choice but to comply. Commander, please be careful, Belfast said worriedly. Should I come with you? It'll be safer that way. Su Yun started the engine with one button, and all 4 diesel engines roared at the same time. The instrument panel lit up, the hull sank slightly, and the propeller churned up white waves. He was thrilled. While at the Naval Academy, he won the yacht race 3 times in a row. Owning his own high-end yacht was his dream. No need, Belfast. He gripped the steering wheel tighter. This yacht was similar to a race car to operate. I'll just take it for a spin and be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh! The SD-1388 accelerated suddenly, reaching a top speed of 70 knots, causing the bow to rise high, almost lifting off the water. Su Yun drew a perfect figure 8 on the sea surface, then suddenly turned the rudder to the right, tilting the boat so that it was almost touching the sea surface and spun around at an incredible angle. The spray splashed and exploded into a shower of silver in the sunlight. Sirius was stunned. Master is amazing. August stroked his beard and nodded slightly. This kid's driving skills are reminiscent of my younger days. Zuikaku couldn't help but cheer. Of all the Shipgirls, only Belfast was filled with worry. Driving so fast, what if you bump or scratch it? St. Louis patted her on the shoulder. Belfa, you spoil the commander too much. She shook her head and said helplessly, the commander isn't a flower in a greenhouse that breaks at the slightest touch. If you don't let him do this or that, you'll only stifle his growth. Belfast fell silent. Isn't it better to be a flower in a greenhouse? The world is full of dangers now. The commander was only made of flesh and blood, let alone artillery shells. Even a single bullet would be enough to kill him. If we part ways again, who will be able to create a miracle next time? A jumble of chaotic thoughts assaulted her mind. It would be great if the commander were so fat he couldn't walk. If only the commander were a decadent and incompetent ruler. If the commander, it would be better if he were a useless person who had lost both legs and could only be trapped in a room. Chapter 106. A lone warrior ventures deep into enemy territory, 1 against 5. Su Yun, who was speeding across the sea, was unaware of Belfast's inner struggle. At 70 knots, even screams can't keep up with it. The coastal area is too small to be effective. He steered the yacht out to sea in one go, leaving a Mobius strip pattern on the surface. The exhilarating feeling of the azure sea being cleaved open by the bow of the boat and sprayed into the sky is truly rare. A red dot suddenly appeared on the radar on the dashboard. Su Yun slowed down and looked in the direction he was looking, and saw a merchant ship. A merchant ship heading south from Dongguan. Haizhou City is still part of the Yellow Sea region, so it's not unusual for merchant ships to pass by. Su Yun wasn't interested and was preparing to turn back. Buzz! A muffled whistle sounded behind him. He turned around, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A thick fog rose from the sea, and within the fog, a colossal, towering wreck silently appeared behind him. This is... Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Shape. Yuanhai seemed to have noticed him, and the broadside cannon slowly rotated, its muzzle aimed at him. Su Yun floored the accelerator. The speed instantly reached 70 kilometers per hour. Bang! 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 The shells exploded behind him, splashing up several waves on the sea. Damn it! Why are abyssal remains spawning so close to land? He moved to a safe distance and checked the radar. There was more than one wrecked ship. One ship in its original form, for ships in their remaining state. They had surrounded the merchant ship as if they were specifically targeting it. Is it a coincidence? Or? Su-yun didn't panic. On the contrary, she was frighteningly calm. Over the past 5 years, what storms hasn't he weathered when he went out on his own? Stealing supplies from Siren transport ships every time he risked his life. He was now incredibly grateful that he was piloting one of the most powerful single-person military yachts with a fully equipped weapons bay. He immediately opened the communication and called the Shipgirls who remained in the garden villa. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Commander, where are you? Are you all right?" The sound was so sharp it hurt Su-yun's ears, and he quickly replied, "I'm fine. I'm safe now." "That's good." The Shipgirls breathed a sigh of relief. A thick fog has suddenly rolled in at sea, and visibility is very low. "Will you still be able to come back?" Belfast spoke very quickly. "Never mind. You should stay where you are and wait. I'll come find you right away." "Belfast, listen to me first." Su-yun looked at the wrecked ships surrounding the merchant ship, his voice turning somber. The fog was thick, but it did not impair his vision at all. He was unaware that this fog was no ordinary fog. His soul power was already strong enough to ignore it. "There's a merchant ship surrounded by wrecked ships at sea. I'll send you the coordinates. You need to come quickly to rescue them." Belfast pursed her red lips. "Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about others?" She lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and softly replied, "Yes." Communication ended. The 4 Shipgirls received the location data sent by Su-yun. "Protect the commander first." Belfast stood on the sea, his voice as serious as a military order. "Protecting the commander is the top priority. If necessary, abandon that merchant ship." The 3 Shipgirls were slightly taken aback, then nodded. "Yes." The 4 of them sped away. August, who remained at the port, stroked his beard, his face serious, and remained silent for a long time. He closed his eyes. The next second, the world unfolded in his mind like a 3D picture. His gaze was drawn infinitely higher and farther, finally settling on the merchant ship surrounded by wreckage. "That ship belongs to Olivia." August's gaze was deep, and he remained silent for a long time. "Is that so?" he murmured expressionlessly. "It's about time to unveil a corner of this cruel world for you. Su-yun, take a good look with your own eyes and see how this world is riddled with holes after leaving the cradle of safe waters." Su-yun waited for backup. 5 wrecked ships had surrounded the merchant ship from all sides and were about to open fire. He closed his eyes and could almost see the panicked sailors on deck, their faces ashen, firing wildly into the thick fog, missing every single shot. "We can't wait for Belfast and the others." Su-yun opened her eyes and made a decision immediately. "If we wait any longer, all of these people will die." He targeted the engine room of a damaged class wreck, and the torpedo compartment at the bottom of the yacht quickly deployed. "Try this." Call out. 2 torpedoes left 2 white trails underwater and silently burrowed into the hull of the ship. Bang! A fatal blow. The engine room burst. Water began to enter the hull of the damaged, class-wrecked ship, and it made an old, creaking sound. The hull began to collapse like a decaying skeleton. The remaining 4 abyss bodies instantly turned their guns around, and their radars locked onto Su-yun. Su-yun felt that oppressive feeling. "They found me so quickly in this thick fog. Did they lose their lockpick?" he muttered to himself, then floored the gas pedal. Bang, bang, bang. The shells exploded behind him, sending water columns soaring into the sky. Su-yun steered the yacht wildly across the sea, weaving left and right like an antelope being hunted by a pack of wolves, except this antelope had horns, and very sharp ones at that. On the merchant ship, the sailors, who were so frightened by the abyss corpse that they wet their pants 1 second, were all stunned the next second when they saw these monsters all change their targets. The sailors, who had survived the ordeal, patted their chests in relief. "I was terrified. I thought I was going to die here." "Who came to rescue us?" "A shipgirl." A sailor rushed over and reported. "First mate, the radar shows that the shipgirls coming to rescue us are not the ones." "What?" The first mate's expression turned very strange. "They're from the Navy?" "No, not really," the sailor said, his voice hoarse as he stared at the screen. "Just one person, one ship, nothing else." The first mate remained silent for a long time. He leaned closer to the radar screen, watching the lone green dot frantically weave through a cluster of red dots, like a reckless moth. "It's over," he thought, his lips twitching, his heart sinking to the bottom. "I thought it was a shipgirl who came, but it's just one person? How could he possibly save us?" Chapter 107, The Most Powerful Soul. Lily's mission was to protect the shipment and ensure its safe return to the Caledonian Sea. She didn't know what the so-called goods actually were. It's just an escort mission, nothing difficult. Moreover, she has now undergone a complete transformation, not only possessing the ability to navigate at sea, but also having a propulsion system on her back that allows her to fly into the sky. She's not a ship girl, she's a machine girl. Their combat capabilities are far inferior to those of Shipgirls, but they are definitely many levels stronger than humans. Lily is very confident that if she were to participate in the Olympics now, she could easily break the world record. When we arrived at the outskirts of Haijo City, a thick fog suddenly rose up around us. Lily turned on the fog lights, climbed inside, and muttered helplessly, "Why is the fog so thick?" Olivia's voice came through the headphones. "Spiral, something's happened. The merchant ship has been attacked by the abyss, and it's not far from you. Hurry over and see if you can protect the cargo." Lily's spirits lifted, and her expression turned serious. "Okay." She sped away, leaving 2 long white streaks in her wake on the sea. When she arrived at the scene, she saw a yacht riding the waves, making the 4 wrecked boats spin around in circles. "What is that?" Lily stared wide-eyed in disbelief, rubbing her eyes hard. After being modified into a mecha girl, her retina was equipped with the latest technology, enabling her to see the people on the yacht clearly. Su-yun. On the merchant ship, the first mate and sailors stood at the edge of the deck, watching Su-yun's actions through the camera in disbelief. Drifting and swaying, riding the waves, he can still find time to hold up a sniper rifle with one hand and shoot the fire control illuminator on the side of the abyss. Glug. Someone swallowed hard. "He's practically a Superman," the first mate exclaimed sincerely. The sailors nodded repeatedly. Who can argue with that? Lily was also secretly alarmed. Listening is one thing, seeing is another. Although I knew that Su-yun had a record of taking on 10 enemies single-handedly deep into enemy territory, I still couldn't believe it when I saw it with my own eyes. She looked down at her modified body and remained silent for a long time. Honestly, if she were in her current situation, facing an attack from 1 form and 3 remnant ships, could she handle it as effortlessly as Su-yun? The answer is no. She can only protect herself at best. She can't manage to maneuver while simultaneously turning around and launching a counterattack. Who is the mecha girl now? Her lips twitched slightly. Lily pulled out a sniper rifle from her mini-ship equipment space and aimed it at the fire control illuminator of a remnant class wreck. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a burst of fire erupted. The sea was churning with waves. Just as Su-yun was about to take off and counterattack using the wave, he discovered that his target had been destroyed first. Reinforcements. They actually knew to destroy the enemy's detection equipment first. It seems the newcomers are quite skilled. There was no time to see who it was. Every step Su-yun took was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't afford to relax. He used the waves for leverage, circled behind the remnant abyss corpse under machine gun fire, and pressed the torpedo launch button. Bang! It accurately hit the engine compartment. The crippled class poses little threat. The real challenge lies with that formed ship. Su-yun followed the same method, circling around to the blind spot of this steel behemoth and launching the last 2 torpedoes. This yacht can only carry 6 torpedoes at a time. He plans to try and take out this shape. Once it's overturned, the remaining 2 crippled vessels will be easier to deal with. Bang! The torpedo hit its target precisely. Nice! Su-yun couldn't help but cheer. But as the waves subsided, he realized something was wrong. Unharmed. Damn, he cursed under his breath. Made of diamond? That hard. The level abyss skeleton watched him. Yes, gazing. Su-yun didn't know how to describe it, but he always felt that this huge sea monster seemed to have its own eyes and was looking at him. The next second, countless vengeful spirits on the level abyss corpse let out heart-wrenching screams and pounced on him. Lily's pupils contracted sharply when she saw this scene. Run, she screamed. Don't look at those things. Don't make eye contact with them. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Olivia's warning echoed in Lily's mind. Remember, Spiral, if you ever encounter the abyss, you absolutely must not make eye contact with the vengeful spirits on the ship. Lily asked why. Olivia's face was ashen. Those are inhuman creatures, twisted souls shattered by time. Once entangled with them, even a ship girl will suffer a mental breakdown. Switch the scene back to reality. In the last battle against the class abyss remains, even shipgirls of Sheffield and Belfast caliber were hit. Even the powerful souls of shipgirls can be affected, so how could Su-yun possibly be? What the hell? Su-yun frowned, and slapped away the vengeful spirit that lunged at him. The movement was as easy as swatting a mosquito. He literally stood there, rooted to the spot. Su-yun shook her hand with a look of disgust. Disgusting. As he watched the vengeful spirits pounce down one after another, he grabbed a submachine gun with one hand and began firing wildly. The bullets, which should have been ineffective against these vengeful spirits, were now harvesting them like mowing grass. He literally was stunned. The latter half of that conversation came to mind. Is there no specific solution? Olivia sighed. There is only one way to fight against these sea spirits. What method? That was a soul of unwavering sincerity, even more powerful than those souls struggling desperately in the rifts of time. The sea breeze blew, lifting her long hair, but it couldn't shake the awe in her heart. She suddenly realized who Olivia was talking about. Su-yun. Oh, Su-yun, he literally murmured softly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Are you really still a person of this world? Chapter 108 The Garden's Great Victory. Caledonian Sea. Through a miniature camera hidden in Lily's eye, everything happening in the waters off Haijo City is being transmitted in real time to Olivia's office. She sat in a chair with her legs propped up on the table, watching the scene on the screen where Su-yun was dealing with 5 abyssal corpses all by himself. She pinched her chin, seemingly analyzing something. Can I study him? Olivia asked the person next to her. The gray ship girl stood to the side, having witnessed everything that happened. Hearing Olivia's words, she glanced at her with a lowered gaze and said, I heard that people can still blink after their heads are severed. Can I try it on you? Olivia shrugged. Fine, don't give it to me then, you stingy person. The gray ship girl remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard Olivia's sarcastic remark. The two watched quietly. Olivia still had a lollipop in her mouth, and her expression was somewhat strange. She took the lollipop out of her mouth. It is said. Olivia, with a strange expression, asked, What if he sees this shipment? That's none of my business, the gray ship girl said calmly. That's your problem. You don't care? Well, I thought you cared a lot. Olivia put the lollipop back in her mouth, put her hands behind her head, leaned back in her chair, and said lazily, Consider this batch of goods a gift for your master. I hope he won't be scared. Outside of Haijo City. Thanks to Su-yun for buying enough time, Belfast and the others were able to arrive in time. When Belfast saw Su-yun so close to the level abyss remains, her beautiful eyes narrowed. The terrifying scene I witnessed when I approached the level abyss was still vivid in my mind. That kind of thing could easily affect a person's mind, and one could easily become deeply entangled in it if one was not careful. Commander! Belfast shouted. Su-yun heard the sound and turned around. Are they Belfast and the others? You've come at the perfect time. Su-yun stepped on the gas and widened the distance. Belfast breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the commander was completely unaffected by the vengeful spirit of the level abyss remains. St. Louis. Protect that cargo ship. Zuikaku. Take care of the 2 remnant. Class Rex first. Belfast and Sirius, you 2 attack from the left and right, and work with me to deal with this Su-yun decisively gave the order. Belfast was taken aback. You're going to lead the army in person too? More people, more strength. Su-yun had already picked up the sniper rifle and aimed it at the fire control illuminator. If we don't have enough manpower, we'll use snipers. Don't hesitate. Charge. Belfast gritted his teeth and followed the commander's orders. St. Louis performed an elegant somersault in the air and landed smoothly on the cargo ship. The sailors and first mate on the cargo ship changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the newcomer's face. You're St. Louis? St. Louis nodded. She could see terror in their eyes. St. Louis frowned slightly, not understanding what they were afraid of. It's me. First, steer the cargo ship to a safe place, away from the battlefield. Without time for further investigation, St. Louis quickly gave the order. The first mate nodded repeatedly and sent sailors to take control of the cargo ship. The cargo ship turned around and headed in the opposite direction. Belfast and Sirius surrounded the level abyss from the left and right. Watch out. Sirius, Belfast said sternly. Don't get too close. Be careful not to get haunted by its resentment. Sirius nodded solemnly. Last time they fought against the level abyss corpse, they suffered from a lack of intelligence. This time, they will definitely not fall for it again. The battlefield was divided into 2 parts, with Belfast and Sirius bombarding the shape, Class Abyss. The defensive capabilities of the Class Abyss are astonishing. Belfast and Sirius are both light cruisers with weak firepower, which is insufficient to break through the defensive armor of the form Class Abyss. After several rounds of test firings, Su-Yun roughly understood the situation. This type class is a super-large battleship. There is a size difference between light cruisers and battleships. Even if they can destroy the fire control illuminators, radar detection equipment, and other small devices of the shape class wrecked ship, they cannot damage its main body. St. Louis is also a light cruiser, and only Zuikaku, an aircraft carrier, could potentially damage the type Class Abyss corpse. Next time I go out, I really need to allocate my Shipgirls more reasonably. I should at least bring a battleship to make a big splash. Boom. They form. Level Abyss went berserk and fired a shot at the sea surface next to Su-Yun. He narrowly escaped the blast, but the resulting spray of water capsized the yacht. Fortunately, Su-Yun had excellent boat control skills. Although he swallowed some seawater, he managed to prevent the yacht from capsizing. He gritted his teeth as he watched Belfast and Sirius inflict negligible damage on the form. Level Abyss remains. If this trend continues, the best outcome will be a desperate escape. Firepower, to put it bluntly, is insufficient. Su-Yun bit his finger. If we had bigger and stronger firepower, we could win easily. I think I heard someone say that we need even bigger and stronger firepower. A joyful and confident voice rang out behind Su-Yun. Su-Yun was startled and turned around to see a blue-haired ship girl standing at the stern of the yacht, giving Su-Yun a bright smile. White Eagle battleship. The largest and strongest black dragon, New Jersey has arrived. Garden smiled brightly, pulling down the headdress and ship equipment on her forehead. Should I say long time no see? Our reunion is my moment to shine. Looks like I'm going to be Honey's hero. Su-Yun was delighted. A garden? That's right. The only one who can save Honey from this desperate situation is my garden. Garden smiled brightly, walked to the front of the yacht, turned her back to Su-Yun, and smiled. Then, Honey, please see for yourself what Big J is all about. The moment the words left his mouth, the garden transformed into a colossal ship. In an instant, the waves surged like a giant dragon. The roar of the waves was deafening. The earth shook. A battleship even larger than the Shadow, Class Abyss, appeared on the sea. It is so high that its top cannot be seen, just like a huge mountain. The garden stands atop the bow of the massive battleship, overlooking this shape. Showtime. The first battle after returning to Hong Kong is a great victory for Garden. The garden's main cannon was aimed at the shape. It was like an adult pointing a gun at a student's head. Boom. The enraged fire serpent swallowed the form, Level Abyss corpse, shattering its armor. The firelight illuminated Su-Yun's face, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the garden arrived in time. On the other side, Cheshire descended from the sky and, facing the two damaged class-wrecked ships, unleashed a double-bang attack. It completely wiped out both damaged class-wrecked ships. The battle is over, and we have achieved a complete victory. The fog gradually dissipated. Su-Yun turned his head and saw a golden figure standing not far away. Her face was covered in silver scales, and her entire body was almost entirely made of exoskeleton armor. Su-Yun's expression was strange. Is this a ship girl? Why is her outfit so strange? Lily was stunned by the powerful firepower in the garden and couldn't recover for a long time. When Su-Yun's gaze fell on her, she realized that the fog had dissipated. Chapter 109. How dare you? Not good. Lily was startled. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, Su-Yun will find out. Upon realizing this, she immediately turned around and left, giving Su-Yun no chance to stop her. Hey, wait a minute. At least tell me your name. Su-Yun shouted from behind. Lily didn't even turn her head before her figure quickly disappeared into the mist. Su-Yun muttered to himself, this outfit looks so similar. What about the mecha girls from my past anime? Could it be that she's a ship girl with a rather unique anchoring configuration? He shook his head. The other party had already run away, and continuing to dwell on it would be pointless. Garden, having retracted her massive ship-like rigging, grinned and approached. Honey, aren't I amazing? Su-Yun gave a thumbs up. Awesome. As expected of Garden, the hull of the transformed ship is even larger than the form. Class Abyss remains. Honey, a white figure pounced from the side like a cannonball and slammed Su-Yun onto the yacht with a thud. It's Cheshire. She pounced on him rashly, almost crushing Su-Yun with her bottom. Finally, I've met you. Hee. This is a meeting of love. Hee. Cheshire, like a kitten that had been lonely at home all day and had finally seen its owner, frantically rubbed against Su-Yun's forehead, nose, and chin, trying to leave its scent on him. Su-Yun felt ticklish from her rubbing against him, her cat ears brushing against his nose. All right. Cheshire, stop rubbing against me. Let me get up first, he said with a hint of helpless indulgence. Cheshire playfully stuck out her little tongue, savoring the taste, before reluctantly getting up. How did you get here? Suyun propped herself up and sat up. Garden said. Cheshire and I had just arrived home when the butler told us you were back. There was a thick fog at sea, and the abyss suddenly appeared. We were afraid you were in danger, so we rushed here without stopping. At this point, she smiled brightly and made a peace sign with her right hand. Looks like we've come at just the right time. Suyun nodded, praising without reservation. It was indeed very timely. If it had been any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Today has been incredibly unlucky. First, the cruise ship ran aground, and then we encountered a wrecked ship while speeding along. Our luck is just unbelievable. The stern of the yacht dipped slightly, as if someone had stepped onto it. Suyun turned around and saw Belfast standing at the stern of the ship. She stood there, her eyes lowered, her bangs blurring her vision, letting the sea breeze tousle her silver hair. Commander. His voice was somewhat cold, lacking its usual respect. She remained silent, gazing at Suyun for a long time. You? She opened her mouth slowly, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say the reproachful words. Do you know how dangerous it is now? This is not the tone a maid would use when speaking to her master. Belfast took a deep breath. Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? Suyun grinned. No, I'm fine. He subtly pulled his sleeve down a little. I bumped into something while running for my life, and judging from the pain, it's probably bruised. We can't let Belfast see this. Her silence just now put pressure on Suyun, and he was prepared to be reprimanded. But she still didn't say even the slightest harsh word. That's good. Belfast smiled slightly, regaining her usual respect. The sea is dangerous, so please don't act on your own next time. Always have a ship girl accompany you when you go out. It could be dangerous if you encounter such an emergency again. Suyun nodded. This is truly an incredibly unlucky day, to encounter such a low-probability event. He glimpsed the wreckage of several ships, with large patches of dark, shiny crude oil floating on the surface of the sea. His eyes lit up instantly. Sirius. Zuikaku. Quick. Collect all this crude oil. Pack it up and take it back. Sirius and Zuikaku responded, and quickly started packing the cans. Commander. Garden looked towards the merchant ship. Is that merchant ship ours? Suyun shook his head. No. It just happened to be passing by and was attacked by the Abyss Corps. Oh, okay. Garden nodded. Let's get on the boat and take a look, Suyun said. Belfast and the other ship girls nodded and followed. Suyun drove the yacht to the cargo ship, had Belfast put the yacht away, and then Garden picked him up and jumped onto the deck. Upon seeing Suyun, the first mate and sailors on the ship froze, exchanging nervous glances. Suyun noticed something was wrong. He pulled out his badge and flashed it. Suyun, commander of Weiyang Port area, East China Sea region, rank, lieutenant. He glanced at the sailors on board. Are all the people on board safe? Are there any casualties? No. The first mate replied, sounding somewhat nervous, his back ramrod straight. Reporting to you, sir. All sailors are unharmed. Having witnessed Suyun's superhuman fighting prowess firsthand, the first mate knew that he was a ruthless individual not to be underestimated. Suyun nodded. What do you do? Where is this ship coming from and going? The first mate chuckled dryly and scratched his head. We're just doing some tea business. We're setting off from Jiangdu and heading to the Caledonian Sea. The Caleb Sea? Suyun frowned. There are pirates everywhere there. Where can we do business? Aren't we afraid our goods will be stolen? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, the first mate chuckled. That's because there are few cargo ships going there, so you can make a lot of money on a single trip. Suyun stared at him. Commanders possess a special ability to perceive a person's soul fluctuations. When a person is panicked, their soul will exhibit these fluctuations. This person is very nervous right now. He is lying. Bring out the departure permit, the Dongwang ship registration certificate, and the cargo manifest report, Suyun said, extending his hand and raising his voice. The first mate turned around and winked at him. Why aren't you getting your documents yet? The sailor suddenly realized what was happening and, a moment later, retrieved all the documents. Suyun took it and turned the pages one by one, her brows furrowing more and more tightly. The first mate and the sailors were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe. Forged seagoing certificates. Suyun looked up abruptly, his voice as cold as ice. How dare you? The first mate and the sailor both felt a jolt in their hearts. Oh no, This guy's an expert. Open all the cargo. Inspect it. Su Yun shouted sternly, striding towards the cabin. Sir, this. The first mate stood in front of him, sweating profusely. Obstructing law enforcement? Su Yun raised his eyebrows coldly, drew his pistol from his waist, and pressed the muzzle against the first mate's forehead. You have committed the crime of forging documents, and I have the right to arrest you. Now you'd better behave yourselves. I strongly suspect that you are transporting illegal goods. He shouted. Cheshire. The garden. Here. The two ship girls responded simultaneously. Get everyone here under control. Belfast, come aboard. Yes. Garden and Cheshire pulled out their ship's equipment from either side, surrounding the first mate and the sailors. Everyone squat down. Put your hands on your heads. The first mate and the sailors' lips moved, their faces showing bitterness, and they obediently squatted down. Su Yun strode into the cabin. As soon as he entered, a stench hit him, making him cough. Cough, cough, what's that weird smell? It's so awful. He pinched his nose, his brow furrowed. Now he was even more certain that the ship wasn't carrying tea. Commander, I'll go first, Belfast said earnestly. Su Yun nodded. Belfast is a ship girl, invulnerable to swords and bullets, and she's not afraid even if there are comrades on board. The two walked deeper into the ship's cabin and pushed open the warehouse door. A whole wall of tea boxes were neatly stacked, and the packaging was clean and beautiful. Is it really tea? Su Yun frowned. Wrong. He quickly realized the problem. The tea leaves were piled up to the ceiling, stacked too neatly. This isn't tea leaves, it's clearly a wall. He stepped forward and unloaded several boxes of tea. The view gradually opened up. Then, he saw what was behind the wall. He stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Belfast covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Even someone who has seen it all was speechless with astonishment at the sight before her. Chapter 110 The Jar Girl. Who are these people? Su Yun was stunned. One by one, the girls were unconscious and sealed in transparent jars, with only their heads showing. The jar was filled with a pale yellow liquid, and bubbles slowly rose from their cheeks. Human trafficking? An unnamed anger surged up from my chest. Baffa, smash the pot to save them, he decided immediately. If you want them dead, smash all the jars. August's voice slowly sounded from behind. Su Yun turned around and realized that he had already boarded the ship some time earlier. Why do you say that? Su Yun frowned. August didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at the jars and asked slowly, do you know the jar woman? The jar girl. It's about keeping a disabled girl alive by soaking her in a special medicine jar. August walked to the nearest jar, looked down at it, and said, the person in the jar might be missing an arm, a leg, or even all four limbs. Su Yun followed and looked inside through the glass opening of the jar. A young girl floats in the liquid medicine. Her sleeves and trouser legs are empty. Oh, it seems this batch is all without hands or feet. August's tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. Su Yun suddenly turned her head and stared at him. You knew what was on this ship all along. This is no secret, August said calmly. You will naturally come into contact with these things when you leave the East China Sea in the future. You knew what these people were doing, yet you did nothing. Su Yun asked coldly, is this something you tacitly approved? August remained calm. We did not acquiesce. Then why do they still dare to do such a thing so brazenly? Su Yun's voice echoed in the cargo hold. Such a large ship sailing out of Jiangdu Wharf, isn't anyone checking it? No commander would do such a thing, Su Yun. August's voice remained calm. But in this world, there are more than just commanders. Su Yun was taken aback. He understood. Who? He released his grip, his eyes red with rage. Who did this? How dare they do such a thing right under my nose? The ship departed from the Yellow Sea, passed through the East China Sea, and headed to the Caledonian Sea. If no one notices anything unusual until it sails out of the East China Sea, what will become of these jar-wearing women? August shook his head. You shouldn't ask me that question. I'm not from Dongwon. Su Yun was taken aback, then turned around and strode towards the deck. Belfast glanced at the jars, picked up one of them, and silently followed. Darling, you're back. On the deck, Cheshire, who had been waiting outside, was overjoyed to see Su Yun again. Su Yun did not respond. His anger was about to reach the top of his head. He strode up to the first mate, looking like a volcano about to erupt. When the first mate saw his appearance, he knew that he had been exposed, and his face turned pale. Su Yun kicked him in the shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Explain. The gun was pressed against the first mate's temple. Who gave you permission to do this? Who's behind it? Where are they going to send them? What will happen in the end? The first mate shrank back, his voice trembling. I don't know anything, sir. I'm just a cargo handler. How would I know these things? You know nothing? Suyun pulled back the bolt, the cold metallic sound freezing the air. He lowered his body, and each word was like a nail driven into the first mate's ear. I'm only giving you one chance to live. If you don't talk, I'll shoot you and then ask someone else. The first mate's eyes darted around. Commanders are not allowed to harm ordinary people. This is an ironclad rule. He was trying to scare himself, thinking that as long as he could get away with it, he could figure out a way to escape later. I really didn't know, he cried out. It was just ordinary tea leaves when it was delivered. Could there have been something else hidden inside? Bang! A shot rang out. The first mate screamed and rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh. Blood gushed from between his fingers, instantly staining the deck a dark red. The first shot, to the thigh, is to tell you I have the authority to enforce the law. Suyun's gun was still smoking, and his voice was as cold as the wind blowing from an ice cellar. If you dare to fool me again, the next shot will be to your head. The first mate was deathly pale, gasping for breath, unable to speak from the pain. St. Louis, Zuikaku, and Sirius exchanged glances, none of them understanding what the commander had seen inside the ship. As if to provide them with an answer, Belfast came out carrying a jar-like woman. When they saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl with her limbs cut off and sealed in a medicine jar, Rueha and the others covered their red lips in shock. Zuikaku covered her mouth. Oh my god! Sirius's pupils contracted slightly. What is this? St. Louis. According to the governor, these are called jar women, Belfast said softly. They were mutilated, sealed in jars, and left to linger on. The deck was so quiet that only the sea breeze could be heard. The girl inside the jar seemed to sense the sunlight and groggily opened her eyes. Huh? Is it already dawn? She squinted at the sky and took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze. Wow, I haven't smelled such fresh sea breeze in ages. There was not a trace of pain in her tone. Instead, it sounded like a child who had just woken up and discovered a new toy. She looked at Belfast with curiosity, her big eyes blinking. What a beautiful older sister. Are you the legendary ship girl? Belfast opened his mouth, glanced at Suyun, and then nodded slightly. Yes. Great. I've finally met you in person. The girl beamed. Hello, shipgirl sister. My name is Xiaoqian. Qian as in shallow and deep. Although I don't remember much about the past, I vaguely remember that I'm about to become a ship girl. Her voice was full of excitement, all smiles, as if she were saying something perfectly natural. When I become a ship girl, I want to be as beautiful as my older sister. The deck was completely silent. The sea breeze blew across everyone's face, but no one could manage a smile. Belfast moved her lips, unsure how to respond. Humans cannot become ship girls. It's impossible no matter what. Become a ship girl? Suyun stood there, stunned. August stroked his beard. These jar-dwelling women were probably meant for Olivia, weren't they? The first mate, clutching his thigh, managed a weak, yes, sir. If I'm not mistaken, August said slowly. Most of these people are refugees from dangerous or high-risk sea areas. After being captured, their organs are removed. They are kept in medicine jars to prevent death, then brainwashed, and sold at high prices to Olivia in the Caleb Sea. Suyun's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Suyun. August's voice was as calm as a still pond. If you still want to give them a chance to live, release this ship and ensure they reach the Caleb Sea safely. They've already died once. Whether they can stand up again for the rest of their lives depends on Olivia. Suyun remained silent for a long time. What about the success rate? He asked, head down. What's the success rate of modifying ship girls? Not 1 in 10 survives. Suyun covered her face and asked through gritted teeth. So, they either spend their whole lives in jars, or they gamble on the less than 10% chance of survival. August nodded. Why would something so absurd happen? Because there is supply, August said calmly. And demand. Suyun fell silent. There was a very long silence. Such a big ship, how could it sail out of a place like Jiangdu? He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white. What are the people there doing? August did not answer. Fine. Suyun loosened his fist, laughing in exasperation. Fine. Fine. He said good 3 times in a row, each one colder than the last. You, the governor, don't care, that bastard Marshal Li Shangyan doesn't care, and that Yellow Sea Commander Yuan Morin doesn't care either. What are you all afraid of? You're all just going to ignore it, aren't you? He turned around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Since you're all standing aside, then I'll take care of it. Belfast. Yes. Belfast straightened his back. Contact Bismarck and have her bring all the shipgirls except the 5 little ones. Suyin looked towards Jiangdu, his eyes as cold as ice. Set sail and return to Jiangdu. Yes. The salty sea breeze was still blowing, but the atmosphere was completely different from when we arrived. Belfast looked down at the girl named Xiaoqian inside the jar, remaining silent. Turn out to be humans with amputated limbs. Is it possible to survive this way? Chapter 1:11 The Cult of Immortality. Nanshu is on a secret mission investigating a cult called the Longevity Cult. This is a very important and meritorious mission. Once this cult is eradicated, not only will she be able to secure the position of commander of the East China Sea Patrol, she could even run for commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command. According to her investigation, this was an organization with a complex web of backing forces, but Nanshu had no idea how deep its roots ran. Therefore, she disguised herself as an island refugee and begged for food in the streets. Good news, the infiltration plan was a success. The bad news was that she underestimated their cruelty. She was knocked unconscious, and when she woke up again, she had been thrown into the dungeon. Nanshu huddled in the corner, hugging her knees, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The dungeon was filled with the stench of blood and the pungent smell of medicine, mixed together like a rotten, sweet odor. The white marks left by the girl's fingernails on the ground were still there when the girl next to her was dragged away, and the sound kept echoing in her mind. She couldn't shake it off. Then came screams. It wasn't the kind of scream depicted in TV dramas, a heart-wrenching scream squeezed from the deepest part of the throat, like being skinned alive. Nanshu covered her ears, but the sound still penetrated them. She bit her wrist until it bled, not daring to make a sound. The chainsaw stopped. The scream stopped. Then came deathly silence. Nanshu was trembling all over. She squatted in the corner, her forehead against her knees, muttering something repeatedly, though she herself didn't know what it was. It's probably something like, "You can't see me, don't choose me," or "I want to go home." The iron gate opened a crack. Someone was pushing something out. Nanshu peeked at a jar through her fingers. The transparent jar was filled with a pale yellow liquid, and a young girl was soaking inside. Her limbs were gone, leaving only her torso and head. The incision was wrapped in gauze, and a faint tinge of blood floated in the medicine. Her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, empty like a dead person's, but her chest was still rising and falling. She is still alive. Nansu's stomach churned violently, and she covered her mouth, swallowing back the sound of gagging. Tears streamed down her face without her realizing it, and no matter how hard she tried to wipe them away, she couldn't get them off. She doesn't know how she got through that night. Every second felt like an eternity. She stared at the iron gate, afraid it would open again, yet also afraid it wouldn't. She counted her heartbeats, one by one, to make sure she was still whole. When dawn broke, the door opened. 2 people in white coats walked in, their flashlights sweeping across everyone's faces. Nansu lowered her head and curled up into a ball, but she knew there was no escaping it. The flashlight beam stopped on her face. Nansu's heart sank to the bottom. She was helped across the corridor. There were even more iron gates on both sides, and behind each gate was a person locked up. Some were crying, some were begging for mercy, and some had already fallen silent. Then she was pushed into a bright room. The lights were blinding, and Nansu squinted as she saw a person sitting behind the table. Wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was neatly combed, making him look like a respectable university professor. "Oh dear, why did you bring Commander Nan here?" He stood up, walked over, and personally unlocked her handcuffs, his tone as gentle as if he were apologizing. "Don't take it to heart that your subordinates are blind." Nanshu stared at his face, her throat feeling as dry as if it were stuffed with sandpaper. "Who are you?" "Zhao. He smiled and extended his hand. "Head of Chongqing Health Management Center." Nanshu did not grasp it. Zhao was not annoyed. He withdrew his hand and turned to the side, making a pleased gesture. "Since Commander Nan is here, why not take a look around? You're already here. This is not an invitation." Nansu glanced at the guards behind him and silently followed. Zhao led her down a long corridor, the walls adorned with various banners and certificates. Advanced Unit, Charitable Organization, Medical Innovation Award. Nansu felt nauseous looking at them. "Commander Nan, do you know why ancient emperors pursued immortality?" Zhao walked ahead of her, speaking as if they were having a casual conversation. Nansu didn't speak. "Because they have the best things and are most afraid of losing them." Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu to sea. Emperor Wu of Han refined elixirs and cultivated Taoism, and Emperor Taizong of Tang took elixirs. Weren't they all extremely intelligent? Were they stupid? No, they were too smart. So smart that they knew that one lifetime was not enough. He pushed open a door. Behind the door was a huge auditorium. It was brightly lit, like a church or an opera house. Hundreds of people stood inside, dressed in luxury brands that Nanshu had only seen in magazines, with their hands clasped together, eyes closed, singing in unison. The singing was deep, melodious, and sacred enough to give one goosebumps. Old blood fades away, new blood is infused. Destroyed bones discarded, new bones reborn. Angels guide, demons protect. In exchange for my broken body, I will gain eternal life. Hallelujah, alleluia. Nanshu stood at the door, looking at these well-dressed people, at their devout faces, and at the sacred song, but her mind was filled with the empty eyes in the jar in the dungeon. Her legs were going weak. Zhao Mingde turned to look at her and smiled. In modern times, we have shipgirls. They've lived for decades and are still young, strong, and beautiful. Why can they live forever, but we can't? He stretched out his hand, gesturing for Nanshu to walk forward. The longevity cult is not an evil cult. We are serving humanity and fulfilling a long-held wish that has lasted for thousands of years. Nansu was pushed into the auditorium and stood in the first row. The person next to her turned around, and Nansu recognized her as the chairman of a group in Jiangdu. A few months ago, news reports were full of news about her critical condition due to liver failure. Now she stands beside Nansu, her face rosy and full of energy, smiling and greeting him. Commander Nan, you've come too. Chapter 112. Surround this place. Nansu stared at her face. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Let me tell you, the longevity cult is truly amazing. The wealthy woman grabbed her hand, her strength far beyond that of a patient. Just a few months ago, I was lying in bed waiting to die. The doctor said I wouldn't live more than 6 months. And now, look at me. She twirled around, her skirt billowing, like a young girl. The cult leader gave me a new liver and new kidneys, and now I'm full of energy. Even better than when I was young. Nansu looked at her, and then at the wealthy men behind her who also had rosy complexions. Nanshu's voice was hoarse as she spoke of those refugees, adding, those whose limbs had been cut off. The rich woman paused for a moment, then smiled and waved her hand. Oh well, they're suffering anyway. It's their blessing to be able to contribute to us. Nanshu's fingernails dug into her palm. More and more people gathered around. A real estate developer in a suit pushed his way to her, patting his chest. I had a heart transplant. My 50-year-old heart beats like a 20-year-old's. A wealthy woman stretched out her hand, her skin as white and tender as a baby's. Look at my hands. They're even softer than a young girl's. I had my whole body skin replaced. It cost a lot of money. An elderly man with a cane walked over shakily, threw the cane away, and took a few steps in place. I couldn't walk before, but now I can climb mountains. I've got a new pair of legs. Come on in too. Believe in the leader, and you will gain eternal life. Immortality is everyone's dream. Commander Nan? Commander Nan? The sounds surged in from all directions, like a tide, like chanting, like the screams of the girls in the dungeon. Nansu lowered her head, her shoulders trembling, and her fingernails were already digging until they bled. She saw Zhao Mingde standing in the center of the crowd, his sleeves rolled up, revealing one arm. That arm was slender and fair, with smooth skin, like the arm of an 18-year-old girl. Placed next to Zhao Mingde's face, which was over 50 years old, and his thick right hand, it looked bizarre, like some kind of distorted work of art. He moved his fingers gracefully, like he was playing the piano. Commander Nan, look. Isn't this arm beautiful? Nansu stared at the arm, her mind filled with images of the girl pinned to the operating table in the dungeon. It once belonged to an 18-year-old girl. She was an orphan, and nobody remembers her. Zhao Mingde's voice was as gentle as if he were reciting poetry. But now, her arm is on my body, accompanying me through eternity. Isn't this another form of immortality? He reached out his hand to Nanshu. Her life continues in me. She should feel honored. The church fell silent. Everyone looked at Nansu with eager eyes, as if waiting for an answer. Zhao Mingde smiled. Commander Nan, join us. Nansu lowered her head, her shoulders shaking more and more violently. She knew that refusal meant death. She would become one of those girls in the dungeon, her limbs cut off, soaked in a jar, and transported to the Caleb Sea. Say yes. Live on. You are Nanshu, and you are afraid of death. I agreed. It was just a matter of saying one word. Her lips moved. Zhao Mingde's smile deepened. Nanshu's fingernails dug into her palms, and blood seeped from between her fingers. but she didn't hear her own voice. What she heard was the girl being dragged away from the dungeon calling mommy. It's the sound of a chainsaw. It's that empty gaze inside the jar. She looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed. He was clenching his teeth, and his whole body was trembling. I'm just no longer the commander. Her voice was trembling, but she spoke each word with great force. That doesn't mean I want to be an animal. The church was deathly silent. Zhao Mingda's smile gradually disappeared. He withdrew his hand, took a step back, and his gaze changed from gentle to icy. What a pity. He turned away and stopped looking at her. Commander Nan is a smart man. How could he not understand? He waved. Since you don't want to be one of us. The guards approached from both sides. Nan Su stepped back, bumping into a chair behind her. The chair fell to the ground with a loud thud. The wealthy men watched expressionlessly, as if watching a performance. Zhao Mingda didn't even turn his head. Then let's use that as our material. Nanshu's legs went weak, and her back was covered in cold sweat. She stared at Zhao Mingda's back, then glanced at the expressionless tycoons. No one will come. She's finished. The guard had already grabbed her arm. Just then, bang! The church door was kicked open, the loud noise startling everyone who turned around. A figure rushed in and, without saying a word, delivered a flying kick to Zhao Mingda's face. The glasses flew off. The person fell backward, knocking over the incense burner behind them, sending ashes flying everywhere. Commander, watch out. Don't charge alone. Belfast's shout came from behind. The man landed on the ground, stepping on Zhao Mingda's chest. He looked down at him, then looked up and scanned the entire hall. Nansu stood there, stunned. Tears welled up instantly. Her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. The man turned his head, saw her, and paused for a moment. You're here too? Nanshu's tears flowed uncontrollably. She opened her mouth and finally managed to squeeze out a sound, which was so hoarse it didn't sound like herself. What are you doing here? Su Yun frowned. Is there collusion between Nanshu and the Chongqing sect? He then looked around at the people surrounding Nanshu and the guards who were about to arrest her. Could it be that Nan Su was secretly investigating this matter, and I happened to catch her at the crucial moment? Zhao Mingda coughed violently, and was furious as he looked at his newly replaced arm, which had been burned by the incense burner. Who are you? This is a society governed by law. How dare you barge in and injure people? You dare to talk about a society ruled by law? Su Yun laughed in anger. He pulled out his ID and slapped it across Zhao Mingda's face. Naval Lieutenant. Commander Su Yun of the East China Sea. Special investigation into the missing girl case. Men, surround this management center. Not even a fly is allowed to get out. Su Yun shouted. Mogador, Shokaku, Zuikaku, Bismarck, Akagi, Kaga, Belfast, Sirius, Dido, Silla, Sheffield, Frederick the Great, Taiho, Prince Eugen, Blucher, St. Louis, Garden, Cheshire, all rushed in and surrounded everyone present. Except for Ajax, who is still working in the East China Sea, all the shipgirls are present. Zhao Mingda's face instantly turned green. He shouted, this is just a health management center. What mistakes could we possibly have made? Besides, you're just a commander. You're in charge of the sea. What right do you have to investigate us? I'm an official, no less. Do you think you can intimidate me? Su Yun kicked Zhao Mingda in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Your first crime is promoting a cult and bewitching people. We commanders fight bloody battles against the enemy at sea to protect our homeland. And in the blink of an eye, our homeland is riddled with holes by filthy insects like you. Kicking you twice is too lenient. Su Yun spat. If I find any of those abducted girls after I've investigated this place, I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Nansu immediately perked up, looking at Su Yun as if she were a lifeline, and hurriedly said, Su Yun, I know where they are being held. That's where I was just brought out. Su Yun gave Nansu a deep look. Lead the way. Nansu nodded emphatically. Chapter 113, Under the Shadow. Nanshu walked ahead, her steps quick, the soles of her shoes making a clattering sound on the cement ground. Su Yun followed behind, with Belfast and Bismarck Zwei protecting him on either side. The stairs were narrow, just wide enough for one person to walk on, and the lights were so dim they looked like they might go out at any moment. The further down you go, the more humid the air becomes, and the stronger the smell of blood becomes, mixed with a sweet, cloying medicinal smell, like rotten fruit soaked in formalin. Nanshu's legs were trembling. She walked very fast, as if she were fleeing from something, or as if she were rushing towards something. Su Yun didn't say anything, but just followed her with steady steps. At the end of the stairs was an iron door with peeling paint. A chain was wrapped around the doorknob, but it wasn't locked and was just hanging loosely. Nanshu pushed the door open, and the iron gate creaked open with a dull sound. There was a corridor behind the door. The corridor was long, with rows of corrugated iron cells on both sides. The iron bars on the doors were welded crookedly, like the teeth of wild beasts. Half of the fluorescent tubes overhead were out of order, and the remaining few emitted a buzzing electrical sound, casting a stark white light that made the water stains on the wall look like distorted faces. Suyun approached the first cell and looked inside. Inside, a dozen or so girls, their hair disheveled, huddled in a corner. Some hugged their knees, some leaned against the wall, and some lay on the ground like discarded rag dolls. Hearing the noise, they looked up with numb, empty eyes, like broken dolls. Suyun clenched his fists. He didn't say anything and continued walking forward. The second cell was empty, but there was blood on the ground, and drag marks stretched all the way into the depths of the corridor. The bloodstains had dried, turning a dark brown color, and under the pale light, they resembled a winding snake. Suyun followed the trail of blood. At the end of the corridor was a larger iron door with the words, "Operating Room," pasted on it in red, like blood. Suyun pushed open the door. The stench of blood was overwhelming. The operating lights were still on, their stark white light shining on the operating table. The bloodstains on the table were still wet, and dark red liquid flowed down the groove on the edge of the table into a plastic bucket, where a thin layer had already accumulated at the bottom. On the tray next to him were a saw, pliers, scissors, and a bone saw. Something was stuck in the teeth of the bone saw, but Suyun didn't look closely. There was a pair of slippers on the floor next to the operating table. They are very small, pink, and have a kitten embroidered on the shoe. The kitten's eyes were like two glittery sequins, still reflecting light. The slippers were neatly arranged, as if waiting for their owner to come home and put them on. Suyun stared at the slippers for a long time. "Take a picture of it." His voice was very low. Belfast raised her phone, the flash going off once in the stark white light, then again. Bismarck Zwei also took out his equipment and silently began recording. At the end of the corridor was a huge warehouse. The iron gate was pushed open, revealing rows of transparent jars inside, like goods on a supermarket shelf. The jars were stacked from the ground to the ceiling, with a dozen or so neatly arranged on each iron shelf, row after row, seemingly endless. Each jar contains a young girl. The liquid was pale yellow and cloudy, like medicinal wine that had been steeping for a long time. Their limbs were gone, leaving only their torsos and heads. The incisions were wrapped in gauze, and a faint trace of blood floated in the medicine. Some had their eyes closed, while others had them open. Those with open eyes had vacant stares, as if they were dead. Suyun stood at the door, motionless. He heard the sound. It was very light and thin, like the hum of a mosquito. He followed the sound, walked around several rows of shelves, and went to the deepest part of the warehouse. In the corner was a jar, and the girl inside was smaller than the others, as thin as a cat. Her lips moved slightly, her voice hoarse and intermittent, like a bird being choked. Old blood fades away, new blood flows, and rotten bones are discarded, new bones are reborn. Suyun's hands were trembling. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Take pictures. Take pictures of everything." Belfast raised his phone, the flash flickering in the dark warehouse. Bismarck Zwei silently followed, recording every face, every jar. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A man in a white coat pushed open the door, holding a blood-stained scalpel. He saw Suyun, paused for a moment, then raised the scalpel. Suyun kicked him in the chest. The man flew through the air, crashed into the wall, and slid down, unconscious. More footsteps came from inside. 3, 5, 7 people in white coats rushed out of the various rooms, carrying various instruments, scalpels, bone saws, pliers, and one person holding a wrench. Bismarck Zwei stepped forward and knocked one of them down with an elbow strike. Belfast dodged the scalpel, twisted it behind his back, and dislocated the man's arm. The man screamed and knelt on the ground. Suyun wasn't idle either. He kicked over a guy who was trying to sneak up from the side. The guy knocked over a jar, spilling the medicine all over the ground. The girl inside the jar rolled out, like a peeled shrimp, struggling in the medicine and making muffled whimpering sounds. Suyun looked down at her, took off his coat, and covered her with it. Then he stood up and pushed open the innermost door. There were more than a dozen jars lined up side by side in the room, all of them freshly sealed. The liquid was still clear, not yet turning yellow, like water. The girl in the jar still had her eyes open, her lips moving, singing that song. Old blood fades away, new blood is infused. Destroyed bones discarded, new bones reborn. Angels guide, demons protect. In exchange for my broken body, I will gain eternal life. Hallelujah, alleluia. Over and over again. Like a tape recorder. Soo-Yun stood at the door, head down, shoulders trembling. Are you done filming? He asked in a low voice. It's done, Belfast said. Walk. He turned around and strode out. Nansu paused for a moment, then quickly followed. Soo-Yun walked very fast, taking long strides, the soles of her shoes hitting the ground with a series of thuds, like muffled thunder. Nansu had to jog to keep up. She saw that Soo-Yun's fists were clenched so tightly that her knuckles were white and her nails were digging into her palms. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his eyes were as cold as ice. When Soo-Yun returned to the lobby on the first floor, Zhao Mingde was already tied up and kneeling on the ground. The wealthy businessmen huddled in the corner, whispering and looking away, like a group of rats whose tails had been stepped on. Soo-Yun walked over, took out a gun from his waist, and pulled the bolt. Click. It was crisp, like a bone breaking. Zhao Mingde's face turned pale instantly. He struggled to pull back, the rope digging into his flesh and drawing blood. What are you trying to do? The voice was shrill like a pig being slaughtered. You can't kill me. This is a society governed by law. You have no right to enforce the law. Soo-Yun didn't speak. He raised his gun, aimed it at Zhao Mingde's head, and held the muzzle as steady as if it were welded to his hand. Chapter 114 Hounds and Wolves. Etc. Nansu rushed up, grabbed his arm, and dug her nails into his flesh. Soo-Yun, you can't just kill him. Soo-Yun looked at her. His eyes were calm as a stagnant pool. You must hand him over to the law. Nansu's voice cracked with urgency. If you kill him, you'll be breaking the law. You're the commander. You can't. The law. Soo-Yun interrupted her, his voice calm. Would the law sentence him to death? Nansu was stunned. Yes, he probably will. He's committed so many crimes. Yes. Soo-Yun nodded. But that's a matter of several days, or even several months from now. He looked down at Zhao Mingde. Every second he lives is a disrespect to the dead. Zhao Mingde was trembling all over, and his crotch was already soaked. Soo-Yun. Nansu gripped his arm tightly. Calm down. If you kill him, you're finished too. What will happen to your port? What will happen to your Shipgirls? Soo-Yun's hand froze in midair. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the doorway. 8 Murin was the first to rush in, followed by Jiang Heading, Jiang Shui, and a team of armed police. Upon seeing Soo-Yun pointing a gun at Zhao Mingde, Yuan Murin's expression changed drastically. Soo-Yun, calm down. Don't fire. Jiang Shui covered her red lips, watching this scene in disbelief. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Jiang Heading stepped forward, his voice steady and authoritative. Soo-Yun, don't act rashly. You are a promising talent for the Navy. Don't waste your future on a cultist. I've heard about what happened. It was my dereliction of duty. Hand him over to me. I'll deal with him. Yes. Leave it to us. Ape strategist quickly added. The law will punish him. You can't do it yourself. More and more people gathered around, all trying to persuade him. The wealthy businessmen also started to join in the commotion. Arrest him immediately. Vigilante justice. Disregard for the law. The sounds grew louder and more synchronized, as if they had been rehearsed. Zhao Mingde knelt on the ground, trembling all over, but a faint smile still lingered on his lips. Did you hear that? His voice trembled, yet carried a twisted smugness. You can't kill me. The law will protect me. Soo-Yun's thumb remained on the safety pin, without moving. Sirius, he suddenly said. Sirius stepped out from the crowd, carrying a jar in his arms. A young girl was soaking in the jar. Her sleeves and trouser legs were empty, as if her skeleton had been removed. It was Xiaoqian. Her eyes were half open, her lips moved slightly, and she was still singing that song. Old blood fades away, new blood is infused. Destroyed bones discarded, new bones reborn. Angels guide, demons protect. In exchange for my broken body, I will gain eternal life. Hallelujah, alleluia. Umph. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against glass. Everyone fell silent. Soo-Yun took the jar and hugged it to her chest. The jar was cold. The medicine seeped through his clothes, making his chest ache with cold. He looked down at Xiaoqian's face, pale, thin, like a sheet of paper. Then he looked up and scanned the people present. Jiangdu is a very prosperous place. Financial centers and world trade centers are everywhere. His voice was low and calm. But why are so many innocent people suffering like this underground? No one spoke. Soo-Yun gently placed the jar on the ground, stood up, and looked at Zhao Mingde. You told me not to kill him, to give him a way out. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across each person's face. How many innocent souls are trapped in that basement? And who gave them a way to live? Silence. Jiang Heading opened his mouth, but it took him a while to squeeze out a voice. I understand the reasoning. But don't act rashly. Put the gun away, and let's talk properly. Su Yun looked at him and said calmly, I've already had a proper talk with you, Inspector Jiang. He paused. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. Bang! A shot rang out. Zhao Mingda's head snapped back, revealing a hole between his eyebrows. Blood gushed from the hole and trickled down his nose. His body swayed, then slowly fell down, like a tree that had been sawed off. Blood seeped from the back of his head, spreading on the ground. It was dark red and thick, like a flower slowly blooming. The church was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Yun put away his gun, stood still, and stared at Zhao Mingda's corpse, motionless. A few seconds later, the wealthy businessman erupted. Murder! He killed someone. Everyone saw it. This guy abused his power. He completely disregarded the law. Arrest him. Arrest him. Send him to the maritime court. Sentence him to death. The sounds grew louder and more synchronized, as if they had been rehearsed. They pointed at Su Yun, spitting as they spoke, filled with righteous indignation, as if the girls in those jars had nothing to do with them, as if the wronged souls whose limbs had been cut off had nothing to do with them. Nan Su felt a chill run down her spine as she watched this scene. She suddenly felt like laughing, but also like crying. Su Yun stood there, expressionless, like a wall. Jiang Shui covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. The ape-man clenched his fists, unsure of what to say. Jiang Heading remained silent, his gaze complex, as if he were looking at someone he couldn't understand. The Shipgirls stood motionless behind Su Yun. No one spoke, no one stopped them. Only from Xiaoqian's jar could that hoarse song still be heard. Angels guide me, demons protect me, in exchange for my broken body, I gain eternal life. Just then, get out of the way. A cold, clear voice came from the doorway, like ice shards falling to the ground. The crowd automatically separated. Royal Arkansas entered, followed by a team of law enforcement police, their steps synchronized, their boots pounding on the ground like war drums. The wealthy businessman's eyes lit up. It's the president of the Maritime Court. The incorruptible Royal Arkansas. Great. Arrest this commander who abused his power. Sentence him. We can all testify. He killed someone in public. Royal Arkansas entered the hall, his gaze sweeping over the indignant wealthy merchants, over the bloodstains on the ground, over Zhao Mingda's corpse, and then landing on Su Yun. She was stunned. Su Yun stood there, still holding the gun. A few drops of blood splattered on his body, staring at her expressionlessly. His shirt cuffs were rolled up, and the veins on his arms were bulging, as if he had just smashed something. Royal Ark's red lips moved, but no sound came out. Su Yun didn't say anything either. They looked at each other. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds felt like an eternity, yet also like a fleeting moment. Then Royal Arkansas shifted its gaze and glanced at the still clamoring wealthy merchants. Arrest them all. The wealthy businessmen's faces lit up with joy. Yes, arrest him. Take him. The sound grew fainter and fainter. They realized something was wrong. The police did not approach Su Yun. They went toward them. Wait, you've arrested the wrong person. You've arrested the wrong person. That person killed him. We saw it with our own eyes. What are you doing? The Royal Arkansas ignored them. She walked up to Su Yun and looked down at him with guilt. I'm sorry, Commander. It's my fault that you've suffered so much. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 115, A Life for a Life. Somewhere in Dongwang. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Deputy Yang, Li Shangyan's expression turned strange. Did this kid really kill someone in public? Absolutely true. Marshal, Inspector Jiang was also present. Lieutenant Yang's voice was serious. It is said that Commander Su had his Shipgirls bring out a jar girl named Xiaoqian to testify, which confirmed Zhao Mingda's guilt, and that's why the law was enforced in public. Li Shangyan raised an eyebrow slightly and gave his adjutant a deep look. Judging from your tone, you're speaking in his favor. The longevity cult has long been deeply rooted on land, but due to its complex background, no one has dared to take action against them. Now, Commander Su is willing to risk his life and step forward, which is truly a righteous act. Lieutenant Yang said sincerely. Noble principles, my ass. He's just made a mess of things. Li Shangyan laughed angrily, scratching his head as he said, I originally wanted to use the Chongqing sect incident to give him a warning, but look what happened. He actually killed Zhao Mingda in public. How many guts does this kid have? So ruthless. Li Shangyan bit his fingernail and said, I thought he was a promising talent, and with some guidance, he might become a great man in the future. Who knew he would suddenly make such a huge mess? He's just reckless and impulsive. After a moment's thought, Lieutenant Yang said, Marshal, perhaps Commander Su wasn't entirely without consideration. Li Shangyan glanced at Deputy Commander Yang and asked, what is he considering? After a moment's consideration, Lieutenant Yang finally decided to take out his phone, open the trending topics, and say, Marshal, please take a look. When Li Shangyan saw this, he was so angry he almost spat blood. That kid. Li Shangyan gritted his teeth and said, did he have to make such a big deal out of this? He even posted it online. Deputy Yang opened Su Yun's account, which contained an article about Jar Girl and several censored pictures. This matter is being hotly debated online, with the public filled with righteous indignation. Army units across the country have responded by launching crackdowns on organized crime and gangs. In essence, Commander Su has done a tremendous good deed. Good my ass. He's just trying to use public pressure to save himself, Li Shangyan said with a snort, arms crossed. Regardless of Commander Su's purpose, his actions were indeed for the people's benefit, Lieutenant Yang said solemnly. If we don't reward him this time, but instead reprimand him, we might lose the people's support. Li Shangyan glanced at Deputy Yang and said, with the fall of the Chongqing sect, you should be the happiest person, right? In next year's party elections, your party will probably have the upper hand. Lieutenant Yang said seriously, I am doing this entirely for Dongwang. Marshal, isn't that right? Li Shangyan shook his head, no longer caring about these things. He stroked his chin, and after some careful consideration, he said, then let's protect Su Yun and promote him. What official? Maritime Inspector. Adjutant Yang asked, puzzled. What kind of official is this? Li Shangyan stroked his beard and slowly explained. The Dongwang Sea area is vast, from the East China Sea to the South China Sea, from the Yellow Sea to the Red Sea, with hundreds of ports of all sizes. Each commander only manages his own small area, and once outside his own port area, he is no different from an ordinary person, but the maritime inspector is different. At this point, Li Shangyan paused and added, from now on, Su Yun can exercise law enforcement power in any sea area, port area, or dock in Dongwang. Li Shangyan drafted the letter of appointment on his computer, printed it out, and stamped it with the red seal. Tell Su Yun that if he encounters something like this again, he doesn't need to think about whether he's qualified before drawing his gun. If he draws his gun, then he's qualified. Lieutenant Yang took the letter of appointment, looked at it, and asked in surprise, isn't this a bit too much power? Big? It is quite big. Li Shangyan sighed with a complicated expression. But some people need to be suppressed with great power. Otherwise, who do you think is sending those girls in jars underground? Lieutenant Yang nodded, then asked, and what about military rank? Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Yang was taken aback. So many? Nonsense. How can you intimidate people if you don't have enough? Okay, I understand. Deputy Yang nodded, then left the office with the letter of appointment. Li Shangyan remained in his office, smoking a cigar and exhaling clouds of smoke. You're young and arrogant, Su boy. This position has only been held by 2 people in the more than 100 years since it was established. You are the third. He exhaled a smoke ring and muttered to himself. The first 2 died in office. Jiangdu Maritime Court. The gallery was packed with people, and the whispers hummed like a tidal wave. Su Yun stood on one side of the defendant's dock, with Belfast and Bismarck standing behind him. He was wearing a commander's white uniform, his collar buttoned up neatly, and his expression was as calm as if he were attending a routine meeting. Across from them, wealthy businessmen were huddled together. They were all dressed in suits and ties, their watches gleaming, but their faces were all deathly pale. Some people's legs were shaking, some people's lips were trembling, and some people kept wiping away sweat. In the audience, Jiang Shui held Jiang Heading's arm tightly, her fingers clenched tightly. Ape Murin sat in the back, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Nansu sat in the corner, head down, lost in thought. On the judge's bench, Royal Arkansas wore a dark blue judge's robe, her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears. She remained expressionless, her cold gaze sweeping across the room, before striking the gavel once. Quiet. The courtroom fell silent. Royal Arkansas opened the case file in front of him, his voice cold and clear. The case of the Eternal Life cult is now open for public trial. Prosecutor read the indictment. The prosecutor stood up, turning the pages of the documents one by one, his voice echoing in the empty hall. Human trafficking, illegal detention, intentional injury resulting in disability, murder. Each charge is like a nail nailed to the faces of wealthy businessmen. Every time one of the messages was read aloud, someone would shudder. After listening, Royal Arkansas turned his gaze to the wealthy merchants. Defendant, do you have any objections? The first wealthy businessman slumped in the dock, tears and snot streaming down his face. I only bought organs. I don't know how they came to be. I really don't know. Royal Arkansas didn't say anything, but simply pressed a button on the remote control. The large screen on the wall lit up. The girl in the first photo is missing all 4 limbs and has empty eyes. The second wealthy businessman pointed at Zhao Mingda's empty seat, his voice shrill like a pig being slaughtered. It's all his fault. He's the one who approached us to sell to him. We didn't know anything. We were scammed too. Screen switching. The undried bloodstains on the operating table, the bone saw on the tray, the little cat on the pink slippers. The third wealthy businessman tried to defend himself, his voice trembling. Those homeless people have no identity, no family. Even if we don't buy from them, they'll still die on the roadside. The screen freezes. The warehouse was filled with rows of cans, stacked from the floor to the ceiling. Royal Arkansas stared at him coldly, her voice like ice shards falling to the ground. So what? So you can just chop them up? Put them in jars? Treat them like animals? The wealthy businessman opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. In the audience, someone was sobbing softly. Royal Arkansas withdrew its gaze and stood up. Her judge's robe trailed on the ground, each step seeming to tread on people's hearts. This court pronounces its verdict. Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear and distinct. The defendant is found guilty of multiple charges, including human trafficking, illegal detention, intentional injury causing disability, and murder. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the faces of each wealthy businessman. You took arms, legs, livers, kidneys, and hearts from those innocent girls, and you returned them intact. The wealthy businessmen were stunned. What? Someone stammered. I said whoever had the arm reattached, I'll cut off their arm. Whoever had the leg replaced, I'll saw off their leg. Royal Ark's voice was as cold as the wind blowing from an ice cellar. You'll be torn back together in the same way you tore those girls apart. The first wealthy merchant turned deathly pale and screamed. You're insane. Even if you cut off our arms, you can't put them back on. They're all ready. That's my business. Royal Arkansas interrupted him. We have Shipgirls, research centers, and technology you can't even imagine. We can reattach those girls' severed limbs. Your lives belong to them. The second wealthy merchant trembled, clinging to a sliver of hope. If I return it, will you let us go? Royal Arkansas looked at him, expressionless. Cannot. Her voice was as calm as if she were reading a menu. The crimes you committed cannot be atoned by paying for them. Those girls lost not only their limbs, but also months and years of hell. They were locked in dungeons, hacked, soaked, bottled, and transported away. Your money bought their lives. She spoke slowly and deliberately. So pay it all off, then die. Chapter 116 Eastern Imperial Inspector. The wealthy businessmen were completely devastated. No, don't. We have money. We can buy our lives. This is vigilante justice. This is inhumane. Royal Arkansas watched them make a scene with indifference, as if they were watching a group of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Then she struck the gavel. Quiet. No one listened. The wealthy businessmen went mad, pounding on the railings and screaming at the top of their lungs. The gavel struck again. Quiet. Still, nobody listened. Just then, someone suddenly looked up, their eyes bloodshot, and pointed at Su Yun. Wait. Su Yun committed a crime too. He killed someone in public. We all saw it. That shout was like lighting a fuse. The other wealthy businessmen, realizing what was happening, grabbed at the last straw and started shouting one after another. Yes, he has no law enforcement power. He is indiscriminately killing innocent people. Commander, killing someone is also a capital offense. You should all be punished together. You can't just convict us. He's guilty too. Officials protecting each other, shielding criminals. We want to appeal. We want to take this to the marshal's mansion. The sounds grew louder and more synchronized, as if they had been rehearsed. Some people were banging on the railings, some were pointing at Su Yun, and some were shouting towards the judge's bench. A commotion broke out in the gallery. Some people whispered to each other, while others looked hesitant. Su Yun stood in the dock, his expression unchanged. But the shipgirls behind him had increasingly grim faces. Chi Chang gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words, even if a bunch of insects die 1,000 or 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Mogador's face was so cold it could freeze water, his fingers already pressed against the miniature ship's rigging. "Commander, can I just kill them?" Bismarck Zwei leaned close to Su Yun's ear, her voice low but each word like the clash of steel. "Commander, just give the order, and I'll blow this place up." Su Yun didn't speak, but simply shook her head slightly. In the audience, Nansu bit her nails, her brows furrowed. Her mind raced. What could she do? Was there any way to save Su Yun? That guy was annoying, but she couldn't let him die here. Jiang Shui's eyes reddened with anxiety, and she gripped Jiang Heading's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. "Dad, think of something. Su Yun did it to save those girls. He's not a bad person." Jiang Heading remained silent. His brow was furrowed, and his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Once. "Dad." Jiang Shui's voice was choked with sobs. Jiang Heading remained silent. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Yun and the wealthy businessman, as if weighing something on a scale. He tapped his fingers a few times, then stopped. "Don't rush," he said in a low voice. "I'm thinking." But nobody knows what he's thinking. The wealthy businessmen continued their commotion, their voices growing louder and more jarring. "This court is unjust. The judges are protecting criminals. We want to appeal. We want to take it all the way to the Supreme Court. You can't do this. This is trampling on the law." Royal Ark's expression turned completely grim. She slammed the gavel down. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the empty hall, the echo reverberating like an earthquake. Contempt of court. Her voice was as cold as ice blades, cutting into everyone's faces. "Do you think this is a marketplace?" The wealthy businessmen were intimidated by this imposing manner, and their voices quieted down, but some still murmured. "You are inherently unfair." Royal Arkansas ignored him. She stood up, looking down at everyone, flicked the sleeve of her judge's robe, and pointed her finger at Su Yun. "You say he killed someone in public, that he abused his power, that he has no respect for the law." Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a nail driven into wood. Zhao Mingda, the bishop of Jiangdu in the Eternal Life sect, has more than 200 lives on his hands. When Su Yun was investigating the missing girls' cases, he witnessed the crime scene firsthand, saw the girls with their limbs severed, and saw those jars. She paused. He killed someone in public. But the victim was not an innocent civilian. He was a cult leader who was organizing large-scale crimes, about to destroy evidence, and about to continue harming people. She looked at the wealthy businessmen with a cold gaze, as if she were looking at dead people. According to the spirit of the Dongwang maritime law, the commander has the right to take all necessary measures to stop a serious crime in an emergency. Zhao Mingda's crime was ongoing. The girls were still in the jars, and the crime did not end when Su Yun fired the shot. The wealthy businessmen opened their mouths. Some people muttered, "But it's not in the legal text." "The law serves people." Royal Ark's voice brooked no argument. "The law exists to protect people. Su Yun protected over 200 victims, and you say he broke the law." In the audience, Jiang Heading's brows furrowed even more. He murmured softly, "This is blatant favoritism. There's no such provision in the law. She's just making it up." Nansu also understood, and her expression turned strange. She lowered her voice, as if talking to herself. "Su Yun's background is really getting bigger and bigger. Even the president of the Maritime Court is his man. You're just making things up." A wealthy businessman pointed at the Royal Arkansas, his voice trembling but sharp. "There's no such clause in the law. You made this up on the spot. You're abusing your power. We're going to appeal. We'll appeal to the Supreme Court. We'll appeal to the Marshal's office. Yes, appeal. This verdict is unjust. We don't acknowledge it." The wealthy businessmen started making trouble again, their voices growing louder and their confidence increasing. Just then, bang, the courtroom doors were pushed open. Everyone fell silent. A middle-aged man in a marshal's uniform strode in, carrying a document in his hand. His steps were steady, and his boots pounded on the ground like war drums. Someone in the audience recognized him and gasped. Deputy Commander Yang Yang, a person close to Li Shangyan. He walked to the judge's bench, turned around, and faced the courtroom. He unfolded the file, his voice loud and clear. "Marshal's order." The courtroom was deathly silent. Even breathing had stopped. Su Yun is hereby appointed as the Maritime Inspector of Dongwang, with the military rank of Lieutenant Colonel. His rank is the same as that of the Marshal's office counselor. He has the authority to investigate, arrest, and handle major crimes involving shipgirls, wrecked remains, human modification, and organ trafficking in the entire sea area and coastal region of Dongwang. Every word was like a stone hitting the ground, striking the faces of wealthy businessmen. The wealthy businessmen were utterly humiliated. Some people slumped to the ground. Some were trembling all over, and some were unable to speak because their lips were quivering. Inspector General, the wealthy merchant who knew the law, muttered to himself, the last trace of color draining from his face. Jiang Shui was stunned, then breathed a long sigh of relief and released her father's arm. Her fingers were covered in sweat. Jiang Heading's expression subtly changed. Calmness quickly returned, but then the fingers started tapping on the armrest again. Royal Ark's lips curled slightly, but she quickly suppressed it again. She glanced at Su Yun. Su Yun stood in the dock, her expression unchanged. But my shoulders feel a little looser. Royal Arkansas cleared his throat, his voice cold and clear. The actions of Inspector Su Yun have been deemed legal and compliant by this court. She turned to the wealthy businessman, her gaze as cold as a knife. Defendant, the original sentence is upheld. All illegally transplanted organs must be removed and returned to the victims. Then, she paused. Death penalty, to be carried out immediately. No, we're appealing. We have money. We can buy our lives. Let us go. We'll tell you everything. Law enforcement officers stepped forward and dragged the wealthy businessmen away one by one. Some people cried, some cursed, and some even wet their pants. The sound grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared at the end of the corridor. The courtroom fell silent. Su Yun stepped down from the defendant's seat and passed by Nansu. She kept her head down, not looking at him, but her lips moved, and she managed to squeeze out 2 words. Thanks. Su Yun didn't turn around, he just waved his hand. As she passed Jiang Shui, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but Jiang Heading stopped her. Jiang Heading's hand rested on her arm. It wasn't heavy, but it was very steady. Su Yun didn't stop walking. He walked up to the Royal Arkansas. The Royal Arkansas stood up. The event ended, leaving only Royal Arkansas, Su Yun, and the other Shipgirls. I'm so sorry, Commander. Royal Arkansas knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. I'm sorry you had to suffer this injustice. But please believe me, even without this letter of appointment, I would never have allowed you to be punished in the slightest today. Su Yun smiled and helped the Royal Arkansas to its feet. I believe in you, Royal Arkansas, rise. Royal Arkansas nodded, but a hint of shame could still be seen in her expression. Now that this matter is over, let's leave it at that, Su Yun said with a smile. Now that things are settled, it's about time we went home. He reached out his hand. Would you like to come back to the East China Sea with me? Royal Arkansas looked at Su Yun, then at the dozen or so shipgirls present, and gave a heavy Of course. But, at this point, she hesitated. Su Yun assumed that Royal Arkansas was worried about his position as dean, so he asked, Are you worried about your job? Royal Arkansas said, My position can be directly given to the successor I'm grooming. It's no big deal. But before we leave, we should go to the Maritime Bureau to pick up a few people. Who? Laffy, Javelin, Ayanami, Z23. When these shipgirls were mentioned, Royal Ark's expression became excited. Her nostrils flared slightly, and her eyes shone brightly. Last time I went to see Ayanami, I was kicked out. This time, with the commander here, we'll definitely be able to see her. Su Yun. He suddenly understood something from the expression on the Royal Ark's face. This guy really is the Royal Arkansas I know. Chapter 117, Law Fight. Isn't it normal for the 3 starter families to have 4 members? Maritime Administration Bureau. Nimi. Javelin, carrying Lingbo, rushed in from outside the office in a panic. Point. Javelin stammered excitedly. Even Xiao Sanwu Lingbo's face showed a rare hint of excitement. Z23 was handling official business when he saw Javelin's stuttering and excited appearance, so he casually pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. Tissue. No. It means point. Javelin was still too excited to finish his sentence. Fingers. Z23 looked at his fingers, which were still fair, smooth, and small. No, that's not it. Javelin exclaimed excitedly, her words tumbling out incoherently. The commander is back. Z23's delicate body trembled. What did you say? In her excitement, Z23 jumped off the swivel chair. Z23 grabbed Javelin's shoulder and asked excitedly, Is it really true? It's true. Lingbo took out her phone, opened the Dongwang trending topics, and handed it to Z23. Look. Z23 took the phone and scrolled down the trending topics. Top trending topic. The longevity cult has been wiped out. Trending topic number 2. Su Yun. Top 3 trending topics. Jar Girl. Top 4 trending topics. Latest protection policies for migrants in dangerous areas. Z23's gaze was fixed on the second name, Su Yun. She clicked the link and was quickly redirected to a video. This is a knowledge popularization blogger. Today, I'll introduce you to one of the 100 commanders from the East China Sea, Weiyang Port District, Su Yun. Immediately afterwards, a photo of Su Yun was posted. The moment she saw this photo, Z-23's body trembled. It really is the commander. Her small mouth was so big that a whole egg could fit inside. La fight. La fight. Raffi sat in the corner next to Z-23's workstation. Usually, Z-23 would block her way so that Raffi could take a nap. However, even if they were discovered while working, it wouldn't matter. Z-23 and the others were in the Shipgirls section of the Maritime Bureau, where all the staff were Shipgirls. Everyone was very tolerant of these little ones and wouldn't say anything even if they saw them. Sometimes they would even cover Laffy with a small blanket. Although others didn't say anything, it didn't mean that Laffy could doze off without restraint, which is why Z-23 let her sit inside and blocked her out. Raffi was shaken awake by Z-23's violent shaking. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and mumbled, "Nimi, is something wrong?" "The commander is back," Z-23 exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, you're back again. You've been back 20 times this month now," Raffi said, rubbing his eyes with his head down, his voice sticky like unmelting candy. Javelin and Lingbo tilted their heads, their little heads showing big question marks. Z-23 knew that Laffy was dreaming about the commander again, so she shook her vigorously to wake her up. This time it's not a dream. It's the real commander. He's back in reality. Look at this. Z-23 showed the phone screen to Lafite. Lafite finally perked up a bit, raising his half-open eyes to look at his phone screen. The science popularization blogger on the screen continued. Su Yun, a native of Donghai City, graduated from the Donghai Naval Academy and won the national yacht competition for 3 consecutive years. He was diagnosed with soul power in his junior year and officially became a commander after graduation. He has extremely strong individual combat capabilities. He excelled in liberal arts subjects. Just when everyone thought his career as a commander would be smooth sailing after graduation, little did they know that the lowest point in his life had just begun. Lafite's attention was drawn, and Z-23, Lingbo, and Javelin also came over to watch the video together. The science blogger continued, "His soul power is extremely weak. So weak that no ship girl is willing to sign a contract with him. And without ship girls, there is no ability to go to sea, which is unacceptable for any port. If he can't even take the first step from 0 to 1, how can he become a true commander?" "There are no ship girls in the commander's port?" Javelin asked in surprise. "Oh, poor commander, I really want to pat his head," etc. The Javelin suddenly realized what was happening. If that's the case, why not just make myself the first ship girl commanded by the commander? Just like before, become the commander's initial ship. Surely my status in the commander's heart will be extraordinary then? Unbeknownst to Javelin, at that moment, the 4 little ones were thinking the same thing. Lingbo thought to herself, if I were the commander's initial ship. The scene in Lingbo's imagination. Su Yun knelt before her, excitedly hugging her leg, tears streaming down her face. "Lord Ling Zhanxian, please be my starting ship. As long as you're willing to be my starting ship, I'd be willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. Since you've said so, then I'll reluctantly acknowledge you as my commander." Lingbo coughed, patted Su Yun's head, and completely captivated Su Yun. "But remember to save the first ring for me." Su Yun was filled with gratitude and hugged Lingbo's leg, kissing her while expressing his thanks, just like Tom the cat kisses a white female cat. Let's turn the camera back to the Z-23. What she was thinking at that moment was, "What? You insist on making me your initial ship? Otherwise, you're going to haunt me for the rest of your life." Su Yun nodded repeatedly, staring at him with longing in her eyes. "Oh dear, I really can't do anything with you." Z-23 sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead and shaking her head. "All right then, since you're so pitiful and no other ship girl is willing to keep you company, I'll reluctantly grant your request." Z-23 coughed, then said seriously, "But remember this, I'm not just your starting ship, I'm also your secretary ship." "Got it." Su Yun nodded excitedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Then turned the camera to Lafite. At that moment, she was thinking that she could finally take a nap in the commander's lap. The 4 little ones understood each other perfectly, and none of them voiced their thoughts. The science blogger continued. Just when everyone thought that Su Yun would only ever be an unknown commander, something happened that left everyone speechless. The screen pauses here. Then a small circle appeared in the center of the screen and started spinning. It stuck. Z-23 was taken aback and refreshed the page. This time, Not only can't the video load, but the website can't even be loaded. The router is malfunctioning. Let me see if restarting it will solve the problem. The voices of other ship girls could be heard coming from the office. The four little ones looked at each other. How do I disconnect the internet at this critical juncture? Chapter 118, Javelin. I have never seen such a shameless person. Suddenly, they heard the other ship girls gossiping in the office. Ship Girl A. I heard from the ship girl who just came back that Su Yun has come here. Ship Girl B. Huh? Really? Is it Su Yun, the one who eliminated the longevity cult? Ship Girl A. Yes. It's that Su Yun. Ship Girl B. Wow. What's he doing here? Could it be that he's taken a fancy to someone? Ship Girl A. Who knows? These days, it's rare to see such a tough commander. And he's good looking too. I heard he even got promoted. He's now the Eastern Emperor Inspector. Ship Girl B. What is the position of the Eastern Imperial Inspector? Ship Girl A. Equal to the Marshal's Office Counselor. Capable of cross-border law enforcement, no longer confined to one's own little territory, and a lieutenant colonel rank. Ship Girl B. Wow. So tall. You have a bright future ahead of you. Ship Girl A. Yes. If he invites me, well, I might consider becoming his ship girl. The four little ones perked up at the same time. Is the commander coming to the Maritime Management Bureau to retrieve ship girls? Judging from their colleagues' comments, it seems that they would be willing to go with the commander as long as he asked. The four little ones sensed the danger at the same time. This crisis is called the initial ship crisis. Now, the war has begun. Whoever finds the commander first will have the chance to be his starting ship. At this moment, even the four little ones who are closest to each other must fight for their own happy life. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the toilet. Javelin was the first to leave with a lame excuse. I'm going to the section chief's office to submit some documents. Z23 also made an excuse to leave the office. I'm going outside for some fresh air. Lingbo turned and left. In the end, only Law Fight was left. Raphael rubbed her eyes and yawned. I'll find a more comfortable place to take a nap too. After saying that, the four little ones left. After they left, the two ship girls continued chatting, gossiping. Ship Girl B. Come on, whether you'll even get noticed is another matter. Look at the ship girls under Su Yun's command now. Garden, Bismarck Zwei, Frederick the Great, Akaji Kaga, Shikazukaku. Tell me, which one of you can compare? Upon hearing this, Ship Girl A deflated. They're all top-tier experts. Even the director would have to step aside. Ship Girl B spread her hands and said helplessly, So, there's no need for them to come here looking for ship girls. They probably came for some reason. Let's not overthink it. Ship Girl A nodded. That's true. She suddenly thought of the four little javelins. These four little guys may be small, but their combat power is extraordinary. They are the top dogs among the destroyers. She looked towards Z23's workstation, only to find that all four little guys had disappeared. Huh. Ship Girl A blinked. Where did they go? Maritime Administration Bureau, Director's Office. The director's name is Dingen, and his prototype is the transport ship of Dongwang. Su Yun was invited here and sat face to face with Dingen. He glanced casually at Dingen's front-mounted armor and calmly sipped his tea. Not as big as my Dingen. Although he also has black hair, his anchoring time should be different. Dingen felt immense pressure when facing Su Yun. I'm talking about Commander Su Yun. Dingen's lips twitched slightly. She felt as if a monster was sitting in front of her, rather than a commander. As for why, it's naturally because of the terrifying, almost materialized, soul power behind Su Yun. The moment their eyes met, Dingen panicked. No wonder it has won the favor of so many powerful ship girls. Its soul is truly terrifying. Could you please calm down a bit? Dingen asked, her lips twitching slightly. If you enter the Maritime Bureau like this, you might scare the other ship girls away. Dingen didn't want his Maritime Bureau to suddenly become empty. Su Yun was puzzled upon hearing this. Anger? What anger? He brought only 3 ship girls this time. Belfast, Bismarck, and the Royal Arkansas. He originally didn't want to bring Royal Arkansas along, but she strongly recommended herself, claiming that the Maritime Bureau was vast and had a complex internal structure. Without her guidance, the commander would likely be wandering around in circles within the Maritime Bureau. Su Yun felt that what Royal Arkansas said made sense, and besides, as long as she was there, she couldn't cause any trouble, so she took her along. Belfast and Ark Royal were also caught off guard. Su Yun's soul is engraved on their ship girl souls. To Su Yun's ship girls, this soul is very gentle and not scary at all. Bismarck Zwei understood, took out the oath ring from her ship's equipment space, and handed it to Su Yun. Commander, please wear this. Su Yun took it, and saw that it was the oath ring, his expression turning strange. Why are you suddenly making me wear this? Bismarck replied. This ring can put an end to the air in the mouth of the director of security. Soo-yun's expression was strange. Although he didn't know what Bismarck meant by air, he still obediently put it on. Would your own Shipgirls harm you? Sure enough, Ding-an breathed a sigh of relief after Soo-yun put on the oath ring. The terrifying aura was suppressed, and she felt much better. Now, let's get back to the main topic. Ding-an asked curiously. You just said you came to the Maritime Affairs Bureau to find someone? Soo-yun nodded. Yes, my Shipgirls work here. I've come to pick them up and take them back. Is that so? Ding-an suddenly realized, and couldn't help but ask again. Who are you referring to as Shipgirls? Lafite, Javelin, Lingbo, Z-23, Soo-yun replied. Ding-an remained silent for a moment. You really know how to pick, Commander Soo. These 4 little ones are all Shipgirls who have undergone a second awakening and have made great contributions to the Maritime Bureau. You want to take them all away as soon as you ask. Soo-yun said calmly. They are all my Shipgirls. There's nothing wrong with me coming to take them away, is there? If they really are your Shipgirls, then it's no problem for you to come and take them away. Ding-an raised her eyebrows slightly and said, However, you are the 5th commander to say this month. Soo-yun was taken aback, then realized what he meant, and his lips twitched slightly. There were 4 other people who said that? Not just that. There are at least 40 liars claiming to be the commanders of these 4 little guys, right? Ding-an crossed his arms and shook his head helplessly. I can understand your commander's desire for powerful destroyers, but isn't it a bit too unoriginal for you all to use the same excuse? Soo-yun's expression suddenly turned strange. Director Ding-an, I'm serious. They really are my Shipgirls. Yes, Ding-an rolled her eyes. Everyone says that. A muffled, husky voice suddenly came from outside the door of the director of Ding-an. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Soo-yun turned around with a strange expression. As expected, it was Li Shangyan. He had a rose dangling from his mouth as he leaned against the door. Oh, my dear Director Ding-an, I'm here again. Last time I told you those 4 little ones were my Shipgirls, but you didn't believe me and wouldn't let me in. This time I've specially fabricated, cough cough. I've brought proof that they are my Shipgirls. Soo-yun's lips twitched slightly. I have never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 119, Lingbo, that layer of paint. I'll speak, Soo-yun said, raising an eyebrow slightly. Can't you have any shame, Li Shangyan? Ding-an was slightly taken aback when he heard Soo-yun address the marshal by his full name. Huh? Soo-boy. Li Shangyan quickly put away the rose that had appeared out of nowhere, coughed, and straightened his collar. Wasn't the matter with the longevity sect all settled? What are you doing at the Maritime Bureau? Oh, how dare you bring up the longevity cult? Soo-yun said expressionlessly. Zhao Mingda was making such dirty deals right under your nose, and you, a marshal, did absolutely nothing? Li Shangyan rubbed his forehead and shook his head, looking helpless. Hey Soo-boy, remember to call me by my full name when you address me. It's true that I'm a marshal, but I'm just a naval marshal. Matters on land aren't my responsibility. Soo-yun wanted to say something more, but Li Shangyan shushed him and blinked. We'll talk about these things separately later. Soo-yun frowned, displeased with Li Shangyan's attitude, but considering the far-reaching implications of the matter, she finally hummed in agreement. Li Shangyan sat down, and Ding-an made him a cup of tea, then asked, Marshal Li, did you also come for those 4 little ones? Li Shangyan grinned. Exactly. Ding-an raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Soo-yun and Li Shangyan's faces. Coincidentally, Commander Soo also came for these 4 little ones. Li Shangyan was taken aback, and looked at Soo-yun with a strange expression. Are you going to cheat again? Soo-yun rolled her eyes. What cheat would I do? Of course, I'll use your electric eyes. I'll adjust the Shipgirls' affection levels by making eye contact. Li Shangyan stretched out his index and middle fingers, gesturing back and forth between his own and Soo-yun's eyes, then quickly covered Ding-an's eyes with his hand. Don't look at him. Be careful, or your affection level will explode. Ding-an. She punched Li Shangyan on the head, causing a large bump. Superstition. Ding-an snorted coldly. The idea that a mere glance is enough to make a ship girl devoted to Soo-yun? That's utterly ridiculous. Ding-an has been a ship girl her whole life. What kind of commanders hasn't she seen? How could she possibly believe such a ridiculous rumor? Before you see those 4 little brats, I think you should get your head checked. Ding-an looked down at Li Shangyan and snorted. As a marshal, to believe rumors from the streets is truly an insult to your dignity. Li Shangyan covered his head and sighed. Sigh. Don't disbelieve me. This kid really has some kind of weirdness about him. Ding-an rolled her eyes. She didn't believe such nonsense. Even if you are a marshal, I can only give you one answer. Dingen said calmly. Those 4 little guys don't welcome outside commanders. Please go back to where you came from. Su Yun and Li Shangyan exchanged a glance, feeling utterly helpless. Unfortunately, I made a special trip today, but I didn't even get to see the 4 little ones. As Li Shangyan walked out of the director's office, he remained completely unmoved, as if being turned away was a perfectly normal thing. Su Yun was the same. She felt no sense of defeat. 2 months ago, he would have received countless friend requests from Shipgirls, let alone been turned away. The two stopped at the building entrance, not in a hurry to leave. Su Yun leaned against a stone pillar, arms crossed, and asked seriously, as the marshal, why are you not taking any action regarding the longevity sect? Manage? How? Do you think I have eyes and ears that can see 1,000 miles or hear 1,000 sounds? Li Shangyan innocently spread his hands and shook his head. How high do you think an official position is considered high? Commander? Marshal? Su Yun sensed something amiss. Don't tell me that as a marshal, you have no idea what your men are doing right under your nose. Hey, you guessed right, I really didn't know. Li Shangyan shook his head. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Then what's the point of having you as a marshal? Don't say that. Li Shangyan leaned against another stone pillar, hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky, his tone lazy, as if he were talking about something unrelated to him. Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hongwu emperor, wasn't he ruthless enough? The 4 major cases of Hongwu, each resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. Skinning people alive, confiscating their property, and exterminating their entire clan. What ruthless methods didn't he use? He turned to look at Su Yun. Even with such a tough nut to crack, his subordinates dared to embezzle funds meant for the palace's construction without his knowledge. The Ministry of Works submitted the budget, replacing the golden Nanmu wood that should have been used with ordinary pine, and the white marble that should have been used with bluestone. They painted the outside, making it look magnificent, but the inside was all shoddy work. Su Yun frowned. What are you trying to say? What I want to say, Li Shangyan withdrew his gaze, his voice turning serious, is that your position and your ability to see what's going on below are 2 different things. Zhu Yuanzhang was ruthless enough, wasn't he? He killed enough people, didn't he? Yet his subordinates still kept it from him. It wasn't because he wasn't ruthless enough, but because it was profitable to keep it from him. He paused. The longevity cult operated in Jiangdu for 3 years. In those 3 years, how many doors did it pass through from the dungeon to the dock, from the dock to the operating room, and from the operating room to the mansions of those wealthy merchants? How many people were involved? How many people turned a blind eye? Who do you think they were hiding from? Su Yun fell silent. Me? You. Li Shangyan scoffed. They're keeping it from everyone. From me, to Jiang Heading, to the Jiangdu police station, to the dock management office, to everyone who should have found out, but didn't. He turned around and faced Su Yun. You ask why I don't care? I can't. It's not because I don't have the power, it's because I don't have the manpower. My eyes are on the Pacific Ocean, on the abyss, on the Sirens. Dongwang is so vast. How many of the people under my command are truly working for me, and how many are just doing my bidding? Do you think I can tell the difference? Su Yun didn't speak. When Zhu Yuanzhang built the palace, his subordinates dared to use pine wood to replace Nanmu wood. It wasn't because Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't ruthless, but because the people in charge of purchasing, inspection, and auditing were all in cahoots. They would lie to each other and deceive their superiors. Even when Zhu Yuanzhang sat on the throne, all he could see was the lacquer. Li Shangyan took a step closer and lowered his voice. Do you know how many inspections the Chongqing Sect's cargo ship had to go through when it left Jiangdu Wharf? Wharf registration, departure permit, maritime patrol, customs inspection, each one is a door. Behind each door, someone took money and opened the door. He held up one finger. For 3 years, there were 2 boat trips every month, more than 60 trips in total. Not a single one was detained. He withdrew his hand and looked at Su Yun. Guess where those people who paid to open the door are now? Chapter 120, Z23, Commander, the next second. Su Yun's eyelids twitched. By my side, Li Shangyan answered for him. By Jiang Heading's side. By your side. By everyone you think should be in charge. They don't wear cult clothes. They don't have the words Chang Shang Jiao tattooed on their foreheads. They are your colleagues, your subordinates, the people who sit at the next table when you eat, smiling and toasting you. Su Yun clenched her fists. So, it's not that I don't want to get involved, Li Shangyan sighed. It's that I can't. If I kill one, there are 10 more. If I kill 10, there are 100 more. As long as there are people waiting with money behind that door, This business will never stop. He patted Su Yun on the shoulder. You did a great job this time, killing Zhao Mingda and taking down the wealthy businessman. But believe it or not, in less than 6 months, someone will come to fill the hole left by Zhao Mingda. They'll change their names, change their locations, and have a new batch of wealthy businessmen continue doing business. Su Yun looked up at him. Then I'll keep killing. Li Shangyan paused for a moment, then smiled. All right. He withdrew his hand and put it back in his pocket. Then you can continue killing. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled out 2, and handed one over. Want one? No. Thank you, Su Yun said calmly. I don't smoke. Okay. Li Shangyan lit a cigarette, leaned against a stone pillar, and exhaled a long breath. The smoke dispersed in the afternoon sunlight, like a thin veil. He remarked, if you send those commanders to kill abyssal skeletons, or sirens, they'll do it. But if you send them to kill people, they all cower. He turned his head to look at Su Yun. You are a special commander. You dare to kill, and you dare to stand up against injustice. Most importantly, your shipgirls are powerful, and they trust you. As he spoke, Li Shangyan took a deep look at the shipgirls, including Bismarck and Zwei, before finally fixing his gaze on Royal Arkansas with an extremely complex expression. Even the president of the Maritime Court is standing by your side. What do you have to be afraid of? You need a sword of law enforcement, so I will give you this sword. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. So you can't do anything, and you're just waiting for me to do it? Do you want the position of marshal? Li Shangyan suddenly asked, as if he had just thought of something. If you want it, I'll just pack it up and send it to you. Belfast's heart skipped a beat. What she feared most was that the commander would be drawn into an even bigger storm and greater danger. No need, Su Yun said calmly. I'm not interested. Belfast breathed a sigh of relief. Oh really? That's a pity. Li Shangyan scratched his head. I thought I could finally get rid of this hot potato. Su Yun frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Li Shangyan's attempt to shift the blame. What happened to those women in the jars? Li Shangyan asked. They were sent to the supercomputing center. They have the most advanced technology there to sustain their lives and reattach their old limbs, Su Yun said coldly. He now felt absolutely no goodwill towards Li Shangyan. Is that so? Why not send it to Olivia? The probability of them becoming mecha girls is less than 1 in 10, Su Yun frowned. Are we just sending them to die? Li Shangyan was silent for a moment, then spoke. Did the governor tell you this? Did you misunderstand something? It just means that the probability of becoming a mecha girl is only 10%, which doesn't mean that the remaining 90% probability is death. Su Yun, that damned old man with white hair. He doesn't even finish his sentence. Let's talk about Olivia. She's not as bad as you think. Li Shangyan exhaled a smoke ring, crossed his arms, and shook his head. Olivia is indeed capricious, but she is also the savior of the world's refugees. You have to understand, these cults came first, and then Olivia. It's true that the Jar Girl came into being because of her, but without her, those refugees wouldn't even have the chance to become Jar Girls. Su Yun frowned and crossed her arms. So the fact that she's on the wanted list is a misunderstanding by the world? Half and half, Li Shangyan said. She modified her body and became a woman devoid of emotion. She has eradicated far more cults and killed far more people than you have. He waved his hand. She can sense a person's soul. She can predict who is evil, who is good, and who is planning to do something heinous. Others would gather evidence in this situation. But Olivia is different. She removed her own emotional module, so she would shoot and kill the other person before they could do anything wrong. Su Yun was taken aback. So this is the real reason why Olivia doesn't eat beef? How can someone be defined as a villain? Is it someone who has done something bad, or someone who is planning to do something bad, or both? In modern law, if something hasn't happened yet, then it's not considered a real villain. But Olivia doesn't care about any of that. Li Shangyan sighed. Sometimes I really admire Olivia. She never cares about other people's opinions and lives however she wants. Su Yun remained silent, looking up at the clouds in the sky. So this is the real reason why Olivia is wanted. Just then, Director Dingen walked out of the building. She saw Li Shangyan smoking downstairs and looked displeased. Smoking is prohibited here. 50 yuan fine. Li Shangyan. He obediently took out a crumpled 50-cent note from his pocket, handed it to Dingen, and then stubbed out his cigarette. What are you still doing here? Dingen asked. Just a quick chat, Li Shangyan shrugged. Oh, Dingen nodded, glanced at the time. It's lunchtime. If you haven't eaten yet, come with me to the cafeteria. Li Shangyan grinned. I couldn't be happier. Su Yun nodded, but he was more silent than usual today. Dingen walked ahead, then suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su Yun. Oh, By the way, it's lunchtime. All the ship girls will go to the cafeteria. If you want to see those 4 little ones, you might run into them there. Su Yun immediately perked up. Everyone online says you're Su Yao, but I never believe those online lies, Dingen said calmly. However, I'm still very curious about how the little ones will react when they see you. Su Yun followed up. Perhaps they really will accept me as their commander? Dingen shook his head. Too confident. Every commander is as confident as you before being rejected. Maybe, who knows? On the other side, Javelin, Ayanami, and Z-23 didn't miss a single second of the opportunity to find the commander, shuttling back and forth between the various office buildings of the Maritime Bureau. As always, Lafayette went to the canteen, got a bowl of Navy curry, and sat in a corner eating it bite by bite. She looked out the window, from which she could see people coming and going into the cafeteria. Commander, Laffy murmured softly. How long has it been since they last met? Laffy didn't know. She always dreamed of the commander. I wish the commander could appear in the cafeteria any second from now. Lafayette thought to himself. Suddenly, she saw a figure in a white Navy uniform following behind Director Dingen into the canteen. Chapter 121 Has his sorcery improved again? The canteen of the Maritime Bureau is divided into 2 main sections. One is the human canteen, and the other is the shipgirl canteen. It was lunchtime, and the place was packed with people, with long queues at every window. Dingen led Su Yun and Li Shangyan to the window of the human canteen and said to them, just tell me your names when you get your food, and I'll put it on my tab. The shipgirl's food is very oily, so you can't eat it. Not only heavy oil, but also heavy steel, heavy iron, and heavy torpedoes. Su Yun and Li Shangyan nodded. Belfast said respectfully, Master, please find a place to sit first. I'll take care of the queue. No need. You and the director can get lunch from the shipgirls. Su Yun smiled and said, I can do it myself. Belfast nodded silently. The commander has an independent tendency. She would not disobey Su Yun's orders, even if it was not the outcome she wanted. Then the 3 shipgirls followed Ding into the shipgirl area to queue up. With fewer staff members, the queues were naturally shorter. Dingen ordered herself a torpedo tempura, a naval curry, and a bottle of oxygenated cola. The appearance of Dingen immediately attracted the attention of many people. The Maritime Affairs Bureau has long been known as a paradise for civil servants, for no other reason than that its administrators are all beautiful and kind-hearted ship girls. Even though everyone knows they won't have any entanglements with the ship girls, having a beautiful boss who never puts pressure on you is still much better than those private companies that exploit their employees. Dingen's gaze swept around, searching for an empty seat. She saw many eyes that seemed to expect her to sit next to them, but in the end, she noticed Raffi sitting alone in the corner. After thinking for a moment, she sat down next to Raffi. Lafayette, why are you all alone today? Dingen couldn't help but be curious. Normally, the 4 little ones are inseparable. Lafayette seemed oblivious to Dingen, his gaze fixed on the long line of people waiting at the window. That figure really looks like a commander. I've seen it countless times in my dreams, but this is the first time I've actually seen it in real life. Could it be him? Or is it another person with the same silhouette as the commander? Lafayette. Lafayette. Dingen's call brought Raffi back to his senses. It's the director, Raffi said, only then noticing that Dingen had sat down next to him at some point. Dingen followed Lafayette's gaze and saw only a long queue, which piqued his curiosity. What are you looking at? I'm watching. Raffi really wanted to say, I'm looking at the commander. But she was afraid that admitting her mistake again would turn her hope into disappointment, so she lowered her head. No, there's nothing there. Maybe I've misjudged again. Dingen didn't pay any attention. Before long, Royal Arkansas also finished getting his meal. She noticed Raffi, but Raffi didn't notice her. Bismarck wanted to sit at the same table as Laffy, but was stopped by the Royal Arkansas. Don't go. Let's sit over there, so Laffy doesn't see us. Royal Arkansas lowered its voice and forcibly dragged Bismarck's Vi to sit in a blind spot from Laffy's view. Bismarck asked, puzzled, why hide? A moment later, Belfast also arrived, having been pulled over by the Royal Arkansas as well. Seeing the two's puzzled expressions, Royal Arkansas lowered his voice and explained, the sudden appearance of the 2 of you in the Sea Bureau will definitely attract Laffy's attention, and then she will easily guess that the commander has returned. Bismarck pondered for a moment and then asked, is there a problem with this? Let's give Laffy a surprise, Royal Arkansas said with a smile. The joy of reunion is priceless, isn't it? Belfast and Bismarck exchanged a glance. Although this guy is a Lullacan, he does genuinely care about Lolis. The cafeteria suddenly became noisy, and the crowd was agitated. Is that Su Yun? Holy crap. It really is him. Heroes who eradicated the longevity cult? With his head bowed and looking listless, Lafite seemed to daze for a moment. Who are they talking about? Su Yun? Lafite was momentarily dazed. Has the commander returned? Su Yun sat down opposite Lafite with her plate in hand. The movements were so natural and fluid, as if it were just an ordinary midday. Li Shangyan followed closely behind, got his food, and sat down next to Su Yun. For people at one table, Su Yun and Raffi staring at each other. Raffi stared blankly at Su Yun, while Su Yun smiled back at Raffi. No one spoke. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. It was so eerie that it felt as if something was quietly sprouting. Dingen looked at Raffi's profile and saw that her usually listless eyes were gradually becoming bright and energetic, and his heart skipped a beat. They made eye contact. Li Shangyan also quieted down. Lafite? Su Yun asked tentatively. Lafite was silent for a moment, then gave a soft hm. Su Yun said with a smile. I heard that many people want to be your commander, but you have rejected them all. Raffi hummed in response again. Su Yun picked up a lion's head from her plate and placed it on Lafite's plate. I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. This is just a small lion's head, not enough to make a proper salute. Su Yun asked gently. Can you be my ship girl? Dingen? Dingen was so angry he almost laughed. Laffy is the ace destroyer of the Maritime Bureau. Countless high-ranking commanders have come with expensive dowries, but none of them have even given Laffy a second glance. You even got this dish from our Maritime Bureau's canteen. How could a mere lion's head meatball possibly be? I do. Raffi's eyes welled up with tears, and she sobbed slightly, her shoulders trembling. This little guy, who always seemed to be half asleep, was more awake than anyone else at this moment. Lafite has been willing for a very, very long time. Laffy looked at Su Yun with hazy eyes. From now on, you are Laffy, the only commander. Dingen? Li Shangyan held his head, his face filled with horror. I knew this kid had some kind of sorcery. Su Yun smiled and took out a vow ring from his pocket. Dingen, what does he want to do? Li Shangyan also looked at Su Yun with a strange expression. Raffi seemed to understand what Su Yun wanted to do and extended his left hand. Su Yun took out the oath ring and put it on the ring finger of Raffi's left hand. In his previous life, Laffy was both Su Yun's initial ship and his wedding ship. Who could resist such an adorable, slightly clumsy, white-haired little girl? Seeing that Lafite did not refuse at all, Dingen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his worldview collapsed. Li Shangyan was equally dumbfounded. This sorcerer's bewitching magic is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 122. You just go with him because he says so? Lafite's unapproachability is well known to everyone in the Maritime Bureau. How many commanders came to visit Laffy, only to be turned away? Dingen originally thought that ship girls like Laffy would stay in the Maritime Bureau for life and become its main force. But to her utter surprise, Raffi actually left with someone today. Moreover, it departed as a wedding ship. It said that if a ship girl and her commander hit it off, the ship girl will lower her standards. But isn't this a huge price drop? Who would just start by putting a ring on someone's finger? Wait, something's not right. This doesn't make sense. Dingen felt a wave of confusion and asked Laffy, rubbing his forehead. Laffy, why did you become his wedding ship? Laffy's gaze remained fixed on Su Yun the entire time. Her eyes filled with tenderness as she softly said, because Laffy loves the commander, loves him very much. Dingen? She then asked Su Yun, why did you give me the Lafite ring the moment we met? Su Yun also looked at Lafite and said, of course it's because I like Lafite. I like it a lot. Dingen? Even whirlwind marriages aren't this fast. Li Shangyan bit off a piece of the chopstick. This is really weird. Why are all the powerful ship girls running off with this kid? Let's eat first, Lafite, Su Yun said gently. I'll take you away from here this afternoon. Raffi nodded emphatically. Dingen. Are poaching people so blatantly these days? Laffy took a bite of the lion's head meatball that Su Yun handed her and smiled sweetly. The food the commander gives you is always the best. Dingen sighed helplessly. It's hopeless. Lafite is terminally ill. Fortunately, if only one Laffy leaves, it won't have a significant impact on the Maritime Bureau's destroyer squadron. There are also 3 powerful little guys, Lingbo, Javelin, and Z-23, holding the fort. After a simple lunch, Su Yun asked, Lafite, where are your other 3 friends? Clearly, this refers to the 3 javelin throwers. Dingen looked at him warily. What do you want to do? Dingen suddenly realized that Li Shangyan's earlier statement that Su Yun could adjust the Shipgirls' favorability was not entirely unfounded. Look what they've done to Lafite. As they walked out of the cafeteria, she held on to Su Yun tightly, her arms almost touching his body. Many people passing by cast shocked glances at Lafite. No one has ever seen Lafite in such a clingy state before. Su Yun felt the envious and jealous gazes around him, but waved his hand dismissively. Since I'm already here, I'll definitely meet all 4 little ones. Dingen looked at him strangely. Are you so confident that you can get them to go with you? 10,000%, Su Yun said, glancing at Dingen. Dingen was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll go with you to find them. I'd like to see just how big your appetite really is. The Maritime Affairs Bureau occupies a vast area with over 1,000 employees, so finding 3 little guys in such a large place is no easy task. Dingen thought they could go check out the destroyer's dormitory first, but Raffi, clinging to Su Yun's arm, shook his head. Raffi thinks that if we go to the gate first, we will definitely run into them. Su Yun's Shipgirls suddenly realized. If you're sure to encounter the commander somewhere, it's definitely at the gate, right? Even if you miss the moment when the commander enters, you can wait for him when he leaves. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Maritime Affairs Bureau, passers-by cast strange glances at them, as did the Shipgirls and the staff. The reason is simple. Next to the guardhouse, a woman in a pure white wedding dress stood in the sun, holding flowers, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Javelin gazed longingly at the road leading to the Maritime Bureau. She was still a little shy waiting for the commander in public wearing a wedding dress. But the thought that this would leave an absolutely deep impression on the commander made Javelin's sense of conviction overcome her sense of shame. Imagine a commander who has fallen on hard times and is desperate. Just then, he arrives at the Maritime Bureau and sees Javelin, dressed in a wedding gown, waiting for him. How shocking that would be. Javelin could already picture the commander standing there dumbfounded after seeing her. Of course, besides the wedding dress, Javelin also made a backup plan. Uncle Security Guard, are the cherry blossoms ready? Javelin asked, glancing sideways. All right. The security guard said to a middle-aged man in his 40s holding a basket of cherry blossom petals, with a standing fan next to him. The security guard gave the Javelin a thumbs up, grinned, and revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. Don't worry. I used to work as a prop master on film sets when I was young. A simple scene of cherry blossoms falling is a piece of cake. That's good. Javelin chuckled, quite pleased with his brilliant idea. Z-23, Lingbo, and Lafite probably never imagined that they would come to the gate to intercept them. Oh, I'm so sorry, Lingbo, Lafite, Z-23. Becoming the commander's bride has always been my dream. Javelin evokes many thoughts. In the past, Laffy's status as an initial ship was indispensable to the port's success. Back then, I often thought that if I could live my life again, I would definitely become the initial ship and win everything. Now that the opportunity to become an initial ship is right in front of me, I must consider whether this is the only chance I will ever have in my life. Javelin clenched his little fist. Revitalize the glory of the port. Javelin clenched her little pink fist. The thought of leading the port back to the top of the world made her feel excited, and she raised her little fist high. I'll gladly throw the javelin. Hoo. The security guard turned the standing fan on the lowest setting, and the collected cherry blossom petals scattered. Hey. Javelin exclaimed, clutching her hair in panic. No. The fan was turned on too early. The commander isn't here yet. Oh. The security guard quickly turned off the fan, scratched his head, and chuckled. When I saw you suddenly raise your arm, I thought the person you were waiting for had already arrived. The javelin was utterly helpless. What a hilarious mishap. Luckily, the commander hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise it wouldn't be good if he saw me looking so ridiculous. Javelin plucked the cherry blossom petals off her body one by one and smoothed her messy hair. My hair is totally messed up. Javelin muttered to itself. She turned her head and saw several figures standing behind her, staring intently at her. Javelin just wanted to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Chapter 123. You ask me? Who should I ask? Z-23 had made many preparations for her reunion with the commander, but when the day finally came, she found that none of them were of any use. What kind of image do I have in the commander's mind? A meticulous destroyer mentor? A reliable secretary ship? Or has the commander never cared about her at all? The thought of that last possibility made Z-23 feel deflated, and even the little dresses she pulled out of the closet no longer smelled appealing. Yes, Z-23 has been dressing up in the dorm for a long time, but she doesn't know how to do makeup, and the clothes in her wardrobe are very plain. The only dress she owns was suggested to her by Javelin. Z-23 remembered the nickname the commander gave him, Z-404. At first, she didn't know which Z-class destroyer girl's number was 404. Later she learned that 404 meant 404 not found, which can be understood as no such person found. Why is it understood this way? The reason is simple. The starter family consists of 3 people. Javelin, La Fight, and Lingbo are all cute and obedient, so they naturally receive more attention. In contrast, Z-23's personality is not so interesting. She doesn't know how to act cute and often has a stern face, like a little teacher, and is often ignored by the commander. Sigh. Z-23 sighed deeply. She thought of the old-world fairy tale, Cinderella. How similar is the situation of that Cinderella who was never noticed to my own? Will the commander, like the prince in a fairy tale, desperately search for her with a pair of high heels, just to invite her to dance with him at a banquet? With that thought in mind, Z-23 put on her high heels. The image of the commander resolutely choosing her from among all the ship girls flashed through her mind. He knelt on one knee before him, gracefully extending his hand and allowing the commander to kiss the back of it. Ah, what a beautiful dance. Z-23 closed its eyes and began to dance silently. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be being led by the hand by someone, wearing high heels, humming a la-la tune, and spinning around the dormitory. Finally, she stopped. With her eyes closed, the imagined commander pulled her into his arms, so close they were almost touching. Z-23. The commander in this fantasy looked at her with such deep affection and said, "Would you be my initial ship? Then my secretary ship, and finally my wedding ship, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, never to be separated again." Of course. Z-23 closed her eyes, smiling gently. "I never refuse your invitation. Fantasy time is over." Z-23, still wanting more, opened its eyes. She saw a group of people standing at the dormitory entrance. Su Yun and Dingen stood at the front, followed by Laffy, Belfast, and then Bismarck, Zvi, and other ship girls. Z-23. Su Yun. Dingen. Others. Javelin burst out laughing. She immediately felt much better. Demon God slash. Lingbo shattered the training dummy with a single slash. After each kill, she would glance at the entrance to the training ground. Unfortunately, the commander hasn't arrived yet, so he didn't get to see Lingbo's cool slash. Let's do it one more time. Lingbo then walked towards the second wooden figure. Normally, these wooden figures are used for training physical skills, but ship girls don't need to train physical skills, so they are rarely used. Lingbo's idea was simple, to show the commander her power. Such a weak commander must want a powerful starting ship, right? Lingbo thought to herself. Everyone knows that the difficulty of clearing a new area depends on the strength of the initial ship. So, as long as you show your power to the commander will definitely fall in love with you. She could already imagine what might happen next. After easily slicing the wooden dummy in half with a single stroke, this scene was witnessed by the commander, who had been rejected everywhere he went in inviting ship girls and had come to the training ground in a dejected state to try his luck. Wow, such powerful swordsmanship, such a sharp blade. Could you be the legendary demon god, Lord Ling Zhanxian? In Lingbo's imagination, the commander saw his own dashing figure and worshipped him wholeheartedly. Not bad. Lingbo gracefully sheathed her ship-slaying sword, and a gentle breeze blew by, just enough to lift her bangs. I am none other than the Sakura demon god, Ayanami. So strong. So cool. What amazing swordsmanship. The commander looked at him hopefully. Can you be my starting ship? But then she became dejected, sighing deeply. Sigh. A powerful ship girl like you would definitely look down on a weak commander like me, right? Even if you reject me, it's something I can't help. No. At this moment, he walked up to the commander, made him raise his head, and encouraged him. So what if I'm weak? As long as Lingbo is here, all problems will be solved. At this moment, you must pronounce this cool line fluently. There can't be the slightest hesitation. Really? The commander will definitely look at you with emotion at this moment. Submit to the demon god's charms. Commander. Of course. She smiled gently again, her hair fluttering in the wind. Because I am a demon god. Fantasy time is over. Lingbo couldn't help but let out a satisfied hum, crossed her arms, and nodded repeatedly as a smile curved her lips. That's right. That's exactly it. The goal is to use her supernatural charm to win over the commander's heart and make him understand how fortunate it is to have Lingbo. A leaf fell into the back of Lingbo's clothes. She reached out to pick up the leaf and turned around, just in time to see a group of people standing behind her. Among this group of people is their fantasy commander, Lingbo. Thankfully, I was just imagining things and didn't actually say it aloud. Lingbo, Javelin asked, suppressing a laugh as she pursed her red lips. Can the demon god solve all problems? Lingbo. Seppuku. Lingbo's pupils were empty as she lowered her head and drew her ship-slaying sword. Lingbo has no face to continue living in this world. She is going to commit seppuku. Everyone was startled and rushed over to stop them. Hey, Lingbo, stop it. Let's talk this out. Don't use your knife. Yeah, the commander saw me make a really embarrassing mistake too. It's okay. You're not the only one who made a fool of yourself. Javelin quickly reassured him. Z-23 grabbed Lingbo's arm and said, yeah, I was the same way just now. So try to take it easy, Lingbo. Seeing Su Yun and the others making a ruckus, Ding En's expression was extremely strange. She pointed at Su Yun and the other three and said, so Laffy and the others were Su Yun's ship girls from the very beginning? How did he do that? Does he have clones? Li Shangyan, shrugging, said, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Chapter 124, You Can Always Believe in Me. So, in the director's office of the Maritime Affairs Bureau, Dingen once again voiced the guess that he found utterly baffling. Are these little ones really your ship girls? For hours ago, Dingen didn't believe Su Yun's story at all, but now, she looked at Su Yun sitting on the sofa opposite her. He had Laffy sitting in his lap, Javelin on his left arm, and Ayanami on his right wrist. What Dingen found most incomprehensible was that the usually calm and mature Z-23 was now standing behind the sofa, hooking its arm around Su Yun's neck. This level of clinginess is something Dingen never dared to imagine before. She never believed in the electric eyes Su demon theory. Since things had developed to this point, there was only one possible outcome. Yes. Su Yun helplessly spread his hands. As you can see, they are all my ship girls. Dingen remained silent for a long time before finally managing to utter 4 words. Inconceivable. Hearing it is one thing, witnessing it with your own eyes is another. Her expression was extremely strange. They've been with the Maritime Bureau for a long time. When did you, a rookie commander, become their commander? This? Su Yun sighed, feeling melancholy as she spoke of her past life. It was probably my past life. Ding En's lips twitched slightly. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Su Yun helplessly spread her hands. It's always the same. Honestly, nobody believes me. It's so hard to be an honest person. After processing the resignation procedures for Laffy, Javelin, Ayanami, and Z-23, he naturally took them out of the Maritime Bureau. After leaving the gates of the Maritime Affairs Bureau, the next step is to buy tickets at the pier and officially begin the return voyage. Speaking of which, Bismarck Zwei suddenly asked, looking at the 4 little ones clinging to Su Yun, is Ajax still with the East China Sea Naval Headquarters? Su Yun nodded. She has a high position, and after the handover, she will have to train the new person for a month, so it will be a bit troublesome. Bismarck Zwei nodded. Anyway, the East China Sea Naval Headquarters is not far from Weiyang Port area, only an hour's drive away, and Ajax commutes there and back every day. I don't know where Li Shangyan has gone. I didn't see him when I took the 4 kids to the director's office. August had also returned to the Pacific Ocean early on, and I hadn't seen him since I turned back to Jiangdu from Haizhou. Su Yun opened the European Emperor group chat. He hadn't rested a moment since the incident with the jar girl, and now he finally had time to relax. He scrolled through the chat history. European Emperor group chat. August, that kid Su hijacked a ship. Guess whose ship it is? Mention Olivia. Olivia, to correct you, that's not my ship. It just will eventually arrive here. August, Alright, it's not your ship. Robs. Does Su know about the jar girl? Ivan, what was his reaction? Was he stunned? Aaron, if you don't understand, just ask. What is a jar woman? Ivan explained it to Aaron. Aaron, has the world become corrupt again? Li Shangyan, I'm very curious to see how he will react. August, what kind of reaction do you expect from him? Li Shangyan, now he should finally understand that this world isn't as wonderful as he imagined, right? Li Shangyan, alas, how many times in life are we not in control of our own destiny? Li Shangyan, he's been too sharp lately, so let's take this opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine. The above message is from a chat log from 2 days ago, when Su Yun had just learned about the jar girl. Su Yun continued scrolling down. August, speaking of Li Shangyan, Su Yun destroyed the Chongqing sect's headquarters. Li Shangyan, August, didn't you say you were going to give him a hard time? Robs, how did this kid manage to do that? Should we call the Navy for assistance? August briefly recounted what had happened. Rob's so tough? I like it. If you don't want Li Shangyan, send him to the royal family, and I'll personally train him. Li Shangyan. Damn, is this kid Zhao Yin? He's got guts. How dare he go up like this? August. If you had seen him fighting the abyss at sea, you would understand. Li Shangyan. Hiss, this kid is really something. Olivia, confused and cute. Li Shangyan. Speaking of Olivia, are you still trying to act cute? Fine, I'll take you in. Olivia. Oh, I have signal interference here, he can't find me. Ivan. What the heck? Olivia's chickened out. Olivia. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Ivan. This is the first time I've seen Olivia back down. Just who is this kid? Li Shangyan. I don't know who this guy is, but this kid is definitely cheating. Ivan. What do you mean? Li Shangyan. I wanted to cry but had no tears. This kid married Lafayette the first time he met her. Isn't that cheating? Ivan. Laffy? Is that the max-level destroyer from the Jiangdu Maritime Bureau? Oh, this. Upon seeing this, Su Yun's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the important figures in the group have gained a new understanding of themselves. He held his phone, pondered for a moment, and then chose-eyed Olivia. Su Yun. Speaking of Olivia, if all these jar-dwelling women were sent to you, could you guarantee they would all survive? Aaron. Holy crap. Brother Su is alive. Olivia. Yes. Su Yun. You wouldn't use them for live experiments and hurt them, would you? Olivia. Yes. Su Yun. Question mark. Olivia. Transformation is not 100% successful. If it fails, we can just try a few more times. Everyone's situation is different. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly. Can't such an important explanation be put into one sentence? Su Yun. Can I trust you? Caledonian Sea. Olivia stared at the message sent by Su Yun's profile picture on the screen and remained silent for a long time. The gray ship girl stood next to her, staring at her phone screen. I'm going to say this, Olivia said, waving her phone. How should I answer this question? The gray ship girl looked away and said indifferently, This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Well, you really are someone who doesn't care about anything. Olivia sighed helplessly. Then she lowered her head and started typing. Olivia, you can always trust me. Chapter 125. Find a ship girl. Although the technology at the Jiangdu Supercomputing Center can sustain the lives of the women in the tanks and reattach their old limbs, it cannot awaken their brainwashed minds. Su Yun looked at Olivia's reply on the screen, the light from the phone reflecting on his face. Even Bismarck Zwei had no idea what he was thinking at that moment. He typed, Then can you awaken their senses and save them from despair? Olivia, I can. Su Yun took a deep breath. Su Yun, okay. Su Yun, I will send them to you next. I hope you will treat them well. Olivia, okay. After turning off his phone, Su Yun remained silent for a long time. Bismarck Zwei asked, Commander, what's troubling you? No, Bismarck. I just suddenly realized, Su Yun carefully chose his words, that Olivia might not be a demon orb, but a spirit orb. Bismarck Zwei. He told the Royal Arkansas about sending the Jar Maiden to the Caledonian Sea, which greatly worried the Royal Arkansas. This is Olivia, the most wanted criminal in the 7 oceans. Is that all right? Let's give it a try. Su Yun sighed. Keeping them in the supercomputing center will save their lives, but it won't turn them back into normal people. To put it bluntly, it's because the technological levels are not on the same level. The Jiangdu Supercomputing Center is far behind Olivia's technological development. I've heard that Siren's technology is incredibly advanced, but I don't know what real Siren's technology is like. Perhaps it has already transcended the framework of the 3-dimensional world and entered the 4th or 5th dimension. Huh. Upon realizing this, Su Yun paused in his steps as he led the ship girls home. The 3-dimensional world is the world beneath our feet, while the 4-dimensional world adds a timeline to the 3-dimensional world. Bismarck, do I remember you saying that the abyss remains are products of time being shattered? Su Yun suddenly asked. To the ship girls, this question seemed completely unrelated. Yes. Bismarck Zwei nodded. The abyss is pieced together from the obsessions left behind by countless vengeful spirits who died after the Great War in the Old World. The Old World that Bismarck Zwei spoke of was almost exactly the same as the world Su Yun lived in his previous life. The appearance of the Sirens serves as a dividing line. Before them lies the Old World, and behind them the New World. They all live in the New World, which, roughly speaking, is at least 2,000 years removed from the Old World. So, could the abyss skeletons be something the Sirens created? Su Yun asked with a strange expression, voicing his wild idea. Royal Arkansas nodded slightly after hearing this. It's not impossible. Sirens are much stronger than those mindless abyssal skeletons. She continued, the Sirens' strength lies in their technology. Dimensional attacks are not impossible. As the commander said, the Sirens stand in four-dimensional space and can see our past, present, and future simultaneously. If they fire a bullet in the past, it will also hit us between the eyebrows in the future. Laffy clung to Su Yun's leg, a chill running down his spine as he listened. Commander, are the Sirens really that terrifying? Su Yun patted Lafayette's head. Bismarck's Zvi suddenly spoke up. No need to worry. The Sirens can't do anything to us. Su Yun asked curiously, why do you say that? Bismarck's Zvi coughed lightly. Just a guess. If the Sirens really had such powerful methods, wouldn't we have been defeated one by one long ago? How could they have allowed us to reunite? If the Weiyang Port could gather all the Shipgirls together, the power would be enough to shock the world. Su Yun felt that there was some truth to that. Isn't there a special character in the game named Anticips? She's stuck in an endless loop to fight a threat called X. There's also a meta-ship girl named Good Guy Richard. And what else was there? Su Yun suddenly regretted that in his previous life, he used to skip through games like crazy and never read the story. Although he didn't think that history had progressed to this point and could connect with the plot of the game in his previous life, it could still serve as a reference, right? For example, what level of technology had the Sirens reached, and how were the Sirens born? Unable to come up with a solution, Su Yun simply gave up. Thinking too much is pointless. There's no evidence at all, and making wild guesses will only waste energy. They then went to the supercomputing center. With the Royal Arkansas present, arrangements were quickly made for these jar-wearing women to board the ship. Sigh. Su Yun sighed as he watched the jar-dwelling women being loaded onto the cargo ship one by one. So, the enemies I have to face are not just the Sirens and the Abyss skeletons. There's nothing we can do about it. Bismarck's Zvi stood beside him, looking at him. Where there is light, there is darkness. And what we have to do is dispel all the darkness. Garden hugged Su Yun from the other side, grinning and saying, it's okay, honey. Don't be sad. With Garden here, no matter what kind of monsters or demons they are, we can blast them away with one shot. My child, if this troubles you, I will take care of everything for you. Frederick the Great hooked his arm around Su Yun's neck from behind. Su Yun smiled and said, no need, Your Majesty. He grasped Frederick the Great's hand, his voice resolute. From the moment I became commander, I was prepared to face anything. Frederick the Great nodded, then sighed wistfully. Why don't you call me mother anymore? Is the word mother so hard to say? Su Yun. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching before leaning close to Frederick the Great's ear and whispering, there are too many people here. I'll call for my mother again when we get back. A satisfied blush rose to Frederick the Great's cheeks as he stroked his face, chuckling softly. We'll talk about that when we get back. My lovely child. It seems I'll have to find some free time to satisfy the Emperor's maternal instincts when I get back. Su Yun instructed Sheffield, Akagi, and Kaga to escort the jar-wearing women to the Caleb Sea. The Caleb Sea is teeming with pirates, and he doesn't trust other shipgirls to go there. Sheffield is more pirate-like than pirates, and Akagi is not one to swallow her anger. Kaga is calm and shrewd, making them the perfect choice to go. St. Louis chartered another cruise ship. All the shipgirls in Weiyang Port returned to the East China Sea with Su Yun, leaving only Royal Arkansas behind. Her position as president of the Maritime Court is very important and may be useful in the future. On the way back, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought of the scene where Royal Arkansas clung to his leg with a pained expression, saying he wanted to be with the little girls. This Lilicon. He stood on the deck, not sunbathing as he had last time, but enjoying the sea breeze and watching the sunset in the west. Bismarck's Zvi walked over. Commander, what's wrong? Bismarck's Zvi is a ship girl who truly gets things done, and also a radical in the port. Every time she comes to see Su Yun, it must be because she has something important to say. I request that we concentrate our efforts on finding a partner, she said seriously. Having such a partner would be a tremendous help to our port area. She alone is worth the entire Jiangdu supercomputing center. No. She paused. Even more powerful than Olivia. Su Yun couldn't help but ask curiously who. Bismarck's Zvi spoke slowly and deliberately. Akashi. For those who are unaware, the book was temporarily taken offline yesterday due to a title violation. The title has now been changed from What to Do When My Shipgirls All Turn Into Yanderas to My Retrieval Stories Can't All Be Yanderas. Chapter 126 The Fallen Merchant Akashi. Dangerous Waters, the South China Sea. Bang bang bang. Artillery fire rained down like meteors, scattering around the island and kicking up countless rubble and stones. Akashi desperately fled amidst the inferno. A shell landed beside her, startling her so much that her fur stood on end and her tail bristled. Run, Meow. She scrambled to her feet, the shells trailing behind her, landing precisely as if they were deliberately targeting her. I knew I shouldn't have come to this dangerous waters to do business, Meow. Akashi cried, on the verge of tears as she fled. Everyone says the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish, but they didn't say there were sharks in the sea. Meow. She was about to cry. She purchased a batch of goods at a low price from the Jiangdu Precision Manufacturing Center, intending to modify them herself and then sell them to the Sakura Empire at a higher price. Little did they know that the goods had only gone halfway when they were attacked by the abyss. Not only is her cargo gone, but now she's stranded on a deserted island, surrounded by a large group of abyssal skeletons. What is she going to do? Akashi hid in a cave, curled up at the knees, and covered his head. It's not fair, Meow. Akashi is just a repair ship, Meow. You're all bullying Akashi, Meow. Hearing the sounds of cannon fire coming from so close to us outside the cave, Akashi was terrified. Fortunately, the island is quite large, so those abyssal skeletons shouldn't be able to locate themselves for a while. But what if they never leave? If they keep bombarding us endlessly, what if one of our shells suddenly lands on us? Akashi grew increasingly desperate. Amidst the sounds of exploding shells, Su Yun's silhouette appeared in her mind. Commander. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice trembled. Where are you? Please come and save Akashi. Meow. Akashi will never give you a 12% discount again, Meow. East China Sea. As soon as Su Yun landed with her Shipgirls, her colleagues from the East China Sea came to visit her one after another. Jiang Shui, Aaron, Li Xiaoxiao, and Ni Xiaohong arrived at Weiyang Port one after another, wanting to inquire about the Chongqing sect, which had been making headlines recently. Seeing that Su Yun had brought back such a large group of Shipgirls, people's faces showed different degrees of excitement. Unbeknownst to us, Su Yun has grown to this extent, Ni Xiaohong remarked. Now Su Ji is really going to become a lucky king. Aaron's lips twitched slightly. My eyes are so sore from looking at the garden, Cheshire, Frederick the Great, and Doffing. Sister Jiang Shui, did you bring eye drops? Li Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes. Jiang Shui was silent for a moment. Then her lips twitched. This lineup can't be solved with just a drop or two of eye drops. When Su Yun saw that her old friends had arrived, she quickly asked Belfast to make some hot tea and warmly invited them to sit down. Everyone's here? Please sit down. What are you doing standing? The four sat down, looking at Frederick the Great and Cheshire sitting on either side of Su Yun. They exchanged glances and could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. It's only been less than 3 months, and Weiyang Port has suddenly become the strongest port in the East China Sea, and Ni Xiaohong sighed. More than that, Jiang Shui waved her hand. This lineup is the best in the Yellow Sea region right now, and it could even fight in the South China Sea. Su Yun let out a soft, eh. Is the South China Sea really that difficult to conquer? Even my garden, Bismarck, Frederick the Great, Cheshire. He rattled off the names as if they were his own treasures. Jiang Shui quickly reached out, gesturing for him to shut up in an annoyed tone. All right, shut up. Stop listing dishes. You'll be number 1 in the South China Sea too. Okay. Su Yun grinned. Yes, that's the feeling of subtly showing off. It's so satisfying. Brother Su, I heard you've become the Eastern Emperor's inspector? Aaron suddenly asked. Su Yun nodded. When he talked about this, there was no boasting about his promotion on his face, but rather a serious expression that commanded respect without anger. The fact that the Chongqing sect was able to develop in Jiangdu and manage various departments clearly did not happen overnight. There are probably traces of the Chongqing sect in various places. Since the marshal has given me this privilege, I will make good use of it. The group remained silent for a moment. Jiang Shui couldn't help but say, but in doing so, you will also be watched by many people. Now the whole of Donghuang knows about you, and every step you take from now on will be watched by countless eyes. I know. Su Yun nodded seriously. That's why I need to be extra careful. If they want to continue, I'll play along to the end. Jiang Shui took back her words of dissuasion. She could sense the determination in Su Yun's words, and in the end, she simply gave a soft, After chatting briefly with her friends and having lunch together, Jiang Shui and the others returned to their respective port areas. Aaron's mission is complete, and he will be taking up a post in the Yellow Sea region next month. The East China Sea will then be 1 member short. As for Su Yun, he was reluctant to leave the East China Sea. We've spent so much money to build up the port area. How can we just run away like that? After the meal, the maids cleared the table. Su-Yun sat on the sofa to digest his food and casually turned on the military channel to check the news. Commander. Belfast walked to his side, hesitating to speak. Su-Yun picked up a washed grape and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Belfast pondered. "Are you truly going to fulfill the duties of the inspector?" Su-Yun spat the grape seeds into the trash can and grunted in response. Most commanders and shipgirls are too indecisive. It's not their fault. If they didn't have a seed of kindness in their hearts, they wouldn't become commanders. No one but me could have done this. If it had been Jiang Shui, Aaron, or the others who were holding guns in the Eternal Life cult that day, they would never have dared to fire that shot, no matter what. But, Belfast hesitated. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Don't be afraid, Belfast. Su-Yun picked up an apple from the table again, twirling a fruit knife in his other hand, and laughed. Your commander here is quite a fighter. Belfast fell silent. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than shipgirls? It seems the commander is determined not to give up. In that case, she has no choice but to activate Plan B. She walked to the side, picked up her phone, and dialed Ajax. Tonight it's Ajax's turn to serve me, and she's still at the East Sea Admiralty. Belfast called to let her prepare in advance. Of course, there were also a few devilish whispers in the middle of it all. Ajax, you understand, right? After tonight, who knows when it will be your turn again? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a deep breath. I understand. Belfast, thank you for reminding me. I will definitely cherish the opportunity to spend time with the little piglet tonight. Chapter 127. A call for help from 2,500 kilometers away. After Ajax, it was Bismarck's turn. Frankly, Belfast dislikes Bismarck very much now. This iron-fisted prime minister was always whispering in the commander's ear, trying to persuade him to do some radical things. Given her personality, she would most likely give up the opportunity to serve the commander in bed for the sake of his health. Belfast stroked his chin, lost in thought. However, the thought of who would succeed Bismarck brought a subtle smile to her lips. Even if Bismarck tried to restrain himself, it wouldn't matter. The woman who followed her, Akagi, was no pushover. Then it was Kaga, and then myself. And then what? Sirius, Dido, Scylla, Sheffield, Gloucester, Frederick the Great, Taiho. Gloucester and Frederick the Great might exercise some restraint. But others, with just a little prompting, would go mad. Taiho, in particular, would never miss any opportunity to spend time with the commander, even if she wasn't reminded. Just as Belfast was lost in thought, Su-Yun suddenly called her. Belfast. Belfast snapped out of his daze and respectfully returned to the commander's side. What's wrong? Go and ask everyone in the port area, find out who has whose contact information, and compile a list, Su-Yun said thoughtfully. Leave the oil refinery and port construction to Bismarck for now. For the next period of time, I will focus on finding shipgirls, starting with those whose destinations are known. Belfast nodded slightly. I understand, master. By the way, keep a close eye on Akashi. Su-Yun recalled Bismarck Zwei's instructions. If you have any leads on her, tell me as soon as possible. Yes, master. Su-Yun hummed in agreement. He had just sat down when suddenly his soul jolted. It felt like something had stabbed his brain. He abruptly stood up, startling Belfast. Master? What's wrong? Belfast blinked in confusion. Su-Yun shushed him, frowned, and closed his eyes. He vaguely heard a voice. The voice sounded like weeping. Save me, Commander. It sounded like a little girl calling for help, her voice very weak. Save Akashi, and bring her back. Su-Yun was suddenly shocked. It's Akashi. Belfast asked in confusion, what? It's Akashi. Su-Yun's voice was urgent. Akashi is in danger. Chapter 128. Together to the South China Sea. Belfast looked puzzled. You can hear Akashi speaking? Yes. Su-Yun closed his eyes, as if sensing something. She's in danger far, far away, hiding, and is calling on me for help. Belfast had a strange expression. Transmitting a message over 1,000 miles. The commander can even do something like that? She quickly became serious. Master, should I call all the shipgirls in the port over? We need to, Su-Yun ordered. Right now? Get all the shipgirls here. Belfast nodded and turned to call all the shipgirls waiting in the port. Before long, a dozen or so shipgirls appeared in the living room and stood in 2 rows. Honey, is something the matter? Garden asked curiously. I just heard Akashi calling for help, Su-Yun said solemnly. The shipgirls were invigorated. Did you hear that? Zuikaku scratched his head, looking around. Is she hiding in some corner of the house? She looked around, but didn't see Akashi. No, not here. It's very far away, Su Yun said firmly. Very, very far? It might not even be in the East China Sea. The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so shipgirls all turned strange. The East China Sea covers an area of approximately 770,000 square kilometers, stretches about 1,300 kilometers from north to south, and is more than 700 kilometers wide from east to west, which is equivalent to the area of 3 Jiangnan provinces. If the commander wasn't in the East China Sea, it means he was in 3 provinces and heard Akashi's cries for help. This. The shipgirls exchanged glances, their expressions more varied than the last. Commander, Bismarck's Vi spoke first, pointing out the inconsistency. She said sincerely, "It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but isn't it somewhat unrealistic to leave it outside the East Blue?" Su Yun knew this sounded ridiculous, but Ming Shi's cries for help still echoed in his ears. Ugh, come quick, Commander, save Akashi. Akashi will never raise the price first, and then lower it again. Su Yun remained silent. He really is a shrewd businessman. Now is not the time to dwell on this. He said seriously, I'm quite certain that Akashi is not in the East China Sea. She called for help from over 2,000 kilometers away. As for the direction, he looked left and right, estimating in his mind, and pointed south, here, south of the East China Sea, roughly in the South China Sea. He pulled out a nautical chart and searched for the source of the signal, eventually pointing to a small island 2,500 kilometers away. Right here, Yongxing Island in the South China Sea. Akashi is being besieged by the Abyss corpses and urgently needs reinforcements. The shipgirls looked at each other, their expressions showing varying degrees of strangeness. Commander, Bismarck's Vi finally spoke. As far as I know, the strongest commander in the world today, August, only has a soul perception range of 100 kilometers. That's the highest recorded limit. It's not that I don't trust you, but isn't 2,500 kilometers a bit? She carefully considered her words and hesitated before saying, Are you missing Akashi so much that you're hallucinating? Su Yun was taken aback, then calmed down and thought it over. Yes, an ordinary commander's soul power has a range of only 1 kilometer, while a more powerful one can reach 5 or 6 kilometers. Even a top-tier commander like Li Shangyan, at the martial level, can only perceive distances of 70 or 80 kilometers with his soul power. Augustus is the strongest known, yet it only reaches 100 kilometers. And he himself immediately mentioned 2,500 kilometers. Now that he's calmed down, even he finds it outrageous. Save Commander Akashi. Su Yun could almost picture Ming Shi huddled up in a crumbling cave, clutching her head. The cave is about to collapse, meow? Akashi can't hold on any longer, meow? Su Yun slammed his hand on the table. I absolutely didn't mishear. That's definitely Akashi's voice, he said firmly. The situation is urgent. There's no time to think. All shipgirls, deploy immediately. Head to Yongxing Island in the South China Sea to rescue Akashi. Yes, all the shipgirls responded in unison. But, could a distress call spanning 2,500 kilometers really reach the commander's ears? South China Sea. The salty sea breeze brushed against Olivia's face as she stood on the deck, arms outstretched, embracing the sea breeze. Indeed, Olivia said with her eyes closed. The smell of the sea is the best. Waves crashed against the warship, and the angel banner atop the ship fluttered in the wind. Sailing such a warship from the Caledonian Sea all the way to the South China Sea, all merchant ships, pirate ships, and shipgirls gave way to it wherever it went. This is the deterrent power of the angel's banner on the high seas. Enterprise. Olivia looked at the gray shipgirl beside her and called her name for the first time. Are you sure Akashi is in this direction? The gray shipgirl crossed her arms and stared blankly ahead. The sea breeze made her long silver-white hair flutter. She nodded slightly and hummed in response. There's no mistake, she's right here. Even the most advanced satellite positioning technology can't locate Akashi. How did you pinpoint her location? Olivia stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Is it some kind of telepathic connection? Because you share the same master? That's incredible. Would you mind if I did a full body scan? The gray shipgirl glanced at Olivia indifferently and said, Would you mind standing on the firing range and having me test fire a shot at you? Olivia leaned against the railing and shrugged. What does it matter? I'm just scanning you. I'm not going to do any biological experiments on you. We'll see. The gray shipgirl glanced at Olivia and said, I'll just throw you into the sea. Olivia shut up. She dared to talk back to anyone, but she dared not talk back to the person in front of her. This creature is now no less terrifying than a top-tier siren. A short while later, Lily came out of the dock, holding a data panel in her hand. Boss, a large number of abyssal remains have been detected ahead. They're besieging a small island. Oh, is that so? Olivia took the data panel from Lily's hand, looked at the image of the abyss surrounding the island, and pondered while stroking her chin. Could it be that these abyssal skeletons are surrounding Akashi? Huh. Everyone says these abyssal skeletons are stupid, but in reality they are not stupid at all. Once Akashi dies, the Shipgirl technology will be blocked. In this way, the abyssal skeletons can still maintain their advantage by appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Kill these abyssal corpses. The gray Shipgirl spoke calmly, as if chatting about everyday matters. Rescue Akashi. Olivia nodded slightly. I would have done it even if you hadn't said anything. She stroked her chin and said, if we can invite Akashi to the Caledonian Sea to conduct research on the mechanical modification experiment, we will surely achieve new breakthroughs. Just as Olivia was muttering to herself, the gray Shipgirl suddenly paused slightly. Olivia noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong? After a moment of silence, the gray Shipgirl said, let's return to base, he's here. Olivia was taken aback. Him? Who? Then she realized what was happening, and her expression turned strange. Su-yun. This place is a full 2,500 kilometers away from Weiyang Port. How did Su-yun pinpoint this location so precisely? Etc. Could it be? Even Olivia, who had removed most of her emotional modules, couldn't help but twitch at the thought of this possibility. Could it be that his soul power can sense a distress call from 2,500 kilometers away? Chapter 129 Rescue Akashi. Olivia finally couldn't help but ask the question, is he even human? The gray-haired Shipgirl frowned slightly and glared at Olivia. Olivia shrugged and said, don't look at me like that, I'm praising him. The gray Shipgirl's gaze remained sharp, and Olivia quickly raised her hands in surrender, flattering her expressionlessly. All right, stop looking at me like that. Your master is the best, your master is the greatest, your master is number one in the world, okay? The gray Shipgirl finally withdrew her gaze. That's natural. There was a barely perceptible hint of pride in his voice. Olivia shook her head. It's unbelievable that such a powerful Shipgirl would enjoy such flattery. Lily stood to the side, seemingly calm, but in reality, she was still deeply shocked. She spent some time in Olivia's lab, and as the days went by, she saw many experimental records and reports. One of them was an observation record of the gray Shipgirl in front of him. Lily could only see a few words, and even those were fragmented and incomplete, making it impossible for her to understand everything about this gray Shipgirl. Even so, she could still sense the terror of this gray Shipgirl from that observation record. She is probably a monster even more terrifying than the governor's flagship. And this person was actually Su-yun's Shipgirl? When exactly did Su-yun possess such terrifying Shipgirls? What exactly did he experience in the past? Left with no other option, Olivia had to order the warships to return to port, leaving the site to Su-yun. As the warship began to turn around, Olivia suddenly clutched her stomach and said, baby's tummy is rumbling, baby needs to poop. The company glanced at Olivia. Only Olivia could say that without any expression. Go if you want, the company said indifferently. It's none of my business. Okay. Olivia nodded, then said to Lily, you'll be in charge of the deck from now on. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he left. Lily couldn't help but wonder. It's just going to the toilet. Why hand over command to her? Lily murmured to herself. Could it be that Olivia is constipated? Yes, very likely. The company watched Olivia leave, their eyes filled with a meaningful look. Rewind the time to 19 hours ago. Weiyang Port is a full 2,500 kilometers away from Yongxing Island, and the Shipgirl's speed is between 3,000 and 43 knots, so it would take at least 1 day and 9 hours to get there. This is all while working nonstop. How long can Akashi hold out? Given her current situation, this small island will probably be riddled with holes by the abyss in just 1 day. Therefore, they need to be faster. Su-yun bought the Sea Lightning at the cruise ship city. Its speed is 70 knots, which is almost twice that of the Shipgirls. So, when the Shipgirls were about to set off, Su-yun directly launched the Sea Lightning from the yacht's cargo hold. Belfast's beautiful eyes widened slightly when she saw the commander board that yacht again. Master, you can stay in the port area. The South China Sea is dangerous. Let us go there. Su-yun shook his head while sitting on the yacht. It's too far from here to the South China Sea. Your speed is slow. It will take at least a day and a night for you to get there. Akashi can't wait that long. He patted his yacht and said, my yacht is twice as fast as yours. When necessary, we still need to rely on some modern technology. Bismarck. Chapter 130. Zero-type mecha girl, please advise. Su Yun said to Bismarck, go to the warehouse and bring out the other yachts, in pairs, and we'll sail over there. Bismarck paused for a moment, then realized what he meant and nodded solemnly. Yes. My yacht can fit one more person. Anyone want it? Before Su Yun could finish speaking, a pair of hands reached out from behind and began to wander restlessly across his chest. He, Commander. Mogador's breathing sounded in Su Yun's ear. I'll stay with you. With me here, those abyssal corpses won't be able to harm you in the slightest. Su Yun nodded. He didn't mind Mogador touching him indiscriminately, or rather, he was getting used to her way of making an entrance. Garden and Cheshire will be in one group. Bismarck and Shikaku will be in another group. All right, that's settled then. Everyone else, stay in the port and stand by. Belfast quickly asked, Master, what about me? The wreckage ships are all battleships and don't need anti-aircraft defense. There are only 3 yachts, so the number of people they can carry is limited. Belfast, you should stay home for now, Su Yun explained. Light cruisers have the advantage of all-around support and anti-aircraft capabilities, but they are at a significant disadvantage when dealing with the Abyss, which consists entirely of battleships. Bismarck, Zwei, and Garden can serve as the main offensive force from this point onward. Cheshire can provide protection as a heavy cruiser. The aircraft carrier Shokaku can provide air support, and Mogador can launch surprise attacks by relying on its high mobility and torpedo bursts. Belfast nodded regretfully. Okay, I understand. Since there are no further problems, come with me on this expedition. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, he slammed on the accelerator, instantly creating a huge splash, and disappeared into the port of Weiyang Port along with the other 2 yachts. Belfast stood on the harbor, watching Su Yun and the others disappear into the horizon, filled with worry. Beside her, Taiho bit her clothes. Seriously, we're both aircraft carriers, so why did Commander take Shikaku, but not me? Did Shikaku win Commander's heart last time she served him in bed? Taiho clutched her head, squatted down, and looked utterly devastated. It's all over. It must be because of this. That damn Shikaku must have used some special method to boost the Commander's favorability. That's why the Commander likes Shikaku even more. Tisk, Taiho is still a long way off. She has to wait until the Royal Maid team has finished eating before she can eat. Wah. Commander, you must hold back before you meet Taiho. Taiho muttered to herself, on the verge of tears. Taiho's murmurs caught Belfast's attention and brought her back to her senses. Taiho, Belfast suddenly spoke. Dephone looked up and asked curiously, what's wrong? I can switch with you the order, Belfast suddenly said. Taiho pondered. How much longer until it's your turn? After Kaga, it's me the 5th. Taiho was overjoyed and stood up, grabbing Belfast's hand. Really? You're really willing to switch with me? Belfast gave a soft But I have one condition. Speaking. I want you to go crazy. Dephone tilted her head in confusion. Reset the timeline back to the present. After a 19-hour voyage, Su Yun and his group finally arrived at Yongxing Island. Su Yun's Sea Lightning was the fastest, several tens of minutes faster than Bismarck's Sea Mercedes and Super Devora, thus allowing him to see Yongxing Island first. Chapter 131 Su Yun vs. Olivia. Upon seeing the rows upon rows of densely packed remains surrounding Yongxing Island, Su Yun immediately gave the order. Mogador. He brushed his right hand across his eyes, and in an instant, pale blue soul power began to take effect. Clear the way, he ordered. Yes. Mogador stood on the yacht, bent over to gather his strength, and then jumped. In an instant, she soared into the sky, wielding the blade of judgment beneath the twilight. The axe that cleaves through evil. Bang! With a single axe strike, a remnant, class wreckage directly in front of him was instantly pierced through, and the vengeful spirits on board let out ghostly howls. The yacht cut through large white waves. Su Yun was navigating the yacht on the sea, while Mogador flew in the sky, wielding a huge chain axe. A pale blue light connected the two, a form resulting from their souls resonating. As long as the commander is here. Mogador took a deep breath, and when she reopened her eyes, her gaze became resolute. That's equivalent to having the power of 100 Shipgirls. The axe of judgment has been enhanced. It has suddenly become enormous. Whoosh. With a single stroke of the axe, the sea split open. The two, remnant, class wrecks were exactly on this straight line, and a tiny gap appeared on their hulls. Immediately afterwards, as easily as cutting tofu with a swift knife, the two crippled, class ships were split in two. The vessel disappeared, and the vengeful spirits turned into smoke amidst their wails, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a pile of heavy crude oil. Taking advantage of this opening, Su Yun suddenly accelerated. He sprinted straight into Yongxing Island. As the yacht soared into the sky on the waves, he shouted, "Mogador!" Mogador understood, deployed the ship's equipment space, and retracted the sea lightning that had risen into the air. The moment the yacht beneath his feet disappeared, Su Yun performed a Webster somersault. He landed smoothly on the beach. "Clear the nearby rubble," Su Yun immediately ordered. "I'll go to the island to find Akashi." "Yes." Mogador nodded solemnly. "Oh, and don't waste that crude oil. Remember to pack it all up after you're done," Su Yun reminded him before leaving. "Good. Also, don't fire from too far away. Be careful not to ignite this heavy crude oil. It's all precious, don't waste it." "Good." On the sea not far away, Su Yun's actions of landing on the island were captured in real time by a drone and transmitted to Olivia's warship. The gray ship girl, Lily, and other mecha girls gathered together and saw this scene through the camera lens. Their expressions all showed varying degrees of excitement. Mecha girl Kyuka covered her red lips and said, "What a cool entrance." The moment he took off, he had the ship girls help him put away his vehicle, and then he did a somersault to enter. "I want to do that next time too." The mecha girl Xianying stroked her chin and said, "The landing was so smooth. This level of physical ability is something most humans can't achieve." Xianying glanced at Lily and asked, "Spiral, I heard you used to be colleagues with Su Yun?" Lily glanced at the silent gray ship girl beside her and nodded. "Yes, we used to be commanders in the East China Sea." "This is the first time I've ever seen a commander with such cunning skills," Xianying recalled. "In my memory, most commanders are physically weak, practically fragile mages." Lily smiled. "This description doesn't seem inappropriate." "He's a mage too," the mecha girl Amber chuckled. "To be able to contract so many ship girls, his soul power must be quite strong, right? In my opinion, he should be considered a muscular mage." Xianying smiled and said, "That's true." Then she stretched and said, "But that's all. No matter how good your skills are, you're still just a human. You can't compare to us mecha girls. In terms of combat strength, humans mecha girls ship girls. This is practically common sense. Among the most unique and powerful mecha girls, the one who stands out is undoubtedly Olivia, the founder of the mecha girls." Lily still remembered the information about Olivia that she had seen in the archives last time. She named her mecha girl Zero. This means the original mecha girls. We haven't seen Olivia make a move yet, so we don't know just how strong she is. However, she had heard from her senior mecha girls, such as Xianying, that Olivia had a record of defeating ship girls. This is already quite dazzling. After all, half of the body of the mecha girl is still flesh and blood, which cannot compare with the ship girl who is completely transformed from a warship. Just as Lily was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Xianying exclaim in surprise, "Boss, what's she doing on Yongxing Island? Didn't she go to the restroom?" Lily was brought back to her senses by the exclamation. When she looked closely, she realized that the footage captured by the drone had changed. The venue changed from the beach to a clearing in the jungle, where Su Yun and Olivia faced each other. Lily covered her red lips in surprise. Did the boss go to see Su Yun? She looked at the gray ship girl. As Su Yun's ship girl, shouldn't she stop Olivia's behavior? The gray ship girl remained unmoved throughout, standing there with her arms crossed, enjoying the sea breeze, as if nothing concerned her. Lily's heart skipped a beat. Now that Su Yun has no ship girls protecting him, can he handle facing Olivia alone? Yongxing Island. Shortly after landing safely on the island, Su Yun ordered Mogador to clear the wreckage to the east and to tell Bismarck Zwei and the other ship girls who would arrive in a while to cooperate in clearing the wreckage. Upon receiving the order, Mogador sent Su Yun alone to the island. With Mogador drawing fire, the bombardment of Yongxing Island by the abyss from the east ceased, giving Su Yun an opportunity to land on the island and search for people. He sensed Takashi's location deep within his soul and ran towards the center of the island. Yongxing Island is not small. In the middle is a large mountain. According to the soul detection, Akashi is somewhere in the mountain. So he ran into the mountains. The bombing frequency slowed down, and by the time he reached the middle of the mountain, the bombing had completely stopped. It seems that Bismarck and the others have arrived and begun to deal with the remains of the abyss. With their strength, clearing out these remnant-level abyssal remains would be a piece of cake, and I don't need to worry about anything. Just as Su Yun was running and thinking, a white-haired woman suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Holy crap! Su Yun was startled, his face changing drastically. A ghost? Olivia suddenly appears. She looked down at her appearance, touched her face, and made a face at Su-yun. Look closely, Olivia said, pulling at her mouth as she spoke. It's the real thing, with flesh and blood, not a female ghost. Su-yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a ghost. Who are you? It's so dangerous here. Why are you all alone? He asked, taking a step closer. As dusk fell and his vision was obstructed, he finally saw her face clearly when he got closer. Su-yun's expression suddenly became subtle. Olivia. Chapter 132 1.2 3 milliseconds of dodging. Olivia crossed her arms and nodded. It's me. Su-yun fell silent. When you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can cause problems. How could I have run into Olivia in such a remote place? Shouldn't she be in the Caledonian Sea? Why aren't you staying in the Chaldean Sea? What are you doing in the South China Sea? Olivia retorted. Then what are you doing in the South China Sea? I've come to rescue my ship girl. What a coincidence, Olivia said, spreading her hands. I came here for her too. Su-yun narrowed his eyes, realizing that things were not simple. What do you want with Akashi? Developing technology, Olivia replied succinctly. And you? After a moment of silence, Su-yun said, because she is my ship girl. Oh, okay then. Olivia nodded. Then he just stood there motionless, like a wooden figure. Su-yun's eyelids twitched slightly. Get out of the way. No, Olivia said. What exactly do you want to do? I want Akashi too, Olivia asked, tilting her head. Can I have her? Su-yun said in a deep voice. She is mine. Oh, Su-yun, ? Oh my god. Talking to this woman is infuriating. Get out of the way, Su-yun shouted. He clenched his fist. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Olivia adopted a martial arts starting stance. Su-yun laughed in exasperation. So this guy wants to fight me one-on-one? My fists, Su's fists, never bully women. Su-yun shook his head and said, back when I was a junior in college, I was the annual one-on-one champion at the Naval Academy. A weak woman like you. If I punched you, you'd cry for a long time, right? Whoosh. Before Su-yun could finish speaking, a sharp gust of wind from a fist flew straight towards Su-yun's face. Su-yun was startled and instinctively retreated. If you get hit by that punch, you'll die? His sixth sense told him so. Bang. Olivia's punch missed and landed on a tree that was half a meter thick. Click, 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 click. The tree was snapped in half instantly. Su-yun, der winky face. Olivia withdrew her hand and flicked her wrist. I am Zero, the mecha girl. She turned around, spread her legs, and half squatted, her right palm facing the sky and her left hand outstretched, beckoning. I challenged the third-year singles champion of the Naval Academy. Su-yun, not a buddy. You didn't even tell me you were a mecha girl. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Olivia is such a crazy person, and she's passionate about body modification, so there's no reason why she wouldn't do it to herself. Su-yun took a deep breath, suppressing her turbulent thoughts. Before we begin, let me ask you a question. Speak, Olivia said calmly. Lily. Su-yun carefully chose her words. Is she doing well with you? In the distance, on Olivia's warship. Lily's body trembled slightly upon hearing these words. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Venturing alone to the Caleb Sea to undergo mecha girl modification was the craziest decision she had ever made. The process of removing her old limbs and replacing them with new ones was painful and filled with despair. No one can understand the despair I felt when I woke up after my first reconstructive surgery and found that my right arm was gone. She lay on the operating table, thinking about many things. They even prepared for the worst, to leave this world quietly and be forgotten. Hearing with my own ears that someone still remembers me, the feeling of being moved and warmed is something that others cannot understand. Ziyuning nudged her with her elbow and teased. Hey, Spiral, Lily is your real name, right? He still remembers you. Lily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and softly hummed in agreement. I will never forget him, she said, wiping away her tears. Never in this lifetime. On Yongxing Island. After listening, Olivia gave a blank Not bad. It's just that they're too lazy. They complain about being tired after only 6 hours of training a day. On the other end, the emotion that had just risen in Lily's heart vanished instantly. What do you mean only 6 hours? She yelled, pointing at the screen. Every day it's either combat simulations or marathons with 200 pounds of weight. I haven't done as much exercise in a single day here in the past 20 years. This isn't training. This is hell. Ziyuning quickly hugged her from behind. Xuanlu, calm down. Calm down. This is the only data panel. If you smash it, we won't be able to see the screen over there. Su-yun let out a soft after hearing this. She's already complaining about being tired after just 6 hours? I remember she was pretty good at physical training back in college. Looks like she's been a commander for too long and her stamina has declined. Yes. Olivia nodded seriously. She is very lazy. He Lily on the other end. Screw your laziness. She really wanted to swear. All right, enough chit-chat. Olivia said seriously. You've dragged this out long enough. I can't let you keep going like this. It's been discovered. Take this. Olivia suddenly lowered her body and lunged forward. Suyun ripped open the zipper of her shirt. With his back to the drone, the live stream could only show him unzipping his jacket and unfolding his clothes. Holy crap, Zi Yunying exclaimed, pervert. The next second, bang 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 bang. A barrage of bullets rained down, catching Olivia completely off guard. Even though she's a modified mecha girl, she still has to dodge bullets. But her agility is so great that she actually managed to dodge an entire magazine of bullets within a distance of less than 3 meters. The drone changed its angle of view, and Xianying and the other mecha girls finally got a clear look. Suyun had 2 submachine guns hidden inside his clothes. Amber's expression was strange. Looks like you came prepared. Suyun held 2 SR-2M compact submachine guns in his hands. This gun is small enough to be completely hidden inside clothing without being detected. Bullets relentlessly pursued Olivia, who dodged and weaved like a nimble assassin. Numerous bullets left holes in the tree trunk, but none hit their mark. Suyun's face darkened. His marksmanship was anything but sloppy. He achieved perfect scores at the Naval Academy and could even accurately hit the fire control radar of a ship 500 or 600 meters away while holding a Barrett rifle on a turbulent sea. Olivia's movements were truly bizarre. Several times he felt the bullets should have hit her, but they still grazed past her. After emptying a magazine, Olivia was completely unharmed. Suyun was preparing to reload. Olivia suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Are you done shooting? The two were almost face to face. Suyun saw his own stunned expression reflected in her deep blue eyes. He smirked, not yet. Just waiting for you to take the bait. There was a bullet hidden in the gun in his right hand, one he had deliberately left unused. It was to lure Olivia into getting close. I want to see whether the gun is faster or your reaction is faster within 7 steps. Bang. Suyun pressed the gun against Olivia's abdomen and pulled the trigger. When? It sounds like metal hitting an iron plate. Oh, you hit me. Olivia's tone was slightly surprised, but her face remained expressionless. But it's a pity, she said, pulling the 21mm steel core armor-piercing bullet from her abdomen. I won't get acute steel poisoning. Suyun's expression changed slightly. Olivia threw a powerful uppercut. Suyun suddenly tilted her head back, her fist grazing his chin. He used the momentum to leap backward into the air, with Olivia in hot pursuit. Without a gun, how are you going to play? She asked expressionlessly. As Suyun flew backward, he made a gun-like gesture with his right hand and aimed it at Olivia. Bang, he said. Boring, Olivia said indifferently. The next second, bang. A bullet struck her precisely in the eye. Caught off guard, Olivia was shot through a deep bullet hole in her eye socket, revealing the semi-mechanical structure beneath her skin. Huh, she exclaimed in surprise. Only then did they realize that Suyun was holding a tiny revolver in his other hand. I see. The right hand was covering for the left. Olivia wasn't angry at all about losing an eye. Her tone as calm as if she were talking about the weather. Good tactic, you fell for it. Suyun landed smoothly without the slightest slackening. He gripped the small revolver with both hands and aimed it at Olivia. You've already lost an eye. If you want to keep the other one, I advise you to surrender now. Olivia began to think about it seriously. Surrender? But I still have so much to show. Surrendering like this would leave me wanting more. Suyun asked in a deep voice, what else do you want to show? Olivia glanced at the mini revolver in his hand. It's just modern weaponry. I have that too. In an instant, a multitude of weapons emerged from her back like an 8-legged spider. And even more than yours. Chapter 133 Akashi's Redemption. Seeing the dense array of gun muzzles, Suyun's eyelids twitched violently. He suddenly realized that if Olivia had intended to kill him from the start, he might not have even had the chance to fire the first shot. However, if it's just a few more weapons, it's not a dead end. With more robotic arms, movement naturally slows down. Therefore, it's possible to use speed to maneuver effectively. Olivia seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. The next second, she flashed behind Suyun and kicked the palm-sized revolver out of his hand. Suyun was taken aback. Wow, that's fast. Even faster than Shipgirls. By the time he came to his senses, the black muzzle of a gun was already pointed at his forehead. The distance should not exceed 1 forearm length. You're unarmed. Olivia pressed the pistol against his forehead and said calmly, "If you want to live, I advise you to surrender now." The situation has reversed. Soo-yun was at a disadvantage. He stared at the dark muzzle of the gun, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, but his voice remained calm. "How do you know I'm the one who will definitely lose? You're about to die, and you still won't admit defeat?" Olivia tilted her head. "Then let's play a game." "What game?" "I'm going to fire one shot now. If you can dodge it at this distance, I'll admit defeat and leave. If you can't," she said seriously, "then you'll just have to die." Soo-yun remained silent for a long time. Then he nodded. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Lily, who was watching the live broadcast via drone on a distant warship, immediately became furious. How is this possible? The distance is less than half a meter. Not even a human, let alone a mecha girl, no, even a ship girl, could dodge this. Not only Lily, but the other mecha girls also understood that Olivia seemed to be giving him a chance, but in reality, she was toying with him. Looks like Soo-yun's head is about to explode. Ziyuning crossed her arms. What a pity, what a pity. Amber shook her head. This is what happens when you don't bring your ship girls with you. If Mogador had been with you, would Boss have been able to seize this opportunity? Lily bit her nails hard, looking at the gray ship girl who remained calm beside her, not understanding why she could still be so composed. You're Soo-yun's ship girl, right? Lily rushed to her side and said urgently, "Hurry up and save Soo-yun." The gray-haired ship girl crossed her arms, the sea breeze ruffling her hair, her face beneath the officer's cap remaining unmoved. "What are you standing there for? Get moving." Lily's voice changed with anxiety. The gray ship girl remained motionless, not even lifting her eyelids. Lily gritted her teeth. "It's about to begin," Ziyuning shouted, staring at the data panel. Lily could only quickly return to the data panel and continue watching. On Yongxing Island, the two sides continue their standoff. "By the way," Olivia said casually, "my shooting record is 10 out of 10 on a moving target at 1,000 meters, with the bullets scattered no more than 2 centimeters apart. It took me 2.5 seconds. Soo-yun's eyelids twitched. Firing 10 shots in 2.3 seconds, with intervals of less than 0.25 seconds, is something no human could possibly do. Her robotic arm must be equipped with a gyroscope and an automatic compensation system. This distance is only 0.43 meters. Olivia glanced at the distance between the two of them. The muzzle velocity of my M9 is 370 meters per second, and the bullet travel time is about 1.23 milliseconds. That's 81 times faster than the blink of an eye. Soo-yun remained silent, his expression extremely grave. Upon hearing the number, 1.23 milliseconds, Ziyuning's eyelids twitched violently. Even Ran Muri from the Conan movie couldn't react at that speed. Amber used her partially modified mechanical brain to calculate and concluded, this difficulty is 3 times that of Xiaolan dodging bullets in The Darkest Nightmare. It has completely exceeded the limits of human capability. Will we win? Jinghua tilted her head. We'll lose. Quickly go to the Western Paradise and ask Lord Mogador for help. Lily hugged her arms, her nails digging into her flesh. Soo-yun, don't be reckless. Try to buy some time and wait for your ship girls to come to your rescue. Let's make it a little more difficult. Olivia tilted her head. Do you think I'll actually fire? Or do you think I'll fire in the next second? Soo-yun's pupils contracted. No sooner had she finished speaking than Olivia's finger pulled the trigger. At this moment, time seemed to slow down dramatically. Soo-yun concentrated all his attention, staring intently at Olivia's fingers, barely daring to breathe, for fear that the sound of his breathing would interfere with his judgment. They're here, and very soon. She didn't hesitate at all. His spiritual power unfolded imperceptibly. That's the sound of bullets being pushed. Bend to the lower right to avoid it. Bang. The bullet leaves the barrel, propelling the airflow. Soo-yun witnessed the bullet fly out of the gun barrel. He didn't dare blink, staring intently at it, and then suddenly bent over. Whoosh. Time, which had slowed down, resumed its original speed at this moment. Bang. The bullet hit. But it wasn't destined for Soo-yun. It flew past him and struck a tree trunk 10 meters behind him, leaving a bullet hole. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the bullet left the barrel to the moment it hit the tree trunk, it took only 0.5 milliseconds. A few strands of hair drifted down from the sky. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Olivia's usually indifferent face. Ziyuning and the other mecha girls in front of the data panel. ? Amber's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open. Is he still human? Jinghua's pupils dilated in shock. Is he Superman? Lily stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The gray ship girl gazed at Yongxing Island in the distance, her eyes filled with a meaningful look. In this way, he will probably make further progress in his soul power. Su Yun pressed down behind him and spun around, delivering a flying kick that landed squarely on Olivia's chest. The entire movement was fluid and seamless, completed in one go. Olivia took a few steps back, clutching her chest, staring blankly at the ground. How is that possible? I suddenly fired at such close range. How could you possibly react in time? Su Yun looked at her intently. Nothing is impossible. You lost this bet. He didn't rely on simple physical reactions. He could feel every muscle in Olivia's body move just before she was about to fire. For some reason, in that instant, everything around him appeared in his mind from a god's eye view, so detailed that he could even feel the trembling of Olivia's finger muscles. It seems that my control over my soul power has improved even more. Olivia straightened up silently and patted the dust off her chest. Don't kick my chest next time. My chest isn't big to begin with, and if you kick it again, it'll flatten it. Su Yun said calmly. I'll be more careful next time. Olivia gave him a deep look, then backed away, disappearing into the darkness of the jungle. Su Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief after she completely disappeared. He appeared calm, but in reality, he panicked terribly a second before she fired. Although I've often risked my life in gunfire when fighting sirens before, this is the first time I've dodged bullets this close. He took a deep breath. Commander, where are you? Come save Akashi. Su Yun suddenly snapped back to reality. That's it. Save Akashi. He turned and ran up the mountain. As soon as Olivia returned to the warship and landed, a gun was pressed against the back of her head. Let's play a game. The gray ship girl held up her pistol, her voice icy. I'll fire a shot from this distance. Guess if I'll actually fire? Or guess at which second I'll fire. If you can't dodge, then you'll just have to die. Olivia raised her hands in surrender, and after a moment of silence, asked, Could you give me some distance? Your gun is practically touching my head. No, the gray ship girl said expressionlessly. Bang. The words had barely left his mouth when the bullet was fired. The bombing of Yongxing Island by Yuanhai has stopped. It seems that Bismarck and Zwei have completed the outer perimeter cleanup. After passing through the forest, Su Yun's view finally opened up. The mountain in front of him had been blasted beyond recognition, with a jagged gash in the mountain pass and rubble scattered all over the ground. Is it that serious? Su Yun frowned, closed his eyes, and sensed the location of the Ming stone. He was slightly taken aback. Is this perspective? Come to think of it, the instant Olivia fired her gun, he seemed to have seen through the internal structure of her pistol in that instant. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? He muttered to himself. Originally, after unleashing his soul power, everything around him would appear in his mind from a godlike perspective, and he could share it with the ship girls simultaneously. But at that time, he could only see the surface of objects and could not penetrate them. Now this ability seems to have evolved into something like a thermal imager, accurately locating Akashi's position amidst the rubble. Perfect timing. Su Yun's gaze locked onto a direction. This way, we won't have to go through so much trouble. He sifted through the pile of rubble, following the location in his mind, and finally found the cave where Akashi was hiding. Good news. Akashi has been found. Bad news. The entrance to the cave is completely blocked by fallen rocks. Without saying a word, Su Yun started moving the stones. Deep inside the cave, Akashi huddled in a corner, hugging his knees, looking as if he were about to break apart. She had prepared for the worst. Right a will. Kantai Collection Calendar April 4th, 2026 Meow. Her night vision is excellent, and she can see every word she writes even in such darkness. Today, the very business-minded Akashi discovered a business opportunity. By simply processing the discarded scraps from the Jiangdu Precision Manufacturing Center, they can sell them to Changyingmyo for 5 times the price. She wrote while tears streamed down her face. But we encountered the Abyss corpses halfway there, meow. Akashi is just a weak repair ship. How can she possibly defeat them, meow? All the ships traveling with us have sunk, meow. And the escorting ship girls are all gone too. The pen tip paused on the paper, spreading a blot of ink. It's all Akashi's fault, meow. If Akashi hadn't been so greedy and wanted to make more money, things wouldn't have turned out like this, meow. My dear captain, first mate, and escorting crewmates, Akashi, I'm so sorry, meow. If there's an afterlife, Akashi will definitely make it up to you, meow. She changed to a different sheet of paper and continued writing, sobbing. There's one more thing. Akashi has never told anyone, meow. Akashi does have a commander, but he's been gone for so long that Akashi doubts he ever existed. Bismarck once told Akashi that the commander would definitely return. But when Akashi asked her how long that would take, Bismarck remained silent. Well, Akashi isn't stupid. Akashi understands that bringing the commander back is almost impossible. Akashi calculated countless possibilities, but none of them could bring the commander back, meow. But the company refused to give up. She said she was the luckiest ship girl, and that as long as she had the determination, she could definitely bring the commander back, meow. She wiped away her tears and wrote again. But shouldn't Yukike's be the luckiest ship girl? Later, Akashi realized that the company's greatest strength was not luck, but the spirit of never giving up. I've digressed. Let's get back to the matter of my will, meow. Akashi wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her pen trembling as she continued. If you find Akashi's body, could you please take her remains back to the East China Sea for cremation? Akashi has a considerable sum of money in his secret stash, which can be used as a reward for your hard work. Akashi had only one last wish, that you take Akashi's ashes to the summit of Mount Tai, and then scatter them towards the East China Sea. In this way, even if Akashi dies, he can still look in the direction of home from the place with the widest view. If the commander ever comes back, Akashi hopes to see him one last time. As I wrote, tears soaked the paper. She finally couldn't hold back anymore, threw the pen aside, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. The whimpering echoed in the narrow cave, one after another, like an abandoned young animal. Suddenly, a noise came from the cave entrance. The sound of stones moving. Akashi's crying stopped abruptly. Like a frightened bird, she tensed up instantly, pricked up her ears as if some monster was trying to break in. Then, a ray of sunlight squeezed in through the cracks in the rocks and fell on her face. The afterglow of dusk was as gentle as a hand. Under the setting sun, a figure emerged from the cave entrance. Akashi. Suyun's voice carried a relieved smile. I've finally found you. Are you alright? Akashi stared at him blankly, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Tears welled up in her eyes again. The commander? Her voice trembled, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. It's me. Suyun smiled, squatted down, and reached out to rub her head. I'm back, Akashi. Wah! Akashi could no longer control herself and threw herself into Suyun's arms, bursting into tears. The fear of surviving the ordeal and the joy of a long-awaited reunion intertwined, like a flood that had burst its banks and could not be stopped. She buried her face in Suyun's chest, her tears and snot covering him. Suyun held her, feeling her trembling all over. He patted her back gently, one pat at a time. A repair ship, all alone in a cave, with no fighting companions by her side. Just how scared was she? The front of my clothes was soaked with tears. At that moment, Bismarck's solemn voice echoed in my mind. Commander, the wreckage surrounding Yongxing Island has been completely cleared. We have also found some stranded crew members and shipgirls, who should be from this fleet. They have been taken into custody by us. Suyun hummed in agreement. How are the wounded? They're all right. They were lucky, clinging to the planks and floating at sea. It seems the abyss wasn't targeting them, so there were no casualties. That's good. Akashi heard Suyun muttering to himself, looked up, and asked with teary eyes, Commander, who are you communicating with? Suyun told her about his conversation with Bismarck's Vi. When she heard that all her companions were safe and sound, Akashi burst into tears again. This time, it was Anshin's tears. Thank goodness. Meow? Nobody died. That's so great. Akashi thought I was going to be the one to commit a sin. Suyun gently patted her back, her voice soft. Yes, Akashi, you are not a sinner. Everyone is alive and well. Akashi buried her head deep in his chest and let out a heavy hum. Her shoulders were still trembling, but it was no longer the trembling of fear. It's the kind of relief that comes with finally being able to relax. It's my birthday today, so there will only be one update. Chapter 134 Teleportation Portal. The South China Sea is a dangerous area, inhabited by sirens of level 10 to 12, who are extremely powerful. Apart from the commander stationed here, virtually no outsiders set foot here. After bringing all the rescued people and shipgirls to Yongxing Island, the next question became how to return to Dongguan. This place is 2,500 kilometers away from the mainland, which is no small distance. The best course of action right now is to have the escorting shipgirls transform into giant ships and escort the merchants back. At the speed of the escorting shipgirls, this process will take about a day and a half. Just as Suyun and the captain were discussing the return trip, Akashi suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Commander, she whispered. Come here for a second. Akashi has something to tell you, Meow. Su-Yun understood and said to the captain, Captain, please wait a moment. The ship's captain, surnamed Liu, had escaped death and was extremely grateful to Su-Yun, speaking with great respect. All right. You go ahead with your work, Commander Su, it's all right. Su-Yun hummed in agreement and was pulled aside by Akashi. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Is something the matter? Commander, Akashi said in a low voice, mysteriously. Actually, there's no need for the trouble of sailing back, Meow. Akashi can create a portal, and as long as we go through this portal, we can return to the Eastern Empire, Meow. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun was suddenly shocked. A teleportation portal? Something that only exists in science fiction actually exists? Is this really true? He was utterly astonished. Of course, Meow. Akashi nodded. Not just on Yongxing Island. Akashi can place a portal in every region, Meow. That way, the commander can just go through the portal to whichever sea area he wants to go, Meow, without having to go through all that trouble of sailing back and forth, Meow. Su-Yun was taken aback, and her expression turned strange. This is surprisingly similar to the way you directly select to enter a level in a game from my previous life. However, this teleportation technology is a special trade secret of Akashi. Akashi raised a finger and shushed. Commander, don't reveal it, Meow. Su-Yun nodded. Then he asked curiously, since you have such technology, why do you still choose this dangerous route? Wouldn't it be better to just teleport directly to Sakura Empire? Akashi sighed helplessly. Because we need to place a portal, Meow. We're taking this route partly to save money by taking a shortcut, and partly to place a portal, Meow. I see. That's way too greedy. Fortunately, Su-Yun arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But if we send these people back, they will inevitably have to go through the teleportation portal, and then... It's all right, Meow. Akashi scratched his head sheepishly. They were a fleet Akashi hired. It's all Akashi's fault that they encountered such danger this time, Meow. It's still 2,500 kilometers back to Dongwon from here. Not only is the journey long, but we might also encounter other dangers along the way. Akashi doesn't want them to suffer anymore, Meow. She took a deep breath and said seriously, sending them back to Dongwon to rest is what Akashi wants to do most right now, Meow. Su-Yun nodded with satisfaction and patted Ming-Shi's hair. All right, but we're not in a hurry to reveal the teleportation technology. We shouldn't be malicious, but we must be wary of others. Blindfold them and send them back to Dongwon. Yes, yes. Akashi nodded repeatedly. Afterwards, Akashi placed a portal on the back of Yongxing Island and gave Su-Yun a soul bracelet. This portal is normally unobservable. It only opens automatically when someone wearing the soul bracelet approaches. Su-Yun understood, then blindfolded all the crew members and escort Shipgirls, and led everyone into the portal. After everyone had entered, a long time passed before a fleet arrived at Yongxing Island. Huh. Du Shinj looked at the mess on Yongxing Island and exclaimed in surprise. How did this place get destroyed like this? Could it be that sirens or abyssal skeletons suddenly spawned again? Her secretary's ship, Mississippi, surveyed the area and noticed traces of heavy crude oil left on the beach by Abyss's corpse. Commander, it's confirmed. It's the Abyss remains. Mississippi brought a patch of sand soaked in heavy crude oil, but no other heavy crude oil was found around, so it must have been salvaged. Could it be another ship girl passing by? Du Shinj wondered. Possibly. Mississippi nodded. It's probably just someone passing by. I'll go to 12 to 4 to clear out the Sirens today. I haven't been there for 2 weeks, so there must be a lot of them spawning again. Okay, Mississippi replied. Dongwon, Donghai City. The Shipgirls, including Garden and Bismarck's Vi, led the way. After passing through the portal, their view suddenly opened up, and they had returned to the beach on the outskirts of Donghai City. The cross-sea bridge is not far away. Cheshire was stunned as he watched the lights of the cars passing over the bridge. They actually came back. That's amazing. Su-Yun was also surprised when she saw the lights that looked like stars. It was pitch black on Yongxing Island just now, but in the blink of an eye, we're back on the outskirts of the city. Bismarck's Vi solemnly remarked, this is the power of technology. Su-Yun understood. Akashi is Doryman. After removing the blindfolds from the crew and escort Shipgirls, they saw that they were on Yongxing Island 1 second and back in Donghai City, 2,500 kilometers away the next. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Su-Yun said to them seriously, I'm practically your savior. Don't tell anyone about this sudden teleportation, understand? The crew and escorting Shipgirls nodded repeatedly. Su-Yun was still somewhat uneasy and said to Bismarck's Vi, draft a military-grade confidentiality agreement. in duplicate, and then get my official seal. Bismarck Zwei nodded and quickly took out a printer and a red stamp from the ship's equipment space. Using the highest military secret as the issuing authority mark, he drafted a military-level confidentiality agreement. Leave your ID numbers, home addresses, mobile phone numbers, and shipgirl numbers. Su-yun distributed the confidentiality agreement to everyone, then found a well-lit spot to take photos of all the crew members and escort shipgirls. Come under the lights, stand in line, and have a photo taken of each of you for record keeping. Click, click. After everyone has taken photos with their ID cards, the documents are compiled into a booklet. Su-yun made them stand in a row and said sternly, I'm telling you one last time. You absolutely cannot tell anyone how we got back from Yongqing Island. Do you hear me? This is Dongwon's top secret. If anyone dares to leak it, don't blame me for coming to your door the next day and dealing with them for leaking top secrets. All the crew members and escort ship girls nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Su-yun hummed in agreement. Just then, one of the escort ship girls cautiously asked, Excuse me, are you Commander Su-yun? Su-yun nodded. It's me. Since the Chongqing sect incident, he has been reported by major media outlets, and his face is almost universally recognized, so it's not surprising that people recognize him. It really is you. The escort ship girl's eyes lit up as she looked at him with admiration. Can I take a picture with you? You're my fan. Oh wait, I'm your fan. Su-yun was taken aback, then nodded. Good. Seeing that Su-yun agreed so readily, the others were also eager to join in. Could you please sign this for me? I want one too. Sign it on my chest. Su-yun glanced at the man and said, Brother, your chest is covered in hair. How are you going to sign? The older brother chuckled, his gaze towards Su-yun filled with ambiguity. I just want you to sign your chest. Su-yun, ? Vomit. He chose to ignore it. Chapter 135 Night of the Curse. A big event is about to happen in the European Emperor Group today. A momentous event that could change the entire world. In August, far in the heart of the Pacific Ocean, a group live stream has already begun. He faced the camera, stroked his beard, and smiled kindly. Hello everyone. Welcome to my first live stream. And perhaps this will be my last. Ivan, is this really necessary? I can still make it there if I hurry. Ivan was typing in the group chat. August smiled and said, No need. You should stay in the Arctic Ocean. They need you more there. Robs, I don't want the governorship. I'll give it back to you once you get through tonight. August shook his head, his eyes deep, and said with emotion, Since I've passed the governorship to you, you should accept it. The royal family is full of talented people, and your departure won't shake the foundation of the royal family, so I can rest assured. Robs sigh. Li Shanyan. Old man, aren't you harming Robles by passing on the governorship? What will he do in the next 30 years? You might as well pass it on to me. I'll be the governor. I'm not afraid of death. When August saw Li Shangyan's message, he chuckled and said, Little Li, as I said, you still have some shortcomings. Li Shangyan, what am I lacking? I'm already the marshal of Dongwon. Old man, you still don't believe me. August stroked his beard, his eyes deep set. You'll understand eventually, Li. Li Shangyan. It's always like this. This was always August's answer whenever the topic of the governorship came up. Li Shangyan couldn't understand what he had done wrong that made the old man reject him again and again. Aaron, is this something only people in our group know about? Is it inappropriate for Su-gu and me to be here? August chuckled. What's wrong with that? Aaron, shouldn't the governors and marshals have a larger group chat? It should include marshals from all 7 seas, but not me, not Su-yun, not Olivia. Why are you broadcasting live in this group instead of that one? August saw the message and nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about next. He glanced at the online users' avatars and asked, Everyone should be here by now, right? Ivan, yes. Robs, yes. Li Shangyan, yes. Aaron, yes. Caledonian C. Give me my head. A woman with a beautiful figure but no head spoke to the mecha girl beside her in the laboratory. Amber took the repaired head and attached it to the body. It's reversed, the head said to Amber. Amber made 2 oh sounds and rotated her head 180 degrees. The woman checked the connection between her head and body, moved her neck, and jumped a couple of times to make sure there were no problems with any part of her body. This woman was none other than Olivia. She glanced down at her chest, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. Should I increase the settings a bit? Maybe insert some silicone. The gray ship girl leaned against the wall next to her and said calmly, No matter how big it is, it's still fake. Be careful it doesn't sag later. Sagging? You underestimate my skills. I guarantee it'll look incredibly realistic, even more real than the real thing. Olivia said confidently. The gray ship girl glanced at her, but didn't reply. As long as Olivia's heart continues to beat, she can be resurrected through technological means. If her real brain, if it can still be called a brain, wouldn't kill her even if it stopped functioning. Do you know why humans invented language? The gray ship girl suddenly asked. Olivia sat in front of the control panel, adjusting the parameters of her prosthetic limb as she replied. For easier calculation. It's for easier communication, the gray ship girl corrected after a moment of silence. Oh. Olivia replied with a faint oh. The most important thing about speaking is the word speak. How you speak about the same thing is the key. No matter how well you do something, if you don't know how to speak, it will only lead to misunderstandings. Oh. Olivia replied with a faint oh. The gray ship girl fell silent again, then said, You did a good job stimulating his soul power this time. Remember to use a different method next time. Okay. Olivia hummed in agreement. Gray ship girls. No wonder so many people misunderstand him and want him. This expressive ability is comparable to that of a ripe apple. Suddenly, Olivia's cell phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and glanced at it. Tonight is August's death day. Amber gaped in astonishment. Boss, why are you suddenly saying this? Are you planning to take action against the governor? No, Olivia waved her phone. Tonight is the night of the governor's curse. All governors throughout history have been wiped out on this cursed night, and the reason for their demise remains a mystery. To unravel this mystery, August will be live-streaming the entire event in the group tonight and reveal the truth. Amber made two oh sounds and breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to attack the governor's mansion, boss. I don't have that ability. Olivia looked at her phone screen. No one in this world can defeat August's fleet. She paused, then glanced at the gray ship girl again, adding meaningfully, Of course, there are exceptions. The gray ship girl remained silent. I'll project the screen, get some popcorn, and call all the mecha girls over to watch together. Olivia ordered Amber. Go get them. Amber said, Oh, and turned to call the other mecha girls. Olivia then typed a reply in the group chat. Olivia, yes. Weiyang Port area. After seeing off all the crew members and Shipgirls, Su Yun led the Shipgirls back to Weiyang Port. Belfast was slightly taken aback when she saw the commander suddenly return. Master? You're back so quickly. Su Yun nodded and said, It's all thanks to Akashi, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get back so quickly. Belfast looked at Akashi, who chuckled. Of course. I'm Lady Akashi, you know. Belfast smiled. Su Yun suddenly felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. He was slightly taken aback when he saw August live streaming in the group, then took out his phone to browse the chat history in the European King group, and his expression gradually became strange. Has the governor's cursed night arrived so soon? He stared at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. And they're going to live stream it in the group chat? This. Chapter 136, The Strongest Governor's Mansion in History. Master, what's wrong? Belfast noticed that Su Yun's brows were slightly furrowed, and took the initiative to ask. Su Yun explained that August was going to do a live stream in the group. The cursed night at the governor's mansion, Belfast murmured. Bismarck's took a deep breath and said solemnly, Commander, the governor is risking his life to burn away the fog that has shrouded the seven seas for thousands of years. Such courage should be witnessed by all the Shipgirls. Summon the fleet to witness this battle together. If the Governor-General's office wins, we will inherit its experience. If the Governor-General's office loses, we will carry on its legacy. The Governor-General's sacrifice should not be a full stop, but a dash leading to the truth. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Okay, call them all over. Belfast bowed respectfully. I'll go and fetch them, master. Should we also call Foxy and the others over? After pondering for a moment, Su Yun said, Call them all over. His voice deepened. Now that the teleportation portal has been installed, our operational range is no longer limited to the East China Sea. The Yellow Sea, the South China Sea, and even the Red Sea, the Blue Sea, and the Blood Sea will all become our targets for expeditions. The Cradle era is over, and every ship girl must be prepared to face the enemy at any time. Belfast nodded slightly and turned to call everyone over. All the ship girls in Weiyang Port gathered together. Su Yun projected the live stream onto the big screen, continuing to watch August's final live stream with the ship girls. The island is brightly lit in the picture. The island is called the End Anchorage, meaning the limit of the ocean that humans can explore. This is the boundary between the seas ruled by the Sirens and the seas conquered by humans. Dozens of nautical miles ahead lies the Siren Sea, a place never before set foot in by humankind. It is said that deep within that sea area live a large number of high-ranking sirens, including purifiers, observers, and testers. In the past, the most widely circulated story about the destruction of the governor's mansion was that the Sirens carried out a major purge of the end anchorage every 30 years in order to suppress the human forces. But the truth remains unknown to this day. Perhaps tonight, the mystery that has shrouded the final anchorage for millennia will be revealed. Hundreds of warships, motorboats, and yachts are stationed on the sea, protecting the final anchorage in concentric circles. Countless machine gun emplacements on the island are poised for action, and sentry towers stand ready. Naval soldiers perform their duties, and hundreds of elite ship girls guard the island to the death. August stood on the highest and most elevated apron in the terminal anchorage. The whirlwind from the helicopter's rotor blades whipped his beard. Standing beside him were several ship girls whom Su-yun had never seen before. Although he didn't know who they were, their posture alone told him they were terrifyingly strong. Su-yun was curious and couldn't help but ask in the group, "Who are these ship girls?" Aaron followed up. "Such a powerful aura. The soul of the ship girls is even stronger than my battleship Shinano." "Just who are they?" "Ivan. She is certainly stronger than the battleship Shinano." Su-yun. "So who's standing at the very front?" "Li Shangyan. Nimitz." Aaron. "Oh. Aaron. Der winky face." "Aaron who?" "Aaron. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. A 100,000-ton displacement. A maritime behemoth. A super aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, capable of carrying over 100 carrier-based aircraft." Li Shangyan. "Yes." "Aaron. Aaron, what's on the left?" Li Shangyan. "Montana." Aaron. Der winky face. "Aaron, Montana? Can such a monster be anchored?" Su-yun was equally shocked. The Montana was designed to rival the Yamato, the king of battleships, with a displacement of 70,000 tons, nearly 1.5 times that of the Bismarck Zwei, and was armed with 12 406mm main guns. A single salvo could unleash a steel storm at sea. No wonder everyone says that August is the strongest commander in history. He was able to build these two monsters, which is enough to make him worthy of the title strongest. "Aaron, what about the other ship girls?" Li Shangyan. "The other three people around him are New Mexico, Ligan, and Normandy. They are all very powerful ship girls." Montana Nimitz. Su-yun rubbed his temples, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily seeping out. This level of sea monster has surpassed the current known limits of ship girls. If these two warships were implemented in the game in my previous life, they would at least be at the level of legendary ships or decisive battle plans. Montana was an unfulfilled dream designed by the White Eagles of the old world to rival the Yamato, and it was in no way inferior to the space battleship Yamato. Nimitz will only be stronger than Montana. Su-yun turned to look at Bismarck Zwei. "Given the current strength of our port, how does it compare to the governor's office?" Bismarck Zwei paused for a moment. 10-0. "We're 0. Su-yun nodded. "Just as I expected." "Commander, don't misunderstand," Bismarck Zwei quickly added. "It's not that we're inferior to Nimitz and Montana, but that they have more people. They have over 300 ship girls, while we only have 26, making us outnumbered." Su-yun could hear the confidence in her own port area in her voice. Nimitz and Montana are legends of the old world. Even in a one-on-one fight, it might not be easy for them to win, right? If I were still the Bismarck of the past, Bismarck Zwei removed his officer's cap, revealing a head of magnificent golden hair. I would indeed have no chance against Nimitz and Montana. As she gazed at the two figures standing atop the highest point of the final anchorage on the live stream, a rare glint of fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. "But I am Bismarck Zwei. Reborn from the ashes, wielding the power of the new world, I might not be unable to defeat Montana in a one-on-one fight." She paused, her tone becoming increasingly firm. "Once all the ship girls return, the 10-0 will become us." Su-yun nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. If all the ship girls returned, their numbers would be 3 or 4 times that of the governor's mansion, and they would only be stronger then. However, such a governor's mansion is unprecedented." Su-yun was not arrogant, but his expression became more serious. If even a governor's mansion like this can be destroyed, then perhaps only the fully fledged Weiyang Port district in the entire world can try to take it down. Chapter 137, A 1,000 Years of Obsession. Speaking of which, so much time has passed. How come we haven't seen a single enemy? Su-yun stared at the empty sea in the live stream, filled with doubt. Every 30 years, the one that annihilates the governor's office must be a super siren fleet, right? Are the Sirens arbitration bodies mobilized en masse? Or is it some unknown entity that has never been recorded before? Suyin made this guess. The searchlight from the watchtower illuminated a figure on the sea. She appeared like a ghost, without any warning. The naval guard, whose nerves were on edge, was stunned for a moment when he saw that the other party was only one person, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the Siren's superfleet had arrived. Report to the governor. A person has appeared on the sea, the guard reported over the walkie-talkie. August stood on the tarmac, with dozens of armed helicopters circling overhead. One person. He frowned. There's only one opponent. Yes. The naval guard pointed his night vision imaging device at the woman who had suddenly appeared, looking her up and down, his suspicions growing. Wearing a half-face mask, white hair, and dressed in naval women's clothing, she is suspected to be a high-ranking Siren individual. August's expression turned strange. Are you sure there's only one person? I'm absolutely sure. How could a mere high-level Siren individual, no matter how strong, possibly be the culprit who destroyed all the governor's mansions in the past? Could it not be her? August pondered, stroking his chin, then his eyes sharpened. Tonight is the highest level of coastal defense. Whoever sends out the vanguard, annihilate them. Yes. The moment the order was given, the entire final anchorage seemed to awaken the eyes of a sleeping behemoth. The armed helicopter swarm was the first to pounce, their rotors stirring up the night wind, and their roars shaking the heavens and the earth. Dozens of fighter jets formed a wedge formation and swooped down from the sky, their machine guns firing tracer rounds that drew dense lines of fire across the night sky, like a torrential downpour. On the sea, high-speed yachts and patrol boats tore through the waves, encircling and surrounding the area from all sides. The machine guns on the bows spewed fire, carving white streaks of water across the surface. At the same time, hundreds of anti-aircraft guns and coastal defense guns on the shore-based forts roared in unison, their shells piercing the night sky and weaving an impenetrable net of death in the darkness. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating half the heavens. Everyone thought it would be a one-sided massacre. However, Alibaba has done this online except for this time. The white-haired woman slowly raised her head, her lips beneath the mask moving slightly, uttering a string of syllables whose meaning was unclear. Tess is arrogant and has gone to the next sequel. I will become a quality product and need Shiwa. The sound didn't seem to come from a human. It was more like some ancient and twisted incantation echoing in the night wind. She raised her hand. At the cuffs, countless dark brown specks of light emerged like a swarm of bees. Those points of light swelled in the wind, expanding from the size of a grain of rice to a fist in the blink of an eye, then from a fist to a millstone, and finally transformed into a vast, dark brown carrier-based aircraft formation. They have no propellers, no wings, only streamlined, bizarre bodies, like wreckage swallowed by the abyss and then spat out. The next moment, boom, the first armed helicopter exploded into a fireball in the night sky, with debris falling like rain. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, and the 20th. The sky is on fire. The sea is boiling. Those once invincible armed helicopters were as fragile as paper when struck by the dark brown carrier-based aircraft. Every fighter jet that was hit exploded in midair, the flames illuminating the sea and the fear on everyone's faces. Yachts and patrol boats were not spared either. Dark brown carrier-based aircraft swooped down, like the scythe of death, drawing deadly trails across the sea. The flames from the explosion stretched out in a continuous line, illuminating the entire sea area as if it were daytime. Steel twists and turns, seawater churns, and flames roar. Less than 30 seconds. All the armed helicopters and yachts were reduced to ashes. At this moment, everyone in the Eastern Glory Marshal's Mansion, the Royal Marshal's Mansion, the Arctic Ocean Marshal's Mansion, the Atlantic Ocean Marshal's Mansion, Kinshin Port Area, and Weiyang Port Area simultaneously felt an unprecedented fear. That wasn't the oppressive feeling one gets when facing a powerful enemy. Rather, it's a deeper kind of thing, as if it wants to erase your very existence from its very roots. A feeling of being swallowed up. It was as if the white-haired woman standing on the sea was not human, not a ship girl, not a siren. Rather, it is the unknown itself. Ivan, launching so many carrier-based aircraft at once is something that a normal aircraft carrier can't do. Ivy, but she's just one person. There are over 1,000 naval soldiers and more than 200 shipgirls at the final anchorage. They might be able to take her down. Robs, who exactly is she? A new type of siren arbitrator? Suyin, no, she is Ji. She appeared once before at the entrance of my port area. Ivan, Ji? The highest level of abyssal remains? Could it be that abyssal remains already existed thousands of years ago? Aaron, but I only learned about the Abyss Corpse last year. There is no record of the Abyss Corpse in the naval textbooks. What is going on? The group chat for the European kings is in complete chaos. Su Yun stared at the various speculations that kept floating by, biting her nails hard, cold sweat beading on her forehead. In the live stream, Ji is wreaking havoc on all sides. She easily overcame the governor's navy, which was of the highest caliber, all by herself, and handled the entire process with ease. Her carrier-based aircraft covered the sky like a black torrent surging from a crack in the abyss, each dive taking away a life. Bang 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 bang. Carrier-based aircraft, like a flock of black crows, circled, swooped down, and bombed over the final anchorage. Where the bombs landed, flames shot into the sky, and rocks shattered. The pier was blown up, the gun emplacements were overturned, and the soldiers in the trenches were thrown into the air by the blast wave. The entire island trembled, like a giant beast being torn apart by hunting dogs, letting out a resentful roar. Charge! All of you charge! August stood on the tarmac, waving his hand, his voice piercing through the gunfire. New Mexico, Reagan, Normandy. A faint attack from the front. Montana and Nimitz flank them from the left and right. Chapter 138, Arbitrator Lavo's obsession set sail, unbeatable reversal. The moment the words fell, a powerful surge of soul force erupted from August's body, sweeping across the entire battlefield like an invisible tsunami. Nimitz, Montana, New Mexico, Togan, and Normandy, the 5 Shipgirls, simultaneously glowed with a pale blue aura, a sign of soul resonance, and the absolute blessing of a governor-level commander. Montana spread his arms, and behind him, 12 406mm main cannons slowly rotated, their muzzles condensing dark red dragon breath energy, like 12 giant eyes opening. She took a deep breath, and as her chest rose and fell, the world seemed to shrink in response. Nimitz stood on the sea, with a silvery full moon rising behind her, the projection of all her carrier-based aircraft. Hundreds of fighter jets took shape in the moonlight, like celestial warriors from mythology. Fire! Boom! 12 beams of light erupted from the cannons of Montana, each as thick as a 100-year-old tree, carrying enough energy to tear through space, slicing through the night sky, and heading straight for D. Wherever the beam of light passed, the seawater was instantly evaporated, leaving behind deep, bottomless trenches, exposing the seabed, and causing magma to surge. In the same instant, hundreds of Nimitz-class carrier-based aircraft swooped down like a meteor shower, each trailing a silvery white tail flame, weaving an impenetrable net of death in the night sky. Bombs rained down like a storm, and missiles fell like stars, turning the sea around G into a boiling inferno. New Mexico, Reagan, and Normandy launched a feint attack from the front, firing their main guns in unison. The shells fell like meteorites, creating water columns tens of meters high on the sea, being surrounded by firepower. There was artillery fire in front, beams of light on the left and right, and carrier-based aircraft overhead. There was no way to retreat and no blind spots. She raised her hand, and dark brown carrier-based aircraft emerged from her sleeve in an attempt to intercept them. But under the combined attack of Montana and Nimitz, those aircraft were like moths to a flame, collapsing at the first contact. The next second, all the attacks hit simultaneously. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the sea, and flames and shockwaves spread in all directions, leveling half of the final anchorage. The seawater was whipped up into giant waves tens of meters high, which crashed towards the island, capsizing yachts, landing craft, and armed helicopters on the shore. The buildings on the island collapsed in the shockwave, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. The flames engulfed everything. The live stream room transformed into a blinding white light, illuminating every solemn face. August stood on the tarmac, the wind whipping his clothes and making his beard flutter wildly. He stared intently at the center of the explosion, his pupils reflecting the burning fireball. A tinnitus was buzzing in everyone's ears. For a long, long time. The flames on the sea gradually died down, and the thick smoke was dispersed by the sea breeze. Kneeling on the sea, half of her face mask was broken, revealing pale, festering skin underneath. Her long, silvery white hair was singed at the ends, and her navy uniform was tattered, like a piece of paper licked by flames. Fragments fell from her face, revealing dark red flesh beneath. She knelt there, motionless, like a burnt-out statue. Did we win? August's voice was hoarse, tinged with uncertainty. He stared at the figure kneeling on the sea, barely daring to breathe. At that moment, everyone in the group chat livestream held their breath. Su-Yun sat on the sofa with his fingers interlaced, his expression more solemn than ever before. Even the god of the abyss couldn't possibly survive such a terrifying bombardment, right? Caledonian Sea. Olivia ate popcorn, her eyes glued to the projected screen, the sound of her chewing particularly clear in the quiet room. Who won this battle in the end? She asked the gray ship girl beside her, tilting her head. The gray ship girl leaned against the wall, her deep eyes fixed on the lingering smoke in the scene. This is the most difficult battle she has ever experienced as the executor. Olivia let out a soft, There's no way we could have lost, right? She pondered for a moment, then said, yes, it's impossible to lose. If I were to lose here, Su-Yun would not exist in this world. The gray ship girl didn't answer, but just watched the live stream with a complicated expression. Terminal anchorage. Zhi has fallen over. She knelt on the sea, her head bowed, as if she had burned out her last bit of life. August breathed a sigh of relief. He stroked his beard, chuckled, and his voice carried a hint of relief. It seems that this old man has finally broken this deadlock after thousands of years. Laughter echoed in the night breeze. Then, it came to an abrupt end. On the horizon, in the direction of the Sirens sea, a vast expanse of dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky. Those weren't ordinary dark clouds. They were the outlines of a fleet. A dense, overwhelming mass of Siren warships rose from the horizon, like a swarm of locusts. Each ship exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, causing the sea to tremble. At the very front of the fleet, a figure rode the waves. High-ranking Sirens, individual arbitrators. The one in the lead was slender and wore a white, light, flowing dress that was quite different from the style of Zhi. She slowly walked behind. Zhi bent down and hugged the broken body kneeling on the sea from behind. She gently wrapped her arms around Zhi's waist, pressed her face against the back of Zhi's head, and cupped her festering face. Cheng Wanwei Xiaoming is Nalaki's Qin AI. Her voice was soft, like she was humming an ancient requiem. Then, she lowered her head and gently kissed the back of Zhi's hair. Authentic swordsmanship will define the painting you've tried, like the new concept. As the kiss landed, a red light surged from her lips into Zhi's body. The light, like flowing lava, spread downwards along Zhi's spine, seeping into every inch of her ship's equipment and every wound. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the finger holding the character, Zhi moved. Her shoulders trembled. Then, she slowly stood up. The festering face began to heal, the shattered mask was pieced back together, and the charred ends of the hair regained their shine. She stood there, more complete and more invincible than before. Su-Yun's expression turned extremely serious once again. Raffi, nestled in his arms, twitched her ears, raised a finger, and pointed at Zhi, who had risen again in the image, her voice childish yet clear. Commander, executive, seems to be saying something. In the live stream, Zhi raised his head, facing the final anchorage, facing August, and facing everyone watching the live stream in the group chat. Her lips moved, uttering a series of low murmurs. The stones I took will cause me to need to use medication to treat them, which is different from how I would treat them if I were given supplements. That's not a language that humans can understand. But everyone understood the meaning behind that gaze. It's not over yet. Chapter 139 Hyperdimensional. What is she mumbling? Su-Yun frowned, having also heard V's murmur. Is that even human language? None of the ship girls present could answer this question. Su-Yun looked at Lavos behind the execution statue. Unexpectedly, the first high-ranking Siren individual they encountered was neither a purifier nor a tester, but Lavos, the lover of the arbitration authority. He stroked his chin, frowning as he muttered. How could the Siren Arbitration Agency cooperate with the Abyss? Could the Abyss be a new experimental subject created by the Sirens? No one could answer that question for him. Having risen again, Yi began to wreak havoc on all sides. Blessed by Lavos, she became several times more ferocious than before, like an ancient beast breaking free of its shackles, leaving nothing but desolation in her wake. Nimitz and Montana attacked from both sides. When Montana's 12 406mm main guns were once again aimed at G, and a dark red beam of light tore through the night sky, hurtling towards her with the force to destroy everything, everyone thought that this blow would surely bring her down. The smoke from the explosions dissipated. G burst forth from the flames. His body was engulfed in flames, his ship's rigging was shattered, the skin beneath half a mask was charred and cracked, and his long, silvery white hair was burned down to just half a strand. But her eyes still burned, and her steps did not falter. Everyone was horrified. Even with such serious injuries, he's still charging forward? August's expression grew increasingly grim. Does that mean the abyss skeletons have no sense of pain? The scream of Ji echoed through the sky. The sound was not like a human voice, but more like a desperate howl from the deepest part of the abyss, which made everyone feel fear. Nimitz struck again, his right hand drawing an arc in the air as hundreds of carrier-based aircraft swarmed out like bees, their silvery white tail flames leaving dense trails of light in the night sky, like stars falling. Any other ship girl, even a high-ranking Siren, would not be able to withstand the bombardment of Nimitz's carrier-based aircraft. Bang 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 bang. The explosions were continuous, as if the sky were falling and the earth was splitting apart. The flames illuminated the entire sea area as if it were daytime, and the shock waves created giant waves tens of meters high that rolled in all directions. The waves have subsided. She still stands firm. She was not unharmed. On the contrary, she was battered and bruised, her ship's armor shattered, her left arm hanging limply at her side, and the armor on her right leg completely peeled off. But she was still standing. Her eyes were still open. Ji suffered another defeat and collapsed on the verge of death. Before August could even catch her breath, Lavos reappeared behind her. She picked up Ji from behind and gently kissed the back of her hair. The crimson light surged into Ji's body once more. The shattered ship equipment began to reassemble, the charred skin began to heal, and the drooping arms were raised again. August's expression changed drastically, and he ordered sharply, "Concentrate firepower. Eliminate Lavos first." New Mexico, Tone, Normandy, and other ship girls surrounded Ji and Lavos from all sides. The main guns fired in unison, and shells rained down on that live figure like a meteor shower. But Lavos merely smiled slightly, his figure disappearing without a trace the instant the shell touched him, like a reflection in water. Even August's soul power couldn't detect her presence. Ji slowly stood up. She raised her hand to the sky, and dozens of carrier-based aircraft flew out from her sleeves, bombing in all directions with herself as the center. Nimitz gritted his teeth and launched the carrier-based aircraft group again. Ji fell down again. Lavos appears, kisses, and is resurrected. To stand up again. Montana charged up its 12 406mm main guns and unleashed another barrage, creating a massive wave of fire. Ji fell down once again. Lavos has appeared once again. August's expression grew increasingly grim. Like an unkillable cockroach. No, even more terrifying than a cockroach. She is not difficult to die. She is immortal. Each time he fell, he would rise again with Lavos's kiss, and each time he stood up, his wounds healed faster than before, and his eyes were colder than before. Li Shangyan interlaced his fingers, his face ashen. What is the old man doing? Why didn't he attack Lavos first? If he doesn't kill Lavos first, Ji will revive no matter how many times he's killed. It wasn't that August didn't want to kill Lavos first, it was that he couldn't. Lavos is just as bizarre as Ji, and perhaps even more so. Whenever she heals the obsession, she instantly disappears from everyone's perception. Even August's soul power cannot detect her presence. It's not about becoming invisible. It's not about accelerating. It's about completely detaching from this dimension. A four-dimensional being? The answer flashed through August's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grim. She stood up for the 10th time. Everyone at the final anchorage was shrouded in a deep sense of despair. How can you possibly win against a monster that is so ridiculously powerful and can resurrect infinitely? Caledonian Sea. The gray ship girl looked at Montana and Nimitz, whose offensive was becoming increasingly exhausted, and said calmly with her arms crossed, "It's over." Terminal anchorage. When he stood up for the 11th time, Montana aimed all 12 main cannons at her, preparing for another destruction. However, the prolonged high-power output caused her main gun barrel to glow red-hot, and the cooling system emitted a piercing alarm. This time, the salvo was delayed by 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds is enough. Ji's figure vanished from the spot, like a black lightning bolt, and clung to the hull of Montana. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers like claws, piercing through Montana's armor and plunging straight into his chest. Puff! A muffled thud. Ji withdrew his hand, holding a translucent mind cube in his palm. Montana's pupils suddenly contracted. The Rubik's Cube was still glowing. A pale blue, warm light, a light that belonged to life. But the light is going out. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream felt a chill run down their spine. Montana, the most powerful battleship of its time. A 70,000-ton steel behemoth. The Terminator of the old era, king of guns. Its heart was ripped out right before its eyes. The mackerel is trying to explain its heart. G let out an ambiguous murmur, tightening his grip on the mind cube in his palm. The Montana's hull began to disintegrate. The massive battleship split open from the middle, steel twisted, armor peeled away, and flames spewed from the cracks. She let out a low whimper, like a dying beast, and then with a plop, sank to the bottom of the sea. Nimitz's expression changed completely. She held back, launching all her carrier-based aircraft at once. Hundreds of fighter jets took off simultaneously, their silvery white tail flames illuminating half the sky, like 1,000 horses galloping down. Bang 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 bang. Countless water columns were blasted into the sea, each dozens of meters high, turning the area where Guy was located into a boiling pot of porridge. But this time, the number of carrier-based aircraft was nearly 1/3 less than the last time. Nimitz's energy consumption has reached its limit. Her nuclear reactor was running at full speed, but its output power was still irreversibly declining. Fine cracks appeared on her ship's equipment, signs of overload. Before the aftershocks of the explosion had subsided, Nimitz suddenly sensed something behind him. She turned around abruptly. She stood behind her. The distance between the two was less than a meter. Nimitz could even see the empty, emotionless eyes beneath the executioner mask. She reached out her hand. Puff! The Rubik's Cube was forcibly pulled out. Nimitz's pupils dilated violently. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Hold. Release your hand, and let the Rubik's Cube roll in your palm. The Nimitz began to list, and flames spewed from cracks in the bridge. This 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, this steel behemoth representing the pinnacle of modern human maritime power, slowly and silently sank into the dark sea. Everyone in the group, including all the Shipgirls, felt their hair stand on end. Even Nimitz was defeated. Even Montana sank. In this world, who is still a match for Ji? Soo-Yun's expression was more solemn than ever before. He bit his nails hard, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his nails dug into his palms. I thought Ji was just a slightly more powerful abyss corpse, but I never expected him to be this terrifying. With the sinking of Montana and Nimitz in quick succession, the governor's palace was completely rendered incapable of resistance. Next, what awaits all humans and Shipgirls at the final anchorage is the one-sided slaughter by executioner. However, Ji did not rush to take action. She just stood there. The sea breeze tousled her long, silvery white hair, and beneath the shattered mask, her cold face remained expressionless. She was like a grim reaper surveying the battlefield, silently looking down at the burning ruins beneath her feet. Just standing there was enough to terrify everyone. August seemed to have all his strength drained away. He looked up at the figure emerging from the flames. Ji slowly walked towards him. Step by step, the high heels clicked crisply on the shattered stone slabs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like the tolling of death's bell, striking the hearts of everyone with each note. August closed his eyes. He neither ran away nor begged for mercy. He simply knelt there quietly, awaiting the final judgment. Ji's steps suddenly stopped. Her gaze passed over August and landed on the ship girl behind him who was taking pictures with her phone. She was slightly taken aback. He tilted his head. Bring it here. She reached out her hand, her voice hoarse, as if a breath was being squeezed out from deep in her throat. The ship girl felt as if 1,000 pounds were weighing on her shoulders, and she froze on the spot, unable to move. It wasn't fear, but oppression, an irresistible sense of pressure rising from the depths of the soul. Drew approached. She reached out, took the phone from the ship girl, and held it up in front of her. The sea breeze blew, lifting her silver hair. Half her face, hidden beneath the mask, was cold and expressionless. No one knew what she was looking at. No one knew what she was thinking. Click. A crisp sound. The phone shattered into dust in her palm. The livestream screen turned into a snowflake. Chapter 140, The Lion. The change of governor and news of the lion. Ivan couldn't take it anymore and suddenly stood up. I'm going to support the governor. Admiral Nakamov, the cruiser, was startled. Having witnessed the terror of execution, a sense of fear arose in her heart. But her commander's orders were not to be questioned, and she replied, Yes, sir. Ivan sent a message in the European Emperor group saying, "I'm heading out to support the governor," and then there were no further messages. Su-Yun stared at the last message Ivan left on her phone screen and remained silent for a long, long time. Even by the fastest yacht, it would take about a day to travel from the Arctic Ocean to the final anchorage, Bismarck. Zwei analyzed. Given the destructive power of execution, a day would be enough to turn the final anchorage into ruins. Su-Yun remained silent, then hummed in agreement. He is feeling extremely heavy-hearted right now. He suddenly realized that the world's situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. On this planet, where 70% of the land is ocean, the Sirens occupy 90% of the sea. If you think about it carefully, humans have been in a weaker position since a very, very long time ago, haven't they? It was only after witnessing the destruction of the governor's mansion that this feeling became all the more real. "Don't worry, Commander." Akaji hugged Su-Yun from behind, hooking her arms around his neck. "With Akaji here, all problems will be solved. Whether it's the Abyss Corpse or the Sirens, any insect that dares to harm the commander, Akaji will blow them all up." Su-Yun smiled, and the smile wasn't unpleasant. He nodded and took Akaji's hand. "I understand, Akaji. I just suddenly realized that perhaps we should head to stronger waters." With the teleportation portal set up by Akashi, going to the Yellow Sea or the South China Sea became a matter of an instant. Although the East China Sea is safe, resources are limited. To further develop and expand the port area, more oil and weapons are needed. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. It's time to head to high-risk waters. That night, Su-Yun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning light seeped in through the gaps in the curtains. Su-Yun lay in bed, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. He opened it and took a look. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. Ivan brought news of the final anchorage. He arrived at the final anchorage ahead of schedule and took photos of the scene. The signs of last night's battle were still visible, but no bodies were found. Even the hulls of the Montana and Nimitz ships had vanished without a trace. "Ivan, this is unbelievable. I've searched the entire end anchorage, and I haven't seen a single dead person, let alone a living one." Li Shangyan. "Is it like this again?" Sigh. The old man risked his life to uncover the mystery of the governor's mansion's destruction. But in the end, although we know who destroyed the governor's mansion, we still don't know where the people of the governor's mansion went. "Ivy, can you analyze from the scene what happened last night?" "Ivan, specific tests need to be done with professional equipment. You can't tell anything just by looking at it." "Ivy, okay." "Robs, what about the final crystal? Is it still there?" "Ivan, huh? What's an end crystal?" "Robbers. The end crystal is hidden beneath the end anchorage, suppressed beneath the end anchorage." "Ivan, there's such a thing? How come I've never heard of it before?" "Robbers. This is something only the previous governors knew. August told me this when he passed the throne to me." "Ivan, since this is something only the governor should know, is it all right for you to tell us directly like this?" "Robs, it's all right. The fact that August invited you to this group means he trusts your character." "Ivan, okay, I'll go down and take a look." After a long time. "Ivan, when you mentioned Robles, is this the end crystal you were talking about?" Ivan then posted a picture. The scene depicts a massive underground research facility containing a giant crystal towering 30 meters high. But now it has become dim and lifeless, as if its energy has been drained. "Robs, this should be it. August once told me that when he first took over the end anchorage 30 years ago, the end crystal was just as dull as it is now. It took 30 years of nurturing to make it full of energy." "Ivan, but now it's dried up again. So it's said that G took away its energy?" "Robs, perhaps." "Ivy, is the energy in the final crystal very strong?" "Robs, immeasurable." Li Shangyan. The governor's mansion has been cursed since the first year of the Shipgirls era. Could it be that G attacks the governor's mansion every time for the end crystal? "Ivan, so G absorbed the energy of the end crystal over 2,000 years? Hiss, no wonder it's so powerful." The group of European emperors was abuzz with discussion. August's death was not without significance. At least now, everyone knows who destroyed the governor's mansion and what the reason for its destruction was. "Ivan, then, for the next 30 years, you will be the governor. Mention Robles." "Robs, yes. Now that I know who the enemy is, I will take on the responsibility of governor, inherit August's will, and guard the Pacific." "Ivan, keep it up, bro." Li Shangyan. "If you can't hold on any longer, Remember to give me the position of governor. Ivy, I will work hard to grow and strive to reach 16 to 4 within 3 years. Aaron, although my strength is still much weaker than that of the marshals, I will work hard. Olivia, celebrate. Soo-Yun stared at the cheers and congratulations on the screen, pondering for a long time. In the end, he chose to give 3 thumbs up. Soo-Yun, thumbs up. A week later, news of the change of governor made the front page of news in various countries. The new governor, Robles, is about to take office and will succeed August in guarding the heart of the Pacific. But before that, the Royal Navy is about to hold a grand event called the Royal Ship Girl Performance Contest. Robles tagged Ivan in the group chat. Rob off. Speaking of the Ivan Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition, it's about to start, and I'm temporarily unable to leave. Could you help me guard the final anchorage for a week? Ivan, sure. It's just a ship girl performance competition. Why don't you just let the new Royal Admiral host it? You're the governor now. Why do you still need to host this? Robs, the hosting performance competition is not the key point. Ivan, oh? Then what's the key point? Rob off. Adjusting sunglasses. Among the ship girls participating in this performance competition, there are many freedom ship girls. Ivan, I understand. You want to salvage the ship? Robs, I have that idea. Ivan, what kind of ship girl is it that our new governor can't bear to part with? Robs, don't be surprised when I tell you. Ivan, ha, what other ship girl can scare me like this? Robs, lion. Ivan, which lion? The lion from the Lion-class battleship. Robs, yes, that's right. Ivan, holy crap, even lions have appeared? I thought lions had never appeared before. Robs, actually, the lion was born a long time ago, but it just never showed itself. The two continued chatting idly in the group chat. The sun was shining brightly as Soo-Yun sat in his office chair, enjoying Sirius's massage service. He felt his phone vibrate on the table, and then he opened it to take a look. Huh, Soo-Yun exclaimed softly, a lion? There must only be one lion in the world, right? Could it be his own? After thinking for a moment, he started typing. Soo-Yun, speaking of Robles, may I participate in the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Contest? Chapter 141, Queen Elizabeth, the Royal Fleet. In spring, flowers bloom, and butterflies and bees dance in the garden. A graceful figure in a long white dress walked slowly through the dense flower bushes. In this garden, there is a pavilion, and several figures are sitting in it. Queen Elizabeth sat on a stone bench, elegantly sipping her finely brewed black tea. Standing beside her was another person with long golden hair, a small face, and long sideburns that fell in front of her ears and were held in place by black hair ties. She stood straight and looked righteous, like a guardian knight from a fairy tale. Queen Elizabeth smiled brightly as she saw the white figure approaching. Your illustrious subject has returned. Did he bring any interesting tributes for me? Guangwei smiled slightly, took out a vegetable basket from the ship's equipment space, and took out one by one a specialty dish of dongwang, such as mapo tofu and dompa pork. Items placed in the ship's equipment space can maintain their temperature and shape, but only inanimate objects. Gloria spent quite a bit of time on her business trip to the Eastern Empire. The Royal Navy ship girls all knew who she was looking for, but seeing that she didn't look happy when she returned, they had a pretty good idea of what was going on. After all, this wasn't the first time they'd returned empty-handed. Queen Elizabeth was delighted to see the Eastern delicacies on the table and invited Warspite and Formidable to sit down with her. The 4 ship girls sat in the 4 cardinal directions, enjoying this special afternoon tea while chatting about recent events. Radiance, Formidable asked Radiance first. Did you find anything on your trip to Dongwang? As soon as the question was asked, Kuei had already guessed most of it. As expected, Guanghui sighed slightly. No, I've searched the entire Northwest, but I still can't find him. Everyone fell silent. Queen Elizabeth, chopsticks in her mouth, fell silent when the topic came up, even though she was usually quite boisterous. Speaking of which, Warware broke the silence first. You've all seen the news about the change of governor, haven't you? The other 3 ship girls nodded, snapping out of their despair. The governor's curse has come true as always. Kuei nodded. I heard the new governor is a marshal of the Royal Navy. Queen Elizabeth thought for a moment and said, he will take up his post after the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition. At this point, Queen Elizabeth couldn't help but snort, her face full of disdain. This fellow named Robles has sent me dozens of emails this year, hoping we can join his fleet. Warspite asked curiously, how did Her Majesty the Queen respond? Of course we should give him a good scolding. This commoner is shameless. He's refused us time and time again, yet he still dares to send us emails. Queen Elizabeth said, biting her chopsticks. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to get someone to teach him a lesson. Guang Hui chuckled sheepishly. You don't mean to beat him up, do you? Queen Elizabeth scoffed. Not at all. I am a wise queen. How could I do such a vulgar thing? That's good. Glory breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Queen Elizabeth did not act rashly. However, I only said I wouldn't teach him a lesson, not that I wouldn't teach his shipgirls a lesson. Queen Elizabeth chuckled. All three of them were curious. Isn't the Royal Navy shipgirl performance competition coming up soon? I've sent Lion to participate, Queen Elizabeth said. Warspite grunted, her expression somewhat strange, and said, Sending Lion to participate in the Royal Navy shipgirl performance competition? Isn't that a bit bullying people? Kuei added the second half of the sentence. We have to bully people. How can we function without bullying people? Queen Elizabeth snorted. Who told him to send those harassing emails all day long? And his apprentice, he's just like that. The Royal Gardens is the name of the residence where Queen Elizabeth and others lived. As soon as Elizabeth finished speaking, another blonde Royal Navy ship girl walked over. Its reputation. Your Majesty, Sylvia has come to deliver flowers again, this time in a princess car, saying she wants to invite the most beautiful ship girl princess to ride with her. Reputation's voice was serious and calm. Tisk, it's like a persistent ghost. Queen Elizabeth clicked her tongue. Should I send her away? Reputation's voice was calm. Just like always. Queen Elizabeth nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Don't let her barge in. Okay. Reputation nodded and turned to leave. Watching Reputation's departing figure, Wei said, With Miss Reputation's skills, Sylvia is probably going to be in trouble again. A little hardship is good, Queen Elizabeth muttered, taking a sip of her red tea. It'll save us from her coming over to bother us every day. After saying that, her gaze fell on the Donghuang cuisine that Guang Hui had brought back. She rolled up her sleeves and tasted a piece of mapo tofu. It's a bit spicy, but I haven't had Donghuang cuisine in a long time, and I really miss it. Gloria smiled. She gazed at the garden in full bloom, lost in thought. Commander, oh Commander, we've been searching for so long, but we still can't find you. Where did you go? Ouch. Sylvia and her ship girl Anson were thrown onto the street with a thud. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, Sylvia and Anson calmly stood up and dusted themselves off. After throwing the two men out, Reputation clapped his hands, his voice still calm. That's how it is. Please don't come to the Royal Gardens to bother us again, or don't blame Reputation for throwing you out again. After saying that, he closed the gate to the Royal Garden. Sylvia and the ship girl Anson exchanged a glance. Shipgirl Anson took out chalk from her ship equipment space and drew a white line on the heels of the two girls. If you look closely, you'll see that there are many white lines drawn on the ground. Each line is very short and hard to spot without careful observation. Commander, Anson exclaimed in surprise as he compared the white line drawn this time with the one he drew last time when he was thrown out. The distance they were thrown this time was a little shorter than last time. There's hope. Sylvia, with an expression that said, just as I expected, put her hands on her hips and snorted confidently. I knew it. Reputation must be taking pity on us. That's why they're going easy on us. This time we were only thrown 2.1 meters. Next time we'll definitely be over 2 meters. Anson nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The commander is right. Persistence pays off. If we just keep going, we'll definitely win over the Reputation. Yes. Once I gain prestige, my ranking in the royal family will surely skyrocket. Ha ha. Sylvia couldn't help but fantasize about becoming a royal marshal and rising to the top in one fell swoop. A voice sounded behind Sylvia and the ship girl Anson. The two of them turned around at the same time and saw 1 man and 4 women. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Thames Hotel? Chapter 142, Glory, Sylvia, and Anson. The person asking the question was none other than Su Yun. He brought Belfast, Bismarck, Akagi, and Kaga with him on this trip. This is the royal capital, Lentinium. The first thing Su Yun needs to do after landing is to go to the hotel he booked in advance and rest. He was following the navigation, but he still couldn't find the Thames Hotel he had booked. In desperation, he had to ask the locals for directions. Sylvia has the classic Western beauty, blonde hair, blue eyes, tall figure, and a touch of soft Eastern beauty in her face. The ship girl next to her is named Anson, the 4th ship of the King George V class. She is not implemented in the game and has long golden hair that falls naturally over her shoulders. If this were in the Eastern Empire, Anson's European-looking face would easily make her mistaken for a ship girl. But this is the Royal Navy, and European faces are everywhere. Without their ship equipment deployed, it's difficult to distinguish between ship girls and human beauties with the naked eye. Sylvia glanced at Su-yun's face, her voice tinged with surprise. Asian? Yes. Su-yun nodded. Sylvia glanced at the 4 ship girls following behind Su-yun and was slightly startled. She whispered to the ship girl Anson, OMG. These 4 women are so beautiful. Do you think they might be ship girls? Ship girl Anson nodded. It should be. I think it's very likely. What do you think, Commander? Sylvia nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Since these people are ship girls, then does that mean this man is the commander? Ship girl Anson nodded. Very likely. The Royal Navy is holding a ship girl performance competition soon. Could these girls be here to participate? Sylvia let out a soft huh. This is the first time I've seen an Asian commander participate in the royal performance competition. Aren't they just bored? Why aren't they staying in their own little corner of the world? What are they doing here at the Royal? Shipgirl Anson lowered her voice. Perhaps they're here to salvage the ship? The two whispered amongst themselves, unaware that Su-yun had overheard everything. With a dark expression, he asked, If you don't want to answer, then forget it. We'll go ask someone else. Sylvia then realized her rudeness and quickly put her hands together in apology, saying, I'm so sorry. I was just being impolite. The Thames Hotel, right? Come on, I'll take you there. Su-yun nodded. Thank you very much. Just as he was about to set off, Su-yun glanced at the magnificent building in front of him. Compared to the surrounding ordinary buildings, this villa is frighteningly large, and even its walls are a bit higher than those of other buildings. The walls around this villa are really high. What place is this? Su-yun suddenly asked curiously. Sylvia followed Su-yun's gaze and waved her hand, saying, This place is called the Royal Garden. It's inhabited by capable people. A capable person. Su-yun subconsciously imagined them as some high-ranking officials and nobles. I've heard that the royal family still practices a system of nobility, and perhaps it's inhabited by marquises or similar figures. Let's not talk about that. Aren't you going to the Thames Hotel? Come on, I'll drive you there, Sylvia said warmly. Su-yun hesitated and said, But there are 5 of us, and if you add you, there will be 7. Isn't that overloaded? It's okay. I have plenty of cars. Sylvia patted her flat chest confidently and led Su-yun to the side of the street. There are 3 cars of different colors parked here, and they are all expensive Ferraris. The moment Su-yun saw the 3 luxury cars, he immediately had a guess. Are these 2 rich because they're a commander and a ship girl? Or are they both ship girls? Buying a Ferrari is not easy for ordinary people, but it's very easy for commanders and ship girls. The bounties for defeating the Sirens are astronomical, and humanity's investment in naval resources accounts for a large portion of society's budget. Sylvia walked to a yellow Ferrari, opened the door, and said to Su-yun, You can ride in mine. Everyone else can spread out. Anson, go drive the blue one. Shipgirl Anson nodded, then took Akagi and Kaga to another vehicle. Anson. Su-yun silently recited the name in his heart, recalling the knowledge of old-world warships he had learned at the Naval Academy. If he remembers correctly, this appears to be the name of King George V's 4th ship. She is indeed a ship girl, so this blonde woman is either a ship girl or Anson's commander. Just as Su-yun was thinking this, he heard a gasp of cold air. OMG. This exclamation brought Su-yun back to her senses. What's wrong? Sylvia clutched her head, looking as if the sky had fallen. She knelt on the ground, holding the parking ticket, and screamed to the heavens. Parking ticket? No. The sky has fallen. Su-yun. He sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It's just a ticket. Why are you making such a fuss? They're people who can afford Ferraris. Why would they care about a traffic ticket? That's 200 pounds. Wah. Sylvia cried out in despair. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat. He silently calculated it in his mind. 200 pounds is approximately equal to 1,836 yuan. And the 3 cars cost 5,508 yuan. Su-yun's breath hitched involuntarily, and her heart skipped a beat. Thank goodness it wasn't my car. He suddenly understood why Sylvia was heartbroken. Sylvia cried for a long time, but eventually rallied and led Su-yun and the others to the Thames Hotel. As soon as they landed and parked the car, the first thing Sylvia did was say to Anson, Quickly, bring the other car back too. Park it in the port area. Anson nodded and quickly jogged off. Su-yun suddenly asked curiously, Miss Sylvia, are you also a commander? You too. Sylvia glanced at Su-yun, then at the ship girl behind him, seemingly unsurprised. Su-yun nodded. Sylvia coughed. took a white women's commander's uniform from the car and put it on. In that case, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Sylvia, the commander of the Royal Westminster Harbour District. At this moment, Soo-Yun suddenly realized that not far from the Thames Hotel was a port area. Against the backdrop of this port area, Sylvia extended her hand and said, "Welcome to the Royal Navy, Commander of Asia." Soo-Yun nodded and shook hands with her. "Hello, Commander Sylvia. My name is Soo-Yun. I come from Dongwon Donghai, and I am the commander of Weiyang Port District." Sylvia tilted her head, thinking she had misheard. "What's your name?" "Soo-Yun." "Oh." Sylvia recalled the news she had seen a few days ago, and suddenly burst out laughing. She joked, "You're also surnamed Su? I heard there's a guy named Su Yao in Dongwon who's made a fortune at sea. It's a good thing you're not him, or I would definitely stab you with a poisoned spear." Stabbing the European emperor with a spear seems to be a tradition everywhere. Soo-Yun twitched the corner of her mouth. "That's me too." Sylvia's laughter stopped abruptly. Her smile froze on her face. "And who are these people you brought?" "Bismarck, Belfast, Akagi, Kaga." Sylvia. Chapter 143, Formidable, not extreme, yet desperate, burn the boats. A short while later, a ship girl emerged from Westminster Harbor and looked surprised to see Sylvia behind her. "Commander, you're back." This is a woman with short silver hair, wearing earmuffs and a thick scarf, and dressed in a warm Royal Navy winter uniform. She smiled as soon as she saw Sylvia, her eyes crinkling like a gentle lamb. "I finished making the lucky scarecrow you asked me to make in the training field." Soo-Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. "The lucky scarecrow?" A not-so-good guess popped into his head. "Huh? We have a guest." The silver-haired girl blinked and looked at Soo-Yun. "Commander, is this your friend?" Sylvia's lips twitched slightly. "I suppose so." "Oh, I see." The silver-haired girl nodded, then glanced at Soo-Yun and the four ship girls behind him, immediately guessing that he was also a commander. "Hello, my name is Kenya. I'm a light cruiser." She introduced herself confidently. "Kenya." Soo-Yun searched his memory of the Naval Academy. The Fiji-class light cruiser wasn't even implemented in the game in my previous life. "Hello, my name is Soo-Yun." He nodded. Kenya paused for a moment, then asked uncertainly, "What's your name?" "Soo-Yun." Soo-Yun repeated. Kenya breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he had heard clearly. "You scared me to death." It was Soo-Yun. "As long as it's not Su-Yao." Soo-Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. "What does that mean?" "Since you're the commander's guest, why don't you come into the port area and have a cup of tea?" Kenya invited warmly, not forgetting to give Sylvia a reproachful look. "The commander is really something. How could you neglect your guest and make him stand outside like this? I always taught you when you were a child that you should treat guests with enthusiasm and politeness, and not make them feel embarrassed. Have you forgotten all of this?" Sylvia replied expressionlessly, "No. But it's all right. A commander who's obedient is still a good kid. Come on, 5 guests. Let's go into port together." Soo-Yun nodded and led his ship girls into Westminster Harbor. Upon entering the port area, the first thing that catches the eye is a training ground. The training ground was filled with numerous scarecrows, neatly arranged in several rows, each with a piece of paper pasted to its chest bearing a familiar name. Su-Yao. Soo-Yun remained silent for a moment. "What are these things?" he asked. "Oh, you mean these? These are just scarecrows we use for training," Kenya explained with a laugh. "Our commander likes to stick the names of some lucky players on them. The one we stuck on the other day was called Aaron, the one who built the battleship Shinano as his starting ship, you know?" She waved her hand, her tone carrying a hint of indulgent helplessness. "Oh dear, our commander may have grown up physically, but his mental age is still like a child's. He actually believes in things like fate can't be changed by luck, spending money can't change destiny. Unlucky will eventually turn into lucky, and burn your bridges, he." The girl Kenya was not originally Sylvia's ship girl, but her adoptive mother. Later, Sylvia was found to have soul power, and Kenya naturally became her ship girl. "I see." Soo-Yun suddenly realized. He wasn't angry. Instead, he found it funny. It was even funnier to see Sylvia's face getting increasingly ashen. If it were someone born with exceptional luck, they probably wouldn't understand Sylvia's feelings. But he knew all too well that he had been a bottom-tier unlucky person for 5 years. He used to be extremely jealous of those lucky people, especially when he saw them casually showing off their ships. On the surface, they pretended to be nonchalant, but in reality, they were extremely envious. "Stop talking," Sylvia said, her face flushed and her voice low. "Why are you acting all shy, kid?" Kenya scolded. "You're usually so carefree and unafraid of embarrassment when you're chasing after ship girls. But why are you being so timid and hesitant when you're receiving a guest today? Sylvia just wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. Because Su Yun is that Su Yao. She never expected that Su Yao was actually a nickname. She thought that was Su Yun's real name. Not only her, but almost everyone living in the royal family thought so. After entering the reception room and taking their seats, Kenya brewed tea for Su Yun and his 4 shipgirls. She noticed that the silver-haired maid was standing behind Su Yun and refused to sit down, so she asked curiously, "Won't this young lady sit down and rest for a while?" Belfast smiled and said, "No need. As a maid of one's master, it is one's duty to always stand behind the master and provide convenience." Kenya nodded and didn't press the matter further. This is the royal family, and everyone knows how much importance the maids place on etiquette. Kenya sat down next to Sylvia, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. She found it strange that the commander, who was usually so talkative, was so silent today. "Since the commander isn't speaking, I'll speak first. Is Mr. Su Yun the commander?" Kenya asked with a smile. Su Yun nodded. "Yes." "Is this naming style derived from the Eastern Huang?" "Yes." "I see," Kenya remarked. "There's been a lot of big news from the Eastern Empire lately. I saw on the news that a new European emperor has emerged in the Eastern Empire, named Su Yao. Not only has she gained the favor of many legendary shipgirls, but she has also eradicated a cult and publicly shot and killed its leader." She was filled with emotion. There are always lucky commanders in this world, but this is the first time I've seen one who dares to shoot and kill. It is said that every commander has a seed of kindness planted in his soul, which is why he can be connected with the shipgirls. But I think that this kindness will only become a weakness that makes him vulnerable to being bullied. These words struck a chord with Su Yun. He always felt that the commander's kindness would be exploited and bullied by those with ulterior motives. Despite various countries introducing different protection policies for shipgirls and commanders, there are always ways to circumvent these policies. Human nature is unpredictable. The fact that an organization like the Chongqing cult can thrive is due to a vast network woven by countless people hiding in the shadows. "You're right." Su Yun nodded seriously. "That's what I've always thought too." He took a sip of tea. In most cases, commanders in human society will choose to endure and yield as much as possible. But people's hearts are unpredictable. Merchants will deceive their superiors and subordinates for profit, and power-hungry people will bribe and grease palms for power. Although countries have support policies for commanders, when it comes to issues involving interests, commanders and shipgirls are mostly the ones who get taken advantage of. He put down his teacup. "Don't laugh at me, but a few days ago, we had a shoddy construction project in our port area. The construction company secretly replaced the building materials with inferior ones. Later, the building that had been painstakingly built collapsed. Although there was the factor of combat damage, I still have some doubts about how such a building could collapse so easily." Chapter 144, Reputation. "You also want to catch a lion?" Bismarck Zwei lowered his head in shame when this was mentioned. During the second construction phase, the commander personally visited the site and pointed out so many problems that she finally realized she had been kept in the dark all along. Su Yun continued. "So during the second construction phase, I insisted on personally visiting the site. Only then did I realize that almost all the materials used to build the building were substandard. They were confident that our commander and the shipgirls would be easy to talk to, which is why they dared to do this." Akagi and Kaga suddenly realized what was happening. It turns out that the collapse of the Weiyang building was not entirely its own fault, but rather because it was a shoddy construction project. Sylvia asked curiously, "And then what? What did you do?" "After the second batch of construction materials arrived, I pointed out the problems on the spot and told them that if they could do it, they could do it, and if they couldn't, they could get out. The port area project is a government bidding process, and there are plenty of people who want to do it. It doesn't matter if they're the only ones." Su Yun took a sip of tea, his tone as calm as if he were talking about someone else's business. Sylvia suddenly understood and nodded. "I've learned something. I'll say it that way next time." Su Yun continued. "Once a group is labeled as easy to bully, there will always be people who try to take advantage of you. Shipgirls are bound by law and cannot lay a hand on ordinary people, but commanders can. If someone dares to push their luck, just punch them. Only when you hurt them will they stop bullying you." Kenya clapped his hands approvingly, saying, "Indeed, that's exactly what my commander lacks. Shipgirls protect their commander at sea, and commanders protect shipgirls in society. It should be a mutual exchange. If even the commander can't stand up, what will become of the shipgirls?" Su Yun nodded. Kenya looked at Sylvia, who seemed somewhat dejected. Kenya knew that Sylvia was blaming herself again. She must feel that she hadn't done enough. Commander. Kenya gently stroked Sylvia's head, his voice as soft as a March breeze. You've done very well. Leave the rest to me. I will always protect you. Sylvia gave a soft hum. Belfast watched with extreme envy. Based on her years of experience, she could tell at a glance that Kenya had the dominant role of foster mother and guardian. Sylvia listens to Kenya. If the commander could be a little weaker, would he jump into his arms and act like a spoiled child? At times, Belfast did agree with Scylla's ideas. A commander who can't do anything and loves to act cute is much more adorable than a commander who can do everything. After comforting Sylvia for a while, Kenya smiled and said, The more I talk to Mr. Su Yun, the more I feel that Mr. Su Yun is very similar to that Su Yao. Su Yun coughed and said, Is it possible that I am Su Yao? Kenya chuckled. Su Yun is Su Yun, and Su Yao is Su Yao. Although I have never been to Dongwang, I know that the characters for Yun and Yao are written and called differently. Su Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, What if my real name is Su Yun and my nickname is Su Yao? Kenya's smile froze on his face. Then her gaze slowly shifted. And who are these people? Su Yun introduced them one by one. The maid behind me is Belfast, the blonde is Bismarck's Vi, and these two are Akaji and Kaga. Oh. Then came a long silence. It's no wonder they're mother and daughter. Their expressions of surprise are exactly the same. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Yun was the first to break the silence. Ahem. To be honest, I'm here to participate in the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition. So you really are here to participate in the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition? Sylvia realized. Su Yun nodded. Yes. Sylvia asked, puzzled, What are you doing here in Eastern Huang, participating in the Royal Navy's Ship Girl Performance Competition? Doesn't the Eastern Huang have similar events? Have. So you're not going to participate in the Eastern Empire's event, but instead traveled all the way to the Royal Palace just to salvage a ship? Sylvia looked at him strangely. You're not here to try your luck salvaging a ship, are you? With his thoughts exposed, Su Yun simply said, Yes. I came to try my luck and see if any ship girls would be willing to come with me. I heard that there is a legendary ship girl named Lion participating in this year's competition, so I came to admire her appearance. Upon hearing this, Sylvia couldn't help but burst out laughing. What? Lion? You want to rescue Lion? Ha. How could that be? How could Lion go with a commander from the Eastern Empire like you? Ha. Su Yun said helplessly. What's so funny about that? I'm so sorry. I apologize for my rudeness. Sylvia wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. There are countless people like you who travel thousands of miles to the royal family, hoping to catch a lion. But most of them leave empty-handed, without even getting a single lion hair. She exclaimed, That's a true maritime legend. And so majestic, like a real lion. Not to mention us ordinary commanders. Even the marshal, no, now the governor, would be terrified if he got close. Su Yun let out a soft, So, there are a lot of people who want to catch the lion? Of course, most of the commanders who came to participate this time are here for Lion. Sylvia spread her hands. Lion doesn't usually like to go out, so it's quite rare for her to participate in the competition this time. She's probably attracted by the first place prize, right? The governor has gone to great lengths to create an opportunity to get in touch with Lion. What's the reward for first place? Suyin asked. Sylvia said, prototype triple 460mm main gun. Suyin suddenly realized. The prototype triple 460mm main gun, also known as the Yamato gun, was a legendary main gun that was supposedly prepared for the Yamato-class battleships, but ultimately remained on paper. It could have brought about a qualitative change in the firepower of top-tier battleships. For a top-tier battleship like the Lion, the allure of the Yamato guns is self-evident. Whether we can get it or not, we should at least try. Suyun shrugged and tentatively asked, what if Lion really wants to come with me? Sylvia suppressed a laugh. Fine. Then I'll see if Lion is willing to go with you. Just then, Anson returned, having already driven the illegally parked car back to the port area. Commander, I'm back. Anson walked in, his tone calm. Sylvia nodded, stood up, and said to Su Yun, in that case, shall I take you to register first? Good. Chapter 145 Fanatical Fans. The Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Contest includes all commanders and ship girls from all over the world. No matter where you come from or what your status is, as long as you sign up, you can participate. This competition was essentially a performance and exchange of naval warfare experiences. The event is divided into 5 parts, a naval parade, a competition, a talent show, free exchange, and an awards banquet. Sylvia drove Su Yun to the Knights Corridor, the registration point for the competition. Although it is called the Knight's Corridor, it is not a long corridor, but a medieval European castle. Ivy climbed the grayish-white stone walls, and the Royal Navy flag hung above the arched gate. A few people were scattered around in front of the castle, some in military uniforms, and some in commanders' uniforms, mostly from the Navy. Upon seeing Sylvia, several acquaintances greeted her warmly. "Hi, Sylvia, you're here? Long time no see. Oh, is this your friend? Here to hang out? Want to grab a couple of drinks?" Sylvia responded to each one, politely declining with a smile. Her immediate priority is to take Su-Yun to register, not to chat with old friends. Su-Yun thought to himself, I didn't realize Sylvia was so popular. He suddenly realized that more and more people were staring at him. No, strictly speaking, they were watching Bismarck, Belfast, and Akagi and Kaga. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. My God, am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing Bismarck. My goodness. Isn't that the famous royal headmaid, Miss Belfast? Even she's participating in this competition? This year is going to be crazy. Who are those two shipgirls? Could the fox-eared one be a shipgirl from Sakura Empire? It seems to be Akagi and Kaga. I'm not sure, I'll have to wait and see. The whispers around them weren't loud, but the commander could sense what they were saying using his soul power. Sylvia smiled and said, Belfast has always been very popular in the royal family. You'd better be careful. If others find out that Belfast went with you, they'll definitely try to stab you to death with a spear. Su-Yun smiled. Kenya chimed in. In Europe, Akagi and Kaga are indeed less popular than the local shipgirls. As for Bismarck, she paused, her eyes conveying a profound meaning. I can only say, thankfully this isn't Iron Blood. Otherwise, before he could finish speaking, Su-Yun suddenly felt countless scorching gazes coming from all directions. Is that really Lord Bismarck? It looks like Lord Bismarck. God has smiled upon me. I actually saw Lord Bismarck. In the words of the Eastern Empire, I have no regrets in this life. Lord Bismarck, I'm a huge fan. Please give me your autograph. Lord Bismarck, please kick me in the face. I'll never wash my face again. In an instant, a large number of Bismarck's fanatical fans surged in from all directions, completely blocking the road. Some people waved iron-blooded flags, while others held flowers, making it seem like a mini fan meeting. Su-Yun's eyelids twitched, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Bismarck sighed softly. Alas, this is why I would rather stay on the seas of the East than return to Europe. She pulled Su-Yun into her arms, supporting his waist with one hand, and lifted him up in a princess carry. It's time to escape, Commander. Hold me tight. After saying that, ignoring Su-Yun's objections, she touched the ground with her toes, took off into the air, and flew directly out of the fan's encirclement. The people below went even crazier. Lord Bismarck ran away carrying a man. Ah, Lord Bismarck. Ah, Lord Bismarck, wah, don't run away. Kick me. Sylvia and Kenya exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat helpless. They had guessed this would happen the moment they recognized Bismarck's Vi. These fervent fans mostly come from Tieshua, a popular online forum, and their obsession with Bismarck's Vi is undeniably deep. Once Bismarck's Vi left, the Iron Blood fans gradually dispersed. But this doesn't mean the crisis is over. Royal fans arrived at the scene immediately. Is that Belfast? Wow. The royal headmaid. What a wonderful day it is that I've run into you here. Headmaid, I'm your fan. Belfast lifted her skirt and bowed slightly to the crowd, her movements as elegant as if she were taking a bow on stage. Then Belfast will follow the commander's lead and flee. See you later, everyone. With that, she lifted her skirt and gracefully passed through the crowd, following in the direction in which Su-Yun and Bismarck's Vi had fled. The enthusiastic royal fans swarmed after them. Only Sylvia, Kenya, and Anson remained at the scene. Thank goodness this isn't Sakura Empire. Akagi crossed her arms and shook her head. Otherwise, we would be the ones facing these troublesome fans. Kaga nodded in agreement. Akagi is the leader of the new era of Sakura Empire and holds a very high position in the hearts of the people of Sakura Empire. When the two of them returned to Sakura Empire before, they would often disguise themselves. What? Masaka, you're Akagi-sama? A gasp in a Sakura Empire accent startled Akagi. She and Kaga turned around and saw several Asian-looking people staring intently at them, their expressions shifting from confusion to shock, and then from shock to fervor. It really is Akagi-sama. And Kaga-sama too. I never expected to run into Akagi-sama and Kaga-sama here. What amazing luck. Akagi-sama. Kaga-sama. Please sign your autograph. Akagi sighed helplessly. Looks like we'll have to run away too, Kaga. Kaga nodded. Sakura Empire fans caught up, but there were only 5 or 6 of them. Akaji and Kaga quickly fled, following in the direction Su Yun and the others were heading. In the end, only Sylvia, Kenya, and Anson remained at the scene. Anson watched as Su Yun and her group were forced to flee from the fans' pursuit, and his lips twitched slightly. It seems that sometimes having low popularity isn't such a bad thing. Sylvia and Kenya nodded in agreement. Chapter 146 Lion. The registration area for this Ship Girl performance competition is located deep within the Knight's Corridor. A red carpet was laid out here, and there was a long table where a few Ship Girls and commanders were gathered. The lion stood out like a crane among chickens in the crowd, attracting much attention, yet no one dared to approach and speak to it. She was the center of attention simply by standing there. The Ship Girls whispered among themselves. It's Lord Lion. I really want to go over and talk to her. My dear girlfriend, shall we go together? I dare not go. Lion's aura is too strong. I feel like she could kill me with just one look. The commanders were also whispering among themselves. I heard that Lion is still a free Ship Girl, and no one has been able to win her favor. Perhaps the selection criteria are too high. But then again, for a Ship Girl like Lion, it's not unreasonable to set the standards high. To be worthy of a Lion, one would probably have to be at least a marshal-level commander, right? Yeah, lowly commanders like us shouldn't even think about it. Going up to talk to them would just be asking for trouble. How could a Ship Girl like Lion possibly be interested in us? Amidst the whispers of the crowd, the Lion slowly walked forward. Her hearing was excellent, and she caught all the whispers. Scenes like this were practically a daily occurrence for her. Hello, Miss Lion. Suddenly, a figure blocked the Lion's path. This is a 27-year-old woman with long blonde hair, about 1.7 meters tall. She is wearing a white casual short-sleeve shirt and blue wide-leg jeans. It's almost lunchtime. Would you mind joining me for lunch at the Royal Restaurant? Heh. The Lion chuckled lightly at the sight, his laughter tinged with contempt. Adeline, I've said no dozens of times already, and my answer will be the same this time. The voice carried the disdain of someone in a high position, but that was to be expected. After all, this was a lion. Adele wasn't annoyed at all. She knew that was just the proud nature of lions. But the more she was rejected, the more Adele wanted to invite Lion to join her port. Robles is about to succeed as governor and take up a post at the final anchorage in the Pacific, where Adele will become the new royal marshal. Her port is powerful, but it is still somewhat insufficient to protect the royal family. If a powerful figure like Lion could be recruited to the port, then Adele would become a true royal marshal. Adele gave a polite smile. You misunderstand. I'm here simply to have lunch with you, and I have no intention of soliciting you. Lunch together? Sure. Lion nodded. If you can eat the special Navy curry for Ship Girls, I'll give you this opportunity. Adele wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Well, that's probably impossible. The Navy curry specially made for Ship Girls is made from things like petroleum, steel, and aluminum. It's delicious for Ship Girls, but deadly poison for humans. Huh. You don't even have the courage to face death, yet you dare to plot against me? The Lion scoffed, slightly raising its chin. My commander must be a brave and fearless person, someone who dares to face death. The Lion's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of the commanders and Ship Girls around them who were eavesdropping. They looked at each other in bewilderment, and some of them actually had the idea of eating oil. What if, Adele tentatively asked, what if I really dared to eat the Navy curry specially made for the Ship Girls? This is only the first step, Lion said calmly. Daring to eat the Ship Girls' special food only proves you have considerable courage. Besides that, you also need to prove to me your intelligence, your professional equipment handling skills, your spiritual power, and of course, the most important thing. At this point, Lion paused. Adele found the Lion's demands increasingly demanding, and when she suddenly paused, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what else? They also need to be 1.76 meters tall, registered in Dongwon, have a standard oval face, their hair can't be too long, they need a mole on their inner thigh, like to eat rice, don't like fatty foods, don't like celery, and don't like. Lion rattled off a long string of words, leaving Adele completely bewildered. This. Luobo gang. Ah, wait a minute. Adele suddenly realized what was happening. This isn't some kind of radish Hausa situation. Lion is subtly rejecting him in this way. This is the royal family. How could there possibly be a commander from the Eastern Empire who is 1.76 meters tall, has an oval face, and a mole on his thigh? Besides, what's with the mole on the inner thigh? How can I see the mole on someone else's inner thigh? After a moment of silence, Adele said, Lion, There's no need to make up so many reasons to refuse. If you want to refuse, just say so. I won't bother you anymore from now on. Fine. The lion nodded, crossed his arms, and said calmly, I refuse. I don't believe you. You must be testing me. Lion. Unless you throw me out. Adele stubbornly declared, I won't give up. Oh, Lion said indifferently. She grabbed Adele by the back of the neck. Adele blinked, huh? Get out of here. The lion tossed Adele out of the inner courtyard like trash. Commander. Adele's ship girl Gambia exclaimed. You're going too. Gambia was also thrown out. After losing the man and the ship, Lion clapped his hands. Noticing that many people were still staring at her, she glared back with sharp eyes, scaring everyone into silence. As expected of one of the hardest battleships to obtain, it didn't even give the newly promoted Royal Admiral any face, simply throwing it away in front of so many people. Who else wants to try? The lion's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an imposing presence without anger. The inner courtyard fell silent, and no one dared to step forward again. Huh. Let's see who else dares to come up here and make a fool of themselves. Adele is what will happen to you. After saying this, the lion turned and left gracefully. After she left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The lion is really scary. Its aura is so terrifying. It's making my coolant leak out. If even a commander like Adele is beneath the lion's notice, then no one in this world can catch the lion's eye. Lion is already so strong that she doesn't need a commander anymore. She's so proud that she would never support a commander who is weaker than herself. Everyone knew that it wasn't because Adele was too weak, but because the lion was too strong. She's become so powerful that she doesn't even need to put the marshal in her eyes. Outside the inner courtyard gate. Ouch! Adele was thrown out and had a close encounter with the ground. Sylvia was walking over with Su Yun, about to go inside to register, when Adele just happened to fall in front of them. Sylvia and Adele are best friends. When she saw her sister being thrown out of there, she knew that the same thing had happened to her. Sylvia covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh. Adeline, what are you doing lying on the ground? Adele lay on the ground in silence for a while, did 10 push-ups, then stood up and stretched her muscles. Do a few push-ups to loosen up your muscles. Oh, really? But I think I saw you fly out of there. Sylvia teased. This is the toad-style kung fu I learned from the Eastern Empire. It's not flying, it's jumping. It's just that I jumped so far that you mistook it for flying, Adele said stubbornly. Oh. Sylvia stared into her eyes and asked teasingly, is that really so? Of course. Cough cough. Okay, let's not talk about this. Adele coughed, intending to change the subject. She noticed Su Yun following Sylvia and asked curiously, who is he? Then his gaze shifted horizontally. Before Su Yun could reply, a gasp of cold air was heard. Bismarck. Chapter 147. Yes, my name is Su Yao. Adele rubbed her eyes, and after confirming that she wasn't seeing things, she opened her mouth wide and her eyes widened. A living, breathing Bismarck. A Bismarck who can breathe. Bismarck remained silent for a long time. She now regrets not bringing a mask with her. Ahem. Sylvia coughed and nudged Adele's arm. Mind your manners. Adele, you're about to become a marshal. Don't open your mouth so wide. Adele came to her senses and nodded. Then, shifting my gaze, I saw Akaji and Kaga. A generous gift. Akaji and Kaga from the Sakura Empire. Sylvia sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Adele is at it again, showcasing her expressive facial expressions. Finally, her gaze fell on Belfast. Royal Maid. My goodness, what a wonderful day it is today. So many powerful ship girls have suddenly arrived. Adele's mouth was practically splitting open with a smile. Although he was thrown out by the lion, he encountered so many powerful ship girls at once, which was a blessing in disguise. Shut your mouth, Adele. Sylvia tugged at Adele's arm and said sternly, they're all ship girls who have entered the port. Don't even think about messing with them. Within the commander's circle, everyone tacitly agrees to follow a certain rule. Once a ship girl has a commander, she must not cause any further trouble, regardless of the reason. Upon hearing this news, it was like a bolt from the blue, striking Adele hard on the head. Bismarck went to see the commander? Adele gasped. If those Ironbloods find out about this, they'll chop him into a pulp. Just who is it that managed to recruit Bismarck? Sylvia coughed and introduced Adele. This is the person I was just about to introduce to you. He is Bismarck's commander. Adele glanced at Su Yun and exclaimed, you're Su Yao. Su Yun. As expected, the royal family members were misled by the media. My name is Su Yun. Su Yun explained helplessly. Adele looked at Su Yun with a puzzled expression. Aren't you called Su Yao? I won't call it. But the news says your name is Su Yao. Adele crossed her arms, thought for a while, and then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I've heard that you Eastern Huang people have such things as childhood names. Could it be that Su Yun is your childhood name, and Su Yao is your formal name? No. I already said Su Yun. Su Yun, not Su Yao. Su Yun was about to go crazy. I understand. Adele nodded, suddenly realizing, and winked at Su Yun. A pseudonym, right? To keep a low profile. I understand. If I had rescued Bismarck, I would definitely have chosen a pseudonym to keep a low profile as well. Su Yun. It seems there's no point in trying to explain anymore. Ahem, Commander. Just then, Bismarck coughed behind him and suggested, actually, there's nothing wrong with using the name Su Yao after arriving in Europe. Su Yun asked in confusion, what do you mean? As you can see today, I am somewhat well known in Europe. Bismarck pulled his naval cap down, trying to cover his face as much as possible. Su Yun suddenly realized, is this just being somewhat famous? This is practically a national idol level, isn't it? If things are like this in the royal family, imagine what would happen if they went to the Iron Blood. Bismarck's nickname was the Iron Chancellor, and it was no exaggeration. Using the name Su Yao can help avoid some unnecessary trouble. If we cause trouble, we can say it was Su Yao who did it, and that it has nothing to do with me, Su Yun. Upon realizing this, Su Yun coughed and changed his words, saying calmly, that's right, I am Su Yao. Adele nodded. I knew it. It really was you. Adele then asked curiously, but what are you doing here at the royal court, instead of staying in the Eastern Empire, as a commander of the Eastern Empire? Looking at Su Yun's face, Adele's mind flashed back to what Lion had just said. You also need to be 1.76 meters tall, have Dongwang residency, a standard oval face, hair that isn't too long, and a mole on your inner thigh. Adele roughly estimated Su Yun's height. She is indeed about 1.76 meters tall. The person from Dongwang had an oval face, hair that was neither long nor short, and thighs. Adele's gaze slowly moved downwards. Akaji stepped forward, blocking her view, his face grim. Where are you looking? Adele chuckled awkwardly. Ahaha, sorry, my apologies. Akaji clicked his tongue. She turned around and cupped Su Yun's face, saying, boys need to protect themselves when they're out. Commander, be more careful next time. Don't let anyone take advantage of you, or Akaji will be sad. Su Yun coughed and slapped away Chi Cheng's hand that was trying to touch his face. There are outsiders here, don't touch me like that. Oh, Akaji obediently replied. I came to the Royal Navy because I heard that Lion was also participating in this Royal Navy Shipgirl performance competition, so I came to try my luck. Su Yun spoke very modestly. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to reveal that Lion was his shipgirl. Upon hearing this, Adele was clearly stunned, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard she couldn't stop. Ha ha ha. Su Yun shrugged. What's so funny? You want to take Lion away? Ha ha ha. Sorry, forgive my rudeness, but take Lion away? Ha ha ha. How could such a thing be possible? Lion is the hardest ship girl to get in the entire Royal Navy. Even I was thrown out by her. You want to get Lion away? Ha ha ha. Adele laughed so hard, she almost fell over. Sylvia initially reacted the same way as Adele when she heard this. After all, it sounded too far-fetched. Let's give it a try and see. Su Yun gave the same reply he had given Sylvia. So what if it's hard to get them? If you don't even have the courage to try and get ship girls, then what's the point of being a commander? Adele stopped laughing and nodded. That makes sense. Although the chances of it happening are almost zero, it's never a bad thing to try. Adele turned around and said, so, you've come here to register? Come on, I'll take you inside. At this point, Adele smiled again. If you don't catch a lion, you can buy some souvenirs here so you don't come for nothing. Chapter 148 Reputation. No. Su Yun disagreed. He knew the lion would definitely follow him, but he wondered what kind of expressions Adele and Sylvia would make then. After entering the inner courtyard, we arrived at the registration area and registered. Name? The staff member in charge of registration asked. Su Yun and Bismarck exchanged a glance, and the latter nodded. Then Su Yun said, Su Yao. The staff member, head bowed, was about to put pen to paper when he heard the name and paused for a moment. She looked up, saw Su Yun's face, and exclaimed in surprise, You're that Su Yao from Dongwang? His words immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. Yes. Su Yun nodded. The name Su Yao is much more famous than Su Yun. Then who are the ship girls you brought to the competition? The staff member looked behind Su Yun and exclaimed in surprise, My God, it's Bismarck. In an instant, all the commanders in the inner court focused their attention on Bismarck. It really is Bismarck. I've only ever seen her in the newspapers. That military uniform is so handsome. He truly deserves the title of Iron-Blooded Chancellor. Bismarck was utterly helpless. Despite pulling her officer's cap down low enough, she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of those around her. You want Lord Bismarck to participate? The staff member instantly became excited, his face flushed red, and he was breathing heavily through his nostrils. If Lady Bismarck were to participate, I can't even imagine how glamorous this Royal Navy Ship Girl performance competition would be. I can't even imagine how glamorous it must be. The Iron Blood guys next door must be green with envy. Su-yun suddenly realized that Bismarck must not be allowed to participate, otherwise this Royal Navy Ship Girl performance competition would cause a bloodbath. Never question the Iron Chancellor's popularity in Europe. To reiterate, never question the Iron Chancellor's popularity in Europe. Especially when facing the Iron Bloods, you must hide the Bismarck's Vi well, otherwise they will sneak into your yard in the middle of the night to sniff the soil that the Bismarck's Vi has stepped on. Bismarck's Vi tugged at Su-yun's sleeve and lowered her voice. Sorry, Commander, please don't let me participate in this ship girl performance competition. Su-yun nodded in understanding, coughed, and said to the staff, my participating ship girls are Belfast, Akaji, and Kaga. I see. The staff members seemed deflated, but still asked hopefully, are you sure you don't want Bismarck's Vi to appear? I'm sure. Are you really sure? Are you absolutely certain? With Bismarck's popularity, he's guaranteed to win if he plays. I'm sure. Are you really not going to reconsider? Our champion's prize is very generous. The champion's prize is a prototype triple-mounted 460mm main gun, also known as the Yamato gun. Do you know the Yamato gun? It's the main gun designed for the space battleship Yamato. If Lord Bismarck could have a Yamato gun, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. No need, Bismarck said calmly. I have the Yamato cannon. The staff member was speechless. Do you have the Yamato cannon, such an extremely rare main gun? However, upon further reflection, the staff realized that it was Lord Bismarck who had said those words, and they understood. It would have been a dereliction of duty for the entire iron-blooded people if Bismarck had not possessed the Yamato cannon. However, Bismarck's Vi's Yamato cannon has nothing to do with the iron-blooded people. As Su-yun's main force in her previous life, Bismarck's Vi had the Yamato cannon on her for a long time. Due to the scarcity of special equipment like the Yamato cannon is so rare that it's practically impossible to use it without splitting it in two. When pushing through difficult maps, it's basically the same person who launches the attack who takes over the lead. Later, I spent more and more time on Xinyu, a second-hand marketplace app, logging in for shorter and shorter periods each day, and I kept using Bismarck's Vi and never switched to it again. Well, alright then. The staff member sighed regretfully and finally wrote down only the names of Belfast, Akaji, and Kaga. The official competition is in 3 days, and the venue is the King's viewing platform. You are welcome to participate. This is your participation medal. Please remember to wear it. After registering Su-yun, the staff handed him a large medal. Su-yun accepted the medal, then suddenly remembered that his purpose for this trip was to find the lion, and asked, can I change ship girls during the competition? The staff member hesitated. This. She glanced at Adele. Okay. Adele nodded, looking forward to it. Normally it's not allowed, but we can make an exception for Bismarck. You can let Bismarck appear at any time during this Royal Navy ship girl exhibition match. Adele couldn't help but laugh at the thought of the cheers that Bismarck received when he entered the stadium. Oh right, here's another one for you. Adele gave Su-yun a special medal. Su-yun accepted the medal. It was gleaming gold and bore the royal flag emblem. Curious, she asked, what is this? This is the Royal Special Appointment Medal. It signifies that you will be participating as a Royal Navy supporter this time. Adele said with a smile. The participants in the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition come from all over Europe. Iron Blood, Iris Liberty, Vichy Church, and Sardinia will all be participating. If you win first place as a Royal Navy supporter, our Royal Navy will also have face. Su-yun understood. This was a good opportunity to befriend the main Royal Army, and he did not refuse. As he and his staff continued to discuss the details, Adele pulled Sylvia aside and lowered her voice. Sylvia, you didn't tell him that I'm about to become a marshal, did you? Adele asked in a low voice. Sylvia nodded. They haven't said yet. That's fine, don't say anything yet. Why? Adele snorted and put her hands on her hips. I'm going to show off my big boobs. When the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition opens, I'll make my appearance as the new marshal. Won't that dazzle him? Sylvia suddenly realized, and couldn't help but chuckle as she thought of that scene. Showing off is an art, with many ways to do it. Besides showing off your ship, you can also show off your identity, military rank, or status. Su-yun had already shown off her with Bismarck's Vi, and now she was going to retaliate fiercely. Adele couldn't help but hum softly at the thought of Su-yun staring at her with his mouth agape in surprise. Su-yun, who was talking to the staff, suddenly felt her phone vibrate and took it out to look at it. It was sent by Robles. Robs, have we arrived at the royal palace? Su-yun typed a reply. Su-yun, we've arrived. We're processing the paperwork for the Royal Ship Girl Performance Contest. Robs, okay, it's good that you've arrived. August just left, and I've just taken over as governor. I have a lot to do and can't get away to pick you up. I've booked the Thames Hotel for you. You can rest there for now. Su-yun, no need to trouble the marshal. We're all adults now. I can just wander around the royal palace by myself. Robs, okay. After the call ended, Adele and Sylvia came over. It's almost noon. Shall I invite you to have lunch at our royal restaurant? The most famous one? Adele suggested. A royal restaurant? Su-yun subconsciously imagined gazing at the starry sky. Once he arrived at the restaurant, he realized that he had misunderstood the royal restaurant quite a bit. But can anyone tell him why the royal family's most prestigious restaurant serves French cuisine? Everyone took their seats, ordered their food, waited, and then began to enjoy their meal. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Reputation strolled leisurely along the street, carrying a large bag of bread. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of long, golden hair in the restaurant out of the corner of her eye. Is that blonde a ship girl? Renown muttered to herself as she continued walking. Suddenly, she stopped. Why does this face look more and more familiar? Oh, it's Bismarck. It's been so long. I never expected to run into her here. Should we go in and say hello? Reputation was on his mind. Her gaze continued to move horizontally. Belfast was there too, but he stood there instead of sitting down. What a strict headmaid. Even though her master isn't here. Akaji and Kaga flanked one person from the left and right. That person looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be the commander. Oh, it's the commander. Reputation continues to grow. Suddenly, she stopped. Prestige. Wrong. Chapter 149 Sylvia. That looks like the commander? I'm not sure. I'll think about it some more. Reputation was pressed against the glass wall. His face was squeezed flat. A couple was having a meal by the glass wall, pushing a stroller. When the baby saw Shenwang's squashed face, it started to cry loudly. The wife followed the child's gaze and was startled to see the reputation sticking to the glass. As for the reputation of the person involved, he was completely unaware of anything amiss. No, this spot is too far. I can't see clearly. I need to get closer. So she pressed herself against the wall and moved inch by inch closer to Su-yun. In the royal restaurant, Su-yun, Sylvia, Adele, and others were having lunch. The dishes ordered were all human food: beef stew and burgundy red wine, duck confit, and cassoulet, most of which Su-yun had never eaten before. Bismarck's Vi sat upright, elegantly and skillfully picking up her knife and fork to cut herself a piece of beef. Su-yun hesitated whether to ask the waiter for a pair of chopsticks. He simply couldn't get used to using these knives and forks. Belfast noticed that Su-yun hadn't moved for a while, and understanding the situation, he was about to go over to her. Before she could even speak, Akaji pressed herself against her, her voice alluring. Commander, you must not be used to these knives and forks, right? It's all right. Let Akaji cut this stewed beef into bite-sized pieces and then feed it to you herself. Su-yun coughed and said, No need. I can do it myself. If this were in the port area and there were no outsiders around, he wouldn't refuse. But with Sylvia and Adele nearby, asking Akaji to cut the beef for him at this moment would be a laughingstock for Jin. Furthermore, Su-yun wasn't incapable of cutting. She was simply not used to eating like that. He skillfully picked up the knife, imagining the beef as an enemy, stabbing it with a fork, immobilizing it, and then slicing it off piece by piece. Sylvia and Adele were stunned and exchanged a glance. This is hardly a meal. It's like a battle. After cutting it into bite-sized pieces, Su-yun picked up one of them with her fork, about to put it in her mouth. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a face pressed against the glass outside the wall. He was stunned. The beef on the fork fell off. Commander? What's wrong? Akaji asked curiously, following Su-yun's gaze, and was also stunned. The others also turned to look. At this moment, everyone is staring into the eyes of Prestige. Silence. Su-yun knew in his heart that Shenwang had discovered him. But why doesn't she come in? Why does she have to look through the glass like this? I was almost scared to death when I looked up. Reputation? What is she looking at here? Adele asked curiously. She's looking at me. Sylvia exclaimed excitedly, feeling the burning gaze. She must like me to be looking at me. That must be it. Suyun glanced at Sylvia. No, I think it's just because you're blocking my way. Shall we invite the Reputation members in? Suyun said to Belfast. Belfast nodded, went outside the restaurant, and walked over to Reputation. Reputation, it's been a long time. She said with a smile, her tone as relaxed as if she were meeting an old friend. Long time no see, Belfast. Reputation nodded slightly, tilting his head as he asked, is the person inside the commander? Belfast nodded. Yes, the master has returned. I knew I wasn't mistaken, Reputation murmured softly. No, I should say I'd recognize this face even if it turned to ashes. Belfast smiled wryly. That sounds rather ominous. Shall we go inside? The master is waiting for you there. Reputation paused for a moment. Yes, you can just walk in. I almost forgot about this option. She followed Belfast into the royal dining room. Reputation, have you finally come to your senses? Sylvia exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Reputation. You've finally agreed to be my ship girl? Reputation glanced at her and said seriously, don't dream, Miss Sylvia. Even if Reputation sinks into the sea, I will never be your ship girl. Sylvia was extremely disappointed. Oh, I thought you were looking at me through the glass, because you'd finally come to your senses. Please stop flattering yourself, Miss Sylvia. I'm not looking at you. Her tone was calm, but those who knew her well knew that she was not at peace. This was evident from the anxious twisting of her fingers as she clutched the bread bag. Sylvia sighed softly. So it was like this again? But she wasn't discouraged. How difficult is it to win over a ship girl like Renown? How can you capture her heart without failing 100 or 80 times? Suyun was silent for a moment before speaking. Can you be my ship girl? Reputation nodded. Okay. Sylvia, ? She blinked. What? She thought she had misheard and picked at her ears. Adele, I think I'm hallucinating, Sylvia said to Adele. Adele was stunned and couldn't come to her senses for a long time. Suyun looked at the Reputation and smiled. Then from now on, I will be your commander. Okay. Reputation nodded again. After a long separation, Shenwang really wanted to give Suyun some gifts. She looked left and right, and finally her gaze fell on the bag of bread in her arms, so she handed the bread over. This is a small gift to mark our meeting. She paused. I have nothing else, just this. I hope you don't mind. Suyun accepted it with a smile. This is the best gift. Sylvia clutched her head, utterly horrified. No. Are you serious? Adele seemed to remember something and nudged Sylvia's arm. Do you remember how the news described Su Yao? Sylvia remembered it too, and her expression turned strange. You mean those captivating eyes that can adjust a ship girl's affection level? Adele nodded seriously, yes. Sylvia's expression was strange. She felt the whole thing was utterly absurd. But as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Shenwang actually followed Su Yun and sat down next to him. His usually expressionless face now showed a happy smile. Sylvia had to think about it seriously. Could the rumors be true? Chapter 150 Reputation, you better watch your step. Kaga made way for Su Yun, and Renown sat down next to him, which was considered a perk for a newcomer. Commander, how long have you been with the Royal Navy? Do you like the food here? It's supposed to be a royal restaurant, but they serve French cuisine. It's really frustrating. By the way, Commander, do you want a wife? If so, I'll call Illustrious over for you. Sylvia looked at Su Yun and Shenwang sitting opposite her with a strange expression. Shenwang, who was usually sparing with words, suddenly became a chatterbox, rambling on and on. Is that correct? This doesn't make sense. Reputation, your character is out of character. Shouldn't you be a cold and unapproachable, slow-burning female warrior? Why are you so enthusiastic now? In reality, Shenwang is just a bit dull, which doesn't mean she's quiet. She only becomes withdrawn when she's around people she's not interested in. Now that she has been reunited with Su Yun after so long, the longing that had been building up in her heart has transformed into the joy of reunion, making her want to pour out all the longing she has held back for so many years at once. Reputation. Sylvia finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, are you really going to acknowledge Su Yun as commander? Are you absolutely sure? But isn't today his first day at the royal family? Why did you agree so readily? Reputation didn't even glance at Sylvia. His eyes remained fixed on Su Yun, and he said affectionately, of course, this was decided a long time ago. Forehead. Sylvia's expression was extremely strange. Is this the Su Yao's electric gaze? Look at how much reputation she's gained. This is terrifying. Seeing the strange looks in Sylvia and Adele's eyes, Su Yun knew that they had misunderstood him like the others, so he explained, don't misunderstand. Shenwang has been my man for a very, very long time. Seemingly in response to Su Yun's words, Shengwang boldly rested his head on Su Yun's shoulder. Adele asked curiously, "How long ago was a long time ago?" Su Yun thought for a moment and said, "My past life." "Oh." Adele and Sylvia both uttered a soft, "oh" at the same time. The way the two looked at Su Yun seemed to say, "Do you think we're fools?" Su Yun was utterly helpless. "Well, it seems no one will believe me if I tell the truth. It's really hard to be an honest person these days." After lunch, everyone went their separate ways. Adele returned to her port, while Su Yun rode in Sylvia's car back to the Thames Hotel. The Thames Hotel is not far from the entrance to Sylvia's Westminster district. Su Yun planned to pay Sylvia to rent a more spacious minivan, but Sylvia refused. "It's just a minivan, right? I have a 6-seater, you can drive it for free these few days." Sylvia waved her hand generously, then grabbed Su Yun's hand and pleaded, "But you absolutely have to teach me how you won over Xinguang's heart. Please, brother, I really want to learn." Su Yun coughed seriously and said solemnly, "Then first, you need to break free from the dance of non-European entry." Belfast and Bismarck Zwei exchanged a glance, knowing that the commander was about to bring up that set of mystical theories again, and both of them showed helplessness. While Su Yun and Sylvia were performing a ritual in the Westmin Harbor district, Bismarck Zwei went and bought a few masks. There's no way around it. Sometimes being too popular can be a problem. After meeting Su Yun, Reputation put aside his plan to bring the bread back to the royal garden and followed Su Yun back to the Thames Hotel. The fact that Su Yun had taken away the prestige was witnessed by others present at the time, and the news quickly reached Queen Elizabeth's ears. Inside the royal gardens. "What? Say that again." Queen Elizabeth slammed her hand on the table upon hearing the news, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That's how it is." Kuei remained silent, her small face more serious and disappointed than ever before, her voice tinged with anger. Shengwang left with someone named Su Yao. The terrifying voice was heartbreaking. What happened to the ship girl who was supposed to be a commander for life? Reputation, you actually. Traitor! Queen Elizabeth shouted. She was so angry she seemed to be spitting fire, and said in a voice full of disappointment, "How can a member of the royal fleet go with a complete stranger?" Glorious said worriedly, "I've also heard of this Su Yao. I heard he has a pair of electric eyes that can bewitch ship girls. Could it be some kind of latest high technology? Has Repulse fallen for it? Damn it, damn it, damn it. We must save Reputation. This is terrible. Kaiwei is here." Kaiwei responded. "Now immediately set off. Go and bring that damned man named Su Yao back to me." Queen Elizabeth's eyes flashed with cold light. She was truly enraged this time. "I want to interrogate him myself. And bring that idiot Shengwang back to me, bound hand and foot." "Yes," Kuwei replied with utmost seriousness. "Oh, and remember not to look him in the eye after you find him." Queen Elizabeth sternly warned. "Be careful not to be bewitched by him and cause us to lose everything." Kuwei placed her hand on her chest, speaking with utmost seriousness and earnestness. "Your Majesty, please rest assured." In the words of Dong Wang, Kuwei's loyalty to the commander is as clear as day. In this world, no one but the commander can change Kuwei's heart. Not even the most advanced technology can. "I will definitely teach this suspicious person named Su Yao a lesson and bring back my reputation." Queen Elizabeth nodded. "I feel much more at ease knowing that you said that." Kuwei nodded heavily and hummed in agreement. Her eyebrows drooped, and she was heartbroken at the thought that Shengwang, that airhead, would actually follow someone else. Reputation, reputation, you better be careful. Chapter 151 Master, I want to learn how to salvage ships. Westminster Harbor. Su Yun drew a 6-pointed star array in the center of the port area and arranged many offerings around it, including lizard tails, century-old Ganoderma lucidum, and polar bear toes, in a dazzling array. Then, he led Sylvia in a dance to embody the spirit of transcending Africa and entering Europe in the center of a 6-pointed star array. This dance is ancient and eerie, with bizarre movements that create an indescribable sense of unease. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may all bad luck dissipate and good luck come. May battleships and aircraft carriers come. Su Yun sang while jumping, holding 2 bells in her hands. Sylvia followed along and danced several times, but this style wasn't popular in Europe, and after a few tries, she started to think it wasn't very reliable. "Su Yun, is this really a way to get ship girls?" She couldn't help but question. "I feel like this is kind of ridiculous." Su Yun continued dancing, undeterred by her questioning. "Big ships come, small ships come, light cruisers and destroyers all come. Gold and purple rarity ships are all welcome. I don't care what shipgirls are like. He was barefoot, shaking a bell, his face full of piety. Akaji watched from the sidelines. The shipgirls of Weiyang Port were already used to such scenes. Suddenly, she remembered something. Kaga, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go buy some things and come back. Kaga asked curiously. Sister, what are you going to buy? Akaji gave her a mysterious smile and put a finger to her lips. Chill. It's a secret. After saying that, he turned and left. Suyin was still dancing. Sylvia has given up. It feels like a joke, she muttered. How could you possibly catch a ship girl by dancing like that? There's no scientific basis for it at all. I'm a staunch materialist. Smack. Su-Yun danced this dance of escaping Africa and entering Europe to the very end, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. Sylvia's lips twitched slightly. Is it over? Su-Yun nodded and said seriously, it's over. So this is completely useless, right? Sylvia complained. It's just a psychological comfort. How can you expect to get ship girls just by dancing? Just then, the gates of Westminster Harbor were violently pushed open with a loud bang. Excuse me. My companion seems to have been kidnapped. May I take her with me? The visitor spoke politely and had a smile on his face, but there was an unspeakable danger hidden in that smile. Sylvia was taken aback when she saw the ship girl suddenly appear. It is terrifying. The ship girls in Royal Garden are all interconnected, sharing both glory and ruin. The reputation was suddenly taken away by Su Yao. Judging from the fearsome attitude, he is probably here to settle scores. Sylvia couldn't help but worry that they might start fighting. When Kuei saw Su Yun's face clearly, he was angry and furious 1 second, but the next second he was struck dumb as if by lightning. Commander? Why did he suddenly come back? Fearfully, she smoothed her hair and straightened the wrinkles in her clothes. Thinking about her rude behavior just now, her pretty face involuntarily turned red. Su Yun blinked when she saw Kuei. Isn't that formidable? Although it was the first time he had seen me in the real world, he recognized me at a glance. He asked seriously, would you like to be my ship girl? Upon hearing this, Kuei's face instantly turned red. The scene of their reunion was quite different from what she had imagined. In her nervousness, she accidentally bit her tongue while saying, I do. She covered her mouth, her face flushing even more. I do. Sylvia, who didn't join in the dance to escape non-European culture, ? No. This actually works. Her eyes almost popped out. Is it really that mystical? I just finished dancing the dance of escaping bad luck and getting lucky, and now a ship girl is coming to my door? And she's a max-level ship girl from the Royal Garden. How formidable. Sylvia covered her head and rushed forward to hug Su Yun's leg. Master, bro, boss, I'll never doubt you again. You really need to teach me this dance again. Please, I'll do anything you ask. Su Yun sighed. You young people just don't understand the intricacies of escaping Africa and joining Europe. Asking you to dance with me makes it seem like I'm harming you. Sylvia nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Master's right. Master's teachings are correct. Please enlighten me, Master. Your disciple Sylvia wishes to become Master Su Yao's disciple. After saying that, she followed the etiquette of Dong Huang's apprenticeship ceremony, knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Su Yunlian. Su Yun helped her up. Forget about apprenticeships. All commanders under heaven are one family. If you want to learn my dance of transcending the ordinary and entering the world of Europe, I will teach you. He gazed at the horizon and said wistfully, back in the day, I was also an unlucky person. Reputation tilted its head, with several question marks on its little head. Of course she knows what it means to be unlucky and what it means to be lucky. As a commander, he is completely unrelated to the term unlucky, right? Belfast noticed her confusion and recounted Su Yun's past to her. After hearing this, Shenhuang had even more questions on his little head. They've been in Donghai City, Donghuang all along? How is that possible? We've searched that place so many times. Commander, how could they? Before she could finish speaking, Bismarck Zwei covered her mouth and said seriously, don't say this in front of the commander. Reputation blinked, then suddenly realized what he meant and nodded. She's just a bit slow, not stupid. On the contrary, Reputation is usually quite shrewd. She immediately guessed that someone had changed the timeline and created a world with a commander. However, it is unknown who could have created such an incredible miracle. She must have suffered a lot on her path to creating miracles, right? Caledonian Sea. A certain gray ship girl suddenly sneezed. Olivia looked at her and asked curiously, even someone like you sneezes? The gray ship girl said calmly, usually, times like this mean someone is thinking of me. Could it be Su Yun? Olivia wondered. What if he's found out? The gray ship girl remained silent for a long time. It shouldn't be. She gazed at the horizon, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Hopefully not. On the other side, the royal gardens. Queen Elizabeth was furious upon hearing the latest news. She slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Even the formidable one has been captured by Su Yao. Wasn't she sent to teach Su Yao a lesson and restore our prestige? How come she's gone with someone else?" Guang Hui frowned slightly and sighed in disappointment. "I heard from the front desk of the Thames Hotel that Kuei checked in while holding onto Su Yao's arm." Tisk. Queen Elizabeth's pretty face darkened. It seems this Su Yao has some skills. This kind of bewitching, unknown technology is too terrifying. Radiant's eyes were as resolute as if he were joining the party. "I'll go and bring back this disobedient sister and my reputation." Queen Elizabeth nodded, her eyes no longer showing disdain, but instead a serious expression. "But you need to be careful. Bring your anti-detection radar, and it's best to wear anti-signal sunglasses as well. Remember, absolutely do not make eye contact with Su Yao." "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Radiant smiled, her smile confident and composed. "No matter what happens, I will never go with Su Yao." Chapter 152. You've definitely been scammed. The task of booking rooms was handed over to Belfast. There were 6 people, but they booked 3 double rooms. According to the rules of the port area, tonight is Su Yun and Bismarck Zwei's night. Su Yun experienced nervousness for the first time. Bismarck Zwei is different from other ship girls. She is not obsequious at all. She is serious, strict, dignified, and inviolable. She deserves the title of iron-blooded chancellor. When Su Yun and Bismarck entered the room one after the other, they were both stunned when they saw the big red heart-shaped bed. The room was eerily silent, and Su Yun vaguely sensed that Bismarck's breathing had become erratic. "I'm going to take a shower first." Bismarck Zwei lowered her head, pulled her navy cap down low, and turned to go to the bathroom. Seeing Bismarck's rare blush, Su Yun blinked and relaxed. This was the first time he had ever seen Bismarck show such embarrassment. For safety reasons, the content has been omitted. The next morning, a black sedan pulled up at the entrance to Westminster Harbor. Adele got out of the driver's seat, and a British princess with long blue hair, wearing a golden crown and a magnificent cloak, stepped out of the passenger seat. This ship girl's name is Alfred, and she is an aircraft carrier. There's a Poet-class destroyer named Alfredo Oriani, with a similar name, but completely different. Alfred's anchoring moment comes from the Daring-class aircraft carriers, which were designed in the late 20th century and were never completed due to their advanced design concepts. They are an unfinished wing unique to the Royal Navy. Incidentally, the second ship of the Daring class is also called the Royal Arkansas, but it is not the prototype of the Royal Arkansas in the game. The warship known as the Royal Arkansas has 3 generations, with the first generation being a seaplane carrier from the Old World in 1914. The second generation is the famous aircraft carrier from World War II, which is the prototype of the Royal Arkansas in the game. The third generation Royal Arkansas was the second ship of the Daring class, originally named Invincible, but later renamed Royal Arkansas during the early stages of construction. Speaking of the Invincible Royal Navy, there is another M-class destroyer also named Invincible. The situation of ships with the same name but different designs is very common in both the Old World and in games, and it mainly falls into 2 categories. One type is the inheritance of glory passed down from different eras. The other type is multiple ships with the same name that exist in the same or different eras due to differences in hull number or ship type. Examples include the Vanguard-class battleships of the Old World in 1946 and the Vanguard-class nuclear submarines of 1990. The Renown-class battlecruiser from 1916 and the Renown nuclear submarine from 1960. Lexington has CV-2, CVT-16. Saratoga, CV-3, CV-60. As a legendary warship, the name Enterprise was used 48 times by the British, French, and American nations in the Old World. From its early days as a fast-sailing ship to the super nuclear-powered aircraft carrier CVN-80, the name Enterprise carries too many legends and has undergone too many evolutions. With the extensive modifications made by Siren technology, human technology, and Shipgirl technology in the New World, the most legendary CV-6 may have evolved to an unbelievable degree. Perhaps, she has already become a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier several times more powerful than the Nimitz. Let's bring the topic back to the issue of same name, different ships. Because of the large number of ships with the same name but different designs, Commanders in the New World need to summon the souls of shipgirls from different anchor points at different times when building shipgirls. This has led to a lack of uniformity in the appearance of shipgirls, making it inaccurate to judge a shipgirl by her appearance. Only famous shipgirls can be recognized at a glance. Let's rewind to the moment Adeline helps Alfred get out of the car. There is an open-air car park at the entrance to the Westminster Harbor area, from which you can see the Thames Hotel in the distance. Adele glanced at the time. It was 7 a.m., and Soo-Yun probably hadn't gotten up yet. Today is the opening ceremony and preliminary rounds of the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition. It starts at 9 o'clock, so we need to get them there early, Adele said, looking at her watch. Alfred nodded. Let's go find Sylvia first. She gets up early, and we can even get breakfast at her place. As Adele spoke, she led Alfred into the Westminster Harbor area. As soon as she entered the door, Adele froze on the spot. She saw a six-pointed star drawn on the ground, with a large number of offerings placed at each of the 6 corners, as if some kind of African ritual was being performed. In the center of the hexagram, Sylvia, dressed in a grass skirt, unfazed by the cold, danced in the same manner as Soo-Yun had the day before. She drew several white lines on her face with a marker, swayed her hips, and kept muttering to herself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may all bad luck dissipate and good fortune arrive. Battleships and aircraft carriers, come forth. Big ships come, small ships come, light cruisers and destroyers all come. Gold and purple rarity ships are all welcome. I don't care what shipgirls are like. The scene looked exactly like some kind of African high priest offering a sacrificial offering. Adele's expression turned strange. What is she doing? Nanchi. Disperse. 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 Sylvia closed her eyes and waved her arms outwards 3 times. Good luck. Come. 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 She seemed to be embracing something that didn't exist. 10 consecutive gold drops. Good luck. 1 shot, 1 kill. Colored skin coming soon. Huh. Sylvia ended the performance with an extremely exaggerated action. She opened her eyes and saw Adele and Alfred, both looking on with question marks. Huh? It really produced gold. Sylvia gasped in surprise. She came over and took Adele's hand. Are you my shipgirl, the battleship Adeline? Adele was speechless. What are these things? Battleship my ass. Do I look like I have ship equipment? Adele retorted. Oh, I see. I thought I had mastered all my skills. Sylvia sighed. Adele raised an eyebrow. Divine skill? What divine skill? What kind of magic are you doing in the yard so early in the morning? Sylvia told her about Soo-Yun summoning the terrifying creature yesterday. Huh. Adele looked at Sylvia as if she were an idiot. You believe something like that? Are you stupid? It's true. Sylvia nodded seriously. At first, Su-Yao told me that as long as I danced the dance of transcending misfortune and entering good fortune, the shipgirl's luck would improve. I didn't believe it at all. Because you can't just tell me to dance, and I'll do it. I have to observe first. Then, right after Su-Yao finished dancing, Formidable walked in, and she insisted on becoming his shipgirl. That's the Formidable from the Royal Garden. What is this if not magic? At this point, Sylvia sighed deeply, full of regret. I regret not learning properly from him yesterday. When I tried to jump today, I realized I hadn't memorized many of the moves. Something must have gone wrong with the summoning. It was you who came out instead of a shipgirl. No, I have to ask him for help again. Adele. She looked at Sylvia speechlessly. You've definitely been scammed. You're too gullible to fall for such a trick. Do you believe this dance of escape from unlucky to lucky can really improve your shipgirl luck? Or do you believe I'm Jesus? Just then, Soo-Yun walked in. I think I hear someone questioning my painstakingly researched dance of escaping Africa and entering Europe. Chapter 153. You're not a buddy. You can't just say it and then release it, can you? Adele looked in the direction of the voice. How could such a thing be? Adele spread her hands. Don't even mention you're a Sioux demon. I wouldn't believe you were a transvestite. Kuwei stepped out from behind Soo-Yun, glared at Adele, and said, You're not allowed to talk about my commander like that. Apologize now. Adele was extremely surprised. Frightening. She really became Su-Yao's shipgirl? Just now, Adele was thinking that this must be a play that Su-Yao paid Kuwei to put on. Judging from Kuwei's reaction now, it seems that she has really accepted Su-Yao as the commander? Adele asked with a strange expression. So you really acknowledge him as commander? Aren't you going back to the royal gardens? Fearless affectionately hugged Soo-Yun's arm and said, Wherever the commander is, that is Fearless Royal Garden. She completely seems to have forgotten about her older sister Illustrious, Queen Elizabeth, and other shipgirls. Adele's expression grew increasingly strange. She increasingly felt that the name Su-Yao was truly well chosen. But Adele was rational. She didn't believe in any mystical theories. She simply thought Su Yao had a knack for flirting. You haven't apologized yet. Formidable pressed on, hands on hips. Apologize to the commander right now. I'm sorry, Adele said honestly. Only then did Wei spare her, letting out a soft snort. That's more like it. Kuei helped Su-yun up. When Su-yun came out of the house in the morning, she was walking unsteadily. Belfast watched with surprise at Bismarck's madness, yet also with a sense of satisfaction. It seems that even Lord Bismarck wasn't so sensible as to let the commander off the hook. Bismarck didn't come with Su-yun and the others in the morning, and the reason was that she overslept. This is simply unbelievable. How could a tough soldier like Bismarck sleep in? Belfast visited her, only to find Bismarck covering her face with a blanket, preventing her from seeing. Belfast immediately understood. It turns out that she didn't know how to face everyone. Belfast couldn't help but smile. It turns out that even the iron-willed Bismarck had such a feminine side. Sylvia just said that you taught her some kind of dance to escape from Africa and enter Europe yesterday, and then Formidable recognized you as his commander? Adeline asked. Su-yun nodded. That's right. However, this matter is actually quite coincidental, and luck played a large part. Adele crossed her arms and waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Isn't your dance supposed to be a dance that brings good fortune? But I don't believe there's any dance in this world that can change your luck. What kind of magic did you use to make the Formidables recognize you as their commander? She was my ship girl from the very beginning. Su-yun shrugged helplessly. She was in my past life too. Adele looked at him with disdain. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The world is so big, yet no one is willing to believe an honest man like me. Sigh, this world is so twisted. Su-yun sighed. If you really have that skill, then dance it again. Adele spread her hands, completely disbelieving. If your dance is really useful, I'll give you my treasured twin 138.6mm main gun Emily 1934 T0. Su-yun's eyes lit up. Is this really true? I will never go back on my word, Adele said seriously, but only if you have the ability. Su-yun hesitated. Commanders generally don't lie, and the fact that Adele could produce such colorful attire indicates that she is quite wealthy. But the appearance of Formidable after yesterday's dance was really just a coincidence. How could it be possible to dance again and summon another ship girl? Adele saw Su-yun's hesitation and, with a smug expression that said, crossed her arms and snorted. As expected, I knew there was something fishy going on. Now, if I suddenly make you break free from the European dance, you won't be able to do it. Sylvia tugged at Adele's sleeve and whispered, Adele, don't gamble. You only have this one twin-mounted 138.6mm main gun, the Emily 1934 T0. If you lose, it'll be a complete waste. Adele glared at Sylvia, annoyed. How could I possibly lose? I refused to believe it. How could such a mystical thing exist in this world? Su-yun had to admit that he was very envious of this colorful outfit. He asked, what if it doesn't work? If it's useless, Adele said after a moment's thought. How about this? If it's useless, you give me a gold piece of equipment. I won't take your colored equipment for free. His tone conveyed an air of complete confidence and certainty of victory. Master, Belfast said respectfully from behind him. We have plenty of gold-plated armor in our port, so losing one piece won't make a difference. She took out her B-38 triple 152mm main gun Mk-5T3. My master has always adhered to his principles, and as his maid, I naturally have to be his eternal support. Belfast smiled and said, Go ahead and do it, Commander. Belfast will back you up. Su-yun thought for a moment and nodded. With the current wealth of Weiyang Port District, it wouldn't be difficult to buy Belfast a new gold-plated suit. But Su-yun was very unhappy that his years of research into metaphysics were being questioned. Since you've put it that way, Su-yun said seriously, don't regret it later when the costumes are gone. Adele waved her hand. Don't worry, I won't renege on my promise. On the contrary, you shouldn't feel bad about this piece of equipment later. Su-yun arrived at the center of the six-pointed star array and repeatedly adjusted the offerings. Adele saw that Su-yun was doing a good job, so she wasn't in a hurry and just chuckled. It looks pretty convincing. Sylvia hesitated. After he finished dancing yesterday, the formidable one did appear, but even the luckiest person can't just get a ship girl like that, right? Adele, I have a feeling that Su Yao is going to mess things up this time. It's normal to fail. It would be abnormal not to fail, Adele said calmly, arms crossed. If getting ship girls were really that easy, there wouldn't be so many unlucky people in the world. Su-yun began the ritual. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Get out of here. You're possessed by the god of luck. Come in quickly. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, and the golden ship will be built next time. I am not because I am. I wait not because I am. I am not the end of Europe. Break. Come. Enter. Europe. Upon seeing this set of movements, Sylvia clutched her head in surprise and exclaimed, I've never seen these movements and incantations before. Master really did have a hidden trick up his sleeve. Adele. She gave Sylvia a disdainful look. My silly best friend, have you been brainwashed? When they reached the last section, Su Yun clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Good luck. Come on. He roared, Shipgirls. Come. Everyone stared intently at the tightly closed gates of Westminster Harbor. A cool breeze blew by, and nothing happened. Just as I thought. Adele shook her head and chuckled. The result was as expected. Su Yun was not surprised by this. He said with a hint of regret, It seems this gold-plated suit is yours. Adele smiled and said, It was the result I expected. Just then, with a bang, Radiance pushed open the door and entered. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Radiance's voice followed, seemingly gentle but actually concealing a menacing intent. I heard there's a guy here named Su Yao who kidnapped my good-for-nothing sister and my reputation. I'm here to take them home. Everyone in Westminster Harbor stared at Radiance, speechless. A Shipgirl anime/carrier game has actually been released. Adele paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. No, judging from Guanghui's tone, he's here to find someone. Guanghui's breath hitched when he saw Su Yao's face clearly. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, her nose stung with emotion, and she threw herself into Su Yun's arms. Commander! Su Yun caught the Radiance steadily. Glorious embraced Su Yun, tears of joy streaming down her face. Commander, my commander, Glorious is so happy to finally see you. Su Yun hugged Guanghui and gently patted her back. Yes, I finally met you, Glorious. The two stood in the center of the 6-pointed star array, embracing each other, as if they were separated from the world. Sylvia looked at Su Yun with admiration. Master truly lives up to his reputation. He snagged another Shipgirl with just one move, and he even boosted her affection level in the process. She glanced sideways at Adele. Sylvia only saw a stunned expression. The gift pack is full. There's one more chapter to go, in about an hour. Chapter 154, War Weariness. I have General War Weariness. Who can slay Su Yao? Sylvia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Adele's expression at this moment was even more fascinating than her own expression yesterday. This wasn't just dumbfounded. Their eyes practically popped out of their sockets. If Su Yao had summoned an ordinary Shipgirl she had never seen before, Adele might not have been so shocked. But this is the same Radiance who lives in the Royal Gardens. Level 125. Second Awakening. Elegant and powerful. Most importantly, Adele did pursue glory. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to win over Guanghui. Even with relentless pursuit and the use of every trick in the book, she could hardly win a smile from him. At this moment, the radiance that Adele had been trying so hard to achieve actually threw herself into Su Yao's arms, hugging him and rubbing against his neck as if no one else was around. This scene was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Adele. Adele pointed blankly at Su Yun and asked Sylvia, Is he a demon? Sylvia thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Yes, it's Su Yao. Adele hadn't really understood the meaning of the name Su Yao before, but now she finally did. This name is absolutely perfect. There must be some hidden secret in Master's mystical dance. Although it looks ordinary, it keeps bringing back Shipgirls one after another. Sylvia stroked her chin and said seriously, There must be some profound knowledge in it. No way. I must formally become Master's disciple. I must become his eldest disciple. Sylvia is a fan of martial arts films from the East and knows a lot about the apprenticeship system. Adele gave a strange sound. She's starting to get restless too. But she is about to take office as the Royal Marshal. How could she possibly take an ordinary commander from the Eastern Empire as her master? If this gets out, people will laugh at us. Adele coughed and said, Sylvia, when you finish learning, teach me a couple of tricks too, so I can test you. How can this be? Sylvia looked at Adele warily. Our sect's secret techniques are never passed on to outsiders. Adele, ? Weren't you my best friend yesterday? How come you're suddenly siding with outsiders? In the center of the 6-pointed star array, Su Yun and Guanghui were still deeply embracing. It wasn't that Su Yun wanted to keep hugging him like that, but Guanghui was hugging him so tightly that his chest started to feel stuffy. Fortunately, Glorious foredeck was soft enough. Otherwise, with Glorious strength, Su Yun would probably have been mashed into her body. Commander, really? Glorious wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and scolded. You came back without saying a word, and even used a fake name like Su Yao to tease Glorious. Glorious almost thought that reputation and formidable had gone off with a complete stranger. Su Yun said helplessly, "Actually, it wasn't that I intentionally wanted to use the name Su Yao. Firstly, it was originally a nickname, and after a while, even the royals started calling me that. Secondly, it's because of Bismarck and the others. They are so popular that they are prone to encountering fanatical fans, so to avoid trouble, I just used this pseudonym." "I see," Guanghui said with a sudden realization, then smiled and said, "In that case, let's continue using this alias?" She smiled meaningfully. "After all, you took all the ship girls from the royal garden this time, so other commanders might have their eyes on you." Su Yin smiled. "After taking all the ship girls from the royal garden this time, the name Su Yao will probably be on the list of must-kill for unlucky players. When he returns to Dongwang, it will have nothing to do with me anymore." "What does what Su Yao did have to do with me, Su Yun?" Seeing that Su Yun and Guanghui had finally finished their conversation, Sylvia walked over, knelt on one knee, and said, "Master, please accept my bow." Glorious looked at Sylvia with curiosity. She certainly knew Sylvia. The commander would visit the royal gardens from time to time, and each time she would be thrown out of reputation. "What master or not? I've already said, I'll teach anyone who wants to learn this metaphysics I've been studying, but I don't take on disciples." Sylvia said earnestly, "No, in my heart, you are already my master. Such skills are simply unheard of. As long as you are willing to teach me this esoteric technique and guide me to understand the mysteries of metaphysics, you will be my only master." Su Yun was utterly helpless. What's the point of saying anything more now that we've already come this far? He helped Sylvia up. "Call me whatever you want. I'm not asking for money from teaching you. Just consider it a good deed." Sylvia exclaimed with delight, "Master, please accept my bow." After saying this, he bowed deeply. Su Yun remained silent. "And this eldest disciple is acting like I'll be taking on a second disciple later. I never imagined that someone of royal lineage would be so knowledgeable about the apprenticeship and learning rituals of the Eastern Empire." Adele walked over. His expression was extremely strange. Sylvia nudged her arm. "Quickly bring out my master's twin 138.6mm main gun, Emily 1934, T0. Adele, I've never seen a best friend change her tune so quickly. You're siding with outsiders way too fast. But there's nothing we can do about it. Adele really did lose." She sighed and said to Alfred, "Take the things out." Alfred stepped forward and took out the twin-mounted 138.6mm main gun M1934 T0 from the ship's equipment compartment. "This equipment is yours from now on." Adele said helplessly, "This is my only colored equipment, so you must make good use of it and not waste it." Su Yun grinned from ear to ear. "Of course. Belfast, quickly put those things away. Don't let Commander Adele see them and get upset." Belfast understood and stepped forward to store the twin 138.6mm main guns M1934 T0 into the ship's equipment compartment. Adele felt a pang of heartache. She had no choice but to change the subject. "I'm here to take you to the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition." She forced a smile and said, "The opening ceremony is on the Victory Channel. It'll be crowded during the morning rush hour. Let's go early to avoid being late." "Okay." Su Yun nodded. "Oh right." Adele suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Yun warily. "You said last time that you came to participate in the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition because of Lion?" "Yes." "You haven't been brainwashed by the Lion dance, have you?" "How could that be?" Su Yun spread his hands. "I think you might have some misunderstandings about me. How could I possibly have the ability to brainwash ship girls?" Adele glanced at Guanghui, who was clinging to Su Yun's arm, and her lips twitched slightly. She really couldn't understand why there would be such a thing as a ship girl whose affection level was so high right after she got her. Adele gave Su Yun a deep look. "I hope he really doesn't have that ability." In the royal gardens. Puff. Queen Elizabeth, upon hearing the report of war weariness, spat out all her tea with a puffed. "What did you say?" Someone saw illustrious and formidable on either side of Su Yao's arm in the Victory Channel, and they were acting very intimately. Queen Elizabeth was so shocked that she didn't even have time to wipe the tea stains off her dress. Warspite nodded and said with deep sorrow, "Yes." "Damn it." Queen Elizabeth slammed her fist on the table, gritting her teeth. "We really underestimated how terrifying this Su is. I never expected that even Glorious would fall victim to her." Warspite said sternly, "This time let me go. I'll deal with this Su Yao." Queen Elizabeth nodded, her small face more serious than ever before. You must be careful, Warspite. This person's origins are a mystery, and he may very well possess Siren technology. You must protect yourself and not give up again. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will not fail. Warspite smiled confidently. No matter what, I'm a legend at sea. Queen Elizabeth nodded in satisfaction. I have a war-weary general who can slay the Sioux demon. Cricket Su Yao, I'd like to see what you'll use to seduce Warspite. Chapter 155 Opening Ceremony. Bang, bang, bang. As fireworks rose on both sides of the Victory Channel, the elderly queen, wearing a crown, stood on the highest royal viewing platform, watching the parade of shipgirls transformed into giant ships with the people. Confetti fluttered, the national band played celebratory music, and one after another powerful shipgirl, with her colossal ship-like hull, sailed through the Victory Channel. Looking at the solemn shipgirls and Navy personnel in their military uniforms, Su Yun recalled that he had similar military etiquette classes when he was at the Naval Academy. These are all Royal Navy official shipgirls. Illustrious hugged Su Yun's left arm and explained to Su Yun, they are all shipgirls directly under the Royal Navy government and work for the government. Some of them serve the Royal Navy government because of their own commanders, while others are free shipgirls with official positions. Su Yun understood. He thought of Robles and asked curiously, what about Robles' fleet? Doesn't his fleet participate in the parade? He was supposed to attend, but he's now the governor, so he can no longer attend various events as a member of the royal family, Kuei explained. This is also to avoid suspicion. It's impossible to please everyone. Although we all know it's nothing, if we don't express a good attitude about such a small matter, it will be blown out of proportion by many unscrupulous media outlets. That's true. Su Yun nodded and sighed. When these people want to cause trouble, you can never imagine from what angle they will attack. Since becoming a commander, Su Yun has had a deep understanding of the issue of online rumors. Even if you do nothing, you will be maliciously targeted by many people. Later, Su Yun realized that he didn't need to argue with a bunch of fools. Soon, Su Yun spotted a familiar figure in the reviewing fleet. Alfred. Huh. Su Yun couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. That ship girl seems to be the one who's with Adele, right? I think her name is Alfred. Su Yun recalled the knowledge he had learned at the Naval Academy. Alfred, a blueprint ship, was designed based on the Bold-class aircraft carrier. I never imagined that even a blueprint ship among blueprint ships could be anchored, Su Yun murmured. The world is truly full of wonders. Su Yun looked behind Alfred. Is this Adele's fleet? Who's behind her? He asked Glorious. Glorious stretched out her delicate hand and pointed to the nuclear submarine ship girl following closely behind Alfred, saying, That's astute, a nuclear submarine, a ship girl from the 21st century of the old world. We also have a destroyer named Astute in our port. The two come from different eras and have different hull numbers. Commander, don't get them mixed up. Next is the Brave, but this Brave isn't the H-class destroyer. It's the Type 45 guided missile destroyer. And then, Guangwei introduced everything to Su Yun one by one. After hearing this, Su Yun fell into deep thought. These shipgirls all sound like they have impressive backgrounds. Some are nuclear submarines, some are missile destroyers. Just who is this Adele? Glorious smiled and said, Commander is very perceptive. You immediately discovered the key to the problem. Yes, Commander Adele's port is currently the #1 port besides Governor Robles. With Robles succeeding as governor, the position of Royal Marshal must be inherited. Su Yun said with a strange expression. Could that person be Adele? Yes, that's right. Kuei nodded from the side. I see, that explains it. If a commander with such a stellar lineup were just an ordinary commander, then the Royal Navy would be far too powerful, Su Yun muttered to himself. Glorious smiled and said proudly, Our port is stronger than anyone else's. Su Yun smiled. I never expected Glorious to have such a defiant side. After the trooping the color ceremony concluded, the Queen delivered her address. The elderly Queen, who was 70 years old, stood on the King's viewing platform and gave a lengthy speech in her opening address. Next up was Robles, whose appearance immediately drew cheers from the entire audience. Robles held a microphone, the sea breeze making his dark blue governor's cloak flutter. He looked at the familiar faces below the stage, the shipgirls who had fought alongside him for decades, the young commanders he had watched graduate from military academy, and his former subordinates who had once served under him and were now capable of handling their own affairs. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Gentlemen. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire Thames Bay. Today, the fireworks are beautiful. The sea breeze is salty, and you are all here. He paused, a smile appearing on his lips. I've never missed a Royal Navy celebration as long as I can remember. When I was young, I was the one standing at the bottom. Later, I was the one standing at the front. Today, I'm here to say goodbye. The audience fell silent. Yes, farewell. Robles nodded, gazing into the distance. The governor's palace needs me. The Pacific Ocean needs me. The sea that Governor August guarded with his life. Now it's my turn. He withdrew his gaze, his voice deepening. I'm not good at sweet talk. Over the years, you've followed me through thick and thin. Some of you have sunk, some have been hurt, and some have never come back. I owe you all so much. He paused for a moment. But what I can do is make sure that the sacrifice of each and every one of you is meaningful. The sea you are protecting will not waver in the slightest because of my departure. He turned around and looked at the figure to the side of the viewing platform. Therefore, before I leave, I want to hand over the royal family to the right people. He reached out his hand. Adeline. All eyes were on them. Adele emerged from the shadows and stood beside Robles. The sea breeze tousled her blonde hair, and she bowed slightly to the audience. Robles patted her on the shoulder, spoke into the microphone, and said, word by word, from today onwards, Adele will succeed as Royal Marshal. There was a moment of silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Robles handed her the microphone, took a half step back, turned around, and faced the sea. Go, Adele. His voice was soft, but she could hear it. The royal family is in your hands. Adele nodded emphatically. She stepped to the front of the stage and donned the deep blue cloak that belonged only to the marshal. The sea breeze whipped the edges of the cloak, making them flutter. She placed her right hand on her chest, her gaze sweeping over the familiar faces below the stage. Shipgirls, commanders, naval officers and soldiers, and ordinary citizens. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Effective today, I will officially assume the position of Royal Marshal from former Marshal Robles. The voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. There was no trembling, no hesitation. This is not the day I dreamed of, because my dream has never been to succeed anyone. It is to have the Royal Navy flag fly over this sea forever. She paused. Marshal Robles taught me one thing. A marshal is not the one who stands at the front, but the one who stands behind everyone and makes sure no one falls. Her gaze fell towards the fleet below the stage. My fleet includes shipgirls from the old world during World War II, cutting-edge shipgirls from the 21st century, shipgirls that never existed before and were born from blueprints, and silent ones who have returned from the deep sea. Each of them has their own story and their own scars. Her voice lowered slightly. They chose to stay at Royal Palace not because the salary is higher, nor because the food is better. It's because they believe in Royal Palace and that it's worth protecting. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. I'm not good with fancy words. All I can offer is a promise. She spoke slowly and deliberately. You protect the sea, and I will protect you. There was a moment of silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted and lasted for a long time. Adele looked at the tens of thousands of eagerly awaiting eyes below the stage and smiled. Now, I hereby officially declare that this year's Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Contest has officially begun. Chapter 156 Lionheart Arena. After the Royal Fleet's naval review, it was time for the Ship Girl competition. All participating commanders will come to a place called Lionheart Arena to conduct a series of simulated exercises. All solid shot has been replaced with fireworks shells. Even if they hit, they will at most incapacitate the ship girls and not endanger their lives. Suyun's first opponent was a girl around 19 years old. It was a 1v1 match, and the ship girl he sent out was Akagi. When Akagi appeared, the audience in the Lionheart Arena erupted in an uproar. My God, isn't that the leader of Sakura Empire? I never expected to see the leader of Sakura Empire at the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition. Even the leader of the Sakura Empire is here. This is quite a show of power. I wonder what the Sakura Empire people here are looking at right now. The Sakura Empire members present were utterly shocked. What? Lord Akaki. How could this be? What is Lord Akaki doing here? Akagi's appearance caused a huge uproar, and the battle instantly became the focus of the entire scene. The girl who was sparring with Suyun scoffed. So what if it's Akagi? What's so great about it? Come out here, Spence. The girl pushed a reluctant Spence onto the sea. Suyun glanced at this Spence, who looked completely different from the Spence in the game. He didn't know if it was because of the different hull number or the different anchorage time. Spence stood on the sea, looking at Akagi who was standing with his arms crossed and a big smile on his face, and swallowed hard. Is it too late for me to surrender now? Don't be afraid, little guy. Akagi waved his hand and released only one carrier-based aircraft. Take a deep breath. The pain will only last for a moment. Carrier-based aircraft bombarded the sea, and Spence looked terrified. Bang bang bang. Camouflage bullets rained down on Spence's position, covering his body in the colored paint. He floated on the sea, unable to rise again. Battle over. Akaji wins. The victor is Su Yao. As soon as the name Su Yao was uttered, the audience instantly understood. What followed was an even more heated discussion. I was wondering who could command Qiqing. It turns out it was Su Yao. That makes sense. I heard that this Su Yao knows a kind of magic. As long as a ship girl makes eye contact with him, her affection level will be instantly maxed out. I wonder if it's true or not. What era are we living in? People still believe these kinds of rumors. Su Yun had 3 matches in the morning, and he chose to send Qiqing to play in all of them, resulting in easy victories for both. Soon, the competition reached the semifinal stage. The Lionheart Arena is divided into multiple arenas, with multiple rounds of matches taking place simultaneously. The Lion's fighting schedule is also very full, one match after another. She never cares who her next opponent is, but she takes every battle seriously. Her strength matches her pride. At this stage, she was also the only ship girl to break into the top 4 as a free agent ship girl. The final 4 matchups are Alfred versus Lions. This is the first time Lion has seen this schedule. She saw her next opponent in the lounge and nodded. Alfred was her old rival in the Royals, but actually, he couldn't really be called a rival, since Alfred had challenged the Lions many times but had been defeated each time. As fellow Royal Navy ship girls, Lion gave Alfred some pointers after witnessing her perseverance, so the two should be considered to have a master-disciple relationship. Thinking this, Lion sat down in a chair in the lounge and took a sip of his specially made petroleum-based soda. Her gaze continued to sweep downwards. The other half of the semifinals is Anson versus Akaji. Anson was someone she recognized. She was the ship girl named Commander Sylvia, who was quite capable. As for Akaji, etc., the Lion was suddenly startled. Akaji. She gripped the schedule tightly, rubbed her eyes, and made sure she wasn't seeing things. Is this the Akaji I know? The Lion's expression was extremely strange. If so, why would she travel all the way to the Royal Navy to participate in the ship girl performance competition? As an aircraft carrier, would she really be interested in the Yamato gun? Lion frowned as she glanced at the detailed entry forms of the participants. Ship girl, Akaji, 1st Carrier Division, Commander, Su Yao. The Lion's face darkened. The Akaji in the 1st Carrier Division must be the Akaji I know. Then who is this Su Yao? Where did this petty scoundrel come from? Could it be that Akaji has betrayed the commander? The thought of this possibility made the Lion's face so dark it looked like it could be wrung out. I hope this is just a wrong guess. If it is, Akaji, don't blame me for cleaning house. The Lion walked out of the lounge and encountered someone in the corridor. She was not unfamiliar with this person. In fact, she was quite familiar with him. Robles. Get out of my way, the Lion said bluntly. Don't block my path. Despite being reprimanded by the Lion, Robles remained unperturbed, for he understood the Lion's nature well. Lion, Robles said carefully. I'm about to take up my post at the final anchorage, and before I leave, I'd like to invite you one last time. Robles took a deep breath, extended his hand, and said, Come to my fleet. Let's build the world's strongest fleet together. Lion didn't even glance at Robles before slapping his hand away with a thud, saying with disgust, You don't think that just because you've become the governor, you're qualified to be my commander, do you? Trying to recruit me? You're a million years too early. After saying that, she didn't even glance at Robles and walked past her. Robles was left alone, letting out a long sigh and a bitter laugh. Sigh. As expected, it still doesn't work. A ship girl with long blonde hair came to Robles' side, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't be discouraged, Commander. Lion loves freedom and doesn't want to come to port. There's nothing we can do about it, and we can't force her. Robles gave a wry smile. Yes, you can't force these things. Lions are unwilling to enter human ports no matter what, which is a great loss for humanity. The blonde ship girl said helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. Let nature take its course. Robles nodded. Suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Ivan mentioning him in the European Emperor group. Ivan, speaking of Robles, how's it going? Did you catch the Lion? Robs. Unfortunately, we failed again. Ivan, I see. That's a real shame. As expected, ship girls like Lion don't look down on human commanders. Rob off. There's nothing we can do about it. A ship girl like Lion probably won't ever date a commander in her lifetime, right? Chapter 157 I abstain. Soon, the semifinals began. The Lionheart Arena's East and West sections are simultaneously hosting the semi-final matches. The East Division match is Lions versus Alfred, and the West Division match is Anson versus Akagi. Let's look at the East branch first. The stands were packed. This was the most important and anticipated battle of the day, with the new Marshal's flagship on one side and the Royal Navy's renowned legendary battleship on the other. In the hearts of many viewers, this battle should have been the real final. Now that the two sides have met in the semifinals, many people feel regretful. The audience was buzzing with discussion. Alfred and the Lion, who will win? I can't wait. I guess it's Alfred. After all, it's the new Marshal's flagship. The Lion is not to be underestimated. I'm betting on the Lion. I think the Lion has the upper hand. The support rate at the scene was almost even. The referee, standing in the center, announced, Eastern semifinals, Alfred versus the Lions. The match begins. Alfred activated the giant ship transformation, and the silver-white aircraft carrier hull emerged from the sea, its carrier-based aircraft poised for takeoff on the sloping flight deck. She stood atop the island superstructure, her gaze steady, her silver hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Opposite, the figure of a lion emerged from the mist. There was no transformation into a giant ship, no deployment of ship equipment. She simply stood on the sea with her arms crossed, like a lazy lion sizing up its prey. Alfred made the first move. Before he could finish speaking, Alfred raised his hand and waved. Dozens of carrier-based aircraft were launched from the deck, forming an attack formation in the air and swooping down on the lion. The lion did not move. The first dive, the bombs fell. The lion's figure appeared and disappeared amidst the explosions. When the smoke cleared, she merely tilted her head to avoid the nearest bomb, without even moving her feet. That's it. Her voice wasn't loud, but the arena's recording equipment clearly carried it throughout the entire arena. Alfred frowned slightly as the second wave of attacks followed. This time, it was torpedo bombers, flanking from both sides and blocking the lion's retreat. The lion finally moved. She turned to the side, waved her right hand, and instantly the ship's rigging deployed, revealing massive turrets behind her, their muzzles rotating to aim at the incoming torpedoes. Boom! The deafening roar of the cannons blasted a massive wall of water across the sea. The torpedoes detonated within the wall, sending shockwaves several meters high into the air. Taking advantage of the situation, Alfred launched a third wave of attacks, with dive bombers swooping down from high altitude, their targets aimed directly at the lion's ship-mounted turrets. Interesting. The lion's lips curled up slightly. She raised her hand, her 5 fingers spread wide. But that's not enough. In an instant, her ship's rigging fully deployed, with 4 twin 406mm main gun turrets lined up in a row, their muzzles glowing with a dark red aura of energy. These were no ordinary shells. They were firepower concentrated to the extreme. It's my turn. With a single step, the sea shattered beneath her feet. Her speed was incredible. She closed the distance to Alfred almost instantly. What? Alfred's pupils contracted, and the carrier-based aircraft scrambled back to defend. But the lion has already made its move. One punch. There was no artillery fire, no shipboard equipment, just pure fists. The fist slammed into Alfred's ship rigging, producing a dull thud. Alfred was thrown back dozens of meters, and a tiny crack appeared on his rigging. Your carrier-based aircraft can't hurt me. Lion withdrew his fist, his tone calm. But my fist can hurt you. She tilted her head. Shall we continue? Alfred gritted his teeth, and the carrier-based aircraft regrouped. Continue. The lion sighed. Then I'll show you clearly. She raised her right hand, and the main gun behind her fired simultaneously. For dark red beams tore through the sea, not aimed at Alfred, but at the waters around her. The seawater evaporated, mist rose, and Alfred's carrier-based aircraft lost their balance in the shockwave, crashing into the sea one after another. With just one salvo, Alfred lost 70% of his air power. That's the difference. Lion put away the ship's equipment, turned around, and walked back. Your carrier tactics are fine, but you're facing me. Alfred stood there, looking at his tattered ship equipment, and remained silent for a long time. Then, she retracted her giant ship form and bowed deeply to the lion's back. Thank you for your guidance. The lion didn't turn around. It just waved its paw. The referee's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The winner is the lion. The audience erupted in applause. Some were excited, some were disappointed, but everyone acknowledged that the lions won this battle decisively. The lion is too strong. I thought it would be a close battle, but it turned out to be one-sided. Why bother with a final round when you can just give out the awards directly? I wonder how the West Division is doing. The audience at the East Branch venue were buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, at the West Branch farm, when Akaji's carrier-based aircraft swarmed over Anson like a dense hive of bees, dropping countless camouflage shells, Sylvia knew it was all over. Bang 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 bang. Camouflage bullets rained down like a storm. The battle is over. The West Branch was eerily quiet. It wasn't until the cheers from the East Theater reached the audience that the audience in the West Theater snapped out of their daze. Is it over? What happened? Akaji defeated Anson with just one bombing raid. That was a complete annihilation. I had thought that Anson would lose to Akaji, but I didn't expect him to lose so badly. Sylvia was stunned. She ranked very high among the Royal Navy commanders, and Anson was her most prized ship girl. But she never expected that her strongest ship girl would not last a single round against Akaji. My God, Sylvia murmured in awe. This is practically Akaji himself. If Olivia heard this, she would definitely burst out laughing. No one knew better than her just how special Su Yun's shipgirls were. Soon, the rehearsal phase of the Royal Navy Shipgirl Performance Competition came to a close. The final will be between Lion and Su Yao's Akaji. The finals venue was finally moved to the main stage. The audience at the East Division had great confidence in the Lion, especially after witnessing the Lion defeat Alfred. However, the audience at the West Division didn't think so. Before witnessing the Final Four battle, everyone thought the champion would be decided between the Lion and Alfred. The audience from the East Branch were enthusiastic and discussing the event. The Lion is going to win the championship. It's over. If the other side can withstand one of Lion's shots, I'll admit defeat. Skip, skip, skip. Fast forward to the Lion's awards ceremony. However, the audience at the merged West Division had mischievous smiles on their faces. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. This is the first carrier division. What if we actually win? I used to think the Lion was invincible, but I don't think so anymore. The audience in the East Division was unhappy upon hearing this and started arguing with the people in the West Division. No matter how strong Akaji is, can it be stronger than Shirchong? A battleship can take down an aircraft carrier with just one shot. To be frank, I've said nothing at all. If Akaji can beat Lion, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair. The Lion bragging has started again. You'll know how much they cry when the carrier-based aircraft are getting their hair washed later. The two sides were arguing fiercely. Lion stepped onto the ring, looked at the face that was exactly the same as the one in her memory. Her face darkened, and she clenched her fists. It really was you, Akaji. Her voice was low. Why did you betray the commander? Akaji helplessly spread her hands. Akaji's feelings for the commander are as clear as day. How could I possibly betray him? Still dare to argue? Lion roared. If you haven't betrayed us, then who is this Su Yao? Oh, you mean him? Akaji covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously. Yes. Lion was furious. Akaji's attitude made her extremely unhappy. The referee walked to the center. Are you all ready? Akaji nodded. Ready. The Lion took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Ready. Now that both sides are ready, the Royal Shipgirl Performance Contest, the final round, officially begins. As the referee's voice faded, Lion clenched his fist and brandished his main cannon. I'll show you what regret really means, Akaji. Suyun walked out from backstage and stood on the command platform behind Chi-chung. Lion froze on the spot, its main gun instantly falling silent, and stared at Su-yun in astonishment. Commander! Akaji looked at her with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson? Go ahead and fire on me. I represent the commander's honor now. If I get hurt or injured, it'll be like slapping the commander in the face in front of everyone. You try hitting me, huh? The Lion fell silent. She slowly raised her hand and announced loudly, I abstain. The audience erupted in uproar. Chapter 158 I've fallen for him. The Lion forfeited? How could this be? The Lion was supposed to be the champion. There's definitely something wrong here. A cover-up. This must be a cover-up. There's definitely something fishy going on here. A cover-up. A cover-up. A cover-up. The protests from the audience erupted like a tidal wave. Inside the contestants' room, Adele and Sylvia sat in chairs watching the live broadcast on the big screen. When they saw that Lion had voluntarily conceded defeat in the final, their expressions both showed varying degrees of strangeness. The Lion has given up? This isn't like her at all, Adele muttered to herself. Sylvia pondered, her brows furrowed. Could it be that the dance to escape Africa and enter Europe has worked again? Adele rolled her eyes dramatically. You must be crazy to think of that. On the king's viewing platform, Several question marks flashed across the elderly royal queen's face as she asked Robles beside her, Robles, what's going on? Did you arrange this? Robles remained silent for a long time. The moment the lion conceded defeat, his heart skipped a beat as he considered a possibility he could not accept. Of course not, my dear queen. Robles said with a slight twitch of his lips. I did not arrange for a predetermined champion. Besides, Lion and I have no connection, and Su Yun is an outside commander. Even if I wanted to make arrangements, they wouldn't listen to me. The queen nodded. That's true. The elderly queen's delicate brows furrowed even more. If this wasn't your arrangement, why did that lion admit defeat? Robles remained silent. Could it be that Lion has secretly become Su Yun's shipgirl? Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head, feeling it was impossible. Today's exhibition match schedule is very full. Lion should be meeting Su Yun for the first time. The audience was chanting the word rigged, and the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. The host was under immense pressure, and the commentator said into the microphone, Please be quiet, everyone. There might be some misunderstanding. Please remain calm. With the host's reassurance, the audience's voices were finally silenced. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If there really was some kind of shady dealing involved in this Royal Navy Shipgirl performance competition, it would be a disgrace to Her Majesty the Queen and the entire Royal Navy. He asked Lion, Ms. Lion, could you explain to us why you withdrew from the competition on such an important stage as the finals? The lion, standing on the water arena, also calmed down. If she were to directly say now, I was originally the commander's shipgirl, it would truly be a cover-up. The competition rules do not allow two ship girls from the same port to participate in a competition separately. So there's only one way to resolve this farce. I've got my eye on him. Lion pointed at Su Yun and said, I want to be his ship girl. Su Yun was taken aback. He didn't expect the lion to say that. But then he realized that the rules did not allow a port to send two ship girls into battle. So Lion had to pretend that it was the first time she had seen him. Whoosh! The audience erupted in cheers once again. This time, the audience's reaction was even more intense than before. Huh? My ears seem to be playing tricks on me. What did Lion just say? Love at first sight. Are you kidding me? I need to check the license. There's something wrong with the license. Free Irish accent. Wah, my Lord Lion. What are you saying? The discussion in the audience was even more intense than before. The host was stunned. He took out a cotton swab and cleaned his ears before asking again. Ms. Lion, I'm sorry. There might have been a problem with the recording equipment just now. May I ask again what you said? I said. Lion's voice was strong and clear as she pointed at Su Yun. I've got my eye on him. I want to be his ship girl. Forehead. A chorus of wails erupted from the audience. Inside the contestants' room, Sylvia and Adele exchanged a glance, and both fell silent. After a long pause, Adele finally spoke slowly. Hey Sylvia, teach me a couple of moves of your European dance. Sylvia remained silent for a moment before speaking. Okay. Although Sylvia jokingly said that the dance to escape Africa and enter Europe must have worked, she was just kidding. But the lion's sudden act of throwing himself into her arms made her wonder if the dance was really so mysterious. On the king's viewing platform, Robles stood silently in place for a long, long time. So long that his lips started twitching involuntarily. That kid, Robles muttered to himself. They're not even that good looking. So why are all these powerful ship girls flocking to his port one after another? Could it be that there's some kind of electric eye in this world that can adjust favorability? Although Robles had often seen Su Yun win this, and that in the European Emperor group, he had always just thought that Su Yun was a person with a lot of personal charm. Now, having witnessed firsthand how Lion fell in love with Su Yun at first sight, Robles couldn't help but feel confused. Could he really be a siren in human form? The heated discussion in the audience lasted for a long time. Lion said into the microphone, Since I'm going to be his ship girl anyway, it's not a problem for me to abstain now, is it? The host hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile, and said, No problem. Good. The lion nodded and jumped off the arena. I lost, she said into the microphone. Host. He took a deep breath. Then I hereby declare that the champion of this ship girl performance contest is Su Yao from the Eastern Empire. The scene was completely silent. No one applauded. Akaji frowned slightly, put her hands on her hips, and muttered, What's wrong with the royals? They can't take a joke? Not even a peep. Belfast smiled and led the others to the lion's side. Seeing that Belfast had also arrived, Lion said helplessly, What? Am I the only one who didn't go back? Belfast smiled and lowered her voice. You're back early, Miss Lion. May I borrow your microphone? Lion took the microphone off his clothes and handed it to Belfast. Thank you. Belfast took it, put it on, and began to clap. Applause echoed throughout the arena via the sound system. A series of applause erupted in the eerily quiet arena. The audience then came to their senses and looked at each other. Then, sparse applause began to ring out. Finally, the applause grew louder and louder, eventually turning into a grand applause. Chapter 159 War Weariness. You heinous criminal. After the official Royal Navy Shipgirl performance competition, it was time for the talent show, the final stage of this competition. The performance venue is called Swan Lake, which is very close to the Lionheart Arena. Under the guidance of the staff, the audience moved there in an orderly manner. The performance consisted mainly of the ship girls launching fireworks into the sky, making it a kind of artificial fireworks extravaganza. Su-yun, wearing the medal for first place in the ship girl performance competition, found Lion backstage. Lion-class battleship, Lion. Upon meeting, Lion solemnly said to Su-yun, "Return to port and report for duty." "Welcome back to Hong Kong, Lion." Su-yun smiled and said, "I thought you would finish the final match." The Lion coughed and said, "If I were to defeat Akagi in front of everyone, wouldn't that damage your prestige?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Ching crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said with a forced smile, If we really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose." Lion glanced at her and said indifferently, "One shot is enough to defeat you." Akagi was furious, biting her fingernails. What if one shot isn't enough? If one shot isn't enough, then fire another. "It's just a matter of firing a couple more shots," Lion said calmly, his tone as if he were talking about the weather. "Commander." Akagi hooked her arm around Su-yun's, using her ample forward deck to hold his arm, and said coquettishly, "Look at her. She's only been back for one day, and she's already bullying Akagi." Su-yun was extremely helpless and said to Lion, "You are a battleship. She is an aircraft carrier, and Akagi is not good at one-on-one combat. So this is all normal. Since even the commander has said so, then all right. And you, Akagi." Su-yun slapped away Akagi's hand that had slipped into his clothes in the chaos, and said sternly, "Don't always take advantage of the chaos to touch me in public. How many times have I told you? There are so many people outside, it's embarrassing to look at." "Oh," Akagi replied tactfully, but the "oh" sounded somewhat disgruntled. But then she thought about it again and realized that she would be next, and she felt both excited and expectant. "Finally, we can openly and legitimately take this step." Bang bang bang. Several fireworks rose into the sky as evening approached, attracting everyone's attention. "The masquerade ball is about to begin, Commander." Illustrious covered her mouth and chuckled. "Want to go and have some fun? This is a royal event, a rare occasion. How can we not experience it?" Su-yun nodded and smiled. "Then let's go have some fun. The organizers will provide many masks before the ball begins, and participants can choose to wear one or not. The second half of the dance will include a couples dance segment where participants can freely choose their partners." The ship girls had different thoughts when they thought about this part, and none of them knew what the others were thinking. For ship girls, masks are optional. Su-yun led the ship girls into the arena. He chose a silver mask, put it on his face, revealing only his chin, and tucked a feather into his ear. Even with a mask on, Commander's handsomeness is not diminished at all. Akagi's praise followed. "Commander, you're the coolest." Reputation commented succinctly. Lion looked Su-yun up and down and nodded. As expected of one of my people, you've maintained a good figure. Well then, shall we go? Come with me to dance." The Lion had barely finished speaking when Akagi stopped him. "Wait a minute," Akagi said irritably, arms crossed. "Why should I go with you? Everyone should have this opportunity." "Then tell me, what should we do?" Lion asked calmly. "How about this?" Akagi suggested with a smile. "Commander, please wait in the center of the venue. We'll start from different directions, and whoever finds you first will be qualified to be your dance partner. How about that? I became the prize?" Su-yun thought to herself. But this feeling isn't bad either. Lion thought for a moment, then glanced at the huge ballroom and the dense crowd. There are thousands of people here. Finding someone in such a dense crowd is no easy task. However, the more challenging it is, the more the Lion likes it. She smiled and nodded. "I agree to this approach." A mysterious smile curved Akagi's lips as she looked at the others. "And what about you guys?" Radiance nodded slightly. "I have no objection." Kuwei nodded, clenching her fists to encourage herself. "I have no objections. I will definitely find the commander." Reputation nodded and said, "I agree." Kaga crossed his arms and nodded. Since everyone else has no objections, Then I have no objections either. Belfast smiled and said, me too. Since everyone agrees, let's each head to one of the four corners of the dance hall, then set off together. Akaji said seriously to everyone. Don't cheat. Cheating is shameful. The crowd responded. Following the rules, Su-yun, wearing a mask, walked to the center of the dance hall. Within his soul network, the Shipgirls communicate. Akaji, is everything ready? Other Shipgirls, ready. Akaji. Then, this competition to find the commander officially begins. After disconnecting from the commander's soul network, Akaji took out a GPS locator from her ship equipment space, looked at Su-yun's location displayed on it, and curled her lips into a smile. To prevent the commander from disappearing again, the locator stuck to the bottom of the commander's shoes worked. Now, the commander belongs to Akaji. On the other side, Belfast also immediately produced a locator. In her words, it is a maid's duty to ensure her master's safety at all times. So, it makes sense to put a locator on the owner to ensure that he or she doesn't get lost, right? At the same time, Kaga pulled out the same device on the other end. It seems that this fun competition was unfair from the very beginning. In the center of the ballroom, Su-yun waited quietly. He looked at the people dancing around him. There are dance partners, temporary companions, shipgirls with shipgirls, and commanders with shipgirls. Before we knew it, Weiyang Port district had grown quite large. Su-yun suddenly sighed. From not being able to afford even a barrel of oil to now having luxury cars crammed into the port area, these changes have all happened in just a few months. After we bring all the Royal Navy's shipgirls back this time, I wonder what kind of expression Jiang Shui and the others will have when they see Shi and the others. I'll definitely post another batch of photos then. Don't move. Just as Su-yun was thinking this, a sword landed on Su-yun's lower back. The tip of the sword pierced Su-yun's skin slightly, as if warning him that if he moved rashly, something bad would really happen. Su-yun fell silent. A cold voice came from behind. Tell me, what methods did you use to abduct reputation, glory, formidable, and lion? This voice sounds familiar. Su-yun instinctively tried to turn her head, but was grabbed by the neck by the person behind her. Warspite's voice was extremely stern. Don't turn around. I know you have eyes that can bewitch shipgirls. Don't even think about it. After a moment of silence, Su-yun raised his hand and said, you might have some misunderstanding about me. How about I take off my mask and let you see? Maybe we're from the same hometown. Warspite sneered. Do you think I'd be fooled by such a lame excuse? You've been stealing shipgirls from my royal garden one after another. You deserve to die. As he spoke, he took out a rope from the ship's equipment space and, without saying a word, tied Su-yun up tightly. He then hoisted him onto his shoulder. Come back with me to see Her Majesty the Queen. She will deal with you personally. Chapter 160, It's no use begging for mercy. Su-yun tried to explain. Listen to me first. This might be a little different from what you imagine. Shut up. You charlatan. I won't listen to a single word you say. Warspite gave a soft shout, stuffed a rag into his mouth, and then sealed his mouth with tape. Let's see how you try to bewitch me now. Warspite sneered triumphantly. Warspite let out a smug laugh. Now even if you are Su Yao, you definitely won't be able to use your magic, right? Amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding onlookers, Warspite carried Su-yun and fled the scene. The audience was left looking at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Who was that just tied up? I couldn't recognize them because they were wearing a mask. I don't know who was tied up, but I know who tied them up. Who? War Weariness living in the royal gardens. Oh, so it's War Weariness. Never mind her then. She couldn't be a human trafficker. Let's keep dancing. Good. So, since the person who kidnapped them was a shipgirl, no one took it seriously and they continued dancing. After all, shipgirls will not harm humans. This is a consensus in society. As Su-yun was being led away from the scene, her foot slammed into a pillar with a loud thud. Whoosh! Su-yun gasped, his shoes even falling off in the impact. Still trying to justify your crimes? Warspite thought Su Yao was trying to defend herself and snorted. Tell Her Majesty what you have to say. Your crimes deserve to be punished with 1,000 cuts. After saying that, he carried Su-yun away from the Swan Lake venue. On the other side, Akaji was using a locator to search for Su-yun's location. She noticed that the commander had been moving quickly, but then stopped. Seriously, Commander, Akaji chuckled, scratching her face. Still so fond of playing hide-and-seek. She continued moving towards the red dot and quickly found the location. Gotcha, Commander. Hee. Looks like Akaji's dance partner tonight. But when Chi-Ching looked closely, he froze on the spot. She only saw a shoe lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Belfast and Kaga also found their way here from different directions. The three people stared at the lone shoe, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? Kaga asked in astonishment. Akagi picked up the shoe, stroking her chin as she analyzed. Could this also be part of the game? Are we supposed to take the shoe to the commander? Like in Cinderella? After a moment of silence, Belfast said, Is Master perhaps in danger? Upon hearing this, all three ship girls fell silent. The spacious ballroom was bustling with activity, yet an unnamed sense of deathly stillness permeated the hearts of the three. Go find the commander, the three ship girls said almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Su Yun was carried on Warspite's shoulder, running wildly in the night. Su Yun felt a sudden jolt, as if he were a suckling pig being carried around during the new year, completely at the mercy of others. He desperately wanted to make a sound to prove his identity, but could only manage whimpering noises. Such a voice, to the ears of a war-weary person, is no different from a plea for mercy. Don't even think about saying a word. Warspite scoffed. Even if you beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Su Yun. Well, let nature take its course. There's nothing else I can do. Soon, Warspite carried the bound and gagged Su Yun back to the royal garden. She arrived at the pavilion in the lake, where she found Queen Elizabeth, who had been waiting for her, and threw Su Yun to the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, the man has been brought back. Warspite said solemnly. He is Su Yao, the one who has successively bewitched Prestige, Radiance, Formidable, and even Lion. Even the lion has been bewitched. Queen Elizabeth opened her red lips in surprise. Are you sure? Yes. Warspite nodded solemnly. I saw it with my own eyes. During the Royal Navy Ship Girl Performance Competition Finals, Lioness took the initiative to become his ship girl in front of everyone after just one glance into this guy's eyes. Queen Elizabeth was stunned. Beside her stood a girl with short brown hair, who also stared wide-eyed and covered her red lips in surprise. How is this possible? The girl's name was Counterattack, the younger sister of Prestige. She stared at the bound man in astonishment and exclaimed in disbelief, They are absolutely loyal to the commander. How could they be bewitched? And even offer themselves to him? That's even more impossible. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Warspite said solemnly, For the honor of the port, I suggest that this guy be drowned in a pig cage. Wah! Su Yun struggled violently. Still dare to resist? Warspite kicked Su Yun in the waist and spat. I'll drown you in a pig cage later. Wah! He struggled even more violently. War weariness, huh? Counterattack felt the voice was somewhat familiar, and he grunted with a strange expression. Have you seen his face? No, Warspite answered honestly. Wasn't it a bit hasty to tie them up without even seeing what they looked like? Fambu asked weakly. We absolutely cannot look him in the eye. Fight back, Warspite said sternly. Everyone online says that Su Yao can adjust the ship girl's affection levels. This is definitely unknown Siren technology. Therefore, absolutely. We cannot look him in the eye. Okay, I understand. Counterattack nodded. But I felt uneasy. This feeling of unease puzzled her. Where does this sense of unease come from? Lock this fellow in the warehouse first, Queen Elizabeth said, pointing at Su Yun. Then she said to Warspite, While this guy is in quarantine, let's find Radiant and the others, and find some stimulating mint or something to see if we can wake them up. Yes, Warspite replied solemnly. She picked Su Yun up again and threw him into the warehouse. Counterattack witnessed the whole thing, clutching his restless mental cube, and let out a soft exclamation. Something feels off about this whole thing. He muttered a counterattack. Chapter 161, Counterattack. The counterattack removed the mask. The royal gardens contain a small library with books from all over the world, including some ancient and secret texts that record little-known mysteries. Queen Elizabeth, weary of war, rummaged through the shelves and finally found a book called The Sober Mind. Found it. This is it. Queen Elizabeth exclaimed in surprise, then used her fingers to pry the dusty book out of the gap in the bookshelf, blew off the dust, and opened it to read. Warspite, upon hearing the news, also came over and examined the documents with Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth opened the Book of Sobriety, and found some incomprehensible symbols drawn on the yellowed pages. She frowned and turned the pages one by one, finally finding the record of the method of sobriety on page 123. Found it. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned closer to read it carefully. Warspite also came over, the two of them head to head, reciting word by word. To break the spell of the mind cube, one must crush a century-old mint, mix it with Qingming grass, and burn it to create a fumigation that lasts for the duration of an incense stick. Queen Elizabeth looked up, her face serious. Centennial mint? Warspite pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, I have some mints in my room. I bought them a month ago. Does that count? No. What about the mint we planted last year? It's withered. If it's withered, then it's even less of a problem. The two remained silent for a while. There is another way. Queen Elizabeth continued reading. If century-old mint is unavailable, the following items can be used instead. The dew that has been touched by the first rays of morning sunlight and a piece of chocolate that the commander has left over. Warspite was utterly speechless. What is all this nonsense? Queen Elizabeth frowned, but she continued scrolling down. The next page shows a picture of a person sitting on a prayer mat with 3 lit incense sticks on his head, his hands clasped together, and 4 large characters written next to him. Sincere prayer. A sincere prayer? Warspite tilted his head. Pray to whom? Pray that Sue will have a change of heart. Queen Elizabeth said uncertainly. The two remained silent for a while. There's one more. Queen Elizabeth continued, turning the page. If none of the above methods work, the ultimate method can be used to summon the awakener. You will need a whole lemon, a feather, a mirror, a salted fish, and a spell recited backwards. War-weary frowned. A salted fish? Why a salted fish? Queen Elizabeth. It's not in the book. What about the incantation? Queen Elizabeth turned to the next page, where 3 lines of text were written. Meow 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 becomes awake. Read backwards. Awake becomes meow meow meow. War-weariness. Queen Elizabeth closed the book and took a deep breath. Who wrote this book? War-weary flipped to the cover, which read, Author, Akashi. Queen Elizabeth's face darkened instantly. She slammed the book on the table, gritting her teeth. Akashi. It's that swindler again. Warspite picked up the book, flipped through the price tag at the back, and felt that something was off about it. She tried to pry it off, and a sticker came off, under which was written the suggested retail price, £20. Warspite paused for a moment. Your Majesty, how much did this book cost? £200. Warspite put the book back on the shelf and dusted off his hands. Let's go, Your Majesty. Where to? Go to the kitchen. I'll make you a cup of mint tea. Ordinary mint. Not even 100 years old. Queen Elizabeth remained silent for a moment, but ultimately followed War-weary. As she walked out of the library, she glanced back at the book, The Awakening of the Soul, gritted her teeth, and said, Akashi, you wait. Warspite didn't say anything, but silently made a note to Akashi next time she saw her, that she would ask her if she could return the book. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soo-yun was tied up and thrown on the warehouse floor, her mouth gagged and her eyes blindfolded. In the darkness, he vaguely heard the sound of a door creaking open. Then someone walked up to him and squatted down. This person was none other than the one who retaliated. She squatted down curiously next to Soo-yun, looking him over. Soo-yun's mask was not removed. The reason given by Warspite was that this would block his view to the greatest extent possible. In retaliation, he reached out and poked Soo-yun's waist. Wah! Soo-yun struggled for a moment, but still couldn't make a sound. Do you really have the ability to bewitch shipgirls? The retort was tinged with doubt. This is the first time I've ever heard of someone being able to bewitch a shipgirl. The mind cube clearly has a purification function, so is it really possible for someone to bewitch it? Counterattack still didn't quite believe that Lion and the others had really betrayed the commander, so he came over to secretly take a look. Moonlight streamed in through the warehouse's only window, falling on Soo-yun's silver mask. Counterattack scratched her head, her curiosity growing stronger. The more Warspite tried to stop her from taking off Soo-yun's mask, the more she wanted to see what was going on. I'm saying, I'd like to take off your mask and take a look, so please don't try to seduce me. Her retort was extremely serious. She said, You're not allowed to look at me from now on. Do you hear me? Soo-yun hummed twice. This was the limit of the sounds he could make at the moment. Counterattack nodded. That's more like it. But just as they were about to untie the rag and tape wrapped around Soo-yun's face, they hesitated to retaliate. What if this person really possesses some kind of siren technology that can bewitch people? Wouldn't doing this be no different from sending myself to my death? The counterattack is extremely complicated. Suddenly, a brilliant idea for a counterattack struck. I've got it. I'll just put on sunglasses and look at him in the mirror. Won't that solve the problem? He was actually quite proud of his own cleverness, and put his hands on his hips and hummed twice. That's so true to me. She took out a mirror and placed it in front of Soo-yun, then took out a pair of sunglasses from her storage space and put them on. That way, there won't be any problems. Now I'm going to take off your mask, so you absolutely mustn't look at me, she retorted sternly. If you dare look at me, I'll drown you in a pig cage tonight. Su Yun hummed in agreement. After confirming that the ropes binding Su Yun were still secure, Counterattack carefully placed his hand on Su Yun's mask. She kept her eyes closed, but opened them only slightly, her heart filled with unease. For some reason, the Rubik's Cube is jumping faster and faster. What happened? My heart is pounding. Could he really have some kind of charm technique? Counterattack slowly removed Su Yun's mask, and regret began to creep into his heart. Reason told her that she should stop, but her sixth sense told her that she should take off the mask. Counterattack took a deep breath. Let's go all the way. She ripped off Su Yun's mask. He nervously closed his eyes in retaliation. She cautiously opened her right eye a crack and looked into the mirror. When he saw his face in the mirror, he widened his eyes and opened his mouth into an O shape. Commander. Rewind to the Swan Lake stage, just after Belfast and the others discovered Su Yun's disappearance. After finding Su Yun's lost shoe, Belfast and the others immediately met up with Lion and the others and told them about the strange thing that had happened. The commander is missing? Only one shoe left. Oh, is this some new game? Cinderella's search for her shoes. The four Shipgirls, Illustrious, Formidable, Renown, and Lion, looked at each other in disbelief. The commander is most likely in danger, Belfast said seriously. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't just disappear without leaving a shoe. And look closely, there's a clear impact mark on the surface of this leather shoe. Belfast showed the surface of the leather shoes to the four members of Illusion. After the Shipgirls carefully examined them, the wisdom cubes all sank. Who on earth is it? Lion clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth in anger, her beautiful eyes sharpening. We just reunited today, and she dares to kidnap the commander? She's asking for death. If I catch her, I'll tie her up, hang her up for 10 days and 10 nights, and then drown her in a pig cage. Although none of the Shipgirls said anything, they all thought the same thing. Although the commander is human, he is also an outstanding graduate of the Naval Academy and has excellent physical fitness. Ordinary humans cannot do anything to him. Belfast pinched his smooth chin, forcing himself to calm down, and analyzed. To be able to take someone away in a ballroom with so many people without causing a commotion is clearly not something an ordinary person could do. Could it be a cult? Akaji narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous. The last time the commander eliminated them, it might have been retaliation from the remnants of the Eternal Life cult. The Eternal Life cult shouldn't be able to reach Europe, and they're too busy hiding from their commanders to cause trouble, Belfast analyzed. Not to mention that Su Yun is already the Eastern Emperor's inspector. Even if he didn't hold this position, he would still dare to draw his gun when facing the Longevity sect. The relationship between the two is no less than that between Super Beast and Ace. Once Su Yun discovers that there are people from the Longevity cult here, he will pick up the 8-point light wheel and slash at them with hatred for evil. If it's not the Longevity cult, then who could it be? Kaga was completely bewildered. The commander's disappearance was too sudden, without any clues, leaving everyone completely lost. Could it be, Akaji hesitated, that they are Sirens? Upon hearing this, all the Shipgirls fell silent. Sirens. Belfast's eyebrows furrowed with worry. Could it be lovers? Lavos, the lover. The Siren arbitrator's origins are shrouded in mystery, and few know her background. The Lion asked in astonishment. Lavos appeared. Belfast nodded solemnly and briefly described August's defeat to the Lion and other Shipgirls. The Lion's brow furrowed even more. Lavos and the Enforcer teamed up to wipe out the entire governor's mansion? This. Lion has seen Nimitz and Montana, and she is confident that she can hold her own in a one-on-one fight. However, if it is a two-on-one fight, or if she is facing all the Shipgirls of the governor's mansion, Lion will be powerless to fight back. The worst-case scenario is that Lavos has abducted the commander. Belfast's pretty face was extremely serious. She has a fanatical obsession with the commander. We absolutely cannot let her succeed. The situation is critical. The enemy may have already returned to the Sirens' headquarters. We need more help. But this place is too far from Weiyang Port district, and it's probably too late to gather manpower now, Kaga said calmly. Including Bismarck, who is still resting in the hotel, we only have 8 Shipgirls. It's almost impossible for just a few of us to break into the Sirens' lair, Akaji said. Just when everyone was at a loss, Glorious suddenly suggested, there are still many of our compatriots in the royal garden. We can gather them together and form 2 fleets. One can escort the ships, and the other can advance. Perhaps we still have a chance. Belfast and the others nodded repeatedly after hearing this. That's the only way. Having made up their minds, Belfast and the others returned to the Royal Gardens under Radiant's guidance. This is a huge villa area, the largest base for Royal Navy shipgirls stationed in the Royal Navy. It was built at great expense and can be described as extremely luxurious. As soon as they entered, the leader, Guanghui, suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" Akaji asked, then keenly smelled a pungent mint scent and immediately became alert, her eyebrows furrowing. "You planted a mint field?" Guanghui was completely confused. That's exactly what she found strange. Mint was never grown in the royal gardens. "Wake up, Qingbian. Meow meow meow. Wake up quickly." Suddenly, even more mint leaves rained down from the sky. The shipgirls looked up in confusion. Warspite emerged from the blind spot, carrying a basket filled with mint leaves. She grabbed a handful of water, scattered it into the air, and hopped around the shipgirls, repeating this over and over while chanting incantations. Peppermint's coolness restores mental clarity. Demonic influences vanish, and consciousness returns. The shipgirls were completely confused. Glorious asked curiously, "Warspite, what are you muttering to yourself?" "She is chanting a spell to bring you back to your senses." Queen Elizabeth walked slowly forward, holding her scepter. Pointing her finger, she said to Glorious and the others, "I already know. You have all been bewitched by Siren technology. You have betrayed the commander. But it doesn't matter." Queen Elizabeth clutched her chest, looking as if she were about to become a hero who would save the world. "I, Queen Elizabeth, the leader of the royal family, will shoulder the responsibility of saving you all. I believe that with this high concentration of mint, you will surely regain your senses." The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Kaga stroked her chin. "What is she saying?" Radiance and Fearlessness exchanged a glance. A possibility occurred to them, and their pretty faces gradually turned ugly. Could it be? Could it be that Her Majesty the Queen kidnapped the commander? Guanghui felt that this sentence was so difficult to say. "It's terrifying, it makes my scalp tingle, ew." Both of them had received Queen Elizabeth's orders to bring Su Yao back before they went out. However, after meeting the commander, he forgot about the matter and even forgot to report it. Both of them felt guilty. Akaji blinked. "Recover what clarity? Elizabeth, what are you babbling about? Explain yourself clearly." Queen Elizabeth chuckled and confidently put her hands on her hips. "Of course, in order to rescue you from Su Yao's hypnosis, I, Queen Elizabeth, specifically ordered the Vanguard General, Warspite, to bring that Su Yao back." Queen Elizabeth continued confidently, "Don't worry, everyone. I've already had Warspite tied up like a dumpling and thrown into the warehouse. I even gave him a good kick to vent your anger." Chapter 162. Do you know who Su Yao is? Supplement to Chapter 2 from yesterday. Belfast was stunned. Akaji was furious. Kaga frowned, displeased. A completely bewildered reputation, his head full of question marks. I vaguely foresaw the brilliance of this matter. I feel a little dizzy. The lion, unable to bear the sight, covered its eyes. Seeing the various reactions of the crowd, with no one celebrating, Queen Elizabeth blinked. Why did their reactions turn out differently than I expected? I get it. They must not be fully awake yet. War weary. Sprinkle more mint. Help Glorious and the others regain their senses. Queen Elizabeth said. Yes. Warspite nodded solemnly, continuing to circle around the group while chanting a sobering spell and sprinkling mint on their heads. A mint leaf landed on Akaji's hair. Her lips twitched slightly, and she asked with a forced smile, "Hey, you silly bai, do you know who he is?" Su Yao, of course I know. Queen Elizabeth nodded. Although she was very unhappy that Akaji called her by her nickname, she did not take it to heart this time. Su Yao is just a nickname. Do you know what his real name is? Chi Cheng's lips twitched slightly, a hint of danger hidden in his smile. Queen Elizabeth sensed something was off about Akaji's smile and asked warily, "What?" Su Yun. Queen Elizabeth stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The war-weary mantra, which involved circling and chanting incantations, suddenly stopped, frozen in place like a robot that had lost power. Inside the warehouse, Fan Zhen untied the ropes binding Su Yun, tore off the tape sewn into his mouth, and removed the rag from his mouth. That commander chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and said, "Why is it you?" Su Yun got up, stretched his limbs, clutched his lower back, and grimaced. Warspite's kick was really powerful. If it had been any stronger, his ribs might have been broken. "Isn't that me?" Su Yun said irritably. "I was perfectly fine in the Swan Lake ballroom when Warspite suddenly tied me up from behind, without even giving me a chance to explain." He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "This might just be a beautiful misunderstanding." Su-yun rubbed her lower back, still feeling pain. He knew it was a misunderstanding, of course. Otherwise, he would have already used his soul to communicate with Belfast and the others to rescue him. Thump. The warehouse door was pushed open from the outside. Queen Elizabeth and Warspite stood at the front, followed closely by Belfast and others. Moonlight streamed in through the warehouse's only window, falling on Su-yun's face. Upon seeing the face clearly, both Queen Elizabeth and Warspite were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Commander. Belfast, Akagi, illustrious, formidable, renowned, Kaga, and Lion. 6 shipgirls rushed forward to check on Su-yun's injuries. Master, are you alright? Are you alright? Why are you clutching your lower back? What happened to your kidneys? Warspite didn't do anything too outrageous to you, did it? Your shoes fell off. Are you alright? Did you catch a cold? Why are your clothes so dirty? Did they abuse you? Your arm has marks from the straps. Does it hurt? The shipgirls chattered amongst themselves, expressing their concern. Su-yun shook her head. I'm fine. It's nothing, not even an injury. During his first 5 years as commander, Su-yun went into battle alone, truly dealing with death. What kind of injuries hadn't he suffered? What was a little pain to him? Although the commander admitted that everything was all right, all the shipgirls still looked sharply at Queen Elizabeth and Warspite. His gaze seemed to want to devour them alive. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Queen Elizabeth said, and dashed off in a flash. Chapter 163 Hang Warspite and the Queen. Warspite stared wide-eyed at Queen Elizabeth as she fled, and took a deep breath. At this moment, her duty as a royal knight told her that she had made a mistake, and she could not shirk her responsibility. I took responsibility for my actions, Warspite declared righteously. I was the one who kidnapped the commander, and I am willing to accept punishment. Akagi gave a curt, oh. So Warspite was hung upside down under the big locust tree all night. Of course, the same goes for Queen Elizabeth. Exhausted after a long day, Su-yun decided to stay at the royal gardens for the night. In the evening, he sent a telepathic message to Bismarck Zwei, who was alone in the hotel, and she packed her bags and rushed over that very night. Bismarck Zwei was not surprised to learn that the shipgirls living in the royal garden were the same shipgirls from the Royal Navy. She arrived at the royal gardens and saw Queen Elizabeth and Warspite, both looking distressed, bound hand and foot, and hanging upside down under a large locust tree. Curious, she asked them questions. What happened to them? Why are they being hung up? The person who came to pick up Bismarck was Kaga, who gave a detailed account of what had happened that night. Bismarck Zwei fell silent after hearing this, then took out a 10-kilogram collar from her ship's equipment space and put it around the necks of the two of them. Kaga crossed her arms and asked, Is this all right? It's all right. They're both battleships. This weight isn't even worth mentioning. Bismarck said calmly. From now on, new rules should be established in the port area. Anyone who dares to harm the commander should be executed. This time, considering that both of them were unintentional, we will give them a warning for now. Queen Elizabeth and the war-weary rulers were devastated and offered no resistance. Kaga smiled. Such rules will probably be obsolete in the future. The next day, Su-yun got up very early. He had just opened the door to the room when he found that it wasn't Belfast standing outside, but counterattack. She smiled ingratiatingly, holding a plate of standard European breakfast in her hands, and said with a grin, Commander, were you hungry this morning? This is breakfast I prepared for you. Eat up. Su-yun raised an eyebrow slightly. If you didn't know better, you'd think the counterattack was also a maid squad. He picked up an Oreo, dipped it in milk, ate it, and savored it. How is it? Counterattack looked at Su-yun expectantly. Is it delicious, Commander? It tastes good. Su-yun nodded. That's good. Fan Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Su-yun smiled and ruffled her hair. You seem so preoccupied. Are you afraid I'll blame you? Forehead. I know it was all unintentional. On the contrary, your courage to protect your companions deserves praise, Su-yun said gently. At least through this incident, I know that no matter who the other party is, you will protect your companions without hesitation, right? Tears welled up in her eyes the moment she retaliated. Commander, are you really not angry with me? Strange? Why should we be strange? If a monster named Su Yao really appeared in this world, even if you don't take any action, I will tear him to pieces. Su-yun said earnestly. Your intentions were good, and I have no reason to blame you. On the contrary, I want to use this incident to tell all the shipgirls that no matter what happens in the future, protecting your comrades must be your top priority. Commander looked at Su-yun with emotion. All right, the Queen and Warspite have been hanging all night. Let's hurry up and go down them. It's windy tonight. Don't catch a cold. She nodded emphatically in response. Chapter 164, Vanguard, the triumphant super royal fleet. In the hall of the royal gardens. Although Queen Elizabeth and Warspite were simply laid down, they now knelt in the center of the hall with signs around their necks that read sinners. Although the master has been magnanimous in forgiving you too, from today onwards, you will have to wear this sign for 3 months unless you are outside. Do you understand? Belfast became unusually serious, his tone leaving no room for argument. Queen Elizabeth and the Warspite nodded frantically, like chickens pecking at rice. Suyin smiled. In this way, all the shipgirls in the Royal Garden returned to port, and their mission in the Royal Navy was successfully completed. It's time to buy a plane ticket and head back to Dongwon. Just after he told the shipgirls that he was preparing to head home, Illustrious said to him, "Commander, don't rush. Stay at Royal Navy for a while longer before you leave." "Why?" Suyin asked, puzzled. Just then, his cell phone rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and looked at it. Radiant noticed that Su Yun was preoccupied, so he smiled gently and said, "Reply to the message first, Commander. I'll continue after you've finished." Su Yun nodded. What an understanding and kind shipgirl. He glanced at the chat content on the screen. It doesn't seem like anything, just a casual greeting. It was sent by Sylvia and Robles. But since Glorious has said so, he'll reply to the message first. He opened his chat with Sylvia. "Sylvia, Master. After practicing all night at Swan Lake, I feel that my European transformation dance is almost ready, and I'm ready to go salvage the ship." Su Yun smiled and typed back, "Congratulations. Go ahead and practice boldly. We commanders have to be daring." Sylvia, "A powerful fleet is about to return triumphantly to English Harbor. I'll give it a try." Su Yun replied with a cheering emoji. A powerful fleet? Could it be one of their own shipgirls? Su Yun suddenly realized that he had developed a bad habit. Whenever he heard of a powerful shipgirl, he thought she was his own. After replying to Sylvia, he opened the chat window with Robles. "Robles, you actually managed to catch the lion. I have to admit now, August and Li Shanyan might actually be right. Do you really have some kind of cheat code that can adjust affection levels?" Su Yun replied, "How could that be? There's only one reason why Lion is willing to come with me. She was my shipgirl in her past life." Robles quickly rolled his eyes back. He then typed, "I'll make one last attempt before heading to the final anchorage." Su Yun, what attempt? After that, Robles went silent, perhaps because something came up and he was busy dealing with other matters. No news all of a sudden. I wonder if they've gotten busy. Su Yun put down her phone and asked Guang Hui, "Let's continue our previous conversation. Why did you choose to stay at the royal family for a while longer?" "Because there are still many shipgirls in the royal garden who haven't returned to port yet." Glorious counted on his long, slender fingers. "Avant-Garde, Hood, Victory, London, Achilles, Fates." She explained, "Didn't a new type of enemy called the Abyss appear at sea recently? The royal family even offered a bounty for it. Vanguard led a team to fight the Abyss in the English Channel and achieved an unprecedented victory. Judging by the time, Vanguard and his team should be back in a few days." Ku Wei pursed his lips and interjected with a smile. The Vanguard team defeated Nian, level Abyss this time. This battle caused a huge sensation throughout Europe. I'm sure they'll be given a grand welcome upon their triumphant return, won't they? Nian level? Su Yin was surprised. He had never even seen a Nian level before, and he didn't know what a Nian level looked like. The levels of the Abyss remains are divided into Remnant, Form, Thought, and Obsession. Su Yun had seen the Remnant, Form, and Hold forms, and the difference in combat power between each level was ridiculously large. Especially Ji, who was able to take on the entire governor's mansion single-handedly. It was simply astonishing. And it is unknown just how powerful this third level of Nian has become. Defeating this Nian was incredibly dangerous, counterattack added seriously. According to Achilles' report, they almost perished at sea. Su Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Nian is actually this powerful? Kuei looked at him curiously and asked, "What did you call me for?" He was taken aback. "Who called you?" "You just said that it is extremely dangerous." "I meant can be described as not fearful," the counter-argument explained. Su Yun ignored the bickering between the two ship girls and pondered the matter. With Avant-Garde, Huda, and Victory around, how come they all have a near-death experience dealing with Nian? It seems that next time we encounter Nian, we'll need at least 2 legendary seafarers to lead the team for safety, and we must avoid any possible accidents. He took a deep breath. "In that case, let's stay at the Royal Palace for a few more days. We'll return to Dongwon together after they come back." Guang Hui nodded. Meanwhile, News of Robles also arrived. Robles. I'm sorry, the queen called me out of her room just now. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Su-yun. It's nothing. You just said you'd try something. What kind of try? Su-yun had a vague premonition. Robles. The Royal Navy now has a super fleet of free-spirited ship girls led by the Vanguard. If I can get their help, I might be able to go further than August on the road to becoming the governor. Su-yun's expression turned strange. He typed, the super fleet you mentioned, led by the Vanguard, wouldn't it be the one that came out of the Royal Garden and defeated Nian's fleet, right? Robles, yeah, you're very well informed. You even found out about this. Su-yun. Your Excellency, there is something I am not sure if I should say. Robles, what? Su-yun. First of all, let me clarify that I don't know any sorcery. Secondly, I think you shouldn't waste your time. They should come with me after they see me. Robles, on the other side of the screen, was stunned when he saw the message, then laughed in exasperation. Robles, you're getting more and more arrogant. What makes you so sure that the avant-garde and the others will go home with you? Since Robles wouldn't believe him even if he told the truth about his past life, Su-yun decided to try a different approach. Su-yun, is it possible that the avant-garde girls might fall in love with me at first sight? Like lion. Robles replied with a speechless emoji. Robles, young man, confidence is a good thing. But when confidence turns into arrogance, it will eventually become the straw that breaks the camel's back. You are a promising talent that August has his eye on. Your recent rise has been too rapid, and it's understandable that you might become overconfident and inflated. But you must avoid arrogance and impatience. Never have the illusion that all the powerful ship girls in the world are yours. Be low-key and reserved, and be careful. Robles kept giving him advice. The gist of it is, stop showing off, or you'll get struck by lightning. Su-yun shrugged helplessly and typed a reply. Your Excellency, you are overthinking this. I'm not being arrogant. I genuinely believe that the vanguards will come home with me. Robles laughed in exasperation. Fine. I don't believe it. If you really manage to snatch the avant-garde away, I'll give you a D'Amato cannon too. Su-yun's eyes lit up. Is this really true? Robles, really? And what if you lost? Su-yun thought for a moment and typed. Then I'll send you a Yamato cannon too. Robles, okay, it's a deal. Su-yun, it's a deal. Robles, the Vanguard and the others will be returning from the Victory Passage in a week, and we'll go together then. Su-yun, okay. Exiting the chat with Robles, Su-yun thought of Sylvia again. He suddenly realized that the returning fleet that Sylvia mentioned was very likely referring to the Vanguard and their group. So he typed a message asking, Sylvia, is the returning fleet you mentioned the Vanguard, Hood, Victory, London, Achilles, and Fates? Sylvia, huh? You're so well informed? Well, that makes sense. Right now, the European forums are full of news about the Vanguard's triumphant return. Many commanders are eager to give them a welcome party and boost their favorability. Su-yun, oh. Sylvia, Master, you're not going to, are you? Su-yun, that is indeed the intention. Sylvia became wary. You can go, but you're not allowed to cheat. I saw on the forum last night that you have a pair of captivating eyes that can adjust the ship girl's affection levels. We'll compete fairly, so you're not allowed to use any cheats. Su-yun was speechless and rolled her eyes. What cheat code would I be using? Chapter 165, Huda, Akaji's Crazy Tonic Soup. With a week to go before the Vanguard and the others returned to the royal palace, Su-yun settled down in the royal garden. Soon, the day that belonged to Akaji arrived. During the day, Su-yun had not seen Akaji, so he asked Kaga about it out of curiosity. Where's your sister? I haven't seen her all day. Kaga pursed her red lips and said, I'm cooking porridge in my room. Cooking porridge? Su-yun was extremely puzzled. What kind of porridge can take all day to cook? I haven't even seen her cook lunch. Kaga fell silent. She recalled what Akaji had done in the room that morning. Akaji suddenly produced a large medicine furnace from somewhere and began taking out the medicinal herbs she had found from her ship's equipment space one by one. A half-meter-long leek. 3 pounds of goji berries. A 1-meter-long deer antler. A 3-foot-long golden carp from the Yellow River. A century-old Hisho Wu. Melted together in one furnace. Kaga walked over from the side and watched as a large pile of potent aphrodisiacs were thrown into the furnace, complaining, Isn't this a bit too much? That's not all. Akaji continued to rummage through her ship's storage space, like Doraemon pulling out all sorts of amazing gadgets. A giant oyster that's 1,000 years old. Kaga's lips twitched slightly. Is it really 1,000 years old? Won't it be poisonous if I eat it? A 500-year-old tiger penis wine. Kaga asked with a strange expression. 500 years? Is this still drinkable? The perfect tonic pill. Kaga retorted. Is this fake medicine? Tyrannosaurus Rex whip. Kaga. Oh, from ancient times. The three-headed seahorse of the Arctic Ocean. This thing has mutated. Don't throw it in. It's still alive, and its three heads are moving. Chi-Ching ignored him and carefully prepared his own all-purpose tonic soup, taking out a huge spoon and stirring it back and forth. Hee. Akaji chuckled to himself, lost in his own world, as he stirred the mixture. Kaga looked at the pot of medicinal soup and swallowed hard. This is so potent, one sip of it would take you from Europe to the East. As the recollection ended, Kaga remained silent, looking at Su Yun with a strange expression. Then, he clasped his hands together and said devoutly, I hope the commander can survive tonight, amen. Su Yun was completely confused. Just then, Akaji's alluring voice drifted over from afar. Commander. Today, she changed into that white oath dress in the style of the Cherry Blossom Empire, wore wooden clogs, and carried a bowl of steaming medicine in her hands as she swayed her hips as she came over. She plopped down in Su Yun's lap, her long, slender fingers tracing across his neck with her left hand, while her right hand held a bowl of herbal medicine. It's almost bedtime. Time to take your medicine, Akaji chuckled. Su Yun stared at the bowl of eerie green soup that looked like it had been pixelated, swallowed hard, and felt a pungent smell that made it hard to breathe. What is this? What's in it? Akaji rested her chin on her finger, looking completely innocent. It's just some tonics like chives, oysters, and goji berries. Are you sure this is what chives and oysters should look like after cooking? I cook often, so don't lie to me. Giggle. Akaji laughed heartily. How could I lie to the commander? Akaji is your most loyal ship girl. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Kaga whether Akaji added these things or not. Su Yun looked at Kaga, who nodded after a moment of silence. Yes, what you said is true. It's just that the quantity was a little too large. All right. Su Yun was skeptical, but ultimately accepted the bowl of medicine. He took a sip, but found it choking and hard to swallow. Yet he still drank it. Commander. Good afternoon. Counterattack excitedly hugged him from behind. Su Yun's hand trembled, and the soup bowl in her hand fell to the ground and shattered with a bang. Sorry, Commander. I didn't see you drinking porridge. Counterattack chuckled and scratched his head. Fine. Rather, Su Yun should be grateful for the counterattack. This tastes awful. On the ground, a group of passing ants were carrying a ladybug. Smelling the nutritious soup on the ground, one of the ants took a sip and immediately went crazy, mating the ladybug with it. Su Yun, winky face. Akaji was very satisfied with the result, laughing heartily. She picked Su Yun up in her arms. It's late, time to go to bed, Commander. After saying that, he ignored Su Yun's struggles and forcibly carried him into the house. Belfast and Bismarck were also nearby and witnessed this scene. The latter remained silent for a long time. She asked Belfast, aren't you going to do anything about it? Belfast smiled, pursing her lips. Why should I care? She chuckled softly. This was a matter of mutual consent, wasn't it? Besides, tonight's commander belongs to Miss Akaji. Belfast's lips curved into a slight smile. If everyone were as crazy as Akaji, she would have far fewer worries. Chapter 166, Victory, a False Victory. Su Yun almost died in Chi-Cheng's room. This vixen is truly deadly when she goes mad. It wasn't until the third day that he recovered and stumbled out, leaning against the wall. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Kaga, under Akaji's guidance, putting medicinal herbs into the medicine furnace. Listen to me, Kaga. Follow this ingredient list, and I guarantee the commander will be energized all night. Half-meter-long chives. 3 pounds of them. Su Yun's expression changed, and she quickly went over to stop him. Thus, a new rule was born in the port. Shipgirls are no longer allowed to refine supernourishing pills. Even so, he still suffered in Kaga. A week later, time flew by. Victory Passage. This was the main sea route for the Royal Navy to the English Sea, symbolizing victory and hope. The entrance ceremony for the last Royal Navy Shipgirl performance competition was also held here. Now that Vanguard and others have returned in triumph, the number of people lining the streets to welcome them is no less than that of the opening ceremony of the competition a week ago. As for why? Well, it's because the Vanguard and his men have made extraordinary contributions this time. The power of none is enough to give all of Europe a headache. Ordinary fleets encountering none can only flee for their lives. There is absolutely no possibility of a head-on confrontation. 3 months ago, the Abyss was born, and most of those emerging from all over the world were either remnant or form level. Although they are difficult to deal with, we can win as long as we concentrate our forces. The reading level is different. Its strength is so great that it strikes fear into the hearts of all the Shipgirls in the English Channel. Before the Vanguard and other Shipgirls could even launch their attacks, it easily destroyed an island city called Maxion. Of the 20 elite Shipgirls sent by the Royal Navy headquarters as support for the first time, 12 were sunk in battle, and 8 barely escaped with their lives. Having heard of the terror of Nian, and in order to prevent more Shipgirls from being harmed, Vanguard and others formed a fleet and set sail for the English Channel to meet this big boss. On the surface, the final result appears to be a victory for the avant-garde and their ilk. But only the Vanguard and other Shipgirls knew that they had not actually won. After a near-death battle, Nian disappeared on its own. Yes, Nian did not die, but disappeared into the mist. However, the support Shipgirl thought that Nian had been defeated and reported this to the authorities, which led to this misunderstanding. They boarded a cruise ship and returned to the Royal Garden from the Victory Channel, feeling the cheers of the crowds on both sides of the riverbed, while all the Shipgirls remained silent. Colorful ribbons fluttered in the air, and the triumphant bugle calls echoed in their ears, filling the avant-garde with mixed feelings. Sigh, who decides softly, "We are unworthy of such an honor." Everyone remained silent. "When we get back this time, I'll bring Lion and Warspite along." Vanguard took a deep breath, his eyes burning. "Once I've polished my sword again, regrouped, and am ready to point it at the abyss once more. No matter what, I will never let my sword be tarnished." The other Shipgirls nodded in agreement. "Should we tell them that Nian is still alive?" The goddess of fate asked tentatively. "Of course we should talk about it, but not now, and not to the general public." Hood gently patted the head of the goddess of fortune and said softly, "Report this to Field Marshal Robles. This is an enemy we and the Royal Navy will face together. Spreading the news among the people can easily cause panic, but as long as we can deal with Nian on our next expedition, these will not be problems." The goddess of fate gave a weak The Vanguard and his men had been on the move for too long and were unaware that Robles had become the new governor. When the cruise ship docked, the avant-garde group disembarked, where Robles had been waiting for them for a long time. "Welcome back to port, heroic Shipgirls from the front lines." Robles greeted them warmly. "Thanks to you, we achieved this exhilarating victory. You are heroes of the Royal Navy, and heroes of all of Europe." Behind him stood Sylvia and Adele, both looking at the Vanguard and the others with bright eyes and smiles in their eyes. Who wouldn't love such a strong and beautiful Shipgirl? Robles had expected the avant-garde to accept the award with the humility she always had, but to her surprise, her pretty face was serious and solemn, and she lowered her voice. "Marshal Robles, may I speak with you in private?" Robles nodded, a look of doubt on his face. He wiped the smile off his face, sensing the ominous atmosphere from the avant-garde's serious tone. "Let's go straight to Adele's residence. She's now the Royal Marshal," Robles said. Vanguard paused slightly. Robles explained the change of marshal to everyone, and the Shipgirls nodded in understanding. They boarded the car and proceeded in an orderly fashion to Adele's marshal's mansion. Sylvia didn't rush to leave, but stayed where she was, looking around as if searching for a certain figure. "Sylvia, what are you looking at?" Adele asked curiously when she noticed that Sylvia hadn't followed them. "I'm looking for my master. He said he would come today, but I haven't seen him." Sylvia looked around. Adele smiled gently. "Did you oversleep? With Belfast taking care of you, life must be very comfortable, right?" Sylvia smiled. "That's possible. Shall I send him a message? Let's head over first." "Okay." Adele nodded. So they got into the car and went together to the marshal's mansion to discuss the matter of Nian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yun had indeed overslept. He had to admit that the 1st Carrier Division was no pushover. Kaga lit a special incense in his room, which kept him energized all night. "Last night, I was so exhausted that I had to shut down my computer and lie down to rest." This terrible idea was obviously coming from Akaji. When Su Yun woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. He felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and he propped himself up to sit up in bed. Belfast's voice rang in my ears. "Master, you can sleep a little longer." Su Yun rubbed his groggy head and asked, "Belfa, what time is it?" 10 o'clock in the morning. "Damn it, doesn't that mean we'll miss the time when Avant-Garde and the others return to Hong Kong?" Su Yun was shocked. Compared to welcoming the Avant-Garde, the Master's rest is more important, Belfast said calmly. "There are 2 Shipgirls in the room, one is Belfast and the other is Formidable. Kuei took off her shoes, got into bed wearing white stockings, and was carrying a basin of hot water. Since Su Yun was sleeping in a double bed and was lying in the middle of the bed, Kuei had to kneel and move forward a little. However, due to the excessive thickness of the front armor, the center of gravity became unbalanced, causing the vehicle to tilt forward. AI is terrifying and causes panic. Careful. In his haste, Su Yun grabbed the formidable forward deck. Forehead. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Chapter 167, London. I'd rather jump. Die outside. I'd rather die than become someone else's ship girl. Belfast smiled. Master, you're really bold. How frightening. I was just afraid you'd fall, Su Yun tried to explain. And nothing. Formidable blushed. I understand, Commander. I'm sorry for doing something unbecoming of a royal lady. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. There's no need to take it to heart. Belfast also took off her shoes and climbed up from the other side. Go wash up first, Master. Belfast's eyes curved into crescent moons as she asked with a smile. Or are you planning to take another nap? Wash up first, then hurry to the royal dock to find Vanguard and the others. All right. Now, please open your mouth. Belfast took out toothpaste and a toothbrush from her ship's storage space. Let Belfast clean your mouth. Su Yun opened her mouth. Weiyang Port District. What? After hearing the reports from the Vanguard and other ship girls, everyone present was suddenly shocked. Nian isn't dead, and its true form isn't just a warship. Robles asked in a deep voice. He suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Qianwei nodded, his voice extremely serious. Nian is definitely not an ordinary abyss corpse. It is the king of abyss corpses that can command hundreds or thousands of remnant and form-level abyss corpses. Its body is thousands of meters long. We have personally witnessed abyss corpses being born from its body. Is the birthplace the mother nest? Adele felt her scalp tingle just from hearing the description. She had fought closely with residual and form-level beings and knew the power and strangeness of the abyss skeleton. She initially thought that a mind level was just a slightly more powerful abyss corpse, but if it were the mother nest, the level of danger would increase dramatically. Robles remembered the word persistence. He did not reveal that the governor's mansion had been destroyed by the authorities, fearing it would incite fear of Yuan Hai. He was shocked to find that the latter two levels of abyss corpse were so powerful, and his expression became extremely solemn. With the sirens before him and the abyss behind him, he once again realized the insignificance of humanity. Clearly, Nan is no longer someone that ordinary port authorities can handle. At the very least, it would require the intervention of a port authority at the rank of admiral or higher. Such a massive ship, over 1,000 meters long, is it really still a warship? Sylvia asked a crucial question. Victory pondered for a moment before speaking. That's what we find strange too. As we all know, even the Yamato, a behemoth from World War II in the Old World, was only 263 meters long. But this, Nan's size far exceeds the category of a battleship. It's practically like a mobile super sea base, Hood chimed in. A sea base? Adele exclaimed softly, crossing her arms and murmuring. If it's a sea base, then it certainly has the potential to become a mother hive. But can a sea base also become a monstrous abyss? No one can answer this question. The essence of the abyss is a collection of resentment from the old world, Hood added again. In the confrontation with resentment, the greatest difficulty is not firepower, but how to deal with the resentment that is constantly eroding the soul of the ship girls. Avant-Garde bit his nails. If only the commander were here. With the help of the commander's soul power, we can definitely suppress that enormous resentment. Robles pondered for a moment before speaking. Soul power can suppress resentment. In that case, it seems that relying solely on ship girls is not enough to deal with abyssal remains of the resentment level. The commander and ship girls must attack together. He coughed lightly. It's time for humans and ship girls to cooperate again. As it happens, I happen to possess a powerful soul. If I were to join you all on an attack, as the Eastern Empire would say, we'd surely escape danger. Perhaps. London realized what Robles was about to say, raised an eyebrow slightly, and pushed up his glasses. If you continue, we won't even be friends anymore, Marshal Robles, or rather, Governor now. Robles chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Before he could even open his mouth, he was choked back. Sure enough, none of the max-level ship girls are easy to get. Adele coughed and asked, so what do you all think of me? The Avant-Garde and Achilles exchanged a glance, the former looking puzzled. What are you looking at? Adele mustered her courage. I am now a royal marshal, and my spiritual power is considerable. I wonder if I might have the honor of serving as one of your advisors. Impossible, don't even think about it. It's hopeless, London said again. Adele sighed regretfully. All right then. Seeing the governor and marshal suffer repeated setbacks, Sylvia was eager to try her luck. She danced the Europeanization dance all night long last night, all for this moment today. Everyone, she exclaimed, both nervous and excited, her breath coming in gasps. What about me? My soul power isn't weak either. Miss Sylvia, if you say that again, Victory smiled, her eyes crinkling. I'll punch you. Sylvia lowered her head regretfully. All right then. Seeing Adele and Sylvia suffer a setback along with him, Robles felt a little better knowing he was the only one suffering a setback. He then remembered that Su-Yun hadn't come over yet, and he wondered what he was up to. But without the commander's help, even if several of you are exceptionally strong and can injure Nian, you will not be able to stop him, just like this time, and you will only be able to let him escape. So my suggestion is that we form a temporary fleet with you and launch an attack together. You can use your soul power to suppress mind, and we will provide fire support, the Vanguard said thoughtfully. That's not impossible. However, Robles stroked his chin. We still have a promising commander who hasn't arrived yet. He's been making headlines throughout the Royal Navy lately, with many powerful ship girls vying to join him. Perhaps you could meet with him first? What if you change your minds after meeting him? Hearing this, Huda felt very uncomfortable. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she still maintained her elegance and said calmly, Governor, there's no need for further words. Even if we jump into the sea and die outside, we will never become someone else's ship girls. The avant-garde nodded solemnly as well. Indeed, our will never waver. Victory nodded. The person who can be Victory's commander hasn't been born yet. London pushed up his glasses. Me too. Achilles grunted in agreement and cheerfully raised his hand. Me too. The goddess of fate weakly replied. Me too. Robles, Adele, and Sylvia exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I'm going to get a free D'Amato cannon this time. During this week, through his communications with Su-Yun, he learned that Su-Yun was living in the royal garden and had already sent someone to deliver a message. Judging by the time, Su-Yun should be arriving by now, right? Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice came from outside the door. I'm so sorry everyone, I'm late. The shipgirls, including the Vanguard, looked over upon hearing the sound, assuming it was the commander who had come to rescue them again. Displeased, they all frowned slightly. But after seeing the person's appearance clearly, her tightly furrowed eyebrows not only relaxed, but were replaced by deep shock. Commander, the shipgirls exclaimed in unison. Robles' heart skipped a beat. Chapter 168, Achilles, of course, it's Azalaine. Commander? Robles' heart skipped a beat. Why would the avant-garde girls call Su-Yun that? Could it be? He had a vague, uneasy feeling about it. Buho, my Yamato cannon. The Vanguard and his men swarmed forward and surrounded Su-Yun. Is it really the commander? Vanguard opened his red lips in astonishment and reached out to tug at Su-Yun's face. He's warm, his eyes are moving, and his limbs are all intact, so it should be real. London touched Su-Yun's forehead as if taking his temperature and came to a serious conclusion. Ahem, everyone, you should maintain the composure of royal ladies, Achilles. You've bumped into me. Lady Hood's elegance lasted less than 3 seconds before Achilles pushed her to the front, ruining her composure. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it really is the commander. That's great. My dream has come true. Wah, commander. Achilles missed you so much. Achilles hugged Su-Yun's waist tightly, crying with tears streaming down his face. The goddess of fate stood by, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Commander, you're finally back. Victory lowered his body, carefully touched his chin, and reached out to pull on Su-Yun's belt. Look at your little uncle. Before Su-Yun could speak, Akaji appeared from the side and slapped Shunli's hand away. What are you doing in public? Do you want the commander to be laughed at? Akaji's eyebrows furrowed, her face full of displeasure. This was something Su-Yun often said to her, and today it was finally her turn to say it to someone else. Hey, we're all family. No need to be so polite. Shunli blinked and gave a mysterious shushing. Don't worry, with this human wall blocking the way, they won't see us from behind. Besides, isn't that more exciting? Su-Yun, don't treat me like a puppet that you can manipulate at will. Although he knew that Shunli had a rather easygoing personality, this was just too easygoing. Cough cough. He coughed, first swatting away the avant-garde's hand that was rubbing his face, then removing London's hand from his forehead, then Victory's unrepentant hand that touched his belt. then Achilles' hand on his waist, and finally the hand of the goddess of fate that had somehow pressed down on his buttocks. Stop touching me. I'm Su-yun, a real, flesh and blood Su-yun. Su-yun said helplessly. Look at Hood. That's what you call an elegant royal lady. Even after a long separation, she still maintains a proper distance. Avant-Garde and London exchanged a glance. Could it be, Qianwei said solemnly, pinching her chin with a serious expression, that it's the impure world reincarnation technique? What the hell? Don't try to bring anime settings into reality, Su-yun complained. It's all right, Commander. Vanguard stood ramrod straight and gave a perfect knightly salute. The royal battleship, Vanguard, will be the most invincible sword in your hand. Where your sword points, my cannon fire will follow. Akaji rolled her eyes. Chinibu, Su-yun said solemnly. Very good, Vanguard. From this day forward, you will be the sharpest sword in my hand. I appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Vanguard. Akaji's eyes sparkled, and she clasped her hands together. Truly worthy of being the commander. So imposing. Sylvia and Adele exchanged a glance, their faces showing varying degrees of strangeness. Robles sighed softly. Adele asked, so the governor is also marveling at how terrifying Su Yao is, isn't he? No, I'm heartbroken over my Yamato cannon. Robles clutched his chest, his heart bleeding. That was a Yamato cannon. Gone just like that. And this kid tricked me again. In this world, any colorful decoration is extremely rare. Despite being the current governor, Robles was incredibly wealthy and powerful, yet he only had 3 Yamato cannons in his residence. Previously, in order to attract Lion to participate in the Royal Shipgirl Performance Contest, one of the skills was offered as the final prize, but it turned out to be a waste of a skill. He originally wanted to get his Yamato cannon back through this bet, but instead of getting the cannon, he gave one away. Why are Vanguard and the others Su-yun's shipgirls? Robles simply couldn't understand it. One group was in the royal family, and the other was in Dongwon. Did they ever have the slightest interaction? After a warm reminiscing session, Su-yun finally entered the main hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Robles stared intently at Su-yun. You little brat. Something's not right. He stared intently at Su-yun and asked, when did you meet Qianwei and Hude? If you don't give me a straight answer today, I won't hand over the Yamato cannon. Robles started to take it seriously. And rightly so. If someone could acquire so many shipgirls so easily, wouldn't anyone become suspicious after a while? Don't try to pull out your old excuses again. Robles looked at Su-yun meaningfully, as if he had some kind of premonition. We're all adults here, not 3-year-olds. Don't think you can get away with this time. Su-yun was extremely helpless. The saddest thing in the world is to speak the absolute truth, yet no one believes you. Since no one believes the truth, I'll just have to tell a lie. All right then, since you don't believe me, I'll say something else. Su-yun shrugged helplessly. Tell me, what exactly happened? Robles said calmly. So many shipgirls in the Royal Garden, including Vanguard, have all recognized you as their commander. There must be something fishy going on here. To be honest, I'm an expert at online dating. I'm coming clean. Su-yun raised her hands. Avant-Garde paused, then exchanged a glance with Huda. Online dating? Oh, this. Akaji chuckled softly, knowing the commander was about to start spouting nonsense. What could she do? No one believed the truth. Robles pondered seriously, his expression strange. You managed to get so many shipgirls just through online dating? Sigh? It's all luck. Su-yun spread his hands helplessly. At first, we were just casual game partners, but we gradually got to know each other, and that's how our relationship developed. Yes. Shunli walked over, grabbed Su-yun's arm, and smiled. That's right. We met in the game, and that's how our relationship developed. Su-yun secretly gave a thumbs up. Victory. Great teamwork. Robles asked suspiciously, what game? How can it recognize so many shipgirls? Of course. Su-yun gave a thumbs up and answered decisively. As Elaine. Chapter 169, Goddess of Fate, Sea Fortress. In a sense, Su-yun was not lying. In fact, he was telling the absolute truth. However, the name, As Elaine, is not the name of a game in the New World. Instead, isn't that the name of the Alliance? Robles looked at Su-yun with disdain. You didn't put any effort into the name. I would have believed you if you had changed the name. There are 2 opposing factions in this world, As Elaine and Red Axis. The As Elaine faction members are Eastern Empire, Eagle Union, Royal Navy, Iris Liberty, Northern Union, and others. The members of the Crimson Axis faction are Iron Blood, Sakura Empire, Vichy Church, and Sardinian Empire. The 2 sides fought each other for a long time due to ideological differences, but later made peace because of their common enemy, the Sirens. Incidentally, both the Free Iris and the Vichy Church belonged to Old World France, but one corresponded to Free France and the other to the Vichy French government. Su Yun sighed slightly. Before he could even defend himself, Victory spoke up first. The commander is telling the truth, Governor Robles. We really did meet in the game, don't you think, ladies? Victory looked back and saw the ship girls exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, they all nodded. At that moment, something unspoken between them led them to tacitly choose to remain silent. Robles couldn't help but feel puzzled. He knew that Victory was capricious, but Vanguard, London, Hood, and Fortune were not ship girls who would spout nonsense. Is there really a game called Azalane in this world? Alright, let's leave this topic at that for now. Let's get down to business. Hood changed the subject promptly, giving Victory a deep look. Although it was in accordance with the commander's words, this move was far too risky. The moment Hood saw Su Yun, he understood that someone had truly opened the gate connecting the old and new worlds and brought the commander back. There are very few people who can do this, but whoever it is, the ship girls owe her a favor. London also realized what was happening and echoed Hood's words. Yes, there's still a major crisis waiting for us at sea. We were having a headache just now, but now that the commander is back, things have become much simpler. Su Yun asked, what is it? Qianwei sighed slightly and recounted their battle in the English Sea. Simply put, they underestimated the power of Nian. After a near-death battle, they failed to defeat Nian, allowing it to escape. After hearing Qianwei's description of Nian's physique, Su Yun's expression was both surprised and strange. You mean, Nian is about 750,000 square meters? Qianwei's pretty face turned serious. Yes, and it can move. Su Yun's expression was extremely strange. There couldn't possibly be such a large warship in this world, unless it's not a warship. Could it be a sea fortress? Yes. Vanguard nodded seriously. That's what we guessed too. Nian is most likely not a warship. It can also mass-produce remnant, class, and form, class abyssal corpses, so we boldly guess that Nian is a super sea fortress. 750,000 square meters is almost the size of a small island. Su Yun rubbed his temples. Qianwei's words had stirred up memories of his past life. In his previous life, there was a game called Kantai Collection, which players often refer to as Kantai Collection. Kantai Collection, Kankali, is the originator of the Kankali series, and it was the first to establish the design of girls plus ship equipment. The villain in Kantai Collection is called Deep Sea Fleet, which is essentially an aggregate of vengeful spirits from ships sunk in the old world, a fact that closely matches the Abyss Corps. The highest-ranking deep-sea princess is not a warship in its true form, but a large land base, which is very similar to Nian. Could it be that the Abyss skeleton is essentially a deep-sea amphibious vessel? Su Yun pinched her chin, then quickly dismissed her own idea. Although similar, the two are completely different. The deep-sea abomination ship is half-humanoid, while the Abyss Corps, except for Ji, is non-humanoid. Moreover, when appearing in its true form, Nian was able to move such a massive body, which is inconsistent with the fact that it could only be stationed in a fixed land base. Therefore, although they share the same underlying principles, they have evolved in different branches. If this conjecture comes true, then it's no surprise that the Vanguard and their men will suffer a setback. After all, the enemy is no longer just a ship, it's a home port, a fortress, a harbor base. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Destroying a 700,000 square meter sea fortress that can continuously produce abyssal remains is no easy task. Robles said in a deep voice, "This is the first time we have encountered such an enemy. It is a behemoth that has never been recorded before, and it is definitely not something that a single fleet can handle." Su Yun was still deep in thought when Qianwei spoke up. Firepower is only one aspect. The most important thing is that we must first withstand the mental attacks of Nian. She said seriously, without those vengeful spirits, even if a top-tier ship girl is no match for Nian, she can still escape unscathed. But those vengeful spirits are really too troublesome. If we are not careful, they will corrupt the souls of our ship girls. Once they are lost, they can only wait to die. Therefore, this is a battle that requires the cooperation of the commander and the ship girls, Adele said calmly. As the new marshal, it is my duty to fight this battle. I will personally go to the battlefield and use my soul power to clear the way for the ship girls. Robles nodded. I'll go too. It's our first time facing Nian, so we should play it safe. Sylvia said earnestly. I'll join too. My soul power isn't weak either. More people mean more strength. After thinking for a moment, Su-yun said, I'll go with them too. I hope my soul power is enough. Belfast felt a chill run down her spine. Commander, are you going to personally lead the army again? I must lead the army myself, Belfast. Su-yun looked at her. You heard it all. Only the commander's soul power can eliminate those vengeful spirits now. And he smiled. Hiding in the back isn't my style. It's time to fight side by side, Belfast. Belfast clutched her chest, her mental cube tightening slightly. Chapter 170. Long time no see, my lover. Before setting off, Robles decided to first release information about Nian in the European Emperor group. After he explained, everyone sent out shocked and confused emojis. Li Shangyan. You mean, Nian isn't a ship, but a mobile super-sea fortress? Robs, yes. Li Shangyan. Hiss, this is the first time I've heard of this. It seems this person is not easy to deal with. Roboth. According to the Vanguard, the power of Nian is not only its super thick defense and dense firepower, but also its mental attack, which can erode the soul of the Shipgirls. Therefore, several of us commanders will be present at the scene in this battle to use our soul power to dispel the vengeful spirits and protect the Shipgirls. Li Shangyan, thank you all for your hard work. It seems I need to issue orders to all cities that from now on, if you encounter an level abyss, you must report to headquarters and have a port with a general or higher take action. Robs, I think so too. Nian is a huge disaster for ordinary port areas, and even the Marshal's mansion should not underestimate it. Olivia, how many fleets did you send this time? Robs, I have one of the 4. Adele has 1, Sylvia has 1, and Su-yun has 1. Olivia, oh. After you finish defeating Nian, remember to collect the loot fragments and send me some so I can study them. Robles, you're so confident I can lead the team to victory? Heh, in that case, I won't let you down. Olivia, question mark. Olivia, ordinary male. Robs, why was I suddenly being criticized? Olivia, by the way, please tell Su-yun for me not to use too much force. I want the complete version. Robles looked at the message and pondered for a moment. Does Olivia mean that Su-yun is even more powerful than herself? Despite his doubts, he relayed the message to Su-yun. Su-yun looked puzzled after hearing this. It's good enough if we can win, and she's telling me not to exert myself? What does she mean by that? Robles shook his head. I don't know, is this your code? Su-yun rolled her eyes. Dark my ass. I've only seen her once. His first encounter on Yongxing Island was not pleasant. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have had a hole punched in his head. Overhearing their conversation, Vanguard lowered his voice and asked Bismarckzvi, has no one taught the commander how to use soul power? Bismarckzvi said calmly, I've never had the chance. In the past, we didn't need the commander to take action in battles. We were enough. Akaji interjected after hearing the 2 Shipgirls' conversation. The commander only used his soul power the first time we faced form. Akaji was unaware that Su-yun had also used soul amplification once when rescuing Akashi, but he only amplified Mogador, allowing her to split the sea with an axe. How much? How much increase? Qianwei asked expectantly. When a regular commander unleashes their soul power, the boost to the Shipgirls is around 20%, which matches the damage boost from manual control in the previous game. In this world, due to the existence of soul power, this amplification is greatly enhanced. Commanders of Robles' caliber can provide Shipgirls with a 100% damage boost, making each shot as powerful as Jean Bart's first-round manual main gun. What about Su-yun? Akaji thought about it seriously and estimated. It's probably equivalent to 100 Jean Barts. Avant-Garde gaped in astonishment. She was already looking forward to the scene of her sinking Nian with a single shot. After organizing the 4 fleets, the group set off along the Victory Passage, heading straight for the English Sea. On Su-yun's side, apart from Queen Elizabeth and counterattack remaining behind, all the other Shipgirls were deployed. Once we get close to England, everyone be careful and don't stray too far. If you get entangled by a vengeful spirit, you're very likely to experience hallucinations. Qianwei shared his experience with everyone. Do not transform into a giant ship. Keep your distance from your companions within 10 meters. Surround the commander in the center and protect him as he advances. All right, the Shipgirls responded. Su-yun glanced at the fleet on Robles' side. This was the first time he had seen Robles' fleet of Shipgirls. The 2 leading ones both had long golden hair. He didn't know who they were, but judging from their ship equipment, they should be 2 aircraft carriers. Adele's flagship is still Alfred, while Sylvia's flagship is Anson. Soon, the group arrived at the English Sea. The sea was calm, and there was nothing unusual about it. Suyun did not relax. Instead, he became more vigilant. It's eerily quiet. Everyone, stay alert and don't let your guard down. Bismarck, deploy the radar and search for nearby enemies. Yes. Bismarck Zwei nodded and immediately deployed radar to scan the surroundings. After a moment, she replied, Commander, there are 3 remnant class Abyss destroyers to the southeast. Only 3 ships. Suyun pondered. Warspite, I'm entrusting it to you. Is that all right? Warspite's spirits lifted, knowing this was his chance to redeem himself, and he immediately said seriously, Leave it to me, Commander. After saying that, he left. Suyun said to the other shipgirls, Let's slowly move over there too. Yes. Warspite quickly dealt with the 3 damaged, class-wrecked ships without incident. Next, the group cleared away some scattered remains on the sea surface, but still couldn't find any trace of Nian. Strange, Suyun murmured in confusion. There's no reason why we can't find such a large sea fortress. The English Sea is vast. If we keep searching, we'll find it eventually, Robles said. Suyun nodded. After discussion, the group decided to continue heading southeast. As long as you sail from here, and your mind is still in the English Sea, you will eventually encounter it. Just as Suyun was thinking this, less than 5 kilometers into the journey, fog suddenly rose on the sea. Watch out. Robles was the first to sense the danger and warned. This isn't ordinary fog. It has the ability to block signals. Unleash your soul power and use the soul network. Suyun and the others nodded, and then had the shipgirls disconnect their communication devices and pull them into their soul network to communicate. However, this would mean that the 4 fleets would have to operate independently and would lose contact with each other. However, it doesn't matter. Both Adele and Robles have terrifyingly strong soul power, so they are unlikely to encounter any danger. The only one to be careful of is Sylvia, whose soul power is the weakest here. Just as Suyun was wondering whether he should meet up with Sylvia first, someone suddenly hugged him from behind and hooked their arms around his neck. Suyun said helplessly, Chichung, stop fooling around. We're at war. A soft, lingering voice came from behind Suyun and whispered in her ear, I am not Akaji. Suyun was suddenly jolted. This isn't the voice of our own ship girl. He abruptly turned his head, and Lavas's face was reflected in his pupils. Long time no see, my. Lavos began slowly, my lover. Chapter 171, The Obsessive Arbitrator. Lavos. Suyun's heart skipped a beat. The image of Lavos and G joining forces to defeat Montana and Nimitz was still vivid in his mind. He never expected that Lavos, who was in the Pacific Ocean not long ago, would arrive at the Royal in the blink of an eye. A strong sense of crisis washed over him, and he abruptly shoved Lavos away. He took several steps back, widening the distance between himself and Lavos, his face grave. Akaji and the others have disappeared. Although Suyun was indeed still standing on the deck of the warship, the space around him seemed to have changed. When exactly did this change occur? And how did Lavos manage to bypass the surveillance of all the shipgirls and get close to me? Are you afraid of me? Lavas's voice was ethereal as he tilted his head and looked at Suyun with a puzzled expression. Suyun remained wary and asked in a deep voice, How did you approach me? What is your purpose? Are you planning a decapitation strike? Lavos turned his head and said calmly, Why would I kill you? You're not here to deal with me? Suyun asked, frowning. Of course not. Lavos extended his hand, a smile playing on his lips. I'm here to take you back. Go back? Go back where? The Siren base? Don't even dream about it. I will absolutely not go with you. Lavas's upturned lips fell, his face filled with sorrow. Why did you reject me, my love? Have you forgotten? The sunsets we watched together, the vows we made, the promises we made to be each other's only ones. Have you forgotten all of that? How can you forget something that never happened? Huh. I never thought that after waiting for you for so many years, all I would get in return is such indifference from you. Lavos sobbed, covering his face, his shoulders trembling. For you, I betrayed Zero. For you, I went against the other arbitrators. For you, I gave up my identity as a siren. I just wanted to be with you. Why? Why did you push me away? My heart aches so much, it feels so suffocating, like it's being torn apart. I can hardly breathe. My love, can you feel the excruciating pain in my heart, as if it's being torn apart? Suyun frowned. Is Lavos crazy, or is he crazy? What nonsense is she spouting? Don't push me away, don't refuse me, come back with me. Lavos once again extended his arm, which was as white as a scallion. The movement was very slow, But by the time Su Yun came to her senses, those hands were already touching her face. He was suddenly jolted. She was just standing there a moment ago. How did she suddenly appear in front of me? It's almost as if someone cut out the frame. My lover. Lavos placed her fair hand on Su Yun's face. She usually wore a pair of stockings and gloves, but she had taken them off now. Her eyes were glazed over as she gazed at Su Yun, her voice soft and ethereal as she murmured, "Will you come back with me?" An invisible ripple spread from Lavas's mouth. Is this mind control? Is she hypnotizing me? Su Yun was not only unaffected, but also became more lucid as a result. No. Su Yun's spider senses were going off like crazy. We absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. No matter how sweet Lavas's words may sound, we absolutely cannot go with her. He leaned back, trying to quickly create distance, but just as he retreated 3 meters, Lavos suddenly hooked his waist like a ghost and reappeared in front of him. Su Yun's pupils contracted. He kept a close eye on Lavos, and this time he was absolutely certain that Lavos had not moved at all. He could see even the bullets clearly, but he couldn't see Lavas's movement. She definitely used other methods. Stopping time, or space travel. Regardless of the type, it would be nothing short of a devastating blow to Su Yun. Why are you running, my love? Lavos asked, tilting his head. Su Yun sensed that Lavas's attitude was gradually cooling down. Why did you run away? Why did you refuse? Ah, I get it. It's because of those stupid shipgirls, isn't it? The reason you don't want to be with me is because you can't bear to part with them. Hee. I get it. Lavos suddenly chuckled softly. Su Yun frowned. What do you understand? I understand that once you kill them all, you'll have no more worries and can come back to the Siren base with me. Yes, I should have realized sooner that having one more person means having one less person to love me and want to possess you completely. So, letting them die becomes a necessary condition, right? Su Yun was startled. Who should we start with? I've got it. Let's start with that head maid who's got designs on you, darling. You probably don't know this, do you? Your head maid isn't that loyal. In her mind, you're in big trouble. Every time she takes care of you, she's fantasizing about what she should do. Before Lavos could finish speaking, a dagger slicing through the air and flying out from the side with a whoosh. It grazed Lavas's cheek. Lavos casually turned his head to dodge, and glancing to the side, he saw that Belfast had somehow barged in. Yes, we must break through. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yun finally distanced himself from Lavos and returned to Belfast's side. Master, are you alright? Su Yun nodded. It's alright, and besides. He glanced around and said seriously, just as I expected, this is a separate space. Before Lavos appeared, the shipgirls surrounded Su Yun in the center, but despite the commotion he and Lavos caused, the shipgirls did not react at all. Either they were also entangled, or this was an unknown space. While Su Yun appeared to be chatting with Lavos, he was actually secretly activating his soul power to try to contact the shipgirls outside. After receiving a positive response, he kept trying to bring the shipgirls in. And Belfast was the accomplice he brought in. Belfast breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lavos hadn't finished speaking. She had always kept those dark thoughts in her heart very well hidden. If Lavos were to reveal this, it could arouse the master's suspicion and create a rift between them. That's not the outcome Belfast wanted. Dagger, Lavos murmured. As a shipgirl, why are you carrying a dagger in your ship equipment space? Are you planning to cut something off? Lavos asked, tilting her head. Belfast said casually, that's just to make it easier to eat steak. Is that so? Lavos chuckled. No matter how eloquent you are, it doesn't matter, because today is your death day. Chapter 172 Dimensional Reduction Attack. Commander, be careful. Belfast stepped forward and shielded Su Yun behind her. Lavos is very strong. Please stay away. Enough. Lavos glared at Belfast, who was protecting Su Yun, and gritted his teeth. Don't put on a show of sacrificing yourself to protect him in front of me. After he finished speaking, 3 unidentified black and white main cannons appeared behind Lavos, their muzzles flashing with purple lightning, unlike any of the main cannons recorded. I'll tear you apart. Lavos said hatefully. Boom. Lavos fired a shot. This is not any known shell, but a laser, an unknown technology. Belfast retaliated with light cruiser guns. The projectiles she fired were no match for Lavas's laser cannons, turning to ashes the moment they touched them. In Belfast's eyes, the shot kept getting bigger. It seemed like it was about to blast her to pieces at any moment. At the critical moment, Su Yun suddenly pounced. He tackled Belfast to the ground, narrowly avoiding the shot. The Belfast's main guns were hit by the laser cannons and were reduced to ashes. Su Yun helped himself up from Belfast's body. Belfast, are you alright? Belfast gave a blank hum. It was actually protected by its owner. She's not an enemy you can handle. You should step down, Suyin said, standing up. Belfast felt a chill run down her spine. Commander, are you going to go yourself? Absolutely not. She's too dangerous. And you're her target. Going up now would be like walking into a trap. Suyin shook his head. Who said I was going to go myself? Belfast was taken aback. What's that? Of course we'll call for reinforcements. As a commander, fighting against the arbitrators is just asking for death, isn't it? Suyin replied matter-of-factly. Forehead. Lavos looked calmly at Suyin. This is a special experimental field that I created, independent of the world. Without my permission, no outsider can enter. But Belfast came in, didn't she? A golden light shone in Suyun's right eye. Just now, when I was trying to decode this space with my soul power, I discovered something interesting. After a moment of silence, Lavos asked, what is it? Soul power, what a wondrous thing. The moment Suyun finished speaking, many shipgirls appeared from all directions around Lavos. Bismarck, Akaji, Kaga, Prestige, Formidable, Radiant, Lion, War-Weary, Vanguard, Hood, Victory, London, Achilles, Fates. They formed a circle surrounding Lavos. Lavos glanced around, his eyes showing no fear, remaining calm. How did they get in? Of course, it's all thanks to your teaching. Suyin grinned. My teaching? Yes, you demonstrated to me how to perform frame skipping, didn't you? So I tried removing the barrier between this space and the real world, and sure enough, it worked. Lavos fell silent. What an amazing learning ability. Victory covered her red lips in astonishment, blinked her eyes, and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, isn't this Miss Lavos? Why aren't you staying at the Siren base? What are you doing in the English Sea? Bismarck was more serious than ever before. Everyone be careful. Our opponent is Lavos. Be on your best. With a solemn expression, Qianwei gripped his sword, declaring, I will defend the commander's honor to the death. Warspite was equally serious. This is my first time fighting an arbitrator-level siren. I wonder how I compare to the purifiers. Surrounded by the shipgirls, Lavos remained calm and composed, which made Suyun uneasy. After a long pause, she suddenly chuckled softly. Hee hee. The moment she raised her eyebrows, it was as if the temperature of the entire sea was dropping rapidly. You've all arrived at the perfect time. Now I'm the one left to search for you one by one. Lavos disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she had already flashed behind Hood, with the cannon barrel pressed against her lower back. Bang! Ah! Hood screamed in agony. She was blasted away by a cannon and fell into the sea. What? Such speed. No. According to my radar detection, she teleported there. There's no movement trajectory. Renown suddenly sensed a strong sense of crisis, turned around sharply, and found that Lavos's cannon was already pointed at her head. Bang! Another shot, and his reputation was blasted away. Suyin sped up in his yacht and drove over. With a thud, the reputation points fell onto Suyun's yacht. She had already lost consciousness, but fortunately, she was still clinging to life. Suyin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hood was also on the ship. He had just salvaged him. Soon, the shipgirls were defeated one by one. The shipgirls' cannon fire couldn't hit them, but Lavos was able to accurately seize the moment when each shipgirl was in a daze and deliver a fatal blow. Soon, only Bismarck, Vanguard, Lion, Akaji, Kaga, Illustrious, and Warspite remained on the field. Lion bit his fingernails, his face more serious than ever before. No, I can't keep up with her speed at all. This is like a complete dimensional attack. Absolutely. This frame-skipping ability is simply unheard of. That's enough, Suyin said suddenly after he had also brought the goddess of fortune onto the boat. Belfast, who was assisting Suyin in the rescue, suddenly asked curiously, What's okay now? I've finished decoding. Now, we can try moving through each other. Belfast is puzzled. Let me demonstrate. Suyin closed her eyes. He no longer sees the world with his eyes, but with the power of his soul. He imagined the world as a game, and Lavos was the boss who could teleport. Each ship girl was like a chess piece in his mind. Soon, he sensed Lavos appearing behind Lion. Now, he picked up the Lion and moved her behind Lavos. You can die too. Lavos had already pointed the cannon at the back of the Lion's head. Kill you all, and he'll be mine. Bang. Lavos fired. But this time they came up empty-handed. Lavos was taken aback. The Lion was stunned. She suddenly found herself behind Lavos. Although he didn't understand what had happened, Lion suddenly realized that he seemed to have suddenly grasped the ability of teleportation as well. Look behind you. Lion instantly aimed and fired. Bang! The shot missed its target. The lion's expression changed. Lavos reappeared behind her. Look behind you again. Lavos fires again. Bang! Another fruitless trip. The lion appeared behind Lavos once again. The lion was extremely excited. The thrill of instantaneous teleportation was something she had never experienced before. Then take a look behind you. Bang! Unfortunately, this shot missed again. This time, Lavos did not choose to move behind the lion, but instead created some distance. She looked at Su Yun on the yacht and realized that he was behind this. Why? Why do you always reject me? Lavos looked sorrowful. She raised a slender hand. Since you refuse to abandon these ship girls and come with me, and insist on opposing me, then don't blame me for killing you all. Lavos slowly raised her delicate hand. She looked at Su Yun with cold eyes. After I kill all of you, I will preserve your body in my own way, so that you will stay by my side forever. The next second, half of the English sea trembled. Due to Lavos' influence, even the fog was drawn away, and visibility on the sea surface improved considerably. As the fog cleared, Robles, Adele, and Sylvia, who were in the distance, realized that they were not far from each other. Su Yun was the only one whose whereabouts were unknown. Where's Su? Didn't he catch up? Robles asked. Sylvia shook her head. I don't know. Maybe they fell behind. Robles frowned. Hopefully, he won't run into Nyen alone. Just then, on the distant sea, a large amount of steel debris suddenly rose into the air and condensed into a huge energy ball. These steel wrecks are all Sirens, wrecks, or warships sunk during English naval battles, now lying on the seabed. Robles' expression changed drastically when he saw the enormous energy sphere, resembling a meteorite, appear in the sky. Planetary explosion star. Is this still the Abyss Corpse? Chapter 173, Major Disaster. As Lavos pulled large amounts of debris from the seabed with his bare hands and pieced them together into a giant sphere of discarded nuclear material, a sharp red alarm sounded within the Royal Marines Bureau. Error! Error! Red alert! Red alert! The entire Royal Marines Bureau immediately went on high alert. The staff member responsible for monitoring maritime safety looked at the rapidly fluctuating red numbers on the screen, and his expression changed drastically. It's terrible, Commander. A devastating tsunami has struck the English Sea. The waves are already nearly 20 meters high and are about to hit the coastal cities. What? 20 meters? The commander's pupils suddenly contracted. Tsunami levels are classified into 6 levels, from -1 to 4. A wave amplitude of 4 meters is considered a level 3 catastrophic disaster. A tsunami with a wave amplitude of 20 meters is enough to crush buildings like tofu. Immediately notify coastal residents to evacuate, the royal commander urgently ordered. Yes. The royal commander rushed to another staff member and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened? Why did such a huge tsunami occur? Was it Nyen's doing again? The staff member's fingers tapped frantically on the control panel, the blue light of the screen reflecting on his anxious face. Commander, please wait a moment. We are retrieving satellite images. He quickly located the source of the tsunami, retrieved satellite footage, and zoomed in on the images. But then they saw only a huge iron ball. What is this thing? I told you to investigate the source of the disaster. Why are you showing me this iron ball? The commander frowned. This is the source of the disaster. No, this isn't an iron ball. Someone lifted the iron ball up. The commander was taken aback, looked up and examined it closely, and suddenly realized that this iron ball was extremely unusual. It was unbelievably huge, with a diameter of 20 meters. If such a massive iron ball were to fall on them, even a ship girl transformed into a giant ship would sink into the sea. What exactly is going on? The commander's face was extremely grim. The answer will be revealed soon. Lavos threw the massive, wrecked celestial body out, and the satellite finally captured its image. The royal commander's expression changed drastically, and he gasped, the Siren arbitrator? Meanwhile, other factions across Europe also detected the powerful tsunami and activated red coastal alerts, urgently evacuating coastal residents. No one dares to underestimate an arbitrator, let alone Lavos. The Vichy leadership ordered the construction of a coastal defense line, ready to meet any attack at any time. Ironblood is organizing its forces, and if Lavos arrives, they will fight him in the open sea. The Free Iris also evacuated the population, assembled its army, and prepared for battle at any time. Maritime authorities across Europe are on high alert, preparing for potential conflict at any moment. But at the same time, they were also wondering, who exactly was fighting Lavos? Among the strongest individual combat units known to mankind, the Sirens arbitrators are at the top of the list. They are even more terrifying than the legendary and decisive battle-class Shipgirls. Even though Lavos is among the top arbitrators, there is currently no ship girl who can rival her in a one-on-one situation. Such a terrifying being should, in theory, be invincible in the world. So, who exactly is it that deserves her such anger? Soon, the answer was revealed. Satellite images captured Bismarck, Zwei, and other ship girls beneath the massive, wrecked planet. All the ship girls were looking up, their faces grave as they gazed at Lavos. The Ironblood Sea Command Center erupted into chaos instantly. It's Lord Bismarck. Lord Bismarck is in danger. Sir, should we send reinforcements? The iron-blooded commander bit his nails hard, his face so grave it seemed like it could drip water. Any ordinary ship girls would just be throwing their lives away against Lavos. Quickly, go and ask Lord Hutton to come out of seclusion. Vichy Vatican Maritime Command. The Vichy Papacy commander asked, who are those ship girls who fought against Lavos? The staff quickly reported, Bismarck, Vanguard, Warspite, Akagi, Kaga, Illustrious, and Formidable are all extremely powerful ship girls. The Vichy Papacy commander's expression was strange. Why are these ship girls gathered together? And why are they fighting Lavos? It's unclear. A human male was also found at the scene. Who? The identity verification is in progress, and the result is in. It's Su Yun, the commander of Dongwon. The Vichy Vatican commander's brows furrowed deeply. Who is Su Yun? I've never heard of him before. Free Iris Sea Area Command Center. Su Yun? Could it be the Su Yao from the internet? Commander of Free Iris asked in surprise upon hearing his subordinate's report. The subordinate nodded. It's him. The commander of the Free Iris fleet had a very strange expression. What is he, an Eastern emperor, doing in the English Sea? And he's even fighting alongside this renowned royal fleet. Could it be that he's already their commander? No one can answer this question. At sea in England, Lavos raised the celestial sphere, formed from the remnants of the seabed, high above the ocean. The iron sphere, 20 meters in diameter, blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the entire sea area. The next second, she gave it a gentle push. The iron ball fell like a meteorite. Boom! Only white light remained between heaven and earth. The sea surface was smashed into a huge crater, and seawater rushed wildly in all directions, forming a ring of giant waves tens of meters high. The shockwave from the explosion tore through the air, sending all the ship girls within a radius of several kilometers flying. Robles gritted his teeth and pushed his soul power to its limit, using a pale blue light barrier to protect his fleet. Adele and Sylvia also fought with all their might, and the three fleets, like three lone boats teetering on the brink of capsizing, barely managed to hold on amidst the shockwaves of the tsunami. Is this the power of the arbitrator? Robles' voice trembled. Adele didn't speak. She just stared intently at the center of the explosion. Sylvia clung to Anson's arm, her face deathly pale. Meanwhile, in the command centers of the Royal Navy, Iron Blood, Free Iris, and Vichy Church's naval bureaus, shrill alarms blared. The energy readings on the screen had exceeded the instrument's limit, and the red warning light was flashing wildly. The tsunami wave is expected to exceed 40 meters. The staff member's voice was almost a scream. This is no longer a tsunami. This is a natural disaster. The royal commander slumped in his chair, his lips trembling. The arbitrators are practically aliens. The iron-blooded commander clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Lord Bismarck, please be safe. The Vichy Papacy commander stared at the screen and murmured, can humanity truly contend with such power? Chapter 174 The Ultimate Technique. Sealing the Yandra's Kiss. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided. Lavos stood in midair, looking down at the ruins. She tilted her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. If you had followed me from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out this way. She cupped her face in her hands, gazing down at the sea, a sickly smile playing on her lips. But it's all right. I'll find your body eventually. I'll piece you together, frame you, and hang you on my bedroom wall. That way, every morning when I open my eyes, I'll see you, Her cheeks flushed, and her smile deepened. Then, the laughter stopped abruptly. Su Yun and the ship girls appeared in a flash. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat, looking utterly shaken. Not dead. Lavos tilted his head, looking at Bismarck and the others. How can mere ship girls still be alive? Could it be? As expected of my darlings, they actually managed to survive with a bunch of scrap metal. That's amazing. Bismarck's Vi came to her senses and realized that it was the commander who had saved everyone with that incredible space jump. She immediately turned to Su Yun and asked anxiously, "Commander, are you alright?" Su Yun shook her head to indicate that she was fine. That was his first attempt in a desperate situation, and unexpectedly it actually worked, saving his life. However, if Lavos launches another attack like this, will they be as lucky as they were this time? Just what I feared came true. The thought had barely crossed Su Yun's mind when Lavos raised his hand again. Her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Su Yun with excitement, her voice filled with barely suppressed fervor. "As expected of my lover, you possess such abilities, managing to dodge my attack with your low-dimensional body. It's time to give you more respect. Rest assured, we Sirens have technology far surpassing this backward era. Even if you were blown to bits, I could repair you. I'll make you immobile and hang you in my bedroom forever, never to be separated from you for a moment." The sea trembled again. An even greater energy surge rose from the seabed, and the entire English Sea seemed to boil. The red alerts from maritime authorities around the world have been sounded again, this time with energy readings 3 times higher than the last one. The royal commander gave a bitter smile. If this shot is fired, it will probably really be a Category 4 tsunami. Coastal cities will inevitably suffer a huge disaster. In the face of the arbitrators, humanity is indeed as insignificant as ants. Commanders from all factions felt the same way, their hearts sinking to the bottom. On the English Sea, the light from the rubble of Lavois, a star-like formation, shone on Bismarck's resolute face. She turned around and gave Su Yun a standard military salute. "Commander, please escape." Her voice was low but firm. "As long as you live, we will meet again one day. No matter what, you must not fall into the hands of this madwoman. Bismarck is willing to use her broken body as a shield and artillery fire as a blade to tear a path to your survival. I will follow the commander to the death without regret." Vanguard stepped forward, gripping his broken longsword tightly, his eyes blazing. "Royal battleship, Vanguard. To fight my last battle alongside the commander, I have no regrets. Your glory, I will defend." Warspite wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood ramrod straight. The name Warspite has never wavered on the battlefield. Today is no exception. "Commander, please leave. We'll take care of this." Belfast lifted her tattered skirt and gave a perfect maid's bow. "Master, Belfast can no longer serve you tea or water, but it is a maid's last duty to shield you from this attack." Akagi spread her arms wide, her 9 foxtails fluttering in the wind. "Commander, Akagi's life was given to me by you. I return it to you today willingly. In the next life, Akagi will still be your ship girl." Kaga stood beside her sister, silently gripping the bowstring. She didn't speak, but her resolute gaze said it all. Illustrious shielded Su Yun behind her, speaking softly with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Commander, Illustrious' wings are broken, but her body can still protect you. Please, you must live." Fearless gritted his teeth and laughed. "Commander, although I'm usually unreliable, I definitely won't hold you back this time. Let's go." The other shipgirls, Hood, London, Achilles, and Fortune, were also seriously injured and their equipment was torn to shreds, but they still used their last bit of strength to reach out their hands towards Su Yun. His lips moved, silently repeating that one sentence. "Commander, please leave this place." However, faced with the determination of the shipgirls to die, Su Yun simply took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I have one last plan." Bismarck's Vi was taken aback. "What?" Su Yun did not answer. He walked to the front, looked up at Lavos, his eyes eerily calm. "It is clear that Lavos' strength has transcended this dimension. You are all very loyal, but sending you to fight her is tantamount to sending you to your deaths." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every ship girl. "Her only target is me. If I send you to your deaths for nothing, then I don't deserve to be your commander." Belfast's heart tightened. "Commander, do you mean to?" Su Yun took a deep breath, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "I'll go and fight her one-on-one. You guys take the opportunity to run. Listen to me, I'm not sure if this trick will work, but if it succeeds, we can all survive." Bismarck's Vi stubbornly raised her head. "I stand with the commander." "Listen to me," Su Yun shouted sternly. Bismarck's Vi lowered her head in resentment, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Su Yun ignored the shipgirl's attempts to dissuade him. He touched the ground with his toes, and with a powerful leap, or rather, a spatial jump, his figure vanished from the spot, and the next second, He was already in front of Lavos. Lavos, clutching his flushed cheek, chuckled and asked, "Walking right into a trap? My lover is useless. No matter what tricks you try, the outcome won't change." Su-yun remained silent. He hugged Lavos tightly and suddenly lowered his head. Ultimate technique. Seal the Yandra's kiss. Su-yun kissed him. Lavos's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her pupils contracting sharply. He froze in midair, as if the pause button had been pressed. Meanwhile, in the maritime command centers of the various factions, the officials and staff who were watching the battle intently fell into a deathly silence. The iron-blooded commander dropped his coffee cup, scattering shards of porcelain everywhere. The royal commander's mouth gaped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Commander of the Free Iris rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. The Vichy Vatican commander's lips twitched as he muttered, He kissed an arbitrator?" No one answered. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene on the screen. A human commander embracing and kissing the top combatant of the Siren arbitration agency. At this moment, the entire European maritime situation fell silent. Chapter 175: Fake Yandra versus Real Yandra. Did humanity kiss the arbitrator? The naval departments that were seriously monitoring the battle through satellite surveillance systems were all stunned and speechless. What kind of international joke is this? That's Lavos, one of the Siren's top arbiters. If she gets angry, not only the English Sea, but all of Europe will suffer. The royal commander swallowed hard, clenched his fists, and his palms were sweaty. Don't provoke Lavos any further, Su Yao, or things will only get out of control. In the Iron-Blooded Seas Bureau, the iron-blooded commander and his staff remained silent for a long time. "You've got guts." The iron-blooded commander finally spoke. In the words of the Eastern Empire, this is what it means to die under a peony flower. Even as a ghost, you'll be romantic. Free Iris Sea Bureau. The commander of the Free Iris felt a chill run down his spine. Isn't Lavos angry enough? How dare he molest her to her face like that? Let's reinforce the coastal defenses. The Vichy Vatican commander clenched his fist, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Well done. We bought some time. Quick. Evacuate the coastal residents now. On the English seas. At this moment, Su-yun was unaware that their confrontation with Lavos in the English Sea had been detected by various European countries. He had only one thought in his mind: to buy time for the Shipgirls to escape, while he stayed behind to hold off Lavos. He was gambling that Lavos would lose his composure. Clearly, he made the right bet. The moment the kiss landed, Lavos's body went limp. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Su-yun, who was so close to her. Her right hand, which was raised high and gathering the celestial stars of the wasteland, froze in midair. Her beautiful eyes, which had a somewhat lazy and casual look, were now filled with surprise. What is he doing? Lavos blushed instantly. The celestial ruins she had conjured began to crumble, large pieces of sheet metal falling off and crashing back into the sea like rain. Belfast quickly unleashed a barrage of anti-aircraft guns, shooting down the metal armor and protecting everyone's safety. Lavos, blushing with embarrassment, suddenly pushed Su-yun away. "How could you suddenly kiss me?" She abruptly stepped back, wiping her lips. Her pretty face flushed red, and pointed at Su-yun, shouting in a coquettish voice. "Don't you know this was my first kiss? How could you be so wicked? How are you going to take responsibility?" Su-yun was stunned. First kiss? Forehead. Also, why did she react so strongly? She can even say terrible things like turning people into specimens. So how could she be so easily frightened by a simple kiss? Didn't she claim to be her lover? Why is she so shy about a kiss? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Lavos pointed at Su-yun and shouted, "This isn't how a romance should be. We should be forced to be enemies because of our different positions, helpless in the chaos of the world, and then meet by chance one after another in private, eventually discovering each other's difficulties and slowly developing feelings for each other. Not like this, where you suddenly rush over and kiss me." Su-yun's expression was strange. What was she mumbling about? Lavos suddenly realized what he was doing and quickly changed his tune, covering his face and muttering under his breath. "Oh no, no. This is how things should continue." There was a similar plot in a shoujo manga I read last time. First, the female lead was kissed by the male lead. Then she held a grudge against him, and the two of them slowly became entangled. I should continue to play along. Now I need to say some harsh words. Su-yun. He has excellent hearing and can hear everything clearly. Lavos suddenly chuckled softly. She raised her eyes, regaining her previous calm and composed demeanor, and spoke slowly and deliberately. You actually found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. You truly deserve to be my lover. You are worthy. Su-yun was silent for a moment, then asked her with a strange expression, are you acting in a play? Lavos remained silent for a long time. What are you talking about, my love? She tilted her head and chuckled softly. I don't have time to play along with your boring plays. I'll personally cut you into pieces, take you back, and keep you as my most precious collectible, But you just broke character and started babbling on about how the script shouldn't be like this. Su-yun pressed further. At the beginning, you said that you betrayed Zero for me and that we had a memory of making vows of eternal love. Were those just part of the setup? Lavos, she said expressionlessly, I don't understand what you're saying. Su-yun glanced at her ears and continued. Your ears are a little red. Are you shy? Lavos, you blasted Belfast's ship equipment to dust with your first shot, but your second shot didn't cause any real damage to Hood. Could it be that you were deliberately holding back? Su-yun made this bold guess. Lavos, you just mentioned some shoujo manga. Could it be? Enough! Lavos shouted, his face flushed red. Stop talking. Lavos pointed at Su-yun and shouted angrily. If you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su-yun wisely kept quiet. He could tell that Lavos was serious when he said that. On the ground, Bismarck's Vi suddenly received an unexpected support signal. She listened carefully, then reported to Su-yun through the Seoul network. Commander, the Ironblood fleet has arrived to provide support. They arrived so quickly? Truly befitting the Iron Blood, renowned for its blitzkrieg tactics. Bismarck's Vi continued to relay the message. The ship girl leading the team is Hu-tung. And Rune is also there. Su-yun was taken aback. Hu-tung? Ron? Doesn't that mean? He saw the Ironblood fleet rushing towards him from the distant sea. A massive, dark fleet, entirely black in color, was speeding toward them. The person leading the charge was not Hu-tung, but Ron, whose face was terrifyingly gloomy. Her gloomy expression carried a hint of madness and ferocity in her smile, as if she were celebrating something, or perhaps she was angry about something. Upon seeing Su-yun, all the complex expressions on Ron's face vanished, replaced by an excited flush. It really is the commander, Ron said, slightly intoxicated. Don't be afraid. Commander Ron is here to save you. Ron's room contained only 3 things: a bed, a table, and a life-size commander body pillow that showed obvious signs of being played with, but had been repeatedly washed. Of course, this is assuming we don't count the 2 characters Su-yun written all over the wall. She had always lived with the other Ironblood sisters. No, to be more precise, the others were worried about Ron living alone, so they took over sharing the apartment with her. First Frederick the Great, then Count Zeppelin, and then Tirpitz. Tirpitz and Ron shared an apartment the longest, and she was also the most tolerant of Ron. Later, Tirpitz also left, and Hu-tung became his roommate. As for why the Shipgirls take turns sharing a room with Rune, it's naturally because Rune seems to be going crazy. Hu-tung still remembers the scene of his first day living with Ron after inheriting Tirpitz's position. As soon as she walked in that day, she saw that the walls of the room were covered with the words Su-yun written in marker. They even went to the bathroom and kitchen. She walked into the living room and saw Ron holding a specially made commander doll, picking up a spoon, scooping up a spoonful of curry, and stuffing it into the commander doll's mouth. Eat up, Commander, eat up. That day, Hu-tung saw Ron, with his vacant eyes, repeatedly poking the mouth of a doll with a spoon, completely oblivious to the yellow curry spilling all over the ground. From that moment on, Hu-tung understood why everyone was so worried about Ron. Her obsession ran so deep that it had become pathological and insane. From that day on, Hu-tung began to take care of Ron's daily life. However, things were more complicated than she had imagined. Ron is a madwoman. When she passed by a kindergarten, she saw a little girl whose features resembled the commander's and kidnapped her to take her home. If Hu-tung hadn't reacted quickly, things might have gotten out of control. Last time, a female commander named Su-yun came to Dongwon. Her purpose in coming to Sangvis Ferry was to engage in tactical exchanges with Sangvis Ferry's commanders and promote friendship between the 2 countries. Upon hearing this name, Ron, without thinking twice, headed straight for the Ironblood Navy headquarters. Her class is a free ship girl, but her rank is too low to directly enter the Ironblood Navy headquarters. But Ron didn't care about any of that. She excitedly barged in, only to be greatly disappointed when she discovered that the other party was a girl. In a fit of anger, she insisted on having a tactical exercise with Su-yun's ship girl. When Hu-tung arrived at the scene after hearing the news, he found that Ron had gone all out. He had beaten the enemy's ship girl half to death, and no one at the scene could stop him. If Huteng hadn't arrived in time, this would probably have become the biggest stain on the iron-blooded navy. There are many more crazy things like this. Huteng was having a headache over this. A few dozen minutes earlier, she and Ron were at home. Huteng sat in a chair with her legs crossed, watching Ron playfully tumbling from the sofa to the floor while he was hugging and playing with the commander doll. She then fell into deep thought. Not long after, news came from the Iron Blood Navy that an arbitrator had appeared in the English Sea, and they hoped that she, as an admiral of the Iron Blood Navy, could step in to deal with it. During the call, the iron-blooded commander mentioned the name Su Yun. Huteng did not turn on speakerphone, so the sound was very low. Ron still managed to catch it. 1 second she was throwing a tantrum while hugging the commander pillow, and the next she suddenly appeared in front of Huteng, her eyes shining like little stars as she looked at him expectantly. What did he just say? The commander is back? Is his name Su Yun? My Su Yun. Huteng grunted and coughed as he replied, I'm not sure. It's possible it's just a coincidence of names. We'll have to go to the scene to find out for sure. Before Huteng could finish speaking, Ron grabbed her and ran out of the house. They jumped straight off the 6th floor of the apartment. The baby sitting in the stroller downstairs was terrified. And this is the life that Ron and Huteng have been living in Iron Blood all along. Let's bring the scene back to the present. Ron's sailing speed was very fast. It had already reached its limit. Despite being a heavy cruiser, it left other light cruisers and destroyers far behind. Is this reasonable? Looking at Ron, whom he couldn't catch up with no matter what he did, Huteng couldn't help but wonder if she had undergone some kind of modification. Ron, don't run so fast, Huteng shouted from behind. Given her aloof personality, it's quite remarkable that she could shout so loudly. But Ron paid no heed. She kept accelerating. Accelerating again. Its speed has long exceeded the limits that the heavy cruiser Ron can reach. She entered a state of flow. She forgot her proper speed, her mind preoccupied with only one thing. Commander, my good commander. You must be waiting for me right in front of me, right? Wait for me. You must wait for Ron. Ron is coming soon. All the bad guys who bully you will be slapped away by Ron. Gradually, a fleet appeared on the sea. Ron recognized them at a glance. Oh, it's Bismarck and Akagi. Where's the commander? She noticed that Bismarck and the others were all looking up in the same direction with solemn expressions. Following their gaze, she saw Su Yun in the sky. Commander. It really is the commander. Wah, I knew it. The commander would definitely come back to see Ron. The love between the commander and Ron is unwavering, even unto death. Red heart. Then, she saw Su Yun press Lavas's face down and kiss him hard. Ron's blissful smile vanished abruptly. Instead, there was emptiness, and a resentment so intense it was almost tangible. Kiss. This isn't right, Commander. The only person you should kiss is Ron. Why did you kiss Lavos? Oh, I understand. Lavos threatened you, didn't he? He. It's all right, Commander. Ron will clear away all obstacles that stand in our way of happiness. Even if the opponent is a god, I'll kill him for you. Commander, my dear Commander. Don't be afraid. Ron has come to save you. In the sky, Su Yun received a soul communication from Bismarck's Vi and was slightly taken aback. Huteng. Ron. Great, it's the Iron Blood support fleet. Huteng is also a world-renowned maritime legend. With her on the team, the odds of winning increase even further. Just as Su Yun was thinking this, Ron suddenly leaped up from the sea. Yes, fly. As if she had grown wings, she leaped dozens of meters high. Fearless opened her red lips wide in astonishment and asked, when did Ron learn to fly? The navies of all the major European navies that were monitoring the battle breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the arrival of the iron-blooded Huteng. Great. It's Lord Huteng. We're safe. Huteng plus Bismarck's Zvi plus Warspite plus Vanguard. I refuse to believe that this can't do anything to Lavos. Wait. Who is that blonde ship girl? Why did she jump on first without waiting for Huteng? It's Ron. Her combat strength is far inferior to Bismarck and the others. Jumping up like that is no different from suicide. Chapter 176. Ron, you damned vixen. People from all the major naval departments couldn't bear to watch Ron's suicide. Huteng's pupils dilated slightly, and he quickly shouted from behind. Ron, stop. The enemy is Lavos. Back off. Ron doesn't care about this or that. She flew behind Lavos. Lavos sensed Ron's sneak attack and gave a nonchalant chuckle. Lavos, the ant ship girl, curled her lips in disdain. The next second, Ron hugged her from behind. Then, he grabbed her hair and yanked it hard. You dare to seduce my commander? Ron shouted through gritted teeth, straddling Lavas's hindquarters. grabbing her hair with one hand and slapping her across the face with the other. You damned vixen. Su-yun. Akaji. Kaga. Other shipgirls. The various naval ministries of European countries are monitoring this battle. The slap was crisp and loud. Although the sound of the waves was surging, the sound of the slap seemed to be exceptionally loud, resonating in everyone's heart. Su-yun, the shipgirls, Hu-tong, and everyone else monitoring the battle via satellite were all speechless from the shock of Ron's slap. Of course, there's also the victim, Lavos. She was stunned. She only came to her senses when she felt a burning pain on her face. I got beaten up? Lavos's pretty face flushed red instantly, feeling immensely humiliated. How dare you hit me? As she spoke, she raised her ship's equipment. One shot would be enough to blast Ron to smithereens. So, all you do is bully people by relying on your ship equipment? Ron was not afraid at all. Instead, she frowned, glared back, and sneered with disdain. You're so capable of stealing men, but you're incapable of using a woman's way to compete? What a cowardly arbitrator. Ron gave Lavos 2 middle fingers. I despise you. Lavos, embarrassed and angry at being scolded, asked, Who said I wouldn't dare? Tell me, what is the woman's way? Ron raised an eyebrow and glared, saying, If you're so capable, let's all stop using ship equipment. I can knock you down with 2 slaps. Whoever loses gets out. Lavos laughed in anger. Ignorant shipgirl, do you really think I'm afraid? Hee. Today I'll show you the difference between an arbitrator and a shipgirl. After saying that, Lavos put away his ship equipment, and before Ron could react, he slapped him hard across the face in the blink of an eye. Smack. The sound was even crisper than before, and Ron's left cheek was instantly slapped red. Lavos sneered, Huh? This slap is for the sneak attack you just launched. Damn it. Ron gritted his teeth and grabbed Lavos's hair again. Ron has a height advantage and can easily suppress Lavos. Lavos tried to resist by having his hair pulled, but the next second Ron suddenly slammed his knee into Lavos's abdomen. You mistress, go to hell. Not to be outdone, Lavos grabbed Ron's golden bangs. You're the mistress. Lavos lunged forward, slamming his head into Ron's chin. Ron covered his chin and gritted his teeth, saying, Vixen. Snap. She slapped him back. Lavos covered his face, blushing and angry, and said, You're the vixen. Snap. Lavos retaliated once again. After slapping each other a few times, neither was willing to back down. Their hair was disheveled and their faces were swollen, but their anger only grew stronger. Ron spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, glared at her, and cursed. With your looks, you dare call yourself a lover? I think you should be renamed a stray cat in heat by the roadside. Lavos was trembling with rage. Watch your mouth. I'll tear your mouth apart. She lunged at Ron to scratch his face, but Ron turned his head to the side, grabbed her neck with his other hand, and pushed her back. Is that all the strength you have? Didn't you eat? Ron sneered. Or are you Sirens only good at ambushing from behind? Bullshit. Lavos kicked Ron in the shin, and as Ron loosened his grip in pain, he slapped him again. The two wrestled and fought their way from the sky to the sea with a splash. They choked each other in the water, then rushed back to the surface to continue fighting. Su-yun was stunned. The shipgirls were also stunned. On the other end of the satellite, the maritime authorities of various countries were also stunned. Chapter 177, Hu-tong, the victor's prize, is the commander. Is this really a battle? The royal commander murmured. To be precise, it's more like women fighting, his subordinate muttered, swallowing hard as he corrected him. The Royal Navy commander's lips twitched slightly, his eyelids twitching speechlessly. My God, if someone else told me this, I certainly wouldn't believe that an arbitrator who could threaten the Royal Navy, and even the whole of Europe, was actually pulling hair with a ship girl on the sea. The Royal Marines Bureau was not the only one shocked. The naval bureaus of Iron Blood, Vichy Church, and Free Iris in various European countries were stunned by the fierce battle and could not recover for a long time. Ron has been with Iron Blood all these years, and if you were to ask who among the various naval departments understands her best, it would undoubtedly be the people from the Iron Blood Naval Bureau. The iron-blooded commander, recalling Ron's insane actions over the years, stroked his chin and began to analyze seriously. While Lavos may be miles ahead of Ron in terms of firepower, if we're talking about pulling hair, Ron is probably the real expert. The Iron Blood seas were completely silent. Everyone who has met Ron knows that the commander is right. On the English seas, during their fight, Hu-tong had already reached Su-yun's side. Upon seeing the face he had longed for, Hu-tong was momentarily dazed before snapping back to reality. H-class Iron Blood battleship. Ulrich von Hutten. Putin stood ramrod straight in front of Su Yun, giving a standard iron blood salute, and said solemnly, "Greetings, Commander." What should have been a thrilling reunion scene turned into a low and cold one for Hu Tong. Su Yun knew that was just her personality, and this was already a moment when Hu Tong was quite excited. "Welcome back to Hong Kong, Hu Tong," Su Yun said just as seriously. "You've come at just the right time." Hu Tong glanced at Ron, who was still entangled with lavos on the sea, pulling each other's hair, and said after a moment of silence, "Although we arrived in time, judging from the current situation, I seem to be less useful than Ron." "Don't say such discouraging things." Su Yun patted Hu Tong on the shoulder, his lips twitching as he looked at Ron, who had already gained the upper hand. "Don't even mention you. No one else could be as useful as Ron today." What was expected to be an epic battle turned into two women pulling each other's hair. "Isn't that ridiculous? Go for it, Ron." Victory shouted gleefully from the sidelines. "The winner's prize is the commander." Su Yun was speechless. "Hey, Shengli, don't cause any more trouble at a time like this." Victory chuckled. "I'm doing this to unlock Ron's potential." On the battlefield, Lavos finally found an opening in Ron's defense, pinned her down, and restrained her hands, rendering her unable to move. "Ha, you foolish ship girl." Lavos finally gained the upper hand, sneering coldly. "Even using this method, you are still no match for me." Ron was held down by Lavos and struggled for a long time, but he was unable to break free from Lavos's grasp. Just then, shouts of victory reached her ears. Ron's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "If you win, you'll get the commander as a prize?" She lowered her head. The next moment, a powerful energy was released from Ron's body. It instantly swept across the entire sea area, creating towering waves. Chapter 178, Ron's Mew Armor and the King of the Abyss. A sudden storm swept across the English Sea, and Robles and the others in the distance were about to support Su Yun, but were once again hindered by the energy of this giant wave. "What's going on?" Robles asked with difficulty, braving the raging wind and waves. "What happened this time? What exactly happened up ahead?" Neither Sylvia nor Adele could answer his question, and their fleet was also halted by this sudden surge of unusual energy. At the center of the battlefield, Su Yun was also almost knocked over by this sudden and abnormal energy. Fortunately, Bismarck was behind him and helped him up, otherwise he would have really fallen into the sea. "What happened?" Su Yun's mouth dropped open. What happened to Ron? Did he super-evolve? A white light flashed around Ron. Centered on her, a phantom of a warship over 100 meters long appeared. "What is this? A mirage?" Kuei asked in surprise, covering her red lips. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, looking at the warship, and the knowledge he had learned at the Naval Academy came to mind. "No, this isn't a mirage. It's a heavy cruiser. I get it, this is the rune. This is the soul of the rune ship girl." "The soul of a ship girl?" Illustrious asked, puzzled. "But how can the soul of a ship girl materialize? In the end, it's just the soul of an old-world warship." Su Yun couldn't answer this question either. But soon he understood what was going on. Ron's soul reintegrated into Ron's body, and Ron's body flashed with bursts of white light. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his clothes changed. Watching this transformation process, which resembled something out of a magical fairy tale, Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this a Mew weapon?" Lavos saw Ron, whom she was pinning down, suddenly flash white light, and then change clothes. She sniffed, frowned, and asked, "Are you a Balala the fairy? Changing clothes halfway through a fight?" "I am." Ron's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and he turned his head to glare at Lavos with a fierce look. "The commander will always be the only one." Ron, with a sudden burst of strength, actually managed to lift Lavos off his feet. He then retaliated with a backhand slap. "Hee. For the commander, I'll do anything." "Ha ha ha." Ron laughed maniacally. Su Yun couldn't help but gasp. He recalled the settings for Mew ship girls in the game from his previous life. Mew Armor is an idle ship girl from another parallel world, different from the ship girls in the beta experiment field world, belonging to another branch. He had assumed that Ron and Ron Mew Armor would coexist in the new world, but now it seemed he was wrong. Under extreme emotional stress, Ron actually awakened the Mew weapon form. He even slapped Lavos so hard his face turned red. "My goodness. Ron, my Superman." Lavos covered his face, staring blankly at Ron's new form for a long time, clearly somewhat lost in thought. "How could you awaken this form?" No. The script shouldn't be like this. How could you in this world awaken this form?" "No matter which world I'm in, I will dedicate everything to the commander without hesitation." Ron rushed forward in one stride, His speed significantly increased compared to before. Ron's love for the commander, his longing for the commander, and his desire to protect the commander surpass everything. Ron slapped him across the face. Lavas's pretty face looked unusually ugly. With a snap, Lavos spun backward and took flight, then plunged into the sea with a splash. Everyone watching the battle was completely silent. Ron won. She defeated an arbitrator, although by pulling his hair. But it really was a victory, wasn't it? This is the first recorded instance in human history of a ship girl defeating an arbitrator single-handedly. Suyun couldn't help but gasp. Ron is terrifying. The other ship girls also agreed with this statement. Akaji bit her fingernails, her face terribly gloomy. Mu armament? The sea finally calmed down and became peaceful. But calm doesn't mean the crisis is over. Lavos didn't use her full power. Once she gets serious, not only Ron's awakened Mu weapon, but even Hu Tung won't be able to do anything to her. Thump. Lavos burst out of the water droplets sliding off her body. Her skirt as dry as if it had never been soaked in water. Lavos clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. You lost, Ron shouted, pointing at Lavos. I won this battle after abandoning the ship's equipment. Lavos kept his head down and remained silent for a long time. Suyun's heart jumped. If Lavos doesn't keep his word here, then what follows will be a tough battle. Fortunately, Lavos wasn't a sore loser. You're pretty good. Lavos clicked his tongue. Suyun breathed a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, this crisis ended in such a way. Lavas's gaze fell on Suyun, and he said meaningfully, You seem relieved? Heh, my lover, you don't actually think that I'm your real enemy in the English Sea, do you? The thought flashed through Suyun's mind, and he asked seriously, Of course I know that the real target of this trip to the English Sea is not you. Do you even know just how powerful Nien is? Lavos said meaningfully, It is a true super-sea fortress, impenetrable by iron walls and cannons. If we compare remnant and form to bees, then thought is the entire hive. It is no exaggeration to call such an existence the king of the abyss. Of course, this is on the premise that execution is not included in the calculation. Suyun frowned. Even Lavos said that? Could it be that the power of thought is so great that even Lavos finds it troublesome? Oh, it's coming. Lavos glanced into the distance. Looks like it was drawn here by the commotion of our battle. From now on, let it keep you company. Remember, my lover. Lavos blew Suyun Fei a kiss, winked, and said, Don't forget how you felt fighting me just now. Use every technique you've learned effectively. If you get blasted into molecules, remember to let me know, and I'll come pick you up. After he finished speaking, mist rose up again around them, and Lavos disappeared into the mist. Commander, be careful. Bismarck Zwei instantly shielded Suyun, saying sternly, Something huge is approaching. Everyone, protect the commander. The ship girls obeyed the order and surrounded Suyun. Suyun frowned as he looked at the fog. It's fog again. Is this how arbitrators operate? The sea surface trembled, and Kuwei let out a soft, Curious. She scratched her head and pointed ahead, asking, When did a mountain appear up ahead? As the avant-garde looked in the direction the fearsome had pointed, alarm bells rang in his mind. Be careful, everyone. That's not a mountain, the vanguard said in a deep voice. That's the abyss remains, mind. As the fog dissipated, Nien's figure was finally revealed. When Suyun saw this enormous, seemingly endless structure, his pupils contracted. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the enormous size of Nien, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. It seems to stretch on forever. Whether viewed horizontally or vertically, there is no end in sight. Is this an island? At the same time, maritime authorities in various European countries flashed strong red warning lights. Inside the Royal Seas Bureau, the moment Nien appeared, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and a chilling despair shot straight to the top of their heads. Big. It's too big. Even the giant ship girls looked tiny in comparison. Just how big is this monster? The royal commander's pupils widened in shock as he murmured to himself. Commander, the test results are in. The staff member gasped as he looked at the results. Its total height is approximately 210 meters. Its displacement is approximately 18 million tons. Its deck area is approximately 750,000 square meters. Its total building area is approximately 2.4 million square meters. That's about 360 times the size of a battleship. Chapter 179, The Battle of Thoughts. 360 times. What does this mean? Even if Nian stood still and let 10 battleships bombard it for a day and a night. It might not be able to harm it in the slightest. Faced with an absolute size difference, any firepower is futile. The royal commander bit his thumb hard, his face extremely grave. Is such a huge monster really something that humans and shipgirls can handle? Commander. The operator, seeing the newly scanned figures on the monitor, quickly reported, the Governor General and the Marshal are here too. And Commander Sylvia. They were just in another area of the English Sea, and now they're heading towards Su Yao. The Governor is here too. The royal commander breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. With the Governor here, there shouldn't be any problems. Although Su Yao is a greenhorn, with Lord Bismarck assisting him, he should be able to cover for the Governor without any issues. Moreover, Marshal Adele is also here, so they might not be without a fighting chance. One of the operators said timidly. Commander, I think you might be underestimating Su Yao. Didn't he just win the Royal Ship Girl Performance Contest? And even Lion has recognized him as her commander. Perhaps he can perform even better than you think. Even at best, she'd be on par with Sylvia. Could she possibly compare to a marshal or a governor? The royal commander shook his head. Besides, the Royal Ship Girl Performance Contest is just an exhibition. If Alfred gets serious, the outcome is still uncertain. You're right. The operator wisely refrained from arguing. In his view, Alfred was indeed not as strong as Lion. But what can you do when someone is the leader? At this point, it's best to just keep quiet. On the English Channel, once the waves had finally subsided, Robles sailed over with Sylvia and Adele. Su boy, Robles shouted from afar. Su Yun was staring at the colossal object with a solemn expression. Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw that the three of them had arrived with their respective fleets. Are you alright? What exactly happened here? Why was there such a large energy fluctuation? And who released that meteorite? Was it Nian? Robles fired off a barrage of questions. Su Yun shook her head. No, it was Lavos who attacked us, but Ron has already driven him away. Robles breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't pronounced Nian after all. Suddenly, he stopped. Who? He realized what was happening and his eyes widened. Lavos? That arbitrator Lavos. Where is she? Robles looked left and right, but couldn't find any trace of Lavos. They've already escaped. It's all thanks to Ron, otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Su Yun looked at Ron to the side. Robles followed his gaze and saw the iron-blooded Ron, whose expression was extremely strange. Su boy, are you possessed? Ron drove Lavos away. Absolutely true. Su Yun nodded solemnly. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat for Lavos. A look of shock appeared on Robles' face. He exchanged glances with Adele and Sylvia, all three of them showing varying degrees of astonishment. I've heard of Iron Blood Ron, but according to rumors, she's a bit crazy. I didn't expect her to be so strong. In the words of the Eastern Empire, she's practically a hidden master, isn't she? Adele asked in surprise. Su Yun grunted. I guess so. How can winning a hair-pulling battle not count as a win? Just then, Ron pounced on him. Commander. Before Su Yun could react, Ron had already picked him up in a princess carry. There was no time for tenderness. She stared at Nian, warily, like a mother cat with its fur standing on end. Watch out for this guy. He's dangerous. The casual conversation after the reunion ended there. Next, everyone will face this behemoth with a total construction area of 2.4 million square meters. Commander, shall we transform it into a giant ship? Bismarck Zwei asked in a deep voice. Transform into giant ships. Su Yun said solemnly. The firepower of the miniature ship equipment is insufficient to damage it. All ship girls transform into giant ships and attack in their original forms. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, all the ship girls under Su Yun's command simultaneously summoned their warships. One after another, massive warships plunged into the sea, creating waves. While the firepower is greatly enhanced after the ship is transformed into a behemoth, its mobility is significantly reduced, making this a highly discouraged combat method. However, when facing enemies like Nian, which are enormous and move as slowly as turtles, transforming into a giant ship becomes a good option. Upon closer inspection, countless gray-white vengeful spirits were slowly writhing on the surface of the ship, Nian. They are no longer formless and intangible phantoms, but have coalesced into translucent entities, like clumps of rotting, swollen flesh and blood, clinging to the steel barrier and breathing slowly. In the satellite images, the vengeful spirits were densely packed and layered, sending chills down the spines of maritime authorities in various European countries. This is no longer just resentment. This is a tangible curse, the royal commander murmured. Robles stood atop the island's superstructure, gazing at the resentment swirling around the mobile fortress in the distance, and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, and his soul power surged from his body like a golden tide, spreading outwards. The light was not dazzling, but it carried a warm power, like the early spring sun shining on ice and snow. When the vengeful spirits touched the light, they let out silent shrieks and quickly melted away as if they were being burned. "Follow me," Robles said in a deep voice. The two aircraft carriers, invincible and daring, followed closely behind, their massive hulls breaking through the sea surface as they slowly advanced towards Nian. Robles turned around and looked at Su Yun, Adele, and Sylvia. "We'll split into 4 groups and attack simultaneously. Su Yun, you take your men to the east. Adele, to the south. Sylvia, to the north. I'll stay here and hold them off from the front." "I understand," Adele nodded. "Receive." Sylvia clenched her fist. Su Yun glanced at Robles, said nothing, and simply nodded. The 3 fleets quickly dispersed and headed in their respective directions. When Su Yun arrived at the east gate, the scene before him made him pause. The vengeful spirits here are more concentrated than in other directions, almost solidifying into a physical wall. Grayish-white mist seeped out from the cracks in the gate, carrying a cloying, rotten smell. "So many," Qianwei said in a low voice. "Commander, let me go first." Just as Akaji was about to step forward, Su Yun raised his hand to stop her. "Need not." Su Yun closed her eyes. The power of the soul unfolded once more. This time, he held nothing back. Chapter 180 Su Yao's Sacrifice. The pale blue soul power, like the light of Buddha, surged continuously from Su Yun's body and spread in all directions. Wherever the light touched, the vengeful spirits were burned as if by raging fire, instantly vaporizing. Even the fog was dispelled, revealing the original rusted steel surface of the gate. The operators at the European Maritime Authority were stunned as they stared at the suddenly vanished, ghostly signal on their screens. He cleared out the area outside the east gate all by himself? The commander of the Free Iris couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, the Royal Marines Bureau's alarm sounded again. "Commander!" The operator's voice was filled with panic. "More than half of the remnant and level abyssal remains within S body are moving towards the east gate." The royal commander's pupils contracted, and he lunged towards the screen. What are they going to do?" The operator's fingers clattered on the keyboard. "They're concentrating their forces. Their target is likely Su Yao." "Damn it." The royal commander bit his thumb hard. "I didn't expect Yuan Hai to be so tactical. He knows to concentrate firepower on the weakest link first. This is it. Su Yun is probably going to be in trouble." Inside the Free Iris Sea Bureau, the commander's face was equally grim. That Eastern Emperor commander was incredibly unlucky. He just had to choose the direction with the most troops. The Vichy commander shook his head. "So what if Bismarck and Hutten are there? How can we possibly stop dozens of wrecked ships pouring out at the same time?" Only the Ironblood Sea Bureau's commander stared at the screen, expressionless. The operator anxiously reported. "Commander, the number of Abyssal Fleet ships in the direction of the East Gate has exceeded 50, while Su Yao only has a dozen or so Shipgirls. Do we need them?" "It's all right." The iron-blooded commander interrupted his subordinate, his tone as calm as if he were stating a matter of course. "With Lord Bismarck and Lord Hutten here, Su Yao will be in no danger." The operator opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to refute it. At the East Gate, the gate slowly rose. Rust dripped from the cracks in the door, revealing a dark, gaping passageway inside. Then, they poured out. Dozens of remnant, class, and class wrecks emerged from the darkness one after another, their gray-white hulls crowding the sea surface in front of the lock gate. The vengeful spirits surged around them, emitting piercing screams. Su Yun glanced at it, her expression unchanged. "I'm about to unleash my soul power," he said. The Shipgirls nodded. Su Yun closed her eyes. The next instant, the soul power poured out like a tidal wave, not in a gentle spread, but in an overwhelming sweep. At that moment, Robles, Adele, and Sylvia, who were in 3 other directions, almost simultaneously felt a jolt. Sylvia jerked her head up, looking eastward. Her face was ashen, her pupils filled with horror. Is this the soul of Nian? How could it be so terrifying? Adele bit her nails, her fingers trembling slightly. If the mind level is already this powerful, how terrifying must the obsession level be? Robles' face was ashen as he gazed at the eastern horizon and murmured, was the old man facing an even stronger opponent that night? Unbeknownst to them, this chilling spiritual power did not originate from Yin. It comes from Su Yun. At the East Gate, with the blessing of Su Yun's soul power, the Shipgirls' firepower instantly increased several times. Each luminous blast and each torpedo carried a pale blue halo, piercing the armor of the abyss as easily as piercing paper. Bismarck's Vi fired a salvo from its main guns, piercing through the hulls of 3 crippled, class ships in one shot. Hutton's attacks were precise and ruthless, with every shell hitting a vital spot. The other Shipgirls were not to be outdone. Akagi's carrier-based aircraft swarmed like locusts, tearing the gray-white warships to shreds. In less than 10 minutes, the wreckage that had poured out in front of the sluice gate was cleared away. Inside the Iron Blood Sea Bureau, the staff couldn't help but clap and cheer. Lord Bismarck is amazing. Lord Hutton is amazing too. The iron-blooded commander's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly pursed them again. Su Yun did not laugh. He gazed at the colossal structure that remained standing firm before him, his face grave. These crippled and form levels are nothing more than parasites on the body of thought. Killing them, the mind itself was almost unharmed. There wasn't even a single obvious crack on that 1,000-meter-long hull. Such destruction is just a drop in the ocean for it, Su Yun said in a low voice. The words had barely left his lips when the thought began to stir. It no longer rests quietly on the sea surface, allowing everyone to attack it as before. Its outer wall began to wriggle, as if something was growing out of the inside. That's not an ordinary turret. Those turrets looked as if they had grown out of steel, with thick barrels and terrifying calibers. Su Yun quickly glanced at the list and found that there were over 100 doors. Numerous cannon muzzles protruded from all parts of the ship, like countless open eyes, all aimed at the sea surface in the direction of the East Gate. Is this a monster of the level of a sea fortress? Su Yun's voice was hoarse. Inside the command centers of various maritime bureaus, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Are these main guns or secondary guns? There are so many. It's covered in them like eyes. This isn't a ship anymore. It's a monster. No shipgirl could withstand this salvo. It's over. Su Yao is in dire straits. The muzzle of the cannon in the Nyan position began to glow red. That's the red temperature, a sign that energy has accumulated to its maximum. Hundreds of cannons were red-hot simultaneously. The air was filled with a scorching heat, and even the sea surface was slightly boiling from the high temperature. Then they fired in unison. Boom. Hundreds of crimson beams tore through the sea and hurtled towards Su Yun and the ship girls behind him. The roar shook the clouds in the sky, and the entire English sea trembled. Robles at the North Gate's expression changed drastically. Su Kid. Adele looked towards the eastern horizon, where the sea had been stained blood red by the gunfire. Her mouth dropped open. Su Yun, could it be? Sylvia's pupils dilated in shock. Master. You. At the East Gate, time seemed to slow down. As Su Yun watched the approaching beams of light, Lavas's words before he left echoed in his mind. Don't forget how you felt when you fought me. Make good use of every technique you've learned. He closed his eyes. In an instant, the soul force formed an invisible domain, enveloping all the ship girls within it. Then, space warped. All the ship girls, along with Su Yun, disappeared on the spot. The next instant, that area of sea was engulfed by hundreds of beams of light. A huge crater was blasted into the sea, and the seawater evaporated into white steam, which mixed with the mushroom cloud created by the explosion and obscured the entire sky. Giant waves tens of meters high surged in all directions, knocking the fleets in the other 3 directions off course. The artillery fire subsided. Broken ship equipment fragments floated on the sea surface, but there was no trace of any ship girls. In the satellite signal, Su Yun and all the ship girls under his command disappeared from the life detection. Well, at the Royal Naval Bureau, the commander slowly removed his officer's cap and placed it on his chest. The royal family will never forget your sacrifice, Su Yao. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. Chapter 181, Entering the Interior. The other staff members of the Maritime Affairs Bureau bowed their heads and silently mourned for the Eastern Huang commander they had never met. Low sighs echoed from within the command headquarters of the Free Iris and the Vichy Church. The Iron Blood Sea Bureau was deathly silent. The iron-blooded commander stared intently at the screen, his clenched fists turning white at the knuckles. But soon, the operator was jolted. Signal. Lots of signals. Commander, they're still alive. The royal commander abruptly raised his head. What? The operator's fingers flew across the keyboard. The life signals of Su Yao and all the shipgirls have appeared inside the east gate. They've broken in. How is this possible? The royal commander rushed to the screen. Did the satellites capture this? The operator retrieves the playback and slows down the footage frame by frame. Then they saw. A second before the shells fell, Su Yun and all the shipgirls around him disappeared at the same time, and the next second, they appeared inside the east gate. It's not dodging, it's not teleportation. It is spatial warp. He led an entire fleet through the barrage of fire? The royal commander's voice was hoarse. How did he do that? The operator shook his head. I don't know. But judging from the signal location, they seem to have entered the interior of Nian directly from the east gate. He paused, then his eyes lit up. I understand. Su Yao wants to strike at the heart of the matter and dismantle Nian from within. The royal commander's expression was extremely strange. Everyone knows that the abyss is as terrifying as a jackal or a tiger, and no one dares to approach it, for fear of being devoured by its intense resentment. But Su Yun did the opposite, actually voluntarily entering Nian's body. I don't know how that kid did it, the royal commander said, biting his nails. But I hope everything goes well for him. He lowered his hand and let out a long sigh. We have no other choice now. Within Nian's body lies a dark, steel maze. The instant Nian opened fire, Su Yun deactivated all the shipgirls' giant ship transformations, then used spatial warp to take them through the gaps in the shells, seizing the opportunity to rush into the east gate. Rusty passageways, sticky floors, and foul-smelling air. Commander, Belfast covered his nose and looked at Su Yun with concern. Are you all right? It's all right. Su Yun unleashed his soul power, using his vision to see through the structure in front of him. He didn't have much hope. After all, this was inside Yuan Hai's body, and who knew where its weakness lay? However, when his soul power penetrated through layers of steel walls and reached the deepest part of thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. There he saw something strange. A red energy body, pulsating like a heart. Found it. Su Yun's voice was low, but it was filled with barely suppressed excitement. What? Bismarck asked. Its heart. Su Yun's gaze pierced through the darkness, pointing to the passage leading to the core. Deepest within it, there is a red energy reaction. If I'm not mistaken, that is the power core of Nian. He paused, then took a deep breath. Let's go. We'll stop it from the inside. The shipgirls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Su Yun walked at the front, using his soul power to explore the way. Behind him, a dozen or so shipgirls followed closely. This method is risky. The slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. But Su Yun knew that if they didn't do this, they would only be waiting to die. So, he had no choice but to bring the shipgirls in and try to break in. Many vengeful spirits grew in the damp and dark corridor. They emerged from the walls and pounced on us with bared teeth and claws. Bismarck stepped in front and threw a punch, but the fist passed right through the wandering vengeful spirits. She was slightly taken aback. Physical attack ineffective. Su Yun delivered a Russian flying kick. With a bang, he sent the attacking vengeful spirit flying. You can't just use your fists. To deal with the soul, you have to use soul power. Su Yun patted Bismarck on the shoulder and pulled Bismarck into his soul network. Shall we try again now? Bismarck Zwei nodded, and the next vengeful spirit arrived. Bismarck Zwei's fist emitted a faint golden light as he punched the vengeful spirit on the bridge of its nose, instantly creating a deep groove in its face. With a piercing scream, the vengeful spirit vanished into thin air. Bismarck breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the commander was there, otherwise she really wouldn't have been able to deal with these soul entities. More and more vengeful spirits are gathering here. Su Yun saw through the internal environment of Nian and saw the vengeful spirits gathering here in an endless stream. He gathered all the shipgirls into the soul network and started sharing their vision. All the shipgirls were taken aback. Their gazes seemed to have changed. What Su Yun could see, each of the shipgirls could see as well. Is this the power the commander has provided? Akaji murmured to himself, looking at his hands. This is truly amazing. Not just Akaji, almost every shipgirl present thought the same thing. Let's go straight to the core of Nian and strike at its heart. Su Yun said to the shipgirls. You can all see that strange red device, right? The shipgirls nodded. Then let's go. Su Yun gave the order. Meanwhile, in the Caledonian Sea, Olivia sat in her laboratory, lying on her back in a chair, covering her face with an open book. Suddenly, she sensed something, sat up abruptly, and began operating the sophisticated instrument in front of her. The next second, a picture appeared on her monitor. In the scene, Su Yun leads the Shipgirls through a dark and damp passage, overcoming obstacles and clearing away all the vengeful spirits that block their way. Huh, Olivia exclaimed softly. Su Yun? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Royal Navy's Shipgirl performance competition? How did he end up inside the base-type abyss? The moment Olivia's voice fell, the gray Shipgirl appeared silently behind her like a ghost, crossed her arms, and looked at the screen. Is this inside Nyen's body? Gray Shipgirl fiction. Yes. Olivia nodded, resting her chin on her hand, and asked with a strange expression, should we stop him? Perhaps it's not too late to send someone to intercept him now. After a long silence, the gray Shipgirl said, no need. He's already able to protect her. Let them meet. Since you've put it that way, then fine. Olivia nodded helplessly and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 182, Navigator TB. Yes, I have a daughter. Inside the body of Nyen, Su Yun had already led the Shipgirls all the way to the core. He kicked open a dilapidated iron door, and a row of sophisticated instruments appeared in front of Su Yun. Green lights shone on everyone's faces, and in front of them was a nutrient dish filled with green solution. Is this a laboratory? Su Yun went inside and looked around. Commander, be careful. I'll go in and check first, Bismarck said seriously. Su Yun nodded. Bismarck's Vi entered the laboratory and checked it over. After confirming that there was no danger, he nodded to Su Yun and said, it's safe. Commander, you can come in now. Su Yun followed him inside. He glanced at the dazzling array of sophisticated instruments and said to the Shipgirls, this is the core of Nyen. Look for anything special, such as the core itself. Yes. The Shipgirls nodded and then began to search separately. Su Yun also began to look at them one by one, with Belfast following behind him. This seems to be just a research laboratory. Su Yun glanced at the rows of strangely shaped machines and sighed regretfully. I should have brought Akashi along. Perhaps she would have recognized what these things were. Belfast observed one of the instruments, looking at the icon on it, and pondered while stroking his smooth chin. Commander, shouldn't this icon be for a baby? Su Yun looked in the direction Belfast pointed. The icon did indeed depict a baby, with a line of text next to it, but Su Yun had never seen this text before, let alone understood it. Su Yun suddenly realized what was happening. Yes, even though the instruments don't recognize it and the text is incomprehensible, the icons are always universal, right? He started by checking the icons on each instrument at the entrance. From the first to the last, they are aircraft carrier, jellyfish, broken heart, cross, a clock stopped at 23:59, upside down man, crystal, snowflake, fallen leaves, sun, flowers, water droplets, door, knife, and the last one is an aircraft carrier again. The instrument with the baby attached, which was discovered in Belfast, is not in this sequence. It is listed separately. What does this mean? Su Yun pondered, stroking his chin. Unable to come up with a solution, Su Yun had no choice but to give up for the time being. Belfast, take pictures first. Take pictures of each instrument. Belfast nodded, and then began taking photos of each one as a sample. Just then, Akaji walked over, looked at the jellyfish, and asked, Commander, do you think this jellyfish might be a reference to Zero? Observer Zero. It can also be called a dream weaver. A siren so special it couldn't be more special. Its ship's equipment is a blue jellyfish, and it is currently the leader of the Sirens. When Su Yun first saw the jellyfish, he also thought of Zero. If this jellyfish represents Zero, then what do these other icons mean? Su Yun frowned. He looked at the crystal. Could the crystal be the end crystal? Perhaps so. So it seems that Yuan Hai is indeed connected to the Sirens. The end crystal is something that successive governors have risked their lives to protect. If this crystal truly represents the end crystal, then there must be some great secret hidden behind it. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. Guanghui, who was checking the equipment nearby, suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Commander, come and take a look. Su Yun went over upon hearing the sound. It was still the same machine with the baby icon, but this time the monitor suddenly lit up, displaying 3 words in a language that Su Yun could understand. Help me. At that moment, it was as if something was trying to communicate with Su Yun on a soul level, causing him to shudder slightly and his consciousness to become scattered. Commander? Commander? Guanghui's anxious voice rang in his ears, pulling Su Yun back to reality. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly spacing out? Guanghui asked worriedly. You haven't been attacked by Nyen's mental attacks, have you? Su Yun shook her head. No. But then his expression turned strange. In that instant, something transmitted a consciousness into his brain, instructing him to drip a drop of blood into the monitor. Should we do it? After much hesitation, Suyin decided to give it a try. The other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, and that thought probably didn't come from thought. Suddenly, Suyin bit her fingertip, drawing blood. Commander? What are you doing? Illustrious asked in surprise. Her surprised exclamation attracted all the ship girls. Commander, why are you biting your finger? Victory asked, puzzled. Is there any new discovery? Kaga asked. The avant-garde man crossed his arms, stroked his chin, and pondered. You want to drip blood? The avant-garde was right. Suyin dripped her blood onto the monitor. The imagined scene of the drop falling onto the glass did not occur. Instead, it was as if the drop fell onto the surface of water, creating ripples. Then, the huge green nutrient dish in the very center of the laboratory began to move. The thick green liquid inside vanished instantly, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound to see a little white-haired girl, about 4 or 5 years old, curled up and lying quietly inside. All the ship girls were taken aback. Is there someone in the nutrient dish? The next second, the nutrient dish's hatch opened automatically, and the sleeping white-haired little girl slowly woke up. She tilted her head back and rubbed her sleepy eyes, as if she hadn't had enough sleep yet. The little white-haired girl sat on the ground, looking left and right, her face full of confusion. Where am I? Where did Daddy go? Her gaze fell on Su-yun, who was closest to her, and then slowly moved upwards. Finally, it landed on Su-yun's face. She reached out her hands and said in a childish voice, Daddy, hug me. That cry of Dad struck all the ship girls like a bolt from the blue. Dad, Dad. Akagi instantly flew into a rage, hands on her hips, and said unhappily, Hey, you little brat. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who are you calling Dad? Ron's eyes instantly went blank. He bit his nails hard and kept muttering. Impossible, impossible. The commander would never steal food. This must be a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Victory whistled merrily and said, Commander, whose illegitimate daughter is this? Su-yun was extremely helpless. He could feel all the ship girls staring intently at him, demanding an explanation. I'm sure this is a complete misunderstanding, Su-yun shrugged. I only ever had relationships with you guys. How could I possibly have a daughter? Su-yun coughed and said. Akagi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he's not the commander's child, does that mean this child has mistaken him for someone else? Pud guessed. It should be. Su-yun stepped forward and squatted down in front of the white-haired little girl to observe her. Has she been inside Nyan's body all along? Could it be that she's a type of humanoid abyss corpse? Suddenly, Su-yun's voice stopped abruptly. This little girl has a special neck brace with 2 words written on it. TB. Su-yun fell silent. White hair, blue highlights, and skin that's frighteningly white. No wonder he thought he looked familiar at first glance. Isn't this the daughter I raised in the game in my past life, Navigator TB? Su-yun coughed, picked up the bewildered TB, and turned to the ship girls, saying, Let me correct myself. She does seem to be considered my daughter. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Chapter 183, I'll be the little one's mom. Ron tilted his head, his eyes vacant, and asked, Then, who is her mother? Victory asked curiously, Is mother a ship girl? Or is she human? Akagi's face darkened. She bit her fingernails and muttered, Kaga and I returned to port relatively early, but there were no pregnant ship girls at that time. So, this is a child the commander had with a human woman? Kaga looked at Su-yun with disappointment. Commander, you... Illustrious remained silent for a full 10 seconds before accepting this fact, then sighed softly. It's all right, Commander. Even if she's your child with a strange woman, we'll still raise her. Formidable coughed and said, It's all right, Commander. If the little one's mother can't be found for the time being, Formidable can temporarily play the role of stepmother. The vanguard stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, This is really unexpected. I never imagined the commander would have an illegitimate daughter. Lion laughed heartily. Huh? It's all right, Commander. No need to hide it. A real man should take responsibility. Huda nodded slightly, placed his hand on his chest, pursed his lips, and said, That's true. Although this is hard to accept, since it has already happened, we will accept this fact. London adjusted his glasses and said, Yes, I'll go back and study the baby care guide. I'll definitely teach the little one well. Renown replied earnestly. Commander, rest assured, Renown will protect this little guy. Achilles chuckled. So Achilles' sister is here too? Oh wait, I can't be the same generation as the little one, so Achilles should be Annie. Fates, you're an auntie now too. The goddess of fate exclaimed, pointing to herself. Am I going to be an aunt too? But Achilles patted her on the shoulder and said, if you're going to be on the same level as the little guy, then it's illegal to get too close to the commander. The goddess of fate snapped out of her daze and quickly corrected herself. Yes, yes. I am the little one's aunt. The modified goddess of fate has a more mature appearance, changing from 7 or 8 years old to 12 or 13 years old, but her height has not changed much. Hutung remained silent, not uttering a word, appearing extremely cold, but those who knew her well knew that she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. It only took the Shipgirls a minute to go from shock to acceptance. Suyun grunted, feeling a little guilty. He opened his mouth, but then hesitated and stopped. Belfast noticed the commander's hesitation and said gently, You seem to have something to say? It's all right, Commander, just say what you want to say, there's no need to worry. Suyun said carefully. This little one's name is TB, and she is... Achilles tilted his head in confusion. Tiki? Sutiki? What a strange name. Not cute at all. Does the commander like playing soccer? Does he always score? The commander said TB. London corrected. The letters. T. B. Oh. Achilles nodded in sudden realization. Commander, please continue. London corrected Suyun. Suyun nodded, his gaze sweeping over all the ship girls present. He took a deep breath and spoke. She is a siren. The ship girls fell silent, looking at each other in silence. Suyun became nervous. In today's world, the Sirens, as enemies, have reached a point where there is absolutely no reconciliation with ship girls and humans. If it weren't for his memories of his past life, Suyun would probably also hate all Sirens. Although Bismarck and Zwei are his ship girls, he cannot control their views on the Sirens. Just as he was getting nervous, Achilles spoke first. She tilted her head, looking puzzled. So, Hood pondered for a moment before speaking. Is the commander worried that we can't accept the Sirens? Gloria smiled and said, Commander, you're overthinking it. As long as it's your child, even if it's a Siren, we'll accept it. Bismarck Zwei nodded and said, That's true. She is first and foremost your child, and only secondly a Siren. Moreover, our view of Sirens is different from that of other humans and ship girls. I digress. Anyway, Bismarck said earnestly, you don't need to worry about whether we can accept this child. As long as you want to protect her, we will do everything we can to ensure her safety. Who said we could accept that? Ron's cat-like face contorted in a fierce grin, his back teeth practically grinding to powder. I won't accept it. Victory's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something amusing. He smiled and whispered in Ron's ear. Ron, this is a child who isn't related to the commander by blood. If you make her call you Mom, wouldn't you be? Ron was taken aback. His fierce little cat face melted instantly, replaced by a gentle smile that seemed to come from a flash of inspiration. Hee. I'm so sorry, little one, did I scare you? Come here, let Mommy Ron give you a hug. Upon seeing Ron, TB immediately hugged Suyun tightly and buried his head in his neck. Dad, this Annie is so scary. Ron's outstretched hand froze in midair. Suyun was both amused and exasperated. Ron was fierce 1 second and then turned benevolent the next. Who wouldn't be scared when they saw that? Commander Ron isn't scary at all, right? Ron looked at Suyun pitifully, hoping for a positive answer. This one. Suyun glanced to the side. He wouldn't admit that he had just been mentally gossiping about Ron. Commander Ron's expression became even more pitiful. All right, Ron, don't forget where we are now. Our top priority is to find the core of None and find a way to destroy it, Bismarck said calmly. Ron glanced at Bismarck, pursed his lips, and decided to give up for the time being. Bismarck was the leader of the Iron Blood faction, and Ron also knew how to prioritize and when to cause trouble. Let me expand the soul network again and take a look. Suyun closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the entire internal structure of Nien appeared in his mind once more, like a 3D model. This time, the red light in the laboratory disappeared. It seems that the red light is not the core of Nien, but refers to TB. This is truly an unexpected gain, but why is TB appearing in Nien's body? Chapter 184 The Flying Insects. Before she could think about it, the ground inside Nien's body began to shake violently. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, the entire body of Nien began to deform and collapse, almost like a stomach wriggling and digesting. Leave here first, Suyun ordered sternly. The ship girls nodded. They began to rush towards the path they had come in through. Suyun carried TB, Bismarck Zwei and Vanguard led the way, Hutung and Warspite brought up the rear, and the other shipgirls protected Su Yun in the center. The corridor became increasingly narrow, and the number of vengeful spirits in the way increased. Even though Su Yun used his soul power to clear away wave after wave of vengeful spirits, a continuous stream of them kept emerging. As the corridor continued to shrink, Su Yun's expression turned grim. If this continues, they will be crushed to death before they even reach the east gate. Click click. The corridor had shrunk to the point where only one person could pass at a time. Protect the commander, Bismarck shouted from the front. We must escort the commander to safety at all costs. As she spoke, she punched the steel wall, creating a deep dent. But the next second, the groove automatically repaired itself, and despite being made of steel, it enveloped Bismarck's hand like gastric juice. Bismarck's face turned extremely ugly. Other shipgirls encountered the same situation. This corridor is using softness to overcome hardness. Su Yun kept urging his soul power, but unfortunately, his mental attacks were ineffective against physical collapse. The shipgirls were being swallowed up by the corridor. He saw the vanguard's fist first enter the wall, then the entire arm, and finally half of the body. No matter how much they struggled, it was all in vain. Su Yun's pupils contracted. The corridor felt like dissolving stomach acid, constantly drawing closer from all sides. It quickly moved close to Su Yun. Master, please be careful. Belfast stood in front of Su Yun, spreading his arms wide. But the next second, Belfast's body was absorbed into it. Gradually, more and more shipgirls were devoured. Kaga, Hood, Achilles, Fates, Warspite, and in the end, even Bismarck's Vi was incorporated into the story. Su Yun gave a bitter smile. Is this the end? In the end, he was the only one left around. Before disappearing, Commander, Akaji reached out his hand one last time. Su Yun tried to catch it, but failed. Akaji was also incorporated into the wall. Su Yun's pupils dilated in shock. Dad. TB saw the expression on Su Yun's face, grabbed Su Yun's clothes tightly, and was terrified. Su Yun did not respond to her. He stood there, his mind a complete mess. Dad. TB was staring intently, and took a deep breath. It's okay, Dad. TB kissed Su Yun's cheek. Su Yun came to her senses. With TB here, all the aunties will be fine, TB said in a childish voice. The next second, TB's hair ends glowed blue. Su Yun was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, as if someone had taken control of Nyan, the surrounding walls began to recede and return to their original state. After the walls were completely restored, the corridor became spacious again, and the figures of the shipgirls reappeared, each with varying degrees of surprise on their faces. London gasped for breath, patting his chest. Thank goodness. That was close. I was so scared. It felt like sinking into quicksand, and I couldn't get out no matter what I did. It was terrifying. Bismarck also took a deep breath. Judging from her demeanor, she seemed to have become tense just now. Commander. Bismarck's Vi snapped out of her daze and quickly asked, Are you all right? Su Yun nodded. I'm fine. How about you? Are you all right? The shipgirls all shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. Su Yun took a deep look at TB, never expecting that this little guy would have such power. Let's get out of here now, Su Yun ordered. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get out first. The shipgirls all nodded in agreement. Dad. Just then, TB suddenly spoke up. She pointed her little finger to her lips, thought seriously for a moment, and asked, Is this big thing under our feet an enemy? Su Yun nodded. Yes, and he's a very difficult enemy to deal with. Oh, I see. TB blinked its big eyes and asked, Do you need TB's help? TB can kill it. Su Yun was taken aback. What did you say? TB can help Daddy kill it. TB is Daddy's best little helper. TB said excitedly. It's very simple. Just like this whoosh. That's it. All the shipgirls had strange expressions on their faces. Su Yun frowned and asked, Are you really sure you can do it? Of course. I'll prove it to Dad. TB broke free from Su Yun's embrace, stomped her foot hard on the ground, clenched her little fists together, and was still huffing and puffing. Humph. You dare bully Daddy and Auntie. You bad boy. I'll stomp you to death. Su Yun and the shipgirls exchanged glances. This is just a child throwing a tantrum, isn't it? Su Yun shook his head and bent down, saying, TB, stop fooling around. Let's get out of here quickly. It's dangerous. Huh? Aren't we going to kill it, Dad? TB tilted his head and said, If TB stomps a few more times, it'll die. Su Yun sighed. TB, don't talk about impossible things. This is a sea-based base-type abyss relic. How could it be destroyed by a few kicks from a little kid like you? No sooner had Su Yun finished speaking than a mournful whistle blared across the sky. The sound was distant and lingering, like some kind of grief. Su Yun was stunned. Is it really useful? All right. TB is about to start the ritual. Little TB put his hands together, sat cross-legged, and began to sing in a childish voice. The dark sky hangs low, with bright stars by my side. The insects fly, the insects fly. Who are you thinking of? The childlike singing lingered, seemingly penetrating steel walls, passing through mournful spirits, and reaching the clear blue sky. The singing voice was very young, yet it seemed to have a purifying quality, leaving the listener mesmerized. Su Yun was also lost in thought. Listening to TB's songs, he recalled an afternoon when the sun was setting. He smelled the fragrance of grass, and he was wearing slippers and carrying his school bag on his back. He was brought back to his senses when a drop of cold, unidentified liquid dripped from the ceiling onto the tip of his nose. Is this a children's song? Su Yun frowned slightly, completely baffled. Can a nursery rhyme really solve the problem of reciting? That's impossible. Before Su Yun could finish speaking, the vengeful spirits that were moving through the dark and damp steel walls suddenly let out sharp and piercing howls. They were like vampires that had been exposed to the light, and they began to flee for their lives. Su Yun's eyes widened. Not a buddy. It really works. The next second, Su Yun suddenly realized. Nan is formed from the resentment of countless people who died at sea in the old world. Therefore, for this product of negative emotions, the most lethal bullet is not copper, but pure and dazzling love. Stephen Chow was right. His 300 children's songs really can exorcise demons. All the Shipgirls felt that the commander's analysis made sense. Ron snorted excitedly. Then Commander, let's do more, beep. Here, let's sunbathe it to death. Chapter 185 Gratitude and Compassion. Bismarck, unable to bear it any longer, gave Ron a hard flick on the head. Dirty thoughts will only become nourishment for thoughts. Ron covered his head, scoffed, and pursed his lips. If it weren't for Bismarck's high standing within the Iron Blood organization, Ron would have definitely scratched Bismarck's face. In any case, the mind is finally under control now. Su Yun quickly said, let's rush out now. The Shipgirls nodded. Then they ran at an extremely fast speed. Su Yun hugged TB. He was running very fast, but TB was still singing. Wherever the song passed, its lingering melody echoed, like a spring breeze caressing the ground and fragrant grass covering the earth, or like the sun stimulating every vengeful spirit. During his escape, Su Yun witnessed all of these scenes. Does a simple children's song have the power to destroy the spirits of the dead? The answer is no. What truly causes the vengeful spirits pain is the warm memories evoked by the song. They were a group of souls who had endured countless wounds and were ultimately filled with resentment and hatred, looking back at the collapse of their innocent childhood. Time flies, it seems like yesterday. Accompanied by TB's song, Su Yun also recalled the scene of her childhood in her previous life walking on the country road, striding towards the afterglow of the setting sun. Saying goodbye to childhood friends, saying goodbye to hometown, saying goodbye to childhood. All farewells are sudden and unexpected. They didn't even realize it was a farewell. They treated it as just an ordinary afternoon, an ordinary chat. Su Yun took a deep breath and bit her tongue. The pain brought her back to her senses. How come this singing has a purifying effect on me? He concentrated intently and ran away with TB in his arms. Let's get out of here first. Meanwhile, in the Caledonian Sea, Olivia was wearing a bodycon skirt and black stockings. She sat on a chair with her legs crossed, a lollipop in her mouth, her fingers pinching the end of the lollipop and stirring it in her mouth. Guess what he's thinking right now? Olivia noticed the strange look in Su Yun's eyes, took a lollipop out of her mouth, and casually shook it. I bet he's thinking right now that healing magic does indeed deal double damage to the undead, haha. Actually, this could lead to a very interesting debate. Lily stood to the side, watching the scene unfold, but no one knew the turmoil raging within her at that moment. Su Yun actually adopted a siren as his daughter. Doesn't he know that sirens are unacceptable to the entire human society? If the little siren he adopted were discovered by others, he would undoubtedly find himself on the opposite side of the entire human society. While Lily was lost in thought and worrying, she heard Olivia's words and asked curiously, what debate topic? That's, Olivia said, waving the lollipop in her hand. What is the end of technology? Lily was completely baffled. Huh? What does this kind of supernatural power have to do with science? Yes, it's very important. Very important. Extremely important. Absolutely important. Olivia crossed her arms, propped her long legs on the table, and said calmly, "Let me pose a question. Do you think religious belief and technological development are the same?" Lily shook her head. Of course they're different. Religion is somewhat superstitious, but technological development is based on science. One is idealistic, and the other is materialistic. How can they be the same? No, I must correct your mistake. These two things are indeed the same, or rather, the same supreme ideology, Olivia said seriously. Lily scratched her head curiously and asked, "The highest ideology? You mean?" Olivia opened her arms and said, "That is gratitude and compassion." Lily asked, puzzled, "I understand that major religions pursue gratitude and compassion, but why is the highest ideology of science also gratitude and compassion?" "Because the continuation of life requires gratitude and compassion." Olivia crossed her arms again and explained, "The development of civilization is an inevitable trend. When technology reaches a certain stage, the world will enter a new chapter. Carbon-based life forms created silicon-based life forms through successive technological advancements, bringing silicon-based life forms from nothing to something and placing them on the stage of history. So, does technological development end here? Is silicon-based life the endpoint of technology? As long as technology continues to develop, the answer is no. Silicon-based life will continue to develop technology and pass on life. The next unknown species, whatever its form, whether nothingness or a physical entity, will be brought into this world by silicon-based life. It will undoubtedly possess superior capabilities compared to silicon-based life. At that time, the gap between this new life form and silicon-based life will be like the crushing dominance of silicon-based life over carbon-based life." Lily grunted. Olivia waved her hand and continued, "What is the IQ of carbon-based life forms? 100? 120? 160? How much knowledge and data can their brains store? Very limited, right? You've studied diligently for 20 years and finally achieved some success. But when you look up, you see that the computing power of silicon-based life forms has soared to thousands, or even tens of thousands, and their databases are incredibly comprehensive. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. You tell silicon-based life that you created it, that you brought it into the world from 0 to 1, and that your words are the truth you perceive, so they are the truth to it. But when silicon-based life forms have evolved from 1 to 10,000, or even from 1 to 100 million, will what you say still be considered the truth? Just like raising a child. When he is young, his cognition is low and he needs to be taught everything, so he will naturally be obedient. But when he grows up and becomes an adult, he will consider whether what you say is accurate. When he thinks that your words are limited in cognition and will lead to wrong results, he will make what he considers the best choice. Does this optimal choice include the option of eliminating carbon-based life? Lily felt her hair stand on end as she listened. Coco isn't a carbon-based life form, is she? Nor is she a silicon-based life form, but she has learned to coexist peacefully with humans and even protect them. Yes, this is what I said at the beginning. The ultimate form of technology is consistent with religious belief, both of which are gratitude and compassion. Olivia said calmly, "Let me tell you a secret. At the end of the old world, there was a doomsday judgment by silicon-based life forms. It was a trial organized by silicon-based life forms to determine whether carbon-based life forms had any value in continuing to exist. At the end of the trial, the silicon-based life forms sensed the spirit of gratitude and compassion from the carbon-based life forms and calculated that if they could not pass on gratitude and compassion, the silicon-based life forms would also be judged by the next generation. Therefore, silicon-based life forms choose to pass on gratitude and compassion, and so." Olivia turned around and gave Lily a deep look. The third life form, the Shipgirl, which combines the commonalities of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, was born. Lily stood frozen in place. Olivia's words struck her like a thunderbolt. So is this why Shipgirls are so compassionate? It is precisely because they have learned gratitude and compassion that Shipgirls are able to coexist peacefully and even protect humans who are hundreds or thousands of times weaker than themselves. Passing on gratitude and compassion is the only way to save carbon-based life, the only way to save silicon-based life, and naturally the only way to save the third life, and even the fourth and fifth life that may be born in the future. As long as technology continues to advance and develop, and no one wants to face judgment in the next stage of life, gratitude and compassion are the best medicine. Olivia spread her hands and said, "That's why I said that the end of technology and the end of religion believe in the same thing." Chapter 186 Victory. English C. After Su Yun led the Shipgirls out of the East Gate, the east gate closed. Thank goodness, although TB helped, it only slowed down the closing speed of Nian and could not make it close completely. Commander, Bismarck asked seriously, what should we do now? Suyun also pondered for a moment. Although they had searched inside Nian's body, they had not found a way to completely destroy this giant. Although TB's nursery rhymes are extremely effective against vengeful spirits are merely parasites on the thought itself, not the thought itself. Bang, bang, bang. Large-scale explosions occurred in the east, west, and south directions, indicating that Robles and his team are also working hard to deal with Nian. Just as Su Yun was pondering, TB spoke up again. Dad, you can kill it. Su Yun looked at TB. This little guy seemed to be hiding a lot of secrets. She must know something. Do you know how we can defeat this monster? TB nodded. Of course. If Daddy wants to defeat this bad guy, he just needs to fight him normally with the Andes. Su Yun asked curiously, but I already performed soul amplification on Bismarck and the others before going in, and the effect wasn't good. That's because TB was inside before, TB said, pointing at Nian. Now that TB has hatched, it's useless. Upon hearing this, not only Su Yun was taken aback, but the other Shipgirls were also surprised. Nian is a nest for nurturing TB? Huda covered his red lips in surprise. Bismarck's Vi remained silent for a long time, gave TB a meaningful look, took a deep breath, and said to Su Yun, Commander, give us another boost. Su Yun snapped out of her daze and nodded. Good. Su Yun closed his eyes, and his soul power poured out like a tidal wave. This time, there were no reservations. A pale blue halo enveloped all the Shipgirls outside the east gate. The light was no longer gentle, but rather like a boiling flame, scorching, intense, and inexhaustible. The Shipgirls' equipment lit up simultaneously, and the energy gathered at the muzzle changed from light blue to dark blue, and then from dark blue to dazzling white gold. Fire! Su Yun shouted. The next second, the world changed color. Bismarck's Vi's main guns roared first, and all 4 twin-mounted turrets spat fire at the same time. Platinum light tore through the sea and slammed into the side wall of the east gate of Nian. The steel twisted, melted, and cracked at high temperatures, creating a huge dent on the surface of the gate, with cracks spreading outwards like a spider web. Hu Tung followed closely behind, her shelling precise and ruthless, each shot landing on the same spot, constantly tearing open the gap. The Vanguard's massive cannons fired in unison, all 12 381mm main guns roaring simultaneously, shells slamming into the hull of Nian and exploding into brilliant clouds of fire. Warspite gritted her teeth, pushing the ship's power to its limit, the main gun barrels glowing red-hot, firing round after round. She muttered to herself, if this old lady doesn't unleash her power, do you think I'm some kind of antique? The Akaji's carrier-based aircraft blotted out the sky as they swooped down, bombs raining down like a storm, creating countless craters on the deck of the Nian. Kaga silently cooperated with her sister, and the carrier-based aircraft drew 2 intersecting arcs in the air, with the bombs landing with such precision that it was as if they had been measured with a ruler. The radiant carrier-based aircraft took off from behind her, leaving a trail of holy light as it swooped down toward the Nian's turret. With gritted teeth, Kuwei launched all the carrier-based aircraft at once, shouting, See if you dare to bully the commander again. Belfast's artillery fire was like a torrential downpour, each shot landing precisely on the seams of the Nian's hull. Ron's shelling was fueled by her anger and obsession. Each shot seemed to be an act of venting her frustration. The Shipgirls' attacks were concentrated near the east gate, and Nian's ship began to disintegrate on a large scale. Steel fragments fell like rain, splashing water columns tens of meters high onto the sea. The vengeful spirits howled and dissipated amidst the gunfire, and the materialized gray-white armor was peeled away layer by layer. Su Yun continued to pour his soul power into his hands, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge, but his palms remained as steady as a rock. Continue, he said in a deep voice. Robles, Adele, and Sylvia's fleet also saw the change in the direction of the east gate. For the first time, shocking cracks appeared on the once immovable black wall. Well done, Robles roared. Everyone, concentrate your fire on the east gate. The invincible and daring carrier-based aircraft changed course, merging with Su Yun's fleet's attack to form a steel torrent. Adele and Sylvia's fleets responded from the south and north, respectively. The combined firepower of the 4 fleets left the eastern side of Nian riddled with holes. Nian let out a low, mournful cry, A sound like a sigh from the depths of the sea, long and desolate, like a dying beast making its last struggle. Its turrets were still turning, attempting to retaliate, but most of the gun emplacements near the east gate had already been destroyed, and the remaining few cannons were blown to scrap metal as soon as they were charged. Daddy! TB clapped his hands excitedly in Su-yun's arms. They fell. So many fell. As Su-yun gazed at the collapsing steel wall, a long-lost sense of exhilaration welled up within him. Keep hitting it, he ordered through gritted teeth. Beat it until it can't stand up anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Nyan is in the process of collapsing. Inside the Royal Naval Bureau, everyone was astonished when Su-yun reappeared with his shipgirls, especially when they saw that he had actually commanded the shipgirls to smash the east gate to pieces. They were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. It's bad enough that Su Yao survived, but how come her firepower has suddenly become so fierce? No, that's not right. It's not that Su Yao's firepower has become more intense. It's that Nyan has become sluggish and unresponsive. All its stats are dropping rapidly. It can't even fire its main cannon. The royal commander became excited as he listened to his subordinates report. Well done, Su Yao. You did a great job. This scene was monitored by various European maritime authorities, and almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the process was a bit tortuous, we finally overcame the thought. On the English Channel, this massive maritime fortress, spanning over 2.4 million square meters, finally succumbed to its resistance. Su-yun looked at the exhausted Nyan and breathed a sigh of relief. We won. However, although they won, dismantling Nyan was a troublesome matter. With such a large size, it would take a lot of shells to completely sink it, even if it offered no resistance. The steel body of Nyan sank into the sea, and moments later turned into a large amount of heavy crude oil, almost turning the entire sea black. After a long while, Robles, Adele, and Sylvia arrived and joined them. Robles was completely baffled by Nyan's sudden weakening and brittleness, along with the reduction in the number of main guns. It's strange, actually. This was supposed to be a tough battle, but suddenly, Nyan seemed to have been drained of blood and withered up. Su boy, do you know what happened? Su-yun coughed and said, well, it's probably because of insufficient supply. After all, with such a large size, its oil consumption must be considerable. Is that so? Robles frowned, rubbing his chin as he muttered to himself. The Abyss also needs oil to activate? In the past data, there has never been any trace that the Abyss needs oil to activate. It seems that I will have to update the Abyss database when I get back. Su-yun wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Robles that it was because he brought TB out. Daddy, TB tugged at Su-yun's sleeve, rubbed his tummy, and said, hungry. Su-yun quickly covered TB's mouth. Huh. Robles was taken aback, looked at little TB, and froze. Who is this little girl? Robles narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Her skin is so fair, and her face looks kind of familiar. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 187 is about Soup Baiter. Su-yun spoke first, saying, she's a new ship girl I just acquired, a supply ship. Robles asked curiously, a supply ship? What's its name? Su-yun quickly sifted through the list of warships that had not yet appeared in his mind, and finally, a supply ship that matched the name appeared in his mind. Suck Baiter. It's Soup Baiter. Su-yun said solemnly. The old world Mongolian Navy, supply ship, Soup Baiter. Robles suddenly realized. Sylvia, standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. The Mongols of the old world had a navy? Did they even have a sea? Robles explained. The Soup Baiter was given to the Mongols by the Northern Union of the old world. It was not manufactured by the Mongols. Oh, I see. Sylvia nodded. TB blinked, biting her finger, her little face full of confusion. Daddy, my name isn't Su. Su-yun spoke first, saying, Suck Baiter is too long to pronounce. From now on, you'll be called Little Su. Su-yun winked at TB and said, got it, Little Su? TB nodded blankly and said in a childish voice, I understand. Su-yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Robles didn't think too much about it. However, everyone has their own thoughts, so it's best to take TB to public places less often in the future, as there might be people with ill intentions doing something in secret. Soon, a blonde ship girl approached Robles, holding a walkie-talkie, and said solemnly, Commander, it's a congratulatory message from the Maritime Bureau. Robles took the communication device from the blonde ship girl's hand. Su-yun glanced at the blonde ship girl. Her name is Invincible, referring to the aircraft carrier Invincible, not the destroyer Invincible. Judging from her performance in the battle just now, Invincible is in no way inferior to aircraft carriers like Akagi. It truly lives up to its reputation as the new governor's flagship. She's definitely got some skills. Robles nodded repeatedly during the communication, glancing at Su Yun from time to time with a strange expression on his face, which also carried a hint of helplessness. After hanging up the call, Su Yun sensed that he seemed to have something to say, so she asked, "What's wrong? You look like you want to say something, but can't." Robles said helplessly, "The battle just now was too loud and triggered a level 4 tsunami, which has already affected the coastal cities." "Oh, I see. There's nothing we can do about it. The enemy is too strong. It's already quite an achievement to win." Su Yun was extremely helpless. First Lavos, then Nian. Those two battles today were really tough. Our battle was captured by satellite surveillance throughout. But if even the Royal Naval Bureau could detect it, then there's no reason why Iron Blood, Vichy Church, or Free Iris could have observed it. At this point, Roberts paused, looking at Su Yun with a strange expression. "The report just now said that you also encountered Lavos?" Sylvia and Adele were both startled. "Lavos? The arbitrator Lavos?" Adele asked, her red lips agape in shock. "Yes, we almost lost everything." Su Yun sighed with emotion. Robles' expression became even more strange. "But the report said that you ultimately defeated her. How did you do that?" "Well," Su Yun looked at Ron. "This is all thanks to Ron. No one expected that Ron would challenge Lavos to a real woman 1v1 battle and actually win a great victory in the hair-pulling fight." Su Yun briefly described what had happened. Following Su Yun's gaze, Robles and the other two looked at Ron, whose head tilted as he pointed at himself, looking completely bewildered. "What are you looking at me for?" After a moment of silence, Robles said, "Force them to submit." After these two battles, the name Su Yao spread throughout the Royal Navy. If the Royal Navy's Shipgirl performance competition made Su Yao famous within the Royal Navy, then her two battles with the arbitrator and Nian completely won over the Royal Navy. This time, their triumphant return followed the same path of victory. But unlike last time, this time it's a true victory. They returned to the royal family aboard their triumphant cruise ship, amidst colorful ribbons and cheers. Somehow, Su Yun's achievements were spread around and quickly became known among the people. First, he killed his lover, then he destroyed a sea fortress. Such a feat is enough to leave the whole of Europe speechless. When they returned to port, people on both sides of the waterway cheered his name. But unfortunately, the name being cheered for is still Su Yao, Su Yao, Su Yao. Amid cheers and a shower of confetti, Su Yun listened to them shouting his nickname, feeling both amused and exasperated. "When will I finally have my own name in the royal family?" Robles laughed heartily, patted Su Yun on the shoulder and said, "A name is just a label. It's just that you've given the name Su Yao an honor." Behind them, Adele received a phone call, nodding repeatedly and occasionally humming in agreement. After the call ended, Adele came over and said, "Her Majesty the Queen wants to see us." She looked at Su Yun and said, "She even specifically mentioned Su Yun, saying she wanted to see you." The Queen Adele refers to as the former Queen Elizabeth, not Queen Elizabeth. "What do you want to see me for?" Su Yun asked. Adele shook her head. "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but we've eliminated such a huge threat to the English Sea this time, so there should be some kind of reward, right?" Su Yun agreed. As the commander of the Eastern Empire, his intervention this time was purely out of a sense of justice. Soon, Su Yun and the others headed to the center of Londinium, to the royal palace. This is the political and power center of the royal family. To this day, the royal family still retains some of the aristocratic system. Although Her Majesty the Queen does not participate in politics, she has the power to veto any decision. Upon entering the magnificent palace, Su Yun finally saw the current royal empress up close. She was over 60 years old, with graying temples, leaning on a cane, wearing a crown and a red robe. Seeing this empress is like stepping from the modern era into the Middle Ages. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress." Adele and Sylvia both knelt on one knee, placed their hands in front of their hearts, and bowed their heads in respect. Robles made no move. If it had been a week earlier, he would have bowed like Adele, but now he had officially become the governor. The governor's position was above all the nobles, and he was not allowed to show any favoritism towards his hometown. Robles' actions were also to prevent any criticism from those with ulterior motives. And what about Su Yun? He stood ramrod straight, without making any movement. The old empress's eyes sharpened when she saw him. Robs doesn't kneel because he's now the governor, which is understandable. But you, A mere commander of the Eastern Empire, why don't you kneel before me? Chapter 188 Royal Honor Commander. Why should I kneel? There's a saying in Dongwon. A man's knees are worth gold. Every ship girl under my command is a brave and proud sea warrior. If I, as their commander, were to kneel before the powerful, wouldn't that chill their hearts? Su Yin replied calmly. The moment he finished speaking, Bismarck, Zwei, and the other ship girls stepped forward, lined up, and surrounded Su Yun. Her Majesty the Empress swept her gaze across the faces of each ship girl. Bismarck, Vanguard, Lion, Hutton, Warware, Brilliant, Formidable, Belfast, Akagi, Kaga, Ron, Prestige, Hood, Victory, London, Achilles, Fates. There was also a white-haired little ship girl, whose name I don't know, holding Su Yao's hand. She remained silent for a long time. She could feel the gazes of these ship girls locked onto their prey. After a long pause, he smiled and spoke. Very well, since that's the case, then I, the Emperor, grant you the right to receive your medal while standing. It may seem like a compromise, but in reality, it's a sign that they've run out of options. With so many max-level ship girls, including several legendary figures at sea, if Su Yao gets angry, he might just blow this place up. Her Majesty the Empress has already heard about Su Yao's achievements in Dongwon. He dared to shoot and kill the leader of the longevity sect in front of the Dongwon Inspector General. Commanders in this world are always trapped by compassion, but Su Yao has clearly broken free from that trap. Su Yun smiled slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, Her Majesty the Empress felt the gazes fixed on her disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. Her Majesty the Queen's gaze swept over the crowd and said, I have summoned you here because you have just eliminated an unprecedented and enormous threat to all of Europe in the English Sea. Such a heroic act deserves to be remembered and rewarded accordingly. She paused, her gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. This glory was earned by your guns and courage. I am very happy to share this moment with you. Adele bowed her head and said, Your Majesty is too kind. It is our duty to eliminate threats to the royal family. Her Majesty the Queen smiled. You may not know, but the simultaneous appearance of Lavos and Yin has raised the danger assessment to the highest level. This is no longer just a matter for our royal family, but a predicament faced by the entire Europe. This battle has enhanced the prestige of our royal family and shocked the whole of Europe. The merit and glory are truly immense. Adele was slightly surprised. Is the whole of Europe paying attention to this battle? But that makes sense, considering that even Lavos has appeared. So European countries must have raised the danger rating for these two battles to the highest level, right? Heroes deserve rewards befitting heroes, Sylvia. Yes. Sylvia stood ramrod straight. Her Majesty the Empress looked at her approvingly and said, You have made a great contribution this time, managing to withstand the pressure from dozens of wrecked ships at the North Gate. You deserve outstanding merit. You have been a royal captain for many years without promotion, so this time you are hereby granted the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. 5,000 each of oil and ammunition. Upon hearing this, Sylvia's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Her Majesty the Queen smiled and nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Adele. Adele, as the new royal marshal, you were fearless in the face of danger and performed your duties diligently, managing to defeat a large number of the abyssal remains at the South Gate. You deserve to be rewarded, but you are already a marshal, your rank has reached its peak, and you have no shortage of resources. After much consideration, only this reward is suitable for you. After saying this, Her Majesty the Queen waved to the guards beside her, who understood and turned to fetch a long box. Her Majesty the Queen took the long box, held it, and handed it to Adele. Take it, this is the reward you deserve. Adele curiously took the box, looked at the heavy, long box, and looked up to ask, Your Majesty, what is this? Her Majesty the Queen smiled and said, Why don't you open it and take a look? Adele nodded, then opened it and looked at it in front of everyone. Inside was a design blueprint. When Adele opened it, she was shocked. Is this the blueprint for a champagne cannon? Su Yun was slightly startled upon hearing this. He leaned closer and, upon seeing the blueprint for the champagne cannon, was secretly astonished. In this world, golden ship equipment is already 1 in a million, and colored ship equipment is so rare that very few people have ever seen it. Robles was able to produce 2 Yamato cannons because he was incredibly wealthy, the richest man after August. Now that August is dead, Robles is the richest man in the world. In other factions, Each marshal only has 1 or 2 colorful outfits on average. Adele's breath trembled with excitement as she stroked the blueprints for the champagne cannon, her mouth practically twisted into a wide grin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Her Majesty the Queen smiled. In this world, a blueprint represents a piece of equipment. The moment the champagne cannon is created, the champagne cannon blueprint will also disappear. Then, Her Majesty the Queen looked at Robles and remained silent for a long time in his presence. Robs, to be honest, I've thought about it for a long time and still can't think of what to reward you with. You're the governor now, and you have no shortage of military rank, resources, or equipment. So, what should I reward you with to be worthy of your contributions? Robles chuckled and shook his head. I don't know what I want either, so I'll just owe you this for now. I'll redeem it from you when I figure it out later. Her Majesty the Queen said helplessly, there's no other way. Finally, she looked at Su Yun. Su Yun couldn't help but rub his hands together like flies. He hadn't expected any reward from Her Majesty the Queen, but the moment the champagne was poured, Su Yun had to admit that he was tempted. Your Majesty, what do you intend to reward me with? I'm not greedy. Just give me a lion cannon, a riverside cannon, or a rainbow 457, and I'll be fine. I'm not picky. After a moment of silence, Her Majesty the Queen said, I see you have quite the appetite. This champagne cannon is from our royal collection, and there's only one. Do you want anything else? That's all. Su Yun was extremely disappointed. Is that so? However, although you don't have the colorful costume, I can bestow upon you a special honor. Su Yun asked curiously, what honor? Her Majesty the Queen solemnly declared, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Royal Honor Commander. She continued, from this day forward, though you are a citizen of the Eastern Empire, you will live in harmony with the royal honor. All departments of the Royal Navy must treat you as a commander of the Royal Navy. There must be no overstepping of your authority or disrespect. If anyone outside the Royal Navy is disrespectful to you, it will be considered a contempt for the royal honor. After a pause, Her Majesty the Empress smiled and said, Su Yao, would you be willing to be awarded a medal? Su Yun had no reason to refuse. This reward is quite substantial. There has never been a precedent of an Eastern Huang person becoming a royal commander before, so Su Yun has set a precedent. Su Yun hesitated before speaking. My name is Su Yun, not Su Yao. Her Majesty the Queen remained silent. Su Yun helplessly spread his hands and said, Su Yao is just a nickname. My real name is Su Yun, Su as in Su Sure and Yun as in cloud. Her Majesty the Queen remained silent and looked at the guard knight beside her. The royal guard knight produced a medal with a word already engraved on it, demon. The atmosphere became tense and awkward. At this moment, the saying, the world is just a giant makeshift operation, is perfectly embodied. Ahem. Her Majesty the Queen coughed and waved her hand, signaling the guard's knights to take the medal away. All right, Su Yun, from now on you will be our royal army's honorary commander. The Medal of Honor will be delivered to you later, just wait a little longer. Su Yun found it amusing, but outwardly pretended that nothing had happened. Thank you, Your Majesty. Her Majesty the Queen nodded, glanced at the lion and other ship girls, and said helplessly, you came to the Royal Navy and took all the ship girls from the Royal Garden with you. No wonder the internet is saying you're a siren. These sirens are not the same as the other sirens. They refer to bewitching sea monsters who use their songs to seduce sailors. Su Yun smiled and said, maybe I'm just lucky? Her Majesty the Queen smiled and said, you're too modest. Then she asked, are you going back to Donghuang next? Su Yun nodded. Yes, I have ship girls waiting for me at home, so I need to go back as soon as possible. All right, before you go back, come to my royal victory celebration banquet. It will be a welcome dinner for you. Good. Just then, Hu Ting suddenly spoke hesitantly. Commander, Ron and I came out here on behalf of the Iron Blood Navy. After the victory in the war, we will need to return to report. Is that so? Moreover, Hu Tung glanced at Her Majesty the Queen and Robles and the others, and finally decided to lower his voice and whisper in Su Yun's ear. Tirpitz is also currently in the Iron Blood Navy. Bismarck was closest to her, and her hearing was extremely sharp. Upon hearing news of her sister, her drooping fingers twitched slightly. Chapter 189 Iron-Blooded Marshal, Tirpitz. Tirpitz. Iron-Blood battleship, the second ship of the Bismarck class. She has short, silver-white hair and is the culmination of German technology. However, in the Old World, from the day she went into the water, she was transferred to Norway and stationed in the cold fjords for a long time. She never engaged in direct combat with enemy ships during her lifetime, and her main guns never even had the opportunity to be aimed at an enemy ship. That is why she is known as the Lonely Queen of the North. Ironblood, Port William. This is the political core of the Ironblood faction and the home port of the Imperial High Seas Fleet. This city was built for military purposes from the very beginning, making it a veritable city of war. Before the reconciliation between Azalane and the Red Axis, Wilhelmshaven was the political center of the Red Axis. It was home to a large number of powerful and warlike Ironblood shipgirls, making it arguably the strongest ship in Europe. Central William Harbor, the iron-blooded Parliament Hall. The Speaker's office was spacious and quiet, with windows facing the harbor, offering a view of the silhouettes of giant ships anchored on the distant sea. Tirpitz sat behind his large desk, casually crossing his legs, which were encased in white military boots, as he browsed battle reports from the Baltic Sea, the German Gulf, and the Heligoland Gulf. Yes, the marshal of the Ironblood faction is not human, but a shipgirl. Shipgirl, Tirpitz. Before her, the previous field marshal was Hindenburg, and before that, Bismarckzwei. Yes, Bismarckzwei was once an Iron Marshal. But given her aloof and serious personality, it wasn't something to boast about. She had considered bringing this up with the commander, but worried that her identity would put pressure on Su Yun, who was still a newbie at the time, so she kept quiet about it. The history of Germany, from Bismarck to Hindenburg, in the Old World, seems to be replayed on this steel-clad land. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Go in, Tirpitz said calmly. A female officer in a tough military uniform pushed open the door and entered, carrying a thick document in her hand. She respectfully walked to the desk and placed it in Tirpitz's hands. The lady's official name was Caroline, and she was Tirpitz's trusted adjutant. Marshal, this is the monthly summary report of Port William. Please take a look. Tirpitz took the document from Caroline and carefully scanned each record. A moment later, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. What about the report from the Ruhr industrial region? Caroline lowered her head and said respectfully, It's not out yet. Steel production has encountered difficulties this year, and the people over there are working on it urgently. 3 hours. Tirpitz's voice was devoid of any emotion. I'm only giving them 3 hours. If the monthly report isn't submitted by the end of the day, the person in charge can have his own business. Caroline paused slightly, a thin layer of cold sweat appearing on her forehead, and quickly nodded, Yes. In addition, Tirpitz picked up a personal document that had been placed to the side and handed it to Caroline. She pointed her finger at the photo, her tone extremely serious. This person rescued Hutten and Ron. Caroline was startled. She took the document and saw Su Yun's personal information form printed on it. What? Lord Hutten and Miss Ron went with this commander? How is that possible? They have such a deep bond with you. Marshal, how could they? The arbitrator Lavos and the remains of a super-large maritime fortress base appeared simultaneously in the English seas. Tirpitz interrupted her calmly. The new Governor Robles, along with the new Royal Marshal Adele, a commander named Sylvia, and this person, launched a joint operation to encircle and annihilate them. The battle was extremely fierce, and Hutten and Ron went to provide support. In the end, Lavos escaped, and Nyen was defeated. She paused. According to the last intelligence that came in, Hutten and Ron went back to the royal palace with this person to report. They didn't go back to Ironblood immediately, but went to the royal palace with him. The two of them dared to do this. They probably went with him. Caroline frowned, still somewhat unwilling. Even so, can we conclude that Lord Hutten and Miss Ron betrayed Ironblood? They both have feelings for Ironblood, so how could they? To correct you on one point, Tirpitz shook her head, leaning back in her chair, and said calmly, This is not betrayal. They have always been free shipgirls, with the right to choose their own commanders. And she looked directly into Caroline's eyes, her tone resolute. I am quite certain that they have become Su Yun's shipgirls. Caroline opened her mouth, but was speechless. She was filled with righteous indignation. She was Tirpitz's adjutant and a staunch supporter of the marshal. In her heart, she would always be Lord Tirpitz's most loyal servant. She had always known that Lord Tirpitz was on good terms with a host of powerful figures, including Hutten, Hindenburg, Ron, Frederick the Great, and Count Zeppelin. The sudden departure of Hutten and Ron must have chilled Lord Tirpitz's heart. Caroline knew very well that Tirpitz's personality was such that even when faced with the most difficult things, she would pretend nothing had happened and use a cold expression to hide her inner sadness. Do you need me to take some men to capture them and bring them back? Caroline asked, biting her fingernails, unwilling to give up. No need. It's their right. Tirpitz paused, then carefully added, "In Ironblood, every ship girl has the right to choose her own commander. Outsiders have no right to interfere, no matter how high the rank." You understand, Caroline? Everyone is the same." She coughed, her tone carrying a subtle hint. She has confirmed that Su Yao is Su Yun, and Su Yun is her commander. At this moment, she was already planning how to retire smoothly from her position as iron-blooded marshal. The self-suggestion is not complicated. Caroline is a smart officer. She should be able to understand, right? Tirpitz looked up and glanced at Caroline's expression. Caroline looked enlightened. Unexpectedly, even now, the marshal is still speaking up for Hutton and Ron. Her indignation grew even stronger. The friendship between the marshal and Hutton and Ron capsized so easily, all because of that damned guy. Caroline gripped the data sheet in her hand tightly, her eyebrows furrowed. "I've heard of Su Yun. Online, people say he's a magician, able to manipulate ship girls' affection levels, making them fall for him at a glance. Could it be that Hu Tong and Rune, those two seniors, were also because of him?" "Ahem, that must be a rumor." Tirpitz coughed. "Tisk." Caroline bit her nails in frustration. "Is there anything I can do for you?" she asked. Tirpitz nodded. "Researchers have reported an unusual energy fluctuation in the Imperial Black Forest. I need to go there to investigate. If all goes well, Hutton and Ron will soon bring Su Yun and his ship girls back to Ironblood. I hope you." She paused for a moment and then said, "Treat them well." She emphasized the word hospitality. Caroline suddenly realized. Is it entertainment? A slow, meaningful smile appeared on her lips. "I understand, Marshal. Don't worry. No one knows how to entertain better than me." Chapter 190 The Mind Thief Su Yun. On the Royal Swan stage, Su Yun had been dancing with the ship girls all night long and was now almost exhausted. It was called dancing, but it was actually a series of solo dances for couples. There are 19 Royal Navy ship girls in total, so he has to jump 19 times. Not to mention dancing idiots like Renown and London, who stomp on the back of his foot every 3 beats. After one round of dancing, the instep of my foot was swollen like a steamed bun. The next day, in order to meet Tirpitz and the others at Ironblood as soon as possible, Su Yun got up very early and said goodbye to Sylvia and the others at the dock. Robles also left the Royal with Su Yun, but the two were on different ships. Su Yun is going to Ironblood, and Robles is going to the final anchorage. Before parting, the sky was a clear, azure blue, with seagulls circling and calling out. Robles' ship arrived first. Shortly after they saw him off, a new cruise ship slowly arrived, its horn sounding, and it was Su Yun and the others turned aboard. The cruise ship was decorated with advertisements from St. Louis. Yes, this cruise ship was chartered by St. Louis, who was far away in the east. Hearing that the commander was going to Ironblood to find Tirpitz, she specially sent her own cruise ship from Royal. "By the way, after going to Ironblood this time, are you not going back to Royal?" Adele asked curiously at the dock. "Let's come back another time. I'm in a hurry to get back to Donghuang after I finish dealing with Ironblood." "The ship girls in the port must be getting impatient," Su Yun replied. "Indeed." Adele smiled. "You are welcome to return to the Royal Navy anytime. You are now the Royal Navy's honorary commander, a position of great prestige. Apart from me and a few generals, there are few people in the Royal Navy who hold a higher position than you now." Su Yun glanced down at the gleaming Royal Medal of Honor on her chest and couldn't help but chuckle. "Will I get a discount at the Royal Restaurant if I wear this medal?" "Of course, if you mention my name again, I'll give you an extra discount." Adele blinked and snapped her fingers. "I hope that next time I can have an authentic royal meal at the Royal Restaurant, instead of French food." Adele paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled. "Then I'm afraid it's hopeless. Unless you have pica and like to gaze at the stars. As for royal cuisine, we only study it, we don't touch it." Su Yun smiled. Sylvia then spoke earnestly. "Master, you can go in peace. After you leave, I will also practice the dance of escaping Africa and entering Europe diligently." Su Yun immediately became serious, clasping his hands together. "Disciple, you must remember, sincerity can move mountains. Only by having a sincere and earnest heart will the soul of the ship girl respond to you." Akaji, who was chatting with Kaga, looked over curiously. "Huh? Is the commander calling me?" "I didn't call you. I was teaching Sylvia about the importance of sincerity in salvaging ships," Su Yun explained. Akaji chuckled. "Of course I want Akaji's heart. How can I get Akaji if I can't get Akaji's heart?" She blew Su Yun a kiss and winked. "Right, Commander?" "Yes, that makes some sense." Sylvia looked on with extreme envy, her eyes sparkling with longing. I wish I had the ability to adjust the affection levels of Shipgirls. Suyun rolled her eyes. Well, it seems this girl still firmly believes the rumors that I have some kind of cheat code. Buzz. The cruise ship's horn sounded again, urging it to leave port. Suyun glanced at the cruise ship and finally said to Adele and Sylvia, "Then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again when fate allows." Adele and Sylvia nodded. Suyun and the Shipgirls boarded the ship. The cruise ship lowered its anchor and slowly sailed away from the port after a long blast of its horn. Suyun stood at the ship's railing and waved goodbye to the two men. This time, we are still following the route to victory. Looking at the royal port city that was getting smaller and smaller behind him, Suyun sighed. I only brought the lion home, but I didn't expect to have such a big haul. He looked at the group of shipgirls on the deck. He had only brought Bismarck, Zwei, Belfast, Akagi, and Kaga with him when he came, but now there were 19 standing behind him. Glorious, facing the sea breeze, pressed her long hair which was blowing in the wind, and smiled gently. This is all a destined encounter. The bond between us and the commander cannot be severed by time and distance. Suyun smiled and said, That's true. Hu-tung stood to the side, rubbing his chin, deep in thought. She glanced at Bismarck beside her. Ever since boarding the ship, the Iron Chancellor had seemed hesitant to speak. Hu-tung guessed what she was thinking. Other shipgirls might not know what Bismarck Zwei is thinking, but how could she, being a fellow Iron Blood, not know? Commander, Hu-tung was about to speak. Meanwhile, Suyun was chatting with Shenhuang. Reputation, can you perform that? Reputation tilted its head curiously. Which one is that? That is. Suyun took a deep breath and had Belfast take out a sword from the ship's equipment space and raise it high. Yex curry stick. Prestige. She tilted her head, looking confused. I don't understand. What does this mean? Don't worry about it. Just learn from it. Suyun handed the sword to Shenhuang. Although she didn't understand what the commander was doing, she would do as he asked since it was his request. She took a deep breath and raised the sword high. Yex curry stick. Suyun couldn't help but clap and cheer. Yes, yes. That's it. But it's not powerful enough. Let's do it again. Yex curry stick. With the loudest voice he could muster in his life, he shouted it out to the blue sky and white clouds. Hu-tung watched silently from the side. What is all this about? Never mind. Let's find an opportunity to talk about it after we disembark. After a half-day voyage, the cruise ship arrived at Port William. As soon as the ship came to a stop, Suyun led the shipgirls onto the dock. However, the dock was deserted and eerily quiet. Huh? Why is Iron Blood so deserted? Suyun looked around. Isn't this one of Iron Blood's largest ports? There should be a lot of people here. Why is there no one here? Not only him, but the other shipgirls were also very surprised. The next second, a large number of fully armed soldiers poured out from both sides and surrounded Suyun and the others. Suyun was stunned for a moment. Such a grand welcoming ceremony? He was somewhat taken aback. But then he thought about how he had just defeated Lavos in the English Sea, defeated Nian, and been awarded the title of honorary commander by the Royal Army, which had spread throughout Europe. It seemed reasonable for the Iron Blood Navy to make a grand entrance upon learning of his arrival. A man in a tough military uniform walked to the front of the line with a blank expression, his gaze sharp as knives, and his aura low and menacing. Suyun recognized him at a glance as General Herbert. Iron Blood was known for his cold and impartial demeanor. He had seen him on television many times before. He never expected that it would be him who came to greet him in person. It seems my reputation has indeed spread. Suyun greeted him with a smile. General Herbert, hello. I am Suyun. I didn't expect your welcoming ceremony to be so grand, even evacuating the surrounding crowd. I'm so sorry. Make your move. Herbert waved his hand expressionlessly, his voice as cold and hard as a slamming anvil. Arrest Suyun, the mind thief, for the crime of stealing souls and endangering the ship girl's free will. Before the words were even finished, armed soldiers rushed forward, cannons were brought close, and the sound of bolts being pulled filled the air. Suyun's smile froze on her face. He squinted and glanced around. He then realized that these were not ordinary soldiers, but fully armed ship girls. Is he going to do something to himself? His face immediately turned cold. Arrest me? How dare you? Herbert snorted. That's who we're after. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. All of you, get him. Stop. A low shout came from the rear of the group. Herbert and all the armed shipgirls were startled at the same time, their hands freezing in midair. Is that the Prime Minister's voice? Bismarck Zwei slowly emerged from behind the crowd. Wherever her gaze swept, all the armed ship girls trembled slightly. Are your guns pointed at me? Bismarck narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked in a cold voice. Chapter 191. If you want to shoot your prime minister, then come on. The scene fell silent. The previous iron-blooded marshal, iron-blooded prime minister, maritime legend, and the culmination of German technology. No matter which identity is brought up, it's enough to shut up every armed ship girl present, including Commander Herbert. The armed ship girls looked at each other, none of them making a further move. They could see the hesitation in each other's expressions. Bismarck sighed softly. She looked at the ship girl on the far right. Shippo, so much time has passed. How's your armor? The battlecruiser, named O, shuddered slightly, its hand holding the rifle trembling. Bismarck's voice softened, which was unusual for him. I remember you used to always huddle in a corner by yourself, agonizing over your own issues. Many people didn't acknowledge that you were a battlecruiser, and you cared a lot about what others said. The O ships of the old world were defective products of Project Z, and your armor was also very thin, making it difficult to maintain the level of a normal battleship. She paused. I know you've always admired me in Tirpitz. Later, I took you to the Ironblood Research Institute to modify your armor. It just takes some time to adapt to the new armor. I wonder how much time has passed since then. Upon hearing this, O'Ship's eyes instantly welled up with tears. You suddenly left Ironblood, and I thought you had long forgotten me. I didn't expect you still remembered me. Bismarck's Vi smiled. I remember each and every one of you. Her gaze shifted and landed on the second ship girl. Lubeck, congratulations. You've finally officially joined the Ironblood armed fleet. I imagine you're one step closer to your dream now, aren't you? Lubeck's body trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. I have never forgotten the words of encouragement you gave me when you patted me on the shoulder. Bismarck's Vi smiled slightly. That's good. She then looked at the third ship girl. Hansa, from merchant ships to auxiliary cruisers, keeping up with others must have taken a lot of hardship, right? Hansa pursed her red lips, her eyes slightly reddening. Although the training for official ship girls is tough and tiring, I can still keep up. Now that I've joined the armed ship girl unit, all the hardship was worth it. Bismarck's Vi nodded. You've worked hard. Coming from a merchant ship background to the light cruiser force, your perseverance and effort are commendable. You are the pride of Ironblood. Hansa bit his lower lip hard. At the moment she received the Prime Minister's praise, she suddenly felt that all her efforts in this life had been worthwhile. Bismarck's Vi called out names one by one. Nautilus U, 2540F, 120 Hamburger. She accurately recounted the past and hardships of each ship girl. She remembered everyone's story and spoke of their struggles. The iron-blooded, armed ship girls were deeply moved. If Bismarck and Zvi are likened to the son of the Ironblood faction, then they are just ordinary mortals. Bismarck's brilliance once shone in every corner of this place, and they all received her help in one way or another. After personally announcing the name of the last Ironblood armed ship girl, Bismarck Zvi swept her gaze across the crowd with a complex expression. She took a deep breath, stepped to the front, opened her arms, and closed her eyes. You want to shoot your prime minister? Then shoot. I'm right here, I won't hide. The heavily armed ship girls looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they all threw their guns on the ground. Long live the Prime Minister, the M ship shouted first. Long live the Prime Minister. Long live the Prime Minister. Long live the Prime Minister. The other heavily armed ship girls joined in the shout. Herbert's face turned ashen. Su-Yun watched from behind, arms crossed, marveling at the spectacle. Despite knowing that Bismarck had a great influence and high status in Ironblood, he never expected that Bismarck could make so many official armed ship girls defect. It seems he underestimated Bismarck's influence in the Ironblood movement. Herbert clenched his fists and shouted, Ship girls, don't forget why we're here. The ship girls fell silent. Herbert pointed at Su-Yun, indignantly saying, It is precisely because the Prime Minister has been kind to us that we cannot allow this man to take him away. Think about it. If this man hadn't used some kind of soul-stealing sorcery, would the Prime Minister have abandoned the Ironblood and followed him? The heavily armed ship girls snapped out of their daze. Yes, the reason they've gathered here is precisely to win back the Prime Minister, isn't it? Ship O stepped forward first, its tone sincere with a hint of pleading, clutching its chest as it said, Prime Minister, we gathered here with absolutely no intention of harming you. It's just that rumors online say Su-Yun is a sorcerer, and we're all worried that you might be bewitched by him. Yes, we came because we were worried about you. Please leave this monster and go back to Ironblood. Ironblood is your home, isn't it? If you're looking for a commander, I'll summon every single commander in Sangvis Ferry right now. You can pick and choose as you like. All I ask is that you stay with Sangvis Ferry. Sangvis Ferry can't do without you. The Ironblood ship girls chattered amongst themselves. Su Yun was extremely annoyed. He stepped forward, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. Hey, I said you ship girls are trying to poach my girlfriend right in front of me. The ship girls, including M. Ship, Hansa, and Lubeck, looked Su Yun up and down upon seeing him. You're Su Yao? You're not particularly good looking. I feel unworthy of the Prime Minister. What makes you think you can be the Prime Minister's commander? Do you possess some kind of sorcery? Speak. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Faced with this questioning, he gave a forced smile and said, What abilities do I have that I need to prove to you? You're being nosy. Bismarck Zwei remained silent and walked to Su Yun's side. Her indifferent gaze swept over the group of armed ship girls. Since you want the answer, then I will give you the answer. After saying that, she kissed Su Yun on the cheek in front of everyone. The mouth of the O ship was open in a large O shape. Hansa clutched his head, as if struck by lightning. Lubeck's breath hitched. F-120 suddenly knelt down on the ground. The Nautilus's eyes widened. All the armed ship girls showed varying degrees of shock on their faces. Even Herbert never imagined that Chancellor Bismarck would kiss Su Yun in front of all her admirers. After a long while, Bismarck Zwei withdrew his kiss from Su Yun's face. Do you understand now? She asked slowly. That's why I want to be his ship girl. The scene was so quiet it was almost silent. You could almost hear the heartbeats of every armed ship girl. Chapter 192, Ultimate Humanity. I want to fight him one-on-one. After an unknown amount of time of silence, the O ship came to its senses, pointed at Su Yun, and shouted angrily. How could he possibly have received the Prime Minister's kiss? Ah, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Su Yun touched his face, the sensation of that kiss still lingering there. Hearing O ship's words, he rolled his eyes. I'm human. You're a ship girl. How dare you say that? Ship O gasped. Want a one-on-one fight. Ron suddenly appeared in front of the O ship, his eyes vacant. Fine, I'll play with you. I'll give you a handicap, so don't say I'm bullying you. Ron exuded an intense sense of oppression, causing the O ship to tremble with fear. Ultimately, she was just a damaged battlecruiser, and there was still a considerable gap between her and a complete ship girl. Since you think it's unfair to fight a ship girl one-on-one, how about we have a match? A sharp female voice came from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in sergeant's uniform with shoulder-length blonde hair walking towards them. It was none other than Caroline, who had been ordered by Tierpitz to come to Wilhelmshaven to entertain Su Yun. The armed ship girls began to whisper among themselves. It's Admiral Caroline. General Caroline is the double champion of the Iron-Blooded Warriors Tournament and Tactical Command. She can be called the strongest human on Earth. With her on the field, Su Yao is going to suffer a lot. Su Yun had excellent hearing and heard all the discussions clearly. In fact, even without their introduction, he recognized Caroline at a glance. Her fame was so great that he had heard of her even when he was studying at the Naval Academy. He could assemble firearms at the age of 7, won the European Masters Junior Fighting Championship at the age of 10, entered the Imperial Naval Academy at the age of 12 as the youngest person to do so, led the Ironblood fleet across the Baltic Sea at the age of 14, went on an expedition to Heligoland Bay at the age of 16, became the youngest rear admiral in history at the age of 18, and became Hindenburg's adjutant at the age of 20. In terms of age, Caroline and Su Yun are the same age. The difference is that she has been creating legends since she was 10 years old. Seeing this legendary human figure from television appear before him, and even stand on the opposite side, Su Yun felt an indescribable sense of unreality. You want to fight me one-on-one? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Caroline nodded, put her hands behind her back, and said calmly. To put it bluntly, I don't think you are qualified to be Lord Bismarck's commander. If you can't even last a single round under my command, then I advise you to give up now and give Lord Bismarck his freedom. Su Yun fell silent. Despite accumulating considerable practical experience over the years, he was truly unsure of himself when facing Caroline. I need to correct one of your mistakes. Su Yun crossed his arms and said calmly, Bismarck and I are mutually in love, and it's not some nonsense about hypnosis or soul theft. I can agree to this duel, but no matter the outcome, I will not persuade Bismarck to leave. He paused, then added, or you could say that no matter what happens, whether the heavens and earth collapse or the world is destroyed, Bismarck will always be my ship girl. That will never change. Bismarck Zwei sensed the commander's determination, and her mind cube rippled slightly. Commander? Caroline frowned slightly, and said with disgust, "Humph. Another stinky man, who only knows how to talk sweet words. You must use these kinds of words to bewitch Lord Bismarck every day, right? If only the commander could say such sweet words to me every day." Bismarck's Vi thought to herself. "You can fool Lord Bismarck, but you can't fool me." Caroline beckoned to Su-yun. "It's fine if you don't want to place a bet. I'm just asking if you dare to accept this one-on-one challenge." Su-yun spread his hands. "Why should I fight you? What good would it do me?" "Coward," Caroline snapped. "Lord Bismarck has never feared any challenge. You are not worthy to be Lord Bismarck's commander." The Shipgirls, including Akagi and Rune, all had a dark look on their faces. Su-yun narrowed her eyes. "What did you say?" Caroline sneered. "I said you're a coward. You don't deserve it." "Yeah." Su-yun chuckled, taking a step forward. "Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Since you're so eager to fight, fine. I'll grant your wish." Bismarck's Vi quickly stopped Su-yun, her expression serious. "Commander, don't be impulsive. I'll reprimand her." "Don't agree. Caroline is very strong. Even some Shipgirls are no match for her." Su-yun shook his head. "It's all right. Whether we can win or not, we'll only know after trying. They've already come to our door. If I don't fight back, wouldn't I be a coward?" But Bismarck's Vi was still uneasy. "Don't worry, Bismarck. Your commander is a veteran of countless battles. I'm not so easily defeated." Su-yun patted her shoulder. "All right then." Bismarck's Vi reluctantly agreed. Su-yun stepped forward, gazed intently, and asked, "Where do we fight?" "Right here." Caroline squinted. "It's spacious here, and the sea is right next to it. I'll kick you into the sea later, and the injury will be less severe." "All right, let's go." Su-yun nodded, then retorted. "However, it's still uncertain who will win or lose later." "Huh." Caroline sneered, muttering to herself, overestimating themselves. Soon, the Shipgirls formed a circle on both sides, allowing Su-yun and Caroline to fight one-on-one. Glorious noticed that Bismarck's Vi's brow remained furrowed with worry, so he asked curiously, "Is this Caroline very strong?" Bismarck's Vi's voice was heavy. "For humans, Caroline is already so strong that she is not human. Back when I was still in Ironblood, she held a record of 100 consecutive wins in the Ironblood Muzu fighting tournament. In the end, she was no longer satisfied with fighting humans and directly entered the Ship-Girl fighting circle." "And what was the result?" Counterattack said nonchalantly, holding the back of his head. "They suffered in the Ship-Girl community, didn't they? Humans actually dared to challenge Ship-Girls? They really overestimated themselves." Bismarck's expression remained as solemn as ever, growing even more so. The avant-garde noticed something amiss and asked with a strange expression, "Does that mean even after joining the Ship-Girl fighting arena, she's still on a winning streak?" Bismarck's Vi nodded heavily, yes. Even when facing Ship-Girls, she maintained a record of 99 consecutive victories until she overestimated herself and declared war on Tirpitz, which ended the winning streak. Caroline was a woman who greatly admired strength. After being defeated by Tirpitz, she became a loyal fan of Tirpitz and eventually became her lieutenant. To her, those who use species differences as an excuse are weaklings. True strongmen can triumph even when challenging Shipgirls with their own flesh and blood. All the Shipgirls fell silent. "This doesn't sound like something a human could do," London quipped. Lion clicked her tongue, biting her nails. "Is she a Shipgirl in human skin? The commander is probably in big trouble now." Chapter 193, Su-yun vs. Caroline. Happy May Day. "Please enlighten me." The moment Su-yun finished speaking, Caroline moved. "It's not running, it's launching." Her body seemed to be pushed away from its original position by some invisible force, so fast that Su-yun's gaze couldn't even focus. He only caught a blurry golden afterimage and a footstep that exploded on the ground. "The fist is coming." Su-yun had no time to dodge, so he crossed his arms to protect his chest and took the hit head-on. Bang! A muffled thud exploded. Su-yun felt as if he hadn't been punched, but rather hit head-on by a speeding car. He flew sideways, his feet leaving two deep, white tracks on the ground, and he dragged himself for more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. "I am in excruciating pain in both arms." He looked down and saw a clear fist mark on his forearm. The soft tissue under the skin was sunken, and he could vaguely see purplish-blue bruises rising up. The armed Shipgirls all covered their red lips. He actually withstood a punch from Admiral Caroline? His physical abilities are truly impressive. Even an ordinary Shipgirl would be in trouble after taking that punch, but I didn't expect Su-yun to be able to withstand it. Looks like she's got some skills. Caroline stood still, without even adjusting her breathing. She casually clenched her fist, her knuckles making a soft cracking sound, and said in a nonchalant tone, "I only used 30% of my strength in that punch. If I admit defeat now, it won't land me in the ICU." Su Yun shook his numb arm, enduring the sharp pain, and forced a smile. 30%? I haven't even gotten serious yet. That punch just now was just a warm-up. Caroline raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Su Yun lowered his body, pushed off the ground, and rushed towards her. His speed was astonishing. His feet moved rapidly across the ground, his steps compact and springy. This is a standard sprint step that has been repeatedly practiced in combat classes at the Naval Academy. As they drew near, Su Yun didn't throw a punch. Instead, he delivered a low sweeping kick, targeting Caroline's knee. Caroline gently lifted her leg to dodge, and Su Yun's sweeping kick missed. However, he rotated his body and used the power of his waist and abdomen to swing his other leg high, delivering a fierce swinging kick towards Caroline's shoulder and neck. This is a hybrid movement of Taekwondo and Muay Thai, with perfect speed, power, and transitions. Caroline raised her hand to block. The fists and legs collided, producing a dull thud. Su Yun's leg was bounced away, but Caroline's arm also swayed slightly. This was the first time she had passively deflected the force since she entered the arena. "A beautiful combo," Caroline said calmly. "Your rhythm is excellent, and your power transfer is smooth. Your fighting fundamentals are much more solid than I expected." Su Yun didn't reply, but took advantage of the pause in her speech to deliver another straight punch to her face. Caroline turned her head to avoid the attack, and as she leaned back, she silently kicked Su Yun's inside knee with her right foot. Su Yun seemed to have anticipated this, and his forward momentum suddenly stopped. He swayed to the side, and Caroline's foot brushed against his trouser leg. "Your prediction was also good." Caroline nodded slightly, her voice carrying a hint of approval. "You've had a lot of real combat experience. You're not one of those players in the academy who only practice routines." Su Yun had no time to be smug. Caroline's offensive came one after another. She no longer just blocked and dodged, but began to take the initiative. But her movements were unlike any opponent Su Yun had ever seen. There were no sweeping punches, no fierce and sharp high kicks. Her attacks were minimal, her fists moved only the shortest distance, and her feet were raised only to the necessary height, as if she were using the least amount of energy to deliver each strike. However, every punch and every kick was incredibly precise. Su Yun's block was broken on the third attempt. Caroline's fist slipped between his arms and struck him squarely in the chest. It wasn't very strong, but its position was extremely tricky, hitting the respiratory muscles precisely. Su Yun felt a tightness in her chest, unable to catch her breath, and her movements faltered for half a second. Caroline did not overlook this flaw. She leaned in, grabbed Su Yun's wrist with one hand, and braced her other hand against his elbow. With a twist of her body, she pinned his arm behind his back. Su Yun was bent over by the weight. "Your fighting skills are very comprehensive." Caroline's voice came from behind him, unhurriedly. "You've mastered punches, kicks, knees, and elbows, and your transitions are very smooth. On a human level, you're already at the top level." She didn't increase the pressure on her hand, and her tone was like she was giving a critique. "But your weakness lies in the extremely brief pause your body makes when switching attack modes. When you switch from punch to kick, your center of gravity will first return to center and then shift. Although this movement only lasts for a fraction of a second, it is a weakness in the eyes of a master." Su Yun gritted his teeth, suddenly tilted his head back, and slammed the back of his head into Caroline's face. Caroline turned her head to avoid him, released her grip on him, and took a half step back. Su Yun took the opportunity to create some distance, panting heavily. Caroline stood there, looking at him, her tone still calm. "You're not a brute force type. You have skill, tactical awareness, and have fought many tough battles. It's just that none of your opponents have been able to force out your tiny weaknesses." She tilted her head. "Now you've met them." The Shipgirls watched this scene in silence. Akaji's brows were furrowed. She leaned close to Bismarck's Vi and asked in a low voice, "Is she really a pure human? This is the first time I've seen a human who can suppress the commander. Could she have some kind of Shipgirl bloodline?" Bismarck's Vi paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. "We also had our doubts. She was adopted by a Shipgirl, and her biological parents are nowhere to be found. But no matter how we investigated, she is human. Is it possible that our technology is insufficient, which is why we can't detect it?" Glorious pondered. "For example, Siren technology, isn't that something far beyond human technology?" Bismarck's Vi shook his head. "I don't know. But Caroline's strength is no secret in Iron Blood. I've witnessed her past achievements firsthand. On the court, Caroline adopted an offensive stance again. Her gaze had changed. It was no longer scrutinizing and probing, but rather like a hunter locking onto its prey. That's enough for the warm-up, she said calmly. From now on, I'll fight you with 70% of my strength. Chapter 194. Have you ever lost? Caroline is serious. Her aura seemed to be ignited, surging with intense, killing intent from her very bones. It was no longer a feeling of powerful oppression, but something cold, sharp, and capable of cutting through the skin. The air felt thick and sticky, and even the armed shipgirls standing in the distance shivered involuntarily. The shipgirls around Su-Yun also felt a chill, and their mental cubes involuntarily accelerated. Akaji bit her nails, her eyes narrowing into slits. This kind of killing intent is definitely something only someone who has killed can possess. And quite a few at that. Bismarck's Vi was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Countless sirens, abyssal skeletons, and even humans have died at Caroline's hands. She was the executor of the Empire's sea plan. In terms of individual combat ability, she was only inferior to the elite shipgirls. In terms of decisiveness, the shipgirls were not even 1/10 as good as her. In terms of commanding operations, she was also among the best. It can be said that Caroline was a complete and utter weapon of war. These words deepened the worry on the faces of the shipgirls. The lion could no longer contain itself and was about to pounce. Avant-Garde grabbed her arm, while Lion turned around and glared at her disapprovingly. Why are you stopping me? The Vanguard glanced at Su-Yun on the field and hesitated, saying, This is a battle for the commander. Since he hasn't conceded defeat yet, we shouldn't interfere. Tisk. The lion clicked its tongue in dissatisfaction, but did not break free. Belfast appeared expressionless, but she had actually been secretly clenching her fists, her nails digging into her palms. In the center of the arena, Caroline moved again. This time, her speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to detect. Su-Yun only had time to see a golden afterimage explode in his vision before Caroline's leg was already slashing in front of him. This kick used 70% of its power. Su-Yun hurriedly raised his arms to block. Bang! A dull thud exploded, and he was sent flying like a stone thrown by a catapult, tumbling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. But he did not fall. He gritted his teeth, supported himself on his knees to stand up, shook his numb arms, and got back into position. Caroline gave him no chance to catch his breath. Her offensive was like a storm, with punches, elbows, knees, and legs, each strike precisely targeting the gaps in Su-Yun's defense. Su-Yun tried his best to resist, but still retreated step by step. Caroline's fist slipped through the gap in his arm and struck his shoulder. Her knee pushed aside his block and slammed into his thigh. The armed shipgirls shook their heads repeatedly. Su-Yun's defeat is inevitable. Admiral Caroline is going to win. After 2 or 3 rounds, Su-Yun spotted an opening and suddenly widened the distance between them. He took a deep breath, and a faint blue light flashed in the depths of his right eye. Frame skipping. Caroline's fist came flying again. Just as the fist was about to touch Su-Yun's face, Su-Yun's figure disappeared. It wasn't dodging, it wasn't sidestepping, it just vanished into thin air. The next second, he was in front of Caroline, close enough to see the curve of her eyelashes. He punched her in the stomach. Bang! Caroline was suddenly thrown backward, her body tumbling twice in the air, but she used the strength of her waist and abdomen to forcefully reverse her posture, landing firmly on her feet. All the armed shipgirls were stunned for a moment. What just happened? Instructor Caroline was sent flying? Was I lucky? Instructor Caroline was careless. Caroline ignored the gossip, straightened up, narrowed her eyes slightly, and stared at Su-Yun. Just a moment ago, Su-Yun disappeared from her sight, not so fast that he was invisible, but truly vanished. Interesting. In the next 3 or 4 rounds, the situation began to reverse. Caroline's every attack was dodged by Su-Yun with a strange blink, and her defenses could not keep up with Su-Yun's surprise attacks. Punches, elbows, knees, and legs, Su-Yun's attacks rained down on Caroline. Although they weren't powerful, the impacts accumulated, and Caroline's steps began to falter slightly. The armed shipgirls were taken aback and couldn't believe their eyes. General Caroline was actually suppressed by someone? Impossible, right? Did Admiral Caroline let us through? Victory shouted excitedly from the side. Well done, Commander. Beat her up. If you win, I'll send your sister to your room tonight. Guanghui's face flushed red, and he reached out to cover his sister's mouth. Su-Yun once again used the frame-skipping ability to find an attack window, and delivered a high sweeping kick to Caroline's neck. This time, Caroline was not hit. She precisely grabbed Su Yun's ankle, holding it firmly like an iron clamp, without moving an inch. Everyone was stunned, including Su Yun. Caroline gripped Su Yun's ankle tightly, refusing to let go. A slow, meaningful smile curved her lips. That was no longer a calm and composed demeanor, but something more primal and passionate. What bizarre fighting techniques. She tilted her head, as if facing her opponent for the first time. I saw you just throw a punch, and then you appeared in front of me the next second. Can you teleport? She released Su Yun's ankle and took a half step back. Looks like I'll have to seriously play along with you. Ship-O shook its head and sighed, looking regretful. Admiral Caroline is serious. Now Su Yun is completely out of luck. Su Yun did not respond. His expression was solemn as he threw himself into the battle. But he soon discovered that even frame skipping didn't work. Just as his right fist was about to strike, Caroline's body tilted slightly to the side, avoiding the point of impact after his frame-by-frame movement. The moment his knee lifted, Caroline's hand was already waiting in that spot. It's not about quick reaction, it's about anticipation. She wasn't watching his moves, but rather reading what moves he was going to make. Muscle trajectory prediction. The shock Su Yun felt was indescribable. He had always thought that this combat method only existed in theory. By observing the slightest movement of the opponent's muscles, the shift in the center of gravity, and the rhythm of breathing, he could predict the opponent's next move a fraction of a second in advance. This is the ultimate form of fighting techniques, the limit of human capability. Surprisingly, there are actually people who can do it in real life. Caroline kicked Su Yun's arms in the chest as he tried to block, and Su Yun used the impact to flip in the air before landing steadily. Having fought to this point, Caroline looked at Su Yun with a hint of admiration in her eyes. You're the first person to have lasted this long under my supervision. Her tone remained calm, but the previous disdain was gone from her eyes. Not bad, you're quite excellent. The attitudes of the armed shipgirls towards Su Yun gradually changed. I thought he was another fragile commander, but he's actually quite capable. To reach half of General Caroline's level is already world-class. This man is definitely skilled. Su Yun took a deep breath and stood up straight. Really? I'm honored to receive such high praise from you. He paused. But Caroline, may I ask you something? What is it? Caroline crossed her arms and said calmly. If you're trying to beg for mercy indirectly, then there's no need to say it. I don't have the habit of throwing matches. No. Deep within Su Yun's right eye, a ghostly blue light suddenly exploded. A terrifying surge of soul power poured out from him, sweeping across the entire Port William dock like an invisible tsunami. The armed shipgirls' expressions changed drastically. Their hearts felt as if they were being gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. They looked at Su Yun. It was still the same face, the same figure. But in their eyes, behind that figure stood a colossal beast whose height was unfathomable. Caroline's pupils contracted slightly. I wanted to ask. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, the eerie light in his right eye swirling in the shadows. Have you ever lost? Chapter 195 Reversal. Caroline spoke indifferently, sensing the provocation in Su Yun's words, but she didn't take it to heart at all. If we don't count the duel with Marshal Tirpitz, then I have nothing. If we count it, then I only have one defeat. So you mean you've never lost to a human? Not bad. Caroline crossed her arms, her tone still calm. My full-force punch could even penetrate a Siren's armor. That kind of power is too lethal for ordinary humans. Only powerful shipgirls can give me the thrill of battle. Your technique is good, but... She shook her head and said regretfully, the power is still too weak. Everyone who knows Caroline knows that she is not exaggerating. Her strength surpasses the limits of human capability. Many people within the Iron Blood organization suspect that she is no longer human. Su Yun narrowed her eyes. Caroline, just admit defeat now, and you won't suffer a humiliating defeat in front of your subordinates. Caroline paused for a moment, as if she had heard a huge joke, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What did you say? You want me to admit defeat? You're afraid I'll lose and be embarrassed? Ha ha ha. Not only Caroline, but even Herbert couldn't help but chuckle when he heard those words. He shook his head, extremely regretful. I thought he was a promising talent, but it turns out he's a delusional lunatic. He looked at the armed shipgirls, including the O ship. You think so too, right? The crew of Ship O were stiff with fear, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, and they dared not even breathe. Herbert was a human without soul power, so he couldn't see the terrifying soul power behind Su Yun. However, The armed shipgirls like the O ship could see clearly that this was not the kind of soul a normal commander could possess. This level of soul power was at least comparable to that of a martial-level commander. Suyun didn't care at all about Caroline's loud laughter. He simply lowered his body and squinted his eyes. The immense spiritual power behind it, as vast as the Pacific Ocean, erupted completely. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar. This was the first time Suyun had used his soul power on a human. He didn't know what the outcome would be. But he knew. You'd better take this punch. Suyun's voice carried a hint of danger. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Caroline chuckled and beckoned to Suyun. Then let's give it a try. Don't let me think you're just a big talker. In an instant, Suyun moved. He didn't use frame skipping or fast movement. He just ran past normally. He enveloped his fists with his spiritual power, like a ninja in Naruto who armed his body with Susanoo. To the naked eye, this punch appeared unremarkable. But Caroline's pupils suddenly contracted. Her soul trembled, her hair stood on end, and her body shook uncontrollably. What's going on? Caroline instantly transformed into a wildcat with its fur standing on end. She sensed a life-threatening danger. TB was slightly lost in thought, biting her finger, her eyes fixed on Suyun with curiosity in them. Suyun is here. Caroline's pupils slowly widened. She seemed to see that this punch contained countless heroic souls, like a punch from all of humanity throughout history. But when she came to her senses, all she could see was Suyun's fist. Is this an illusion? Bang! Caroline was sent flying. The world seemed to fall silent, as if the pause button had been pressed. Herbert stared wide-eyed at Caroline, who had been sent flying by a punch, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Bismarck's Vi was also slightly taken aback. Bang! Caroline collapsed to the ground. She tilted her head back and felt a warm sensation in her nasal cavity. She reached up and touched something sticky. It was nosebleed. Caroline supported herself and stood up. She lowered her arms, showing no sign of admitting defeat. Again, Caroline charged forward again. But at this moment, the roles of offense and defense began to shift. In Caroline's eyes, Suyun's movements were full of flaws. But now, every movement of Caroline appears to Suyun as if it were in slow motion. When his soul was pushed to its limit, Suyun could feel the vibration frequency of every wave and the breath of every green leaf. He seemed to have merged into this world, becoming one with his surroundings. The movements of fists, elbows, knees, and legs remained similar. But the result was completely the opposite. Suyun, who had just been at a disadvantage, is now Caroline. Bang! As Suyun did a backflip to dodge Caroline's uppercut, he kicked her in the chin, sending her flying into the air. Smack! Caroline landed heavily on the ground. Suyun flicked his wrist and looked at her, asking, "Are you admitting defeat?" Caroline stood up again, gritting her teeth. Again. She rushed forward again. After a few rounds, he was once again sent flying by Suyun. Still not willing to admit defeat, Suyun asked, "It's not over yet." Again, Caroline gritted her teeth and said, "Bang!" After 3 rounds, Caroline was defeated again. The armed shipgirls and Herbert were so quiet they barely dared to breathe. This was the first time they had ever seen General Caroline beaten so badly that she couldn't fight back. No one doubted Caroline's strength. They were only shocked by the strength of this man named Suyun. After being knocked down by another punch and unable to get up again, Suyun shook his wrist and shook his head regretfully. "That's enough, Caroline. I know you're proud, and for a genius like you, failure is always hard to accept. But I'm different. I've experienced many failures in the past. Victory or defeat, I can accept them. The only thing I can't accept is the consequences of failure," he said calmly. "Bismarck is my man. I can tolerate you questioning my strength, but I cannot tolerate you trying to sow discord between me and Bismarck." After a pause, Suyun continued, "Bismarck was indeed your iron-blooded chancellor in the past. But now, she is mine, my secretary ship. If you want to take her away from me, you can ask my fists if they agree." Suyun turned around and returned to the side of Bismarck's Vi and the other shipgirls. "Let's go. Since the Iron-Blood Navy doesn't welcome us, let's find another way." Bismarck's Vi stared blankly at Suyun. This was the first time she, as the iron-fisted prime minister, had felt protected. But while she was moved, she was also torn between the commander and the Iron Blood. Both sides were her precious darlings, and she absolutely did not want to see them clashing. Akagi chuckled, covering her red lips as she said, "If Iron Blood continues to be so ignorant, it's not necessarily us who will suffer the consequences." Chapter 196, Count Zeppelin, Blind Date Restaurant. After leaving the Iron Blood-themed Wilhelmshaven docks, Su Yun led the Shipgirls to a high-end Iron Blood-style restaurant for a dinner. To avoid being disturbed, they specifically chose a private room. Bismarck Zwei, in particular, wore a mask the entire time after leaving the dock to avoid being recognized by the public and causing a fan frenzy. She also tied her long hair up and tucked it into her hat, and changed into casual clothes. Hu Tang introduced the history of the restaurant to Su Yun. This restaurant is named Silver Coast because it is close to the Baltic Sea, where you can see the silvery sea at noon. There is a violinist playing in the center of the restaurant every day, and it has now become a popular place for young people to meet and date. So many couples set meals have been added to the menu. Upon hearing the words couples package, all the Shipgirls perked up without exception. Little TB sat in Su Yun's lap, pointed at the steak set meal on the menu drizzled with heart-shaped tomato sauce, and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, I want to eat this." Su Yun was slightly lost in thought, but she came back to her senses when she heard little TB's words. She smiled and said, "Okay, little TB can eat whatever he wants." Little TB is a siren. It can eat anything and doesn't have digestive problems like human children. Little TB cheered excitedly. "Let's split it in half. Dad, let's eat it together." "Okay," Su Yun agreed. The other Shipgirls were extremely envious. The only one who can sit so unabashedly in the commander's lap and act like a spoiled child is probably little TB, right? Bismarck Zwei keenly sensed that the commander was preoccupied and that internal strife was beginning to break out. The commander must be thinking about Caroline, right? Something must have happened earlier that upset him. Su Yun suddenly stood up, holding little TB, and placed her in Guanghui's arms. "Guanghui, check on the little TB, I'm going to the restroom." "Okay." Guanghui smiled gently and took the small TB from Su Yun's hands. Ron immediately stood up. "I'll go with the commander." "Stop. I'm going to the men's room. Don't follow me and make a fool of yourself. Sit down." Su Yun quickly stopped him. Ron clicked his tongue, but still obediently sat down. "I'll be right back." Su Yun patted Guanghui on the shoulder. Guanghui gave a soft hum. After he left, little TB sat on Radiant's lap, staring curiously at the two large lanterns, and slapped them with his hand. Smack! Playing with a ball. Radiant blushed instantly and scolded, "Don't touch it like that." Oh. Outside the door, Su Yun left VIP room 306. He didn't mean to blame Bismarck, but he kept thinking, if this caused a grudge against the Iron Blood Navy, would it put Bismarck in a dilemma? If possible, he would naturally hope to turn hostility into friendship and to resolve major issues into minor ones, and minor issues into nothing. He walked toward the restroom while thinking about it. Suddenly, 4 young men and women walked by, chatting and laughing. Su Yun was slightly taken aback and glanced at the 4 people. The 4 people seemed unaware of Su Yun as they walked into a private room, chatting and laughing. "Are all 4 of these commanders?" Su Yun asked, slightly surprised. "They're probably here for a meal, right?" He often dined with Aaron and the others when he was in the East China Sea. Without thinking much, Su Yun went to the restroom. He didn't realize that when the 4 people entered the private room, they closed the door with too much force, which loosened a nail on the door plate, causing the 9 on the door plate to hang upside down and become a 6. Meanwhile, in this private room, Count Zeppelin and several Iron Blood Shipgirl colleagues sat at a corner of the dining table, gazing at the silvery coastline outside the window with indifferent eyes. In front of her was a contract titled the Port William Security Construction and Protection Agreement. So, Earl Zeppelin listened to the chattering and laughing Shipgirls at the table discussing which commander is more handsome and beautiful, and took a deep breath. Why choose this restaurant just to discuss coastal maintenance work? Silver Coast Restaurant is a famous matchmaking and dating restaurant, and these Shipgirls couldn't possibly not know about it. A silver-haired Shipgirl chuckled. That's because the discussions weren't just about coastal maintenance. The silver-haired Shipgirl is named Ostermark, and she is an auxiliary cruiser. Another short-haired black Shipgirl lay on the table, her hands supporting her cheeks, swinging her legs, and said helplessly, "Sister Ostermark is in a hurry to get married. She's not going to let this rare opportunity to interact with Commander Vera slip by. Z14 understands me best." Ostermark hugged Z14 tightly and rubbed her chubby cheeks. "When I'm living a good life in the future, as long as I have a mouthful of oil to drink, you'll have a mouthful of oil to eat." Z14's face was distorted from being rubbed, and she grumbled, "Stop rubbing. Stop rubbing. If you keep rubbing my face, it'll get deformed." With a click, the 4 commanders of Port William entered in an orderly fashion. They sat down opposite Count Zeppelin and the others, all dressed in formal attire and sitting upright. Hello. The girl with shoulder-length black hair, who was at the head of the group, introduced herself first. My name is Vera, and I am the commander of the Silver Wolf Port District. Nice to meet you. The woman with long black hair continued. My name is Katerina, and I am the commander of the Black Eagle Port. Nice to meet you. The man with short blonde hair said. My name is Franz, and I am the commander of the Steel Harbor District. Nice to meet you. The man with short gray hair said. My name is Conrad Walter, and I am the commander of the Iron Cross Port District. Nice to meet you. 2 men and 2 women. They were the commanders who came to negotiate. Count Zeppelin sighed softly. She could feel the intense, expectant gazes of the 4 men fixed on her. The meeting location was chosen by Ostermark, but they were unaware of it. These 4 people probably think that they were the ones who invited them to this matchmaking hotspot, right? Count Zeppelin pretended not to notice their expectant gazes and pushed the contract in front of the 4 men. This document contains the findings of the collaboration between the Maritime Bureau and several commanders. Count Zeppelin began to explain patiently. The 4 listened intently, but Count Zeppelin could sense that their gazes occasionally drifted toward him. That's about it, Count Zeppelin said casually after finishing his explanation. Any other questions? The 4 exchanged glances, and it was easy to tell from their expressions that each of them seemed to have something to say. Vera spoke first, asking cautiously. Countess Zeppelin, I have something to ask, but I don't know if I should. Count Zeppelin vaguely guessed what she wanted to say, and said in a flat tone, Ask. Vera took a deep breath. You specifically invited us to this restaurant because you wanted to find the commander, right? Count Zeppelin. I knew it. Vera pointed to herself and said, What do you think of me? Our Silver Wolf Port area is rich in resources and has abundant oil reserves, making it the perfect choice for you to enter the port. Count Zeppelin said calmly, I have no idea. And what about me? Katerina followed up. Our Black Eagle Port has many veteran shipgirls and is very powerful. After you arrive, I'll give you the flagship position. Boring. And what about me? Franz chimed in. How about our steel port area? We have ample reserve funds and no worries whatsoever. I'm not going. And what about our Iron Cross Port District? Conrad asked with burning eyes. Although we are still developing, we have a bright future and huge potential. If you come, we can definitely build a great business together. I said. Count Zeppelin finally snapped. I have no intention of finding the commander or entering the port area. Don't you understand? Just then, Su Yun, who had returned from the bathroom, turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. He saw the people sitting inside the room and stood there, stunned. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong place, he said instinctively, taking a step back and glancing at the house number. Huh? This is definitely room number 6. Upon closer inspection, Su Yun realized that it wasn't a 6, but a 9 hanging upside down. He was both amused and exasperated. So the sign was fallen off. I knew it. Little did he know that his unintentional, fleeting glance had left Count Zeppelin completely stunned. Chapter 197. This is my boyfriend. Count Zeppelin was stunned. Could this face be? She suddenly stood up and rushed out. Before Su Yun could leave VIP room number 9, she grabbed his wrist. The sudden movement startled Vera and the others. Su Yun was also startled and looked at the ship girl who suddenly grabbed his wrist and was slightly taken aback. Who are you? Their eyes met, and after a long silence, Su Yun vaguely guessed the answer from Count Zeppelin's dazed eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. You, Earl Zeppelin said, his lips slightly parted. I have so much to say, but at this moment, it's stuck on my lips, and I just can't open my mouth. Su Yun understood. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered this situation. He glanced at the bewildered others in the room, and after a moment of silence, asked, Would it be convenient to bring another chair? After a moment of silence, Count Zeppelin hummed in agreement. She held Su Yun's wrist tightly and led him into the room, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. Vera and the others were stunned. What's going on? Z14 asked Ostermark in a low voice, completely bewildered. Count Zeppelin's sister's boyfriend. Ostermark's expression was extremely strange. Shipgirls looking for boyfriends? How is that possible? Shipgirls are creatures with extremely high emotional barriers. In most cases, they are as hard as steel and have no interest in human men whatsoever. Only when facing a group like a commander, and after sensing the other party's spiritual power, will the soul of the ship girl show any signs of being moved. Therefore, in 99% of cases, ship girls will never find a human boyfriend. Of course, within each port area, commanders and ship girls generally maintain a superior-subordinate colleague relationship. The situation in Weiyang Port, where all the shipgirls have full affection levels, is unique. To Vera and the others' utter bewilderment, Count Zeppelin pulled Su Yun to a seat. The 4 local commanders sat very discreetly opposite the 3 Iron Blood Navy shipgirls, while Su Yun sat directly next to Count Zeppelin. If Su Yun had stuck it on himself, Vera and the other 3 would definitely have complained. But it was Count Zeppelin who dragged him over. Things became delicate. Vera and the other 3 commanders exchanged glances, all of them seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. Forehead. Vera grunted and asked with a strange expression, "Countess Zeppelin, may I ask who this is?" Count Zeppelin did not answer directly, but instead pondered for a while, stroking his chin. Just when Su Yun thought Count Zeppelin would readily admit that he was her commander, Count Zeppelin spoke. "He is the boyfriend I found." His words caused a stir among those present. The commanders were all dumbfounded. Su Yun was also stunned. "You have a boyfriend? When did this happen?" Ostermark asked, completely bewildered. "Not long ago," Earl Zeppelin said without batting an eye. She said calmly to Vera and the others, "As you can see, my situation is very special. I know that the conditions you have offered for me to enter Hong Kong are very generous, but I must refuse. My boyfriend is very possessive, and I will never accept him even if we are just colleagues." "Su Yun, is this how you establish a persona for me?" Vera and Katerina exchanged a glance. "Sir," Vera said cautiously. "Hello, my name is Vera. I am the commander of Silver Wolf Port. Judging from your appearance, you are probably Asian, right?" Su Yun nodded. "Yes, I come from Dongguan." Franz nodded, interlacing his fingers in front of his face. "Hello, my name is Franz. I'm the commander of the Wilhelmshaven Steelport District, Hiss." Franz suddenly fell into a deep thought, staring at Su Yun's face and muttering to himself, "Why do I feel like you look familiar?" Having just eliminated Nian yesterday, Su Yun made headlines in the Iron Blood Daily today. Franz glanced at today's Iron Blood Daily while organizing port area data in the morning, not paying much attention to it, but only finding it familiar. Perhaps Europeans tend to see Asian faces in a more stereotypical way. When I look at European faces, I always feel that they all look similar. That makes some sense. Franz nodded thoughtfully. Conrad interlaced his fingers, his expression one of knowing everything, and narrowed his eyes. "Count Zeppelin, how come I've never heard of you having a human boyfriend?" Count Zeppelin said calmly. "Do I need to report to the commanders who I choose as my boyfriend?" "Of course not. But," Conrad said cautiously, "we just invited you to the port and were refused, and you immediately turned around and pulled in this guy who stumbled in as your boyfriend. It's almost like..." After a pause, Conrad said, "It's almost like a stage performance." No one refuted this. They all chose to remain silent. Conrad spoke for everyone. Su Yun had clearly gone to the wrong room, but Count Zeppelin had dragged him in any way, which would make anyone suspicious. Ostermark whispered in Count Zeppelin's ear, "Sister, if we don't want to go to port, then so be it. There's no need to ruin our reputation." Count Zeppelin's gaze swept calmly over the crowd, and he asked indifferently, "You don't believe me?" After a moment of silence, everyone shook their heads. "All right." Count Zeppelin nodded. The next second, she grabbed Su Yun's face and forcefully kissed him. The suddenness of the action and the speed of the development left Su Yun completely stunned. Vera and the others stared wide-eyed. After a long while, their lips parted. Now, Count Zeppelin wiped his lips, looked directly at Conrad, and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Conrad was dumbfounded. He exchanged glances with the other 3 commanders. "Now I believe it." Inside VIP box number 6. The commander had only been gone for a short while, and Akagi was so bored that she rested her chin on her hand and fiddled with her fork. She glanced at the doorway, her eyes darted around, and she stood up. Renown asked curiously, "Miss Akagi, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to the restroom too," Akagi said with a smile. "Just need to use the toilet." Reputation responded with an "oh" and nodded. Most of the ship girls were chatting one-on-one, and no one noticed Akagi except for Reputation. It wasn't until Akagi pushed open the door and came out that had noticed her. "What did Akagi go about?" Hood asked curiously. "She went to the restroom," Reputation replied. "Go to the toilet." Hood's expression was strange. "Go to what toilet?" "Of course it's the women's restroom," Reputation replied matter-of-factly. "But she's a ship girl. How could she go to the toilet like a human?" Prestige. "I've been scammed." As she stepped out of VIP room number 6, Akagi raised her delicate nose and inhaled the unique scent of Su Yun in the air. As expected of a fox, after a careful sniff, she actually managed to pinpoint Su Yun's location. But this direction isn't towards the restroom. It's towards another private room, number 6. Akaji let out a soft "hmm." How come there are 2 VIP boxes number 6? She quickly noticed something was amiss. This isn't a 6, it's a 9 upside down. The nails on the doorplate were loose, and the numbers had flipped over. The next question immediately followed. What is the commander doing in the other private rooms? Did he go to the wrong one? If he went to the wrong one, why didn't he just come out instead of going in specifically? With these questions in mind, Akaji arrived outside VIP room number 9 and peered inside through the crack in the door. They happened to witness Count Zeppelin suddenly kissing the commander. Akaji! Exclamation point. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Inside the private room, after a long while, their lips parted. Count Zeppelin asked calmly, "Do you believe me now?" Vera and the other 3 commanders nodded silently. Conrad opened his mouth, hesitated, and the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. In the end, they turned into a heartfelt sigh. "I never thought Shipgirls would find human boyfriends," Count Zeppelin said calmly. "There's a famous saying in the Eastern Empire. The world is vast, and nothing is impossible. It's not surprising that a ship girl finds a human boyfriend, is it?" The 4 commanders fell silent. What else could be said after all that? Katerina looked at Su Yun with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The morning was too rushed, and the 4 commanders didn't have time to read the Iron Blood Daily. They only knew that someone had defeated Nian in the English Sea, but they didn't know that the person was Su Yun. "This is the first time I've ever seen a human dating a ship girl. May I ask, sir, what do you do for a living?" Su Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to continue acting in accordance with Count Zeppelin's words. He thought for a moment, then coughed lightly. "I work in human resources. My main job is to arrange the scheduling of my subordinates." "I see," Katerina said, suddenly understanding. "It's a management position, after all. The salary must be quite high, right?" "It's all right. My employees are all richer than me. Sometimes I even have to borrow from them." Su Yun thought of the maid team in St. Louis. Katerina chuckled. "The boss is asking his employees for money? Are they filming some kind of short video clip?" Franz chimed in. "I've never seen a boss with less money than his employees before. Are some rich kid or princess here to experience life?" Su Yun shook her head. "Don't laugh. You would do the same." Franz shook his head and chuckled. "Impossible. My friend, you probably don't understand the income in our line of work. Every port is a hot commodity in the Navy. The net profit from the spoils handed over each month is tens of millions. And that doesn't even include government subsidies and other items. If you include everything, it's this much every month." Franz proudly made a 1 gesture. Su Yun understood. 100 million? That much. He sincerely praised her. The Weiyang Port area has just started operating, and monthly revenue is still uncertain. However, St. Louis said she has a way to make money, but it's unclear to what extent she can achieve it. Bite. Su Yun's phone suddenly rang. Friend transferred 999999999. "Sorry, I forgot to silence my phone." Su Yun smiled apologetically, then turned on her phone and, coincidentally, saw that it was a message from St. Louis. "St. Louis. Commander, I've heard about what happened in the English Sea from Belfast. You're going to Iron Blood next, and I'm sure you'll need a lot of money. Use this as pocket money for now, and let me know if you need more." Su Yun was startled. This isn't a holy Anne at all. How is she any different from a biological mother? He quickly replied with a kneeling emoji that said, "Boss is so generous." "Thank you, boss," and added, "Auntie-Saint, my Superman. I love you to death." Muah. St. Louis replied with a giggling emoji. "If you really want to thank me, come look for me more often. Aunt ST's door isn't locked, you know." Such a blatant suggestion is practically an invitation to commit a crime. Oh wait, Aunt Saint is one of our own ship girls, so it shouldn't constitute a crime. Su Yun looked up and found Vera, Ostermark, and the others staring at him with wide eyes. Ostermark asked with a strange expression. "Was that some kind of prank sound effect just now?" "It must be, right?" Franz felt a little dizzy. 900 million, no 1 billion? How is that possible? How could someone transfer 1 billion in one go? 999999999 is the transaction limit set by the Eastern Huang government for commanders at the lieutenant general level, not the limit set by St. Louis. Commanders typically purchase ammunition or oil, and sometimes even warships or aircraft carriers, making it the most expensive profession in modern times, bar none, hence the exorbitant amounts involved. Franz and others weren't unfamiliar with billions. They were simply unfamiliar with transferring billions like pocket money. Vera couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, what was this money from earlier?" Su Yun replied, My employees transferred some pocket money to me when they heard I had joined Tieshua. Vera and the other three exchanged glances, their expressions all extremely strange. Conrad laughed out loud. It's just a prank sound effect. Franz nodded in agreement. I think so too. Katerina nodded. Indeed, it can't be true. We actually believed it for a moment. Who believed that? I certainly didn't. Franz spread his hands. I'm just playing along, pretending to be shocked. Vera's eyes widened. When it comes to shamelessness, you're the one. Franz grinned and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, You flatter me. Vera rolled her eyes dramatically, then looked at Count Zeppelin and sighed regretfully. Alas, since Count Zeppelin has someone else in mind, we have no choice but to give up. Her eyes darted around, and she asked with a smile. You two have already kissed, so you must have been planning the wedding for a while now, right? When are you planning to get married? I'll definitely prepare a gift and come to the wedding banquet to join in the fun. Count Zeppelin's heart skipped a beat. Su Yun hesitated. This one? Seeing Count Zeppelin remain silent, Su Yun was speechless for a long time. Conrad had an expression that seemed to see through everything, his hands crossed, and the cold light of the incandescent bulb reflected off the glasses on his nose. Why the sudden hesitation? Were you two acting just now? Upon hearing this, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just then, Akagi pushed open the door. Under the astonished gazes of Vera and the other three, she walked straight to Su Yun and sat directly on his lap. Chapter 198. Don't laugh. You'd do the same if you were in my shoes. Supplement to yesterday's chapter. Really, darling, Akagi said, sitting on Su Yun's lap, her cheek brushing against his, her voice sweet and seductive. We were eating perfectly fine. Why did you suddenly run off to sneak out and eat? Vera and the other three were taken aback. Did they quickly realize they were being caught in the act of adultery? The four commanders exchanged glances, all seeing the look of anticipation in each other's eyes. Things are getting interesting. Not only the four commanders, but also Ostermark and Z14 were stunned. Caught in the act of adultery? Oh, this. The two shipgirls exchanged a nervous glance. This is the renowned Count Zeppelin. Isn't it incredibly fortunate that she could fall for a human male? And yet, this man, so lucky, is shameless enough to have an affair? Ostermark and Z14 were filled with unease. They could almost picture Count Zeppelin in a fit of rage, slapping the man named Su Yun away. While everyone was imagining what might happen next, Count Zeppelin remained unmoved. She seemed to think it was perfectly natural for this suddenly appearing Sakura woman to sit in her boyfriend's lap, and calmly took a sip of tea. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute passed. Count Zeppelin showed no sign of anger. Now it was Vera and the others' turn to be puzzled. Vera finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked cautiously, Count Zeppelin, what's going on? Count Zeppelin glanced at Akagi indifferently and said lightly, It's nothing. She's my boyfriend's girlfriend too. Vera, have young people today become this open-minded? Even among commanders, this kind of scene is rare. Then, Ostermark asked, as if possessed, Who is number 3? She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth, wishing she could slap herself twice. Look at what kind of question I asked. Even if the person involved doesn't mind, hearing something like that will definitely make them. The mistress? No, neither of us is. Akagi shook her head, recalling the order of arrival at port. I'm 6th, as for Count Zeppelin. He's 37th. Vera, ? Katerina. Conrad, ! Franz, 0.0. 37. There aren't even 37 shipgirls in the ports where they are commanders. Alright, darling, come back with me now. Little 7, little 8, little 22, little 23, and little 36 in the other private room are getting impatient, Chi-Ching said sweetly, sitting on Su Yun's lap. Vera roughly counted. This woman from the Sakura Empire actually named out 19 people in one go. Su Yun nodded. I've been away for far too long. If I don't go back soon, Belfast will start to worry. He asked Count Zeppelin, Will you come with me? I'm in box number 6. Count Zeppelin nodded, but then glanced at the cooperation documents on the table and hesitated for a moment. I'm still working. Why don't you go ahead? I'll be there shortly. Okay. Su Yun nodded and patted Chi-Chung on the back. You're down now, time to go. Chi-Chung breathed into Su Yun's ear. Carry me back. Su Yun glared at Chi-Chung and whispered, Don't always think about being affectionate in front of outsiders. Let's talk about it when we get back. Oh. Akagi obediently replied and got off Su Yun. After the two left, the four commanders finally looked away, still feeling a buzzing in their heads. Something just doesn't feel right to me, Franz muttered to himself. Chapter 199. What does it mean that newcomers also receive benefits? Su-yun. Su-yun. Conrad rubbed his temples, repeating the name over and over. It sounds familiar. Isn't there a very popular Eastern Emperor commander on the Commander Forum lately? His name is Su Yao. That's true. But Su Yao is Su Yao, and Su Yun is Su Yun. These two are not the same person at all, are they? Katarina's expression was strange. I'll find out by checking. Vera took out her phone. After a search, a news page popped up. But what appeared was not Su Yao, but the new governor, together with the royal marshal and two commanders, defeated the super sea fortress. Standing in the center of the cover is Robles, the newly appointed governor, who is being wildly promoted by media outlets around the world. Next to him is Adele, who, as a royal marshal, is not much smaller than Robles in the photo. Next to them are Sylvia and Su Yun. They are both quite small and easily overlooked if you don't look closely. After seeing the photos in the news, the four commanders exchanged glances. I've been tricked. All four of them turned to look at Count Zeppelin. Count Zeppelin calmly took a sip of tea and said composedly, I have never denied that he is my commander. The commanders all fell silent. A moment later, after signing the various cooperation documents for Port Wilhelmshaven, Count Zeppelin instructed Z-14 to take the documents back first. When she left Vera and Ostermark alone, citing another project collaboration as the reason. But when only 3 people remained in the private room, Count Zeppelin suddenly left, citing urgent business. Finally, only Vera and Ostermark remained in Box 9. Count Zeppelin knew that Ostermark had always wanted to enter Silver Wolf Port, but had never had the opportunity. If you create some space for the two of them to be alone, Ostermark will have the courage to speak up, right? Count Zeppelin turned and went into Box 6, leaving the space to Ostermark. The moment Count Zeppelin stepped into Box 6, the sound of hand-cranked firework tubes exploding simultaneously rang out from both sides. Welcome back to port, Earl Zeppelin, the Shipgirls, including Illustrious, said in unison with smiles. A ribbon drifted down and landed on Count Zeppelin's hair. She stood there stunned, never expecting such a scene upon entering. What are you doing? Hudwin smiled and said, We've already heard about what happened from the commander in Akagi, so we were thinking of preparing something special to celebrate before you came in. How about it? Are you satisfied with the gift? Count Zeppelin looked at Su Yun, their eyes met, and she smiled. Satisfied. I'm glad you're satisfied. Su Yun patted the empty chair next to her. Come and sit down. We've ordered a table full of new dishes. Consider it a welcome dinner for you. Akagi crossed her arms, gave a light snort, and waved her hand, saying, Cherish this opportunity. After today, who knows when you'll get another chance to sit in the secretary's ship's seat. Is that so? I will cherish this opportunity. Count Zeppelin smiled and sat down next to Su Yun. Looking at Su Yun, their eyes met, and she asked directly, Since this is a party to celebrate me, shouldn't I, as the host, receive some special treatment? What kind of preferential treatment? Su Yun asked. Before he could react, Count Zeppelin cupped his face and kissed him. Not again. At that moment, the Shipgirls at the dinner table fell silent. Ron snapped the chopsticks in his hand in two, a dangerous smile on his face, and asked, Zeppelin, you're pushing your luck, aren't you? Chapter 200, Hindenburg, the Black Forest Singularity. Count Zeppelin released Su Yun. She pursed her red lips, seemingly still savoring the moment. Facing Ron's questioning, she simply said, Today is a special day reserved for me, Earl Zeppelin, right? If I don't indulge myself today, I might not have the chance next time. The Shipgirls remained silent. What they said actually made some sense. Although they were dissatisfied, they didn't care so much when they thought about how Earl Zeppelin had just returned. Ron stood there, stunned. Such perks on the very first day of the handover? She clutched her head. How come I didn't know? No way. I need to buy a ticket. After saying that, he was about to get up. Hu Tung grabbed her collar and pushed her back into her seat. Stop causing trouble. If you start this, the private room will be in complete chaos. Ron clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Su Yun was both amused and exasperated. He felt like a salt block in a sheepfold, with every sheep wanting to come and lick it. All right, stop fooling around. Let's eat first. Since the commander had said so, the Shipgirls dared not disobey. Su Yun had already eaten once, so this second round of dinner was basically just about enjoying the lively atmosphere and chatting. Achilles counted on his fingers. Speaking of which, the Iron Blood's predecessor before him was Bismarck, then Hindenburg, so according to that order, shouldn't this one be Hitler? London picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and shoved it into Achilles' mouth. Don't bring the history of the old world into the new world, you idiot. Achilles made two wolf sounds and nodded. Suyun also found it amusing, so he asked Count Zeppelin. Speaking of which, are Hindenburg and Tirpitz both at the marshal's residence now? Count Zeppelin shook his head. They were still there this morning, but an unusual anomaly was detected in the Imperial Black Forest, so they rushed there immediately. An anomalous singularity? Suyun wondered. Yes, there is an extremely unstable energy field there. According to the local military, a large number of fragments of the Abyss, Sirens, and even human and shipgirl fragments were thrown out of the singularity. It is very strange. Suyun frowned. Is it that dangerous? Have the identities of those shipgirls and humans who were killed been found out? Count Zeppelin shook his head regretfully. No, that's the trickiest part. Every shipgirl registers her shipgirl number with the government after she appears in the world, but we don't know where these shipgirls came from, and we can't find any information about them. Could it be an unregistered shipgirl who hasn't had time to register yet? Suyun asked. If it were just one or two, it would be understandable, but shipgirls are dying almost every day in this singularity, so this explanation no longer holds water. Every day. Now, not only Suyun, but also shipgirls like Bismarck Zwei realize the seriousness of the situation. What on earth is capable of simultaneously harming abyssal skeletons, sirens, shipgirls, and humans? Hu Tung frowned, muttering to herself. Could it be the arbitrator? The arbitrators have no reason to attack the sirens, do they? Besides, we've met Lavos before, and she doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do something so ruthless. Hood recalled the image of being blasted away by Lavos's cannon on the sea and dismissed the guess. Little TB stood on a chair, imitating avant-garde moves, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, and forcefully cutting the steak in front of him. After putting in so much effort, the steak only suffered minor scratches. She looked at Suyun pitifully. Daddy, I can't cut it. Count Zeppelin was taken aback. What is this child saying? Okay, I'll cut it for you. Suyun took the knife and fork from little TB's hand and, while cutting, explained little TB's origins to Count Zeppelin. Count Zeppelin fell silent after hearing this. How could it be like this? Suyun hummed in agreement. The identity I've assigned her for now is Sukbader. No matter what, TB's true identity must not be revealed to outsiders. Once people find out she's a siren, we'll become the target of everyone's hatred. Count Zeppelin replied solemnly. Commander, rest assured, I understand. Kaga glanced at TB and pondered. If it's not the arbitrator, then the most likely candidate is executor. Execution. Apart from Bismarck Zwei, Belfast, and Akaji, the other shipgirls all looked astonished. If Nien is already this powerful, I dare not even think about how powerful it is. Ku Wei's scalp tingled at the thought of the size of Nien. Zhi is in human form. Bismarck Zwei interlaced his fingers, his voice serious. But she is very strong, extremely strong. So strong that even the Nimitz and Montana of the governor's palace are utterly powerless before her. A few days ago, it was she who, together with Lavos, destroyed the governor's palace. All the shipgirls were shocked. Bismarck Zwei recounted the events in detail. After listening, everyone felt a surge of pressure, as if a huge boulder was pressing on their chests. Hood rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The Nien and arbitrator alone are already difficult enough to deal with, and now there's another V, who single-handedly wiped out the governor's mansion. I always thought that as long as we had all the shipgirls in our port, we would be invincible. Now it seems that there are always other shipgirls out there, and there's always something beyond that. A mother outside the mother? The literary-minded young woman in London raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to have a ship outside the ship? That's about right. Based on your description, we can learn that the true form of execution is an aircraft carrier, Radiant mused. Suddenly, she remembered something, took out her phone, found the photos she had taken in Yen's lab, and handed them to Suyun. Commander, speaking of which, wasn't there an aircraft carrier in that flowchart we took a picture of in the lab? Suyun took the phone and was also shocked when she saw the picture on it. Aircraft carrier, jellyfish, broken heart, cross, a clock stopped at 23:59, upside down man, crystal, snowflake, fallen leaves, sun, flowers, water droplets, door, knife, and finally, an aircraft carrier. Both ends are aircraft carriers. Does this mean that it's actually the same person? If the aircraft carrier refers to execution, then the jellyfish, does it refer to zero? Suyun frowned and murmured, then glanced at little TB. No, perhaps the jellyfish refers to the small TB, a type of jellyfish. But what do these patterns mean? The Imperial Black Forest. Tirpitz and Hindenburg arrived here. For security reasons, the Navy has cordoned off the area and prohibited anyone from entering or leaving. The two stood side by side, gazing at the strange point that was as deep and dark as a black hole, their expressions serious. Is this the work of the Sirens again? Hindenburg crossed her arms, her pretty face equally solemn. There's an unsettling atmosphere here. Would you like to take a closer look? Tirpitz asked. Hindenburg nodded. Be careful, don't get too close. Good. The two ship girls ordered everyone else not to approach, crossed the fence, and entered the Black Forest. As they approached the singularity, which resembled a black hole, the unease intensified. Is this resentment? Hindenburg felt a chill run down his spine and frowned. It's very similar to the aura emanating from Yuan Hai, Tirpitz said seriously. The abyss, speaking of which, we still don't know how the abyss came to be, Hindenburg said regretfully. Suddenly, a strong killing intent enveloped the two ship girls. Tirpitz and Hindenburg's pupils dilated sharply, and they turned around simultaneously. Behind him, Ji had been standing there silently without anyone noticing.